My daughter roams the martial world, while I fear for her safety. My daughter has become a formidable figure, and I find solace in her support. I am Chu Mo, an ordinary man who has lost both my wife and daughter at the onset. I had hoped to live a quiet life in the mountains, but little did I know that my daughter would secretly venture into the world, turning me into a legend in her tales. Now, surrounded by esteemed individuals drawn by her reputation, I am filled with anxiety. How can I possibly intimidate them? I await your guidance, urgently. I am Chu Linger, initially sent by my father to search for my mother, only to unwittingly become a princess embroiled in a crisis. Yet, I possess an invincible father who serves as my shield in this perilous world. With his assistance, I have risen to prominence, even securing a female emperor as a concubine for him. I am Lu Qingxue, a female emperor. 8 years ago, after giving birth to a daughter, I returned to the palace to seize the throne, vowing to elevate my unremarkable husband to emperor. 8 years later, I encountered a young girl on my travels who attempted to deceive me into becoming her concubine. Unbeknownst to me, she was my long-lost husband, and upon our reunion, I discovered that the seemingly ordinary man was, in fact, a remarkable master. Chapter 1. The Daughter's Departure. On the continent of Shenzhou, within the Ice Spirit Kingdom, nestled in a secluded area of Mount Gali, there stood a modest wooden cabin. It has been 8 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured all this time? 8 years ago, my wife left behind a letter and vanished without a trace. After nurturing my 8-year-old daughter with great difficulty, she too has left a letter, abandoning me. Is there a more tragic transmigrator than I? Gazing at the note on the table, Chu Mo felt a throbbing headache, his eyes filled with deep concern. Father, Linger has descended the mountain to seek her mother. Linger does not wish for you to suffer in longing, so I shall find that heartless and irresponsible woman. Linger intends to confront her and demand an explanation for her years of absence. Father need not worry about Linger's safety. You once traversed the world with ease, and, as your beloved daughter, I too shall safely locate mother. Await my good news. The memories of his wife, Lu Qingxue's departure 8 years prior flooded Chu Mo's mind. He could not help but exclaim, "Ah, what a familiar scene! And oh wonder she gave birth to such a remarkable child. I am no invincible wine-sword immortal. I am merely a drunken fool." Though he may jest, he was resolute in his determination to find his daughter. Despite her intelligence, how could he possibly feel at ease with an 8-year-old girl navigating such a treacherous world alone? Chu Mo hastily raced down the mountain. However, just as he prepared to reach the foot of the mountain, a thunderous sound echoed in his mind, leaving him frozen in place. Boom! Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your daughter and wife have all fled. Activating the system. Daughter roams the martial world, while I fear for her safety. Daughter becomes a formidable figure, and I find solace in her support. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Lonely Man sign-in system, ensuring you will not become a ward of the state. The system is now bound to host Chu Mo and daughter Chu Linger. Please refer to the user manual for specific instructions. Hearing the voice in his mind, Chu Mo's lips twitched, his expression darkened. Do you hear the words of the people? 9 years of transmigration without a peep, and now my wife and daughter have run off, and you choose this moment to congratulate me? Damn it! After a cursory glance at the user manual, Chu Mo grasped the system's function. Through the system, he could monitor his daughter Chu Linger's safety and well-being. Additionally, he could send items to her from afar, ensuring she would not go hungry or cold. Should she find herself in danger, he could provide assistance from a distance. Most importantly, the system allowed for sign-ins to acquire various treasures that could enhance strength and alter one's physique. While these treasures could not be used by him, they could be bestowed upon his daughter, thereby facilitating her cultivation. With each level she ascended, his own strength would increase correspondingly. Moreover, any abilities or traits she acquired, he could perfectly replicate, like a crow feeding its young, or a lamb kneeling to suckle. Excellent. At last, I possess a cheat. There is ample time ahead. The future is promising. As long as I nurture my daughter well, I too shall become an invincible being. In the future, should anyone dare to offend me, I shall summon my daughter, and we shall fight together. Chu Mo was elated. Host, who is Fong Chong? Chu Mo retorted, get lost. Upon reviewing the system panel and confirming his daughter's safety, he felt a sense of relief and urgency dissipate. In truth, Chu Mo had already spent 9 years in this world. Unlike other transmigrators who wielded power upon arrival, he was merely an ordinary man devoid of cultivation talent. In this world brimming with martial prowess and empires, Chu Mo had chosen to live a secluded life, tending to his modest farm. Until, one fateful day months later, while gathering firewood, he discovered a woman of noble bearing, her figure exquisite but marred by a disfigured face, gravely injured. This woman would alter the course of his life. Chu Mo brought her back to his humble abode, caring for her meticulously over the months. Though she had escaped the clutches of death, he soon realized the woman had lost her memory. In the course of their daily interactions, a bond blossomed between the two. Chu Mo successfully entered the heart of this amnesiac woman, becoming her closest companion. In a moment of intimacy, they wed. Subsequently, a month later, she bore him a daughter. Though their means were modest, their love flourished. Yet, this bliss was short-lived. Shortly after their daughter's birth, Chu Mo returned from gathering firewood to find his wife, Lu Qingxue, had vanished. Within a thatched cabin, only their swaddled daughter, Chu Ling'er, and a note remained. The note bore 4 words: "Husband, wait for me." Chu Mo, fearing his wife would not find him upon her return, waited in that cabin for 8 long years. Meanwhile, a female emperor sharing his wife's name emerged in the Ice Spirit Kingdom, ruling the realm. But this held no relevance for Chu Mo. Could it be that his disfigured wife had become an empress? After 8 arduous years of survival, with no sign of his wife, he awoke today to find his daughter had also left a note, declaring her intent to search for her mother. She has run off. Fortunately, he had acquired a system, which served as a consolation. However, it soon dawned upon him. Wait, does this mean that I am merely a tool for my daughter? Like a doryman, providing whatever she desires? So, is this a nurturing game for my daughter? Ding! The host may interpret it as such, but remember, life is singular. This is not a game of Contra, and death cannot be reversed. Exercise caution in your nurturing. The system provided a rather human-like explanation. Chu Mo nodded, perusing the user manual once more, when a realization struck him. His eyes brightened, and he tentatively inquired, "Then, if my cultivation is higher than my daughter's, can I not pass on my skills to her? As she levels up, I too shall progress, and continue to impart my abilities?" The system remained silent. Chapter 2. The Empress. 1,000 miles of landscape cannot compare to him. Beep. Nested doll prohibition. Bug detected. Undergoing repairs. Thank you for the prompt, host. Rewarding the host with 1 lottery chance. Listening to the system's words, Chu Mo felt a wave of despair wash over him, delivering several sharp slaps to his own face. How could he have let his tongue slip? With the new system in place, his spirits lifted considerably. All he needed to do now was to locate his daughter, sign in daily, and nurture her. In a few years, they would emerge as an invincible duo. And finding his wife would be a far simpler endeavor. He even had a rallying cry prepared for their exit. After 10 years of signing in the deep mountains, I shall emerge and conquer all ages. However, as Chu Mo took a step towards leaving the secluded mountain, the system once again thwarted his efforts. Beep. The outside world is too perilous. To prevent the complete annihilation of the host's family, the host is restricted from leaving the secluded mountain for 2.5 years. During this time, the host is encouraged to diligently practice various skills. No room for negotiation? Just a little less? No room for negotiation. One must leave a legacy. Right? What if everyone perishes? 2.5 years? Very well, 2.5 years it shall be. By the time he emerges, he would be a trainee with 2.5 years of experience. Moreover, with the system's ability to remotely monitor Chu Ling'er's status, he could provide sustenance, ensuring she would not starve, which brought him considerable relief. Additionally, Chu Ling'er was sharp-witted and clever. As long as she did not encounter malevolent individuals, she should be just fine. Once she had her fill of adventure, she would find her way back. Furthermore, not everyone in this world was skilled in martial arts. The majority were ordinary people. Similarly, there were no organizations that would pose a threat to an 8-year-old girl. The empire was predominantly composed of commoners, and there existed laws to protect them. Having come to terms with all this, Chu Mo turned and made his way back to his dilapidated hut, completing the first sign-in of his new system. Beep. Congratulations to the host for signing in and earning a detox pill. Detox pill, capable of neutralizing all poisons in the world. No level restrictions apply. After reading the description, Chu Mo nodded in approval. This was indeed a life-saving item. In the world of martial arts, one would inevitably encounter strange and dangerous poisons. Having this item was akin to gaining an additional life. Such a valuable treasure must be safeguarded for emergencies. Beep. Chu Linger is in a state of hunger and requires meat buns. Please feed the host. At that moment, the system suddenly sounded an alarm. Upon checking Linger's system panel, he saw that her hunger level had turned red. Chu Mo hurriedly retrieved 2 steaming meat buns from the kitchen steamer and sent them through the system. Meanwhile, clad in a white dress and carrying a tattered blue sack, Chu Linger, on a quest to find her mother, was riding a plow ox far, far away. Chu Linger's image, crafted by herself, so far that she had completely lost her way home, having never ventured far from her father or left home since childhood. As Chu Linger rode along the road atop her ox, a sense of trepidation enveloped her due to her disorientation. Hunger gnawed at her, prompting her to retrieve her tattered burlap sack from behind. This sack, a cherished gift from her father after he regaled her with tales of Doraemon, was bestowed upon her after much insistence and was declared by him to be a treasure of unparalleled worth. Thus, Chu Linger took great care of it, ensuring it accompanied her wherever she roamed. Each time she expressed a desire for a gift, her father would cleverly extract hints, only to secretly place the desired items within the sack by nightfall. The joy that lit up her face upon discovering these treasures each morning was immeasurable. While the sack could not fulfill her wish for a mother, it generally met her modest requests. "Oh, how hungry I am. If I were at home, my father would have already prepared a feast for me. Perhaps I should return home to fill my belly before embarking on my journey?" Chu Linger lamented, patting her stomach. Being on her first venture away from home and feeling utterly alone, she longed for the comfort of her home. Yet, just as this thought crossed her mind, she swiftly dismissed it. "No, I must seek my mother. I cannot allow my father to remain solitary. Besides, if I return now, he is sure to scold me." She sighed, wishing for something to eat, reminiscing fondly about her father's delectable meat buns. In a moment of idleness, she opened the worn bag, hoping it might heed her yearning. No sooner had she voiced her desire than 2 large meat buns materialized within the sack. "Ah, indeed, there is food. This sack is truly remarkable. My father speaks nothing but the truth," she exclaimed, joyfully pulling out a bun and taking a hearty bite. Her faith in her father's prowess as the world's greatest expert grew even stronger, for it seemed the bag provided whatever she wished for. As Chu Linger savored her buns while astride her ox on the open road, a formidable procession approached from the distance. "Your Majesty, a mere 10 miles remain until we reach the secluded residence of the Valley Master, Sai Huada," one of the guards announced. The occupants of the carriage remained unresponsive. Outside, 2 mid-tier Earth Realm experts guided the horses, flanked by a dozen mid-tier Profound Realm warriors standing guard. Such a formidable assembly was a force to be reckoned with anywhere. In the realm of Shenzhou, martial prowess was held in the highest regard. Warriors ranked from 1 to 9 were considered the foundation, followed by the yellow, profound, earth, and heavenly tiers. Each heavenly tier expert served as a cornerstone of the empire, responsible for deterring malevolent forces, vanquishing foes, and aiding the sovereign. They were truly invincible. However, such powerful beings seldom emerged, dedicating themselves to seclusion and cultivation, revealing themselves only in times of imperial crisis. Beneath the heavenly tier lay the earth tier, which constituted the backbone of the empire. Each earth tier expert was a significant figure in their own right. In the absence of heavenly tier warriors, a late-stage earth tier expert was virtually unmatched. As for profound tier experts, they were regarded as formidable masters in the martial world, with many leaders of minor sects possessing only profound tier abilities. The presence of such an impressive entourage underscored the esteemed status of the individual they were tasked to protect. Inside the carriage, a woman of unparalleled beauty, her figure gracefully curvaceous, clad in a palace gown, exudes an aura as frigid as eternal ice. She gazes down, entranced by a yellow ginkgo leaf resting in her palm. On her exquisite visage, gentle glimmers of emotion occasionally flicker. At times, her eyes reveal tenderness. Her lips curve into sweet smiles, and then a wave of guilt and self-reproach washes over her, accompanied by soft sighs. "My husband, without me by your side, I wonder how you have fared all these years. Has our daughter grown?" Does she resemble you more, or me? Has your heart bestowed upon her a name worthy of her? What are you doing at this moment, dear husband? Do you think of me as I pine for you? Or have you sought solace in another, forgetting my existence? As she gazes at the withered ginkgo leaf, the woman envisions her husband, bowing his head in affectionate reverie, tenderly combing her hair. Just as she immerses herself in these cherished memories, a frail, aged voice interrupts her reverie. Ahem, Your Majesty, are you thinking of him again? Indeed. The woman is none other than the Empress of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, Lu Qingxue. Upon hearing the voice, she turns with a respectful demeanor towards the frail elder before her. Teacher, how are you faring? This elder is the national master of the Ice Spirit Kingdom and the Empress Lu Qingxue's mentor, the formidable sword master Li Chunfeng, a master of the late heavenly realm. The elder waves his hand dismissively, his brow furrowed, choosing not to respond. The item in your hand, is it not the ginkgo from the doorstep of your residence? The Empress nods slightly. Is the teacher not already aware? Why inquire further? Ah, Your Majesty, during the most vulnerable period of your memory, that scoundrel took advantage and violated your pure form. According to the laws of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, I should have executed him. The elder's eyes brim with a fierce intensity, imbued with the spirit of the sword. Yet, as he gazes upon the resolute woman before him, his expression softens, and he lets out a resigned sigh. However, I am not blind. On the day I escorted you back to the capital, I witnessed the happiness radiating from your face, a joy unseen for nearly 2 decades. I understand your bond through adversity. Yet, I must caution you, given his innate shortcomings and his familial status, he is utterly unworthy of you. To be your man, one must possess extraordinary martial prowess to command respect, or come from a distinguished lineage. Otherwise, how can he assert authority over the court? Moreover, should your relationship become public, it could incite turmoil within the realm. In these turbulent times, with internal strife and external threats, this could spell disaster for him, and you may be unable to protect him. The elder implores, I beseech you to prioritize the greater good, the empire, and the welfare of the people. Having spoken these weighty words, the elder is seized by a harsh bout of coughing, revealing his poor condition. The Empress, upon hearing his words, hesitates, torn between words unspoken. After a prolonged silence, she ultimately refrains from voicing her thoughts. 8 years prior, as a princess, she had endured persecution at the hands of her elder brother, the Northern King, leading to her disfigurement and amnesia. A year later, after giving birth to a daughter and awakening her memories, she was secretly returned to the imperial palace. With the support of the national master Li Chunfeng and the late emperor, she ascended to the throne as the Empress. However, her reign was far from glorious. Internally, her elder brother, the Northern King, eyed her with malicious intent, seeking to usurp her position. Externally, the 3 great empires of Jin, Hua, and Mu posed a looming threat. It was a perilous time, fraught with danger. During these years, she had been preoccupied with purging the court and eliminating powerful families. She dared not return to reunite with Chu Mo, not even daring to write a letter or inquire about him, for fear of exposing him to potential harm. For 8 long years, she could only rely on a single ginkgo leaf to express her longing for her husband. Reflecting on her life from 8 years ago, a gentle and blissful smile graced the Empress's face. She mused, I have never had a fondness for power. Were it not for my husband's constant jesting about his ambition to be the emperor, would I have returned to the palace to seize the throne? One day, I shall bring him here, and he shall indulge in the most sumptuous life. Chapter 3. Your Majesty, that girl ahead looks just like you. Just as the Empress was lost in her thoughts of the man she cherished, the skilled charioteer abruptly halted the carriage. Your Majesty, there is a wild girl riding a cow blocking the road ahead. How shall we proceed? The armored guard, Sheng Yin, saluted the carriage with an air of gallantry. The Empress furrowed her brow. This outing had been conducted in secrecy, and its significance weighed heavily upon her. The fate of her imperial position hinged on it. The sword god, Li Chunfeng, had sustained grave injuries, and swift treatment was imperative. Should her elder brother, the Northern King, seize this opportunity, her reign would be in jeopardy. At that point, not only would she be unable to reunite with her husband, but the ministers would flock to her palace for a feast. Let us not complicate matters. She is merely a child. Just ask her to move aside, Lu Qingxue suggested softly from behind the curtain. As you command, Your Majesty, Sheng Yin acknowledged. striding purposefully toward Chu Ling-er. Just as she was about to speak, Chu Ling-er lifted her adorable little head, her mouth stuffed with buns, and asked in a muffled voice, "Sister, hello. May I ask where this place is?" Upon seeing Chu Ling-er's likeness, Shang Wanyan's heart surged with tumultuous waves, her expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment. Without pausing to respond to Chu Ling-er, she rushed back to report urgently, "Your Majesty, I have significant news to convey. This little girl bears an uncanny resemblance to you as a child." As a disciple of the sword god Li Chunfeng, and having grown up alongside the Empress, Shang Wanyan had, of course, witnessed the Empress's youthful visage. With a slight arch of her brow, the Empress's interest was piqued. "Is it possible that someone resembles me? Bring her forth. I wish to see her." Moments later, she beheld the little girl before her, resembling a porcelain doll with two playful pigtails. The usually calm Empress was suddenly startled, standing up in shock as a wave of emotion surged within her. Even Li Chufeng, who was hastily burying himself in the earth, straightened up, astonished as he observed both the Empress and Ling-er. How could there be such striking similarities between two individuals? Inside the carriage, the Empress accepted the fluffy meat bun handed to her by Ling-er, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "Ling-er, are you certain your surname is Zhao?" "Indeed. What do you think, beautiful sister?" "The name Zhao Ling-er sounds delightful, doesn't it?" Chu Ling-er beamed with pride. "Beautiful sister?" The expression of Shang Wanyan shifted. Calling the Empress sister was quite audacious of the girl. However, the Empress remained silent, and the guard dared not speak further. "And what is your father's name? Why would he leave you alone on the roadside? Where is your home? We shall return you there once we finish our duties." The Empress's brows knitted together, appalled that any parent would abandon an 8-year-old girl in such a desolate place. What if she encountered wolves or other wicked individuals? Moreover, why did Zhao Ling-er resemble her so closely? If she calculated correctly, her own daughter should also be around 8 years old, the same age as this girl. As these thoughts crossed her mind, the Empress's heart raced with a mix of suspicion and a flicker of excitement. Noticing Lu Qingshue's probing demeanor, Chu Ling-er's eyes darted with caution. She recalled a saying from Chu Mo, "In the world, one must speak to people as they are, and to ghosts as they are. 3 parts truth and 7 parts falsehood is the essence of survival." Furthermore, the more beautiful a woman, the more one should be wary, for they possess an uncanny ability to deceive. With her clever and whimsical nature, Chu Ling-er devised her response. "I do not know where my home is. I got lost. I rode my family's old ox for over 10 days to arrive here. As for my father, he shares my surname Zhao, and his title is the Wine and Sword Immortal." Quite impressive, isn't it? Chu Ling-er felt a swell of pride inside. Her father had once told her that having multiple aliases while wandering the world was not a disadvantage. Besides, she would not easily divulge her information. Who knew if these people were enemies? Listening to Chu Ling-er's proud declarations, the others paid little heed, even scoffing at her claims. How could anyone be more formidable than the sword god within the carriage? The Empress's frown deepened. Her father was named Zhao? Perhaps she had overthought this. Her husband's surname was Chu. If your father is so remarkable, he must possess many martial skills. Why then has he not taught you any? To verify her inner suspicions, the Empress probed further, her gaze fixed intently on Ling-er's changing expressions. She believed that an 8-year-old girl would not lie, and even if she attempted to deceive, the Empress would see through it. With a proud thump on her chest, Chu Ling-er declared, "My father is indeed a master. He knows the sunflower scripture, the evil-repelling sword manual, and even the 48 techniques of Edo. However, practicing martial arts is too arduous. I do not wish to learn." Chu Ling-er pouted slightly. In the past, she had expressed a desire to learn martial arts. However, after being dragged by her father up and down the mountains, enduring countless arduous sessions of horse stance, her legs became incapacitated, and she never mentioned it again. The Empress exchanged a glance with Li Chunfeng and Shang Wanyan, their brows furrowed in concern. The martial arts they were discussing were unfamiliar to them, and the so-called cart-pushing technique surely belonged to a category of third-rate skills. After all, as martial arts experts, they had encountered many renowned techniques. Zhao Ling-er's father might possess a modicum of skill, but certainly not much more. The Empress felt a twinge of disappointment, dismissing the bold conjecture in her heart. It seemed that everything was merely a coincidence. Her father was not her long-lost husband, whom she had not seen for 8 years. for he lacked any aptitude for martial arts and had remained secluded in the mountains, never exposed to the world of martial arts, let alone its renowned schools. Sigh. Yet, for some reason, she felt an inexplicable fondness for Chu Linger, as if there were many words left unspoken between them. Perhaps it was because Linger resembled her childhood self and was of the same age as her daughter, leading her subconscious to transfer her love and guilt for her daughter onto Linger. But Linger, what about your mother? She must be worried sick about you being away for so long. At the mention of her mother, Chu Linger's spirits visibly dampened, and she appeared less cheerful. Actually, I have never met my mother. After giving birth to me, she ran off with someone else. It was my father who raised me through thick and thin. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the group, a collective gasp echoing through the air. How cruel of her father. Truly, he was no ordinary man to have nurtured his daughter under such circumstances. Shang Wanyin could not help but gently ruffle Linger's hair, while the Empress furrowed her brow tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of compassion as she embraced Linger. The usually composed Empress suddenly erupted in indignation. What? She ran off with someone? Despicable. Is there truly such an irresponsible woman in this world? To give birth and not nurture? She is utterly unworthy of being called a mother. If I ever encounter such a woman, I shall deal with her accordingly. The Empress's heart was aflame with anger, for she had no choice but to relinquish her own daughter, while this woman had abandoned her own child and fled. Such behavior was truly contemptible. Chu Linger nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, sister is right. She truly is a dreadful person. She made my father wait in vain for so many years, 8 years without marrying. If I ever find her, when she is old, I will make sure she goes hungry. In that moment, the two women, one large and one small, found a common adversary, the heartless, ungrateful woman they both loathed. Their mutual disdain transformed their perception of each other, and they found a newfound camaraderie. The Empress sighed inwardly, reflecting on how her husband had remained unmarried for 8 years due to a fickle woman, revealing his romantic nature. She wondered if he had taken another partner or if he could remain faithful for another 8 years. Linger, do you still remember the general direction of your home? Please guide your sister. When she has the time, she will escort you home. It is unsafe for someone as young as you to be out alone. No need for that, sister. Father has allowed me to venture out for experience, and I possess treasures bestowed by him that no one can harm me with. Seeing that Linger was unwilling to disclose her home, they were left with no recourse, as they had a mission at hand. The treasures mentioned were disregarded by the others. There was no hint of any such essence within the carriage. Then let Linger accompany her sister for now. Once the task is complete, sister can have the nearby sister Shangwan teach you martial arts while also assisting in finding your home's location. Chu Linger observed the stunning visage of the Empress, her eyes sparkling with ideas. A sudden thought arose. It would surely be challenging to find Mother. Perhaps she could befriend her sister and request her assistance in the search? Many hands make light work. Very well. I shall trouble you, sister. However, Linger has nothing to repay you with. But do not worry. Once Linger masters martial arts, I shall protect you. Watching Chu Linger adopt a small adult demeanor, the Empress smiled knowingly and shook the bun in her hand. No worries. Linger has already given something. With that, the Empress opened her enticing red lips and, disregarding the slight dirt on the bun, took a hearty bite. The bun was not exquisite, yet the familiar flavor sent a shiver through her. Why was there no green onion in this meat bun? Before the Empress could ponder further, a guard's report shattered the warmth within the carriage. Your Majesty, we have arrived at our destination. Ahead lies the valley where the great Hua Tuo resides. Chapter 4. The King of Hell. Despair among the masses. The carriage halted at the mouth of a valley, where the Empress took Chu Linger's hand and strode forth. Shang Wanyin, gripping her dagger, closely followed the Empress, her sharp gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any sudden danger. Behind them, several profound-level experts carried the barely conscious Li Chunfeng on a stretcher, trailing closely behind. Inside the valley stood but a small wooden cottage, surrounded by an array of precious and rare medicinal herbs. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the fragrance of the herbs and evoking a sense of paradise. However, upon observing the valley's periphery, a stark contrast emerged, revealing a hellish landscape. The cliffs were infested with venomous insects. Scorpions, centipedes, and poisonous snakes littered the mountains, sending shivers down the spine of those who beheld them. Under the protection of Shangguan Yin and another Earth-level expert, the Empress approached the wooden cottage and respectfully clasped her hands together before the tightly shut door. I, a junior, come to visit the revered physician Sai, accompanied by my master Li Chunfeng. With a soft creak, the door of the cottage opened without a breeze. Oh, the little girl from back then has now become the Empress who commands the world, while I, an old man, remain nestled in this valley. Please come in. Upon hearing that ethereal voice, the Empress, without a hint of hesitation, took Ling Er's hand and stepped inside, showing no concern for potential dangers. Inside, a figure adorned in luxurious garments, appearing to be in their 20s, awaited. At the center of his brow, a dot of vermilion rested, and the young man, exuding an air of elegance reminiscent of a noble scion in a tumultuous world, sat in a wheelchair, engrossed in writing. His legs, languid and feeble, resembled those of a person with a disability. This individual was none other than the renowned god of medicine, Sai Hua Tuo. As she gazed upon his flowing black hair and handsome visage, the Empress offered a slight salute, embodying the respect due to his senior. You remain as youthful as ever. Esteemed one. While others might be oblivious, the Empress, as a disciple of the sword god, was acutely aware that this divine healer, Sai Hua Tuo, was among the few celestial tier powerhouses. Contrary to his youthful appearance, he had already lived for over 3 centuries. Ah, your flattery is unwarranted, he chuckled. I have 1 foot in the grave and likely have but a few years left. His gaze fell upon the Empress's facial injury, examining it with the tenderness of a grandfather. The Empress shook her head gently. There is no need for your concern, esteemed one. After receiving the medicine from you, I shall recover. Sai Hua Tuo nodded and turned his attention to Chu Linger, who stood beside the Empress, his expression slightly astonished. This girl seems to share a bond with you. Indeed, we encountered each other on the road, and I took her along. Just then, Chu Linger cautiously approached Sai Hua Tuo, extending her small hands to tentatively touch his severed leg, quickly retracting them, fearful of causing him pain. This scene caused both Shangguan Yin and the Empress to change their expressions. Though Sai Hua Tuo was of a gentle disposition, he despised any mention of his legs, let alone being touched. Just as the Empress prepared to pull Linger back, the girl lifted her gaze, her innocent and kind eyes filled with concern. Does it hurt? Pain. It ceased long ago. It is simply my fate. When Sai Hua Tuo met Chu Linger's caring gaze, he fell into a moment of reverie. Lost in memories, he refrained from chastising the little girl and instead felt a measure of fondness blossom within him. After all, a delicate and considerate girl, akin to a porcelain doll, is hard to dislike. Chu Linger furrowed her brow. Big brother, why not seek a doctor for your leg? Upon hearing this, Sai Hua Tuo shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips as he gently ruffled Chu Linger's hair. Big brother? It has been ages since I have heard such a term. Do you realize, little one, that I am already 356 years old? As for the doctors you speak of, who in this world could rival me? If I cannot heal this crippled leg, who could? Big brother is over 300 years old. You look just as young as my father, who is already over 580. Chu Linger smiled sweetly, unfazed by the revelation of his age. At this, Sai Hua Tuo and the Empress, along with others, were momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Ha! Little girl, do you know what it means to be over 500 years old? That transcends even the celestial tier, rendering one invincible in this world. Where could such an ancient being exist? You, at such a tender age, already know how to boast. As the crowd expressed their disbelief, Chu Linger pouted defiantly and declared, but my father is indeed over 500 years old. Moreover, he was once the greatest in the world. He is also a physician, remarkably skilled, capable of curing any ailment. Last year, Anyo's leg was as weak and limp as my elder brother's, and it was my father who healed him. Why don't we have my elder brother visit my father next time? From a young age, Chu Linger had been kind-hearted. Upon witnessing the current state of Sai Hua Tuo's leg, she suddenly felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing his plight as similar to Anyo's. Sai Hua Tuo furrowed his brow, curiosity piqued. Anyo? Who is that? He's the plow ox from Uncle Wang's family down the hill. We affectionately call him Anyo. My father only used a few wooden planks and a bit of herbal medicine to cure him. He has also healed several others, like a Huang, Dehe, and Yi. Chu Linger proudly patted her chest. Upon hearing this, Sai Hua Tuo felt a wave of frustration. How could the esteemed divine physician be compared to an ox? Your father must be the veterinarian in your village, then? Noticing Sai Huatua's vexation, the Empress quickly interjected to shift the topic. Esteemed one, children often speak without restraint. We have come for a significant matter. Sai Huatua rolled his eyes. What do I have to argue with a mere child? There is no need for concern. She means well. It has been a long time since anyone has shown such care for me. It feels rather nice. He then waved his hand. All right, bring that old fellow inside. Leaving him out here would imply I have neglected an old friend. Shang Wanyin immediately went out to summon the sword god. Upon seeing Li Chunfeng in a state of near collapse, Sai Huatua burst into hearty laughter. Oh, the one who once held a sword to my neck and snatched my chicken's backside at the banquet. Are you not so arrogant anymore? It seems you may depart this world before me. I shall come to dig up your grave. Their familiarity with each other was evident, signaling a strong bond between the two. Initially on the brink of death, Li Chunfeng seemed to regain some strength at the jibes of his old friend. With a cold snort, he turned his head away. Humph, I did not come to amuse you. I have come for treatment. Whether or not you will treat me comes down to a single word. Sai Huatua smirked. How dull. You have always been stubborn, even in death. Watching the two formidable warriors bicker like youthful boys, Empress Shang Wanyin couldn't help but smile. Indeed, men remain youthful at heart until the end. With that, Sai Huatua wasted no time. He deftly twirled his right wrist, sending a golden thread towards Li Chunfeng, ensnaring his wrist. With 3 fingers of his left hand resting on the golden line, he began to sense carefully. The atmosphere in the wooden cabin fell into a tense silence. The heartbeat almost audible. Observing Sai Huatua's expression grow increasingly grave, the hearts of the Empress and her companions sank. Minutes later, Sai Huatua retracted the golden thread. Li Chunfeng weakly inquired, is there still hope? Toxins have seeped into the 5 viscera, reaching the heart and throat, rendering the situation dire. Sighing, the esteemed physician sighed. The Empress furrowed her brow. A malady capable of incapacitating even a celestial realm expert could hardly be trivial. In this time of turmoil, the sword god must not be allowed to suffer misfortune. Senior, though the situation appears grim, there remains hope. If I can cure my master's affliction, I can procure anything necessary, she asserted. The esteemed physician waved his hand, his expression grave as he replied, he is not merely ill, he has been poisoned. Poisoned? Came a startled exclamation from Shang Wanyin. The crowd furrowed their brows, yet only Chu Linger's eyes sparkled with intrigue, darting between the Empress and Li Chunfeng. This beautiful sister seemed quite concerned for the elderly gentleman. She felt a sense of loyalty toward him, having been treated kindly and taken for a horse ride. Should she not lend a helping hand? Her father had once said that young ladies should be generous and kind-hearted to earn the affection of others. With this resolve, Chu Linger reached into the sack. Just as she was about to step forward with the universal antidote her father had left her, the Empress abruptly pulled her back. Linger, do not cause trouble. Senior, my master is a formidable celestial realm expert. How could he be poisoned? What poison could possibly harm him? Seeing her plan thwarted, Chu Linger pouted and obediently stood beside the Empress. The esteemed physician's brow furrowed deeply as he sighed. One type of poison might be ineffective against him. Yet what if it were a mixture of hundreds, accumulating gradually over time, slowly eroding his vitality? At this revelation, the room fell into stunned silence. Shang Wanyin and another Earth realm expert could not contain their astonishment. How could this be? Who would dare poison my master? The esteemed physician replied, I cannot say for certain, but I am convinced that this poison has been administered by someone close to Li. The Empress fell silent. Casting a glance at the critically weakened Li Chunfeng, her mind racing to identify the perpetrator. After a moment of fruitless contemplation, she sighed. Senior, what type of poison is this? How can it be countered? The esteemed physician extracted a silver needle, pricking Li Chunfeng's finger to draw forth a drop of black blood. As he withdrew the needle, it turned black. He brought the fetid drop of blood to his nose and inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he declared, indeed, this poison is none other than the King of Hell's venom from Miaojiang. At this, the crowd collectively gasped in shock. Even Li Chunfeng's eyes reflected despair. The King of Hell's venom? That which is concocted from 108 of the deadliest venomous insects and 72 poisonous herbs, whose toxicity surpasses that of the crane's blood 1,000-fold, reputed to be incurable. Does this imply that the sword god's master? Chapter 5. Archrival of the Northern King, The Empress in Peril, the King of Hell's venom, is well known in the martial world. It is a super toxic substance that even the King of Hell himself would find lethal. Once it takes effect, it is nearly impossible to remedy. Even celestial realm experts are not exempt. All their internal energy would be sealed, rendering even the most profound martial arts utterly useless. At the moment the poison took effect, the male's 8 orifices bled profusely, while the female succumbed to a deluge of blood throughout her body. This lethal toxin, in all the realms of the world, could only be concocted by the master of Miaojiang. With this extraordinary poison, no one in the martial world dared provoke Miaojiang. After a moment of silence, the esteemed physician sighed deeply, displaying a hint of despair upon his countenance. Alas, the methods of concocting this deathly poison are numerous. A single misstep, and one may never have another opportunity. A slight error can lead to catastrophic consequences. I am uncertain. Unless we can capture the one who concocted the poison and extract the antidote's formula, we cannot hope to craft an effective cure. Upon hearing the physician's lament, Shangguan Yin staggered back in fear. How could this be? Even the esteemed healer cannot offer a solution? Her master had never offended the ruler of Miaojiang. Why then has he fallen victim to such a toxin? The queries posed by Shangguan Yin were destined to remain unanswered. The Empress, too, sighed deeply. If even the esteemed physician could not resolve this poison, then no one in the world could. As for capturing the poisoner, the ruler of Miaojiang was also a formidable warrior of the celestial tier, possessing a mastery of poisons that was both inscrutable and fearsome. Without 4 or 5 equally powerful allies, who could contend with him? Moreover, even if one could apprehend the master of Miaojiang, Li Chufeng's condition had already reached a critical point. Senior, can you not think of another solution? Our master is of utmost importance to the empire. If anything were to happen to him, the entire empire might plunge into chaos. Lu Qingxue understood the significance of the sword deity, Li Chufeng. He was not only the strongest warrior by her side, but also the esteemed mentor to both her and her father, unwaveringly loyal to the royal family. Without his support, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with the king of the north in the future. If they were to lose the throne, how could her husband fulfill the role of an emperor? Though her husband was undeniably handsome, it would be unthinkable to reduce him to the position of a mere consort to the king of the north. Upon hearing this, the esteemed physician remained silent for a while before shaking his head. Alas, how I wish to save old Li. He is also a dear friend of mine. There are few in this world with whom I can share a conversation. Yet, the odds are simply too slim. If the antidote is not crafted correctly, it could provoke an even more violent reaction from the poison. I, Sai Huadao, pride myself on being the foremost physician in the realm, and I have battled against Miao Jiang for a lifetime. He poisons while I attempt to heal. Who would have thought that in the end, I would find myself outmatched? Had the poison struck old Li 10 days earlier, I might have had a chance. But now, the toxic affliction ravaging his heart is nearly insurmountable. At these words, the expressions of those present dimmed considerably. The critically ill Li Chufeng trembled as he struggled to speak. With a bitter smile, he looked at the Empress. Ah, Your Majesty, there is no need for further futile attempts. I fear I shall not survive beyond today. Rather than prolonging my suffering, it would be more gracious to provide me with a fine bottle of wine, so that I may share a few cups with this old fool before I depart, leaving with a sense of ease and dignity. Witnessing Li Chufeng in such a state, the Empress and Shangguan Yin exchanged glances filled with despair, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Could it truly be that there was no hope left? Would they be forced to watch as their national teacher slipped away? At that moment, the atmosphere within the room turned unbearably somber. Sai Huadao, with a firm hand, broke the clay seal and personally poured a bowl of medicinal wine for Li Chunfeng. The two exchanged silent toasts. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, Chu Ling'er stepped forward, clutching a pitch-black elixir. That elder brother, Ling'er, should be able to cure Grandpa's ailment. Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Chu Ling'er. Ling'er, do you have a solution? Yes. I possess the universal antidote crafted by my father. I believe this trivial poison can surely be resolved. Chu Ling'er replied, her voice bright and clear. She held the elixir aloft, her undeveloped chest proudly thrust forward, a look of triumph adorning her face. After such a long wait, she finally had the chance to speak. How shameless of that 300-year-old elder brother to claim superiority in medical skills while being unable to resolve such a minor toxin. Look how modest her father was. Undoubtedly the best in every aspect, yet he did not allow Linger to reveal his name. Seeing the black pill in Linger's hand, hope flickered in the eyes of the Empress and Li Chunfeng. Their gazes instinctively turned to Sai Huadao. Understanding their silent plea, Sai Huadao took the pill and, upon inspection, nearly coughed up blood in disbelief, gazing at Chu Linger with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. This is hardly an antidote. It doesn't even qualify as a basic elixir. This is merely a concoction of pot-bottom ash and salt mud, with a hint of beet juice added. Linger, your father is not just a veterinarian, but perhaps also a potter? The mud pill is rather well formed. Indignant at the disparagement of her precious treasure, Chu Linger snatched back the universal antidote, cradling it protectively in her hands. That's not true. Whenever I was ill as a child, it was this antidote that my father used to heal me. He has always said that as long as this pill is consumed, any poison in the world can be neutralized. Sai Huadao sighed and shook his head slightly. Your father is deceiving you. Curing minor ailments is merely coincidental due to the ash's properties. Pot-bottom ash, also known as Baijiao frost, may be medicinal but can only alleviate diarrhea and cannot detoxify. Enough, little girl, do not cause further trouble. Old Li has but a short time left. Let me have a few more bowls with him. Chu Linger, still eager to argue, was once again pulled aside by the Empress. Hope flickered out anew, and the expressions of those around turned once more to disappointment. The Empress and Shang Wanyan scoffed at Linger's claims that her father's medical skills and martial prowess were unparalleled. What a scoundrel, to even deceive his own daughter. Chu Linger pouted, her heart silently mocking them. Now you doubt my father's elixir, but once I find the opportunity to administer it to Grandpa, you all shall see just how formidable my father's medical skills are. Or should I wait until Grandpa has passed to dig up a grave to feed him the medicine? If Li Chunfeng had heard that thought, he would surely be too enraged to even contemplate death. After consuming several bowls of wine, Li Chunfeng's condition deteriorated drastically, his mouth twisting into a series of sorrowful smiles. Hee, how ironic it is that I, Li Chunfeng, a solitary sword-bearer guarding the nation's gates, have been poisoned, yet remain oblivious to the identity of my assailant. Your Majesty, if you could, please assist me in uncovering who among my entourage has perpetrated this foul deed. The Empress nodded, her eyes glinting with a fierce and chilling light. Naturally, once I ascertain the culprit, I shall obliterate his entire lineage, ensuring he meets a most untimely demise. Upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng breathed a sigh of relief, ready to speak when suddenly a boisterous voice echoed from outside the wooden cabin. Ha! Obliterate his lineage? You may find yourselves bereft of such an opportunity. This valley shall be your burial ground. As the words fell, a powerful force overturned the wooden cabin, exposing those within. Recognizing that familiar voice, Shang Wanyan was taken aback. Hastily drawing her sword and warily gazing upward at the valley, there stood a man with a thick mustache, imposing and muscular, exuding an overwhelming dominance. The Northern King? What brings you here? Aren't you stationed at the northern borders? Indeed, the figure looming above was none other than the Empress Lu Qingshua's elder brother, the Northern King. He was also their greatest adversary, although the Northern King was not as strong as her, and his strongest warriors paled in comparison to the sword god Li Chunfeng. He commanded numerous noble families and experts, wielding immense power. The Empress dared not provoke him, as doing so could severely weaken the empire, leaving it vulnerable to incursions from other realms. What business do you have interjecting, mere guard? Does my whereabouts require your counsel? Begone. The Northern King disdainfully rebuked Shang Wanyan, then turned his gaze back to the Empress with a hint of amusement. My dear Empress, are you surprised to see your elder brother here? You have proven quite elusive, hiding away in this desolate wilderness. The Empress's expression turned frigid as she retorted, How did you know we were here? The Northern King's eyes gleamed with mischief, as if he viewed the Empress and her companions as caged birds. His audacious demeanor ignited Shang Wanyan's fury, causing her to grit her teeth. What difficulty is there in knowing your location? That old wretch is poisoned. How could he not seek a remedy? Do you think your movements are shrouded in secrecy? That a mere trick could deceive me? Hee. Little do you realize that I possess full knowledge of your every action. Today, you shall find it impossible to flee. Chapter 6. Ultimately, I must rely on my father's medicine. Observing the Northern King's prepared stance, the Empress narrowed her eyes, aware that he could not have come alone. However, Upon glancing at the illustrious Sai Hua beside her, her confidence surged, and she couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Do you presume that just because my master is in poor condition, you can subdue me? Who grants you such audacity? The Bloodblade ancestor? Even if you are aware of my whereabouts, what can you achieve? Although Sai Hua is skilled in medicine, his prowess does not match that of the combat-oriented Li Chunfeng. Yet, while medicine possesses the power to heal, it can also bring about death. The reliance of the Northern King rests solely upon the Blood Knife ancestor, a figure of mid-heavenly stage. With the prowess of Sai Hua, he would not falter against the Blood Knife ancestor. Given the intimate connection between the latter and Li Chunfeng, how could he remain indifferent? However, to everyone's astonishment, the Northern King erupted into boisterous laughter, casting a scornful glance at Sai Hua. In order to deal with that old wretch Li Chunfeng, and for my beloved sister, I have made ample preparations. How could I overlook this cripple? With a wave of his hand, the Northern King summoned forth dozens of figures from the valley. Upon seeing them, Shangwan Yin and the others tensed up, their expressions turning grave. 4 late Earth stage experts, over 50 profound stage masters, and a mid-heavenly stage elder wielding a blood-red long knife, emanating an aura of malevolence. This formidable assembly nearly doubled the forces surrounding the Empress. The Empress had intentionally limited her retinue to evade the Northern King, aiming to prevent any large-scale commotion that might reveal their whereabouts. Yet, despite her efforts, their presence had been exposed, and the enemy seized the opportunity to strike. Particularly, when Shangwan Yin caught sight of a strikingly beautiful young woman, sword in hand. Standing beside the Northern King, her eyes widened in disbelief. Junior sister? Why are you with that scoundrel? Realizing that a core member of their own ranks now stood by the Northern King, a chilling comprehension dawned upon the Empress and her companions. No wonder their location had been compromised. It was none other than Yang Muxue. You possess audacity indeed to betray His Majesty and our master. Have we treated you with disdain? Our master regarded you as a daughter, teaching you various skills, and His Majesty treated you like a sister. Why this treachery? Shangwan Yin chastised vehemently. With a cold smile, Yang Muxue leaned against the Northern King, resting her head on his shoulder, her face alight with joy. You have all treated me well, but you are unaware that I have always harbored affection for the Northern King. I am willing to do anything for the one I love, including sacrificing you. Since you have been so kind to me, why not grant me one last blessing as comrades? Witnessing Yang Muxue's shamelessness, the others were filled with revulsion. Sensing her proximity, the Northern King suppressed a flicker of disdain in his eyes. In a theatrical manner, he embraced her, casting a derisive gaze toward the Empress and her allies. Allow me to divulge a truth. Not only did your movements come from Ashu, but even that old fool's poison was orchestrated by her. Surprised? Thrilled? She has long been mine. Now that the old wretch's powers are rendered useless, my dear sister, what can you use to contend with me? Once I eliminate this bothersome old man, the entire Ice Spirit Empire shall belong to me. Let us settle both old and new grievances today. Ha ha ha. Lu Ji laughed uproariously, exuding an air of unrestrained arrogance. The Empress's cold and haughty visage betrayed not a trace of panic. Even if the sword god faltered, the presence of Sai Hua was sufficient for self-preservation. In stark contrast, Shangwan Yin was seething with rage, while the impatient Li Chunfeng on the stretcher spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. Damn disciple! Damn disciple! Old Li, do not despair. With that mere bloodblade, even after 2 millennia of practice, it may never surpass me. Since you have come to my abode as guests, I must ensure your safety. Otherwise, shall I tarnish the reputation of Sai Hua? Sai Hua waved his robe with unshakable confidence, casting a scornful gaze upon the Bloodblade Elder, who was also at the mid-stage of the celestial realm. However, contrary to expectations, the Bloodblade Elder burst into laughter and readily conceded, You speak true. I cannot best you. Yet, your adversary this time is not I. My task is merely to eliminate that old wretch, while you shall contend with others. As his words echoed, a swarm of venomous insects surged from the distance, darkening the sky. This ominous cloud carried a man clad in a black robe, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence, descending from above. Long time no see, my senior, Sai Hua. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Sai Hua felt a surge of dread, mirrored by the despair etched on Li Chunfeng's face. Miao Sanbu. So you have indeed allied with them. One may indulge in reckless feasting, but one must not speak carelessly. My Miaojiang has always been idiosyncratic. How could I ever conspire with others? I harbor no desire to confront you, my senior, yet the rewards offered are too enticing. Miao Sanbu's lips curled into a sinister smile, his entire being enveloped in a shroud of black mist. Wherever the mist passed, trees withered, leaving a barren expanse devoid of life within a radius of several dozen meters. Even the likes of King Jinbei and his companions kept their distance. Such a master of poison instilled fear in the hearts of all who encountered him. His name, Miao Sanbu, stemmed from the fact that those who had faced him rarely took more than 3 steps before succumbing to his venom. Witnessing the formidable array before them, the Empress and her companions felt despondency wash over them. Even the smile on Sai Huatua's face gradually faded. Enough of this nonsense. Once I deal with this cripple, I shall proceed to slaughter the Medicine God Valley. Anyone daring to oppose my Miaojiang shall not be spared. Miao Sanbu's internal energy surged, transforming into a cloud of black mist as he leapt from the valley, aiming directly for Sai Huatua, who sat in a wheelchair. His internal energy manifested as a serpent, opening its jaws wide to strike. Sai Huatua's eyes narrowed, unwilling to yield. He forcefully propelled his wheelchair, lifting both himself and the chair into the air. His internal energy surged forth, coalescing into a massive black cat that clashed fiercely with the Lord of Miaojiang. Thus commenced the epic battle between cat and serpent, with neither party holding back, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble in their conflict. As their energies erupted, stones from the valley walls crumbled and fell, while a pungent mixture of blood and medicinal aromas permeated the entire gorge. The two superlative masters instinctively elevated their battlefield into the skies, leaving the valley floor to others. Upon witnessing the dramatic scene, Chu Linger found herself utterly astonished, her mouth agape and her large eyes filled with shock. Good heavens! Can a mere conflict cause such cataclysmic upheaval? How formidable must her invincible father be when enraged? It is no wonder he seldom displays his wrath. This is astonishing. This group of individuals emerges only to engage in chaos and violence. How perilous! Surely, Linger cannot perish here. The beautiful sister and that elderly gentleman seem to be struggling. With her father absent, Linger is left unprotected. He once advised her that a gentleman should not stand beneath a precarious wall. Perhaps she should flee? Yet, the beautiful sister is truly magnificent. It would be such a pity if she were to perish. Moreover, Sister Shangwan has been quite kind to me, not only teaching me to ride, but also promising to instruct me in martial arts. What should I do? Linger does not wish for them to be harmed. As Chu Linger wrestled with her thoughts, the Empress, filled with guilt, placed her beside Li Chunfeng. Linger, I am so sorry. I have brought you into this peril. Alas, had I not taken you along, we would not be in this predicament. Rest assured, I shall do everything to ensure your safety. Stay close to Grandpa Li and do not wander off. With that, the Empress waved her hand, and Shangwan Yin, along with the 20 or so profound-level experts, unleashed their powers, charging directly at the enemy. The Empress herself ascended into the air, her initial heavenly aura radiating with tremendous force. Instantly, she donned a layer of armor forged from eternal ice, transforming into a goddess of winter, wielding an ice sword aimed at the formidable Bloodknife ancestor and the Northern King. The Empress's presence intensified, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet by several degrees. Be careful, beautiful sister, Chu Linger shouted, but her voice was quickly drowned out by the clamor of battle. Although the Empress possessed exceptional talent and formidable imperial might, enabling her to contend with the Bloodknife ancestor and the Northern King, Shangwan Yin and her companions soon found themselves in dire straits against double the number of foes. The situation was overwhelmingly unfavorable. Chu Linger watched in anxious despair. If the beautiful sister were to falter, who would assist her in finding her mother? This invaluable ally must not perish. Just as she pondered her helplessness, a feeble yet furious voice nearby captured her attention. How infuriating! Truly, a tiger fallen in the plains, bullied by dogs. Were it not for my poisoning, a single sword strike from me could annihilate them completely. Alas, after traversing the world, I never imagined I would meet my end here. Li Chunfeng observed the Empress and her companions battling valiantly, feeling a mix of heartache, rage, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Presently, he could scarcely move, let alone fight. He could only mutter a few words to vent his frustration. That loquacious old man. If Linger were to assist you in removing the poison, would you not be able to protect the beautiful sister? Naturally. I, the master of the sword, am unparalleled. Few can compare to me. They are but insignificant pests. Li Chunfeng replied weakly. Chu Linger had a clear understanding in her heart and immediately reached into her pocket to rummage around. Humph, you doubt my father's detoxifying pill? Now you must rely on him, don't you? Watch as I cure you, and you will naturally believe in my father's abilities. In no time, the beautiful sister will become a lovely stepmother. Meanwhile, Chu Mo, who was busy tilling the soil and planting cabbage at home, received a notification from the system. Ding! Detected that daughter Chu Linger is in danger and urgently requires a universal detoxifying pill. Chapter 7. The world's most extraordinary poison has truly been unraveled. The sun shone brightly, and the flowers smiled at me. The little bird chirped, "Good morning. Why are you carrying a bundle of explosives?" As Chu Mo sang, he swung his hoe. Without his daughter by his side, life was remarkably easy. However, the fields still needed to be cultivated. He intended to plant more organic cabbage to send to his beloved daughter. Nowadays, Chu Mo resembled a rural father, eager to provide for his daughter, fearing she might not have enough to eat or drink. Just as he was merrily digging, a sudden notification from the system startled him, causing his hoe to slip from his grasp. What the heck? My Linger is in danger? Where has she gone? Why does she need a detoxifying pill? Has she been poisoned? But I don't possess any detoxifying pills. Concern leads to chaos. Seeing his daughter in peril for the first time, Chu Mo became flustered and lost his composure. Ding! Didn't the host start with a universal detoxifying pill? If you dawdle any longer, your daughter will be lost, and you will have to start anew. The system's reminder brought Chu Mo back to a semblance of calm. Quickly, send it over. If the medicine runs out, I can still sign in for more, but if I lose my daughter, I won't have anyone to start anew with. Until her mother returns, I can only have this one account. After dispatching the detoxifying pill via the system, Chu Mo fixed his gaze intently on his daughter's status page, anxious about her safety. At that very moment, on the other side, Chu Linger rummaged through her dimensional bag and finally grasped a detoxifying pill the size of a fist. Ah, finally found it. But why is this pill larger than the ones father used to give me? I don't recall packing one this big before I left. Chu Linger felt a bit puzzled, gazing at the dark, lumpy detoxifying pill in her hand, resembling a cow dung ball. Chu Linger grinned mischievously. Being small, father always fed me a pill the size of my pinky, while the old man, over 300 years old, would likely require a larger dosage. So dear old man, if you consume this lump of detoxifying pill, your poison will surely be cured. Then, I can save the beautiful sister. Chu Linger tossed the detoxifying pill in her hand, squatted beside Li Chunfeng's stretcher, and stared intently at him. Upon seeing the detoxifying pill in Chu Linger's hand, Li Chunfeng felt an overwhelming reluctance. The esteemed physician has already proclaimed that this concoction is merely composed of pot-bottom ash and mud, rendering it utterly useless. Furthermore, who can ascertain whether that mud has been tainted by animal excrement? Who knows if, when her father was crafting the elixir, remnants of last night's vigor lingered on his hands? I shall not partake. I would rather meet my demise than consume pot-bottom ash. If such ash were truly beneficial, I would defy gravity and relieve myself upside down. Chu Linger wrinkled her nose in disdain, finding the old man repulsive. Raising her gaze to the perilous scene involving Shangguan Yin and the Empress, she recognized the urgency of the situation. Observing that Li Chunfeng was immobilized, a mischievous smile danced upon her lips. Without further ado, she forcefully pressed the fist-sized detoxification pill toward Li Chunfeng's mouth. Seeing the mirth on Chu Linger's face, Li Chunfeng was filled with dread. At that moment, the petite girl appeared to him as terrifying as a demon. Goodness! After a lifetime of navigating dangers, I am now to be fed pot-bottom ash by a young girl? What transgressions have I committed to endure such a fate before my end? The ailing Li Chunfeng found himself utterly unable to resist, helplessly watching as the devilish girl shoved the ashen pill into his mouth. Lying down, the large pill lodged itself in his throat. In an instant, he began to choke, his face turning crimson as tremors overtook him. This scene filled Chu Linger with delight. It works. My father's detoxification pill is indeed effective. Look, beautiful sister. The old gentleman appears revitalized. In the distance, The Empress, upon hearing Chu Ling-er's exclamation, momentarily lost her focus. In this fleeting moment, Bloodblade Ancestor and King of the North seized the opportunity, forcing her back towards Li Chunfeng. The Empress wiped a crimson stain from her lips and, upon closer inspection, observed Li Chunfeng with his mouth agape, one hand frantically clawing at his throat. Realizing the situation, even the typically composed Empress could not suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth, casting a sympathetic glance toward Li Chunfeng. Is this what is referred to as the fabled delayed pill? Indeed, it appears to invigorate one post-consumption. A formidable master of the heavenly tier on the brink of death, nearly suffocated, leading to whispers of the sword god's disgrace. Yet, despite her thoughts, the Empress refrained from scolding Chu Ling-er. Instead, she channeled her inner strength, preparing to pat Li Chunfeng's back to dislodge the pill. But at that moment, the massive pill in Li Chunfeng's throat dissolved instantaneously. It transformed into a pure and powerful energy, coursing through his limbs and internal organs. Upon encountering this energy, the demons within his organs vanished as if struck by salt. The once blackened insides began to return to their normal state. The potency of the detoxification pill was both formidable and unyielding. Before such energy, any toxin seemed trivial. Feeling a resurgence of vitality, Li Chunfeng stood in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. But just then, the King of the North and Bloodblade Ancestor charged forth. Your Majesty, what other means do you possess? Do not hesitate to reveal them. Otherwise, you shall have no further opportunities. In the face of the two provocateurs, the Empress remained silent, her demeanor icy. Her noble figure stood resolutely before Chu Ling-er and Li Chunfeng, not retreating an inch, her gaze vigilant against the adversaries before her. The formidable sword god and the Empress, renowned as the most exquisite beauty of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, were destined to meet their demise here today. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the Crown Prince felt an inexplicable thrill within. Rest assured, after your demise, I shall ensure your remains do not go to waste. My ancestor relishes such warm offerings. The Northern King gazed at the two with brazen confidence, his eyes scanning the Empress. Devoid of greed or pity, only contempt. Beside him, the Bloodblade Ancestor licked his lips lasciviously, viewing the Empress as delectable prey. Having courted countless women, he had yet to experience the Empress. Today, he considered himself fortunate. My lord, we have dallied too long. I can hardly contain my impatience. Let us strike while she is weak. Prolonged delays may invite unforeseen complications. With that, the two charged at the Empress. Just as she prepared to engage in a desperate struggle with her ice spirit sword, a brazen voice echoed from behind. Have I not granted you enough face? Upon hearing that familiar voice, a glimmer of surprise flickered in the Empress's eyes, while the Northern King and his companion were struck with terror, halting in their tracks. Following the sound, they beheld Li Chunfeng, who had previously been gravely wounded, now standing tall, radiating the sharpness of a drawn sword, his sword intent saturating the air, aimed directly at the Northern King and the Bloodblade Ancestor. The two stood dumbfounded. How could this be? The old man was barely clinging to life just moments ago. How could he suddenly regain his vigor? Bloodblade, go and test him. I suspect he is merely a dying ember, putting on a show, commanded the Northern King. The Bloodblade Ancestor furrowed his brow, but did not budge. My lord, you are the protagonist today. I believe that such a monumental feat as defeating the sword god is best left to you. A mere supporting character like myself cannot steal the spotlight. As they spoke, a wave of sword energy surged forth. The two raised their weapons to meet it, but were sent sprawling backward, flying several meters. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through their weapons, they exchanged glances and shouted in unison, retreat. Li Chunfeng was a force capable of single-handedly holding a nation in check. Among the celestial tier experts in the realm, he was unparalleled, though they were unsure of how he had recovered. The Northern King and the Bloodblade Ancestor understood that they stood no chance against this old man, especially with the Empress at his side. This was the might of a late-stage celestial tier expert. As long as Li Chunfeng remained, no one dared to act recklessly. As the Northern King retreated, the multitude of skilled fighters instantly vacated the valley. The sovereign of Miaojiang and Sai Huadu had also reached a stalemate, both bearing wounds at their lips. Humph, lame fool, when the mountains do not turn, the waters shall shift. We shall meet again. With that, the sovereign of Miaojiang, soared into the sky. Sai Huadao and the sword god did not intervene. As the battle concluded, Shangwan Yin and her companions, each bearing injuries, staggered forward and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, we have failed to protect you and are willing to accept punishment. The Empress gently raised her hand, saying, Rise, what crime have you committed? We shall reward you upon your return to the palace. However, she furrowed her brow, looking at Li Chunfeng with a hint of confusion. Even Sai Huadao, filled with curiosity, seized Li Chunfeng's wrist to check his pulse. Immediately losing his usual composure, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, What? The world's deadliest poison, the Yama's curse, is gone? How is this possible? Chapter 8. Linger, your father is a formidable being who has shattered the void? The Yama's curse is gone? Elder, are you certain you did not make a mistake? The Empress, Shangwan Yin, and the Earth-ranked master were all astonished. Just moments ago, Li Chunfeng had been in agony. Yet now he appeared revitalized. Could he truly be healed? Though I am old, I can still discern this poison clearly. Indeed, it has vanished completely. There is not a shred of toxin left in your body. Even the residual poison from before has been entirely purged. This is nothing short of a miracle. Oldly, please tell me how this came to be. A poison I could not cure, yet you have managed to do so? Sai Huadao, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped Li Chunfeng's shoulders and shook him fervently. If he could master the antidote for the Yama's curse, then the ruler of Miaojiang would no longer be a threat. Most importantly, perhaps he could find a breakthrough opportunity within the antidote itself. When questioned by the gathered crowd, Li Chunfeng stared blankly for a few seconds. Recalling the events, he turned uncertainly to Chu Linger. Just now, the little girl Linger fed me a substantial amount of pot residue, and then I felt my body begin to recover significantly. As for what transpired afterward, you all witnessed it. However, although the poison had been dispelled, his strength had not fully returned. Nor could he retain the Bloodblade and Lu Ji. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted towards Chu Linger, each swallowing hard in anticipation. Sai Huadao managed to smile. Little divine healer Linger, did you truly cure this old man's poison? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Chu Linger patted her chest and her bag, proudly declaring, Of course. From the very beginning, I stated I could heal Grandpa's ailment. I also mentioned that my father's antidote, known as the universal antidote, can cure any poison. Who told you not to believe me? Just now, in such peril, I gave him the largest dose I had. The crowd gasped in astonishment. If even the Yama's curse could be resolved, could it be true that Linger's father was indeed the greatest physician in the world? Was he a hidden superpower? As the poison was lifted, everyone's curiosity about Linger's father's identity intensified. Stunned by Linger's assertiveness, Sai Huadao was momentarily speechless. Despite having observed her detoxification pill, which was merely ash from the bottom of a pot, the question lingered. How could it possibly neutralize toxins? Little Linger, might you allow your elder brother a glimpse of the antidote your father left for you? Sai Huadao began to doubt his previous assessment. Perhaps this elixir concealed some hidden ingredients. It could not simply be ash from a pot. Her father could not possibly be a mere veterinarian. Who would believe that a veterinarian could counteract the lethal toxins of the ruler of Miaojiang? Chu Linger, with an air of pride, turned her head away. No way. Just previously, you remarked that my father's pill was akin to mud and utterly useless. Sai Huadao chuckled awkwardly, fully aware of his own shortcomings. Ahem. I concede that I may have spoken too loudly before. I now believe in the efficacy of your detoxification pill, and I apologize, dear elder brother. Observing Sai Huadao's obsession with the remedy, willing to lower himself to apologize to a mere child, the onlookers were taken aback. The Empress gently ruffled Chu Linger's hair and inquired, Linger, if possible, would you let the senior examine it? Let him admire the remarkable concoction your father has created, which is unmatched in the world. Through their interactions, the Empress had discerned the nature of the little girl. She was fiercely protective of her father, easily provoked if he were belittled. With the Empress's encouragement, Chu Linger decisively agreed, tapping Sai Huadao on the shoulder with an air of maturity beyond her years. Hey, we've shared trials together. I shall bestow upon you a detoxification pill. With that, she rummaged in her satchel and produced another dark pill, placing it in Sai Huadao's hands. Gazing at the pill, Sai Huadao scratched his head in confusion, his composure slipping as he scrutinized it repeatedly. Indeed, it appeared to be nothing more than ash from a pot. Yet why did it seem so perplexing? Observing this, Li Chunfeng interjected with a hint of mockery. Ash from the bottom of a pot, you say? Do you believe it could counteract the king of hell's toxins, or cleanse the remnants of past pill poisons? Perhaps your medical skills pale in comparison to Ling Er's father, preventing you from perceiving the true nature of this remedy. When I ingested it, the pill dissolved immediately, exhibiting effects surpassing that of heavenly-grade elixirs. As cultivators, they had all consumed numerous healing and refining medicines. Yet, every remedy bore its share of toxicity, leaving unavoidable remnants within one's body. This lingering toxicity was notoriously difficult to eradicate. However, Li Chunfeng now appeared as youthful as he did in his 30s, with no trace of any residual toxins. This realization was what astonished Sai Huadua the most. Nodding thoughtfully, Sai Huadua mused. It is indeed possible that some brilliant technique was employed to conceal the properties of this medicine, rendering it inscrutable to me. This remedy cannot be so simple. It likely transcends the realm of heavenly-grade elixirs. Truly, there are always individuals beyond our comprehension, realms beyond our own. I must preserve this pill, for I am determined to unravel its mysteries in my lifetime. Little did Sai Huadua know that the antidote given to Li Chunfeng was indeed a detoxification pill provided by the system, while the one he held was genuinely just ash from the bottom of a pot. Sai Huadua cradled the detoxification pill as if it were a precious treasure. As the crisis dissipated, the Empress turned and crouched down, gazing at Chu Linger with an affectionate expression. Linger, I am truly grateful to have you by my side this time. You have been an immense help to me, indeed a lifesaver. What reward would you desire, dear sister? Speak, and I shall grant it, even if it means bestowing upon you the title of a little princess of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. By the way, Ling, do you genuinely not remember where your home is? I wish to pay a visit to your father. The Empress's intentions were simple. It was not merely her heartfelt fondness for the little girl that motivated her. She also wished to meet the renowned father of Chu Linger, the one whom she had heard so much about. After witnessing the seemingly unremarkable pill resolve the world's most peculiar poison, both the Empress and Li Chunfeng, along with others, developed a profound interest in Linger's father, Zhao Wudi. With such remarkable medical skills, it was only natural that his martial prowess would be equally impressive. Establishing a good rapport with Linger would be tantamount to befriending a concealed master. Chu Linger lifted her head, a sly expression flashing across her cherubic face. Leaving the Empress momentarily taken aback, she resembled a shrewd merchant. Sister, I ventured so far away that I truly cannot recall where my home lies. Moreover, Linger does not desire a reward, since you have acknowledged it as a life-saving grace, and that the pill was crafted by my father. It is as if he saved you. My father often says that a life-saving favor should be repaid with one's body. Why not have the beautiful sister marry my father? That way, Linger can be with you every day, and you wouldn't need to make a special visit to my father, right? At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. On the side, Shang Wanyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Linger, what on earth has your father taught you? Do you understand the stature of Her Majesty? She is. Before she could finish, Chu Linger nodded with a smile, her gaze appraising the Empress with great satisfaction. Oh, I do know. I have heard you and Sister Shangwan refer to her as Your Majesty numerous times. My father said that only the Emperor can be addressed as Your Majesty, hence the beautiful sister must surely be our empire's Empress. Shangwan Yin was momentarily stunned, looking at her with confusion. If you are aware that she is the Empress, how dare you suggest that she marry your father? Are you not afraid of losing your head? Why should I fear? My father once swept across 6 kingdoms and reigned as emperor for decades before transcending realms. I am practically in the presence of an emperor every day. There is nothing to fear. Chu Linger waved her hand dismissively, uttering words that left everyone astounded. What? Your father actually swept across 6 kingdoms and reigned for decades, and then transcended realms? While we are unaware of these 6 kingdoms, the notion of transcending realms seems to exist only in legends. We have merely heard tales of it. Are you saying that Linger's father is indeed over 500 years old? A hush fell over the crowd. Initially, they had scoffed at the idea of transcending realms. But recalling their earlier skepticism regarding Chu Linger's medicinal prowess, they found a newfound respect for her claims. In that moment, the mysterious father of Linger garnered a sense of reverence from all present. Such a master, never to be seen, is indeed a matter of regret. Li Chunfeng and Sai Huadu both sighed softly. Seeing everyone so reverently admire her father, Chu Linger was utterly delighted, her mouth stretching into a broad smile that revealed her small canine teeth. Her large, sparkling eyes resembled crescent moons, curving adorably. My father is indeed over 500 years old. I, Zhao Linger, have always been honest since childhood and never told a lie. So, how about it, beautiful sister? Would you consider dedicating yourself to my father? A bemused expression suddenly appeared on the cold visage of the empress. Unable to restrain herself, she gently tapped Chu Linger's head and shot her a playful glare. You little rascal, how old are you? What do you know of marriage? Moreover, I already have someone I cherish, and regardless of how extraordinary your father may be, it is simply impossible. Love requires mutual affection. A glimmer of tenderness and nostalgia flickered in the empress's eyes as she unconsciously caressed the ginkgo leaf in her possession. Once I have quelled the internal strife, I shall seek you out, dear husband, and make you the happiest man in the world. Listening to the empress, Chu Linger felt a surge of melancholy. So, the beautiful sister had someone she adored? That meant she could not become her father's concubine after all. What a pity for such a beautiful woman. Wait, hadn't her father once drunkenly uttered something? As long as the hoe is wielded well, no wall can withstand it. Once the beautiful sister learns more of her father's merits, she is bound to fall deeply in love. With that thought, Chu Linger broke into a mischievous grin. Lu Qingxue shivered slightly, feeling an inexplicable chill creep down her back, as though something sinister were watching her. What mischief was the little girl plotting now? Since you cannot find your home, why not accompany your sister back to the imperial capital? Although your father is a master and may have left you means for survival, a young girl alone in the outside world is ultimately unsafe. Come with your sister to the imperial capital, and I shall make you a princess. Besides, your father does possess cultivation techniques for women, does he not? I, along with Sister Shangwan, will personally teach you and guide you into the realm of cultivation. How does that sound? Chapter 9. Testing talent. Upon hearing the empress's suggestion, Chu Linger pondered for a few seconds before joyfully nodding in agreement. Her father had mentioned that the palace was filled with beautiful women, and if the empress could not find any, Linger could always settle for a few lovely princesses to bring back as stepmothers. All right, my father is already unmatched in the world. As his daughter, I must not tarnish his reputation, hence I must practice my martial skills. Thus, Chu Linger accompanied Lu Qingxue and the others as they journeyed to the imperial capital of Chang'an, with the prior debt of gratitude for saving her life. The clever and lively Chu Ling naturally became the beloved of the group. The reclusive Sai Huatu, at Li Chuanfeng's invitation, also chose to emerge from his seclusion. With a heart as clear as a mirror, Sai Huatu mused that since Linger's father could dispel the king of hell's malevolence, his medical prowess must surely surpass that of Sai Huatu himself. Could it be that there was hope for his crippled leg to be healed? Upon returning to the imperial capital, both the empress and the northern guardian king seemingly ceased to pursue the matter of the assassination in the Medicine Valley. Lu Qingxue, mindful of the larger picture and concerned about disturbing the foundations of the empire, was also cautious of the sword god Li Chunfeng. The two parties exhibited an extraordinary tacit understanding, as if the incident had never transpired. Yet, at this moment, Lu Qingxue found herself beset by another dilemma. Your Majesty, this must not be so. How can an unremarkable girl of unknown origins become the princess of our ice spirit kingdom? Indeed, since the inception of our kingdom, there has been a decree that prohibits the adoption of daughters except for those of meritorious lineage or with a clear background, let alone bestowing the title of princess. This girl is not of a loyal and virtuous lineage. Are you, Your Majesty, intending to undermine the regulations established by our predecessors? This could incite turmoil both in the court and among the populace, making it difficult to gain their approval. During the morning assembly, Lu Qingxue had broached the subject of adopting Linger as a daughter and elevating her to the status of princess. However, she was met with counsels from several esteemed officials, including the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of Personnel, and the Minister of Justice. After bowing respectfully, they subtly cast glances at the Northern Guardian King, as if seeking his guidance for the next steps. The Northern Guardian King smirked slightly and nodded ever so subtly. Although he could not currently contend with the Empress, he could devise ways to vex her. By continuously obstructing the Empress and diminishing her influence, he could naturally weaken her power. Upon hearing their words and witnessing their subtle gestures, Lu Qingxue's expression darkened. These venerable officials, who had once remained neutral, were now conspiring with the Northern Guardian King? With a countenance as cold as ice, Lu Qingxue raised her hand to silence them. Esteemed officials, though Linger may not be of a loyal and virtuous lineage, who is to say she cannot ascend to the status of princess? If I recall correctly, there is a clause in our ancestral teachings that states, should one possess extraordinary talent, they may also be welcomed into the royal family. This statement elicited a flurry of exchanged glances among the assembly. The Ice Spirit Empire not only had a Northern Guardian King, but also a Southern Guardian King of celestial rank. With one in the north and the other in the south, they maintained a delicate balance of power, and this Southern Guardian King was an orphan. However, due to his exceptional talent, he had been adopted by the late emperor and provided with ample resources, ultimately leading him to break through to celestial rank. The Minister of Rights from the Empress's faction bowed respectfully, saying, "Indeed, such a provision exists. May I inquire, Your Majesty, what is the implication of your statement?" The Empress nodded. "Precisely. According to the calendar, today marks the triennial assessment of the talent of the princes and princesses. I intend to have Linger undergo this evaluation. And should her talent reach celestial rank, I trust that none of you will oppose this matter any further?" Upon hearing this, the officials nodded, albeit with skepticism. In the realm of Shenzhou, talent levels, akin to strength, were classified. The lowest was yellow, while the highest was celestial, corresponding to the potential for growth and strength. For instance, Shangwan Yin possessed talent at the late stage of the Earth rank, thus her achievements in this lifetime would likely be confined to that level. Whether she could break through to celestial rank depended on whether she encountered significant fortuitous events or profound realizations in the future. Earth rank was already an extraordinary level of talent, a rarity among thousands. To attain the qualifications for the celestial tier, what formidable challenges must one face? It seems almost unattainable. In recent decades, the Ice Spirit Empire has only produced the Southern King and the Empress. The Northern King and several of his ministers exchanged glances, shaking their heads with a trace of scornful smiles. Meanwhile, a few loyal ministers to the Empress furrowed their brows, contemplating whether to offer counsel. The matter of Chu Linger joining the royal family is a strategic contest between the Empress and the Northern King. Should Chu Linger prove lacking in aptitude, her inability to enter the royal family would undoubtedly undermine the Empress's authority. Yet, the Empress remained unfazed. After all, Chu Linger had claimed her father was a formidable figure capable of traversing the void. Surely, her own talents could not be inferior. Let us proceed. Since there are no objections, we shall go to the testing hall, the Empress declared, rising and striding out of the council chamber, followed closely by her ministers. Moments later, the entourage arrived at the testing hall. Inside, dozens of children aged between 5 and 10 gathered in quiet anticipation, seemingly awaiting something significant. At the front of the hall stood an elegant scholar, reciting the rules of the test in a soft murmur. Behind him lay a large Bagua stone array. At its center, a diamond-shaped crystal used for assessing innate talent. Upon the entrance of the Empress and her ministers, the scholar and the gathered young nobles knelt in reverence. "Your Majesty," they greeted in unison. "Rise, do not mind me. Continue with your proceedings. I am merely here to observe for any potential talents," the Empress replied. Her right hand raised in a dismissive gesture, her expression as frigid as ever. The courtiers had long since grown accustomed to her icy demeanor, as she treated all with the same cool indifference. Chu Linger smiled, obediently taking her place at the end of the line, her curiosity piqued by the unfolding events. Having emerged from the mountains, she found everything utterly fascinating. "Young lords and ladies, when your names are called, please step forward and allow a drop of your blood to enter the array. It will assess your innate talents. Your qualifications will determine your future achievements. I implore you all to take this seriously. Crystals below the yellow tier are colorless. Yellow tier is blue, mysterious tier is purple, earth tier is golden, and celestial tier is red." After the introduction, the scholar methodically placed several spirit-infused crystals at the array's foot. As the crystals embedded themselves, the array activated, causing the large Bagua formation to begin to rotate. This spectacle drew the attention of the young nobles, each craning their necks to see. Even Chu Linger fetched a small stool, standing on tiptoe, eager to witness the proceedings. Once the array was fully operational, the scholar shook his robes and raised his voice. "Form a line, one at a time." With this command, The children began the testing in an orderly fashion, under the pressure of the Empress and her numerous ministers. Even the most mischievous child became subdued. Lingnan Marquise Air, Blue, Yellow Tier Aptitude. Next, in the northwest, the Princess of the Gojin, adorned in purple, possesses the extraordinary talent of the Jinjie. As each child undergoes testing, some beam with joy at their exceptional gifts, while others are engulfed in despair at their meager endowments. Having arrived in the imperial capital for a day, Shang Wanyan has enlightened Chu Linger about numerous royal protocols. Chu Linger is acutely aware that this triennial testing ceremony signifies much, regardless of one's previous standing within the family. A favorable result at the ceremony promises a future paved with opportunities, with familial resources likely to be directed towards them. Conversely, poor results could render one a pariah within the family. Among the 50-odd participants, more than half have already been tested in the brief span of an hour. Yet none have attained the coveted DJ qualifications. Observing this scene, Chu Linger feels a tumult of anxiety and excitement, her small hands tightly clenched. At that moment, the Empress, with her icy demeanor, gently ruffles Chu Linger's hair, offering soothing words. Do not fear. I believe in you. You must prove those old men wrong. If they dare to look down upon you, let us strike back fiercely. Chu Linger nods earnestly yes. With such a formidable father, I shall not disappoint. This time, I will surely achieve Tanjia qualifications. Hearing their exchange, the king of the north and his retinue display disdain. Does this mountain chicken aspire to soar as a phoenix? Is it so easy to attain Tanjia qualifications? When this little girl inevitably falls short, I shall seize the opportunity to humiliate Lu Qingxue. What a fortuitous occasion. Today, I shall ensure she loses all face. Meanwhile, upon learning of Chu Linger's safety, Chu Mo indulges in a long, restful slumber. Upon awakening, he retrieves a weathered tome from beneath his bed and studies it with utmost seriousness, while simultaneously engaging in a significant endeavor. Chapter 10, Heaven. This little girl possesses such talent. Sitting at the head of his bed, Chu Mo, brimming with righteousness, pats his waist. After activating the sage mode, he feels invigorated. Having lived a solitary life for 8 years, Chu Mo certainly has his own methods of cultivation. Being young, he understands well. Glancing at the sage book with mild disinterest, he carefully places it aside. The host's actions have elicited disdain from the system. Even the system finds his behavior intolerable. Had it the capability to shield itself from the host, it would undoubtedly do so. Just looking at him feels like contaminating the circuitry. I scoff at you. I merely wish to improve my luck for the lottery. I recall receiving a lottery opportunity when I obtained you yesterday. What treasures might I draw? Chu Mo washes his hands and inquires within his mind. Many. Except for Panga's blood, all other items are up for grabs. As you are aware, every system is clamoring for Panga's blood, with only one Pangu. Where would the system procure such blood? As these thoughts linger, a golden disc materializes in Chu Mo's mind, densely inscribed with a multitude of treasures. What an array of treasures, from the sunflower scriptures, 6-pulse divine sword, millennial ginseng, to the blood sword and great returning pill, not to mention the mythical mounts, celestial beasts, and fairy maids. It is truly a cornucopia of wonders. However, the segment allocated to the fairy maid category on the pie chart is virtually negligible. Goodness, with so many priceless items, must they all be obtained through a lottery? Chu Mo felt dazzled, yearning for each one. Not necessarily. Rewards for signing in can also be claimed randomly. But the odds of obtaining rare treasures through the lottery are significantly higher. Host, having just experienced a stroke of luck, would you like to participate in the lottery? Well, of course. Chu Mo rolled his eyes. At his command, the pointer in his mind began to whirl rapidly on the golden disc. Fairy maid, divine beast white tiger, stop, for heaven's sake. This is my first time. Don't let me draw something worthless. Chu Mo screamed internally in a frenzy. Yet, it was all in vain. The pointer gradually slowed and ultimately came to rest on the words "Thank you for participating." Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Mo's face turned ashen, and he couldn't help but curse vehemently. Damn it, they couldn't even give me trash? How ruthless. Just as his tirade was about to continue, a notification from the system rang in his mind. Ding. Chu Linger is about to undergo a physical activation. Please allocate a special physique for her to ensure her development is quicker, better, and more stable. Hearing this, Chu Mo's curses abruptly ceased. Activate a physique? Where on earth is my daughter now, and why is she becoming so advanced? His gaze instinctively shifted to Chu Linger's attribute panel. At that moment, the physique section displayed the words mediocre. Chu Mo couldn't help but sigh deeply. We are indeed an unremarkable father-daughter pair, naturally devoid of those extraordinary physiques. To think I couldn't even draw anything this time. What am I to offer? What am I to offer? No sooner had he spoken than the pointer, which had seemingly come to a halt, was inexplicably nudged forward a fraction of an inch. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won the divine body. Blood fiend physique in your first lottery. Would you like to allocate it for use by Chu Ling? What is happening? Wasn't he had already stopped? Why did it suddenly move? Blood fiend physique? Divine body? Chu Mo was utterly perplexed. Once he comprehended the lengthy description that followed, he was rendered speechless in astonishment. Wow! How incredibly powerful. Undoubtedly a divine body. If my daughter possesses it, then I do as well. Should I not utilize such a divine body and let it gather dust? Moreover, let us proceed with today's sign-in and have the rewards delivered together. Ding! Sign-in successful. You have received a roast chicken. The item has been successfully dispatched. The final tester, Linger. In the testing hall, the instructor called out in a professional tone. Judging by his unremarkable expression, it was clear that this batch of students held no promise. What a challenge! Upon hearing her name, Chu Linger beamed with joy and skipped towards the esteemed sage. Greetings, venerable elder. At last it is my turn. The sage, observing the petite girl clad in humble linen with a burlap bag slung over her shoulder, felt his spirits lift, seemingly enchanted by her infectious smile. Indeed, though modestly dressed, you exhibit great decorum. Come forth. Prick your finger and let a drop of blood fall upon the center of the array. Chu Linger bowed her head, retrieving a small knife from her bag, and deftly pierced her fingertip. A ruby droplet emerged. Observing this scene, the Empress, Shangwan Yin, and Li Chunfeng, who was covertly watching from the shadows, all cast expectant gazes upon Chu Linger. What extraordinary potential must the daughter of such a formidable being possess? Following the sage's instructions, Chu Linger released her blood onto the array. However, to her astonishment, the rhomboid crystal at the center merely flickered faintly before falling silent. Elder, what level of talent do I possess? She inquired with hope. The sage blinked in bewilderment. If I am not mistaken, it seems you possess no talent. Hearing this, Chu Linger was struck with profound disappointment. How can this be? Why does Linger lack potential? This unexpected turn of events left everyone in shock. The Empress and others were expressions of disbelief. How could the daughter of one capable of unraveling the king of hell's malevolence lack any aptitude? It was inconceivable. No wonder Linger lacked martial prowess. It was due to her absence of talent. Upon realizing Chu Linger's lack of qualifications, the Northern King and several elder ministers seized the opportunity to laugh heartily. With such mediocre talent, it seems she cannot enter the royal lineage. Indeed, compared to these young lords and princesses, she fell woefully short, lacking even the most rudimentary yellow-tier talent. At best, she might attain the rank of a third-tier martial artist. Clearly, without the backing of a prestigious family, possessing talent is exceedingly difficult. One must wonder what the emperor sees in this girl. This was not merely the elder's disagreement with her entering the royal family as a princess, but rather her own inadequacy. The empress felt a surge of displeasure at their mockery, a fierce glint of fury flashing in her eyes. However, as seasoned court officials, they skillfully navigated the boundaries of propriety, committing no offense. The empress also refrained from executing them in front of the assembled officials, for the court was not a dictatorship, and decisions were not solely hers to make. She had to consider the sentiments of her ministers. Are you instructing me on how to govern? We would never dare, Your Majesty, they replied. Yet, we must persist in our counsel. This girl, lacking talent, must not be made your adopted daughter nor allowed into the royal family. At the Northern King's prompting, the elder ministers spoke again. Bolstered by the Northern King's support, they felt emboldened to confront the Empress, sensing that she might not be as formidable as they had presumed. As she beheld the mockery directed at Chu Linger, the Empress felt an inexplicable surge of rage. Struggling to contain her inner power, it was as though her cherished heart's delight had been trampled upon, igniting within her a murderous intent. Despite the absence of any blood relation, why did she feel such profound concern for this girl? Lu Qingxue found herself perplexed, yet unwilling to ponder it further. She would simply act according to her whims. Just as she was poised to strike them down with a decisive blow, Chu Linger, with a defiant glint in her eyes, spoke up. Impossible. My father has proclaimed that I am a once-in-a-century talent for cultivation. How could I possibly lack aptitude? Surely, the blood drop was insufficient. I shall try once more. With that, Chu Linger seized the knife, preparing to cut deeper. At that moment, a warm surge of energy suddenly coursed through her body, weaving its way through her veins. The blood within her seemed to be consumed and replaced by this newfound energy. As it circulated, nurturing her entire being, Chu Linger felt an overwhelming vitality surging through her. Moreover, as she gazed at the blood on her hands, a strange yearning and restlessness stirred within her, an instinctive recognition of the blood's significance. Shaking her head to cast aside these peculiar thoughts, the indomitable Chu Linger once again let her blood fall upon the testing array. In an instant, the crystal emitted a brilliant glow. This time, the radiance was not fleeting. Rather, it was extraordinarily enduring. Most astonishingly, the light was neither blue, nor gold, nor red, but a dazzling array of colors. The entire testing hall appeared to be draped in a cloak of resplendent hues, illuminating every individual present. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astonished. What was happening? Just moments ago, the crystal had shown no reaction, yet now it radiated in a kaleidoscope of colors. Was the array malfunctioning? Or could it be that this girl possessed genuine aptitude? Confounded, the onlookers turned their gaze towards the scholar responsible for the assessment. The scholar, equally wide-eyed and bewildered, could hardly comprehend the phenomenon. It was impossible for it to be faulty. Even in death, this object would not fail. This girl must have awakened some extraordinary potential. In my 100 years of assessing aptitude, I have never witnessed such brilliance. What level could this possibly signify? Everyone, please wait while I consult the ancient texts. The astonished scholar retrieved a tome from his robes, feverishly searching for a record that might correspond to the radiance emitted by Chu Linger. The assembly held their breath, anxiously awaiting the scholar's findings. Even the Empress and Li Chunfeng refrained from a single breath. Li Chunfeng even employed his lightness skill to soar beside Chu Linger in protective vigil. Minutes later, the scholar discovered the relevant entry and let out a piercing cry, his face alight with disbelief as he shouted uncontrollably, "I found it! Good heavens! This little girl possesses such extraordinary aptitude." Chapter 11. I may have deduced who Linger's father is. Observing the dignified Confucian scholar, one could hardly believe that his features contorted in astonishment. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, their necks craning in anticipation. This little one, what exceptional talent does Linger possess? Could it be that she has reached the late stages of the earth rank? Even Li Chunfeng found his curiosity piqued, unable to restrain himself from inquiring. Addressed as little one by Li Chunfeng, the scholar felt no indignation. In comparison to his own venerable age, being over a century old, he indeed felt like a mere child. Having encountered the national teacher, he was certain she could not be of earth rank. Could it be that Linger harbors a talent of the celestial rank? Oh, how remarkable for our ice spirit nation to produce such a prodigy. Years ago, when the emperor awakened his ice soul physique, reaching the late stages of the celestial rank, it stirred immense excitement throughout the realm. Now, this young girl possesses such a constitution. I shall see who dares to obstruct her path to becoming a royal princess. Li Chunfeng, filled with astonishment, affectionately ruffled Chu Linger's hair, his admiration for talent rekindled. Yet, to his surprise, the scholar continued to shake his head, his expression shifting from astonishment to gravitas. No, it is not the celestial rank either. Have you ever heard of a talent that surpasses even the celestial rank? Upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng furrowed his brow, pondering something, his pupils suddenly widening. Are you suggesting a talent that transcends the celestial rank, one that exists only in legends? The scholar nodded, unfolding an ancient text. Indeed, national teacher, behold. According to the records, this young girl's talent lies far beyond the celestial realm. She has awakened a special physique, one that has only appeared once in history, the blood fiend physique. Upon hearing this, the assembled officials and generals could no longer maintain their composure, erupting into exclamations of disbelief. What? The blood fiend physique? The very one that absorbs a portion of a slain foe's power through the act of killing? Furthermore, in battle, the aura of the blood fiend can bypass enemy defenses and restore one's own internal energy, She is practically a born deity of slaughter. Wasn't that the physique possessed by the Shura king a millennium ago? The Blood Fiend physique, a legendary endowment, is known to all who have practiced. It is one of the mightiest physiques in the world. Unlike other practitioners who must rely on absorbing the spiritual essence of the world, filtering out impurities to cultivate, those with the Blood Fiend physique face no such bottlenecks. They need only to kill, continuously reaping the fruits of others' cultivation. This physique was born for slaughter. As long as there is killing, one shall never tire. The scholar numbly nodded, lifting the ancient text and reading aloud, word by word. According to the records, the last occurrence of such a physique was in the Shura king a millennium ago. The Shura king, both righteous and wicked, wielded this divine body and, within a mere few years, reached an unparalleled height, one that even celestial rank experts could only look up to in awe. Even during the zenith of martial prowess of the 6 ancient kingdoms, when all the formidable warriors were summoned to vanquish him, the Ashura king swept through them with an overwhelming force, annihilating every master until none remained. After extinguishing the 6 kingdoms, he reigned as emperor for several decades. Finding himself weary of the throne, he shattered the void and vanished without a trace, leaving behind a chaotic aftermath. Unexpectedly, a millennium later, we are again graced with the sight of such a divine being. Truly, there is no greater satisfaction in death. The sage sighed deeply. Upon hearing his words, the crowd gazed in rapt admiration, their attention fixated on Chu Linger. It was as if they beheld a dazzling new star ascending before their very eyes. With her hands on her hips, Chu Linger raised her head proudly, wrinkling her little nose at the Northern King and the several ministers who had tried to obstruct her. Humph! You mocked my lack of talent and looked down upon me. Now you have nothing to say, do you? My father is exceptionally powerful. How could I possibly lack in talent? In response, the Northern King's countenance darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Linger. This little girl's astonishing gift was hardly good news for him. If such a genius were not harnessed for his purposes, she would undoubtedly become an obstacle in the years to come. She must be eliminated. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring such a prodigy. However, I implore you to safeguard her well. Only those who survive and achieve greatness can truly be deemed talented. Those who perish prematurely mean nothing. The Northern King feigned a smile, casting a threatening glance at Chu Linger. Lu Qingxue regarded him coolly. You need not concern yourself with her. Guarding the northern borders is your duty. Humph. The Northern King, Lu Ji, snorted in anger before turning to leave. Witnessing the standoff between the king and the emperor, the civil and military officials fell silent, eyes cast down, nervously fidgeting with their fingernails. As the Northern King stormed out, Lu Qingxue could not suppress a slight smile. Chu Linger was thriving, and she felt a joy surpassing all others. As for the Northern King's threats, being the daughter of a supreme power, Chu Linger undoubtedly possessed her father's means of protection. Moreover, how could she allow anyone to harm her? Since Linger possesses such extraordinary talent, I trust my loyal ministers will not oppose my decision to adopt her as my goddaughter and bestow upon her the title of princess, Lu Qingxue declared coldly. The officials dared not raise their heads, nor did they dare to voice any dissent. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, little princess. Very well. All officials, heed my decree. From this day forth, I declare Linger to be Princess Yongla. Furthermore, should anyone dare to disclose even a whisper of her talents, they shall not escape my wrath. Lu Qingxue's dragon robe billowed as she cast a commanding gaze over everyone present. The chilling aura of her intent sent shivers through the officials. They had no doubt that should they reveal any information to the enemy, they would face dire consequences. Having spoken, Lu Qingxue took hold of Chu Linger and stepped out of the inspection hall under the watchful gaze of the officials. The imperial capital, the Sword Pavilion. As the residence of the national master Li Chunfeng, the Sword Pavilion was home to numerous formations and fiercely loyal experts. At this moment, Li Chunfeng, the Empress, Sheng Wanyan, and several powerful Earth-tier individuals affiliated with the royal family were gathered there. As for Chu Linger, with her wild disposition, she had long since wandered off to some corner of the Sword Pavilion. Within its walls, Lu Qingxue was not concerned for the young girl's safety. Esteemed colleagues, what is your opinion on Linger's innate talent? Lu Qingxue inquired, her expression grave as she surveyed the assembly. Elder Sai Huatoa slightly inclined his hands in salute. Such unparalleled talent is akin to a flawless piece of jade. It must be carefully nurtured and skillfully refined. However, the blood fiend body is unlike ordinary cultivators. Meditative practices are of no use. Advancement necessitates the absorption of blood essence through acts of slaughter. Given that the young girl currently lacks any cultivation, I propose we first establish a hunting ground. We can raise a selection of spirit-infused livestock there, and once Oldly imparts some basic sword techniques, we can allow little Linger to hunt sheep and deer. This way, she faces no danger while gaining foundational cultivation. Upon hearing this, the assembly took a moment to ponder before nodding in agreement. Elder Sai-'s words ring true. Although the blood fiend body is born for slaughter prior to its awakening, it is indeed quite fragile. It is out of the question to send Linger to kill humans. Therefore, slaying livestock will not only facilitate her advancement, but also build her courage, ensuring she does not falter in future confrontations. Most importantly, it guarantees her safety. Listening to the discourse, the Empress turned her gaze to an elderly official dressed in eunuch attire among her ranks. Wei Zhongxian, I entrust the matter of the hunting ground to you at the West Factory. I have faith in your ability to handle it adeptly. Indeed, Your Majesty, rest assured. Regarding the little princess's cultivation, I would never dare to be negligent, replied the eunuch Wei Zhongxian, his voice careful and precise. As the Empress's right hand, Wei Zhongxian's loyalty and competence were beyond reproach, and the assembly had no objections. Your Majesty, while the issue of cultivation has been preliminarily addressed, I believe that the shaping of one's character is of even greater importance. Li Chunfeng remarked thoughtfully. Linger is but 8 years old, her character yet to solidify. I propose we have the scholars from the Imperial Academy provide her with moral education. Furthermore, she should be exposed to formations, medicine, and martial arts. Not necessarily to master them, but at least to become familiar. This way, whether she steps into the martial world or the court, she will not find herself at a disadvantage. Having experienced the betrayal of a disciple, Li Chunfeng now placed immense value on character. The Empress nodded. Taking this matter to heart, she certainly did not wish for Chu Linger to become merely a butcher inclined to slaughter. For development to occur, it must be holistic. As the assembly deliberated on how to cultivate Chu Linger, the Empress noticed Shang Wanyan behind her, seemingly hesitant to speak. She gently inquired, Little Yin, do you have something to say? When questioned by the Empress, Shang Wanyan did not conceal her thoughts and respectfully saluted. Your Majesty, after much contemplation, I may have deduced the identity of Linger's father. Chapter 12. Her father is the Shura king from 10,000 years ago. The crowd's expressions turned serious, and they sat upright. Who is it? Please enlighten us. Your Majesty, do you and Master still recall Linger's words from yesterday? She mentioned that her father was invincible, a singular figure who once wielded a sword to sweep across the 6 kingdoms of Yin, Zhao, and Shu, reigning as emperor for decades before ultimately transcending into the void. Upon hearing this, the Empress exchanged glances with Sai Huaohua and Li Chunfeng, slowly nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, Linger did utter such words. What is the matter? Shang Wanyan's expression grew grave, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Your Majesty, during today's assessment of talent, the ancient texts also recorded that the Shura king swept through the 6 ancient nations 10 millennia ago, ruling as emperor for a considerable time before breaking through the void and departing this world. Does this not resemble Linger's father's experience? Furthermore, the Shura king possessed a blood fiend body, a rare constitution that appears only once in a millennium. Yet, it manifested in Linger. I am pondering whether there exists a connection between Linger and the Shura king. Or could it be that Linger's father is indeed the Shura king? Shang Wanyan dared not continue further. Her speculation left everyone in stunned silence, the words resonating like thunderclaps in their minds. The Shura king? Linger's father? You mean to suggest that you suspect Linger's father to be that very Shura king? This is merely my conjecture. I have no evidence to assert they are one and the same, Shang Wanyan replied, slightly bowing. Yet, the crowd seemed to believe her to some extent, as the idea held a semblance of reason. Although they appeared to be disparate individuals, when considering Linger's previous remarks alongside the ancient texts, it became evident that all clues pointed towards Linger's father being the legendary figure who transcended the void and was invincible in the world, the Shura king. Wait, the Shura king existed 10 millennia ago, while Linger's father is merely over 500 years old. That should be impossible, right? Sai Huadawa questioned skeptically. At this, Li Chunfeng appeared to have an epiphany, his expression growing serious. No, a being powerful enough to dominate an entire realm may not have shattered mere void, but rather the fabric of time itself. Time itself? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Are you suggesting that he could sever the river of time? Do you mean he could have leapt from ancient times into the present, while his physical age remains merely 500? Li Chunfeng shook his head slightly, uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his eyes, which sparkled with wisdom, and spoke slowly. I have only heard my master mention that warriors of great strength can transcend the river of time. However, this does not definitively imply that Linger's father is the Shura king. Yet, the fact that he could dispel the king of hell's curse with a single pill, a feat beyond your comprehension as a contemporary divine physician, attests to his unparalleled mastery in the healing arts. Moreover, for Linger to possess such extraordinary talents, even if her father is not the Azura king, he must undoubtedly be a formidable warrior. It is likely that our every move is under his scrutiny. He possesses absolute strength and could arrive to rescue Linger in times of peril. After all, which father would feel at ease allowing his exceptionally gifted daughter to wander the martial world at such a tender age? Furthermore, Linger has mentioned her father's mastery of various martial arts, such as the 18 dragon-subduing palms and the 6 meridians divine sword, both of which we have never encountered. If I am not mistaken, these might be legendary skills from ancient times. Li Chunfeng spoke eloquently. As the national master, his wisdom is undoubtedly profound, capable of advising the emperor. Furthermore, given his deep cultivation, he has access to information that is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, lending significant credence to his words. His reasoning is sound. If I were to have a daughter with such exceptional talents, I would undoubtedly cherish her dearly, nurturing her in isolation rather than allowing her to roam freely. Upon hearing his words, the crowd could not help but gasp in astonishment. One by one, they raised their heads, gazing into the surrounding void. Whether it was merely an illusion, they felt as if a pair of eyes were fixated upon them from the ether. Should they harbor any ill intentions toward Linger, they would likely find themselves struck down by divine retribution in the blink of an eye. A chill ran through the assembly, compelling them to sit up straight, their demeanor becoming tense and somewhat unnatural. Observing the anxious countenance of her loyal subordinates, the Empress raised a hand to calm them. There is no need for undue anxiety. If Linger's father truly is such a master, the better we treat her, the greater the rewards we shall reap in the future. Moreover, I am also Linger's adoptive mother. I would be remiss to harm her when I strive to protect and pamper her. In the days to come, I hope each of you will dedicate your utmost efforts to protect and educate Linger, ensuring that we do not disappoint that esteemed being. Upon hearing her words, the group nodded in unison, each resolved to win the favor of the young lady, for to win her affection was tantamount to befriending an unparalleled powerhouse. The slightest morsel of knowledge shared by her could yield immense benefits for them. After heartfelt deliberation among the crowd, they ultimately decided to allocate their finest resources to nurture Chu Linger. Li Chunfeng, the unparalleled healer, and several ministers skilled in the arts of music, chess, literature, and military strategy expressed their willingness to impart their knowledge generously. After finalizing the plan for Chu Linger's cultivation, the Empress began to stroll within the sword pavilion. Engaging in conversation with Li Chunfeng, she sought the whereabouts of Chu Linger. National Master, how is your health now? To what extent has your strength been restored? The recent actions of the Northern King have grown increasingly audacious. I find it difficult to contain my anger. Reflecting on the assassination attempt 2 days prior and today as challenges, Lu Qingshue's expression grew increasingly frigid. In response, Li Chuanfeng's weathered face revealed hints of bitterness. Although the curse of the King of Hell has been lifted, the damage inflicted upon his organs by previous afflictions is considerable, and it may be challenging to restore him to his peak form. Furthermore, I do not advise your majesty to take action at this moment. Do you not wish to see who else may emerge? If a change is to be made, let it be thorough and decisive. Observing Li Chuanfeng's frail and aged demeanor, Lu Qingxu sighed. The man was indeed a shadow of his former self. Is it true that even with Senior Yi's medical expertise, he cannot restore the national master? If only his injuries could be healed, the treasures in the royal treasury could be freely utilized. By the way, I possess a millennium-old blood ginseng. Before the thought could be fully articulated, it was interrupted by Sai Huana, seated in a wheelchair nearby. Futile. Old Li is far too advanced in age. Once internal organs are damaged, it is exceedingly difficult to restore them fully through medicine. Thus, the likelihood of him returning to his former glory is almost zero. Upon hearing this, both the Empress and Shang Wanyan revealed expressions of sorrow. He was, after all, the cornerstone of the empire. It was disheartening to witness such a hero in decline. At that moment, Sai Huadao seemed to have a revelation and continued, "Yet, it is not entirely devoid of hope. Should we obtain the flesh or essence of the 4 divine beasts, there is a chance for longevity. If we could procure the flesh of the vermilion bird, not only would it replenish lost vitality, but it could also enable a fiery rebirth, restoring old Li's organs to their youthful state. However, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise are beings of power far beyond the heavenly tier. How could we possibly acquire their flesh?" Both Li Chunfeng and the Empress sighed deeply, resigning themselves to the notion. How could mortals ever hope to compete with divine beasts? Even with the full might of the nation, they could not contend with a fully grown divine creature. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with despair, they noticed Chu Linger, who was hiding behind an artificial mountain, engaged in some unknown activity. Linger, what are you doing here? Why not join those older brothers and sisters?" The Empress approached quietly, only to discover that Chu Linger was gnawing on a roast chicken. The aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses, evoking the most primal of desires. Even Lu Qingxue, the ethereal Empress, could not help but swallow. Upon hearing the Empress's inquiry, Chu Linger looked up, revealing her greasy face, and grinned with innocent delight. "Hee. Linger is playing hide and seek with the older brothers and sisters. I hid so well that they searched for a long time without finding me." The Empress nodded in understanding, and Li Chunfeng smiled with warmth, reminiscent of the days when he had tenderly cared for the Empress as a child. Having such a cheerful presence nearby was indeed a blessing. Observing Linger's oily countenance, Li Chunfeng couldn't resist teasing, "Oh, so hide and seek comes with roast chicken? This chicken looks quite delectable, and for some reason, the moment I catch a whiff of this aroma, I feel a sense of ease, as though my internal injuries have been alleviated somewhat. Linger, where did you acquire this roast chicken?" Chapter 13. What? This roast chicken is from the divine beast vermilion bird? Roar. This was freshly prepared by grandfather for me, and just as Linger felt a pang of hunger, she seized the opportunity to satisfy her appetite. "Grandpa Li, would you care for a bite? It's quite delectable, and one tea gets stuck in your teeth." Without reservation, Chu Linger shook her treasured burlap bag and, using her greasy little hands, tore off a piece of chicken backside that she found unappetizing, extending it towards Li Chunfeng. Upon gazing at the succulent morsel, Li Chunfeng could not suppress a swallow. Despite being a top-tier powerhouse, one cannot entirely evade certain indulgences. The chicken backside was, in fact, a particular favorite of his, and its mere sight rendered him unable to restrain his craving. Casting a glance around, he noticed Sai Huadao's teasing gaze and, with great effort, turned his head aside. Thinking that this grandfather simply did not appreciate chicken backside, perhaps it was better to let it be. Observing this, Chu Linger blinked her eyes in realization. Sensing Li Chunfeng's stubbornness, she promptly sprang up and forcefully presented the chicken backside to him. "Oh, Grandpa Li, do stop pretending. Big brother Sai Huadao told me just yesterday that you have a particular fondness for chicken backside. I had thought you had a quarrel with it, which is why I saved some for you." Though consuming chicken backside in front of this assembly of disciples, the Empress and Sai Huadao might seem rather undignified. The intoxicating aroma wafting beneath his nose proved irresistible. Li Chunfeng cleared his throat, a benevolent smile gracing his face as he patted Chu Linger on the head. "Ahem. Since Linger is so insistent, even if Grandpa does not favor chicken backside, it seems I must partake." With a wide, eager mouth, the chicken backside was swiftly devoured, disappearing from Chu Linger's hand in an instant. Under the amused gazes of the onlookers, Li Chunfeng felt a flush rise to his cheeks as he chewed. And at the moment the flavors burst forth from within, he froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. "My goodness, this chicken backside is unlike any I have ever tasted." No sooner had he uttered these words than he quickly closed his eyes, savoring the transformations occurring within him. Witnessing the sheer ecstasy of someone relishing chicken backside, Sai Huadao rolled his eyes. "What is this? Was it not cleaned properly? Is there still some chicken droppings? Well, you've hit the jackpot. After all, One cannot openly consume chicken droppings, yet those who delight in chicken backside are fortunate enough to experience it. Upon hearing this, both the Empress and Shangguan Yin retched, taking a step back in unison, casting disdainful glances at Li Chunfeng. At this moment, however, Li Chunfeng had no time to retort or explain. A tumultuous transformation was taking place within him. The seemingly unremarkable chicken backside was exuding a vibrant life force, and as he swallowed, this wondrous vitality began to repair his severely damaged internal organs. Furthermore, he sensed a peculiar sensation that his lifespan was, in fact, extending. Though the pace was slow, it undeniably extended his lifespan, a result far superior to that of a millennium-old ginseng. Realizing the transformation within his body, Li Chunfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, he comprehended that the roasted chicken in the young girl's hand was likely extraordinary. He stepped forward, a sycophantic smile gracing his face, his eyes gleaming with fervent desire as he fixated on the roasted chicken held by Chu Ling. "Ah, Linger, this chicken is simply delectable. Might you spare an additional piece for your old grandpa? If that is not possible, could I at least savor a bit of the bone?" At this, Sai Huadawa could not contain his laughter. "I say, you old immortal, are you truly reduced to such a state, given your status as a national master? Master, you are a celestial-level expert. After all, maintain your dignity. If it comes to it, we could return and prepare a feast of roasted chicken." Shangguan Yin placed a hand to her forehead, feeling her master had brought shame upon himself. In the Ice Spirit Kingdom, he was second to none, yet today, he had descended to the depths of desiring to gnaw on bones for mere chicken. Upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at Shangguan Yin. "What did you say? Prepare a feast of what? Roasted chicken? Perhaps you should just gnaw on the bones." Shangguan Yin caught herself, her cheeks flushing with indignation. Li Chunfeng, unable to suppress his astonishment, candidly remarked, "You lot understand nothing. No dish could compare to the chicken in Linger's hand. It is not that I, Li Chunfeng, have a penchant for chicken backs. Rather, this meat possesses the power to mend my internal injuries and extend my life." The phrase "extend my life" slipped from Li Chunfeng's lips with great discretion, fearful of being overheard by others. After all, items that could prolong life were the most coveted treasures in the entire continent. Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy of competition. At this revelation, laughter erupted among the group, with Sai Huadawa's laughter ringing the loudest. "Ha! A mere chicken back has you believing it can heal wounds and prolong your life? You've truly lost your mind over chicken backs." Li Chunfeng chose to disregard him, offering no further explanation, and turned his earnest gaze towards Chu Linger. "Linger, look." Chu Linger glanced at the sizable roasted chicken in her hands, and then at Li Chunfeng's pitiful expression, a flicker of sympathy crossing her delicate features. "Father said the palace serves splendid meals, brimming with delicacies, with 108 dishes at every meal. Yet, I am so hungry and cannot even find the kitchen. And to think, the national master cannot even afford a piece of roasted chicken. How utterly pitiable. All right then, since I cannot consume so much, here, let Grandpa have this wing." With that, Chu Linger tore off a wing and handed it to Li Chunfeng. Trembling, he accepted it, tearing off a small morsel of meat and placing it beneath Sai Huadawa's nose. Irately stating, "Taste this." Sai Huadawa shrugged, unimpressed, and opened his mouth. "I've eaten chicken before. I will not be like you, lacking any ambition." Those such words were spoken. The moment the chicken entered his mouth, Sai Huadawa's eyes widened in disbelief. "This meat, indeed, as you have said, it can mend the internal injuries of a heavenly master and prolong life. Such a treasure surpasses the bounds of earthly and heavenly materials. Linger, is this truly the roast chicken your father prepared for you?" Sai Huadawa turned his head and asked with utmost seriousness. Chu Linger, bewildered, nodded, not comprehending why an ordinary roast chicken could elicit such profound reactions. "Yes, it is indeed my father who made it for me. Moreover, it was freshly prepared. It was still warm when I received it." "When did your father come?" "Mother mentioned visiting your father as well, just to admire the visage of the world's greatest master. Come, wipe your mouth. There's no rush. With your mother here, no one dares to snatch away your belongings." The Empress approached, crouched down, and gently wiped the grease from Chu Linger's mouth with a handkerchief, akin to a mother's tender care. Even such a small gesture warmed the heart of Chu Ling, who had grown up without a mother her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lu Qingxue. Is this the feeling of being cared for by a mother? Is this maternal love? Linger has a mother now. It is a pity that her godmother is not her father's wife. No, my father did not come. He sent this through the Qingquan bag. This is a precious item personally gifted to me by my father, said to be obtained from his adventures in the martial world. Whenever there is something delicious, my father always sends it to me through the dimensional bag. Chu Linger explained candidly, without concealment, and remained unperturbed about the possibility of it being taken away by those present. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their hearts shaken, and a thought emerged simultaneously. He can indeed send items across space. Linger has truly transcended the heavenly realm. They took a deep breath, suppressing their inner turmoil. Old Sai, do you know what breed of chicken this meat is? This could be immensely beneficial for me. If I could find such a chicken, I would raise some. In response, Sai Huadua pondered for a moment before raising his head, casting a mocking glance at Li Chunfeng. I know not the breed of chicken, but I certainly know what kind of toad you are, wishing to raise such a rarity? Li Chunfeng, enraged, retorted, Are you looking for trouble? Can you not speak properly? What is wrong with me raising a chicken? Sai Huadua shrugged, his expression gradually turning serious as he regarded the others, and said solemnly, This is likely not mere chicken meat. Given our status, we are utterly unworthy of raising such a creature. Its effects are strikingly similar to those of the mythical beast recorded in ancient texts, the phoenix. I suspect that the chicken in Linger's possession is none other than the legendary phoenix, and it was recently slaughtered. Thunderous silence ensued. The revelation struck the others like a bolt from the blue, leaving them astounded. What? The phoenix? That is a divine beast far exceeding the heavenly realm. How is this possible? How is it not possible? Aside from the phoenix, can you find any other poultry that could heal your old wounds? Could there truly exist a spirit beast that embodies such an abundance of life force? In Sai Huadua's eyes, astonishment mirrored the collective disbelief surrounding him. After all, this was the vermilion bird, a creature revered as a national guardian deity, now inexplicably transformed into a roasted chicken. Was the world truly descending into madness? The onlookers were reluctant to accept that the roast chicken in Linger's hands was indeed the vermilion bird. Yet, the evidence lay before them, leaving them utterly speechless. To utilize the vermilion bird as mere poultry was a testament to the extraordinary prowess of Linger's father. How fortunate was Linger to be the daughter of such an unparalleled master. Sai Huahua exchanged a glance with Li Chunfeng, both eager to inquire of Chu Linger's father if he would consider them as adopted sons. Should he not refuse, they would willingly pledge their allegiance to him as their foster father. Chapter 14. The terrifying blood fiend physique. Is this true talent? Gazing upon the roast chicken in Chu Linger's hands, the group found themselves at a loss for words. Their understanding of her father's formidable abilities had once again been profoundly challenged. However, Chu Linger remained blissfully unaware of the significance of the vermilion bird, perceiving it merely as an ordinary roast chicken. The individuals present were, apart from her father, the ones she cherished most. Thus, she felt no hesitation in sharing. Her father had instilled in her from a young age the virtue of sharing delightful food with loved ones. Here, beautiful mother, this chicken leg is for you. Sister Shangwan, this piece of liver and breast meat is for you. I can satisfy my hunger with the other leg. The rest can be shared among you. Grandpa Li and Brother Sai, since you seem to enjoy it so much, next time my father prepares a feast, I will ensure you all partake. With a gentle motion of her small hands, Linger began to tear the roast chicken into pieces, distributing it among the group. Watching the succulent morsels of chicken, the others felt an exhilarating thrill. This was flesh from the vermilion bird, a delicacy unattainable even at the celestial rank. And today they were graced with such an extraordinary encounter. Indeed, clinging to the little girl's leg proved more fortuitous than any opportunity. Linger, if we consume all your chicken, your father won't mind, will he? Just as Li Chunfeng was about to indulge, a grave concern struck him. This was a gift from Chu Linger's father. What if consuming the vermilion bird's flesh angered him? Could the ice spirit kingdom withstand his wrath? Chu Linger waved her hand dismissively. Father won't be upset. It's just one chicken. You can eat to your heart's content. We have many chickens at home. Probably over 30. Moreover, my father occasionally brings some back from his hunts. We never worry about a lack of chicken, and sometimes we even get to enjoy snake meat. Upon hearing this, the group was left in a state of disbelief. Even the Empress widened her eyes in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. The mere thought of a single vermilion bird's rear could incite insatiable desire in a master like Li Chunfeng. Yet, her family kept over 30. Furthermore, they occasionally hunted the vermilion bird. Were the vermilion birds of this era truly so feeble? Yet why had they never laid eyes on one? Given her father's prowess, could the snakes she mentioned possibly be dragons? The mere thought was staggering. The term big shot could scarcely encapsulate the magnitude of Chu Linger's father. With Chu Linger's assurance, the group no longer harbored concerns. They savored the exquisite vermilion bird meat, relishing every morsel until not a single bone fragment remained. After all, it was the vermilion bird. Even a single feather was considered a rare treasure. Once the roasted fowl was entirely consumed, Li Chunfeng's internal injuries were wholly healed, and he was granted an additional decade of life. He appeared to have aged around 70 or 80. But now he had remarkably rejuvenated to the appearance of 50 or 60. Likewise, Sai Huaduo advanced to the late heavenly stage, while the Empress also ascended to the mid-heavenly stage, gaining a minor realm. As for Shang Wanyan, she had shattered the limitations of her innate talent, breaking through to the early heavenly stage. Though her realm was still unstable, it was nonetheless a heavenly stage, a stark contrast to the earth stage. I, Li Chunfeng, had thought I would merely linger in my remaining years, but unexpectedly, not only had my organs healed, but my martial prowess also grew more refined. Now, I stand at the pinnacle of the heavenly stage, just a step away from a breakthrough. Tears of gratitude streamed down Li Chunfeng's face. Coming to his senses, he gazed at Chu Linger's endearing visage, filled with appreciation. I, Sai Huaduo, have also reached the late heavenly stage. Should I encounter Miao Sanbu again, I shall ensure he never returns. Sai Huaduo was equally exhilarated. Exchanging a glance with Li Chunfeng, the two elderly men silently vowed, henceforth, Linger shall be regarded as my dear granddaughter. No, my little aunt. Whoever dares to harm her shall face my wrath. Hee Linger, you have indeed rendered your mother a tremendous service. Thanks to your roasted chicken, the strength of your mother has ascended to a new level, enhancing our odds against the Northern King. The plan could thus be expedited. Lu Qingxue lifted Chu Linger, affectionately nudging her head. Chu Linger, content, nestled against her. Yet, internally, she mourned for the others. Eating roasted chicken and suddenly feeling better? How malnourished must my godmother, the elders, and sister Shangwan have been. It is my father who treats me well, nurturing me to be plump and healthy, just as they reveled in their advancements. The poised Shangwan Yin seemed to have made a discovery. Wait, Your Majesty, Master, I believe this roasted chicken may be a gift from the esteemed Sword Immortal. Otherwise, how could it be that just a moment ago we were concerned for our master's injuries, discussing vermilion bird meat, and in the next moment, Linger presents us with roasted vermilion bird? Is such coincidence conceivable? Indeed, as we previously surmised, our every action is under the watchful gaze of the Sword Immortal. Upon hearing this, the group's demeanor shifted. They exchanged glances and respectfully raised their hands, bowing to the void. We thank the esteemed elder for this grand gift. We shall wholeheartedly nurture young Ling. After the salutation, they raised their heads, only to find Chu Linger observing them with a puzzled expression. The Empress smiled gently. What troubles you, Ling? With a dissatisfied pout, Chu Linger exclaimed, Mother, you all have grown stronger after consuming chicken, yet I feel nothing beyond a full stomach. The Empress furrowed her brow in contemplation, and after a few moments, she spoke slowly. This may be related to Linger's unique constitution. The blood fiend physique cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Conventional cultivation methods will prove futile. Only through slaughter can one ascend. Upon mentioning this, the Empress realized it was time for Chu Linger to undergo an experiment, as the blood fiend physique existed solely in legends, and their understanding was limited. By the way, Linger, would you dare to kill some small animals? Kill small animals? Of course I can. Father has taught me to slaughter sheep, chickens, and ducks since I was little, saying that children from poor families must mature early. Chu Linger tilted her head, smiling as she responded, her expression revealing a hint of eagerness. The Empress and her companions exchanged incredulous glances. Very well, Linger, wait a moment. Grandpa Li will be back shortly. In a flash, Li Chunfeng vanished from the sword pavilion, only to reappear moments later, carrying a small lamb. Bah! He presented the lamb before Chu Linger. Would you like to give it a try? Our estimation suggests that if you begin by killing some small animals and absorbing their blood essence, you should be able to embark on your cultivation journey. Absolutely. If I can slaughter it, I can cultivate and become as powerful as Father. Upon hearing this, Chu Linger eagerly accepted the little lamb and produced a sharp knife, about a dozen centimeters long, from her pocket. Without a moment's hesitation, the knife plunged into the lamb's neck, blood gushing forth. Her actions were swift, decisive, and remarkably skilled. Her small hand unwavering, defying the expectations of an 8-year-old girl. Li Chunfeng and the Empress exchanged astonished glances, but soon, an incredible scene unfolded. As the lamb's blood splattered onto Chu Linger's hands, she became overwhelmingly exhilarated. One hand held the lamb, while the other instinctively dove into the spray of blood. Like a pump, her palms swiftly drained the lamb of its lifeblood. The sight was somewhat eerie and terrifying, reminiscent of dark sorcery. Yet there was no trace of malevolence in Chu Linger. Immediately after, the previously untrained Chu Linger effortlessly broke through to the first rank of martial artist after absorbing the blood. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Chunfeng and the others could no longer maintain their composure. Is cultivation truly this simple? Unbelievable. Truly worthy of the legendary divine physique. When we reached the first rank, it took us half a month. Even though they had anticipated Chu Linger's extraordinary talent, they could not help but feel dizzy as they watched her ascend. In comparison to her, they felt utterly insignificant. Chu Linger clenched her fist, filled with joy. Wow, I've become so much stronger. This feeling is wonderful. Mother, does this mean I now possess martial prowess? The Empress nodded. You have now acquired inner strength. As for the techniques, your mother and several esteemed grandfathers will make time to teach you. We still need to deliberate on which techniques would be most beneficial for you. Chu Linger was elated, bouncing with excitement. This is wonderful. Once I have mastered my skills, I will be able to roam the world like my father. At that moment, Chu Linger seemed to have forgotten her quest to find her mother. Compared to the emotionally detached woman she sought, she found the Empress, her godmother, far more endearing. She is so beautiful. Surely, my father will like her. I must win her over. With that thought, Chu Linger deftly twisted her wrist, and within mere minutes, the small lamb in her hands was reduced to nothing but pure mutton. Her movements were incredibly skilled. Watching Chu Linger brandish the bloody lamb's kidneys, Li Chunfeng and Sai Huadu instinctively recoiled, fearing that one day they might offend this little lady and find themselves on the receiving end of a similar fate. At the very moment Chu Linger made her advancement, her father, Chu Mo, hidden deep in the mountains, received a notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host's daughter for taking her first steps into cultivation, advancing to a first-tier warrior. The host receives a boon. Current status, second-tier warrior. Congratulations to the host for evolving from a mere novice to a slightly more formidable novice. You are rewarded with one lottery draw. Chapter 15. The Conspiracy of the Royal House. Wow. Linger has progressed into cultivation so quickly? Does that mean I, her father, am not far from invincibility? Indeed. There are benefits to raising a daughter. Chu Mo sat beneath the ginkgo tree at his doorstep, savoring a bowl of rice with great delight. Life felt blissful without that clingy little imp by his side. Although he had no idea where his daughter was at that moment, he was reassured seeing her thrive. As a doting father, his heart was at peace. As for the system's playful jabs, referring to him as a mere novice, Chu Mo paid them no mind. With his thick skin, what mockery could possibly faze him? After finishing his meal, Chu Mo washed his bowl and set it aside. After relieving himself and washing his hands, he immersed his thoughts into the system and silently pressed the lottery button. For the unluckily inclined, washing one's hands before a draw might be their last act of defiance. The pointer began to spin faster and faster on the golden lottery wheel. Chu Mo's heart raced in anticipation as he fervently prayed, Celestial Maid, Demon Butler, if all else fails, grant me a godlight stick of Ultramantiga. However, it seemed the system had not heeded his prayers this time. The pointer gradually came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won top-tier calligraphy. Calligraphy? Chu Mo frowned at the reward before him. In a world dominated by cultivators, what use did he have for calligraphy? Had it been in the past, perhaps he could have taught Linger some skills, but now, as a second-tier warrior, he wondered how far he was from invincibility. What good was calligraphy? Would he use a brush to poke someone to death in a fight? Chu Mo expressed his disdain, Yet he believed that having something is better than having nothing. Although he found no personal use for it, his daughter could benefit. A girl who frequently reads is likely to cultivate an intellectual beauty, and Chu Mo aspired to raise his daughter to be a talented individual. Thus, he had always been teaching her to write and memorize poetry. As these were the only skills he could impart, he decided to send his calligraphy skills to his daughter Linger, while he himself was eager to test his formidable strength. After transmitting the top-notch calligraphy through the system, Chu Mo began to seek out a target for his trial outside his home. Now a second-tier warrior, he felt immensely empowered, standing tall with newfound confidence. After a period of searching, he finally settled on a target within the pigsty, a wild boar he had captured. Prepare to meet your end, Beiji. Chu Mo rolled up his sleeves and leaped into the pigsty. The wild boar, brimming with ferocity, bore a deep resentment towards the man who had captured it. With a fierce thrust of its tusks, it charged at Chu Mo, igniting an epic battle between man and beast. Chu Mo had even devised a fighting theme, the Wine Sword Immortal versus the martial Tianpeng. However, much to his dismay, mere minutes later, the Wine Sword Immortal was unceremoniously expelled from the pigsty, landing in a muddy heap. Good heavens! Indeed, the martial Tianpeng is not to be underestimated. Perhaps I am better suited to writing and reciting poetry. Let Linger handle such violent affairs. Rising from the ground, Chu Mo decisively abandoned the notion of continuing the fight, took a shower, and promptly fell asleep. In stark contrast to Chu Mo's joy after his promotion, the northern king Lu Ji was in a furious rage within his royal palace. How infuriating! That wretched woman casually picks up a wild girl from the roadside, only for her to possess such remarkable talent, a divine body, a bloodthirsty physique that is a rare find in a millennium. Who could rival her if she fully develops? Now that the divine body has been claimed by that wretched woman as a princess, those cunning old foxes in the court will undoubtedly recognize her value and potential. Swaying some aside with that Lu wretch, it drives me to madness. Recalling the humiliation he faced earlier in the day when the empress publicly rebuked him, Lu Ji's anger intensified. He wreaked havoc in the palace, shattering cups and bottles, causing his servants to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, Miao Sanbu, the lord of Miaojiang, and the blood knife ancestor remained unfazed, leisurely drinking wine, paying no heed to the furious northern king. Do not look at me. I, Miao Sanbu, am merely a guest you invited. We are partners, not your subordinates. Were it not for the abundant treasures and the head of the illustrious Hua Ta, I would not wish to wade through this murky water. Noticing the discontent in Lu Ji's gaze, Miao Sanbu let out a cold laugh. Enraged, Lu Ji thought, "You took my possessions, and this is how you repay me?" Just as his fury reached its peak, a charming laugh echoed in his ear. "Hee, do not worry, my lord. A divine body that cannot grow is but an illusion. I possess a method that could dismantle the formidable authority established by your majesty today, while simultaneously stunting the growth of that bloodthirsty being." The crowd turned their gazes in astonishment. From behind the screen emerged a woman, clad in revealing attire, her figure exceptionally alluring. She swayed her slender waist as she approached, and with a graceful collapse, she fell into Lu Ji's embrace. This woman was none other than Yang Muxiue, Li Chuanfeng's treacherous former disciple. Upon beholding this enchanting figure, a flicker of disdain crossed Lu Ji's eyes. Yet, outwardly, he laughed heartily, drawing Yang Muxiue closer. "Muxiue, do share your brilliant idea. I promise you, this prince shall reward you handsomely." At his words, Yang Muxiue's heart soared with joy. With a soft coo, reminiscent of a boneless creature, she entwined herself around the prince. "Your Highness, I desire no grand reward. I have always alleviated your troubles, yet you still lack a princess. What do you think? You once promised me a title. As a noble prince, you cannot go back on your word. I have long yearned for you." Yang Muxiue, with her sultry gaze, pressed against Lu Ji, exuding an irresistible allure that even the Bloodblade ancestor found captivating. However, upon hearing her words, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Lu Ji's eyes. "What is your plan? Speak quickly. Do not waste my time. Otherwise," Yang Muxiue's face flushed crimson. "Otherwise, what will your highness do?" "I am willing to oblige," she continued. "Your highness, that bloodthirsty being has yet to mature, merely a naive wild girl. This is our opportune moment. We need only to arrange for a few skilled assassins to ambush her, and we can easily eliminate her. Once the bloodthirsty being is gone, that wretched woman will lose much of her leverage. In the face of your equal standing with the Empress, how could those ministers dare to take sides? Thus, this dilemma shall be effortlessly resolved. What do you think of my suggestion regarding the princess position? Yang Muxue, feigning resistance, gazed at Lu Ji, her ample bosom pressing insistently against him, fully exploiting her physical advantage. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Ji merely offered a cold smile, forcefully shoving her away and delivering a resounding slap to her face, sending her sprawling several meters away. Blood gushed from her nose, and a few teeth were knocked out. You think you can become my princess? A mere low-tier sorceress like you should reflect on your worth. Speak not of assassination. Your mere mention ignites my fury. How did you assure me you could poison that old fool Li Chunfeng? Yet here we are. He remains unharmed while I nearly perished in the Medicine Valley. What use are you to me now? That wild girl has become their treasured possession, coddled with utmost care. Do you truly believe they would be unguarded? Are you seeking to send my elite forces to their doom? What is your true intention? As Lu Ji's wrathful countenance met her gaze, Yang Muxue, cradling her swollen face, stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. In that moment, she felt as if the very heavens had collapsed upon her. She longed to inquire of Lu Ji whether he understood the profound psychological torment that a great betrayal could inflict upon a beauty such as herself. She had risked everything, forsaking her conscience, betraying the master who had nurtured her, and selling out the empress who regarded her as a sister, all for the sake of becoming a princess and spending her life with the man before her. Yet, in the end, was it all in vain? Failing to poison Li Chunfeng meant that she, Yang Muxue, had lost her worth, with merely her sheer strength. It was inconceivable for her to attain any significant role. In that moment, Yang Muxue was engulfed by remorse and trepidation. My lord, I harbor no ill intent. It is not my fault that the old wretch survived. Blame the ineffective Yan Wangsha. Otherwise, Li Chunfeng would not have returned alive, defying the world's most potent poison. In her desperation for survival, Yang Muxue had spoken without thought. Upon hearing her words, both the Northern King and the Bloodblade ancestor shifted their gazes. The pressure suddenly fell upon Miao Sanbu. Taken aback, Miao Sanbu retorted, "Are you questioning me? If so, I shall let you taste the Yan Wangsha." With a flick of his black robe, a cloud of dark smoke enveloped the surroundings. Instantly, the room echoed with Yang Muxue's piercing screams, sending shivers down the spines of those who listened. Gazing at the writhing woman on the ground, the Bloodblade ancestor licked his lips. Such a rare gem. If the king has no use for her, allow me to partake. He was in need of a compliant furnace. It would be a pity to waste such potential. The Northern King disdainfully waved his hand. Miao Sanbu, however, snorted coldly. This woman is no longer of use to you. The Bloodblade ancestor was taken aback. A woman I have my eye on has lost her worth? Why do you say that, Miao? Miao Sanbu calmly pointed to the black mist enveloping Yang Muxue, then gestured to her lower half. With a cold snort, he enigmatically stated, because she has been afflicted by my Yan Wangsha, rendering her body rife with toxins. The Bloodblade ancestor suddenly understood. Are you implying that she is tainted? Chapter 16. I speak the truth. My father's calligraphy is truly first ultimately. At the insistence of the Bloodblade, the Lord of Miaojiang accepted the Yan Wangsha. Yang Muxue was also successfully taken away by the Bloodblade, enduring a night of torment that left her wishing for death, yet unable to attain it. Upon returning to his chamber, the Northern King did not immediately retire for the night. Instead, he commanded, "Bring Qingxin to me." Moments later, a delicate-looking man entered the Northern King's quarters. This individual was his attendant and a hidden strategist. Upon seeing him, the Northern King's expression softened, and he patted the edge of the bed. Qingxin, the man, sat down directly. My lord, I have arrived. You seem troubled. The Northern King reached out, embracing his shoulder. Ah, it's good that you are here. You understand me best. He candidly shared his perplexities with Qingxin, leaving nothing concealed. The seemingly formidable king of the north harbors an obscure penchant, one that is far from conventional. He shows little interest in women, instead sharing a clandestine bond with his young attendant. Upon hearing the king's words, Qingxin, with her delicate features, revealed a sly smile. Covering her mouth as she spoke in a sharp tone, my lord, is it not your intention to diminish the empress's authority? I am more than willing to offer my counsel. If successful, they might even unseat the empress, and with an old protector at her side, she would be at a disadvantage. The king of the north, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Ha ha! Speak, speak." This demeanor starkly contrasted with his previous interactions with the beautiful young Muxue. Chengxin stifled a laugh and continued, "My lord, consider the current turmoil among the nations. Since the empress ascended, calamity has followed. Refugees are forced to resort to cannibalism while the populace suffers. Meanwhile, the national treasury is woefully depleted, rendering any disaster relief impossible. Even with her formidable strength, the empress is powerless against natural and man-made disasters. It is crucial to understand that for a sovereign to maintain their throne, mere military might is insufficient. They must also possess the people's heart. Once that is lost, the emperor's aura will no longer protect them, and without it, the empress would be no more than a mere commoner. In this realm, emperors are exceptionally strong warriors, able to contend with at least 5 of their equals. And they cultivate their power with astonishing speed, as if aided by divine intervention. Their imperial aura bolsters their strength. The more potent the aura, the mightier their abilities. This phenomenon mirrors the faith of devout followers. As long as the people's hearts remain steadfast, the imperial aura will endure, dispersing only upon natural death. Thus, it is exceedingly difficult to assassinate an emperor. This insight also elucidates why the king of the north refrained from poisoning Lu Qingxue. He aims to dismantle her power gradually, defeating her forces one by one. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding sparked in the king's mind. "Are you suggesting?" Chengxin, with a mysterious smile, affirmed, "Indeed. Just as you surmise. Why not exploit this to instill disillusionment among the populace, thereby utterly shattering the empress's hold on their hearts? Hence, we shall proceed with our plans." After listening to Chengxin's strategy, the king's eyes lit up with ecstatic joy. "Excellent. You are indeed my treasure and my advisor." Chengxin smiled tenderly. "These days are opportune for us to prepare. We must amplify the situation and its influence, placing Her Majesty in a precarious position. Only then can we achieve the greatest effect. Once the timing is right, we shall strike. At that moment, will the Empress still be fearsome? If executed properly, countless citizens and officials may seek to unseat her. With your might, my lord, aligning with the heavens' will, you could ascend the throne." The king of the north was overjoyed, embracing Chengxin's initiative without hesitation. A night swiftly passed. Unbeknownst to the Empress Lu Qingxue and her allies, a conspiracy was stealthily approaching her. After the morning assembly, Lu Qingxue entrusted Gu Yanwu, the most learned individual among her subordinates and the Minister of Rights, to visit Princess Chu Linger at the Yongla Palace. As Chu Linger's godmother, she was determined to nurture her with utmost dedication, not only to forge a connection with the mysterious father behind Linger, but also because she genuinely adored the spirited little girl, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her own youthful self. In just a few days of acquaintance, Lu Qingxue had come to regard Linger as her own daughter, a sentiment that felt remarkably enchanting. To truly educate her daughter, it was essential not only to teach martial arts, but also to instill in her the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Thus, Gu Yanwu, having attained the late stage of the earth grade through scholarly pursuits, was the most suitable mentor, as none in the Ice Spirit Kingdom could rival his knowledge. At the entrance of the Yongla Palace, Gu Yanwu, donned in a long robe and exuding an aura of righteousness, adopted a serious demeanor. He had been present when Chu Linger had her talent assessed the previous day and understood the significance of his current undertaking. The Princess of Yongla, possessing unparalleled innate talent, was destined for greatness. If he could impart cultural knowledge to her, he would proudly declare himself the finest teacher under heaven. With his spine straightened, Gu Yanwu stroked his long beard, took a deep breath to compose himself, and stepped into the palace. "Your Highness, this humble servant comes at the behest of His Majesty to instruct you in the arts of calligraphy and poetry. I implore you to rise swiftly. Mornings are the best for memory retention, and we must not squander time, lest we provoke His Majesty's displeasure," Gu Yanwu announced, bowing at the threshold of the chamber. Chu Linger, still bleary-eyed, rubbed her eyes and grumbled softly, "How bothersome. After a whole day of slaying little lambs yesterday, I am utterly exhausted." I yearned for a leisurely morning, thinking that with father absent, no one would compel Linger to study. Yet, to my astonishment, mother sent yet another old man to instruct me. When I manage to bring my godmother back, I shall certainly have father spank her. Yes, with a stick. With a fierce expression, Chu Linger lamented, But soon her demeanor shifted to one of melancholy as she muttered, "But everything that should be taught, Father has already imparted to me. What more can I learn? Is this old gentleman merely here for naught?" Though she voiced her grievances, she nonetheless shook off her drowsiness and quickly rose. Her father had often taught her the importance of respecting one's teachers and being earnest toward them. "My princess, your handmaidens are here to assist you in dressing." Upon awakening, the maids rushed in, bowing their heads respectfully. Chu Linger found their service quite disconcerting. After declining their assistance, she quickly donned her attire and slung her burlap bag over her shoulder. After washing up, she followed Gu Yanwu into the study. "Good morning, esteemed elder." Chu Linger greeted cheerfully. Gu Yanwu smiled with appreciation, feeling a fondness for the polite little girl before him, who exhibited none of the haughty airs often seen in others. "Ah, your highness." The venerable elder serves as the Minister of Rites, universally acknowledged as the most knowledgeable individual in the Ice Spirit Kingdom. From this day forth, it shall be the elder's privilege to impart literary and ceremonial education to Her Highness the Princess. I firmly believe that under my guidance, the princess shall blossom into a remarkable talent. Gu Yanwu briefly introduced himself, setting a positive tone for their teacher-student relationship. Chu Linger nodded, a pained expression crossing her delicate features as she wrinkled her small nose. "Master, what shall we study today?" Upon the mention of learning, Gu Yanwu adopted a demeanor of utmost seriousness, his words imbued with formidable confidence. "Today, we shall study calligraphy." Observing the bewildered look in Chu Linger's eyes, a sly smile crept onto Gu Yanwu's lips as he continued, "Without exaggeration, I have attained a profound level of understanding through literature. Reaching the latter stages of the Earth realm, I am indeed a master in the entire Ice Spirit Kingdom. Among literary pursuits, my prowess in calligraphy stands unparalleled. Although calligraphy may seem innocuous, when practiced to my level, one can wield the brush like a spear, dispelling all malevolence with righteous spirit. While I may not rival the sword cultivators such as the national master in combat, when it comes to calligraphy, none across the continent can surpass my skill. I hope, Your Highness, you will devote yourself diligently in your studies and strive to inherit my legacy." Listening to Gu Yanwu's words, Chu Linger pouted and discreetly scratched her face with her fingertip, seemingly expressing her disdain for the old gentleman's audacity. Noticing this gesture, Gu Yanwu's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure surfacing. "Your Highness, do you perhaps hold me in contempt? Do you harbor dissent towards my words?" Startled by being caught in her act, Chu Linger hastily waved her hands in denial. No. Linger does not look down upon the esteemed gentleman. But I certainly disagree with the notion that your calligraphy reigns supreme." Gu Yanwu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, has the princess encountered others whose calligraphy surpasses mine? Surely, such individuals are non-existent." Faced with his unwavering confidence, Chu Linger defiantly placed her hands on her hips, her large eyes glaring in protest. "That is not true. My father has proclaimed that his literary talents are unmatched in the world, and you, sir, shamelessly declare yourself as the best." Chu Linger had never encountered someone so brazenly audacious. Hearing her impudent remarks, Gu Yanwu remained unfazed. What could an 8-year-old girl possibly understand, even if she possessed extraordinary talent? However, literature and cultivation are entirely distinct paths. High aptitude in cultivation does not equate to literary prowess. Has she even studied? Even if she has, perhaps she is merely a trivial scholar from a small town. I hail from a lineage of scholars, renowned for generations. Who in this world could rival my literary skills? A surge of superiority welled up within Gu Yanwu. "Is that so? Your father understands calligraphy?" "Absolutely. My father is versed in all arts: music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and even masonry and escape artistry. He excels in every domain, truly the best in the world." Chu Linger proudly lifted her head, thumping her small chest. Gu Yanwu blinked in bewilderment. "An upgrade from Prison Break? What on earth is that?" He chuckled. "Your father certainly knows a great deal. Indeed, my father always says that having many skills is never a burden in the martial world. Moreover, Linger is also quite adept at these things. She has inherited my father's true teachings." Chu Linger, resembling a little adult, confidently waved her small hand with considerable bravado. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanwu could not help but burst into laughter. He understood that if he did not showcase his abilities, it would be difficult to earn the little girl's complete admiration. As for her father, what was he in the realm of literature? Ha! Your Highness, possessing knowledge does not necessarily equate to mastery. Since you claim your father is the foremost in literature and you have received his true teachings, why not challenge this old minister, the greatest in the land, to a calligraphy contest? But mind you, if you lose, no tears allowed. Chu Linger's eyes sparkled, her hands on her hips as she resolutely agreed. All right, if you lose, you must cease claiming to be the best in the world. My father is. Gu Yanwu snickered dismissively, waving his hand. Losing? Impossible, absolutely out of the question. Should I lose in literature, I would be willing to perform a handstand while. Well, let us not go there. Chapter 17. What? The princess casually writes and reveals a scholarly aura. Observing Gu Yanwu's composed demeanor, exuding confidence and disdain for all, Chu Linger playfully stuck out her tongue. Sir, are you going this far? A handstand is perhaps best avoided. Losing would not bode well. Playing around is one thing. But Chu Linger was mindful not to humiliate Gu Yanwu. In her heart, she believed her father could do anything and could never be outdone by this old gentleman. Thus, she sought to leave him some leeway. However, Gu Yanwu was entirely unperturbed. There is no need for concern. I stand by my words. If I say I will perform a handstand, I shall indeed do it. If I lack such confidence, I would be unworthy of being a descendant of the sage of Confucianism. Swiftly preparing the ink, Gu Yanwu held the wide sleeves of his robe with his left hand, while his right hand spread a sheet of paper. He dipped his brush in ink, inhaling deeply to gather his emotions. For some reason, as soon as he grasped the brush, Chu Linger felt he had transformed into a figure of sanctity, radiating righteousness and an aura of unspoken authority. Gu Yanwu opened his eyes, and with a flourish of his wolf hair brush, he inscribed 4 large characters. Each character was vigorous and powerful, emanating the same righteous spirit as himself, like a beacon of the righteous path. After completing the 4 characters, Gu Yanwu nodded in great satisfaction. His spirit was high today, performing exceptionally well. Without further ado, anyone who possesses this piece of writing shall be immune to 100 ailments and ward off all evils. Even an ordinary person could avoid the common ailments of life. Gu Yanwu gently blew on the wet ink, placing the characters before Chu Linger, a slight smile playing at his lips, filled with a sense of pride. Could he not handle this mere little girl? Upon witnessing the literary prowess of the venerable minister, the princess would undoubtedly grasp the considerable disparity between his abilities and those of her father. At that point, as a loyal subject, the old man would graciously provide a means for the princess to retreat gracefully. Thus, one could hardly doubt that the princess would eagerly follow his guidance in her studies. The future preeminent master's mentor, that position is assuredly his, impervious to any opposition. Did not the princess receive her father's true teachings? Let her observe how the old man's 4 characters are inscribed. Chu Linger focused her gaze, and a fleeting expression of bewilderment crossed her face as she quietly mused that the old gentleman's handwriting was rather scrawled. Noticing Gu Yanwu's teasing glance, Chu Linger cleared her throat, clasped her hands behind her back, and responded with feigned nonchalance. Well, this treasure of a woman's writing is quite acceptable. Moreover, the paper is very white, far superior to the yellow paper at my home. It's just that the handwriting is too messy, a far cry from my father's. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanwu's face darkened, nearly causing him to spit blood. Princess, this is Bin Jiru Goe? Surely, you are not unfamiliar with running script? The smile on Chu Linger's face instantly froze as she regarded the scrawled characters before her, realizing that they indeed bore a resemblance to Bin Jiru Goe. Oh dear, she almost brought shame upon her father. However, inheriting the thick-skinned demeanor of Chu Mo, Chu Linger would never admit her lack of knowledge regarding those characters. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she proudly declared, "How could that be? I could never be illiterate. It's just that your characters lack depth compared to what my father has taught me." Gu Yanwu, a high-ranking minister accustomed to an array of characters, could easily see through Chu Linger's transparent pretenses. With a chuckle, he replied, "Oh, since your highness believes my writing to be lacking, I humbly invite you to demonstrate your skills and allow me the honor of being enlightened by your calligraphy." Unwilling to back down, Chu Linger grasped a wolf hair brush and, with a slight wrinkle of her nose towards Gu Yanwu, retorted, "Humph! Who fears whom? I shall write, for I am not intimidated by you. My father is invincible, and naturally, his teachings in calligraphy are unparalleled. as I venture into the world. I shall not bring disgrace upon my father." With that declaration, she prepared to put pen to paper. Just then, a sudden tension seized Chu Linger's body, and a faint glow emanated from her. A voice echoed in her mind, announcing, "Your package top-tier calligraphy has been delivered. Please check your receipt." Shaking her head, she dismissed the strange voice. For some inexplicable reason, from that moment onward, she felt an extraordinary familiarity with characters, accompanied by an inner yearning to write more. With a casual flourish of her hand, she began to inscribe bold black characters upon the paper. Observing the earnestness with which Chu Linger wrote, Gu Yanwu could not suppress a chuckle. This girl appeared quite earnest. Yet how could she produce anything meaningful when she did not even recognize the characters of Bin Jirugue? Shaking his head, he regarded her with skepticism. As soon as Gu Yanwu's gaze fell upon the corner of the paper, his expression dramatically shifted. The frail body quivered in response. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of terrifying righteousness rushing towards him. He could hardly contain himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood. What is happening? How could I be harmed by such righteousness? Stumbling backward several steps, Gu Yanwu barely managed to stabilize himself. Without pausing to assess his injuries, his eyes darted back to the paper before Chu Linger. Bracing himself against the onslaught of dread, he pressed his hand against his chest, forcing his body upright, and once more gazed upon the paper that had caused his distress. Upon discerning the source of his affliction, his eyes widened in horror as he incredulously whispered, "This is indeed the essence of Confucianism." Observing the paper radiating an almost tangible righteousness, how could Gu Yanwu not recognize its significance? At that moment, a storm of emotions surged within him. The essence of Confucianism, such a legendary phenomenon, not even his late master, the great Confucian Kong Yiji, a paragon of the Confucian Tao and a figure of celestial prowess, had ever encountered. Only those who have comprehended the true meaning of Confucianism and cultivated it beyond the celestial tier might possess even a fragment of its essence. Gu Yanwu's knowledge of this essence stemmed from his inheritance of the Confucian classic, the great classic of righteousness, where he had sensed a whisper of that very essence. Yet, in comparison to the righteousness emanating from the paper before him, his experience was but a pale moonlight beside a blazing sun. Gasping in astonishment, Gu Yanwu inhaled sharply. At that moment, Chu Linger set down her brush, satisfied as she blew lightly on the ink. "Ah, father was right. Indeed, practice makes perfect." And now Linger's handwriting has improved significantly. As she concluded her writing, the essence of Confucianism grew even more formidable. Gu Yanwu felt as though he were but a fragile boat adrift in a vast ocean, on the verge of being engulfed. Could such a profound work truly be produced by an 8-year-old child? Observing Chu Linger's joyful demeanor, he found himself questioning her abilities. "Your Highness, may I have the honor to behold what you have penned?" Gu Yanwu, shedding his previous arrogance, now appeared somewhat reserved, no longer daring to underestimate Chu Linger. In matters of learning, the worthy take precedence. With merely this surge of Confucian essence, Gu Yanwu recognized that he was utterly outmatched. At this juncture, he could no longer concern himself with wagers. He simply yearned to discover what had inspired such intense righteousness. Should he fail to witness it, he feared he would carry the regret for a lifetime. Chu Linger smiled and nodded, generously extending the paper she had inscribed. Gu Yanwu's expression turned solemn, akin to that of a pilgrim, as he earnestly reached out with trembling hands to receive it with care. Upon looking down, he was met with only 7 grand characters. To hear the way in the morning is worth dying by evening. The characters, unlike the chaotic and whimsical styles of cursive or running script, resembled the dignified strokes of a gentleman, precise and upright. In merely 7 words, Gu Yanwu found that they resonated more profoundly with the essence of Confucianism and Taoism than the grand doctrines he had espoused. To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening? Gu Yanwu gazed at Chu Linger's calligraphy, murmuring the phrase repeatedly. Suddenly, a thunderous revelation echoed in his mind. Shortly thereafter, a spectral figure of an elderly gentleman, adorned with a scholar's cap and exuding an aura of profound Confucian virtue, manifested within his consciousness. This imposing figure, whose visage Gu Yanwu was certain he had never encountered, invoked an instinctual desire to kneel in reverence. The presence was more formidable than any Confucian sage he had ever witnessed. The elder's eyes gradually opened, and with a slight elevation of his left hand, a vast tide of Confucian essence surged towards Gu Yinwu. In that moment, Gu Yinwu felt as if the heavens and the earth were collapsing. His back drenched in cold sweat. Alarmed, he hastily tucked away the paper, too frightened to look again. Gu Yinwu gasped for breath, his heart racing with trepidation. This spectacle piqued Chu Linger's curiosity. "Sir, what has happened to you?" As he looked at the young girl before him, Gu Yinwu was unable to find tranquility, his mind consumed by the image of the elder steeped in Confucian virtue. Who could this be? After a prolonged silence, Gu Yinwu finally regained his composure. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that his every gesture now bore a hint of Confucian grace. More astonishingly, he discovered that he had transcended from the late earth stage to the heavenly stage. Gu Yinwu stood frozen in place. For the chasm between the earth stage and the heavenly stage was a significant divide, one he believed he could never breach in his lifetime. Yet, unexpectedly, due to a mere piece of calligraphy from Princess Yonghua, he had shattered this barrier and ascended to become a heavenly stage cultivator in mere moments. Feeling the rich tide of Confucian essence within him, Gu Yinwu bowed deeply to Chu Linger, tears streaming down his cheeks, overwhelmed with gratitude. He had never imagined that the princess's calligraphic skill was so profound, prompting him to wonder about the extraordinary capabilities of her father. How audacious it was for this old man to aspire to shine alongside the radiant moon. He was immensely grateful for the opportunity bestowed upon him by the princess. Chapter 18. The true meaning of Confucianism and Taoism, it turns out, is Luanyu. Gu Yinwu was completely captivated. Princess Linger was merely 8 years old, yet had been nurtured by her father into such an extraordinary being, capable of infusing life into her written words with ease. What formidable literary prowess must her father possess? Moreover, how had the princess come to understand Confucian essence? Who was that elder? A cascade of questions flooded Gu Yinwu's mind. Seeing Gu Yinwu bow in reverence, Chu Linger was taken aback and hurriedly jumped to her side to assist him. "Sir, please rise. If my father were to learn of this, he would surely be furious." Gu Yinwu, filled with shame, remained kneeling, unmoving, regardless of how Chu Linger tugged at him. The old man dared not rise. He felt a profound sense of dread for having previously underestimated the princess and her father. Only through prolonged kneeling can one atone for even the slightest transgressions. Chu Linger gently pressed her hand to her forehead. "It's all right. My father has a good temper and will not hold a grudge, nor will I." After persistent persuasion from Chu Linger, Gu Yinwu let out a long sigh and trembled as he stood up. Observing the reverent gaze of Gu Yinwu, Chu Linger felt a wave of unease wash over her, as if something were amiss. "Sir, you just mentioned that I granted you an opportunity? What does that mean?" "Your Highness, the matter is as follows," murmurs of wisdom. Noticing Chu Linger's confusion, Gu Yinwu clasped his hands and began to explain amiably. He recounted the ethereal vision he had witnessed earlier to her. Chu Linger blinked. "Are you saying that because you saw my writing, you made a breakthrough? And that you also saw an elder, even older than yourself in the painting?" Gu Yinwu nodded. "Indeed. However, I am left pondering who this venerable sage may be. Furthermore, the phrase to know the Tao in the morning and die in the evening, from whence does it originate? I believe it is more fitting for Confucianism and Taoism than the grand ceremony of righteousness. Moreover, Your Highness, this script evokes a sense of enduring righteousness. One should aspire to be as upright as this character." Upon hearing this, Chu Linger instinctively mimicked her father's previous demeanor, donning an enigmatic expression and dismissively waving her hand. "Oh, there is nothing astonishing about it. This phrase was actually taught to me by my father. He said it comes from Luanyu. The script was also taught by him. He claims it is the standard script he created himself. As for that elder, I am afraid I do not know." Upon hearing this, Gu Yinwu's eyes brightened, and he bowed deeply to the void in profound respect. "What a magnificent standard script. As for this Luanyu, it must surely be a creation of your esteemed father, for with my limited knowledge, I have never encountered it before. Your father is truly a remarkable talent, a true master of Confucianism and Taoism, worthy of being a patriarch of these philosophies. With audacity, I dare to speculate that the meaning of to know the principles of heaven and earth and still die at night implies that once one comprehends all the laws and truths of the universe, even if one were to perish that very evening, there would be no regrets." Gu Yinwu lifted his head, gazing at Chu Linger with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. convinced that with his own scholarly insights, he should be able to grasp the essence of her words. However, to his surprise, Chu Linger chuckled and shook her head. No, no, that is not what my father taught me. He said that if anyone were to offend him, he would know the way to your home by morning and would come to end you by night. Gu Yanwu's expression froze, leaving him momentarily stunned. Is this not the way of Confucianism? Is it not a pursuit of the Tao? Why does it seem that this esteemed figure is somewhat unorthodox? Is it truly so? Do we not in Confucianism advocate for winning people over with virtue? Gu Yanwu inquired uncertainly. Chu Linger nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, that is indeed the case, Luan Yu. Of course, one must vanquish one's enemies. My father also said that Confucianism and Taoism are not merely about reasoning with others. That is futile. After listening to Chu Linger's words, Gu Yanwu felt as if something within him had been stirred. The once vanished aura of the mysterious Confucian Taoist re-emerged in his mind. What was more, the old man's lips seemed to curve into a subtle smile, and as he braced himself with both hands, a spectacular display of bursting garments unfolded before Gu Yanwu's astonished gaze. The old man's muscles were robust. The contours of his chest formed the character Ren, while the muscles on his shoulders bulged into the character Kai, and the muscles on his back similarly rose to form the character Da. The 6 characters, Run, Da, Kai, and the respective shoulders and back, suddenly flashed in Gu Yanwu's mind. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. The old man produced a large brick from nowhere, inscribed prominently with the character Da. With a resounding shout of to win people over with virtue, he hurled the brick towards Gu Yanwu. Bang! Gu Yanwu took a hit, and his mind descended into chaos. The old man then vanished. Regaining his senses, Gu Yanwu felt as if a veil had been lifted. It was as though his Run and Du meridians had been unblocked, and he sensed he had grasped something profound. Ah, the old man understands now, Gu Yanwu exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Chu Linger twitched her lips, feeling that the old gentleman was rather dramatic. What have you come to understand, old sir? Your Highness, I have comprehended the true essence of Confucianism and Taoism, and I grasp the meaning behind your father's words. He wishes to convey to me that we study literature in order to reason with the unruly, and we practice martial arts so that the unruly will heed our reasoning. We must win people over with virtue. Gu Yanwu swiftly turned and, brandishing a brick, returned with newfound fervor. Having realized this insight, he sensed boundless potential for advancement within his understanding of Confucianism and Taoism, no longer constrained by his innate talent. Upon hearing this, Chu Linger fetched a stool, stood upon it, and, tiptoeing, patted Gu Yanwu's shoulders, which towered at 2 meters. Yes, that is indeed the meaning. A teachable child. Though treated like a junior by Chu Linger, Gu Yanwu bore no offense. Instead, a thought flickered in his mind. With the prowess of such an esteemed Confucian Taoist, he felt unworthy to be his disciple, yet with the princess's casual guidance, he was able to achieve breakthroughs. This was a debt of gratitude for imparting teachings and resolving doubts. Thus, he declared, Master, please accept my humble bow. Gu Yanwu resolutely knelt before Chu Linger, performing the grand gesture of apprenticeship. He knew that today's opportunity at Yongla Palace was the greatest fortune of his life. As long as he clung to the leg of the Yongla princess, further advancement, perhaps even transcending the celestial tier, was within reach. Seeing this, Chu Linger was taken aback. This won't do, old sir. Look at your advanced age. I am but 8 years old. Master, the worthy take precedence. You may consider me your disciple, more than sufficient. I implore you, do not cast me aside, or I shall remain kneeling forever. Regardless of Chu Linger's attempts to dissuade him, Gu Yanwu remained steadfast in his desire to become her disciple, even if only as a nominal one. Chu Linger, possessing a kind heart, could only reluctantly accept the situation upon witnessing the old man's behavior. Very well, if my dear disciple finds this character useful, I shall bestow it upon you. Gu Yanwu received the calligraphy with great reverence, carefully tucking it into his bosom. Thank you, master. I shall take my leave now. After bowing in farewell, Gu Yanwu could not contain his exuberant laughter. This piece of calligraphy, imbued with profound Confucian essence, would occupy his thoughts for quite some time. Unexpectedly, he had come to teach, only to find himself a student of his own pupil. Such is the unpredictability of life, a grand irony. Within the sword pavilion, Gu Yanwu reported back. The Empress Lu Qingxuang and Li Chunfeng were utterly perplexed. What did you say? You will no longer teach Ling? Why? Is she being mischievous? I shall go and speak with her. Lu Qingxuang rose to head to Yongla Palace to inquire further. As her surrogate mother, she felt compelled to ensure Linger's future was safeguarded and could not allow her to act capriciously. Noticing the urgency, Gu Yanwu quickly interjected, Your Majesty, the princess is exceedingly well behaved. It is merely that I recognize my literary skills pale in comparison to hers. Even my proud calligraphy and understanding of Confucianism cannot measure up to her talent. Thus, I am unworthy of this responsibility. Moreover, I have taken the princess as my teacher, and under her guidance, I have ascended to the heaven stage. His calm declaration left the others in a state of astonishment. As they beheld the formidable aura emanating from him, Li Chunfeng, the empress, and the others gasped in disbelief. Is it truly the heaven stage? Are you saying that Linger guided you? She possesses knowledge of Confucianism. Her calligraphy surpasses yours. Understanding their skepticism, Gu Yanwu unveiled the artwork penned by Chu Linger herself. As the powerful Confucian essence washed over them, the onlookers recoiled in awe. A myriad of expressions, shock, astonishment, disbelief, flooded their faces. Yet even these were insufficient to convey their current emotions, akin to tumultuous waves in the ocean, refusing to settle. Linger, merely 8 years of age, had already attained such mastery. One could only wonder about her father. Your Majesty, I suspect Linger's father has already reached the flood stage of power. Li Chunfeng, the foremost master of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, stated gravely. The levels of martial prowess are universally acknowledged as Earth, Heaven, and beyond, with legendary figures known as the Wild, Flood, Chrono, and Cosmic stages. Wild stage warriors are exceedingly rare, let alone those of the Flood stage. Initially, they presumed Chu Linger's father to be merely of the Wild stage, but given the present circumstances, it seemed likely he surpassed even that. Instantly, reverence filled the room. Ha ha ha, splendid news. Old Gu has ascended to the heaven stage, which signifies our strength has considerably increased. Our chances of success against the Northern King will grow exponentially. Furthermore, once I break through to the Wild stage, we shall no longer fear the guardian sacred sect behind the Northern King. Li Chunfeng clenched his fist, an intense hatred gleaming in his eyes. Although he served as the Empire's national master, his resolve was unyielding. Yet, they are not invincible. Beyond the Empire, numerous hidden sects still exist. The mother of the Northern King is an elder of one such sect, and he himself is a direct disciple of the Sacred Soul sect. Within the Sacred Soul sect, 3 formidable powerhouses have reached the late stages of the heavenly tier. Moreover, rumors persist that a formidable ancient being of the desolate rank still lingers within the sect. This is precisely why Li Chunfeng dares not act recklessly against the Northern King. After all, how could a mere early-stage heavenly king command the Blood Knife ancestor or collaborate with the Miaojiang? Although they cannot currently contend with the Sacred Soul sect. In order to maintain equilibrium among the empires, the Sacred Soul sect is also constrained by other rival sects, deterred from launching an invasion. The situation remains stalemated, with neither side willing to make the first move. Unless the Ice Spirit Kingdom can establish an overwhelming advantage, any initiation of conflict would spell disaster for the Empire. Just as everyone was reveling in the unexpected delight brought by Chu Linger, a master of the Earth tier suddenly burst in. Your Majesty, today, the Northern King has shown unusual movements. Chapter 19. Crisis emerges. Threat to the throne. What is happening? Has he mobilized troops towards Chang'an? Listening to the report from the commander of the Imperial Guard, Lu Bing, the Empress's expression darkened. The court is currently fraught with tension, and Li Chunfeng has regained his strength thanks to Linger's vermilion bird flesh, even progressing to the brink of breaking through to the desolate tier, becoming a living legend. This directly relates to their confidence in opposing the Sacred Soul sect. They do not wish for any unforeseen complications at this juncture. Thus, every action of the enemy, the Northern King, causes them to instinctively raise their guard. Commander Lu Bing bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, it is not quite that. With the Southern King keeping him in check, the Northern King dares not recklessly move his troops. However, today my subordinates discovered that the Northern King has dispatched numerous experts nationwide to gather information on the disaster situations. I am unsure of his intentions, hence I report this for your judgment. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged puzzled glances. Li Chunfeng furrowed his brow and inquired. gathering information on the disaster situations? What is he up to? Gu Yanwu and the others contemplated for a few moments before shaking their heads. Who knows? It certainly cannot be that he intends to spend his own wealth on disaster relief. His actions are undoubtedly premeditated. We implore your majesty to remain vigilant. After fruitless discussions and unable to discern the other party's intentions, Lu Qingxue sighed helplessly. Commander Lu, continue to monitor the Northern King and the Sacred Soul sect. Should there be any slightest disturbance, report immediately. Lu Bing bowed. Yes, your majesty. I shall take my leave. Lu Qingxue nodded and waved her hand. Lu Bing respectfully withdrew, his fish-scale attire shimmering as he vanished from sight. Lu Qingxue then proceeded with several others to Yongla Palace, preparing to accompany Chu Linger in their pursuit of the young lambs and calves. Under the influence of the blood fiend physique, in just 2 days, through the slaughter of cattle and sheep, Chu Linger successfully ascended to the rank of a third-tier warrior from an inexperienced young girl. This astonishing progress left Li Chunfeng and the others utterly astounded. If ordinary livestock could be promoted so swiftly, how terrifying would it be if she were to slay spirit beasts or cultivators? Linger, it's time for you to sleep. Your mother has gone next door to attend to her duties. Lu Qingxue gently tucked Chu Linger in and softly closed the door behind her as she made her way to the adjacent room. Presently, her imperial chamber had also been relocated to the Yongla Palace, not merely to care for Chu Linger and savor the joys of motherhood, but primarily to ensure her protection. As the oil lamp was extinguished, darkness enveloped the room. Chu Linger lay in bed, letting out a deep sigh. Although her father and stepmother treated her with great kindness, and the elders were equally benevolent, she couldn't help but yearn for home. However, she knew she could not return just yet. She intended to harness her stepmother's strength to seek out her irresponsible birth mother. Once she found her, she would win over her stepmother, and only then would she return to surprise everyone. Moreover, as a third-tier warrior, her father would surely be overjoyed upon learning this news, wouldn't he? Having spent some time away, Chu Linger's playful spirit had dimmed considerably. After all, it was her first time being separated from her father, and it was only natural to feel homesick. As memories of their shared moments flooded her mind, she gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Chu Mo felt his strength surge once more, resulting in a night of exhilarating wakefulness. Did you see that, system? My Linger has become a third-tier warrior, and I, the esteemed host, have reached the 4th tier. Ha! Truly, she is my precious daughter, inheriting my exceptional cultivation talent. This ascent has been remarkably swift. With the elevation of his realm, Chu Mo sensed a significant enhancement in both his speed and power. Host, growing stronger is not merely for the sake of displaying your prowess. I hope you refrain from engaging in sordid activities. The system couldn't help but comment upon observing Chu Mo's elated demeanor. Chu Mo shrugged. I've been living in solitude for 9 years. What's wrong with indulging a little? He sighed, pondering where his daughter might be now, fearing she had nearly forgotten her old father. It is often said that daughters grow up too quickly. Yet his own daughter was still quite young, and already he felt the pangs of separation. Raising a daughter truly brings a father much distress. In childhood, he worried about losing her, and now, he feared she might be lured away by someone else. Previously, having a daughter around alleviated his boredom, as she was a delightful companion with whom to converse. But now, living alone in the mountains, with the system forbidding him from descending, his days were consumed by planting and tilling the land, engaging in solitary exercises that had become his sole form of diversion. By the way, I haven't checked in today, have I? My luck is prosperous right now. It's the perfect moment for a lottery. All right, since you're prepared, system, I shall commence. Chu Mo rubbed his hands together in anticipation. His greatest joy each day had become the ritual of signing in. The sensation is akin to the playful holes one encounters at the school gates during childhood. One remains oblivious to the treasures concealed within until the door is opened. The system aptly interjects, indicating that the host has the option to accumulate sign-in rewards, merging them multiple times to enhance the likelihood of acquiring rare items. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo is momentarily taken aback. Does it imply that after signing in, I need not immediately claim the rewards? Merging them 3 to 5 times will yield superior rewards, correct? The system confirms with a cheerful chime. Reflecting on this, Chu Mo nods thoughtfully. Very well, I shall claim the rewards tomorrow. It is quite late after all. Having made his decision, He muted the system and peacefully drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, the first order of business for Chu Mo was to consolidate the rewards from 2 days into one. A notification sounds, sign-in successful, triggering reward enhancement. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine support of the Eye of Truth. The Eye of Truth, unrestricted by the user's level, it allows one to see through any illusions or formations, as well as discern the martial deficiencies and weaknesses of both enemies and allies. Elated by the system's announcement, Chu Mo is filled with joy. How remarkable! With the Eye of Truth, it is akin to possessing a cheat code. The weaknesses of foes are instantly revealed. Moreover, it can assist allies in their training, identifying flaws with equal clarity. This tool is nothing short of a means to avert calamity and embrace fortune. Before provoking any adversary, one can assess their capabilities, engage if they can be overwhelmed, flee if not. Though Chu Mo's own level is modest, he comprehends the formidable nature of the Eye of Truth. Currently, with Chu Linger wandering through the martial world, granting her such an ability would enable her to discern whom to confront and whom to avoid. With his daughter possessing such insight, Chu Mo feels a greater sense of reassurance as a father. System, swiftly bestow this gift upon my beloved daughter. As for me, I shall seek out Beiji for a duel. After issuing his command to the system, he once again plunged into the pig pen, battling the fierce wild boar. Since becoming a father, an inexplicable animosity towards pigs has taken root within him. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, Lu Qingxue, engaged in a morning assembly, wears a grave expression. The atmosphere within the hall is peculiar, as officials from the Northern King's faction have unexpectedly risen to earnestly offer counsel. Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. The chief of the censors, Qin Huai, stands with a tablet in hand, bowing respectfully towards the empress seated upon the dragon throne. Lu Qingxue furrows her brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. The chief of the censors holds significant authority, overseeing various governors and regional officials, his position only subordinate to the chief censor, the national master, and the 2 regents. Despite knowing of his covert allegiance to the Northern King, as empress, she cannot simply silence him. What is it? Lu Qingxue inquires in a somber tone. Qin Huai casts a subtle glance at the Northern King, receiving a nod of affirmation before a smirk graces his lips. A sorrowful expression adorned his face as he lamented, Your Majesty, I must report that the governors of Yangzhou, Yenzhou, and Jiaozhou have urgently signaled for help. I cannot bear to witness the suffering of the common people, who are engulfed in calamity, and thus I dare to speak out today, risking my life. Since your ascension to the throne, these regions have first faced floods, followed by drought, and now they are further tormented by locust swarms. In recent years, the crops have yielded nothing, leaving the populace hungry and poorly clothed, compounded by rampant banditry that has rendered life unbearable. Meanwhile, the treasuries of the local governments are depleted, insufficient to provide aid in times of disaster, leading to widespread discontent among the people towards your Majesty. The governors now implore our court to allocate funds for relief. Otherwise, we fear the hearts of the populace may shift. With that, Qin Hui covered his face with his sleeve and wept sorrowfully. Such a display might lead one to believe he was a compassionate and loyal official. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue angrily struck the armrest of her dragon throne. What do you imply? That my ascension has brought misfortune to the people of the Ice Spirit Kingdom? I would never presume so. In my eyes, Your Majesty is the first empress of our Ice Spirit Kingdom, undoubtedly a harbinger of fortune. Qin Hui replied. However, the governors have secretly inquired among the people, and they do not share this sentiment. They claim it is Your Majesty who has brought upon the calamities. As Lu Qingxue's expression grew increasingly frosty, Qin Hui clenched his teeth and cast a glance at the Northern Guardian King. Undeterred, he continued, Such statements are profoundly detrimental to our Ice Spirit Kingdom and equally harmful to Your Majesty. To win back the people's hearts and quell these rumors before they escalate, I believe we must first contain the disasters. I am willing to sacrifice my life for the sake of the people. I beseech Your Majesty to extend your benevolence and mobilize resources for disaster relief, thereby demonstrating your imperial grace. With Qin Hui's words as a catalyst, under the subtle nod from the Northern Guardian King, dozens of officials from various departments, including the ministers of personnel and justice, clasped their hands in unison and proclaimed, We implore Your Majesty to lend a hand and rescue the common people from their dire straits. Witnessing this shift within the court, the remaining civil and military officials exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their opinions. The Northern Guardian King leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, casting a mocking gaze at Lu Qingxue. She did not respond immediately, but turned to her loyal grand historian. Du Ruhui. Is what Qin Zhongqing said true? With a resigned sigh, Du Ruhui nodded. Indeed. I only received word of this last night and did not have the chance to report it. I beg your majesty's pardon. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue's expression grew grave. She had heard whispers of various calamities, but had not anticipated their severity. Did I not allocate a substantial sum for disaster relief at the onset of the droughts and floods? Where has it all gone? Why has the situation not been controlled? She inquired, her tone heavy with the weight of impending accountability. Though she remained unaware of Qin Hui's ulterior motives, she recognized the necessity of not following his lead, lest she become ensnared in his schemes. In response to the Empress's inquiry, Qin Hui subtly curled the corner of his mouth and exchanged a knowing glance with the Minister of Revenue, He Shun. The robust He Shun, prepared with a retort, flicked his sleeve, revealing a thick ledger that materialized in his hands. Your Majesty, this details the allocation of the disaster relief funds, meticulously itemized down to every single coin's destination. I implore you to peruse it. However, without even glancing at the ledger presented by He Shun, Lu Qingxue set it aside. The audacity with which he offered it suggested that what she would observe therein was merely what he wished her to see. No need for that. I trust the minister's handling of affairs, she declared resolutely. Given the severity of the calamity, it is imperative that additional relief funds be allocated to stabilize the situation and provide the populace with a secure home. As her words faded, He Shun, with an expression of feigned remorse, bowed his hands in salute. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue is already devoid of funds, and the national treasury is depleted. I fear we are unable to disperse any disaster relief. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue's understanding crystallized. It was no wonder that the Prince of the North had been investigating the disaster situations across various regions, nor that these officials, typically indifferent to the plight of the common people, had suddenly chosen to report on the calamities. All of this was a calculated scheme to place her, Lu Qingxue, in a precarious position. Now, with the Ministry of Revenue lacking funds and the treasury empty, she, as the Empress, was unable to provide for the afflicted citizens. Undoubtedly, the populace would harbor profound resentment towards her. Should the Prince of the North further stoke the flames of discontent, the consequences could be dire. If public sentiment were to fragment, regaining their trust would prove exceedingly challenging. Once lost, her imperial authority would wane significantly. In that moment, Lu Qingxue grasped the gravity of the situation. Observing the somber countenance of the Empress, the Prince of the North seized the opportunity to interject. Your Majesty, the suffering of the people across the lands is immense. The number of those afflicted is staggering. If you do not act swiftly to provide relief and grant them a stable home, it may lead to insurrection. At that point, the Ice Spirit Kingdom may well fall into disarray, and you, Your Majesty, would bear the blame. The imperial throne is traditionally occupied by those of virtue. I beseech you, do not betray the trust of the people and the late emperor. The Prince of the North's gaze brimmed with triumph. His implication was clear. If you cannot provide relief, then allow me to assume the throne. He was unlike the other courtiers who trembled before the Empress. Their rivalries were no secret, each desiring the other's downfall while being unable to act against one another. Now, having manufactured an opportunity, the Prince of the North would not let it slip away easily. Is the Prince instructing me on governance? I shall undoubtedly address this disaster. Do you presume that the emptiness of the treasury means I am powerless? Within 3 days, I shall present a solution. I will demonstrate to you all that I am worthy of this throne. With a haughty dismissal, Lu Qingxue waved her dragon robe, and the morning assembly concluded on a discontented note. Her heart was heavy. When the late emperor passed, the resources of the treasury had already been meager. She, a mere woman, ascended to the throne, facing insurmountable obstacles. Over the years, in her quest to win the hearts of her subjects, the national treasury has been depleted, leaving her with scant personal resources. Even with boundless wisdom and lofty ambitions, she finds herself in a predicament akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without rice. As she gazed at Lu Qingxue, who stormed out in anger, the King of the North laughed heartily, feeling a deep sense of triumph within. Once you, Lu Qingxue, are rendered powerless and the world turns against you. I, Lu Ji, shall merely need to step forward to dispel this crisis. The hearts of the people will rally behind me, and my prestige will soar to unprecedented heights. In that moment, who could be more deserving of the imperial throne than I? And you, a woman stripped of imperial aura, are destined to be nothing more than a vessel for my ancestral spirits. Within the sword pavilion, Lu Qingxue convened with her trusted advisors. Li Chunfeng, having heard of the court's tumult from Gu Yanwu, wore a grave expression. After all, the longevity of an empire relies not only on formidable military strength, but also on the welfare of its common folk. Your Majesty, as a woman, your reign has already been unprecedented and thus faces skepticism. Coupled with years of natural disasters, the grievances among the populace and officials have grown, questioning your right to the throne. I believe you are aware of this. I have observed that your imperial aura has stagnated for the past 2 years. Alas, if this issue is not resolved adequately, it could lead to dire consequences, and the reputation and foundation we have built over the years may be lost. Upon hearing the national advisor, Li Chunfeng, speak, the Minister of State, Du Ruhui, sighed deeply. Your Majesty, I have personally visited the disaster-stricken areas, and they resemble a hell on earth. The practice of cannibalism has become alarmingly common. I have even witnessed individuals consume Guanyin soil, only to suffer fatal consequences. Earlier, during the court assembly, Your Majesty declared that a solution would be forthcoming within 3 days. Might I inquire if you possess a brilliant strategy to address this matter? Listening to the chorus of suggestions from her aides, Lu Qingxue shook her head in resignation, revealing no concealment. To provide disaster relief without substantial resources and funds is utterly impossible. At present, we are in dire need of money. Furthermore, the reconstruction following the relief efforts will also require significant financial resources. Given the assets at my disposal, I fear we are unable to resolve this situation at present. At her words, disappointment washed over the assembly, and a somber mood enveloped the sword pavilion. Despite the presence of numerous strategists and seasoned officials, no viable solutions emerged. After all, the funding needed to address the disasters across several large provinces and to facilitate reconstruction was far beyond their means. Just as despair settled in, a cheerful, melodic laughter suddenly resonated from outside. Sister Shangwan, hurry and chase me. If you catch Linger, I'll treat you to something delicious. The crowd turned to each other, intrigued by the unexpected sound. In an animated pursuit, Shangwan Yin chased after Chu Linger, bursting into the sword pavilion with laughter that echoed like the song of a lark, momentarily dispelling the somber atmosphere that enveloped the gathering. However, upon entering and observing the weighty expressions of those present, Shangwan Yin quickly sensed an unsettling tension. With a swift motion, she grasped Chu Linger and urged, "Linger, cease your antics. It appears the Emperor and the others are grappling with significant matters. I promise to play with you shortly. For now, please sit quietly." Chu Linger nodded in compliance, her gaze darting to Lu Qingxue, whose brow was furrowed in concern. With a spark of curiosity igniting within her, Chu Linger pondered aloud. Sister Shangwan mentioned that Mother is encountering difficulties, hasn't she? Father has imparted much wisdom to me. Perhaps I can utilize his teachings to assist my esteemed mother. Might she come to admire and depend on Father even more? He once remarked that when a woman becomes deeply reliant on a man, she is akin to a leech clinging to a heron's leg, forever bound to him. If I can foster this reliance, perhaps when I return home to Father, Mother will accompany me as well. With this revelation illuminating her thoughts, Chu Linger nestled into Lu Qingxue's embrace and curiously inquired, "Mother, are you facing a dilemma? Would you share it with Linga? Father has said I am quite clever. Perhaps I could offer some insight." Chapter 21. Linger, your father truly is a genius in governance, observing Chu Linger's endearing and earnest demeanor. A rare smile flickered across Lu Qingxue's otherwise serious face. "My dear, we are discussing state affairs that are beyond your comprehension. Your kind intentions are appreciated, but it would be best for you to play with Sister Shangwan or perhaps read some books. I shall join you once I have resolved these matters." She gently patted Chu Linger on the head. Indeed, while Chu Linger exhibited remarkable intelligence and prodigious talent in both cultivation and calligraphy, she was but an 8-year-old child, ill-equipped to grasp the complexities of statecraft. As the Empress, Lu Qingxue had numerous advisors, yet even they struggled to provide solutions. How could a young girl hope to succeed where they faltered? This sentiment was echoed by Gu Yanwu and Li Chunfeng, among others, who chuckled lightly and remarked, Ling, governing a realm is far more intricate than merely slaying a lamb. It requires consideration for the populace. You are still quite young and do not yet fathom the nuances involved. In due time, when you are older, we shall teach you the intricacies of domestic governance. And then you will understand. Upon hearing their dismissive remarks and witnessing their condescending gazes, Chu Linger pouted and retorted defensively, Who says I am too young to comprehend? For a dynasty to endure and for a sovereign to win the hearts of the people, one must treat the citizenry with kindness. Father has said that while water can support a boat, it can also capsize it. I have heard these profound truths so often that my ears have grown calloused. At her words, the group exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes widening in astonishment. Her words struck like an arrow, piercing the very depths of their hearts, evoking a sensation as if something had been stirred within them, causing an involuntary shudder. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it? How astutely articulated. Your Highness, is this wisdom imparted by your father? The Chancellor, Du Ruhui, repeated her words, his eyes sparkling with enlightenment, feeling as though a profound truth had been revealed to him. This single phrase could serve as a cautionary adage for all future ministers. The fact that she could articulate such wisdom indicated her father's profound understanding of state affairs. He sensed that her intellect even surpassed his own. Chu Linger nodded with a hint of pride, playfully nudging Lu Qingxue. Of course, it was my father's teaching. He once swept through the 6 kingdoms and reigned as emperor for decades. In those days, he was known as the Eternal Emperor, although I have never witnessed his reign. I have often heard him recount how he governed the court and vanquished enemies, which makes me aware of his formidable prowess. At her words, several hearts skipped a beat. The Eternal Emperor? Lu Qingxue suddenly recalled that Chu Linger's father was indeed the Azura king who had transcended the river of time eons ago, a superlative master who subdued the 6 ancient kingdoms. Being his daughter, Chu Linger had inevitably absorbed some knowledge from him. Perhaps she could even devise a solution to their current predicament. With this thought, Lu Qingxue held on to a glimmer of hope and explained the happenings in the court to Chu Linger. My dear Linger, this is the situation. Do you think Mother truly lacks the mandate of heaven, unworthy to be emperor? Could the calamities plaguing the world be attributed to her ascension? Is it true that the mandate of heaven cannot be defied? Lu Qingxue's gaze dimmed slightly. She was, in truth, reluctant to assume the role of emperor. If not for her husband's jest about wanting to be the man who rules, she would never have chosen this path of intrigue and rivalry. The onlookers sighed, unable to suppress their sympathy for the empress, despite their reluctance to admit that the disasters across the lands indeed began after Lu Qingxue's reign. Perhaps a woman as emperor truly lacked divine approval. Just as they lamented, Chu Linger rolled her eyes and let out a scoff. Mother, who told you this is the mandate of heaven? Who decreed that women cannot be emperors? My father once said that the occurrence of disasters has no correlation to who occupies the throne. Such beliefs are mere feudal superstition. Even in the absence of an emperor, calamities will still unfold when destined to do so. These disasters simply coincidentally occurred during your tenure, providing an excuse for those with ulterior motives to manipulate public perception, leading everyone to believe that your ascension has invited misfortune. In truth, it has nothing to do with you. The full saying regarding the mandate of heaven concludes with humans can triumph over destiny. Chu Linger leapt gracefully from Lu Qingxue's embrace, her hands clasped behind her back like a venerable sage, guiding the crowd with wisdom. Upon hearing her words, the assembly was struck with astonishment, gasping in disbelief. Can mere mortals triumph over the heavens? It is known that even emperors dare only to call themselves the son of heaven, acknowledging the whims of fate. Such audacity requires immense self-confidence. What conviction must one possess to utter such statements? Noticing the complex expressions on the faces of the crowd as they pondered her words, Chu Linger seized the moment and continued, Mother, do not carry the weight of this burden. Father once remarked that, in truth, the common people are indifferent to who reigns as emperor. Their lifelong pursuit is not to attain great power, but to discover how to live joyfully. Whoever ensures their sustenance and provides them with comfort is a worthy emperor. Should the emperor lead them to despair, they will rise in rebellion, risking everything to overturn the status quo. At these words, Lu Qingxue shuddered. Indeed, why would the common folk care who ascends the throne? They might not even recall the emperor's name. The so-called will of the people simply translates to ensuring they are well-fed and properly clothed. Only then will they genuinely rally in support. How could she have been less perceptive than Chu Linger? Perhaps her father comprehended the essence of emperorship far better than she, the female sovereign. No wonder he could articulate the notion that water can both carry a boat and capsize it. In that moment, Lu Qingshue's thoughts became much clearer. How profound Ling Er's words are. Mother genuinely wishes for the people to thrive. Yet the treasury lacks sufficient funds to provide disaster relief or to rebuild the affected areas. Alas, I find myself powerless. It is my dereliction of duty that has left the common folk in dire straits. Lu Qingxue could not help but sigh. The Ice Spirit Kingdom faced both internal strife and external threats. Compounded by its inherent weaknesses, the current turbulence revealed its vulnerabilities. The crowd echoed her sentiments with a collective sigh. A single coin can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. The cost of disaster relief and reconstruction is astronomical. Even if this group of ministers, serving the female emperor, pooled their resources, it would barely suffice for relief efforts. The prospect of rebuilding the disaster-stricken areas seemed utterly fanciful. After listening to their discourse, Chu Ling Er's bright eyes suddenly narrowed, as if deep in contemplation. If memory serves, her father had once shared the entire process of disaster relief with her. Recalling the series of tales titled Father in the Court as the Emperor, Chu Ling felt a surge of clarity. Mother, I believe I can devise a way to provide relief and facilitate rebuilding. Upon hearing this, the crowd lifted their heads, their faces brimming with anticipation as they gazed at Chu Ling. Rather than asserting that she had the solution, it was more accurate to say that she was inspired by her father's previous methods. After all, he was the Azura king. Could his strategies be mere trifles? Linger, what plan do you propose? Could you enlighten us, along with His Majesty? Chu Ling nodded, mimicking her father's demeanor. Standing at the window with her hands behind her back, gazing 45 degrees toward the sky, and spoke with an air of sophistication. The solution is rather simple, utilizing labor in lieu of direct aid. Upon hearing this, the assembly exchanged puzzled glances. Utilizing labor in lieu of direct aid? Have you ever heard of such a method, old Du? Gu Yanwu inquired, perplexed. Du Ruhue shook his head with a wry smile. No, I have lived for over a century and have yet to encounter such an approach. Lu Qingxue stepped forward, gently ruffling Chu Linger's hair, and softly urged, Dear Linger, do not keep us in suspense, enlighten us. Very well, Mother, the concept of utilizing labor in lieu of direct aid is quite straightforward. You see, during disaster relief, merely ensuring that the populace is fed, while it may sustain their survival, generates no intrinsic value and is ultimately futile. It fosters dependency on the state, leading to complacency. Should there come a day when the state can no longer provide sustenance, they would undoubtedly blame you for not being compassionate towards the commoners. As the saying goes, a favor in rice can lead to enmity over a grain. However, if you were to mobilize these disaster victims, allowing them to eat their fill and then engage in the reconstruction of the disaster-stricken areas and the enhancement of irrigation systems, not only would it sustain their lives, but it would also facilitate rebuilding efforts, thus saving a significant sum of money. By the time winter arrives and the irrigation systems are complete, we need not worry about droughts when the heavy rains come next year. At that point, who would dare say that Mother lacks divine favor? They would only commend your foresight. Chu Linger concluded her explanation with a cheerful smile, only to turn and find that the assembly in the sword pavilion stood in stunned silence. 3 seconds later, their eyes sparkled with brilliance, as radiant as the sun. They could not help but exclaim in unison, Linger, your father is indeed a genius of governance. In Chapter 22, it is asserted that a princess could never master military strategy, so fret not. Though Chu Linger's proposal seemed straightforward, it had eluded the minds of these high-ranking officials. Employing labor in lieu of direct aid could undoubtedly reduce resource consumption by more than half. It is truly an excellent strategy for governance. Who would have thought that not only was Chu Linger's father profoundly skilled, with unparalleled calligraphy, but he also possessed remarkable acumen in statecraft. His capabilities are indeed beyond compare. Mother, do you think my idea is useful? Observing the astonishment on their faces, Chu Linger beamed with joy. Indeed, her father's prowess as emperor surpassed her mother's. What her father could resolve effortlessly, her mother and the esteemed elders had failed to conceive. Lu Qingxue nodded. joyfully grasping Chu Linger's hand. "It is indeed useful. Your idea is exceptionally valuable." However, a shadow of concern crossed the Empress's face. With her political insight, she discerned the drawbacks of this method. The fundamental requirement for utilizing labor in lieu of aid is the provision of food. Only then can the populace muster the energy to work. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. Yet, alas, this food her mother had yet to devise a means to procure it. Upon hearing this, Chu Linger scratched her head, helplessly spreading her hands. "Mother, I still have a large bun that Sister Shangwan gave me this morning. Perhaps you could use it for relief efforts?" The Empress felt a swell of pride at Chu Linger's thoughtful nature. At that moment, her trusted ministers exchanged glances and bowed respectfully. Li Chunfeng was the first to speak. "Your Majesty, at my age, I require but few resources, so please take whatever is in this spatial ring." With Li Chunfeng taking the lead, Gu Yanwu, Du Ruhui, and others naturally would not hoard their possessions in such a critical moment. After all, they were all in the same boat, sharing both glory and misfortune. "Your Majesty, we also have substantial funds at home. You may use them to procure provisions," said another minister. "I too have some resources, and having long benefited from the Emperor's grace, it is my honor to contribute today." As she witnessed their generous offerings, Lu Qingxue felt deeply moved. It was precisely the support of these venerable officials that had elevated her from a princess to an empress. "I express my gratitude to all of you. I shall remember your contributions today, and once the national treasury is stabilized, I will surely repay you all doubly." She understood that as the sovereign, she must not let them feel unappreciated, otherwise, no one would support her again. The crowd respectfully clasped their hands in salute. "Your Majesty is too humble. We can all contribute a little, and together we can gather enough funds for disaster relief." However, one of them raised a pertinent concern. "But Your Majesty, have you considered a critical issue? Where will we procure grain, even if we have the money? With the Northern King's tactics, he will undoubtedly obstruct our efforts to buy grain. We might end up spending all our money and still not secure half the provisions." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue found herself in a dilemma once more. Sighing, Sai Huadawa chuckled confidently. "Fear not, for this matter shall be entrusted to me. After being a guest here for so long, I cannot simply eat without contributing. Ha! My apothecary valley has always been dedicated to healing and aiding the populace, and we hold considerable esteem among the common folk. I can have my disciples procure grain from other regions, and perhaps, owing to my reputation, we might even save on costs." Sai Huada's eyes gleamed with confidence. Though his apothecary valley lacked military might, it wielded significant influence among the people, aristocracy, sects, and the empire. After all, who does not suffer from ailments? Rarely would anyone dare to offend those affiliated with the apothecary valley. That would be splendid. With your esteemed efforts, we can surely exchange this money for enough grain to alleviate the plight of our citizens. Lu Qingxue expressed her gratitude without reservation. Sai Huadawa nodded and presented her with a token. "Your Majesty, take this token to the apothecary valley, and my disciples will act accordingly." "Excellent. I shall entrust this task to Dr. Du. I will ensure that Commander Lu Bing safeguards your safety. Time is of the essence. Act swiftly." Lu Qingxue commanded Du Ruhui. As the Minister of Justice, equivalent to a Vice-Chancellor, Du Ruhui's loyalty and capability were beyond doubt. He would handle the matter with prudence. "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall see to it. Once we secure sufficient grain, the Northern King's schemes will unravel on their own. Moreover, Your Majesty will also gain the people's support, achieving a twofold victory." With that, Du Ruhui clasped his hands in salute and, accompanied by Lu Bing, hastened to the apothecary valley with the funds. As for Chu Linger, she was taken by Shangwan Yin to the study, awaiting the arrival of her new teacher. As the princess of the Ice Spirit Kingdom and the goddaughter of the Empress, despite her exceptional calligraphy skills, there remained much for her to learn. After departing from the Sword Pavilion, Gu Yanwu embarked on his own mission, preparing to procure personnel from the Ministry of War to oversee disaster relief. To ensure effective disaster relief, it was imperative to first shake the corrupt officials. The Empress placed immense importance on this relief effort, employing only trusted individuals. Moreover, with Gu Yanwu, a selfless and principled sage of the heavenly realm, overseeing the matter, success was assured. Upon arriving at the Ministry of War, Gu Yanwu bellowed with a voice like thunder, devoid of the demeanor befitting a sage. "Old Zhu, where the devil have you been?" As his words fell, A voice filled with disdain echoed in response. What is the ruckus? Why is this old pedantic scholar here? Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man, approximately 1.8 meters tall, neither too thin nor too stout, with a stern visage, emerged from the loft of the ministry. This man was none other than Zhu Jun, the Minister of War and a formidable expert in the late phase of the Earth realm. Like Gu Yanwu, he was also a loyal member of the late Emperor's faction, deeply devoted to the Empress, and the two shared a close camaraderie. Gu Yanwu spoke bluntly, recounting the circumstances succinctly. Thus, I have come at Her Majesty's command to borrow personnel for disaster relief. Zhu Jun rolled his eyes. Damn it, old fellow. Your arrival never bodes well. Take the token and select your personnel yourself. I have business to attend to. Gu Yanwu accepted the token, weighing it in his hand, and suddenly noticed Zhu Jun's unusually formal attire, stirring a wave of curiosity within him. Oh, have you dressed up for a special occasion today? Off to meet a lover, perhaps? Zhu Jun, unrestrained, retorted sharply, don't spout nonsense. Yesterday, Her Majesty entrusted me with a task to teach Princess Yongle military strategy. I just finished my official duties and was preparing to go. By the way, I've heard the princess's calligraphy is exceptional. Even you, old fellow, cannot teach her? It's a shame that someone like you, who boasts of unparalleled calligraphy and Confucianism, cannot even handle an 8-year-old child. I am embarrassed to associate with you. Observing the hint of mockery in Zhu Jun's expression, Gu Yanwu shrugged nonchalantly. Recalling Chu Linger's extraordinary calligraphy and the collection of her works he held, Gu Yanwu's demeanor shifted to one of respect. Indeed, I am acutely aware of my inadequacies and do not deserve to be the princess's teacher. Furthermore, I have taken the young princess as my mentor. She is now my master. Taken aback by Gu Yanwu's seemingly genuine expression, Zhu Jun blinked in surprise. Even you have taken her as your master? Is this little princess truly that formidable? With a chuckle, Gu Yanwu confessed, to be honest, under my master's guidance, I have already transcended the Earth realm and reached the initial stage of the heavenly realm. Do you envy me? Gu Yanwu nodded, bracing himself, and, emulating the revered sages, performed an impressive display of strength. Standing at 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles exuding an overwhelming presence, even Zhu Jun, the Minister of War, staggered back several steps in shock. What the hell? Aren't you one to advocate that gentlemen use words rather than fists? What else with this physique? Gu Yanwu's lips curled slightly. What harm is there in a scholar possessing a modicum of muscle? It is entirely reasonable. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the other party, Zhu Jun found himself momentarily lost in thought. Are you implying that your ascendance to the celestial stage was entirely due to your exposure to Her Highness's scholarly disposition? Indeed, Gu Yanwu replied. Thus, as an old friend, I advise you not to underestimate Her Highness. I, too, once held her in contempt, but now I dare not. Gu Yanwu recounted the events of that day in detail. Upon finishing, Zhu Jun felt a mix of envy and amusement. Old fellow, you have truly been fortunate. However, worry not, for Her Highness excels in calligraphy and politics. It is unlikely she will make significant strides in military strategy. After all, human energy is finite, and she is but 8 years old. Regardless of her father's prowess, how much can she truly learn? Zhu Jun shook his head dismissively, then patted his chest with pride. As the Minister of War, I have devoted over 150 years to the study of military strategy. What tactics and formations do I not master? The number of renowned generals I have nurtured is beyond counting. Perhaps in raw power, I may not rival her father, but in military strategy, I doubt even the combined efforts of her and her father could measure up to half of my expertise. To have me teach the military arts to Princess Yongle is indeed a misallocation of talent. Alas, I wonder what the Emperor is thinking. What utility is there in teaching a little girl military strategy? Given his own capabilities and various considerations, Zhu Jun dismissed Gu Yanwu's words. After all, each field has its own specialization. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanwu tapped his forehead, a thoughtful smile gracing his face. You make a valid point. My master's calligraphy has reached an extraordinary level, a rarity to behold in millennia. When heaven opens one door, it invariably shuts another. It is likely that my master will find it challenging to achieve similar heights in other domains. Surely she cannot be prodigious in every respect. Such a notion is preposterous. Absolutely implausible. Chapter 23. What does your father know of military strategy? A misguiding influence. After concluding his discussion with Guyan Wu, Zhu Jun selected numerous elites from the Ministry of War. He then brought along his prized work, The Essentials of Zhu's Military Strategy, to Yongla Palace. Within the palace, Shangguan Yin, the dashing sword-bearing guard, had successfully transformed into Chu Linger's reading companion. Not only was she tasked with overseeing the young princess's studies, but she also had to accompany her in play. Observing the array of toys before her, Shangguan Yin sighed in resignation. Princess Linger, it is time for us to practice writing. These cloth dolls are truly unsuitable for you. They are somewhat childish. Chu Linger looked up and smiled innocently. But our new teacher has yet to arrive. Come on, Shangguan sister, let us play a little longer. The two dolls are about to wed. Come on, come on. Just as Chu Linger was caught up in her play, a voice called from outside the door. I, Zhu Jun, Minister of War, have come to instruct the princess in military strategy, as commanded. Upon hearing this, Chu Linger's smile instantly froze. Reluctantly putting down her toys, she pouted in annoyance. How bothersome. What is so worthwhile about learning military strategy? In the pursuit of knowledge, it often becomes a contest of who can be more shameless and cunning. Humph. The venerable teacher summoned to instruct me must surely be a devious character as well. Chu Linger muttered under her breath, filled with reluctance towards the study of military strategy. She believed her words were spoken softly, yet they reached the ears of Zhu Jun outside the door. His countenance darkened instantly. You little imp, how dare you accuse me of being cunning? I have no intention of teaching you. Even if I did, you might not grasp it, and even if you did, what practical use would it serve on the battlefield? I truly cannot comprehend the Emperor's reasoning. Is this not a waste of valuable resources? Surely, it would be more prudent to assign me to teach a talented deputy commander. Bound by imperial decree, Zhu Jun resigned himself to the task. Inside, Shangguan Yin chuckled wryly. Your Highness, military strategy is of utmost importance. No matter how formidable an army may be, without a commander well-versed in military tactics, it is merely marching to its doom. Moreover, the one teaching you is none other than the Minister of War, the foremost authority on military theory in the Ice Spirit Kingdom. This is also a form of cultivation from His Majesty. Other princesses and heirs would be fortunate to even seek Zhu's guidance. Please, be patient in your studies and do not disappoint the Emperor. Having spent several days with Chu Linger, Shangguan Yin had come to understand her character well. With the likes of Li Chunfeng and others indulging her, she exhibited a fearless demeanor. Only by invoking the name of the Empress, Lu Qingxue, could one hope to bring her to a semblance of tranquility. With a sigh, Chu Linger acquiesced. Fine, fine. I cannot let my stepmother down. I shall greet the teacher. She turned, rubbed her small face, and instantly adopted an expression of delight and respect before opening the door. Welcome, esteemed teacher. Please, do come inside. Zhu Jun stood there, dumbfounded. I truly believed your charms had bewitched me. Had I not overheard your derogatory remarks, I might have thought you a well-behaved child. Indeed, the swiftness with which a woman can change her demeanor knows no age. Clearing his throat, he said, I greet your Highness. Since you are so eager to learn, let us proceed directly to the subject at hand. Zhu Jun offered a slight bow and followed Chu Linger into the study, commencing the lesson. For the next half hour, the study echoed solely with Zhu Jun's instruction. Despite his initial reluctance to teach the young girl military strategy, he held nothing back. He explained various principles of military tactics in detail, even presenting his own writings for her perusal. Shangguan Yin listened with rapt attention, occasionally jotting down notes on concepts she found perplexing. To her astonishment, she realized the depth of Zhu Jun's military acumen. Minister Zhu, your insights are truly enlightening. After hearing your explanations, I feel as though I have received a profound awakening. Indeed, in terms of military theory, no one in the Ice Spirit Kingdom can rival your expertise. I have heard that even the formidable Zhen Nanwan, who commands respect in the borderlands against the Golden Spirit Kingdom, is one of your students. At this remark, Chu Linger paused, taken aback. Zhu Shangshu is indeed remarkable? Is there truly someone named Zhu Shangshu? The name bestowed upon me by my father is indeed the most melodious. Zhu Jun, oblivious to Chu Linger's sentiments, offered a modest smile to Shangguan Yin. His aged visage creased with joy. You flatter me, General Shangguan. In my youth, I was a commander of considerable repute, and it is only natural that I possess a profound understanding of military strategy. Through extensive use, one becomes adept. As for the Southern King, I did indeed instruct him. He is the most gifted of individuals. Were it not for the lack of support from a prominent sect, the Northern King would scarcely be his equal. Alas, the Southern King has fallen for one who is unworthy of his affections. Speaking of the Southern King brings both pride and a tinge of regret to my countenance. Shangguan Yan's expression also shifted, unable to stifle a sigh. Indeed, he has loved one who should not be loved. The emperor's heart is already occupied by another, holding the most significant place within. I have counseled the Southern King on numerous occasions, yet he persists in believing that one day the emperor will recognize his merits and return to him. Alas, matters of the emperor are beyond our discussion. Let us continue with the lessons for the princess, which I too shall endeavor to absorb. Upon concluding their discourse, both turned their gazes toward Chu Ling. Noticing her lost in thought, their expressions darkened instantaneously. At that moment, Chu Linger, having overheard their conversation, had already deemed the Southern King a rival in love. How dare anyone vie for the affections of her beautiful stepmother? This princess, who has remained in the palace, even neglecting her own mother, does so for what purpose? Is it not to secure a stunning and perfect wife for her unremarkable father? Now, someone dares to contest her preordained maternal figure. Such audacity is intolerable. When I encounter that Southern King, I shall use the laxative bestowed by my father to ensure he suffers for 10 days and nights. Lingu, do not drift off. Pay attention to the lesson. Shangguan Yin admonished, hand pressed to his forehead. The lessons from the Minister of War are a rare opportunity, yet she shows such disregard. Zhu Jun's face darkened, for this girl was the most lackluster student he had ever encountered. Your Highness, please recite what I have just taught, so I may ascertain what you still do not comprehend. Interrupted from her reverie, Chu Linger lifted her head, her bewildered gaze fixed upon them. What did you just teach, sir? I did not quite catch it. Zhu Jun nearly choked on his own frustration. His face flushed with indignation as he observed Chu Linger allowing knowledge to slip through her ears. He swore he was tempted to exclaim, "A decade which cannot be carved. If your Highness holds my military strategies in disdain, you may inform the Emperor that you wish to cease your studies, thus sparing us both the waste of time." Zhu Jun's tone carried a hint of ire. Chu Linger, aware of her own shortcomings, offered an embarrassed chuckle. "Sir, I do not look down upon your military strategies or texts. In truth, I too am versed in military tactics, taught by my father. However, your lessons seem somewhat simplistic and lack the cunning and cleverness I seek." Thus, Linger found it difficult to heed the words. And I hope the esteemed gentleman can forgive her. Observing the earnest expression on Chu Linger's face, Zhu Jun felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. Was this not a blatant disregard for his military strategies? How could one claim that his tactics were too simplistic? I am, after all, the most accomplished strategist of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. How dare one suggest my methods lack depth? Nonsense. Ha ha ha. Since Her Highness has deemed my strategies trivial, it follows that your esteemed father must possess even greater prowess. In that case, might I have the honor of witnessing it? I humbly implore Her Highness for guidance. Infuriated yet amused, Zhu Jun, a man of martial background, had a fiery temperament. Being so openly belittled, he disregarded the other's status entirely. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yin felt a sense of foreboding, her charming countenance shifting as she attempted to intervene. "Minister Zhu, the princess is still young and inexperienced. She did not mean to offend you. Please." Before she could finish, Zhu Jun waved her off. With a stern countenance, he declared, "General Shangguan, this is not a quarrel. I am merely seeking enlightenment from the princess. I wish to understand what kind of military strategy can be deemed profound. I am also curious whether the princess's enigmatic father is merely misleading the youth with grandiose claims." Upon hearing such pointed remarks, Chu Linger instantly bristled with displeasure. While the opponent might insult her, they must never question her father's capabilities. My father does not boast. In her heart, her father was invincible in every aspect. How dare one belittle my father and suggest he misleads the youth? Esteemed sir, did you not take pride in this military text? Then Linger shall also pen her father's military strategies, and we shall let Sister Shangguan compare, to see whose is superior. Chapter 24. The 36 Stratagems of Mozi provoked by Zhu Jun. Chu Linger's defiant spirit flared up immediately. She seized a pen from her desk and, relying on her memory, meticulously transcribed the military strategies her father had casually mentioned in previous conversations, each stroke deliberate and thoughtful. Watching the fervent writing of Chu Ling, Zhu Jun began to recognize his own impropriety. Here I am, the Minister of Military Affairs, engaged in a contest with a young girl. What a disgrace it would be if this were to get out. Alas, he chuckled, acknowledging that his martial upbringing made his temper somewhat excitable. In truth, I am rather curious about what Linger is writing. Why don't we take a closer look? Shang Wanyan smiled lightly at Zhu Jun, caught between both parties. She sought to mediate. Zhu Jun nodded, his interest piqued. Very well, let us see. Though I know that few military strategies could surpass my own, it would not hinder my understanding of the level of skill in the strategies of the Azura King. The two quietly approached, positioning themselves behind Chu Ling. Upon closer inspection, they saw inscribed upon the paper the bold characters, the 36 Stratagems of Mozi. This title was derived from her father's name, and the content was a summary based on the tales he had previously shared. Chu Linger was not writing hastily. After penning a few characters, she would pause to organize her thoughts, contemplating deeply. At this moment, several strategies had already been inscribed upon the parchment. Deceiving the heavens while crossing the sea, striking in the east while attacking in the west, surrounding Wei to save Zhao. Chu Linger, with her meticulous nature, had annotated each strategy, making it immediately apparent how these tactics should be employed. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Jun and Shang Wanyan felt an overwhelming surge of martial fervor enveloping them. A tempest of emotions surged within their hearts. Was this truly the transcendental art of calligraphy? Each character, each phrase, evoked a profound imagery. Yet, how could Chu Ling, who had never set foot on the battlefield, conjure such a chilling atmosphere of slaughter through her script? Before they could ponder further, the scene before them abruptly transformed. Chu Linger had vanished, and what lay before their eyes was a battlefield. Two unknown factions stood in confrontation. The autumn winds howled fiercely, and the withered grass swayed desolately across the boundless ancient battlefield where military encampments stretched for 800 miles. Moments later, the sound of a war drum echoed, and the soldiers hastily took up arms, forming ranks. In that arena, hundreds of thousands of troops clashed, a dark mass extending beyond sight, leaving countless severed limbs and remnants in their wake. Both sides were evenly matched. After several bouts of fierce combat, neither could gain the upper hand, leading them to call a truce and resort to cunning strategies. In the years that followed, the military strategists on both sides racked their brains, employing their schemes to continually outmaneuver the enemy. Meanwhile, Shang Wanyan and Zhu Jun each became generals of their respective factions, witnessing and participating in hundreds of battles, both large and small. Unbeknownst to them, time passed. Shang Wanyan transformed from a youthful figure of 18 or 19 into a seasoned warrior. Zhu Jun too matured from his youthful visage to that of a middle-aged man. With eyes shut, reflecting upon all the strategies employed by the military tacticians, Zhu Jun's eyes suddenly widened. It felt as though a deep-sea bomb had been dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of tumult through his very soul, leaving him in a state of profound agitation. Ah, these ingenious stratagems! Even an old man like myself could not have fathomed them. What a masterstroke it is to deceive the heavens while crossing the sea, blending the real with the illusory, thus achieving the highest form of strategy. On the surface, it misleads the enemy while secretly maneuvering behind the scenes. Brilliant, truly brilliant. The tactics of striking in the east while attacking in the west and surrounding Wei to save Zhao are also unparalleled strategies, adaptable for both offense and defense. Magnificent. In that moment, Zhu Jun grasped the brilliance of these strategies, just as he wished to follow the military strategist to learn more tactics. The hundreds of thousands of troops seemed to have discovered their presence as interlopers in this world. They all turned their steeds towards Zhu Jun and Shang Wanyan, charging at them. Attempting to evade, they realized they were devoid of any power. Ultimately, the two were trampled underfoot by the chaotic army. With a gasp, they awoke, feeling as if their chests had suffered a grievous blow, and they coughed up blood that stained the floor crimson. Remembering the gruesome vision of being torn apart, cold sweat drenched their backs, and their eyes were filled with terror. This was the backlash of martial intent, signifying their bodies could not withstand the ensuing strategies. If they persisted in their pursuit, death was inevitable. At this moment, the ancient battlefield had vanished, and they found themselves once more in the study. Before them, Chu Linger pouted, lost in her writing. The paper was increasingly filled with characters. She had crafted over 30 strategies, yet Zhu Jun and Shangguan Yin dared not look further. The battle intent stirred by merely 3 strategies was already beyond their endurance, let alone the overwhelming multitude of 30. Shangguan Yin wished to commend the brilliance of the princess's strategies, but found herself at a loss for words to adequately express their magnificence. At that moment, Shangguan Yin suddenly became aware of her own cultivation level and couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Wait, am I nearing the mid-stage of the celestial realm? I have only recently broken through to the initial stage, and my foundation is still unsteady. Why am I on the verge of another breakthrough?" Panic seized her, for a rapid advancement could jeopardize her foundation. Yet, upon examining her base, she found it remarkably solid. Beside her, Zhu Jun also cried out in astonishment. "My cultivation has unexpectedly reached half a step into the celestial realm. After being stagnated for decades without progress, has it truly begun to shift? If not for issues with my techniques and meridians, I might have already broken through to the celestial realm." Neither of them anticipated that merely glancing at these strategies would catalyze their advancement. Comparatively, Zhu Jun evidently reaped greater rewards. Through countless battles on the battlefield, he realized there was still vast room for growth in his military tactics. In contrast to Chu Linger's strategies, he truly comprehended the essence of deception in warfare. Recognizing that his own tactics appeared somewhat superficial, "Sister, you two are incredibly noisy, disrupting Linger's thoughts." As they marveled, Chu Linger's dissatisfied voice interjected. She set down her brush, placed her hands on her hips, and glared at them. Shangguan Yin smiled sheepishly. "Apologies, Linger. I didn't mean to. I simply couldn't help myself." She paused, then asked, "By the way, Linger, how many strategies have you written?" Chu Linger rolled her eyes and pointed at the stack of white paper in front of her. "Isn't it all right there? You can see for yourself. After reading it, you can compare your strategies with mine and see whose are superior." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yin wore a bitter expression, torn between curiosity and trepidation. As a military general, she inherently understood the potency of Chu Linger's strategies. If they struggled with the battle intent from 3 strategies, how could they possibly endure the rest? "I can't quite count, so please tell me, Ling." Shangguan Yin offered a feeble excuse to evade the question. With a sigh, Chu Linger gave her a look of disbelief. It was evident that Shangguan Yin practiced martial arts due to her lack of intelligence in academics. She couldn't even count. Simple-minded, yet physically adept, Linger had written 35 strategies, and she had yet to complete the final one before being interrupted by the 2 of them. Upon hearing this, both Zhu Jun and Shangguan Yin gasped in shock. Such a remarkable strategy, possessing even 10 would be extraordinary, yet this young girl astonishingly wields 36 stratagems? One must possess an exceptional mastery of military tactics to conceive such a plethora of timeless schemes. These stratagems surpass the profundity of my Zhu family's military treatise. With this Zhu family treatise alone, one could instill fear in the armies of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. If one were to master these even more formidable 36 stratagems, would they not achieve flawless dominion over the battlefield, becoming a legendary military deity? What adversary could stand against them? Should the 36 stratagems of Mozi be disseminated, it would undoubtedly be coveted by all empires and revered as a treasure by military scholars. Your Highness, it is the old minister who has been narrow-minded, akin to a frog in a well, for when compared to you and your esteemed father, I am but a flickering firefly, insignificant in stature. My military tactics are, in fact, crude and unrefined. Here, I humbly apologize to both you and your noble father." Recognizing the disparity between us, Zhu Jun adjusted his mindset, promptly bowing to express his contrition. Not to mention, the previous simulated battle had bestowed upon him immense knowledge. This is a gift of enlightenment. How could one be arrogant towards a benefactor? Upon witnessing the other concede, Chu Linger stood tall with a newfound pride. "Humph, now you see how you underestimated my father. Just like my overly proud apprentice surnamed Gu. Now you comprehend the difference, do you? I told you my father is unparalleled. When he swept through the 6 kingdoms, you were still oblivious to his prowess." After a brief moment of pride, Chu Linger feigned magnanimity, extending her small hand to assist the other in rising. Shaking her head and laughing playfully. Acknowledging one's mistakes leads to great improvement. Hee hee. Ha ha. Thank you, Your Highness, for your forgiveness. Observing Chu Linger embodying the demeanor of a little adult, Shangguan Yin exchanged glances with Zhu Jun, unable to suppress their laughter. Indeed, children harbor no grudges. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated instantly. By the way, Your Highness, you mentioned that the 36th stratagem has yet to be revealed. May I inquire what this stratagem entails? Chapter 25, Shangguan Yin. I never expected the Azura King to be such a lecherous old man. Zhu Jun's eyes gleamed with profound anticipation and longing. His love for military strategy was boundless. He had devoted his life to the study of military tactics, and now, confronted with such a legendary military tome, the thought of not learning from it felt more excruciating than death itself. Chu Linger, not one to withhold knowledge, tilted her head in contemplation for a few moments before speaking. Well, listen closely. The 36th stratagem is, retreat is the best option. My father says, as long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. A single failure is inconsequential. As long as one lives, there is hope. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jun was taken aback. In his mind, war allowed for no defeats. Losing meant bearing a stain on one's life. Yet this new perspective enlightened him. It turned out that one must understand when to advance and when to retreat in order to seize opportunities and reverse defeat into victory. To be adaptable and resilient is the hallmark of a man. Retreat is the best option. Truly, this is a supreme military principle, capable of both offense and defense. If I could transcend to the heavenly stage and regain my youth for several decades, mastering the 36 stratagems, I would undoubtedly return to the battlefield to roam the world. Alas, it is a pity that this technique and its meridians are best left unspoken. Zhu Jun lowered his head in despair. The reason he had retired from his position as a general to assume a civil role was precisely due to his physical limitations that hindered his breakthrough. He felt unworthy of the responsibilities, ultimately leading to his disillusionment. Shangguan Yin glanced at him and sighed deeply. Minister Zhu, although your technique allows for the cultivation of military strength, it is but a fragment. Even my master cannot complete the final page for you, nor can he assist you in breaking through. It is indeed a great pity. Zhu Jun nodded, his face etched with disappointment. Indeed, if even the national master cannot assist me, it seems there is no one left in this world who can help. Now, that old scholar Gu Yanwu has already reached the heavenly stage, while I remain at the threshold. My potential for cultivation surpasses his. Were it not for the fortuitous encounter bestowed upon me by Princess Linger today, I might have made no progress in my lifetime. Had I not been restricted by my technique, I fear this opportunity would have been sufficient for me to break through to the heavenly stage. Shangguan Yin shook her head slightly, appearing to share Zhu Jun's lament. He was a loyal minister, and both the Empress and the National Master had exerted great effort to help him ascend to the heavenly stage and reclaim military authority. Yet, their endeavors were in vain, as if his limits had been irrevocably set, destined to linger at the earth stage for the rest of his life. If Minister Zhu could break through to the heavenly stage, the military strength at the Empress's disposal would significantly increase, thus enhancing their confidence when confronting the Northern Prince. Shangguan Yin understood well that once war commenced with the Northern Prince, it would equate to a confrontation with the entire Soul Temple. The Northern Prince's mother was a protective elder of the Soul Temple, a figure of considerable influence. How could she stand idly by while her son was wronged? Moreover, the Northern Prince was essentially a tool of the Soul Temple to seize the empire. They were well aware of the truth. Were it not for the constraints imposed by several other major sects, they would have dispatched forces long ago. The two sides were destined to engage in a relentless struggle, and once war broke out, Earth Stage warriors would hold little significance. The decisive factor would remain the high-end strength of the Heavenly Stage. Thus, each additional Heavenly Stage expert would incrementally enhance the chances of victory for the Ice Spirit Nation. Zhu Jun wore a troubled expression as he walked to the window, gazing at the sky in silence, his silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn. Hearing their conversation, Chu Linger's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She pondered to herself. Sister Shangguan mentioned that this teacher would be of great assistance to my godmother after his breakthrough. How wonderful it would be if I could use the knowledge imparted by my father to help. Then my godmother would grow increasingly grateful to him. However, Linger remained oblivious to where the problem lay. What could she do? While she was lost in thought, a faint, almost imperceptible glow emanated from the tattered bag at her side. A familiar mechanical notification echoed once more in her mind. Ding! Your package, the True Eye, has been delivered. Please check it. Suddenly, Chu Linger felt a jolt throughout her body, and darkness enveloped her vision, causing her to gasp in shock. Just as her cry echoed, a mere second later, light returned to her eyes. Linger, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Upon hearing Chu Linger's exclamation, Shangwan Yin immediately became exceedingly anxious. To her, the other was not merely a princess, but also a sisterly figure. Who could resist the charm of such a sweet, adorable, and sensible little girl with a formidable background? It's nothing, Sister Shangwan. Please don't worry, Chu Linger replied, rubbing her eyes in confusion. Has that voice echoed twice? Who could it be? Perhaps it was her father? It made sense. Only her father, who cared so deeply for her, could send things through the Chinquan bag. Linger knew that regardless of where she went, her invincible father would always watch over her. Last time, he seemed to have sent a calligraphy piece, which greatly improved her writing skills. So what could this eye of truth be useful for? As Shangwan Yin surveyed Chu Linger with a concerned gaze, Chu Linger widened her eyes in return. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance sparkled in her eyes, transforming Shangwan Yin into a moving skeleton, revealing countless veins and blood vessels. Chu Linger could even discern where Shangwan Yin bore hidden injuries and how her internal energy flowed within her body. Startled by this revelation, Chu Linger rubbed her eyes again, and the veins vanished, returning Shangwan Yin to her human form. Yet, whenever Chu Linger focused intently, the veins reappeared. The astute Chu Linger immediately grasped the method of utilizing the eye of truth and couldn't contain her joy, leaping with excitement. Sugoi, how marvelous! What do you mean your aunt has passed away? Linger, did your aunt die? Shangwan Yin looked utterly perplexed. Chu Linger smiled sweetly and waved her hand dismissively. No, that's just something my father taught me. Sugoi means very impressive. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yin playfully tapped Chu Linger's head, dismissing her words as mere nonsense. However, Zhu Jun, with a keen mind, noted her words carefully. Died aunt. Is that a way to compliment someone? The old man mused. I have learned something new. I must impress that old scholar Gu Yinwu with this. While the two conversed, Chu Linger seized the opportunity to scan Zhu Jun with her eyes, instantly identifying the problem. After receiving several rigorous teachings from Li Chunfeng, she had long become familiar with those veins, and clarity dawned upon her mind. Mr. Zhu, would you believe me if I said I could help you break through to the heavenly stage? Upon hearing this, the two were taken aback for a few seconds before shaking their heads. Shangwan Yin furrowed her brow slightly. Is Linger planning to use the meat of the vermilion bird to assist Lord Zhu? That might not be effective, considering it's a matter of cultivation methods. Chu Linger shook her head. No, I no longer have the chicken's backside. Beside her, Zhu Jun was filled with curiosity as he gazed at the tome titled The Art of War by Sun Tzu, seemingly beginning to comprehend something profound. Could it be that the princess intends for me to learn these 36 stratagems, hoping I might transcend boundaries through the power of warfare and martial spirit? Yet, Chu Linger shook her head, stating, no, that is not the case. I can discern the issue with Mr. Zhu. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yin and her companion laughed dismissively. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Linger, you are merely a third-tier warrior. How could you possibly see through Lord Zhu, who stands at the threshold of the heavenly tier? Without offering an explanation, Chu Linger bore a playful expression and addressed Shangwan Yin with a smile. Sister Shangwan, you have an internal injury 3 inches below your shoulder, bruising in your abdomen that is on the verge of surfacing. Moreover, your bosom is rather modest, merely the size of my fist. The illusion of fullness is due to the support of your inner armor. Am I not correct? At these words, Shangwan Yin was struck with disbelief, exclaiming, how do you know this, Linga? Only His Majesty is aware of my concealed injuries. I do not recall mentioning them to you. And regarding my bosom, cough, cough. Instantly, her fair visage was suffused with crimson. Despite her typically composed demeanor, Chu Linger's remarks left her feeling a mix of shame and anger. Indeed, her chest was modest, a painful truth she harbored deep within, and even ascending to the heavenly tier had not changed that. Furthermore, the bruising in her abdomen signified the approach of her monthly cycle, and Chu Linger was not mistaken. Shangwan Yin cast a discreet glance at Zhu Jun, her expression awkward. Zhu Jun blinked, maintaining an impassive demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the exchange. Chu Linger grinned and said, hee, I initially knew nothing of this. It was my father who just informed me. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yin felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground. The illustrious Azura King. A figure of formidable prowess had actually observed her, this mere girl, and worse, he had seen her completely bare. It was evident that the Azura king was ever watchful over his daughter. By this logic, did it mean she had no privacy at all? What difference was there between her state and being utterly exposed? Shang Wanyan's countenance fluctuated between shades of green and red, her mind racing with indignation. She felt uncomfortable in her own skin, as if a pair of eyes were mocking her modesty from the void. Though I, Shang Wanyan, may not be the strongest, I am still an untouched maiden. How could I ever marry under these circumstances? It's one thing to be seen. It's another to have it revealed to your daughter. Truly, how despicable. Chu Linger believed herself to be quite candid. After all, weren't those eyes bestowed with miraculous powers by her father? Wasn't that tantamount to him sharing such knowledge? Unbeknownst to her, her father had unwittingly been cast as a lecherous old man. Meanwhile, Zhu Jun, observing Shang Wanyan's reaction, widened his eyes in shock, his heart racing with awe. The ability to perceive the concealed injuries of a heavenly tier warrior, as well as their monthly cycle and modesty. How powerful must the princess's father be? How could I fail to detect his presence? Could it be that he perceives through divine consciousness? Indeed, the Azura king is worthy of his formidable reputation. What in this world could possibly elude his perception? If the princess claims she can assist me in breaking through, it is no trifling matter. In an instant, Zhu Jun was filled with excitement. To validate this notion, Zhu Jun earnestly turned to look at General Shang Wanyan. Is it true, General Shang Wan, that your bosom is merely the size of Princess's fist? The moment those words escaped his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. In the next heartbeat, a formidable surge of inner power erupted, sending Zhu Jun hurtling several meters away. Chapter 26. How kind of me to congratulate you, yet you dare to insult me? With a bruised visage, Zhu Jun scurried back, a sheepish grin adorning his face as he clasped his hands in apology to Shang Wanyan. My sincerest apologies. I was rather thoughtless. Shang Wanyan huffed in irritation, choosing not to respond. Naturally, Zhu Jun had no intention of provoking this fierce woman further. Instead, he turned his gaze longingly toward Chu Linger. Your Highness the Princess, do not fret. Please, demonstrate your inner power once more. Chu Linger confidently patted her chest. Zhu Jun complied, circulating his inner power within his body and attempting to breach the heavenly stage, yet he ultimately faced failure. Observing this, Chu Linger bounded over with her hands clasped behind her back, pointing at his head. There is a blockage in one of your meridians. The inner power cannot reach this point, thereby limiting your realm and preventing your breakthrough. At these words, Shang Wanyan was taken aback. Did this imply that Lord Zhu was lacking in intellect? How reliable was Linger truly? However, Zhu Jun's eyes brightened with hope as he respectfully clasped his hands again. The princess speaks the absolute truth. Each time I attempt to breach the heavenly stage, I feel that barrier tantalizingly close, yet utterly out of reach. I beseech your guidance. Princess, he understood that Chu Linger, being merely a rank 3 warrior, could not fully comprehend the intricacies of his predicament. Rather, it was more accurate to say that her insights were influenced by the guidance of the Azura king. Truly, a deity in his own right, nothing could escape his scrutiny. In Zhu Jun's eyes, the image of Chu Linger's father loomed larger than life. In comparison, he felt as insignificant as an ant, devoid of any secrets. Under Zhu Jun's fervent gaze, Chu Linger swirled her skirt and, resembling a sage from beyond the mortal realm, pondered deeply for a considerable time. To achieve a breakthrough, one must shatter the barrier. However, your inner power, due to the nature of your cultivation method, cannot impact this meridian. I believe Mr. Zhu could alter the flow of his inner power and attempt to reverse its direction, thus enabling a breakthrough from another angle. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jun's complexion turned pale with fright. To alter the course? Reverse the inner power? Surely, this was no jest. The flow of inner power was dictated by one's cultivation technique. Recklessly changing its trajectory could lead to catastrophic consequences, light injuries at best, or, at worst, one's body exploding. Had it been uttered by an ordinary person, Zhu Jun would have been incensed enough to strike them down. Was this not a blatant attempt to endanger him? Yet, given that the speaker was the princess, or rather, the Azura king, the matter was less certain. Princess, must it truly be done this way? Zhu Jun swallowed hard, his heart gripped by trepidation. Shang Wanyan also spoke up to dissuade her. Linger, this is no trifling matter. Do not act recklessly. Chu Linger, stroking her chin, smiled confidently. It should be fine. My father has always said that one must think divergently. If some issues cannot be resolved directly, perhaps a different approach will yield remarkable results. Upon hearing her words, Zhu Jun seemed to gain a measure of confidence. After all, the Azura King possessed profound abilities. Surely he would not harm someone as insignificant as himself. Then, since your highness and your esteemed father have both said so, I shall risk my life to give it a try. At worst, I shall perish, but I refuse to remain at the earthly level. That would make me feel like a worthless being. The difference between the earthly and celestial levels is like heaven and earth. The celestial level allows one to soar through the skies, while the earthly level does not. Unable to resist such temptation, Zhu Jun sat cross-legged and began to attempt reversing his internal energy. Shang Wanyan appeared anxious, protecting him as if fearing any disturbance. Meanwhile, Chu Linger laughed carefree. Isn't it just reversing the energy? Father said he had done it many times before and even mastered the Sunflower Manual and the evil-repelling sword spectrum that way. It's no big deal. As Zhu Jun cautiously channeled his internal energy, the immense force flowed in reverse to the obstructed meridians. Taking a deep breath, he steeled his resolve and launched a fierce assault against the indomitable barrier. It was as if he was prepared to risk everything for success or perish in the attempt. In his imagination, the barrier that had troubled him for nearly a century would not break easily, yet the reverse impact shattered it with astonishing ease. In an instant, the true chi within him became unimpeded, surging like a torrential river. The energy rushed towards his dantian, forming a vortex of spiritual energy that absorbed the essence of the surrounding atmosphere. After several seconds, Zhu Jun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a piercing arrow. He felt as though he had stepped into a new realm. Sensing the immense internal power within him, Zhu Jun was enraptured. Is this the celestial level? It turns out that the missing layer of cultivation was to reverse the internal energy. Without your highness and your esteemed father, I would never have touched this in my lifetime. Esteemed elder, I am deeply grateful for the rebirth bestowed by your highness and your father. Should your highness not disdain me, I wish to take you as my teacher, even as a named disciple. Zhu Jun swept his sleeves in a flourish and respectfully knelt before her. To bow before a young girl might be deemed shameful, but to bow before the charming princess who had a powerful figure behind her was a lofty honor. If, through this apprenticeship, he could learn the 36 stratagems, it would surely be a worthwhile investment. Upon seeing Zhu Jun on the ground, Chu Linger's expression stiffened. Oh dear, Mr. Zhu, please rise quickly. Why do you kneel like my old disciple? Linger already had an old disciple and could not take on another. Zhu Jun remained undeterred, shamelessly insisting he would not rise. Not even Shang Wanyan, a celestial being, could pull him up. Your Highness, since you have already taken in Gu Yanwu as a disciple, would it truly matter if I were to join as well? He has attained the celestial rank, and I have reached it as well. He is capable of honoring the teachings of his master, and so am I. I shall treat you with utmost reverence, akin to a beloved elder. And I sincerely hope you do not look down upon me, but instead welcome me into your esteemed fold. Observing Zhu Jun's tenacious demeanor, Chu Linger heaved a sigh. Although the celestial rank pales in comparison to my father's prowess, it should suffice to consider me among his disciples. Would my father not feel joy knowing that I have gathered a group of young companions outside? Besides, the strength in numbers is undeniable, and having my disciples approach my mother would indeed be much more convenient. Very well, I shall accept you as my disciple. Since you have chosen to honor me as your teacher, remember to uphold the virtue of respect towards your master. My father instilled in me from an early age that those who lack respect for their teachers inevitably meet a grim fate. At these words, Zhu Jun's demeanor stiffened. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Linger was merely voicing her complaints, and he mistakenly believed she was conveying the will of the Azura King. Zhu Jun clasped his hands in salutation and immediately bowed deeply, proclaiming, once a disciple, forever a son. I shall never forget. Chu Linger nodded in satisfaction. Patting his shoulder with an air of authority reminiscent of a strict matriarch, she solemnly stated, yes, that is the spirit. Come, last time, your senior brother presented me with a calligraphy piece upon his initiation. Today, since I see you have an affinity for military strategy, I shall impart to you the 36 stratagems. This is a treasured tradition of our sect, so be sure to safeguard it diligently. Witnessing this theatrical scene, Shang Yin was left utterly speechless. A dignified celestial rank practitioner had just hastily accepted an 8-year-old girl as his teacher. It was truly beyond words. All right, I must take my midday rest, so you may return for now. Chu Linger, reveling in her role as a master, waved her hand excitedly. Akin to a child at play. You may take your leave, and should I have any instructions, I shall convey them through this token. Zhu Jun nodded, handing over a communication token. He then reverently accepted the bundle of papers filled with military strategies, bowed in gratitude, and withdrew. As he departed from Yongla Palace, the expression on Zhu Jun's face was entirely transformed, as if he were a different individual. Watching Chu Linger quickly succumb to slumber, Shang Yin quietly retreated to the sword pavilion to report the matter of Zhu Jun's breakthrough and apprenticeship accurately. Upon hearing the news, the Empress, Li Chunfeng, and others could only chuckle in disbelief. They had not anticipated Zhu Jun's advancement. It was indeed splendid news. Let them indulge in their playful banter regarding Zhu Jun and Gu Yanwu's mentorship. As long as Linger is happy, that is what truly matters. The Empress waved her hand dismissively. Shang Yin nodded and, with a swift motion, returned to Yongla Palace to ensure Chu Linger's safety. Meanwhile, Zhu Jun, basking in his recent elevation, strode confidently towards the Ministry of War. He was eager to impress those beneath him. If one ascended merely to avoid ostentation, what purpose would it serve? Ah, old Confucian, you have yet to take your leave? Arriving at the entrance of the Ministry of War, Zhu Jun encountered Gu Yanwu once more before stepping inside. Gu Yanwu pointed to the elite warriors behind him, those exceeding the Xian rank, and chuckled. I have just assembled a fine army, ready to set forth on our mission. Oh, you seem to be in good spirits today. Is there a joyful occasion? Upon hearing this, Zhu Jun immediately beamed with delight. How did you know I achieved a breakthrough? The celestial rank? By the heavens, how did you manage that? Sensing the other's formidable aura, Gu Yanwu was taken aback. He was aware of how long Zhu Jun had been ensnared at the earth rank and was astonished that he had indeed broken through. Zhu Jun did not conceal the truth and openly recounted his breakthrough and apprenticeship. After listening, Gu Yanwu was momentarily speechless. So, you are as formidable as I, having reached the celestial rank? And it was your master who guided your breakthrough? Indeed, you have lost an ant, and so have I. Zhu Jun deliberately flaunted his newly acquired vocabulary, anticipating Gu Yanwu's puzzled gaze, eager to explain with an air of superiority before departing with a mocking flourish. However, contrary to his expectations, Gu Yanwu's expression darkened ominously. I sincerely congratulate you, yet you dare to insult me about my lost ant? Today, one of us shall not leave unscathed, Gu Yanwu declared, no longer the verbose scholar of yore. Once a man of words, he now sought to impart lessons through deeds. Today, you shall learn what it means to subdue others with virtue, what it means to be wise at 60, unless I deliver 60 resounding slaps. My fury shall remain unquenched. With that, a brick was hurled directly at Zhu Jun's head. Zhu Jun felt a wave of dizziness, soon followed by Gu Yanwu's relentless assault. Outside the military gate, the sound of slaps echoed resoundingly. Chapter 27. The Court Struggle. Hixin's capture days swiftly passed. The efficiency of the Medicine God Valley was remarkable, as they promptly exchanged supplies for disaster relief. When Lu Bing and Du Ruhui returned with the provisions, Gu Yanwu and his group accepted the materials with their spatial rings and headed straight for the disaster-stricken areas. Meanwhile, in the court that day, the Prince of the North and the Minister of Personnel, along with the deputy censor, awaited the Empress's arrival with mocking expressions. Your Highness. According to my investigations over the past few days, Her Majesty seems to be without any significant moves. It appears she is at a loss. The prince's ambitions were palpable. After today, the Empress's throne will likely be in jeopardy. I extend my early congratulations on your ascension. In response to the flattery from his sycophants, the Prince of the North smirked dismissively. What does a wretched woman have to challenge me? Is it that decrepit Li Chunfeng? What is he really? Though my strength may not match that of Lu Qingxue, the power I command behind me is beyond her reach. Minister Yin Song and the others nodded in agreement, though their hearts brimmed with disdain. They were astute individuals and could see that the Prince of the North's capabilities were, in truth, inferior to those of the Empress. His apparent bravado was merely the facade of a celestial rank scion, propped up by heavenly resources. Yet, one cannot overlook the formidable influence of her mother and the substantial backing she possesses. The world thrives on profit, and all are drawn by gain. They belong to esteemed families and perceive matters with clarity, as long as it yields benefits. Aiding anyone is merely a means to an end. Whoever claims the throne is of little consequence. Thus, when the moment calls for flattery, it is essential to indulge. Should one manage to please this individual, the rewards will surely follow. Indeed, the prince's noble demeanor and profound insights are unparalleled, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary woman. Quite right. Initially, when His Majesty ascended to the throne, the old ministers were vehemently opposed, yet the late emperor's will was unwavering, leaving us without recourse. In truth, we only recognize one sovereign in our hearts, and that is you, my prince. Listening to the words of those around him, the king of the north felt immense satisfaction. At that moment, a eunuch bellowed, startling everyone back to their seats. The emperor has arrived. As the words were spoken, the regal and austere Lu Qingxue, adorned in a resplendent dragon robe, gracefully took her place upon the throne, escorted by Shang Wanyan. Court is in session. Long live the emperor. The officials bowed in unison. Lu Qingxue's expression remained impassive. While they chanted long live, many among them secretly wished for her demise. All loyal ministers, present your matters. If none, you may retire. Your Majesty, I have a decree to present. The Grand Counselor Qin Huai stepped forward once more, continuing at the Empress's behest. Your Majesty, may I inquire about the relief efforts I proposed 3 days past? The calamity is overwhelming. You cannot idly stand by while the victims suffer. This is not the conduct of a wise sovereign. Qin Huai sighed deeply, seemingly filled with compassion for the people. Once he spoke, numerous officials joined in, pressing the matter of disaster relief upon Lu Qingxue, incessantly intensifying the pressure. In the face of their relentless onslaught, the empress listened with an expressionless demeanor, offering no response. Even the Minister of War and others under her command stood with eyes closed and hands at their sides, appearing unfazed. Observing this, many officials allied with the King of the North furrowed their brows, and Lu Ji's countenance reflected displeasure. This was not the outcome he had anticipated. In his mind, he envisioned the empress, besieged by the demands of the court, flustered and helpless, ultimately pleading for more time. But why did she appear so composed? Was she truly prepared to stubbornly embrace her fate? The King of the North cleared his throat, stepping forward with an air of enigmatic confidence. With a discerning gaze directed at Lu Qingxue, he boldly questioned, Your Majesty, should you not provide an explanation? The late emperor bequeathed the throne to you not for you to act capriciously. If your virtue does not match your position, it may be difficult to gain the people's acceptance. We shall not idly watch as the populace suffers. Moreover, 3 days ago, you personally promised to address the issues in the disaster-stricken areas. A sovereign's word is not to be taken lightly. Upon hearing Lu Ji's provocative remarks, the empress slightly opened her eyes, fixing him with a frigid gaze. Why must I justify my actions to others? How am I acting capriciously? The affairs of the disaster-stricken region are of no concern to you. I have already dispatched personnel with supplies. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. Would I toy with the lives of my subjects? You need only await good news. The empress's assertive declaration caused the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. The Inspector General and the Minister of Revenue exchanged glances, while the Northern King, observing the empress's unwavering confidence, furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling premonition. Was the national treasury truly devoid of resources? The Ministry of Revenue lacked funds. From where could Her Majesty procure relief supplies? Moreover, when had she dispatched anyone? A hint of disdain curled at the corners of the empress's lips. I have my own methods to acquire supplies. Must I report my actions to you, Northern King? You do not hold such influence. Witnessing the tension between the two, the officials fell silent, fearing repercussions. Even prominent figures such as Qin Hui, Yin Song, and He Shun dared not utter a word. The Northern King, Lu Ji, was incensed by Lu Qingxue's unyielding demeanor, his face paling with rage. His gaze shifted to He Shun, as if questioning why he had provided supplies. He Shun feigned innocence, raising his hands in surrender, conveying with his eyes, Your Highness. Did not the funds from the Ministry of Revenue end up in your pockets? How could I possibly offer her anything? This is unjust. Could it be that those ancient officials managed to gather something? Lu Ji inhaled deeply to suppress his fury, realizing the implications of the situation, clenching his fists in anger. He longed to retaliate against Li Chunfeng and the others. The Empress certainly possesses remarkable abilities, but are your resources truly sufficient for disaster relief and reconstruction? That is of no concern to you, for I have my own means. Furthermore, there is another significant matter I must address today. With that, Lu Qingshua's already frosty countenance grew more resolute. Bring forth the Minister of Revenue, he shunned, and bind him. At her command, Commander Lu Bing, accompanied by 2 deputy commanders, rushed in. The trio wielded binding ropes, swiftly ensnaring He Shun. This unexpected turn of events left everyone in shock, bewildered by what transpired. As the Ministers of Personnel and Justice, along with the Inspector General, attempted to intervene, they were halted by the audacious Northern King. With a smirk, the Northern King addressed them softly. Fear not. With me present, let us see what she intends to do. Will she kill the chicken to frighten the monkey? Can she truly execute such a plan? The officials exchanged glances and retreated to the periphery. He Shun was kicked behind the knee by Lu Bing, collapsing to the ground in anger as he glared at the Empress. Your Majesty, why have you bound me? He Shun, do you plead guilty? Dare I ask, Your Majesty? As a veteran of 2 reigns, I have diligently and sincerely devoted my life to the Ice Spirit Kingdom. What crime have I committed? He raised his head defiantly, meeting the gaze of the Northern King. The Empress scoffed coldly. If I must speak plainly, Commander Lu, since Lord he does not confess, it falls upon you to pronounce judgment. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Bing bowed slightly, retrieving a small booklet from his bosom. Standing before the Empress and facing the assembly, he declared with an air of lethal authority. Following a comprehensive investigation by the Jinyui, it has been revealed that He Shun, the Minister of Revenue, exploited his position as governor 20 years ago to embezzle military funds amounting to 500,000 taels, resulting in the defeat and loss of the southern border due to lack of provisions for the army. 15 years prior, upon his elevation to the Governor-General of Suzhou, he misappropriated 1 million taels of disaster relief funds, leading to the starvation of over 70,000 citizens in Suzhou. Furthermore, after rising to the position of minister a decade ago, he has continuously siphoned off a total of 7 million taels of illicit funds, and 3 years ago, he transferred all tax resources of the Ministry of Revenue. In total, there are 72 counts of irrefutable evidence. Might I inquire what defense you have, Sir He? Lu Bing's expression remained impassive, akin to an emotionless automaton. Upon hearing his declaration, He Shun felt a chill run through him, his complexion drained of color. After a brief pause, He Shun raised his head and bellowed at Lu Bing in a fit of rage, as if he were a wronged man. Nonsense. I, He Shun, have lived my life with integrity. I have never committed such acts. Lu Bing, I warn you, do not fabricate evidence against me, or neither I nor the prince will spare you. At that moment, the Prince of Jinbei shifted his gaze towards Lu Bing, his eyes sharp as blades, causing Lu Bing's cheeks to sting with discomfort. I advise you to reconsider. I am not someone you, a mere Jinyui, can contend with. Moreover, I have no tolerance for those who fabricate tales, yet I greatly admire those who recognize the times. The threat and allure in the prince's words were unmistakable. Nonetheless, Lu Bing remained unfazed. Deny it? Do you believe your deeds are shrouded in secrecy? The truth cannot be concealed. Bring forth the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Lu Biao. In response to Lu Bing's command, a middle-aged man soon entered, bowing respectfully as he knelt. I, Lu Biao, Deputy Minister of Revenue, pay my respects to Your Majesty. Upon seeing the newcomer, He Shun's face turned ashen. Chapter 28, A Loss of Face. The Empress asserts her authority. The individual who had unexpectedly appeared was none other than Lu Biao, He Shun's right-hand man and a close confidant, who had been complicit in all matters of corruption. In that moment, He Shun suddenly understood why Lu Bing had uncovered his incriminating evidence. Lu Biao, I have treated you well. Why betray me? Do you think that by selling me out, you will escape unscathed? Do not forget everything I have done. You have a part in. He Shun's eyes blazed with fury, exuding a terrifying aura. Lu Biao replied with a cold smile. I apologize, Sir He, but I have always been a loyal servant to Her Majesty, serving my sovereign. My collusion with you was merely to gather evidence against you. As for those illicit funds, I secretly delivered them to Her Majesty long ago. At these words, He Shun felt as though all strength had been drained from him. He had considered Lu Biao a brother, only to discover that he had been meticulously orchestrated by the Empress. merely awaiting the moment to ensnare him. The officials present, both civil and military, were taken aback. They realized that the Empress was ringing the alarm. One by one, they glanced around, warily observing those beside them. Incessantly pondering in her mind, she wondered who among them was the spy sent by the Empress, fearful of repeating the fate of He-shun, being unceremoniously toppled. Now, does Lord He have any words of defense? If not, then let us accompany Lord He to the sword pavilion. Observing the compelling evidence and testimonies, He-shun was momentarily flustered. Your Highness, save me. Hearing He-shun's desperate plea, the King of the North stood resolutely, meeting the Empress's gaze. After all, he was his loyal hound. How could he not come to his aid? If he did not save his dog today, it might abandon him tomorrow. Furthermore, how could he overlook the fact that this was merely the Empress's tactic to assert her authority, aimed at undermining his stature as the King of the North? Your Majesty, Lord He is a veteran of 2 reigns. It would be inappropriate for you to take him away, would it not? Even if Lord He consents, I shall not agree. And even if I do, the other ministers will not. As these words echoed, the ministers who aligned with him immediately rallied in support. Indeed, Your Majesty, we implore you to reconsider. If Lord He, who holds such a crucial position, were to face punishment, who would oversee the vast Ministry of Revenue? That is correct. The ministry manages the nation's taxes and all expenditures. Lord He, though not without failings, has certainly toiled for the realm. Such actions would only chill the hearts of his colleagues. Listening to the cacophony of voices, Lu Qingxue slammed her dragon throne, a chilling aura emanating from her, eyes brimming with lethal intent. What does it matter if you disagree? Does it mean I can no longer govern this realm? Have I lost the authority to execute a guilty minister? The Emperor of the Ice Spirit Nation is I, not you, King of the North. You are merely a prince. What right do you have to meddle in state affairs? Everything concerning the Ice Spirit Nation is decreed by me, with the irrefutable evidence against He-shun. What use is the law if I do not act? Will the Ministry of Revenue function without him? Lu Bing, take him away and execute him on the spot outside the palace. Anyone who dares to obstruct shall meet the same fate. Lu Qingxue waved her dragon robe with unwavering resolve. This display sent shivers through the ranks of officials. It had been long since they witnessed the Empress's fury. The last time she had erupted in such rage, she had executed 48 ministers in a single fit of anger. Their families had suffered alongside them, resulting in a near bloodbath in the court. The streets of Chang'an had been stained red with blood, and that night, the stench of carnage had ascended to the heavens. Yet, over the years, they had nearly forgotten the Empress's iron-fisted methods. Gazing at the tempestuous Empress before them, they recalled the gruesome and brutal scene from the past. And for a moment, they dared not utter a word, casting their gazes towards the King of the North instead. Lu Ji, feeling slighted, unleashed the temper of a spoiled young master, seething with rage. With a surge of defiance, he repelled Lu Bing with a single strike. Standing before He-shun to contest the Empress. Lu Qingxue, how dare you? If you dare to kill He-shun, I shall ensure the Ice Spirit Nation suffers a great wound. You know I possess such power behind me. Witnessing this confrontation, the officials behind him were ignited with fervor. As soon as the Empress falters, it signifies the complete dissolution of the authority she has labored to establish over the years. This is a considerable advantage for them. However, unexpectedly, the Empress merely smiled with a hint of amusement. Oh, are you plotting rebellion, Prince of the North? Dare not. I am merely striving to safeguard the elders of the 2 dynasties and prevent the collapse of our governance. To execute someone over a trivial error, who would serve the Emperor in the future. Heeding the prince's warning, she observed, the waters run deep. You cannot navigate them. Lu Ji remained unyielding, pressing forward relentlessly, disregarding even the fundamental respect due to rank, addressing the Empress directly by her name. Lu Qingxue scoffed coldly. Today was meant to establish her authority and diminish the power of the Prince of the North to stabilize the court. There was no way she would retreat. Her formidable inner strength combined with imperial aura coalesced into a 5-clawed ice dragon, poised above her, ready to strike at any moment. Take him away, behead him. Today, I shall witness how you dare to pierce the sky. Gazing at the formidable ice dragon, Lu Ji was forced to take a step back, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the Empress. Are you truly willing to sever all ties? Do you not fear the soul suppression sect behind me? To be frank, that old relic Li Chunfeng cannot possibly resist my sect's 3 guardians. Not to mention, our sect has a high-ranking ancestor on the verge of emerging from seclusion. What do you intend to contend with? Lu Qingxue feigned indifference, her dragon robe sweeping as she commanded Lu Bing, execute. Lu Bing bowed respectfully, escorting He Shen out before all the civil and military officials gathered in the Great Hall. As he passed in front of the Prince of the North, he muttered under his breath, "Your Highness, this sky still belongs to Her Majesty. Your reach is not that long." Lu Ji clenched his fists, feeling a profound insult. He yearned to slay Lu Bing and Lu Qingxue, but discovered he was no match for this woman. All he could do was bite his teeth and swallow his indignation. Lu Qingxue, however, was also reluctant to escalate the conflict now, especially since Li Chunfeng was still a little short of reaching the high rank. Should he be killed, his mother would undoubtedly rally the soul suppression sect with great force, and they lacked the foundation to confront such a power. Thus, they could not hastily engage in battle. Otherwise, given her fiery temper, she would not tolerate Lu Ji's repeated insurrections. "Your Highness, save me, please. I do not wish to die." He Shen screamed in despair. Crack. A few seconds later, Lu Bing's blade fell, silencing He Shen's cries abruptly. The officials loyal to the Prince of the North trembled, sharing a sentiment akin to the sorrow of a rabbit mourning a fox's demise. "Your Majesty, the treacherous minister He Shen has been dealt with. Here is his head for your inspection. Dispose of it, feed it to the dogs. Additionally, send men to the He residence. Execute them all." Lu Qingxue waved her hand, and Lu Bing immediately discarded the severed head. Having completed this grim task, Lu Qingxue, accompanied by Shang Wanyan, approached the Prince of the North step by step. Observing his disdainful yet impotent expression, a smirk played upon Lu Qingxue's lips. "I await your audacious move. Do not presume I am oblivious. The main forces of your Jinhuan sect are currently incapacitated. Furthermore, cease your petty maneuvers, lest I find myself inclined to obliterate you. Henceforth, the position of Minister of Revenue shall be assumed by Lu Biao." Dismissed. With that pronouncement, Lu Qingxue, draped in her resplendent dragon robe, strode with an air of superiority out of the grand hall. Once the Empress had departed, the King of the North could no longer contain his fury, erupting in a frenzied roar. Infuriating. I shall not rest until this vendetta is avenged." Upon returning to his residence, Lu Ji was seething with rage. As he entered, he beheld Miao Sanbu indulging in wine and reveling in the dance of courtesans, a visage of unrestrained joy. This sight only fueled Lu Ji's ire further. "Begone! All of you get out. How can you still find delight in their performance?" The dancers, startled, hurriedly fled. Miao Sanbu, rolling his eyes, looked at him with disinterest. "What is the matter? Have you lost your mind, or has someone struck you down? I have been enduring this for too long. What is wrong with enjoying myself? Where is Bloodknife? Why is he absent? I cannot endure this any longer. Tonight, I shall confront that wretched woman." The scenes from the court replayed in Lu Ji's mind, his anger boiling over. No matter how hard he tried to rationalize, he could not fathom how Lu Qingxue, who had always been tolerant, suddenly found the audacity to confront him. Miao Sanbu poured himself another drink, savoring the moment without concern. "Ever since I acquired the discarded Yang Muxue, I have been holed up in my room practicing for 3 days. Remarkably, she still possesses her virtue." "Do you lack the ability?" he remarked with a teasing glint in his eyes. Lu Ji felt as if he had been struck at the core, his embarrassment igniting further rage. Observing this, Miao Sanbu swiftly shifted the conversation. "So, are you planning to take action tonight? I advise you to bide your time. Your Jinhuan sect is being monitored and cannot act freely. With our current numbers, we might as well be doomed." Lu Ji inhaled deeply, recounting the day's events. "What am I to do? This humiliation is unbearable. Not my concern. You brought this upon yourself with your rashness. Would it not be wiser to wait for the Jinhuan sect to arrive and seize the Ice Spirit Kingdom in one fell swoop?" Miao Sanbu scoffed derisively. Lu Ji clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he downed a drink and shattered the bowl in frustration. "What do you know? If I were to seize the Ice Spirit Kingdom beforehand, my ancestor would undoubtedly hold me in higher regard with their support. I would no longer fear breaking through to the desolate realm. You must understand, our ancestor reached the desolate realm a century ago. Their power is unfathomable." Miao Sanbu, showing little interest in such political machinations, shrugged and set off with his wine. "Do you not have a strategist named Qingxin? Discuss it with him. I am off to Ichuan Tower to enjoy the melodies." "Damn it! What use are you? One only knows how to seduce women, and the other merely listens to music. Lu Ji exploded in frustration, smashing a table before heading to Qingxin's quarters. My dear, how should I deal with that woman? Now that He Shun is dead, my power has significantly diminished, and all the sycophants are wary, reluctant to act recklessly. Sigh. Upon learning all this, Qingxin, this effeminate man, covered his mouth and chuckled softly. Giggle. My lord, what difficulty lies in this? I possess a method that can cause the dynasty to crumble in an instant, if my lord desires. I can even make the empress your plaything. Chapter 29. The Northern King and the Tiger's scheme. Qingxin nestled in the embrace of the Northern King. Neither felt any revulsion. Rather, they found immense pleasure in the moment. Oh, my dear, you have a way to bring about the downfall of the Ice Spirit Kingdom? Qingxin nodded. Indeed, my lord. Have I ever deceived you? The Northern King pondered for a few seconds, stroking his chin thoughtfully, and slowly nodded. However, I have toiled for so many years solely to bring the Ice Spirit Kingdom under my control, aspiring to be a revered emperor. If you cause its destruction, what significance would my efforts hold? Think again on how to ensure Lu Qingxue abdicates. If you accomplish this, I shall treat you well tonight. Dear Lord, do not be mischievous. The day has yet to darken. Allow me to contemplate how to topple the Empress without bringing down the Ice Spirit Kingdom. It is a delicate balance. A blush crept over Qingxin's delicate face, which brought the Northern King immense satisfaction and a sense of achievement. However, seeing that the other was deep in thought, the Northern King withdrew his hand. The room fell into silence. Qingxin took out maps of various kingdoms and their power dynamics, meticulously comparing them. After a few minutes, Qingxin lifted his head. My lord, I have a plan. Is that so? Speak it to me at once. The Northern King exclaimed with delight. Qingxin did not respond immediately. Instead, she pouted and acted coyly. My lord, if that empress were to be dealt with, could you grant her to me for a night? Upon hearing this, the Northern King's expression darkened, tinged with a hint of menace. What? You have begun to fancy women. No, my lord misunderstands. My heart belongs only to you. How could I ever be attracted to such a loathsome creature as a woman? I merely wish to humiliate her. After all, she is the exalted empress, the most beautiful woman of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. The sense of accomplishment in humiliating her would be tremendous. Please, my lord, grant my request, and I shall serve you well tonight. Surely you are aware of my affections for you? Seeing the Northern King's anger, Qingxin quickly employed her utmost charm. This softened the Northern King, bringing him a sense of relief. Very well, I shall grant your wish, but remember, you belong solely to me. Should you dare to fancy another woman, do not blame me for being ruthless. Now, share your plan. I cannot endure this frustration any longer. As thoughts of Lu Qingshue's cold, noble beauty danced in Qingxin's mind, a glimmer of desire flickered in her eyes, and she lightly licked her lips, reveling in her own audacity. Yet, she dared not display it before the Northern King. Your Highness, observe the current situation. With He Shun's demise, the ministers are engulfed in trepidation. Regardless of whether the disaster relief efforts succeed, it has become impossible to form a significant faction. To topple her using internal forces is nearly unfeasible. Thus, we must seek external assistance. Upon hearing this, the Northern Guardian King furrowed his brow, his eyes brimming with uncertainty. External assistance? Are you suggesting? Indeed. We could ally with the Fire Spirit Kingdom and the Gold Spirit Kingdom, both of which harbor grievances against the Empress. By leveraging their might, we can compel her to abdicate. Qingxin's lips curled into a sly smile, her gaze turning exceedingly sinister. Upon hearing this proposal, the Northern Guardian King immediately objected. What nonsense is this? By inviting these two nations into our affairs, am I not inviting a tiger into my den? I fear I would be left with nothing but bones. My conflict with that woman is ultimately an internal struggle within the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Involving outsiders would alter the very nature of this conflict. Qingxin shook her head, confidently asserting, Your Highness, you are mistaken. If another were to collaborate with them, it would indeed be akin to courting disaster. But you are not just anyone. Do not forget that you have the Soul Guardian sect behind you. Once the banner is raised, would they dare to act recklessly? Lu Ji pondered for a few moments. That is true. The presence of the Soul Guardian sect will command some respect from other kingdoms. Moreover, I have received news that our esteemed ancestor, Zhao Dezuzu, is expected to emerge from seclusion soon. With his presence, I shall be well protected. However, As you suggest, if they gain nothing in return, why would they labor for our benefit? In response, Qingxin raised her slender finger and gently shook it. She nestled back into the Northern Guardian King's embrace. Of course, there must be benefits involved. The world is driven by profit. Who would wade through murky waters without a reward? Your Highness can promise both nations that once our objectives are achieved, we will cede some territory along with treasures and riches to them. I am certain they would be amenable to such an arrangement. Given the Empress's influence, could she possibly withstand the combined forces of both kingdoms? In that case, Your Highness would have not only overthrown her, but also retained control over most of the territory, a perfect outcome. If such a grand achievement were to reach the Soul Guardian sect, would it not elevate your mother's standing even further? Listening to Qingxin's eloquent discourse, Lu Ji found himself swayed. Capturing the Ice Spirit Kingdom would indeed be a monumental achievement. The benefits a single empire could bestow upon the sect are beyond imagination. At that time, should the ancestor be pleased, he might not only grant Lu Ji the title of emperor, but could also enhance his mother's position within the sect. Most importantly, he might have the opportunity to receive special training from the ancestor, possibly even becoming a personal disciple. With an esteemed ancestor backing him, where could he not venture? Even before the rulers of the 5 kingdoms, he would command a measure of respect. Such a plan is indeed promising. By utilizing some barren lands, I could acquire an entire empire. However, how can I ensure that the people of the Fire and Gold kingdoms will not turn against us afterward? I have no desire to invite wolves into my home. Qingxin smiled slightly, snapped her fingers, and pointed to the sky. Your Highness, have you forgotten the martial oath? Upon hearing these words, Lu Ji experienced a sudden epiphany, as if a light had illuminated before his eyes. Indeed, it is often said that those embroiled in a situation are blind to it. How could I have forgotten the martial oath? As long as we sign the oath before collaborating, should they dare to betray me, the heavens would not spare them. Ha! My dear, you truly are my invaluable assistant. Meanwhile, after executing Hushan, the Empress commanded the Imperial Guards and the Imperial Army to raid his residence. On that day, the Grand Hushan household was utterly annihilated, with blood flowing like a river. Even from several streets away, the acrid scent of blood could be detected. Over 2,000 heads from the Hushan family were displayed upon the city walls as a warning. Gazing at the evidence posted by the Imperial Guards, the common people erupted in fervent applause, harboring immense disdain for the corrupt officials. Without these avaricious bureaucrats plundering the populace, the people would not suffer so grievously. Additionally, news of the government's disaster relief efforts was disseminated by the Imperial Guards. Passerby, have you heard? His Majesty has executed a notorious corrupt official today. The Minister of Revenue. Passerby B. Really? A high-ranking official like that was also executed? Passerby C. Indeed. Those Imperial Guards are fearsome. I witnessed them storming the Hushan residence, leaving no survivors among over 2,000 people. Look, their heads are hanging there. Passerby D. What does that matter? When the Imperial Guards rushed in, even the Hushan family's dog was beaten severely for barking a few times, its head swollen. The neighbors were in an uproar, and in no time, the Empress's reputation soared among the populace, garnering the support of a vast number of citizens. The Imperial Guards, like a sharp sword hanging over the heads of officials, rendered them hesitant to act recklessly. Inside the sword pavilion, Lu Bing rushed in, looking thoroughly exhausted. Your Majesty, not a single soul survived in the Hushan household, and we have seized gold and jewels amounting to 8 million taels. The goods are currently at the Ministry of Revenue, awaiting your inspection. Upon hearing this, everyone in the sword pavilion gasped in astonishment. What? 8 million taels of gold? He actually embezzled such a staggering sum? This could equate to the Empire's tax revenue for 3 years. Li Chunfeng was taken aback by this vast fortune. How could a mere Minister of Revenue have pilfered so much? With so many high-ranking officials in the court, the total amount of embezzled assets was almost unimaginable. The Empress was equally shaken. It seemed she would need to intensify her campaign against corrupt officials in the future, as this method not only brought in swift revenue, but also eliminated rivals. No matter, the supervision of asset storage is to be entrusted to Commander Lu. Additionally, instruct Lu Biao to procure provisions and continue delivering them to the disaster-stricken areas. With Hushan's wealth, the national treasury would be significantly bolstered. Lu Bing took his leave. After Li Chunfeng and the Empress, along with several experts, regained their composure, they did not dwell excessively on the assets. There were simply too many pressing financial needs throughout the empire, and it was futile to hoard it. In contrast to wealth, Lu Qingxue was far more concerned about Li Chuanfeng's cultivation. By the way, National Master, have you made any progress in your realm? Today, I found myself at odds with Lu Ji. Given his temperament, it is inconceivable that he would endure this in silence. My greatest fear is that he might seek allies from the Soul Town sect. I wonder if we would be able to withstand such an onslaught. Upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng stroked his graying beard and let out a light-hearted laugh. Your Majesty, rest assured, unless their esteemed ancestor Zhao Di's whose comes out of seclusion, the Soul Town sect lacks the capability to intervene in our Ice Spirit Nation. With those 3 peak heavenly stage guardians, I am confident I can contend with them. Furthermore, I am on the verge of breaking through to the archaic stage, and once I seize that opportunity, I shall eliminate as many of them as come. Additionally, Your Majesty can take advantage of my remaining decades to swiftly ascend to the archaic stage. With your imperial aura and innate talent, I believe you will reach that pinnacle in no time. Li Chunfeng cast a deep gaze at Lu Qingxue. It must be said, her innate potential is indeed remarkable. Possessing the rare ice soul physique, which allows her to absorb frigid energy to aid in her cultivation, a constitution seldom seen in a century. At just under 30, she has already attained the mid-heavenly stage. Her progress is nothing short of astonishing. Yet, the very talent she takes pride in is now eclipsed by that little girl, Linger. By the way, Your Majesty, how has Linger fared during my days of seclusion? Linger has been diligent. Upon waking each day, she ventures to the hunting grounds to slay small creatures and has currently advanced to the 5th rank of martial artists. I had Wei Zhongxian capture some spirit beasts to mix in, providing her with ample material for her training. At the mention of Chu Linger, a tender and affectionate expression, tinged with utmost indulgence, graced Lu Qingxue's face. Li Chunfeng nodded. Spirit beasts? Can Linger handle them? Is there any danger? None at all. With Wei Zhongxian present, and Xiao Yin never leaving her side, they are always vigilant regarding Linger's safety. I have also stationed the Imperial Guards around the hunting grounds, ensuring a secure environment. While her training poses no issues, this girl truly has me vexed regarding her literary pursuits. Lu Qingxue sighed, her expression one of distress. As a mother, even an adoptive one, she yearns for her child to read and learn extensively. Yet, lamentably, there is no one available to teach an 8-year-old girl. Seeing her helpless demeanor, Li Chunfeng burst into hearty laughter. If she cannot learn, then let her be. When time permits, I shall teach Linger the art of swordsmanship. Observing Linger's obedient nature, the old minister couldn't help but reminisce about Your Majesty's biological daughter. Alas, I wonder how that girl is faring now. Had circumstances permitted her return, she too might be living a joyous life, and Your Majesty would not suffer such pangs of longing. When the conversation turned to Lu Qingxue's biological daughter, a hint of helplessness and guilt shadowed Li Chuanfeng's expression. To preserve the greater good, he had been compelled to separate a loving couple and bring back the freshly delivered empress to claim the throne. Ultimately, this resulted in her being deprived of seeing her daughter's husband for 8 long years, effectively dismantling a family. Lu Qingxue sighed again, retrieving a ginkgo leaf from her bosom. I wonder if my husband is well. He must also miss me, enduring the same heartache. Although the girl follows her husband in a seemingly mundane life, his thoughtful nature surely ensures that she is well cared for. Once I have stabilized the situation, I shall bring him to the imperial city, and no one shall be able to obstruct our family reunion. Gazing into the resolute eyes of the empress, Li Chunfeng, who had always opposed, fell silent. Meanwhile, Chu Mo was not suffering from unrequited love as Lu Qingxue presumed. Rather, he was leading a remarkably fulfilling life. Heave, ho! In the courtyard before a wooden cabin on the mountainside, a large iron furnace blazed. Chu Mo, drenched in sweat, vigorously wielded a hammer, relentlessly striking the glowing blade before him. The clanging sounds echoed throughout the courtyard. Damn it! What useless rewards has that wretched system given me during these past few days? A robe, a sack of rice, and some insignificant blacksmithing technique. I am now a cultivator, a dignified 6th-tier master. What use is a blacksmithing technique to me? Most infuriating is the fact that it requires such effort. During these days, Chu Mo's luck had been abysmal. He had not drawn even a single impressive treasure, let alone a fairy maid. It was so frustrating that even meals lost their flavor. leading him to question whether he had failed to recharge before signing in, resulting in such dreadful luck. However, the sole consolation was that these worthless items could still be utilized by him, not limited solely to Chulinger. Of course, he could not employ the precious skills, making him no different from a scavenger in terms of the system's benefits. Correction, it is a winter warm, summer cool. Easy care long robe in teal, non-GMO rice, and the supreme blacksmithing technique. Please do not diminish the system's prestige, host. Furthermore, a non-lucky person should come to terms with their fate. The system is indeed looking out for the host, aiming to enhance their quality of life. Consider this. While you remain confined to the mountains, you will inevitably need pots, pans, knives, and axes. With blacksmithing skills, you can forge your own tools. Isn't self-sufficiency a good thing? The system taunted him lightly. Enraged, Chuemo tossed aside the hammer and plopped down on a tree stump, continually rubbing his sore hands. What nonsense! What prestige do you have? How dare you claim to have my best interests at heart? Does your circuit board not ache when you speak so disingenuously? To forge using your blacksmithing technique requires striking 1,000 times just to produce a kitchen knife? What a farce! I would be better off descending the mountain to purchase a convenient one. Isolated in the mountains, Chuemo felt quite lonely. Apart from the occasional encounter with a few woodcutters or hunters, the mountains were nearly deserted. Thus, arguing with the system became his sole source of amusement. After all, prolonged silence could lead one to folly and despair. Keep going. You are almost there. The host has hammered 999 times. Just one more strike, and your first masterpiece, the divine blade, shall be born. What's in a name? Just a mere kitchen knife, yet you speak of it as if it were a legendary weapon. No matter how many times I strike it, it will always remain a kitchen knife, never to transform into a sword of destiny. With that, Chuemo rose and disdainfully struck the knife 1,000 times with a hammer. After completing his task, he focused intently on the blade before him, eager to witness the grandeur of the so-called supreme blacksmithing technique that the system had extolled. However, after several minutes of anticipation, he found no remarkable change, and his hopes for the esteemed blacksmithing technique dwindled. Well, nothing extraordinary here, he muttered, feeling deceived. If it weren't for the old knife breaking while crushing garlic, who would bother hammering 1,000 times on a kitchen knife? To hell with this. I'm off to cook. Chuemo tossed the glowing red knife into a cool shaded area of the yard to let it cool and temper. Meanwhile, he rubbed his wrist and headed toward the grain store with a large bowl in hand. Having just run out of his own rice, he decided to sample the inferior grain provided by the system and see how it fared. With a clang, the door to the grain store closed behind him. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he stepped inside, the unassuming kitchen knife on the ground erupted into a brilliant beam of light, shooting skyward. Concurrently, in the skies above Galia Mountain, a middle-aged man with an ethereal demeanor lay on a cloud, nursing a drink with a furrowed brow, lamenting his plight. Alas, it is so difficult. To break through to the late stage of the wasteland realm seems as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Is it my fate to remain trapped in the mid-stage of the wasteland realm for eternity? I had foreseen fortune in my divination before leaving today, yet I have found no opportunities. Just as he voiced his frustrations, the sudden appearance of a beam of light pierced through the cloud beneath him, shooting straight into the sky. Chapter 31. How dare a mere mortal stand in my way? The unexpected event startled the middle-aged man. He quickly rose from the cloud, casting a glance at his trousers and feeling relieved to find all was well. Who dares to ambush me? The audacity. No moral compass whatsoever. Strike the man, not the face. Ambush the enemy, not the goods. I nearly faced disaster. The middle-aged man cursed vehemently, and despite his formidable cultivation, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat from the near miss of the beam. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising fury, he looked up and noticed the fleeting beam of light. As he discerned its nature, his heart seized with shock, as if time had paused for several seconds, reverberating within him. This is the emergence of a rare treasure. Is this not my opportunity for a breakthrough? I, Zhao Dizhus, am indeed a genius. I knew that isolating myself in the sect was futile. One must venture out into the world. Zhao Dizhus stood up, brushing off the dust from his trousers, and slowly descended from the dissipating beam of light above the clouds. Before long, he found himself hovering over the desolate summit of Galia Mountain. His sharp gaze, akin to that of a hawk, swept across the mountaintop several times, and his brows began to furrow in concern. The radiance had undeniably emanated from this very mountain, yet he could neither perceive nor sense its source. What peculiar treasure could this be? It was evident that he must hasten his search. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Especially if ancient beings were drawn to contest the prize, such a scenario would certainly prove troublesome. Zhao Dizhu circled the mountaintop a few more times when suddenly something caught his attention. He noticed a small dwelling nestled halfway up the mountain, accompanied by a ginkgo tree. The desolation of this mountain, typically devoid of human presence, made it astonishing to discover someone residing here. Whoever lived in this remote abode would surely be well acquainted with the area, making them an ideal candidate for inquiry regarding any anomalies within the mountain. If fortune favored him today and he were to uncover that extraordinary treasure, he would not hesitate to bestow a stroke of serendipity upon the homeowner. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Dizhu descended and landed just outside the small courtyard. Just as he was about to step inside, a door swung open, revealing a young man who appeared to be in his late 20s, muttering and cursing to himself. "Damn it, this wretched rice is such a chore to rinse. It took me a dozen basins of water to clean it, but at least the grains are plump." He paused, then continued, "By the way, I haven't checked in today. Time to sign in. With such poor luck. Are you sure you don't want to wait a few days to increase your chances of obtaining a rare item through multiple accumulations?" The system teased. Chuimo shrugged. "I just wash my hands with the rice water. Surely good fortune awaits. Let us do this. I'm ready, so proceed on your own." Seeing that Chuimo was determined to sign in, the system complied and began to spin the wheel. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received a disobedient husky. Host may use it. Please check your reward." The system was becoming increasingly personable, always adding a note about the usability of less valuable items. Upon reading this notification, Chuimo understood that he had acquired an ordinary dog, devoid of any special lineage. Nevertheless, he felt quite pleased with the reward. Huskies were a remarkable breed. In his previous life, he had longed to own one. However, their penchant for mischief and destruction had deterred him, as his humble abode could not withstand such chaos. In this life, however, he felt indifferent. After all, his home consisted merely of a few weathered wooden planks and several water basins. What harm could be done? Having a lively pet to alleviate the tedium of solitude seemed quite appealing. Taking the dog for walks might even prove enjoyable. Yet, Chumo's expression soon shifted to one of concern. For within the confines of the system's package, he found no tangible rewards. Where could they be? Surely, they hadn't been withheld from him. Living creatures cannot be stored in the system space. The dog is nearby. Please locate it yourself. Chuimo nodded, striding purposefully out of the courtyard. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Dizhu, perched atop a grand tree outside the courtyard, furrowed his brows lightly. A sixth-tier warrior? It is one thing for a formidable martial artist to lack ambition, but to choose a life of seclusion? Moreover, this individual appeared somewhat mentally unstable, mumbling to himself for an extended period. Nevertheless, it scarcely concerns me. Once I ascertain the circumstances within the mountain, I shall bestow him with a token of my gratitude. Zhao Dizhu was about to leap down from the tree to inquire of Chuimo regarding any anomalies in the mountains when, at that moment, he seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly halting his motion. His gaze shifted toward the forest, revealing a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Holding his breath and focusing intently, Zhao Dizhu's expression grew increasingly grave. This was the scent of the northern ice wolf, and its strength was formidable, indeed a half-step demon king. How could a northern ice wolf appear in this place? Is it not native to the extreme northern regions of the continent? Could it also have been lured by the allure of a rare treasure? Zhao Dizhu's brow knitted tightly. The so-called demon king is roughly akin to a powerful human at the Wanjie, a leader within the realm of spirit beasts. Without divine weapons, humans of the same rank are no match for these beasts. However, Zhao Dizhu remained unperturbed, for he possessed the confidence to confront the encroaching northern ice wolf. Oh, demon beasts are notoriously ruthless, particularly wolves. It appears this master of the small courtyard is in peril. Yet, I must still seek him out for answers. I shall consider saving him as a reward for my inquiry. Concealed among the branches, Zhao Dizhu awaited the arrival of the northern ice wolf in silence. Moments later, a black and white wolf, approximately half a person in height, bounded towards the courtyard with a wagging tongue and a lively gait. Its piercing blue eyes sparkled with intelligence. The black and white fur upon its forehead resembled three flames ablaze, rendering the wolf exude an undeniable aura of dominance. It ran like the wind, imbued with a sense of pride and untamable spirit. A rare treasure. The scent of a rare treasure. After traversing the continent for so long, this prince had always departed from those ancient ruins empty-handed. To encounter a rare treasure here is fortuitous. I must seize it to transcend to the Demon King realm. Once I achieve this breakthrough, I shall return to claim my rightful power and teach my father a lesson. How? As a wolf, its senses were exceptionally keen. The northern ice wolf was certain that a rare treasure lay within the courtyard. The closer it approached, the more potent the aroma of the treasure became. Its blue eyes were filled with excitement and fervor. Meanwhile, Chu Mo, who was searching for his dog at the entrance of the courtyard, naturally took notice of this change. Through his true eye, he beheld a half-step Wangjie wolf charging towards him, and rather than feeling alarmed, he was elated. What a surprise! A purebred husky. That discerning, foolish gaze confirms it. Good heavens! It is quite large and possesses considerable strength. Chu Mo was not intimidated by the formidable two-headed hound, for in his heart, it was summoned by the system. How could it possibly harm him? What kind of system would allow its creations to injure their host? Could one truly be unable to discern the hierarchy? Observing the excitement in the foolish dog's small eyes, it was evident that it was unable to contain its joy upon seeing its new master. Chu Mo stood at the threshold of the courtyard, a broad smile adorning his face as he opened his arms, eagerly anticipating the dog leaping into his embrace for a heartfelt reunion in this otherworldly realm. However, the northern ice wolf, charging towards him, was infuriated to see a mere 6th-grade warrior attempting to obstruct its path. Its fury ignited, filled with contempt for this audacious act that dared to impede the royal lineage of the demon race. How dare this fool stand in the way of its quest for treasures? It would pay dearly for its insolence. In a fit of rage, the ice wolf resolved to eliminate this hindrance with all its might. The flames flickering upon its forehead signified the unique racial skill of its kind. The wolf Fong Gale Fist. A brilliant radiance enveloped the ice wolf as it transformed, rising on its hind legs like a human, its forelegs thrumming with the ferocity of a well-oiled machine. The malevolent grin exposing its fangs was a harbinger of the gruesome fate it envisioned for the insignificant creature before it. Meanwhile, Zhao Dezuzu, perched upon a tree, shook his head in pity. The wolf Fong Gale Fist, renowned as the swiftest attack technique among demonic beasts, could unleash hundreds of strikes in a mere second. A feat even he would approach with caution, let alone this insignificant being. The northern ice wolf was indeed as fearsome as the legend suggested, demonstrating its ruthless nature by exerting its full strength against every opponent. Was it possible it had sensed treasure hidden within the courtyard? If so, he too must seize the opportunity. A smirk graced Zhao Dezuzu's lips as he realized the potential of intercepting the ice wolf rather than searching aimlessly. Just as he prepared to intervene and rescue the unfortunate 6th-grade warrior while claiming the treasure for himself, an astonishing scene unfolded before him, causing him to tumble from the tree. The foolish dog had underestimated its master, treating him as a subordinate. How audacious! Chu Mo's anger surged, ready to deliver a lesson to this disobedient creature. "Receive my strike, transformation," he exclaimed, the lightning 5 whips, as the hound charged forth, baring its teeth in aggression. Chu Mo's fury erupted. This unruly creature gifted by the system had overstepped its bounds, even daring to threaten its own master. It was high time to assert dominance and bring it back to its senses. Chu Mo emulated the techniques of the martial arts master, Ma Mogua, his body convulsing as he struck at the deranged dog paddling through the chaos. The ice wolf charged forward, and a frenzied battle ensued between man and beast, each delivering and receiving blows with fervor. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Dezu's was left utterly dumbfounded. A man-dog duel. At that very moment, an overwhelming surge of internal energy erupted from Chu Mo, exuding an intense aura of oppression. The ice wolf, caught in the midst of the fray, experienced a sudden shift in expression. What on earth? Suddenly, it was struck by an immense force, hurtling backward for several meters, blood spewing from its mouth. It crashed violently against a tree, which splintered from the impact. The tremendous shock rendered the ice wolf unconscious. In its final moments of consciousness, It could not fathom how this sixth-grade weakling had managed to engage it in a fierce battle and ultimately defeat it. The ice wolf lay on the ground, eyes rolled back, tongue lolling out in a comically absurd manner. Chu Mo, satisfied, clapped his hands. As a master, it was only fitting that his dog maintained absolute dominance. No matter how strong it was, it remained his dog. Gazing at the effortless way the northern ice wolf was sent flying, Zhao Dizhu felt a profound tremor within himself. Every muscle tightening involuntarily. My heavens, that was the power of the laws. How could a mere sixth-grade martial artist possess such laws? Moreover, they were so potent. Nearly taking on a tangible form, Zhao Dizhu could not help but clench his fists. This was the essence of the laws. Only those above the Hong tier could barely come into contact with them, and as someone in the mid-tier, he lacked even the qualification to engage with such power. Yet here was this sixth-grade martial artist, effortlessly unleashing it. Had he not witnessed the manifestation of the laws from his master, he might have missed the fleeting glimpse of such energy. Zhao Dizhu was bewildered. Could a sixth-grade martial artist truly wield the laws? What did that make him? Wait, he had obliterated the northern ice wolf with a mere reckless strike, indicating that he was far from just a sixth-grade warrior. This was undoubtedly a return to simplicity, a reclusive and unparalleled master. His strength was assuredly beyond the Hong tier, perhaps even surpassing the Zhou tier. I once believed myself, Zhao Dizhu, to be invincible, only to discover such formidable individuals still existed. Which sex ancestor could this be? Truly, my master was correct. Great concealment lies in the mountains, and some exceptionally powerful beings relish living among ordinary folk, delighting in playing the part of the naive. Concealing their true prowess, they masquerade as mere sixth-grade novices. How shameless! Especially that technique known as the Lightning 5 Whips and the transformation skill. While seemingly chaotic, it could effectively counter the Wolf Fong Wind Fist. Its grade surely did not pale in comparison to the Ice Wolf clan's ultimate techniques. This was indeed the mark of a master. Faced with such strength, Zhao Dizhu found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to stay or leave. The presence of this formidable individual in the vicinity, coupled with the appearance of a rare treasure on this mountain, suggested that it had likely been claimed by this expert. It appeared his journey had been in vain. Alas! Yet he felt restless, knowing he would not sleep well tonight without witnessing that treasure. After pondering for a few moments, Zhao Dizhu adjusted his robe and, summoning his courage, cautiously stepped outside, a hint of obsequiousness gracing his countenance. What remarkable prowess the senior possesses. To effortlessly subdue the northern ice wolf with a single strike is truly astonishing. Upon hearing a greeting, Chu Mo turned his head to scrutinize the individual, his heart similarly shaken. What in the world? Mid-stage of the Wangjie? How did such a formidable figure come to my humble abode? Is it possible he might envy my handsomeness and strike me down with a mere gesture? What should I do to placate him? I await a response, urgently. With the eye of truth present, Zhao Dizhu's strength could not be concealed. Although the system had granted him a formidable companion, a half-step into the Wangjie, it was still a fierce entity, yet it would not harm its host in the slightest. However, the expert before him was not a product of the system, leaving him entirely apprehensive. Just as he was about to utter the term senior, a flash of insight struck Chu Mo, as though he had attained a profound understanding. Wait, this individual possesses such immense strength, yet deems me a mere sixth-grade martial artist. A senior, and praises my meager skills? Is he jesting? If he truly intends to toy with me, what should I do? Should I acquiesce? Alas, there is no other option, as he surpasses me in strength. Life, much like a relentless force, must be met with compliance when resistance is futile. Chu Mo's moral compass was exceedingly flexible. He could easily adapt to circumstances, accepting that he was inferior to others. Ahem, it is but a trifling matter, merely a dog. To discipline it is hardly a challenge. As the guest, since our paths have crossed, why not come in and share some moments? With that, Chu Mo called out, dragging the husky along as one would dispose of refuse, leading it into the house. The dog's head thudded against the threshold, producing a dull sound. Given the dog's already foolish demeanor, it could hardly sink to lower depths. Seeing that the individual did not take action, Chu Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. Outside the courtyard, Zhao Dizhu also breathed a sigh of relief, astonished by how amicable this powerful figure was. Indeed, those of such caliber often return to simplicity, their tempers seldom flaring. Hee hee, Since the senior has extended such a warm invitation, I shall not stand on ceremony. This is a splendid opportunity to seek guidance on some cultivation matters. Zhao Dezhu, unable to decline, respectfully clasped his hands and followed closely behind Chu Mo as they entered the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhao Dezhu was captivated by the sign above the door. The plaque was unadorned, even appearing somewhat worn, yet it bore a single, grand character: home. As Zhao Dezhu's gaze fell upon this character, a tremor coursed through his body. A powerful force of laws surged towards him like a colossal serpent. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of invincibility washed over Zhao Dezhu. Stumbling backward, he gasped in astonishment. What in the world? Is it truly capable of manifesting such laws? The elder, is this tea truly remarkable? Zhao Dezhu steadied himself, his heart still trembling, and patted his chest, disregarding the cold sweat trickling down his back. He closed his eyes to deeply contemplate the profound power of the laws he had just encountered. If he could grasp even a fragment of it, his future ascension to the realm of the cosmos would undoubtedly become significantly easier. This was an extraordinary opportunity. However, after several seconds of reflection, he realized he still could not seize that enigmatic sensation. Upon opening his eyes for a second glance, he found that the character of the plaque had reverted to its plain and unadorned state, devoid of any trace of that powerful rule. Astonishing. Even a mere plaque could emanate such formidable rule, overwhelming me to the point of helplessness. It is worth noting that I am a being capable of traversing the world, yet today I find myself outmatched by a simple plaque. Clearly, I have underestimated this elder. He is likely not merely at the cosmic level, but at least in the mid-cosmic tier. Zhao Dezhu sighed, pondering whether encountering such a reclusive powerhouse was a blessing or a curse. Just as he was about to consult his fortune to discern his fate, he heard Chu Mo's voice call out, "Hey, why are you standing there in a daze? Don't be shy, come in and have a seat." It's a rare occasion to have a living person to converse with. The courtyard had chairs. He urged, "Sit for a while I go tie up the dog." Chu Mo cheerfully beckoned. After saying this, he fetched a rope from inside the house, whistling nonchalantly as he secured the North Plains ice wolf's neck. The other end of the rope was tied to a stone stump to prevent the creature from escaping once it woke. After all, this dog was wild. It required a period of taming before it would become accustomed to its surroundings. If it proved impossible to tame, then it would have to be cooked. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. A dog? This was a half-step to the desolate tier ice wolf, a top-tier powerhouse in the mundane world. And you think a stone stump can restrain it? Even a massive boulder would be easily shattered by it. Yet, considering the elder's strength, Zhao Dezhu felt it was only natural. Any means of restraint would suffice. Could a half-step desolate tier truly escape from the elder's grasp? It seemed merely a formality. Evidently, this elder approached life with a sense of ritual. Let us give life a cheer. Seizing the moment while Chu Mo was preoccupied, Zhao Dezhu discreetly took out a communication stone, positioning it before the ice wolf, grinning broadly as he posed for a photo. He planned to return and boast to his disciples about how he had vanquished a monstrous beast. After capturing the image, Zhao Dezhu quickly reverted to a demeanor of humility within half a second. "Ah, truly, Elder, you are too kind. By the way, Elder, I have heard that the North Plains Ice Wolf clan is quite formidable, a super clan in the North Plains region. And there seems to be a cosmic-level ancestor still alive within their ranks. Aren't you concerned about their potential retaliation?" Zhao Dezhu, out of goodwill, offered this cautionary reminder. Chu Mo was slightly taken aback. The 200-pound wolf actually had such an appealing name? North Plains Ice Wolf. Was this the name of a 200-pound wolf in an alternate dimension? In its previous life, the 200-pound wolf seemed to have been a Siberian husky. And indeed the term North Plains appeared fitting. Moreover, this creature bears a striking resemblance to a wolf. The name Baiyuan Ice Wolf indeed possesses a formidable resonance. In a fleeting moment, myriad thoughts cascaded through Chu Mo's mind. Though this adept had a penchant for ostentation, his character remained commendable. Not only was he humble, but he also expressed concern about his home being ravaged by a mischievous dog. "Ah, no worries. I am well aware of the Baiyuan Ice Wolf. It is spirited and known for its penchant for destruction. It appears my senior is acquainted with its origins. Perhaps it is I who have been overly inquisitive. The senior's willingness to nurture such a creature undoubtedly signifies substantial strength." Zhao Dezhu nodded, a slight relief washing over him. A formidable individual like him must have traversed the continent before retreating. How could he not recognize the Beiyuan ice wolf, a dominant breed of the north? Chuimo smiled lightly, a glimmer of aspiration in his eyes. Of course I know. Alongside it, there are the Samoyed and the Alaskan Malamute, both rather foolish in their demeanor. In the future, I aspire to gather these three breeds and care for them together. This triumvirate of sled dogs would bring boundless joy to my life. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu's paused for a brief moment. Samoyed? Alaskan? I don't seem to recall them. Yet the senior mentioned that these two are equally renowned as the ice wolf of the tundra. Could it be that, at this moment, a realization struck Zhao Dizhu's, and he was suddenly taken aback? Did the senior refer to the tundra white fox and the snowfield ice lion? Chuimo blinked. Tundra white fox? Snowfield ice lion? Goodness, this otherworldly version of the three silly dogs possesses such grandiose names. The Samoyed does resemble a large white fox, and the Alaskan is undeniably robust, akin to a diminutive lion. Ah yes, those two. I'm surprised you are aware of them as well. Observing Chumo's nonchalant demeanor, Zhao Dizhu's was astounded. How could he not be familiar with these two formidable breeds? Along with the Beiyuan ice wolf, they constitute the three great sovereigns of the north. These dominant races command the northern territories with an imposing presence, instilling fear in all who dare challenge them. And each tribe is overseen by a beast emperor of power rivaling that of a celestial-level expert. Their might is truly terrifying. Were it not for their preference for frigid realms, they would likely expand their territory, leaving few forces capable of opposing them. And here stands this senior, audaciously intending to raise all three tribes. Should this news circulate, would he not fear retribution from them? Wait. Given that he dares to forcibly domesticate the ice wolf and confidently utter such claims, he must possess his own formidable foundation. Could it be that his strength surpasses the mid-celestial level, reaching the late stage? Thus, the three tribes would have to accord him some respect? Hiss. Celestial-level experts are indeed fearsome. The younger generation has heard whispers of such prowess. Hee. Zhao Dizhu clasped his hands and chuckled dryly. As they conversed, Chuimo had already entered the room and prepared a pot of steaming tea. Here, the wine in my home has just been consumed. Let us enjoy some tea in its stead. Chuimo arranged the cups and lifted the teapot, preparing to pour. Zhao Dizhu's surprise was palpable as he hastily accepted the teapot. No, esteemed senior, let the younger generation serve. Observing the other's respectful demeanor as he poured the tea, Chuimo nodded in appreciation. This current generation of masters was indeed easy to guide. Though undeniably formidable, they still adhered to decorum. Yet, I can't help but feel a bit unsettled by your approach. What exactly do you intend? By the way, may I inquire about your surname? Senior, I am humbly surnamed Zhao. Zhao Dizhu's at your service. A splendid name indeed. I am Chu, as in Chuimo. To encounter one another in this secluded mountain is truly serendipitous. Zhao Dizhu's. Are you capable of bearing the burden? Chuimo praised him several times, torn between laughter and the fear of causing offense. What if the other was offended? Zhao Dizhu's committed the name to memory. Chu. I cannot recall any masters by that surname. With such profound strength, you must surely belong to a grand sect. May I ask why you choose to reside in these mountains? Chuimo took a sip of the tea, savoring its rich sweetness. I am unworthy of such a title, nor do I belong to any sect. I simply grew weary of the outside world. Listening to the sounds of cicadas and birds in the mountains is quite lovely. Cultivating the land and hunting, life passes in a blink, and as long as one finds joy, what does it matter? Aren't the mountains all quite similar? Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu's expression turned serious, and he rose to bow respectfully. Such a noble mindset. I am in admiration. I have never encountered anyone with such thoughts in this world. Zhao Dizhu's felt a profound sense of shame. Is this the mentality of a true master? Possessing immense power, yet embodying such humility and detachment from worldly pursuits. How admirable. Perhaps only those who return to simplicity can grasp the true essence of martial arts. In comparison to the senior, his own state of mind felt woefully inadequate. He had been prideful in his mid-level prowess, believing himself nearly invincible, viewing others as mere ants. Yet, before the senior, what was he? If the other could remain so serene, why couldn't he aspire to emulate that? Perhaps therein lay the opportunity for his own breakthrough. Hearing this, Chuimo sighed as well. His own state of mind was far from noble. It was born from necessity. Having traversed a decade in silence, after finally activating a system, it turned out to be useless. Alas, who truly understands his pain? Enough of idle chatter. Let us be productive. Drink tea. Consider this your home. Do not stand on ceremony. Enjoy your tea while I prepare a meal. I'll find some dishes to make a proper feast for our guest. With a slight smile, Chu Mo generously declared before retreating to the kitchen. He understood a fundamental truth. Forging friendships over a table is a matter of sharing a drink. If he could win over this influential figure's palate, wouldn't he have a solid ally upon his return to the world? This was a worthy endeavor. Observing Chu Mo depart, Zhao Dizhu couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. The esteemed elder truly embodies generosity and hospitality. Despite my insignificance, you have regarded me as an equal and graciously forgiven my previous indiscretion of peeking. Should I have the fortune to befriend you, I am certain I would glean a wealth of knowledge from your wisdom. Zhao Dizhu, lost in thought, raised his teacup and took a delicate sip. However, the moment the tea touched his lips, he was rendered utterly speechless, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. Good heavens! Could this tea truly be? Chapter 34. My God! He is indeed a master blacksmith. Zhao Dizhu rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if he were mistaken. The vapor rising from the teacup was not merely steam, but a subtle manifestation of the power of rules. This revelation left him astounded. How could something he, a mere practitioner of the rudimentary level, had yet to grasp be so effortlessly contained in this tea? This was utterly absurd. Could this be the fabled, invaluable enlightenment tea, known to aid in comprehending the essence of rules? How extraordinary that the elder would choose to entertain me with such a treasure. No wonder he said our encounter in the depths of the mountains was fate. This was a heartfelt opportunity bestowed upon me. Yet I, Zhao Dizhu, feel unworthy. With another sip, he experienced the gentle flow of the rule's power in his mouth, only to see it dissipate gradually. Though he had physically encountered this mild force, he could absorb very little. Zhao Dizhu sighed, filled with self-reproach. My mental state is still insufficient. I possess the opportunity but fail to seize it. What a disappointment to the elder's nurturing. Nonetheless, even this faint trace of rule's power is more effective than my 30 years of arduous training in seclusion. Feeling the minuscule essence of the rule within him, Zhao Dizhu hesitated for several moments before deciding to carefully store the unfinished tea in a splendid jade bottle, placing it within his storage pouch. He understood that, given his current cultivation, he could not absorb it. Rather than waste it, it would be wiser to reserve this chance for the future. As for the remaining enlightenment tea in the pot, he dared not pour any more. The mere act of being allowed to taste such a precious elixir was a tremendous fortune. If he were to take the entire pot, it would reflect poorly on his character and leave a negative impression on the elder. Such a loss would be foolish. What if he angered the elder, and a single strike ended his life? It is prudent to exercise caution. This is undoubtedly the greatest opportunity one have encountered in decades. What exquisite gift could I present in return? Reciprocity is essential. Only through the exchange of courtesy can one ensure they are welcomed back as a guest. As he contemplated the minuscule essence of the rule within him, Zhao Dizhu found himself in a quandary. At that moment, Chu Mo emerged, carrying a bowl of edamame and a fair amount of wild boar meat. Upon seeing Zhao Dizhu seated upright on the stone bench, Chu Mo nodded approvingly. What a dignified posture, truly befitting a cultivator. Perfectly timed, having recently slain a wild boar, today he would allow his guest to savor the exquisite flavor of the meat. Please sit a while longer. I shall shell some beans and prepare them with chili. Chu Mo greeted with a smile, and then lowered his head to begin shelling beans. Observing such an inscrutable master diligently engaged in this humble task, Zhao Dizhu seemed to gain an epiphany. How could a venerable elder shell beans merely for the sake of shelling beans, especially choosing to do so right before me? Surely, there must be profound significance behind this act. Wait, why does he choose to shell them in front of me? And with such earnestness? Even a superlative master can engage in such grounded work. Is he trying to convey that whether undertaking grand or trivial matters, one must set aside their identity, embrace the essence of being an ordinary person, and approach each task with utmost sincerity to achieve excellence? In that fleeting moment, Zhao Dizhu felt his mindset elevate. Clarity dawned upon him. He realized he had been too eager for breakthroughs, which only yielded diminished returns. The elder wished for him to rectify his attitude. Ah, indeed. The elder's intentions were deeply considerate, but why was he so kind to me? Did he perceive potential in Zhao Di's? Or was it a gesture of kindness to guide me? It appeared so. If not for my keen insight, how could I comprehend the elder's nurturing? I am profoundly grateful for the elder's immense kindness. Zhao Di's respectfully clasped his hands in salute. Chuamo paused for a few seconds, glancing at the vegetables in his hands, then looked back at Zhao Di's expression in bemusement. Suddenly enlightened, Chuamo waved his hand dismissively, thinking to himself, it seems not all cultivators are malevolent. This master before me is quite courteous. Ah, it's nothing of great consequence, just a meal. After all, I would be eating alone anyway, so an extra pair of chopsticks hardly matters. It is indeed a rare occasion to have a living guest at home. It would be nice to converse a bit. Zhao Di's felt immensely grateful, yet as he watched Chumo busily working, an uncomfortable feeling crept over him, and he found it hard to sit still. The elder is cooking. How could I simply wait to eat? That would be quite thoughtless. However, having practiced abstinence for many years, he had long forgotten the taste of food. Elder, may I assist you? Chuamo waved his hand with a laugh. Oh, how could I impose? Perhaps you could help me slice the wild boar meat instead. Chuamo pointed to the hefty chunk of pork on the stone table. Surely, it was an extravagant use of talent for such a master to slice meat. Yet, it was not unreasonable to ask a guest who came for a meal to lend a hand, was it? Seeing the other party agree so readily, Zhao Di's was momentarily taken aback. I was merely being polite. Why take it so seriously? Nevertheless, after washing his hands, he picked up the pork. Very well, he declared, pulling out his sharp sword, preparing to slice the meat. Just then, Chumo's disapproving voice rang out. Stop! Don't use the sword. Who knows how many people you've slain with that? It's covered with bacteria and viruses. What if it infects you with a bloodborne illness? That would be troublesome. Moreover, it would be quite unappetizing. Let us maintain some standards, shall we? For slicing meat, one must use a kitchen knife. Chumo shook his hands, stood up, and retrieved a kitchen knife from the ground, vigorously blowing off the dust. Here, take it. Zhao Di's lips quivered as he remarked, you exhale with such force, dispersing countless droplets. Is that not disconcerting? Is it somehow unclean to be struck by my sword, while your saliva is not? With a sigh and a shake of his head, Zhao extended his hand to grasp the hilt of the blade. The moment the hilt met his palm, a tremor coursed through his body, and his pupils dilated abruptly. An overwhelming aura of the blade surged through his hand, as if intent on shattering his meridians. Even he, a seasoned swordsman, found himself unable to master this formidable energy. His hand, clasping the sword, trembled uncontrollably. That astonished gaze gradually morphed into one of avarice. Though he swiftly suppressed it, striving to regain clarity of mind, Zhao held his breath, forcefully stifling the tumult within his heart, gazing at the exquisite blade in sheer bewilderment. Why, such a treasure? Does it resemble a mere kitchen knife? Its design is so unappealing. Just as Zhao prepared to inquire further, the laughter of Chu Mo echoed towards him. So what do you think? Is it sharp? This is my first attempt at forging a kitchen knife, just completed. I hope it amuses you. However, I believe that with more practice, I shall improve both its form and quality. Observing Zhao lost in thought while holding the knife, Chu Mo assumed his creation was being dismissed, prompting him to chuckle self-deprecatingly. After all, he had only recently acquired the craft of blacksmithing and lacked practical experience, resulting in a product that indeed lacked aesthetic appeal. He scrutinized it with a discerning eye, yet discerned nothing of merit. Ultimately, he concluded that the knife was merely a flawed trinket. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Di's felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It was as though his heart had skipped several beats. His eyes widened in shock, nearly losing his grip on the knife, which threatened to slip from his grasp. What did he just say? Such a divine weapon was forged by him? The realization struck him like lightning. This man was not only a pinnacle expert, but also a master blacksmith of unparalleled caliber. My heavens, is it truly this extraordinary? Zhao Di's, overwhelmed by excitement, began to tremble uncontrollably. No wonder he had witnessed the emergence of a rare treasure. It was all due to this extraordinary individual forging weapons. Gazing at Chu Mo's somewhat bashful demeanor, Zhao swallowed hard, his desire for the knife intensifying. After much internal deliberation, he finally summoned the courage to speak. Esteemed elder, do you intend to sell this knife? If not, I would be willing to offer everything I possess in exchange. Sell the knife? This pinnacle master wishes to purchase my kitchen knife? Why is that? Chu Mo pondered in confusion, unable to fathom the reasoning, and shook his head. Setting aside the fact that a mere kitchen knife would hardly fetch a significant sum, he was reluctant to part with it. No, this knife is my first creation. I invested considerable effort into its forging, and its quality is subpar. It is something I must make do with myself. To sell or trade it to you would be to deceive you. This is unacceptable. I, Chu Mo, have always been sincere. Moreover, my own kitchen knife has met its unfortunate end, so I must apologize. Chu Mo spoke with a hint of regret. His primary concern was the formidable strength of the cultivator. Should they inadvertently break his knife while preparing garlic, they might return in a fit of rage and exact vengeance upon him, the unscrupulous merchant. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu sighed in disappointment. He found no credence in Chu Mo's reasoning. How could such a magnificent weapon merely be a makeshift tool? It was evidently a polite refusal. It was clear that he had been indulging in fanciful thoughts. Such an extraordinary weapon, one so exquisitely crafted, could not possibly be sold. If it were in his possession, he would treasure it dearly. No one else would even have the opportunity to catch a glimpse, let alone handle it. The notion of attempting to seize the knife was beyond contemplation. The individual capable of crafting such a treasure possessed strength that could shatter the heavens. Who would dare carelessly abandon a divine weapon beneath a tree without absolute confidence? It was the younger generation that had been presumptuous. Such a magnificent blade could only be wielded by a master of the past. Observing Zhao Dizhu's crestfallen expression, Chu Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment and rubbed his nose. I can see you desire a kitchen knife, he said. We seem to share a connection. How about this? The next time you visit, I shall gift you an even finer one, as a token of friendship. However, you must bring along a bit more wine. I have a taste for it. The moment these words left his lips, Zhao Dizhu's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping out of their sockets. Am I mistaken? The esteemed one wishes to bestow upon me a superior weapon and desires to forge a friendship? A gasp escaped him. Could it be that I, Zhao Dizhu's, have the chance to befriend such a master? This is the greatest fortune of my life. Compared to the honor of being a friend to a great figure, a mere weapon is of little consequence. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhao Dizhu trembled uncontrollably, his hands unsure of where to rest. He could only rise to his feet and respectfully bow. I shall forever remember your great kindness, esteemed one. I swear by my martial heart that should anyone dare to offend you or your descendants, I will ensure their utter annihilation. Seeing Zhao Dizhu so elated, Chu Mo smiled with satisfaction. This high-level cultivator had a heart that was genuine and easily contented. A simple kitchen knife had brought him such joy. With the support of a formidable ally, who would dare to cross him? It's a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Now, let us prepare a meal. Remember to cut the meat into larger pieces for more enjoyment. With Chu Mo's words, Zhao Dizhu eagerly took up the knife, ready to slice the wild boar meat before him. However, as he prepared to bring the blade down, his expression grew serious. The kitchen knife felt like an insatiable abyss, voraciously consuming the energy within him. With every slice, it felt as though he was exerting all his strength. The inner force within his dantian was depleting at a visibly alarming rate, and beads of sweat poured down his back in exhaustion. Even if he exhausted all his inner strength, the pork before him had only been cut into a small portion. On the other side, Chu Mo, who had finished peeling the beans, could not help but shake his head at the sight. Truly, a cultivator is adept at wielding a blade against a person, yet struggles with the simplest of culinary tasks? Indeed, one must excel in their own field. It seems I must rely on myself. Perhaps I should take over. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu did not decline, for he had indeed reached his limit. After laboriously setting down the knife, he staggered back several steps before weakly collapsing onto the stone bench. As he gasped for breath and attempted to recover, he discovered that the desiccated dantian within him had actually widened slightly. Moreover, the realm that had long remained dormant was, astonishingly, beginning to stir. Feeling this change, Zhao Dizhu was momentarily stunned, then suddenly enlightened. It turned out that the elder was using the guise of cutting vegetables to provide me with an opportunity for growth and cultivation. Alas, I, Zhao Dizhu, am utterly incapable of seizing the chance presented before me. I truly feel unworthy of the elder's guidance. When he lifted his head and beheld Chu Mo skillfully slicing the wild boar meat with remarkable speed, Zhao Dizhu's was left speechless. At that moment, he distinctly sensed the disparity in their abilities. The other wielded the divine weapon with effortless grace, while he, after only a few minutes of cutting, felt as though his very essence had been drained. The difference was glaringly evident, like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Zhao Dizhu struggled to rise, his face etched with guilt, and bowed deeply to Chu Mo. I am ashamed, for I have failed to complete the task entrusted to me by the elder. I have disappointed you. Please impose your punishment. Observing the remorseful expression on Zhao Dizhu's face, Chu Mo placed the cut meat into a bowl, bewildered. Task. Oh, you mean cutting the meat? It's quite all right. It seems you haven't done this kind of work before, right? The first time is inevitably a bit clumsy. With practice, you will surely find the knack. Chu Mo waved his hand dismissively in reassurance. From his counterpart's demeanor, he grasped a profound truth. Culinary skills bear no relation to martial prowess. Not all cultivators are accomplished chefs. Hearing Chu Mo's words, Zhao Dizhu's was overwhelmed with gratitude. He had not anticipated such magnanimity from the elder, who not only refrained from punishment, but encouraged him to practice again next time. This was akin to a rebirth. I humbly thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. There's no need for such formality. It was but a trifling task. Please, have a seat for a moment while I prepare the meal. Chu Mo replied, carrying the prepared ingredients and preparing to enter the kitchen. However, Zhao Dizhu's, filled with shame, hurriedly rose and clasped his hands together. No, esteemed elder, you have shown me such great kindness, and I have nothing to repay you with. Perhaps we can save the meal for another time? Next time, I shall certainly bring a generous gift, which would alleviate my guilt in partaking. Zhao Dizhu's thought to himself, reflecting on the elder's kindness, offering him enlightenment tea, allowing him to experience the prowess of divine weapons, and wholeheartedly nurturing his potential. He has already incurred a significant debt of gratitude. Should he linger for a meal, it would indeed leave an impression of indecisiveness. This would be detrimental to the future interactions between the two. Chu Mo paused, turning his head in confusion. What's wrong? The dishes are ready. Are we not going to eat before heading home? No. I appreciate your kindness, senior. By the way, I recall you mentioning that you were out of wine at home. Just now, I discovered some aged brew in my storage space. Would you care to sample it? Zhao Dizhu's chuckled apologetically, having already brought back an exceedingly precious enlightenment tea. If he stayed for a meal, it would be akin to both eating and taking, which is not how one should conduct themselves as a guest. With a heavy heart, he retrieved several large jars of mud-sealed wine from his storage pouch and presented them to Chu Mo Sr. I hope you do not find it lacking. Chapter 36. The Supreme Sword Technique. Grass Character Sword Art. Chu Mo looked at him in astonishment, taken aback by the fact that this cultivator was not only polite, but also understood the principles of reciprocity. Excellent. As he broke the seal, a rich aroma of wine wafted forth, causing Chu Mo's eyes to brighten. What fine wine! This must be quite valuable, is it not? Not at all. If Senior enjoys it, that is what matters. Next time, if I manage to acquire more, I shall bring some along, Zhao Dizhu's insisted, waving his hands repeatedly. Yet, inwardly, he felt a pang of regret. It was indeed extraordinarily precious. This was the exquisite monkey wine he had risked his life to procure from the Stone Spirit Monkey clan, of which he could only afford to sip a mere drop each time. However, considering the even more precious enlightenment tea, he felt it was worth the sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo shyly licked his lips. Oh, I couldn't possibly accept so much. Perhaps next time, just a little would suffice. With a thud, Zhao Dizhu stumbled and fell to the ground. This senior's character is truly audacious, or rather, unique. Very well, I shall not impose any longer. Zhao Dizhu respectfully clasped his hands and prepared to depart. As he soared into the air, a thought suddenly struck him, and he paused mid-flight. Oh, senior, since you have no sect behind you, may I inquire if you have any family nearby? If I happen to encounter them, I would like to extend my greetings. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo thoughtfully stroked his chin. With Ling drifting through the martial world, having a formidable ally would certainly ensure her safety. This expert seems rather amiable. Ah, family. Since my wife left, I have only an 8-year-old daughter remaining. However, she too has ventured into the world. And now I know not where she is. Chu Mo shrugged helplessly. Zhao Dizhu nodded. What is your daughter's name? Chu. Oh no, she adopted an alias after leaving, calling herself Zhao Linger, and she bears this resemblance. Chu Imo suddenly remembered the letter his daughter had left him before her departure, stating that she would be using a pseudonym. He pulled out a sketch of Chu Linger, gazing at the exquisitely lifelike portrait. Zhao Di's who's deeply etched it into his memory. Rest assured, your junior shall remember this. In the southern region, I still possess a modicum of strength and influence. I guarantee that no one will dare to cause trouble for any girl named Zhao Linger. With a firm promise, Zhao Di's who's transformed into a streak of light and soared into the heavens, vanishing from sight. Observing this scene, Chu Mo felt an overwhelming envy. Alas, when will I be able to soar as well? My daughter, hurry and help your father take flight. Just as Chu Mo sighed, he sensed some unusual movement not far from him. Turning his gaze, he discovered that the dog, previously unconscious, was showing signs of awakening. How dare this mere mortal knock me out? Just wait until I... Oh no. Thud. Before the North Plains ice wolf could finish its thoughts, a tremendous force struck its forehead, rendering it unconscious once more. Just before losing consciousness, it faintly heard a contemptuous voice. Damn it! This wretched mutt dares to bare its teeth? It seems it has not learned its lesson. Let us see if I can't beat you to a pulp. If you provoke me further, I might just make you into a drink. Speaking of drinks, the wine left behind by Zhao Di's who's is truly delightful. With a low alcohol content, it is surprisingly sweet, accompanied by a fragrant fruity aroma. After a sip, Chu Mo felt invigorated and comfortably warm. Indeed, the treasures left by masters are extraordinary. Chu Mo savored the experience, draining an entire bowl of the wine. Feeling the effects of the fruit wine, he had a sudden inspiration and promptly took out a porcelain bottle to fill it with some. He then sent it through the system to his daughter, Chu Linger. After all, she enjoys fruit juice. Today, she shall have the chance to taste this fruit wine. That night, Chu Mo indulged in a large vat of wine alongside wild boar meat, ultimately succumbing to drunkenness beneath the ginkgo tree. Fortunately, Zhao Di's who's was unaware, otherwise, he would have been heartbroken, for even a single cup was considered a grand luxury in his eyes. That night, Chu Mo slept soundly. Indeed, a touch of wine aids in slumber. Upon waking, the first thing he did was open the system to check in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sword technique, grass character, sword technique. Grass character, sword technique? What on earth is that? It sounds rather absurd. Chu Mo furrowed his brow. Must one shout grass while wielding this technique in battle? His gaze shifted to the system's description. Grass character, sword technique. A grain of dust can fill the sea. A blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars. This sword technique is a gifted treasure of the nine-leaf sword grass lineage, renowned as one of the three great sword techniques, capable of breaking through anything, and stands as one of the most formidable offensive arts. If cultivated to its zenith, it is sufficient to cleave through history and disrupt the flow of time. Reading this understated introduction, Chu Mo gasped in awe. Whoa, I knew it. I shouldn't have rushed to the lottery draw before relieving myself. Or else my luck would have been shot for the day. Although I am unfamiliar with the nine-leaf sword grass, I have grasped one thing. This is the most formidable art of combat. As for the two words one of, he chose to disregard them entirely. Host, it seems fortune is on your side this time. Can it not be proven that this system operates without any hidden agendas? Very well. I shall trust you once. Should I fail to acquire something worthwhile next time, I will undoubtedly remain skeptical of you. System, you impertinent fool. Enough of this. Quickly send it to my daughter. Once Linger has mastered it, I shall too. And I find myself quite eager to test just how powerful this supreme offensive technique truly is. Chu Mo excitedly rubbed his hands together, contemplating that with this skill, he could indeed slay opponents beyond his level. Perhaps in the future, he could attain invincibility. Meanwhile, far away in the Soul Mountain of the Southern Domain, the Jinhuan sect erupted with fervor. Ancestor, you have finally emerged. Your disciples have awaited this moment with great anticipation. I wonder if the breakthrough has succeeded this time. As Zhao Di's whose aura manifested within the sect leader, Huomeyer, hastened to him, accompanied by 3 grand protectors and 10 elders at the initial stage of the heavenly realm. Gazing at the cheerful faces of his disciples, Zhao Di's who smiled. No breakthrough. But I am close. My realm is loosening. Master, will you continue your seclusion? Huomeyer, at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, Her fiery red hair cascading over her shoulders spoke in a mature and authoritative tone. Clad in a red fitted dress that perfectly accentuated her sinuous figure like a water serpent, she carried a whip of unknown material at her waist. Her slender, knee-high stiletto boots beautifully outlined her long, shapely legs, akin to mutton-fat jade. Combined with her stunning beauty and alluring peach blossom eyes, she exuded an intoxicating blend of youthfulness and charm, rendering men utterly captivated. Most notably, her ample bosom promised that she could bear 10 or 8 children without fear of starvation. However, apart from Zhao Dizhu's, none dared to gaze upon this enchanting and regal beauty, fearful of revealing their unseemly thoughts. It should be known that those who dared to cast lewd glances her way had already been reduced to specimens discarded in the back mountains. As sect leader Huameyer inquired, the others looked eagerly at Zhao Dizhu's. Without his support, their Jinhuan sect fared poorly. They were hampered by the united resistance of other sects, leaving them constrained in every endeavor. Zhao Dizhu shook his head, hands behind his back, gazing at the sky with a sense of nostalgia. No more seclusion. The ancestor has come to understand that at this level, prolonged isolation is futile. In truth, I have been out for several days, wandering the vicinity of the southern domain in search of a breakthrough opportunity. Fortunately, I discovered it yesterday. This is the most profound opportunity of my life. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, and Huameyer, curious, inquired, "Did the ancestor uncover any rare treasures?" Not quite. The ancestor actually encountered a superlative master, a figure who has at least reached the pinnacle of the cosmic level. Zhao Dizhu's face radiated admiration and reverence. Upon hearing these words, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes brimming with astonishment. What? Such formidable beings at the pinnacle of the universe realm have scarcely emerged in legends. Could it be that they possess the capability to grasp the sun and moon, plucking stars from the heavens? Are there truly such extraordinary individuals in this world? In Chapter 37, The Sword God, my father's grass character sword technique is the most formidable of all. They could not help but feel a profound shock in their eyes. Zhao Dizhu's, at the mid-level of the wild stage, was already nearly invincible. Not to mention the martial artists at the pinnacle of the universe realm. The extent of their strength was beyond their wildest imaginings. Zhao Dizhu's nodded and smiled. I cannot claim to wield the sun and moon, but my every gesture is imbued with profound intent and the power of rules. The very rules surrounding him render me nearly unreachable. Even a plaque at my doorstep could easily inflict grave injury upon me. Moreover, forging a simple kitchen knife is akin to creating a divine weapon imbued with intense blade intent. This individual is, without a doubt, the mightiest I have encountered, or perhaps the strongest in this era. The crowd was left speechless with awe. They understood that Zhao Dizhu's never boasted. Such a declaration could only stem from genuine experience. The terror of a universe-level powerhouse is indeed formidable. I yearn to witness the appearance of such a master, yet alas, the opportunity eludes me. Huameyer sighed wistfully. In response, Zhao Dizhu smiled enigmatically, his expression tinged with pride and a hint of boastfulness. Fear not, the opportunity shall arise. I have found a kindred spirit in that esteemed predecessor. We have even arranged to dine together next time. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in delight, collectively raising their thumbs in admiration for Zhao Dizhu's. Our ancestor is remarkable. To befriend such a powerful figure means no one would dare to threaten our Soul Town sect. Indeed, with a predecessor and our ancestor backing us, we need not fear being cornered by the Qi sect or Tianyi sect. Speaking of the Tianyi sect, their audacity is truly outrageous. They have even set up formations in the latrines of our sect, bombarding the latrines while our disciples are indisposed. Truly despicable. The crowd shared their recent grievances, tears, and snot mingling as they recounted their trials. After listening, Zhao Dizhu's expression darkened. I merely secluded myself for a time, and some might think I have perished. Let me tell you, my young disciples, as long as our sect does not engage in heinous acts, who dares to bully you? I, your ancestor, shall seek retribution. We do not instigate trouble, nor do we fear it. But should anyone dare to engage in unscrupulous deeds, they need not expect assistance from others. I shall personally cleanse our house. Meyer, report the recent events to me. Zhao Dizhu's, with an air of righteousness, gazed at his disciples. Huameyer nodded and detailed every matter, great and small. I am aware. I shall speak with the leaders of both families shortly. By the way, Meyer, prepare a list of valuable items within the sect for me. Have someone deliver it to me tonight. While Meyer, with a perplexed expression, asked, Ancestor, are you planning to break through with heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Zhao Di's who's waved his hand dismissively. Certainly not. The esteemed elder sought to acquire some rare treasures, intending to visit the home of a senior acquaintance. I have heard from that elder that he is still unmarried. If you could capture his favor, the benefits would be immeasurable. Upon hearing this, the fiery-tempered Huameyer furrowed her brow in immediate discontent. Despite being the leader of a sect, she was still quite young and had never taken a partner. Now, as a stunning beauty, the prospect of being wed to an elder of indeterminate age filled her heart with resistance. Master, you are well aware of Mayer's sentiments. In her heart, a beauty ought to be matched with a hero. The man she envisioned must possess the grace to navigate both the grand hall and the kitchen, coupled with unparalleled martial prowess and the ability to compose poetry. Sensing her thoughts, Zhao Di's could not help but roll his eyes in disdain at his only disciple. Are you truly so selective? You ought to consider whether the elder would even have an interest in you. Let me be frank. Not only is the elder's strength unfathomable, but he is also strikingly handsome. If handsomeness were to incur a fine, I suspect the elder's beauty would render him bankrupt. Taking you to visit is merely a trial. I doubt the elder would even spare you a glance, especially since you're out of breath just from being called plump. Handsome? Handsomely bankrupt, you say? Perhaps that is not entirely unappealing. Huameyer's heart immediately softened. What if he were a bit older? As long as he was pleasing to the eye, older men possess their own charm. After all, there's a saying, though one ages, the heart remains youthful, and desires only grow stronger. Huameyer fancied that the elder appeared to be a mature gentleman in his 30s or 40s. Noticing a faint blush on his disciple's cheeks, Zhao Di's smirked. Just as he was about to depart, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he turned with a stern expression to the assembled leaders of the sect. Ah yes, make it known that if anyone encounters an 8-year-old girl named Zhao Linger, they are to treat her with the utmost reverence, as if she were a revered aunt. Anyone who dares to offend her shall face dire consequences. Do not question why, simply comply. It's permissible to provoke anyone, but never offend Zhao Linger. With that, he swirled his robes and departed, followed closely by Huameyer as they soared towards the treasure vault. As they watched Huameyer's alluring figure vanish into the distance, a middle-aged woman of peak heavenly rank, still possessing her charm, clenched her fist in envy amidst the crowd. To visit a cosmic elder, what an honor. Once my son discreetly seizes the Ice Spirit Kingdom, I believe the esteemed elder will remember the great contribution and take me along as well. Who knows? If that elder prefers mature women, perhaps I, Hu Yue, could ascend to greater heights. This woman was none other than Lu Ji's mother, Hu Yue, once a favored concubine of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, renowned for her beauty in her youth, though time had not been kind. Upon returning to her cave abode, Hu Yue immediately summoned a trusted confidant skilled in lightness techniques. Go, deliver this letter swiftly to my son in the Ice Spirit Kingdom. The messenger was swift, arriving that very night at the Prince of Northern Town's residence. The palace was ablaze with light, and many had gathered together. Ha ha ha, my esteemed ancestor has emerged from seclusion. Should I succeed in seizing the Ice Spirit Kingdom, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. Bloodblade, go and inform the Fire Spirit Kingdom and the Gold Spirit Kingdom to take prompt action. I await their collaboration on this grand undertaking. As the night slipped away, Lu Qingxue remained oblivious to the impending crisis of a multinational invasion approaching the Ice Spirit Kingdom. At this moment, she had just concluded a morning meeting. Ever since she had executed a decisive strike against Hishun's entire family, the ministers in court had become significantly more compliant. Today, in high spirits, she arranged to meet with Li Chunfeng to teach Linger the sword technique, while also assessing the young girl's recent progress in her training. With graceful strides, Lu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng quietly entered Chu Linger's chamber. There, they beheld the girl sprawled blissfully across her bedding, sweetly dreaming and drooling onto the covers. At the sight of this adorable scene, Lu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng exchanged glances and could not help but chuckle. Linger, it is time to rise. Mother and Grandpa Li have come to teach you swordsmanship. With this skill, you will be able to slay cattle and sheep much more swiftly and significantly enhance your combat abilities. groggily opening her eyes. Chu Ling'er pouted upon seeing them. Mother, you're here? Can I sleep a little longer? I'm so sleepy. Little one, did you sneak out to steal cattle last night? At this hour, you would usually be up at the hunting grounds practicing. What has made you so lazy today? Lu Qingxue inquired, puzzled. The previous Chu Ling'er was always diligent in her training without needing any prompting, but today she resembled a sloth. Chu Ling'er licked her lips dreamily. Last night, Father brought me a lot of juice, and after drinking it, I fell asleep, and it was such a deep slumber. The little girl is simply a glutton. Even intoxicated by fruit juice, Lu Qingxue thought as she playfully patted her head. Come now, Mother will help you dress. Today, Grandpa Li is prepared to teach you a truly remarkable sword technique. At this, Chu Ling'er's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Truly remarkable? Mother, you're not deceiving me. Are you? Before Lu Qingxue could respond, Li Chunfeng stepped forward with a proud demeanor. Huh, little one, your Grandpa Li's Shura sword technique is unrivaled in the world. I need not elaborate. In the entire southern region, none can match my prowess. With my 3-foot sword, I can contend against 3 or 4 opponents of equal standing. Shattering mountains and splitting stones, sweeping through thousands of troops, is but a trivial feat. Would you not desire to learn such an impressive technique? Chu Ling'er nodded vigorously. Shura sword technique? What a splendid name. As the discussion of sword techniques unfolded, she seemed to recall something. Before she fainted from the juice last night, she had heard a voice in her mind, and it seemed her father had imparted a sword move to her. What was it called? Oh yes, grass character sword art. Grandpa Li, I believe I also know some sword techniques. Last night in my dream, Father taught me. He said it was the strongest sword technique in the world. Likely even more formidable than yours. Chu Ling'er raised her head and reported honestly. Upon hearing those words, Li Chunfeng furiously stroked his beard and glared, immediately refusing to accept the affront. It is essential to understand that swordsmanship is his most esteemed skill, earning him the title of sword deity. How could he endure such disdain? I acknowledge that the Shura king possesses formidable strength, unparalleled in calligraphy and military strategy. Yet power does not equate to mastery of the sword. Though I, Li Chunfeng, am merely at the threshold of the desolate realm. My swordsmanship transcends the ordinary. I had already perfected the essence of the sword at the celestial realm. Years of relentless honing have rendered my swordplay invincible, allowing me to achieve the unity of man and sword. And your father, the Shura king, dares to claim that his sword techniques are unrivaled? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 38, Sword Deity. Your father's swordsmanship is the foremost in the world. Observing Li Chunfeng's immense agitation, Chu Ling'er chuckled foolishly. Grandpa Li, do not be upset. After all, when my father imparted his sword techniques to me in a dream last night, he said just that. Li Chunfeng took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Realizing his own loss of composure, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle at himself. Here I am, an old man nearing the end of his days, quarreling with a little girl. Truly, I have lived like a dog. Who would have thought the Shura king's prowess could reach such heights, even conveying sword techniques in dreams? By the way, what sword technique did your father teach you? Li Chunfeng inquired with slight curiosity. The Shura king's swordsmanship could not possibly be the best in the world, yet it must possess its merits, for even a master's skills should not be utterly lacking. After pondering for a moment, Chu Ling'er tilted her head and smiled sweetly. It's called the grass character's sword technique. He said that even a blade of grass can split mountains and shatter stones. Upon hearing Chu Ling'er's innocent words, Li Chunfeng erupted in laughter. Ha! Your father, the Shura king, is truly something. He even deceives his own daughter. The sword is the monarch of all weapons. Even apprentices know that the sharper and more rigid, the better. A true sword must be resilient and unyielding, capable of wreaking havoc with its keen edge. Yet how could something as soft as grass be used to kill? It can hardly cut through skin, let alone withstand the essence of the sword. Li Chunfeng shook his head, feeling a tinge of disdain and disappointment towards this sword technique. It seems the seemingly omnipotent Shura king is not so remarkable in the realm of swordsmanship after all. When it comes to swords, none can surpass me, Li Chunfeng. Listening to the exchange, Chu Ling'er proudly lifted her head. My father would never deceive me, and he was once known as the Wine Sword Immortal. His swordsmanship must be formidable. Li Chunfeng scoffed at this. Your father may be called the Wine Sword Immortal, but I am known as the sword deity. Today, this old man is eager to see whose swordsmanship is superior, yours or your father's. With that, Li Chunfeng turned to exit, waiting outside for Chu Ling. Meanwhile, Chu Ling, brimming with defiance, quickly changed out of her nightgown and joined Lu Qingxue as they made their way to the plaza in Yongla Palace. At this moment, Li Chunfeng stood tall in the center of the plaza, a long sword slung across his back. Upon the appearance of Chu Linger, Li Chunfeng's lips curled into a slight smile as he exclaimed, "Little girl, observe closely. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my Azura sword technique." With that, his gaze sharpened, and a profound aura of murderous intent and sword energy began to brew within him, ready to erupt. He resembled an unparalleled sword yet to be drawn from its sheath, concealed within it a treacherous danger. Once his momentum had fully coalesced, Li Chunfeng unleashed a thunderous roar. "Sword, arise." The long sword behind him flew forth with a swift whoosh, landing in his grasp. With the sword in hand, Li Chunfeng's aura transformed dramatically. The murderous intent was palpable, reminiscent of a fearsome Azura emerging from the depths of a Vichy hell, instilling dread in all who beheld him. As Li Chunfeng began to wield the long sword, a fierce sword energy surged forth. The sword energy sliced through the air, creating a 50-meter-long, 3-meter-deep chasm in the ground. But this was merely the beginning. In order to showcase the prowess of his swordsmanship to the little girl, he unleashed a series of relentless sword moves. Each strike grew increasingly ferocious, with power escalating to such heights that the square could no longer withstand the sheer intensity of his sword intent, forcing Li Chunfeng to perform in midair. The sword energy surged forth, painting a scene reminiscent of tumultuous winds and swirling clouds, filling the sky. The tremendous commotion caused those treacherous subjects in the imperial city to tremble in fear, hiding away in their homes, too frightened to show their faces. On the ground, Lu Qingxue nodded in satisfaction, reassured that the national master's swordsmanship had reached new heights, leaving no rivals in the present age. Even Chu Linger gazed up at the sky, her mouth agape, in admiration. "How impressive! I wonder if my father's swordsmanship can be this spectacular." After several minutes, Li Chunfeng concentrated all his inner strength, transforming it into a colossal sword that cleaved through the sky. This was his ultimate skill, sword and man as one. Having completed his techniques, his robe fluttered as he descended gracefully. Observing the astonishment on Linger and the Empress's faces, Li Chunfeng's lips curled into a satisfied smirk as he remarked, "So, little girl, what do you think of Li Grandpa's sword and man as one? Does the title of sword god truly befit me?" Chu Linger pouted, turning her head away with a hint of pride. "Humph, it seems impressive, but I believe my father's swordsmanship is even greater. He once told me that with just a sword and a flask of wine, he traversed the world, defeating all masters. Even when besieged by countless foes of equal strength, he could slay one every 10 steps, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles. In Chu Linger's heart, her father was a wandering hero, a super swordsman who could compose poetry and verse. She diligently remembered every story he told, filled with admiration and aspirations. She fervently hoped that one day, she too could become a renowned heroine, celebrated throughout the land. Upon hearing her words, Li Chunfeng was taken aback, stirring a resonance deep within his soul. Slay one every 10 steps, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles. What a splendid verse, truly worthy of the Azura king. Such a spirit is indeed domineering. Lu Qingxue repeatedly murmured the lines, her beautiful eyes shining with brilliance. At this moment, a vivid scene unfolded in their minds. A master, wielding a sword in one hand and a wine gourd in the other, emerged from a circle of adversaries, laughing heartily as he departed with effortless grace. "Ling, since you claim your father's swordsmanship is so remarkable, would you dare to demonstrate it for your grandfather?" Chu Linger did not decline, with resolute determination. She nodded in response to the provocation. The honor of her father rested upon her shoulders. What was there to fear? After her father had imparted his sword techniques to her the previous night, she had yet to put them to the test. This was the perfect opportunity. With that, Chu Linger closed her eyes, striving to recall the images from her dreams the night before. Moments later, she opened her eyes, casually plucking a blade of grass from the ground. She stepped onto the plaza, focusing intently on Li Chunfeng. Utilizing the principles of the grass word sword technique, she summoned her inner strength, a profoundly familiar sensation blossoming within her heart. Grasping the small blade of grass, she waved it gently at Li Chunfeng while simultaneously calling out. First form of the grass word sword technique, grass you old wood. Li Qingxue raised an eyebrow, while Li Chuanfeng's eyes lit up with surprise. This move is impressive, majestic. Such a simple action transformed Li Chuanfeng's previously tranquil demeanor, causing his expression to shift dramatically. An overwhelming surge of sword intent erupted from the blade of grass in Chu Linger's hand, hurtling towards Li Chunfeng with lethal intent. In that instant, the seemingly fragile blade of grass transformed into a formidable 9-leaf sword grass. The 9 leaves resembled 9 unparalleled swords, emanating an unparalleled ferocity that instilled a deep-seated sense of helplessness in anyone who beheld it. Li Chunfeng's pupils constricted as he watched the sword energy approach, his body paralyzed as if his very essence was ensnared. In desperation, he condensed his inner strength to form a protective barrier, countering with a strike of sword intent devoid of inner energy, hoping to clash with Chu Ling's oncoming force. Boom, boom, boom. As their sword intents collided, Li Chuanfeng seemed as fragile as paper, obliterated with overwhelming might. The 9 strands of sword energy struck Li Chunfeng without hesitation, effortlessly tearing through his long robe and protective aura, sending him staggering several steps back. A shallow wound marred his chest, still resonating with profound sword intent. Staring at the mark upon his chest, Li Chunfeng stood frozen, disbelief flooding his eyes. How long had it been since he had been struck by anyone? Hiss. Unable to evade, unable to defend. How could a mere blade of grass possess such formidable power? How had it withstood this violent sword intent? Could such an attack truly be executed by a mere 5th-tier martial artist? Unthinkable. If Linger were to attain a higher realm, reaching the Earth tier, or even the profound tier, would this strike not leave me gravely injured, or even lead to my demise? Even Li Qingxue's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Li Chunfeng was well aware of the formidable strength of the swordsmanship, renowned as the foremost in the southern domain. Yet, astonishingly, in a pure contest of sword intent, this sword god was utterly defeated by an 8-year-old girl who had never practiced sword techniques. If this were to be spoken of, even Lu Qingxue herself would scarcely believe it, but the reality unfolded before her, leaving no room for doubt. Had Linger truly never trained in the sword? At that moment, as Lu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng were momentarily stunned, Chu Linger suddenly slumped to the ground with a thud. Witnessing this scene, both were taken aback and rushed forward. Linger. Chapter 39. Linger, may I have a taste of this bottle cap? Linger's fall evidently tugged at their hearts, causing Li Chunfeng and Lu Qingxue's spirits to surge with concern. Lu Qingxue swiftly gathered the little girl into her arms, her heart brimming with worry as she noticed Linger's pale and feeble visage, unable even to speak. In an instant, the impervious empress, who had remained unflinching in the face of great danger, found herself in a state of panic. National Master, quickly, summoned the divine physician. All right. Li Chunfeng vanished in a flash, and 5 seconds later, he descended from the sky bearing a wheelchair. In the chair sat the bewildered Sai Huatoa. Upon seeing Chu Linger's condition, Sai Huatoa immediately took her pulse. There is nothing serious. It appears she has exhausted herself from using a tremendous move. What have you done? Why is the Yongla Palace in such disarray? Who is the fool responsible for this trench? Do they think repairs come without cost? And how could little Linger be so utterly spent? After examining her pulse and surveying the surroundings, Sai Huatoa curiously inquired. Seeing that Linger was merely fatigued, Li Chunfeng and Lu Qingxue exchanged a glance of relief. For such potent swordsmanship to be wielded by a mere 5th-grade girl was already remarkable. It was only natural for her to be drained. However, upon hearing Sai Huatoa's subsequent remarks, Li Chuanfeng's face turned dark. For he was indeed the very fool he referred to. Noticing his reaction, Lu Qingxue provided a brief explanation to Sai Huatoa. Sai Huatoa was astounded. Your Majesty, are you implying that little Linger's sword intent surpasses that of the Ancient One by countless folds? How can this be possible? Though the old man may lack character and looks, his swordsmanship is indeed commendable. An 8-year-old girl who has never practiced the sword achieves enlightenment through a dream? This is one thing. But for her sword intent to far exceed that of a sword god who has toiled for hundreds of years. Good heavens! Is there no justice in this world? Is the Shura King truly such a remarkable teacher? Ahem, May I inquire if I were to call him father? Would he dare respond? Might he also impart to me some sword intent? Upon learning the truth, Sai Huadawa could scarcely contain his astonishment. Everything was shattering his worldview and understanding. He was reluctant to accept it, yet the defeat evident on Li Chuanfeng's face unequivocally indicated that he had indeed lost. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng rolled his eyes. What nonsense are you pondering? How could the king of Azura possibly take notice of a mere shrimp like you? Why not call me father? And I shall teach you the ways. Quickly, produce your miraculous elixir to replenish little Linger's strength. Sai Huadawa nodded. Retrieving a braised pig's knuckle from his storage ring, meticulously slicing off pieces to feed to Chu Linger. Witnessing this, Li Chunfeng could hardly contain himself. You scoundrel! I instructed you to provide a miraculous elixir, and you present a pig's knuckle instead? What do you understand? This is a medicinal delicacy crafted from my unique recipe. Just a few bites will restore vitality. I wouldn't even dare indulge in it myself. How could I be careless with something meant for the young lady? Sai Huadawa immediately retorted, and their customary bickering ensued, a routine that Lu Qingxue had long since grown accustomed to. After consuming some of the pig's knuckle, Chu Linger revived, her stomach making audible sounds of satisfaction. Delicious. Big brother, this is truly delightful. By the way, Grandpa Li, how formidable is my father's swordsmanship? Chu Linger asked with a bright smile, her gaze brimming with anticipation as she looked up at Li Chunfeng. He sighed, reluctant to admit it, yet acknowledging that her father's swordsmanship indeed surpassed his own. Your father's swordsmanship far exceeds mine, compared to his grass character sword technique. My Azura sword technique has been reduced to mere beginner's practice. Alas, I never imagined that a humble blade of grass could serve as a vessel for sword energy. Wielding such formidable power, I believe that the unity of man and sword marked the pinnacle of the sword path. But it seems I have been viewing the world through a narrow lens. In my experience, your grass character sword technique could very well be deemed the greatest sword technique in existence. Li Chunfeng appeared dejected, his sighs echoing his disheartenment. To be bested in a field where he excelled was a bitter pill to swallow, especially knowing that the one who defeated him had never even practiced swordsmanship. Observing his forlorn expression, Chu Linger patted Li Chunfeng's shoulder with a maturity beyond her years. Grandpa Li, according to the grass character sword technique, the unity of man and sword is merely the beginning. True mastery involves perceiving all things as swords, where even a blade of grass or a twig can become a weapon. The pinnacle of the sword path is to wield no sword in hand, but to possess a sword in the heart. The heart sword is the most powerful. With but a thought, sword energy can be unleashed, rendering the formless superior to the tangible, capable of severing the very soul. However, my cultivation is insufficient to achieve this. I believe my father can accomplish it with ease. Upon hearing Chu Linger's words, Li Chunfeng was profoundly shaken, as the once static sword path began to stir. All things are swords. The formless triumphs over the tangible. Could it be that I have merely grazed the surface of the sword path? Meanwhile, the king of Azura had already reached its pinnacle. How foolish I was to take pride in my swordsmanship, looking down upon others, when in truth, my perspective was utterly limited. Perhaps my previous challenges were nothing more than childish play in the eyes of the king of Azura. Li Chunfeng imitated Chu Ling, plucking a blade of grass from the ground, attempting to channel sword energy through it. Yet, as he infused it with intent, the grass disintegrated into nothingness. After numerous attempts, even with a dried twig, he found it incapable of sustaining the sword intent he wielded. At this moment, Li Chunfeng comprehended much, his heart becoming remarkably clear. It appeared that his journey along the path of swordsmanship was still far from over. If one day he could unleash sword energy using mere grass, it would signify a significant advancement in his martial arts. Glancing at the grass in his hand, and then at the lovely Chu Linger beside him, Li Chunfeng clasped his hands in a deep bow. Linger, I express my gratitude here. Thanks to you and the Azura King, I have glimpsed the direction of my future. Were it not for the fact that he was the master of Lu Qingxue, rendering the generational hierarchy improper, he would have eagerly bowed down to the young Linger, seeking to learn the art of swordsmanship from her. Only through personal experience could one understand the immense difficulty in releasing sword energy from a single blade of grass. Li Chuanfeng's actions startled Chu Linger, causing her to immediately hide behind Lu Qingxue. Grandfather Li, there's no need for such formalities. It's not a significant matter. If you wish to learn, Linger can teach you. Upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng abruptly lifted his head, joy illuminating his face. Is that truly so? Indeed. Grandfather Li treats Linger so well, bringing her delicious treats and beautiful dresses, just like a real grandfather. Father won't object to Linger teaching you sword techniques. Chu Linger smiled sweetly, waving her hand graciously. Li Chunfeng, filled with excitement, trembled with enthusiasm, once again bowing with a smile. Young Masterling, I shall rely on you henceforth. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxue furrowed her brow, pondering why so many of her esteemed subordinates transformed into disciples of Linger upon her instruction. Would she, too, be inadvertently swayed to take her as a mentor if she were to impart knowledge? No. Seeking her daughter as a teacher would be utterly inappropriate. Would I forsake my dignity as an empress? After indulging in brother-sized delightful dish, I am parched. After Linger has a sip of juice to refresh herself, she shall teach grandfatherly. With that, Chu Linger opened a tattered pouch at her waist and retrieved a plain porcelain bottle of roughly 1 liter. Gently shaking it, the sound of sloshing water resonated, suggesting it still contained about half a bottle. Chu Linger removed the cork and indulged in several hearty gulps, savoring the moment with audible smacking sounds. So delicious. The sweet and tangy flavor is truly delightful. Observing this scene, the three exchanged glances and could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Children are easily satisfied. A single bottle of juice brought such joy to her eyes. However, as the cork was removed, a rich aroma of fruit and a vibrant life force began to waft from the bottle. When this life energy entered the nose of Sai Huadao, his smile abruptly froze. His expression shifted unpredictably, revealing surprise, anticipation, and even trepidation. Sensing the subtle changes in his previously injured leg, he trembled uncontrollably. Linger, may I have a taste of the juice from your bottle? Chapter 40. A grave situation, Your Majesty. 2 nations invading. As the life force entered his nostrils, Sai Huadao felt an unexpected tingling sensation in his legs, which had been crippled for centuries. This filled him with immense joy, for it was precisely for the sake of these legs that he devoted himself to the study of medicine. He had often envisioned that mastering the art of healing would enable him to restore his own legs, allowing him to rise on his own strength and liberate himself from the confines of a wheelchair. He had dreamed of running, jumping, and exploring the world with those legs. Over the span of 3 centuries, he even delved so deeply into the medical arts that he reached the pinnacle of celestial mastery, saving countless souls teetering on the brink of death. He had imparted his knowledge to many devoted disciples as well. Yet, he had never succeeded in healing his own severely impaired legs, not even experiencing a flicker of improvement. Despite saving countless lives, no one could save him. This led him to a period of despair, where he contemplated retreating into solitude, awaiting death in the mountains. However, today, a mere bottle of fruit juice presented by the young girl, Linger, had awakened sensations in his legs that had been numb since birth. How could he remain composed in such a moment? This bottle of juice represented his hope. Perhaps it could indeed restore his legs to health. Observing Sai Huadao's reaction, Li Chunfeng and the Empress were taken aback. The Sai Huadao they knew was a composed gentleman, unflappable even during banter with Li Chunfeng. Yet now, his demeanor had drastically changed, completely losing his poise. What troubles you, old man? Is there something wrong with this juice? I am uncertain. I must taste it to discern its properties. I hope it is indeed that miraculous substance, Sai Huadao said, his voice trembling as his gaze fixated on Linger's juice. Linger, as a favor for your big brother, would you mind finishing the rest of the bottle so I can have a sip? At this, Linger burst into laughter, proudly raising the juice. Are you feeling greedy, big brother? The juice made by my father is truly delicious. I slept soundly after drinking it last night. I absolutely adore it, but I cannot let you lick the bottle. Hearing this, Sai Huadao felt utterly deflated. With a heavy heart, he nodded and couldn't help but chuckle at his own predicament. Even the mere scent can evoke sensations in my feeble legs. It must be a rare treasure. How could I, with no ties to you, dare to wish for more? Seeing Sai Huadao's profound disappointment, Linger rolled her eyes. Do not be anxious, big brother. I have yet to finish my words. I only said you couldn't lick the bottle, not that you couldn't drink. My father always teaches me to be generous with good friends, and since my father is so capable, he can easily procure this juice again. I am not afraid of running out. Since it is beneficial to you, consider this little half bottle a gift from me. With an innocent smile, Linger raised the bottle in both hands before Sai Hua. Though young, she could discern who genuinely cared for her. Before her stood a few individuals who treated her with the same affection one would reserve for beloved family elders, allowing her to experience sentiments she had not known in her childhood. Eager to assist Sai Hua, she did not hesitate. As she beheld the precious treasure within arm's reach, Sai Hua trembled as he accepted it. Such a priceless gift, truly for me? Of course. Once my big brother's leg is healed, he can join Linger in playing hide and seek. Chu Linger smiled sweetly. Filled with immense gratitude, Sai Hua no longer declined. Once my big brother is well, he will surely play with Linger every day. After speaking, he brought the vial to his nose and inhaled deeply, the rich vitality surging through him. A look of pure enjoyment graced Sai Hua's face. Meanwhile, Li Chunfeng and the Empress exchanged puzzled glances. Senior Sai, what exactly is this juice that Linger has? Can it truly heal your leg? Sai Hua looked up, deeply moved as he regarded them. In my lifetime, I have perused countless texts and discovered but one method to restore my leg. However, this method requires a singular treasure, and with our capabilities, the chances of acquiring it are non-existent. This treasure is none other than the Monkey King's brew, crafted by the king of the Stone Spirit Monkey tribe. Upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng and the Empress shared a look of astonishment. Are you saying that the Monkey King, possessing strength beyond the wild, gathers thousands of rare spiritual fruits to brew this elixir only once in a lifetime? They were well aware of the value of such a treasure. The Divine Land comprises 5 regions, with the Ice Spirit Kingdom located in the southern domain, while the Stone Spirit Monkeys are a formidable race from the Amei Mountains in the eastern domain. This Monkey King's brew, the culmination of a lifetime's effort, serves as a divine remedy for healing and breaking through to the flood stage. A Stone Spirit Monkey tribe consists of at least several thousand monkeys, all possessing abilities ranging from the mysterious to the wild stage. To obtain this brew would require surpassing the defenses of thousands of formidable opponents. The difficulty was evident. Thus, even if Sai Hua had a method to heal his leg, it was unattainable. Should he dare to invade the monkey horde, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by the irate monkeys. In response to their exclamations, Sai Hua nodded with certainty. Indeed, this is the only object in the world that could elicit a response in my leg. This is a treasure I have never laid eyes on in my lifetime. I never imagined that the Azura King would possess such a divine treasure, allowing Linger to enjoy it as juice. Truly a grand display of generosity. However, it seems that only the Azura King possesses the strength to acquire the Monkey King's brew so effortlessly. Sai Hua took a deep breath. Indeed, being born into a fortunate lineage is an art in itself. Having a good father is akin to having a cheat code. The thought made him want to resurrect his father, who had passed away for centuries, just to give him a good thrashing. Look at other people's fathers, how supportive they are. Fortunately, Zhao Dizhus had not heard this, or he would have surely roared. This is something I risked my life to steal. It has nothing to do with her father. Holding the Monkey King's brew, Sai Hua poured a little out, carefully bringing it to his lips, fearing to spill even a single drop. As the Monkey King's wine flowed into him, a powerful vitality surged into his once crippled legs. Sensing the transformation, Sai Hua was filled with immense joy. However, a single sip of the wine was insufficient for complete healing. Thus, he drained the remaining Monkey King's wine in one go. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on harnessing the life force to mend his damaged meridians. After several minutes, Sai Hua opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. His legs, previously devoid of sensation, could now bend and straighten. Even his toes could wiggle slightly. Yet, he was still unable to stand. This brought tears of joy to Sai Hua's eyes. After more than 3 centuries, he finally felt the existence of his legs. Linger, this grace is akin to rebirth. I swear by the heart of martial arts that from this day forth, this life of mine belongs to you. Chu Linger grinned innocently. Big brother, you flatter me. But why can't you stand yet? Sai Hua pinched his own leg and smiled reassuringly. No harm done. I have indeed recovered, but after centuries of not walking, I need to readjust and train. I estimate that after some time, I should be able to walk unaided. Moreover, with the meridians in my legs restored, I have successfully broken through to the semi-ruined stage. Now I am as you are. Ha ha. Sai Hua laughed joyously, reveling in the happiest moment of his life. All thanks to the little girl before him. Li Chunfeng and the Empress nodded. It is good that the elder has recovered. With you and the National Master here, I believe those miscreants will no longer dare to act recklessly. Sai Huaduan nodded firmly, stating, Rest assured, Your Majesty, since Linger is under my protection, I shall lend my full support. Whoever dares to offend, I shall eradicate. No sooner had he spoken than Shangguan Yin rushed in from the palace, her face marked with urgency. Not good, Your Majesty. I have just received the latest intelligence. The Fire Spirit Kingdom and the Golden Spirit Kingdom have allied and plan to visit our Ice Spirit Kingdom in 3 days. Their intentions do not bode well. Chapter 41. Meyer, dress nicely for my visit to the Elder Wat. The Golden and Fire Kingdoms intend to visit our Ice Spirit Kingdom? Upon hearing Shangguan Yan's report, Li Chunfeng and the others' expressions turned grave. The Empress's icy demeanor reflected her displeasure. Is the news credible? Your Majesty, every word I speak is true. Envoys from both kingdoms have already been dispatched. Shangguan Yin reported gravely. Lu Qingxue pondered thoughtfully and nodded. Did the envoys specify their purpose? The envoys claimed they were merely here for a friendly diplomatic visit. However, the principal figures visiting are the national masters of both kingdoms, along with their respective grand princesses. I fear the situation may not be as simple as it seems. Shangguan Yin presented the envoy's letter to the Empress and Li Chunfeng. After reading it, the Empress fell silent, her brow furrowed in contemplation, while the impatient Li Chunfeng let out a cold snort. A diplomatic interview with friendly nations? What amicable discussions can we, the Ice Spirit Kingdom, hold with the Gold and Fire Kingdoms? They seem eager to breach our borders. This is akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. If I am not mistaken, the two old fellows, Fire Yuan and Gold Shang, have likely made their breakthrough to the semi-transcendent realm, seeking to flaunt their power and coerce our Ice Spirit Kingdom into ceding territory or even surrendering. Like our Ice Spirit Kingdom, both the Gold Spirit and Fire Spirit Kingdoms possess formidable peak heavenly stage experts among their ranks. Their strength is equally formidable, rivaling that of Li Chunfeng, with the national strengths of the three kingdoms being closely matched. In the past, mutual restraint among the three kingdoms maintained a delicate balance. However, with the alliance of the Gold and Fire Kingdoms, our Ice Spirit Kingdom finds itself at a disadvantage, and the situation appears dire. This long-standing equilibrium may soon be shattered. The National Master speaks the truth. Had they attacked us a fortnight ago, we might have been powerless to resist. But now, with both the National Master and Senior Sai having reached the semi-transcendent realm, what do we have to fear? This time, we shall ensure they return defeated. The Empress's gaze was icy. Regarding this adversary that has presented itself, she would not hesitate to bury their top combatants if the opportunity arose. As for the potential retaliation from the two nations, that can be addressed later. Li Chunfeng and Sai Huaduo exchanged confident glances and nodded in agreement. Your Majesty need not worry. With the two of us present, all will be well. However, upon hearing this, the expression of Shangguan Yin remained grave, her demeanor tightening rather than easing, as if she had something unspoken. Noticing this, the curious Chu Linger inquired, Sister Shangguan, what troubles you? Your face looks dreadful. Is it that time of the month? Though young and inexperienced, Chu Linger had been educated on such matters and understood that a woman's discomfort could affect her complexion. Shangguan Yin shook her head slightly. No, it's just that there is news that may be detrimental to us. The Empress, Sword God, and others turned to her with keen interest. Xiaoyan, could there be anything worse than the visit from these two nations? With a deep sigh, Shangguan Yin hesitated for a moment, biting her lip before speaking slowly. Your Majesty, according to reports, it seems the Gold and Fire Kingdoms were recently annexed by the Qi sect and the Tianyi sect. I fear their sudden visit may be under the auspices of these two major sects. We naturally do not fear the experts of the two kingdoms, but I am concerned that their delegation may include powerful figures from those sects. Furthermore, the ancestor of the Soul Suppression sect has also emerged from seclusion. The situation appears quite unfavorable for our Ice Spirit Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the Empress and Li Chunfeng's expressions shifted dramatically. Historically, sects have refrained from interfering in the affairs of empires, as it is an unwritten rule of the continent. However, with both the Gold and Fire Kingdoms now aligned with the sects, the South region's four great empires are left with only our Ice Spirit Kingdom and the Wood Spirit Kingdom. Given the unusual actions of the Gold and Fire Kingdoms, It cannot be dismissed that they are acting on the sect's instructions. Moreover, the soul suppression sect has long been scheming to covertly seize control of the empire, and the current circumstances seem exceedingly precarious. All major forces are now poised to target the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Li Chunfeng stands resilient against the encroaching forces of two nations. Yet he is powerless to impede the sect unless he can achieve a breakthrough in the coming days, which would grant them a glimmer of hope. Upon contemplating this, the usually unyielding Lu Qingxue felt a shadow darken her countenance. If indeed it were the sect that had arrived, the situation would surely become dire. Grasping the hilt of his sword, Li Chunfeng gazed resolutely into the distance, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, rest assured. I shall safeguard the Ice Spirit Kingdom with every ounce of my strength." In an instant, the atmosphere grew heavy with concern among them. The sky, once a brilliant blue, now appeared shrouded in a multitude of ominous clouds, obscuring the sunlight and their hopes. Just the presence of the Soul Requiem sect left them feeling helpless, not to mention the gathering of the three sects. Seemingly attuned to the distress of Lu Qingxue and the others, Chu Linger, with her innate empathy, nestled into Lu Qingxue's embrace, looking up at her with genuine concern. "Mother, why not let me contact Father for assistance? If he intervenes, we need not fear the arrival of any number of foes." Lu Qingxue's eyes sparkled momentarily with the prospect, only to dim again as she gently shook her head in refusal. "No need for that, Linger. Your father and I are not closely related, and we have already incurred enough debts of gratitude. It would be unwise to burden him with such trivial matters. Furthermore, since the Azura King has chosen to remain in seclusion, I must not disturb his peace. This is a matter for the Ice Spirit Kingdom, and I appreciate your good intentions, but we shall handle it ourselves." Lu Qingxue was reluctant to owe anyone a favor, while Chu Linger harbored a desire for others to owe them more, believing that such debts could eventually be repaid in kind. "Mother, why not marry Father? Then we would be a loving family. If you face difficulties, he would undoubtedly come forth to restore order, and we could deal with whoever dares to confront us. What do you think?" Chu Linger blinked her eyes innocently, coaxing Lu Qingxue like a clever little matchmaker. A twitch of Lu Qingxue's lips revealed a flicker of nostalgia in her eyes. "Indeed, Mother has a husband, but he cannot be sought out at this time. So marrying your father is not an option." Upon hearing this rejection, Chu Linger's mind began to whirl with ideas. "So, Mother has been married before? Does that mean Father is the one she loves most? I remember him once drunkenly proclaiming that he was no different from Chaomingda in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Although I do not fully grasp the meaning. Wouldn't a stepmother suit him even better?" As Chu Linger continued to ponder, Lu Qingxue exhaled deeply and waved her hand gently. "It's all right. The situation has not yet reached its nadir. We shall take it one step at a time, confronting each challenge as it arises. Let us hope that the Soul Requiem sect refrains from intervening for the time being. That would afford us a slight reprieve." At this, Shang Wanyin seemed to have an epiphany, brushing aside her bangs as she softly began to speak. "Your Majesty, it appears that the Soul Consolidation sect will refrain from entering the fray for the time being. Last night, their venerable ancestor, Zhao Dezuzu, seemingly defended his disciples and engaged the weapon sect. Coincidentally, the ancestor of the Heavenly One sect was present at the weapon sect, and the two joined forces to repel him. Given his overly protective nature, he will undoubtedly seek a way to vent his frustrations first." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their eyes brightening with hope. This was undoubtedly the most favorable news they had received that day. The murkier the waters became, the safer the Ice Spirit Kingdom was. At this moment, within the Soul Consolidation sect, Zhao Dezuzu was wounded and seething with fury. "Curse them! How dare those scoundrels from the Heavenly One sect nest within the weapon sect? Are they conjoined giants? And how dare they lay hands on me, their ancestor? They must possess the audacity of bears and leopards. Master, please temper your anger. If it proves too challenging, perhaps we should let this matter rest," suggested Firemeyer along with several high-ranking members of the sect. Yet, Zhao Dezuzu's face was a mask of anger, utterly unwilling to relent. "No, this is no longer your concern. They have slapped my face. If I do not avenge this grievance, how will the world perceive me, Zhao Dezuzu? As one who cannot protect his disciples? Where shall I place my dignity?" Witnessing this, the enchanting Firemeyer sighed in resignation, her hand resting on her forehead. "Master, though your strength surpasses theirs, it is unwise to confront two equally powerful adversaries alone. Forehands are difficult to counter with two fists, especially considering that ancient relic of the weapon sect, who has recently forged a formidable long spear. Even our ancestors' weapon may not match theirs. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dezuzu's eyes twitched, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. A knife, radiating an aura of invincibility, materialized in his thoughts. The very notion filled him with exhilaration. Yes, a weapon. If I could borrow that esteemed elder's divine blade, dispatching the two of them would be a mere trifle. Quickly, Meyer, prepare for our visit to the elder, and remember to don something elegant, looking beautiful and alluring. Wait, master, what are we going to do? Meyer seemed to misinterpret his words, astonished at the prospect of meeting such a formidable figure. At that moment, her heart raced with both excitement and trepidation. Zhao Dezuzu rolled his eyes, impatiently bellowing, "Let us depart. Do not forget to dress splendidly." With a flourish of his robe, he unleashed a surge of energy towards Meyer, propelling her into her chamber, while he himself awaited outside. Half an hour slipped by, yet Meyer had not emerged. Usually decisive and swift, Zhao Dezuzu found himself unusually patient today. This woman treats makeup like renovation. There is a difference between elaborate and simple. Applying putty and powder takes time. For the sake of securing an alliance with the elder, I shall wait. A few moments later, from the depths of the Soul Consolidation sect's master's dwelling, emerged a woman adorned in a light makeup and a flowing gown. As the young woman gracefully stepped forth, the world around her seemed to lose its luster, overwhelmed by her extraordinary beauty. In the past, Meyer exuded sensual allure, but today, adorned in her flowing gown, she radiated an air of unparalleled elegance. Numerous male elders and disciples within the sect were entranced, their eyes wide with admiration. Such beauty, her dignified demeanor, coupled with her enticing peach blossom eyes, evoked a sense of allure that was both inviting and elusive. "Master, how do I look? Is my dress sufficiently formal?" Meyer inquired, seeking his approval. Zhao Dezuzu furrowed his brow, dismissively waving his hand. "Why have you become so inept at dressing? This is quite thoughtless. Which expert would favor such a lengthy gown? Change into something shorter, quickly." Meyer responded, "Master, I must remind you to maintain decorum when we arrive at the senior's residence, and also to showcase your strengths to the best of your ability." As Zhao Dezuzu and Meyer soared through the skies, he took the opportunity to impart various customs of the courtyard, anxious that his disciple would bring him disgrace. With a resigned smile, Meyer assured him, "I understand, master. I have rehearsed countless times in my mind and promised not to offend the senior." She surveyed her own reflection, confidence radiating from her. Clad in a cropped leather corset and skirt, her commendable attributes were accentuated. Her slim waist and long legs on full display. She expertly wielded her femininity, embodying allure without vulgarity. "Do not consider my words as mere nagging. If you perform well and capture the senior's favor, even receiving a cup of tea would be a worthwhile gain," Zhao Dezuzu earnestly advised. Meyer shot him an exasperated glance, thinking to herself, "I am no sycophant. Would a mere cup of tea bring me joy? How absurd. After all, I am a naturally beautiful leader. It is others who should be fawning over me, not the other way around." Both masters, adept in their craft, flew swiftly, arriving at the remote peak of Galashan after just a few hours. Having visited once before, Zhao Dezuzu skillfully guided Meyer to a landing just outside the courtyard. "Master, is this the senior's abode?" Meyer asked, pointing towards the courtyard with curiosity. "Indeed. But do not point at the plaque. What are you doing?" Zhao Dezuzu replied, just as he intended to caution her. Meyer's actions left him in utter shock. Upon landing, Meyer instinctively began to assess the courtyard, her gaze immediately drawn to the plaque at the entrance. "The calligraphy is rather mediocre. I find the master's handwriting unremarkable. How could it be as extraordinary as you described?" A hint of disdain surfaced in her eyes. No sooner had she spoken than a tremendous force of rules surged from the plaque towards them. In that instant, Meyer felt as though an unparalleled beast was charging at her. Fear gripped her, her pupils constricting, and her body trembling, rendered utterly powerless. Bang! The power of the rules struck the two individuals, sending them hurtling through the air and crashing heavily against a tree. With a spurt of blood, they both gasped in shock. How could this entity be so formidable? Even I cannot resist it in the slightest. Struggling to rise from the ground, Meyer wore a face of astonishment. A single plaque had utterly vanquished both her and her master. How formidable must the elder be in person? Zhao Dezhu wiped the blood from his face, instantly consumed by rage, and began to berate Huomei. Did I not instruct you to refrain from recklessness? The last time I encountered this plaque, it did not strike me. Yet this time, it affected me as well. Surely, your audacious words have provoked the elder. Had I known better, I would not have brought you along. You lack the wisdom of experience. Huomei, shrinking her neck, suppressed her murmurs. Could it be? Does the elder truly know of our conversation? Of course. That is a supreme master, possessing spiritual awareness. If the elder wishes, they could discern even the color of your undergarments today. Zhao Dezhu sighed, exasperated by her naivety. Huomei was taken aback and quickly straightened her posture. What if the elder happens to favor my kind? Master, shall we proceed inside or remain outside? You must amend your impulsive nature. How can you, after so many years as the sect leader, show no sign of growth? Regardless, you have angered the elder. We must enter and sincerely apologize. Let us first meditate and compose ourselves before seeking the elder's permission to enter. With that, the master and apprentice immediately sat down to meditate and regulate their breathing. After experiencing the plaque's wrath, Huomei no longer dared to point recklessly. Yet, in her heart, she could not help but coldly snort. Once I become the matriarch of the courtyard, the first thing I shall do is dismantle this plaque. Within the courtyard, Chu Mo remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. At this moment, he continued to wield his hammer, forging iron. After several days of labor, he discovered that the knives he crafted were surprisingly durable, never breaking no matter how they were used. Not only could they slice vegetables, but they also proved effective for chopping wood. Thus, a brilliant idea struck him, to forge a long sword for himself and a feminine sword for his daughter, Chu Linger. Both he and his daughter were seasoned warriors of the 5th or 6th tier, equipped with the grass character sword technique. Surely, they deserved weapons of commendable quality. It would be absurd to engage in battle wielding nothing but a blade of grass. Such a display would lack dignity. Clang, clang, clang. Ever since learning the craft of blacksmithing, his arms had grown increasingly robust. He needed to exercise caution. Excessive force while handling firearms could inadvertently lead to his own demise. Chu Mo grumbled to the system, which paid him no heed. Meanwhile, not far behind him, the Beiyuan ice wolf, tethered to a stone pedestal, reopened its eyes. Gazing intently at the engrossed Chu Mo, the wolf's gaze was cold and filled with a tinge of indignation. How? Damn it! Only heaven knows how this prince has endured these past few days. I have never encountered such a treacherous and despicable person. Every time I awaken, before I can utter a single word, a brick comes hurtling towards me. This has occurred for the 48th time now. This time, surely you have not realized that I am awake. How dare that wretched creature treat me thus, binding me with ropes? I, by foam, shall tear you to shreds. The icy wolf's eyes glimmered with murderous intent, a low growl escaping its lips. As the prince of the northern ice wolves, to be bound like a mere dog by a 6th-tier wretch is an utter disgrace. This individual must be eliminated. My displeasure cannot be assuaged otherwise. If not for my own misstep, how could I have fallen into such a predicament? With a swift motion, Baifeng shredded the ropes around its neck, its powerful body shaking as it crouched low, stealthily advancing towards Chu Mo. Each step was measured and cautious, lest it be detected. On the day it was ambushed and rendered unconscious by Chu Mo, today it would return the favor, launching a surprise attack to eliminate him. As the distance between them diminished, Chu Mo remained blissfully unaware of the colossal threat approaching from behind. As the gap closed to mere 5 or 6 meters, Baifeng bared its sharp fangs in anticipation of the kill. Just as it prepared to pounce with all its might, Chu Mo suddenly roared. Curse you! I've finally struck 1,000 blows. Go cool off, broken sword. Chu Mo hurled the freshly forged sword behind him, where it landed squarely before Baifeng. Embedding itself into the earth, the fiery red blade released a plume of azure smoke. Baifeng hesitated, uncertain. Did this fool discover my presence? Impossible. Yet, what does it matter? Even if he has, can he truly be my opponent? Prepare to die? Just as those words left its lips, the sword before it erupted with a terrifying sword intent, pinning Baifeng effortlessly to the ground, rendering it immobile. Feeling the overwhelming force threatening to shatter its very bones, Baifeng was taken aback. What is happening? Why can't I move? My heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Oh, how they ache. As Bai Feng struggled to open its eyes and comprehend the sword suppressing it, its body trembled uncontrollably. Had it begun to question its very existence? Heaven! What kind of formidable treasure is this? Bai Feng's mind was in turmoil. As the prince of the Northern Ice Wolf clan, it was a being of chaos in the Northern Domain. It had encountered countless treasures, not only of its own lineage, but also from various other races and sects. Among them were treasures of the Wilderness tier, and even clan-protecting artifacts from the 3 great demon races. It had even touched treasures of the Flood tier. Yet, regardless of their rank, none exuded such terrifying sword intent. Merely through this sword intent, it found itself a half-step demon king, utterly unable to move, save for its eyes. Could this be a cosmic tier treasure? No. Could it be an universe tier artifact? How could he forge such a superlative treasure? Just how powerful must he be? He cannot possibly be merely a 6th tier warrior. Alas, today I find myself ensnared, possibly facing my demise. At this moment, the white wind is crushed by the oppressive sword intent, resembling a roast pig when viewed from above, taking the shape of a character denoting earth. Truly, it is a predicament beyond measure. Oh, the audacity. He has indeed noticed my awakening. How dare he humiliate me when he could simply end my existence? The white wind's eyes bulge with fury as it struggles frantically, attempting to break free from the confines of the sword intent. Yet, no matter the effort, it is utterly futile. Despair engulfs the white wind. It is said that when a supreme treasure emerges, it requires a special spirit blood to forge its blade. He deliberately spares my life. Could it be that he intends to use the royal blood within me to consecrate the sword? Damn it! I, the noble white wind, a prince in my own right, am destined to become mere fertilizer today? With blood-red eyes, the white wind musters every ounce of strength to raise its head, striving to imprint the visage of this demon into its memory. However, upon glimpsing the scene of the hammering, it trembles in terror, nearly losing control of its bodily functions. Chumo wields his hammer vigorously, striking the sword mold with fervor. Each blow draws the very essence of the world's rules toward him, compressing it into the blade. A terrifying vortex of rules swirls above Chumo's head. Witnessing this scene fills the white wind with dread. It is intimately familiar with the power of rules, as its father once wielded some, ascending to the throne of the demon emperor. Yet, the rules of its father pale in comparison to this fiend, akin to a firefly beside the bright moon. Oh, what a frightful demon! The white wind's heart roars in despair, yet escape is impossible, leaving it to observe the relentless hammering of the sword mold. Suddenly, amidst the seemingly weighty strikes, a flicker of understanding dawns upon it. This hammer, which appears so burdensome, flows effortlessly in Chumo's hands. Could this be the essence of effortless mastery? After years of diligent study, it is astonishing to witness such skillful command. The white wind dares not blink, fixating intently on Chumo's movements. After watching for several minutes, the white wind suddenly convulses. It has broken through the decades-long stagnation at the half-step Demon King level. A Demon King, a formidable being of the wild. Moreover, it has grasped a fragment of the rules. As the surge of power courses through it, the white wind's expression becomes complex. Has it unwittingly turned misfortune into fortune? Yet, what does it matter? It remains a mere fish on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter. A wave of sorrow rises within. It has yet to bid farewell to the old sage, nor has it had the chance to mate with its betrothed, the little white fox of the icy plains. What a pity! In the depths of despair, Chumo, not far away, sets down his hammer with a sigh. To toil alone is exhausting. How delightful it would be to indulge in a grand relaxation, to have someone provide a soothing massage. This other world is delightful in many respects, yet lacking in funds for such luxuries. Upon hearing this, the white wind's spirit ignites with realization. I understand now. No wonder he refrains from killing me. Nor is it surprising that he binds me here to observe his forging. Such is the reason. The devil actually intends to keep me here to give him a massage? At this moment, a spark of intelligence glimmered in the azure eyes of Bai Feng, who felt he had entirely seen through Chumo's intentions. However, as the prince of the Ice Wolf clan, endowed with exceptional talent and nobility, how could he demean himself to the role of a mere massage dog? Even if this mysterious master possessed unparalleled prowess, he would never submit, relinquishing the dignity of a wolf to become a lowly creature, wagging his tail in submission. I, by Feng, am a fearsome ice wolf, one who devours without leaving bones. In this lifetime, I would rather perish from thirst or hunger than accept the role of a massage dog. With unwavering resolve, Bai Feng summoned all his strength, his voice echoing with the intent of a warrior, howling defiantly to convey his steadfastness. This howl successfully captured Chu Mo's attention. Glancing over, Chu Mo approached, fury emanating from him as he brandished a blacksmith's hammer, cursing vehemently. Damn it, this dog-ass howl is one thing. But how dare you glare at me with such ferocity? Truly a brazen hound. Provoke me further, and I shall have you for dinner. Despite his fondness for dogs, Chu Mo believed that a disobedient and fearless dog was destined for the pot, especially a large one, as a mere misstep could lead to an injury from a frenzied beast. Upon seeing Chu Mo rushing towards him with a murderous intent, Bai Feng was taken aback. What on earth are you planning, esteemed one? I appear fearsome because I am a solitary wolf from the north, not a mere dog. Alas, the devil had completely lost patience. If he could not possess me, he would annihilate me instead. How ruthless. I, the illustrious Prince Bai Feng, was about to be struck down by a single blow. This was the hammer capable of forging cosmic treasures. Its power could bend the very rules. How could my slight frame withstand such a strike? It seemed I was destined for this calamity. Initially, I contemplated holding my ground, confronting Chu Mo in a fight to the death. However, upon glimpsing the hammer in his hand, I realized the gravity of the situation and hastily abandoned my resolve. With a submissive wag of my tail and a humble whimper, I recognized that yielding was preferable to facing annihilation. My father once said that in times of necessity, one may forego pride, for it holds little value. I must admit, conceding was indeed effective. Witnessing the hound before him wagging its tail in submission, Chu Mo's lips curled into a smile. Ah, you timid hound, never winning in a quarrel nor a fight. I must say, your appearance is striking, truly resembling a wolf, embodying its essence. But what is this peculiar style of yours? Bowing down to my broken sword? Observing the hound fully prostrate on the ground, Chu Mo set down the hammer and extracted the newly forged sword from the earth. The sword intent surrounding Bai Feng dissipated, allowing him to rise once more. After standing up, Bai Feng circled around Chu Mo, wagging his tail incessantly, exuding an air of unabashed servility. Chu Mo broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Indeed. A good dog emerges from under the stick. I still prefer your initially unruly demeanor. Why not revert to that?" With a mischievous glint in his eye, he mused about the power he could wield with his dog in the future. Who dares provoke me? I shall unleash my dog upon you. He reached down to pet the dog a couple of times, satisfaction written all over his face. The dog's fur was cool and surprisingly smooth, indicating a good diet and ample nourishment. Watching Chu Mo's hands caress its head, the dog, Bai Feng, couldn't help but bare its teeth slightly. Who knows what remnants of last night's youth lingered on those devilish hands? All right, I've no time to indulge you. I shall rest for a while. With that, Chu Mo cast aside his hammer and reclined in a chair. Bai Feng, ever perceptive, quickly approached and began to massage Chu Mo's back with a diminished version of his wolf Feng fist. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, humph, this prince shall feign submission, leveraging his strength to enhance my own before seeking revenge. I, Bai Feng, shall rise to become the master. Seeing his loyal hound so clever and strong filled Chu Mo with immense satisfaction. Oh, you can massage? Your technique is quite commendable. Come now, exert a bit more strength, and I shall reward you with a large bone tonight. Truly, a wise master begets a wise dog, and my heart is greatly comforted. Cease your absurdity. Clearly, it is the system that has bestowed upon you a quality dog. The host ought not to boast. The system, unable to bear Chu Mo's self-praise, interjected with a critique. Chu Mo rolled his eyes, preparing to argue with the system when a familiar voice chimed in weakly from beside him. Senior, I am Zhao Dizhus, here today with my disciple to pay my respects. I hope you are not angered. Chapter 44. The lively and energetic Huo Meier hearing the call, Chu Mo turned his attention. Oh, aren't you the one who brought me wine a few days ago? Please come in. Upon recognizing the visitor, he hastily set down his hammer and extended his hospitality. Seeing no trace of anger on Chu Mo's face, Zhao Dizhus felt a wave of relief wash over him and promptly pulled Huo Meier closer, introducing her to Chu Mo. Although Chu Mo's strength had already revealed their relationship before they even entered, out of courtesy, Zhao Dizhus felt compelled to clarify. Senior, this is my wayward disciple, Huameyer. Huameyer pays her respects to the senior. Huameyer, quite adept at charming others, performed a graceful bow. Clad in a cropped wrap dress, her figure was accentuated beautifully. One could not deny her skill in showcasing her assets. With her alluring presence and strikingly fair complexion, she instantly captivated Chameau's gaze. Chameau, following his line of sight, glanced down, his brow furrowing as he felt a warmth rising to his cheeks. Yet, considering that she was a cultivator, he pondered whether gazing too intently might provoke her wrath and result in dire consequences. Upon reflecting on this, under the threat to his life, Chameau could only manage a slight smile, discreetly averting his gaze, and with utmost seriousness, he performed a courteous bow towards Huameyer. Greetings, fair maiden, as a guest. You are most welcome. Please, take a seat. His composed demeanor left Huameyer quite astonished. Indeed, he was a senior, untouched by the allure of feminine charm. It was a rarity for a man to remain unperturbed in her presence. Furthermore, this senior appeared remarkably youthful, with a physique that was both muscular and aesthetically pleasing. Her master had advised her to devise a way to marry such a distinguished figure. Perhaps this notion was not entirely implausible. Huameyer smiled radiantly. Thank you, senior. You are too kind. At Chameau's invitation, the two took their seats upon a stone bench. He chuckled gently and raised his hand. Please, sit for a moment. I was just forging some iron, and I have no tea or refreshments at home. Allow me to wash my hands, change my attire, and prepare some tea. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu's heart soared with joy. Tea. The Enlightenment tea. Although he could not absorb much, merely consuming it would prove immensely beneficial. Thank you. Just as Zhao Dizhu's was about to express his gratitude, Huameyer interjected with swiftness. There is no need for such formality, senior. I can drink anything with my master. Brewing tea is too troublesome. How about just water? After pondering for a few seconds, Chameau nodded in agreement. Very well. The last time I brewed a pot, your master hardly partook of it. It seems that the tea did not suit his palate. Let us opt for water instead. I shall fetch it. With that, he turned and entered the house. No, it suited my palate perfectly. I could drink tea thrice daily. Zhao Dizhu's lamented internally, his face a mask of despair. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts, merely watching as Chameau departed. Huameyer rested her chin on her hands, gazing dreamily at him. I thought the senior would be old and withered, yet he is both handsome and down-to-earth, walking with such grace. And he does not hold my previous rudeness against me. How delightful. Curse it all. How did I end up with such a foolish disciple? Zhao Dizhu's erupted in frustration. Noticing Zhao Dizhu's anger, Huameyer blinked in confusion. What is wrong, master? What is wrong? Why did you refuse the senior's offer of tea? Do you have any idea what kind of tea that is? It is the Enlightenment tea. Zhao Dizhu's lamented, tears almost spilling from his eyes. They say daughters are a father's cherished warmth. Yet here was his beloved disciple, seemingly oblivious to the opportunity presented to her. Huameyer's expression shifted. The Enlightenment tea? Should I go and speak with the senior? Perhaps we should have tea after all? Zhao Dizhu's gritted his teeth, glaring at her with exasperation. You are already a leader of a sect. Must you still think like a naive girl? That is the Enlightenment tea. And you turned down a rare opportunity from the senior, only to seek it again now. What do you take him for? Upon realizing the truth, Huameyer was filled with regret. With a sigh, she could not help but retort. However, master, you repeatedly instructed me to be courteous and to show respect to my elders. I have adhered to your teachings. Yet, in moments when respect is due, you disdainfully pointed at the plaque, and I was left to bear the brunt of punishment. Conversely, in situations where respect is unwarranted, you are the first to refuse. Zhao Dizhu's, with a heavy heart, pressed his hand against his chest, rendered speechless. Having lived for centuries, he understood that engaging in debate with women, even those of a younger age, is futile. They will acknowledge no fault save for their choice in partners. Were it not for this girl, whom he had nurtured from infancy, he would have long since ended her life. Noticing Zhao Dizhu's silence, Huameyer gazed with curious eyes at the courtyard's decor. A ginkgo tree, several bamboo fences, a few houses, and a vegetable patch behind them. Master, had I not witnessed the elder's prowess, I would have deemed him an ordinary sixth-tier martial artist. Aside from that handsome face, there seems to be nothing remarkable. Zhao Dizhu's raised his head. Admiration etched on his face. This is the profundity of the elder. To consistently maintain the sixth-tier realm, and for us to discern no discrepancies. He truly presents as a sixth-tier warrior. If we could master such a technique, would it not render our enemies oblivious to our true strength? Upon hearing this, Holmeyer found considerable merit in his words. No matter how adept they were at concealing their levels, some flaws remained visible. Yet, the elder was different. He appeared consistently as a sixth-tier warrior, devoid of any telltale signs. Such mastery over one's presence had reached an exquisite level. Wait, master, look over there. There is a striking dog hammering away at the forge. With its paws swinging the hammer in a remarkably adept manner, it truly resembles a skilled craftsman. The elder's dog is impressively intelligent and remarkably strong. I wish to have one just like it. At that moment, Holmeyer's attention was drawn to a blacksmith's furnace in the corner of the yard, where a dog was indeed wielding a hammer like a blacksmith. This astonished her. Could such a clever dog truly exist? Following the direction of Holmeyer's finger, Zhao Dizhu's expression changed abruptly, and he hastily interrupted her before she could speak further. Do you wish to keep it? Have you a death wish? Take a good look at what that is. Holmeyer was momentarily taken aback, thinking it was merely a dog. Before she could voice her thoughts, a distant figure named Bai Feng overheard their conversation and emitted a cold snort, flames flickering atop his head. With the imposing aura of a demon king, he bore down upon Holmeyer. I dare not provoke that fiend, yet should I spare you, little girl? Let me test my newfound composure. How dare you insult me as a mere dog? The overwhelming force surged forth, causing the unsuspecting Holmeyer to stagger back a few steps, her delicate features betraying her shock. What? 3 flames, azure eyes, and the aura of a demon king. This is the ice wolf of the northern plains. My heavens! The elder employs a demon king-level ice wolf as a laborer in the forge. What an extravagant display! Upon hearing this, Bai Feng let out a snort. Had it not been for the flattering remark about his handsomeness, he would not have shown any mercy. Not only am I skilled at forging, but I can also perform massages. When it comes to flattery, I, Bai Feng, am a true professional. I must appease my master to remain here, for only then can I learn more. Observing the icy wolf baring its teeth in the distance, Holmeyer was not particularly concerned. Being at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, she possessed sufficient ability to protect herself, especially with her mid-level desolate realm master by her side. Most importantly, since the elder had not spoken, the icy wolf would likely refrain from acting independently. Holmeyer shot a glance at the icy wolf and turned her head away. Seeing this scene, Zhao Dizhu's let out a long sigh, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Mayor, must you be so loud? Can't you just sit quietly? But how could he? It was a rare opportunity to witness such a living superpower. How could his disciple not take the chance to observe the master's abode? His disciple was not taking anything from the elder, merely admiring. Holmeyer's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Having lived in the sect since childhood, she had interacted with only a few high-ranking individuals and had spent most of her time cultivating, making her eager to explore everything now. Zhao Dizhu's, not wishing to scold her, merely shook his head in resignation. When will you grow up? By the way, that icy wolf had only been half a step into the desolate realm last time. Now it has actually broken through? Well, under the elder's tutelage, could it not advance? Just as Zhao Dizhu's was lost in thought, Holmeyer's startled exclamation rang out once more. Boldly, she approached the forge, her gaze fixed upon a pink longsword lying nearby. Master, look, a pink longsword. I've never seen such a color and design. It's so beautiful. Holmeyer's eyes gleamed with excitement. This sword, carelessly discarded on the ground, should not be of great value, so touching it should be harmless, right? Just a quick touch. Hearing her exclamation, Zhao Dizhu snapped back to reality. Upon witnessing Holmeyer's actions, his complexion drained of color. Good heavens! Are you trying to bring misfortune upon your master? Do not touch it. Chapter 45. Holmeyer, Elder, may I call you father? Zhao Dizhu's warning seemed to come too late. Holmeyer had already grasped the hilt of the sword. Turning back, she asked quizzically, Master, what's wrong? Seeing Holmeyer holding the pink longsword, Bai Feng, who was grinding nearby, let out a cold laugh. This girl is truly audacious. In the next moment, an unparalleled sword intent erupted from the blade, striking directly at Holmeyer, and even Zhao Dizhu's, standing at a distance, was caught within its reach. As the overwhelming sword intent descended upon them, Zhao Dizhu's face turned pale, and he hastily pulled out a pillow to brace against his back. Boom! The sword intent struck with blinding speed. sending both master and disciple flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. The long sword slipped from Huameir's grasp, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. After the retching subsided, he clutched his backside, gasping in pain. This is excruciating. As for Zhao Dizhu's, he had anticipated this predicament. With a large pillow to cushion him and positioned further from the long sword, the impact he endured was relatively minor. Observing the two collapsed figures on the ground, Bai Feng shook his wolf-like head, his gaze laced with derision. Curiosity killed the cat. This prince barely managed to evade the sword, yet you dared to draw near. On the ground, Huameir, still trembling from the fright, cast a wary glance at the pink long sword before her, her voice quivering. Master, what on earth is this? It appears freshly forged. Turning her head to inquire, her eyes widened in shock at the sight of the large pillow beneath her master. Master, what is the meaning of this pillow? Zhao Dizhu's, maintaining his composure, retracted the pillow into his storage space with a resigned sigh. How can you even ask that? If it weren't for my foresight, I would have been led to doom by you, my ungrateful disciple. Could you at least sit quietly and wait for the elder? This is not your sect. Refrain from causing a scene and show some decorum. Huameir blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed and still a bit weak. But the sword is simply too beautiful to resist. Master, what level do you think this elder's sword is? Why is it so powerful? If we could borrow it, wouldn't it be a mere trifle to eliminate the Tianyi sect and the Qi sect? At her words, Zhao Dizhu's could only smile wryly. He understood that his disciple was doted upon within the sect, leading to her spoiled princess demeanor. Despite having warned her numerous times, she remained heedless. You are truly more troublesome than a mischievous child. Can you behave for once, my little ancestor? I cannot ascertain its level, but it seems even more formidable than the cooking knife crafted by the elder last time. If I could obtain this treasure, it would be akin to a tadpole transforming into a butterfly, soaring to new heights. Slaying the Tianyi sect and the Qi sect would pose no challenge. Huameir wiped the blush from her lips, casting a curious glance at Chu Mo's abode. This elder is truly impressive. Not only does he possess unparalleled martial prowess, but he also forges extraordinary weapons. It's one thing to be handsome, but his character is exceptional. Master, you cannot imagine. Upon seeing my beauty, the elder remained utterly composed. A level of character and self-control I have never witnessed before. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu's paused, surveying Huameir with astonishment. He was acutely aware of his disciple's beauty, and to say she was a rare gem would not be an exaggeration. Were it not for having raised her since childhood, he might have found it difficult to maintain his composure. Hasn't the elder been in the room for quite some time? Why hasn't he emerged after changing his attire? Inside the room, Chu Mo had just activated his sage mode. A man in the prime of his life, having tasted the pleasures of the flesh, yet remained celibate for nearly a decade, found himself in the presence of such a formidable beauty today. He feared that if he did not adopt this sage mode, he would be unable to restrain himself from embarrassing antics. He would never entertain thoughts of romantic escapades. With his wife's life hanging in the balance and a daughter who is already 8 years old, as a man of family, he cannot allow himself to be swayed by the allure of beauty. To maintain his composure, he must don the guise of a sage, albeit temporarily. Please forgive me, dear guests. Yet, on a side note, this young lady is truly a paragon of beauty. Those long legs are simply mesmerizing. They are both long and straight. One cannot help but imagine how they would look adorned in sheer stockings. Chu Mo found himself lost in contemplation, realizing that a mere glance posed no harm. Even the most virtuous of men cannot resist the allure of beauty. Indeed, standing before a beautiful woman alleviates half the burden of ailments, and walking past her invigorates the spirit. This does not signify a lack of fidelity to his wife. Rather, it is precisely because of his unwavering loyalty that he chooses to adopt this sage-like demeanor. Temptation is a double-edged sword, first robbing the purse, then the heart. The host is quite timid. After all, you have been a widower for so many years. Why not consider this enchanting lady? The system teased him playfully. Chu Mo waved his hands dismissively. Such matters are out of the question. I am no match for a master at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Moreover, am I truly that kind of person? In comparison, my wife's figure is far more appealing, while looks are equally dim in the darkness. What of cultivators? All women are the same. Listen to the system. First, call her sister, then sister-in-law, and ultimately, little darling. Chu Mo, disregarding the system's reckless suggestion, donned a long robe, and carried 2 cups of water drawn from the well, stepping out with purpose. My sincere apologies for keeping you both waiting. The work of blacksmithing can be quite messy, and I took a bit longer to tidy up. Since neither of you wishes to partake in tea, might I offer you some water instead? This spring water is quite delightful. I find it rather splendid. Chu Mo placed the crystal-clear water before the 2 guests. Upon seeing the water, Zhao Dizhu felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that he had been so close to tasting the enlightening tea. Yet this ungrateful companion had squandered the opportunity. Nevertheless, Zhao Dizhu maintained a broad smile on his face. Thank you, esteemed elder, for the water. Once again, you have crafted an exquisite treasure. Treasure? Following Zhao Dizhu's gaze, Chu Mo noticed the pink sword lying on the ground. Oh, you mean this? It is for my daughter. Did I not mention that my girl is out exploring the world? She must have a weapon, though my crafting skills are rather rudimentary. This iron sword may not be worthy of display. Please pardon my humble offering. Chu Mo scratched his head, feeling bashful. Compared to the extraordinary treasures wielded by cultivators capable of splitting mountains, his sword indeed felt somewhat inadequate. Yet, it was still a father's heartfelt gift. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu took a deep look at the sword, committing its design to memory, and then gave an awkward smile. Just moments before, they had been thoroughly bested by this seemingly unspectacular sword. Beside them, Homeyer noticed the implications in Chu Mo's words and, astonished, inquired, "Oh, senior, you have a partner and a daughter?" Chu Mo, with a hint of helplessness, nodded and offered a brief explanation. After hearing this, Homeyer found her thoughts of becoming the mistress of the small courtyard considerably tempered. While polygamy was commonplace in this world, she hesitated, for she had never even experienced love. Recklessly intruding into another's family seemed inappropriate. Yet, with her mischievous nature, her eyes sparkled as she jested. Does senior mind having more daughters? If I were to call you father, could you perhaps gift me an inconspicuous sword? At this, Chu Mo was taken by surprise and sputtered out his drink. Indeed, Homeyer was quite charming. With her delicate frame and ample allure, any other man might have faltered. However, alas, Chu Mo had achieved the status of a sage and was operating in sage mode. Beauty? A fleeting notion. My dear girl, do refrain from jesting. We are of similar age. How could you call me father? If you fancy that sword, come visit again, and I'll gladly bestow another upon you. It is of no great value, but you must bring your own iron ore, for my supplies have run dry. Homeyer beamed, secretly thinking how generous this senior was. Just as she prepared to express her gratitude, Zhao Dizhu hastily interjected, raising his cup with a forced laugh. Ahem, senior, Mayor is naturally lively and fond of jesting. Do not take her seriously. Such a treasure is beyond her worth. Now let us drink some water. Ha! She merely came to borrow a sword. Yet this girl has no sense of propriety, even asking the senior for a sword. Such a weapon is not something we are worthy to possess. The senior was merely jesting about gifting a sword. How could you believe it? Seeing Zhao Dizhu lift his cup, Homeyer rolled her eyes, but also raised her cup in salute to Chu Mo Sr. I toast to you. After speaking, she brought the cup to her rosy lips and took a sip. However, that single sip caused her beautiful peach blossom eyes to widen in astonishment. Her enchanting gaze brimmed with shock. Master, this water possesses the power of enlightenment? Wait, after drinking this treasure from the senior, I seem to feel a breakthrough approaching. Chapter 46. Senior, is your Taoist tea sold by the pound? Homeyer gazed at the water in her hand, her heart trembling with excitement. It felt as though this seemingly ordinary water contained miraculous power. As it flowed into her body, she experienced a rush of clarity and sweetness, as if her mind had suddenly become more enlightened. The martial knowledge that had previously eluded her began to unveil itself, granting her an epiphany. In an instant, she felt her comprehension soar. The pinnacle of the heavenly realm, which had long confounded her, was now within her grasp after consuming this water. With a gentle sound reminiscent of a membrane being punctured, a soft echo emanated from within Homeyer, as an overwhelming surge of celestial energy cascaded from above her, propelling her from the pinnacle of the heavenly stage into the realm of desolation. Surprised by the newfound strength coursing through her hands, Homeyer was utterly bewildered. Was the breakthrough truly so effortless? Could it be that after years of arduous training, it was merely a cup of water that facilitated such a transformation? Senior, Your treasure is astonishing. I'm truly impressed. Drinking it feels delightful, and my stomach is pleasantly warm, she exclaimed, raising her thumb to Chumo with admiration. Hearing her words, Chumo's lips twitched slightly. Why did this girl speak so irreverently? Witnessing Huameier's breakthrough, Zhao Dizhu's was equally astonished, gulping down the water he held in excitement. As expected, under the extraordinary influence of the water, combined with his own accumulated strength, Zhao Dizhu's also ascended to the later stage of the realm of desolation. Wow, this water is incredible, he exclaimed, his voice cracking. Senior, this treasure truly enhances one's comprehension for several minutes. Am I correct? This must be the legendary wisdom water from Mount Wutai, colloquially known as the Eternal Spring, right? Zhao Dizhu's had assumed he was given ordinary water, only to discover that the water from Senior's home was anything but ordinary. Upon hearing this, Chumo was momentarily taken aback. Wisdom water? Is my water truly that remarkable? I drank half a tank and felt no effect, yet you two break through after one sip? Could it really be extraordinary? This confounded system doesn't even provide a description of the items. It's utterly frustrating. Wisdom Spring? No, this is Farmer's Spring, and it's slightly sweet. Chumo chuckled, unimpressed. Zhao Dizhu's leaned back, amazed. Farmer's Spring, and it's sweet? How have I never heard of it? But the effects are undeniably impressive. It nearly rivals the enlightenment tea you gave me last time, and if the two were to be combined, the results would surely be doubled. Recalling the enlightenment tea, Zhao Dizhu's felt a pang of regret, wishing he could take it out on Huameier. Sensing his resentment, Huameier rolled her eyes. Master, you mustn't harbor such delusions. Given the potency of this Farmer's Spring, it's likely that Senior obtained it with great difficulty. Simply receiving a sip is already a blessing. Why be so picky? Zhao Dizhu sighed, offering a slightly apologetic smile. Chumo waved his hand dismissively. It's not hard to obtain. Isn't that water from the well right beside us? If you desire it, just fetch it with a bucket. There's more than enough. Although it seemed ineffective for him, he didn't mind fostering a good relationship if it proved beneficial for others. With your talent for boasting, I'm certainly keen to befriend you both. Your words have made me feel utterly at ease. If it weren't for the system constantly reminding me of my shortcomings, I might almost believe I'm a formidable force myself. This duo of master and disciple, both eloquent and entertaining, captivated him immensely. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged startled glances and turned to look in another direction. Indeed, not far from the ginkgo tree, there stood a well. The two exclaimed in unison, a well. How many farmers must have drawn from this spring? Just a sip could elevate her beyond the rudimentary stages. Guarding this well would turn anyone into a formidable figure, akin to a mighty boar. Zhao Dizhu's paused. Senior, wasn't this well absent during your last visit? No, I just relocated it here yesterday morning. To be honest, the water is remarkably refreshing, Chumo casually replied. Huameier and her master exchanged glances. Master, such exquisite spring water must be protected by high-tier guardian beasts, right? Naturally. The higher the treasure's grade, the mightier the guardian beast. Suddenly, Huameier pondered. Doesn't that mean the senior must have taken many lives to acquire this spring? What an arduous task. Her eyes narrowed as she assessed this seemingly harmless, yet strikingly handsome senior, realizing his formidable nature. Yet, she mused, the worth of this well justified any cost. Chumo shrugged, reminiscing about that fateful night, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. It was effortless for me. With these Kirin arms, I dispatched billions of lives in no time. Quite simple, really. After the slaughter, I came into possession of this well. Indeed, I often enhance my luck before signing in. I am truly an honest young lord. Though it may sound a tad embarrassing, I never speak falsehoods. At this revelation, the master and disciple gasped in astonishment. Billions in a single night? How could there be no word of such devastation across the continent? Could he have shattered the void and ventured elsewhere to slay? Heavenly realms, an entity of cosmic stature, how terrifying. They could hardly fathom it. By the way, old Zhao, did you enjoy that tea we had last time? Just as Zhao Dizhu's and Huameier sighed in contemplation, Chumo's voice broke through with curiosity. Zhao Dizhu's nodded shyly, unable to conceal his feelings. In the presence of such a powerhouse, to hide would be disingenuous. Yes, I truly enjoyed it. I had intended to bring a cup back to share with Mayer, but the tea was so exquisite and precious that I inadvertently drank it all. Zhao Dizhu's braced for indifference, yet to his surprise, Chu Mo waved his hand enthusiastically. Why didn't you say so earlier? This tea is precious? Nonsense. If you like it, I shall brew some for you. Take some back with you. Noticing the remnants from his last visit, Chu Mo thought Zhao Dizhu must not have relished it, only to discover he was simply reluctant to part with it. Wait here with Mayor. I have plenty of this tea. Let me fetch some. Having made 2 living friends among the cultivators was a rare delight for Chu Mo, and he felt compelled to cultivate this newfound camaraderie. After all, in the world of martial arts, having more friends is always beneficial, and engaging in conversation is a pleasant diversion. As Chu Mo departed, Zhao Dizhu was filled with excitement. Mayor, it seems the senior has taken quite a liking to you, his gaze often drifting your way. Thanks to you, I've managed to acquire some of this enlightening tea. Upon hearing this, the fiery Mayor proudly puffed out her chest. Indeed, the senior is quite approachable, and I have taken quite a liking to him. However, he is already married with a daughter, which leaves me feeling rather hesitant. It seems rather improper. The two exchanged a few words, and shortly thereafter, Chu Mo emerged from the room carrying a bag the size of a yoga ball. With a thud, he dropped the bag onto the stone table, producing a dull sound. Zhao Dizhu and Mayor were momentarily taken aback. Senior, what is this? Tea leaves? Aren't you and the young lady fond of this tea? As friends, consider this a gift from me. It's of little value. Chu Mo grinned and opened the bag, revealing it to be brimming with enlightenment tea. At the sight of this, Zhao Dizhu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if his heart had momentarily stopped. This was enlightenment tea. Even a master of the Hong level would treasure a single leaf as a prized possession, for it could potentially aid in breaking through any bottleneck. Yet here lay an entire sack before him. The commotion it would cause if word got out was unimaginable. Words failed Zhao Dizhu, while Mayor, blushing with excitement, squealed and lunged forward. Ah, so much enlightenment tea. Senior, you are too generous. Chu Mo deftly sidestepped her advance. As a married man, he constantly reminded himself to maintain a respectful distance from female friends. A fleeting glance was one thing, but anything beyond was best avoided. Senior, is all this enlightenment tea for us? Mayor asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Enlightenment tea? Is that what this is called? Chu Mo looked at the tea leaves in surprise. The system had not informed him of their origin. Nonetheless, he paid little heed to it. They would be of no use to him, as he could not comprehend the way. In his mind, anything he could not utilize was mere waste, better suited for gifting. It was akin to a non-smoker receiving fine tobacco. They would either sell it or give it away. After all, in the world of martial arts, social connections and favors were paramount. One never knew when they might need to call upon another's assistance. All right, I must be rather uninformed. However, to me, this does not seem particularly valuable. It resembles ordinary tea leaves, of which I have hundreds of pounds in my storage. Ordinary tea leaves? Chapter 47. Senior, you should take on the role of the ancestral master of the soul-suppressing sect. Zhao Dizhu and Mayor were astonished. Was this the demeanor of a true magnate? Enlightenment tea, in his eyes, was merely common tea leaves? What then did they consume on a daily basis? Water? Others measured enlightenment tea by the slice, while this magnate quantified it by the pound. After the initial shock wore off, Zhao Dizhu quickly regained his composure. Observing Chu Mo's nonchalant expression, he felt a profound clarity dawn upon him. This must be the senior testing the character of both Mayor and myself. Otherwise, why would he bestow upon us such an abundance of enlightenment tea, given our lack of familial ties? It cannot merely be a matter of assessing our capabilities. I presume you wish to forge a friendship? If I am not mistaken, the moment I accept this bag of tea leaves, it is likely that both my mentor and I will be eliminated in this trial. My esteemed predecessor would undoubtedly be thoroughly disappointed in me, and the prospect of visiting in the future would be rendered impossible, let alone the audacious request for borrowing a blade later on. Thus, I, Zhao Dizhu, must steadfastly adhere to my principles and not allow greed to cloud my judgment. Having contemplated all this, a glimmer of wisdom illuminated Zhao Dizhu's eyes as he rose. Cupping his hands in refusal, esteemed predecessor, this is far too much. One ought not to receive rewards without merit. We shall suffice with a few leaves. With that, he reached in and retrieved a handful of leaves, approximately 10 in number. This left Chu Mo momentarily speechless, scratching his head in confusion, feeling that Zhao Dizhu was somewhat off-putting. If I offer it to you, just accept it. It's not as though you asked for it. As a traveler from a future era, Chu Mo preferred a more straightforward demeanor and was not fond of such rigid adherence to etiquette and protocol. You're not a stranger here. Must you be so formal? Holding onto this tea leaves does not serve me. It merely occupies space. My dear Mayor, since your master declines, I shall gift this to you. Take it back and brew some for your master. He can savor it at leisure. Chu Mo nonchalantly handed the enlightenment tea to Mayor. Though he had yet to experience the enlightening effects of the tea, he certainly felt the need to relieve himself more frequently. Observing Zhao Daiju's demeanor, it was evident how much he cherished it. After Zhao Daiju had generously shared an abundance of fine wine in the past, Chu Mo had come to regard the old man as a friend, and he never hesitated to be generous with friends. Seeing this transpire, Zhao Daiju wore an expression of "I knew it." You find the enlightenment tea cumbersome? Surely, that is absurd. Clearly, you are employing the tactic of feigned reluctance to gauge my reaction. Zhao Daiju intended to refuse once more, yet Mayor responded with charming grace. Very well. Thank you. Esteemed predecessor, unlike my master, I do not indulge in false pleasantries. It is evident that I truly appreciate it, yet I shall not shy away. Moreover, this is a gift from you, a senior. I cannot refuse. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall exert every effort to procure it for you. However, we may not possess anything of equal worth to the enlightenment tea, for my abilities pale in comparison to yours, esteemed predecessor. Mayor respectfully performed a bow. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Daiju's face turned ashen, and he inwardly lamented, "Alas, it is over. I shall never again be welcomed at the esteemed predecessor's abode. This troublesome woman. When it comes time for labor, why is your hand so slow?" Observing the youthful, vibrant, and straightforward Mayor, Chu Mo smiled with satisfaction. Now, this is what young people ought to be like. Less formality and pretense. More humor. This makes interactions so much more enjoyable. Old Zhao, I must say, why be so formal over a mere handful of tea leaves? Perhaps they hold great value for you, but for me, they are inconsequential. If you truly feel indebted, simply bring me more wine next time. After speaking, Chu Mo poured some well-water tea for the two. Zhao Daiju's raised the cup, his hands trembling violently, as he scrutinized Chu Mo's expression while sipping. Upon noticing that his counterpart was indeed not angered, Zhao Daiju's appeared taken aback. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? No. He was certain that he had tea aired. The reason for his senior offering tea leaves to Mayer was perhaps a subtle indication of his interest in her. With this thought, Zhao Daiju's hands ceased to shake, and he straightened his back, his demeanor invigorated. Ah, splendid. It has been worth it to nurture her for so many years. A daughter raised for many years, to be offered as a bride for a day. My relationship with the senior is secured. By the way, esteemed senior, your generous gifts and opportunities leave us at a loss for how to repay you. I have no notable treasures to offer. How about I exalt myself by presenting my precious disciple Mayer to you as a concubine? If that is not feasible, she could serve as a maid as well. Zhao Daiju's bravely posed the question. Mayer was momentarily stunned, her usual vivacity replaced by bashfulness as she lowered her head. After all, as a young maiden, discussing marriage was bound to evoke shyness. Chu Mo, taken aback, sputtered water in surprise, staring at her in astonishment. Previously, someone had used 6 yuan for spicy skewers to woo a woman thrice. Yet today, he had exchanged some enlightening tea for a beauty offering herself? What an eye-opener. Are practitioners so forthright? However, this girl seemed rather lacking in intellect. What use is a foolish woman who is merely capable? Coughing, he cleared his throat. Old Zhao, do not jest. I already have a family and a daughter. I must apologize. Turning to Mayer, he inquired, which opera troupe? Pardon me, which sect do you hail from? Chu Mo tactfully shifted the topic. Although his own wife was not particularly beautiful and had not returned for many years, the time spent together had long since filled his heart with affection for Lu Qingxue. This ordinary woman. He was not one to waver in his affections. He had a small home, a wife, a daughter, and a modest life of farming and gardening, enough for a lifetime. Upon witnessing the rejection, Zhao Daiju's felt no disappointment. His disciple might not be worthy of such a formidable master, but he believed that they could take their time. Moreover, Zhao Daiju's reasoned that since Chu Mo's wife had likely passed away many years ago, he was not infringing upon anyone's feelings. We hail from the Jinhuan sect, one of the 3 premier sects in the southern region, though to an esteemed senior like you, we are but ants playing house. He continued, by the way, senior, why the sudden inquiry about sects? Is there something amiss? After being declined, Huomeyer let out a soft sigh and curiously asked. Chuimo nodded, looking slightly embarrassed as he gazed at her. The thing is, I have recently attained the 6th rank of cultivation, and I wish to learn about the nearby sects, as I plan to join one after I emerge from the mountains in 2 years. Chuimo harbored his own plans. The system intended to confine him for 2 years, and his progress during this time would entirely depend on his daughter, Chuling. Moreover, he was unaware of his daughter's current whereabouts. If he could leverage connections to gain early entry into a sect, it would facilitate his search for her and provide a more stable environment for her cultivation. Upon hearing this, Huomeyer and Zhao Daiju exchanged astonished glances, their minds racing with a singular thought. The esteemed elder lacked a sect and desired to join one. As for Chumo's claim of being merely a 6th-grade martial artist, they both chose to disregard it. Could a 6th-grade martial artist treat enlightenment tea as mere withered leaves? Could he forge superlative weapons? Could he effortlessly break through the half-step wilderness-level ice wolf? Esteemed elder, do you truly wish to enter a sect? If a sect would have me, I would gladly join, though I fear I am unfamiliar with the external powers. Chuimo nodded, smiling. Upon hearing this, Huomeyer and Zhao Daiju were filled with immense joy. Huomeyer joyfully leaped forward, exclaiming, Esteemed elder, to be candid, I am the sect master of the Soul Guardian sect. If you find it agreeable, why not join us? I am willing to abdicate my position and make you our sect master. From this day forth, you shall be the master of the Soul Guardian sect, and I shall serve as your aide, attending to your needs and comforts. What do you think? Chuimo was taken aback, unable to believe Huomeyer's words, and promptly declined. No, I will not become the sect master. This boisterous lady is actually the master of a sect? She wants me to take her position? What a jest! Being a mere nominal disciple would be a feat in itself. Without strength, holding such a high position is a path to ruin. I fear even my loyal dog would be unable to protect me. Upon hearing his refusal, Huomeyer's delicate brows furrowed. In her eyes, it seemed the elder found the position beneath him. Indeed, such a master could hardly settle for being a sect master. Zhao Daiju, understanding her thoughts, clasped his hands and smiled gently. Esteemed elder, the position of sect master is utterly unworthy of you. Might you consider becoming a grand elder instead? Chuimo rubbed his forehead, casting Zhao Daiju a bewildered stare. If he found the sect master position too high, how could this old fellow suggest he become a grand elder? Was he intentionally leading him astray? Seeing him remain silent, Huomeyer narrowed her beautiful eyes, secretly sizing up Zhao Daiju, and made a decision. She then looked earnestly at Chuimo. Esteemed elder, how about this? I, in the name of the sect master, would have my master relinquish the position of founding ancestor, allowing you to take the role of the sect's ancestor. What do you think? Such filial piety. This disciple is truly devoted, to the point of reverence. Chuimo was evidently taken aback by her words, his lips twitching and his neck stiffening, causing his head to nod slowly. With Chuimo acknowledging her proposal, Huomeyer and Zhao Daiju were filled with great delight. Ha! Splendid. I am deeply grateful for your esteemed recognition, and from this moment forth, you shall be the sole ancestral figure of our soul-guarding sect. As for me, Zhao Daiju, I willingly accept the role of a supreme elder, devotedly serving you. Chapter 48. You claim there is but one precious pearl? Then what might this be? Upon witnessing the jubilant expressions of the duo, Chuimo found himself at a loss for words. These master and disciple truly seemed to have lost their senses. Appointing a mere 6th-grade martial artist as their ancestor? Surely, the old Zhao must be too lazy to manage the sect's affairs, seeking a scapegoat instead? Good heavens! How ruthless of you! I absolutely cannot fall into your trap. Do you truly believe that? Indeed, more genuine than gold itself. Both nodded in unison, their eyes resolute. It was unexpected that the soul-guarding sect possessed such fortune, securing the support of such a formidable expert. Who would dare provoke us henceforth? Chuimo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and weakly inquired, Let it be known that I shall not descend from the mountain for a few years. So I would like to stay here. Is that acceptable? Furthermore, I shall not concern myself with the sect's matters. You two shall manage them, if you please. Of course, you are now our ancestor. We shall heed your every word. By the way, esteemed ancestor, do you require a maid? I could have Mayor remain. Zhao Di's whose was exceedingly courteous. As long as he could keep the esteemed guest, even sacrificing a disciple he had nurtured since childhood would be worthwhile. Not to mention, if the guest chose to stay within the mountain, he would be more than willing, even if it meant enduring the most intimate of inconveniences. Upon receiving the affirmation, Chu Mo sighed in relief, pleasantly surprised by the amiable nature of the two. No, Mayor, as the sect master, undoubtedly has many responsibilities to attend to. How could she remain in the depths of the mountains with me? Chu Mo dared not allow her to stay. For the potential for impropriety between a lone man and woman in close quarters was far too great. Most importantly, how could he explain such a situation if his future wife, Lu Qingxue, and daughter, Chu Linger, returned? He was not a man of fickle affections. He merely wished to preserve his family unit, and any reaction from the enchanting mayor was simply a natural physiological response. Zhao Dizhu sighed, not overly dispirited. Proximity often fosters affection. His beloved mayor would have ample opportunities. Being from the same sect, she could visit from time to time, and who knows, perhaps their bond would deepen in such encounters? By the way, esteemed elder, I have recently acquired a treasure. With your vast experience, could you help me discern its nature? If it pleases you, consider it a gift from me. With that, Zhao Dizhu's retrieved a fist-sized, radiant orb emanating a fiery glow from his storage space. This artifact was none other than the most treasured possession of their soul-guarding sect, the Southern Ming Fire Pearl. How could he fail to recognize it? This was merely a pretext to present a return gift to Chu Mo. Upon receiving it, Chu Mo observed the orb radiating warmth, akin to cradling a furnace, bringing him a semblance of comfort against the winter chill. Moreover, the orb's glow was exceptionally brilliant, reminiscent of a luminous pearl, yet surpassing it by 100-fold, illuminating even the darkest of rooms to resemble daylight. Chu Mo gradually furrowed his brows, feeling an inexplicable sense of déjà vu observing the change in Chu Mo's countenance. Zhao Dizhu and Huomeyer exchanged a glance, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. It seemed the elder had recognized the precious nature of this treasure. Elder, what do you think? Do you like it? I do like it, but it feels so familiar, Chu Mo replied, deep in thought. Familiar? How could that be? The junior investigated ancient texts and discovered that this was known as the Southern Ming Lihua Pearl. The ancient record stated that there was only one of these pearls in the entire continent. Zhao Dizhu confidently waved his hand. This pearl not only enhances the efficacy of fire attribute cultivation, but also grants individuals greater opportunities to comprehend the laws of fire. Most importantly, it is rumored that gathering the Northern Water Xian Yuan Pearl, Eastern Imu Pearl, Western Gungjin Pearl, and Central Sutu Pearl, the 5 divine pearls representing the 5 directions of the continent, would allow one to break through to the legendary cosmic level. Ascending to immortality by transcending the void is not out of the question. Originally, Zhao Dizhu had secretly stolen this Southern Ming Lihua Pearl from an ancient tomb, intending to use it for Huomeyer's future breakthrough to the cosmic level. However, considering the need to repay kindness and the desire to forge a deep bond with Chu Mo, the master and disciple deliberated for a long time before reluctantly presenting this item. After all, they understood the adage that a commoner is innocent, but possessing a treasure could bring trouble. Given the strength of their soul-guarding sect, they could not possibly handle a rarity like the Southern Ming Lihua Pearl. If word got out, it would spell disaster. Thus, it was better to use it to win over Chu Mo, demonstrating the sincerity of their intentions. Especially since they were all part of the same sect now, the fertile waters should not flow to outsiders. If the elder obtained the pearl, and if Meyer were to win him over, wouldn't it eventually return to her hands? You think you've gained something, but I shall never lose. Furthermore, Zhao Dizhu had his own calculations. He wished to borrow strength, and the pearl served as the perfect stepping stone since one is always at a disadvantage when asking for favors. He felt he could not ask Chu Mo for a loan without offering something of immense value in return. No, I truly feel it is familiar. Allow me to ponder. My memory isn't what it used to be. Chu Mo tapped his head, and a spark of realization flickered in his mind, as if he recalled where he had seen such a pearl before. Old Zhao, you say this pearl is unique in the world? Indeed. The ancient texts record it as such. If it were a common item, I wouldn't dare present it to you for appraisal, Zhao Dizhu replied with a proud smile, patting his chest in affirmation. Meanwhile, Huomeyer licked her red lips, gazing longingly at the pearl that would greatly benefit her. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo's expression turned peculiar. Under their watchful eyes, he turned and walked into the room. Moments later, he emerged, cradling a worn-out fire pot. "Old Zhao, can you help me identify what this is?" Chu Mo placed the fire pot on the stone table. Zhao Dizhus and Huo Meyer glanced at it, their expressions instantly turning blank. In the basin, there lay a large orb, the size of a head, cloaked in dust and emanating a flickering glow. This orb bore a striking resemblance to the one owned by Zhao Dizhus, differing only in size. One was the size of a fist, while the other was head-sized. "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" Zhao Dizhus inquired, his thoughts muddled. "Is this the Southern Ming fire pearl? Such a large one. Was it not said that there is only one in the world? How come you possess one as well?" Zhao Dizhus was at a loss, his mind swirling in confusion. Chu Mo, with an expression of innocence, replied, "I found it at my doorstep. It felt warm, so I used it as a charcoal fire. You know how cold it can be sleeping alone in winter. This warm orb makes for a comforting night's rest." In truth, it was a reward from the system, serving only as a small sun for light and warmth, of little other use. Hence, he had never given it much thought. To his astonishment, it turned out to be something of significant value, unique, no less. Yet now it seemed commonplace. With a sudden pang in his chest, Zhao Dizhus coughed up a mouthful of blood. The precious item he had considered a treasure was merely a simple fire pit in the eyes of his senior. Thus, in the perspective of his elder, the Southern Ming fire pearl was nothing more than a charcoal burner. How could it be that a cultivator like himself had never heard of its use for warmth? Surely, the orb must have been pilfered from someone's treasure trove. Zhao Dizhus found himself at a loss for words, while nearby, the enchanting Huo Meyer had a different focus. She pondered the implications of the senior's admission of feeling cold while sleeping alone in winter. Was he subtly hinting at something? She yearned to suggest to Chu Mo, "Senior, since we both sleep alone, why waste such an opportunity? Just call me darling, and I shall lull you to sleep each night." Yet, restrained by the senior's demeanor and status, she chose to maintain her composure. Chu Mo nodded, accepting Zhao Dizhus' orb. After all, in the spirit of reciprocity, he had gifted them some valuable tea, and they felt indebted. If he were to refuse their offering, it would likely deter them from visiting again. And having made a friend in these remote mountains, he could not bear to let that opportunity slip away. "I shall accept this orb. After all, the outhouse could use a light. It is quite dark at night, making it easy to stumble into the pit," he mused internally, refraining from voicing his true thoughts. Especially seeing how much Zhao Dizhus and Huo Meyer cherished the orb. "By the way, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Let's avoid the pretense and be straightforward." Chu Mo sighed, exuding a sense of helplessness. The adage suggests that those who offer unsolicited favors are often up to no good. Although his cultivation was not formidable, his discernment was keen, and he could easily perceive that Zhao Dizhus and Huo Meyer had ulterior motives. Rather than beating around the bush, it would be more prudent to address matters directly, especially since they were now part of the same sect. Furthermore, he held a favorable impression of the duo, who had not taken advantage of his lesser cultivation. Seeing Chu Mo's expression turn serious, both Huo Meyer and Zhao Dizhus' demeanor shifted, becoming solemn and attentive. Zhao Dizhus clasped his hands together and said, "Ancestor, to speak frankly, I come with an earnest request. May I inquire if it would be possible to borrow that divine blade from our last encounter for my use? I wish to eradicate some nefarious elements to ensure the safety of our sect." Chapter 49. Is this a recipe? Clearly, it is an unrivaled sword technique. A blade? Which blade? Hearing Zhao Dizhus' appeal, Chu Mo felt a wave of confusion. What treasure could aid such a formidable individual from his own household? Zhao Dizhus gritted his teeth and summoned his courage to clarify. "Esteemed elder, I refer to that newly forged kitchen knife you crafted during my last visit. You mentioned it was your first creation. It's that one." Zhao Dizhus reminded him, noting that Chu Mo had even mentioned gifting him one. However, he dared not ask for it. Understanding that such a divine artifact could hardly be given away, it was far too precious to be treated lightly. Upon this reminder, Chu Mo smacked his forehead, suddenly enlightened. "Ah, you mean that impressive kitchen knife. But why do you wish to borrow it? What is the matter?" When Chu Mo inquired further, Zhao Dizhus recounted in detail the oppressive actions of the Tianyi sect against the Jinhuan sect. "Not only do they bully our disciples, but when I sought justice, they repelled me together using their treasured artifacts. Thus, I seek to borrow your blade, esteemed ancestor, to restore our sect's dignity and teach those two a lesson. In this world, it seems only your knife could match their weaponry. With it, I am certain I can prevail over them. After Zhao Dizhu's expressed his righteous indignation, he looked at Chu Mo with uncertainty, fearing rejection or reprimand, given the immense value of the artifact in question. In response, Chu Mo rolled his eyes. What a fuss. Take it. It's no great matter. I have forged a better one anyway. With that, Chu Mo strode back to the kitchen, returning with a simple yet unassuming knife. Here, it's yours. After all, I am the ancestor of our sect. We are of the same lineage. Use it wisely. Gift it to me. Ancestor, you truly bestow this blade upon me? Zhao Dizhu's heart raced, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him, turning his face crimson. He had never experienced such exhilaration in his life, even more so than on his wedding night. Observing Zhao Dizhu's reaction, Chu Mo furrowed his brow. I hope this fellow doesn't have a heart condition. It would be unfortunate if he were to succumb to excitement in my home. Indeed, it's yours. If you feel indebted, simply bring me some wine on your next visit. My cultivation is insufficient to leave this mountain, and I cannot procure any myself. Chu Mo chuckled, nonchalantly placing the kitchen knife into Zhao Dizhu's hands. Wine? That would depend on whether the Monkey King is home. Zhao Dizhu trembled, incredulous as he gazed at the divine blade in his hands, caressing it with a tenderness that surpassed even how he had treated his partner in the past. After the sword was presented by Chu Mo, its overwhelming intent swiftly retracted, rendering it seemingly unadorned. Yet Zhao Dizhu knew that this sword had merely returned to its essence, not diminished in any way. Both it and Elder Chu remained formidable entities, choosing not to flaunt their prowess. Grasping the divine blade, Zhao Dizhu felt emboldened, confident that he could contend with even the peak of the Hongjia. Thank you, Elder. With this divine sword, I shall effortlessly vanquish the two factions, ensuring that no disciple within my sect is subjected to bullying. Tears of gratitude streamed down Zhao Dizhu's face. He resolved to return and enshrine this sword as the treasure of his sect. What thanks? You all call me Elder. I shall certainly assist you. After Chu Mo spoke, he reclined on a lounge chair. The clever dog, Erguzi, immediately approached, wagging his tongue and using his paws to massage Chu Mo's shoulders. As Chu Mo stretched languidly, a book unexpectedly fell from his chest. A gust of wind fluttered the pages. Zhao Dizhu instinctively glanced over, and that fleeting glance caused him to furrow his brow. Was that a sword technique he glimpsed within the pages? Just as he prepared for a closer inspection, Chu Mo retrieved the book. Elder, this is merely a cookbook. I created it out of boredom. You know that besides sleeping and eating in this mountain, I have quite the culinary skill. Do you need it? Shall I send it to you? A cookbook? It turned out to be just a cookbook. I only need a sword. What do I need a cookbook for? Moreover, as a distinguished elder, I should be dining at restaurants or having my disciples prepare meals for me. It is hardly befitting for me to cook myself. Zhao Dizhu didn't pay much mind, dismissing his previous impression as a mere illusion. Elder, upon further reflection, I believe I do not require that cookbook. Just as Zhao Dizhu was about to refuse, the poised Huameyer interjected. Ah, Elder, my master is rather forgetful. We truly need a cookbook. My master and I have long dreamt of being skilled chefs. A sect leader who cannot cook is not a worthy woman. Thank you for imparting your unique secrets to us. Once Mayor masters them, she will surely prepare meals for you daily. Huameyer then cast frantic glances at Zhao Dizhu. From her eyes, he grasped her meaning. Master, you seem rather confused. The elder has gifted a divine sword. Why would he randomly give us a cookbook? There must be a deeper significance. This cookbook could very well contain hidden depths, and it might even suggest the elder's desire for a culinary companion or partner after living among common folk for so long. If the disciple mastered this cookbook, wouldn't she come to visit every day? How could you possibly forsake such a splendid opportunity? This realization struck Zhao Dizhu like a bolt from the blue. Indeed, how could the elder bestow something useless? Ah, how insightful my mayor is. Otherwise, we would have missed a grand opportunity. Once my dear mayor masters this recipe, what she will create will transcend mere dishes. She shall craft masterpieces. Ah, indeed, Mayor is absolutely right. As a junior, I too possess a profound passion for cooking. Thank you, esteemed mentor. Zhao Dizhu, with an ingratiating smile, repeatedly clasped his hands in gratitude. Chu Mo rolled his eyes at him. then turned his gaze back to the fiery mayor with a distinctly warm smile, displaying a clear disparity in treatment. I eagerly await the day when Miss Mayor showcases her culinary prowess. Once she acquires the skills to cook, this young lady will experience a remarkable transformation. Not only will she be capable, but she will also excel. How splendid! Seeing that Chu Mo was neither angered nor had retracted the recipe, Zhao Dizhu's breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Seizing the moment while Chu Mo's attention was wholly on fiery mayor, Zhao Dizhu swiftly retrieved the secret tome, quietly opening it for a glance. Little did he know, upon viewing the first dish, his expression shifted from astonishment to sheer terror. The first dish in the recipe was titled Sliced Yellow Braised Chicken, an unassuming name, accompanied by an illustration of a proud rooster with its head held high, detailing the entire process of slaughter and preparation. It even pointed out the rooster's weaknesses, instructing the cook on the most efficient method to dispatch it. After reading the introduction, Zhao Dizhu's perception transformed dramatically. No longer was there a mere rooster. He found himself amidst a primordial realm. At that moment, he stood atop a colossal tree. This towering tree reached heights beyond comprehension, its trunk, branches, and leaves enveloped in the profound laws of nature, unmistakably indicating its extraordinary identity. Is this the legendary celestial tree? Zhao Dizhu gasped in shock, as a name abruptly surfaced in his mind. This was a phenomenon documented in ancient texts, and he was fortunate enough to witness it. Wait, that sound clang. Just as Zhao Dizhu was engulfed in awe, a distinctive bird call resonated above him. Though unfamiliar, he instinctively recognized it. This was the phoenix. Looking up, he beheld a phoenix strikingly similar to the rooster depicted in the recipe, poised in confrontation with a man wielding a kitchen knife. The phoenix exuded an overwhelming aura, engulfed in flames, as if a mere swipe could annihilate the world, while the man appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any discernible prowess. Yet, who could confront a phoenix atop the celestial tree if not someone extraordinary? Zhao Dizhu's eyes widened in shock. The phoenix, a legendary divine beast, where had fate led him? And why was he witnessing such a terrifying spectacle? With a piercing cry, the phoenix lunged toward the man, and witnessing this scene, Zhao Dizhu shook his head in dismay. It was over for him. How could a mere mortal contend with a divine beast? But in the next instant, the man opened his eyes, lifted the knife in his hand, and struck at the phoenix. Zhao Dizhu could no longer contain himself, letting out a frantic scream. How could this be? This was utterly unbelievable. Chapter 50. The arrival of two nations, a crisis approaches. That strike, seemingly unadorned, was in truth unparalleled in elegance. A young man, with a swift flick of his blade, unleashed a torrent of sword intent intermingled with the essence of rules, propelling it with unmatched force towards the phoenix. In an instant, the entire expanse of heaven and earth was suffused with this sword intent. Every blade of grass, every tree, even the very air transformed into the embodiment of sword intent, enveloping the surroundings in an all-encompassing manner. The phoenix, refusing to be outdone, ignited with flames, seeking to counter the sword intent. However, in the moment of the phoenix's retaliation, the sword intent seemingly awakened a sentience of its own, vanishing in an instant. Just as Zhao Dizhu was lost in contemplation of the sword intent, a soft sound pierced the air. From within the phoenix's neck, a cataclysm of sword intent erupted, severing and shattering its veins and meridians. In a brief moment, the phoenix let out a mournful cry and succumbed to silence, deprived of even the chance for rebirth, its vitality utterly extinguished. With the demise of the phoenix, the power of the rules in this realm coalesced into four resounding characters: Zhan Huangdao. Everything before Zhao Dizhu faded away, and he found himself once more in the small courtyard. Though it seemed as if an eternity had passed, in reality, not even 3 seconds had elapsed. At this moment, Zhao Dizhu's gaze encompassed no beings nor objects. All that remained was that enigmatic slash. Is this the blade that slays the renowned yellow braised chicken? It is, in truth, the blade that slays the phoenix. No wonder my esteemed predecessor gifted me this divine blade, only to suddenly present me with a cookbook. Without Mayor's guidance, I might have let this monumental opportunity slip through my fingers. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable cookbook is, in fact, a devastatingly powerful sword technique? If it can slay a divine beast like the phoenix with a single strike, How formidable must it be? Zhao Dizhu's murmured to himself, lost in thought. Soon after, clarity returned to his eyes as he carefully closed the cookbook and secured it close to his heart. He then lifted his gaze, filled with anticipation, and inquired, "Esteemed predecessor, since you have slain a phoenix, may I ask if you have ever encountered a dragon? Is that majestic beast as awe-inspiring as they say?" Chu Mo, somewhat perplexed, scratched his nose. What does he mean by "I have slain a phoenix"? I have only ever killed chickens. This old man is rather confusing. Shaking his head, Chu Mo flashed a mischievous grin. Though I have not seen a dragon, I have had the fortune of being served by one. Zhao Dizhu inhaled sharply, astonished. To have been served by a dragon, yet you claim you have not seen one. After the initial shock, Zhao Dizhu's expression grew solemn as he knelt before Chu Mo, bowing deeply in gratitude. I, Zhao Dizhu, humbly thank you for your immense grace. I shall thoroughly master this sword technique, and in the future, I too shall have a dragon serve me. From this day forth, my life belongs to you, esteemed predecessor. Your affairs shall be my own. Should you have any commands, I shall not hesitate to face death. Witnessing this display, Chu Mo was utterly bewildered. Old Zhao, have you lost your mind? It's merely a cookbook and a kitchen knife. Moreover, if you wish to experience the service of a dragon, I can take you to try it someday. There is no need for such kneeling. Meanwhile, Hua Meier, standing to the side, suddenly brightened, as if she had discerned something, and her smile became even more radiant and enchanting. Zhao Dizhu shook his head, stating, "Esteemed senior, while this may seem like a mere casual remark to you, it holds immense significance for me. By the way, senior, I must take my leave with Meier. I need to swiftly grasp this secret technique and wield your precious blade to confront the disciples of Tianyi sect." Zhao Dizhu's expression was resolute. Having received such profound knowledge from the senior, how could he let it go to waste? Chu Mo scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. "Are you not going to have a meal before you leave?" "Thank you, esteemed senior, but I shall forego the meal today. I have already incurred enough debt to you and dare not impose further." Zhao Dizhu replied, "By the way, senior, I know you enjoy fine wine. I happen to have a jar of exquisite Daughter's Red." After performing a respectful bow, Zhao Dizhu suddenly recalled something and retrieved a jar of wine from his storage space, placing it on the stone table. Upon seeing the wine, Chu Mo, a connoisseur of spirits, licked his lips eagerly. He cared not whether it was Daughter's Red or Old Ma's Red. He gladly accepted it. Days without wine were exceedingly arduous, akin to a chain smoker deprived of cigarettes. Their hearts filled with impatience. "Very well, I graciously accept your kind offering. Since you insist on returning home, I shall not press you further. Do visit again when you have the chance. And do not forget to bring me more wine next time." Seeing Chu Mo accept the Daughter's Red, the fiery Meier felt her cheeks flush. Once exuberant, she suddenly became shy. This was the wine brewed by her master, reserved only for her future husband on their wedding day. Yet, with Chu Mo accepting the Daughter's Red, did it not imply? Upon this realization, Meier bashfully stamped her foot, grasped Zhao Dizhu's hand, and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the courtyard. "Esteemed senior, we are leaving. Meier will return to serve you next time." Watching the pair depart, Chu Mo chuckled, shaking his head. "Who says cultivators are difficult to associate with? Who claims they are prone to violence? These two are quite amiable. With a kitchen knife and a cookbook, they express immense gratitude towards me. Moreover, they have inexplicably elevated me to the status of an ancestor. They are indeed worthy of deepening our friendship. Ha ha ha." Though old Zhao is a bit too flirtatious, at his age, still yearning for a dragon, Chu Mo poured himself a cup of Daughter's Red, savoring the delightful taste. "What a fine wine. Old Zhao truly knows how to leave me with good liquor. This must not be inexpensive. Next time, I must ensure he stays for a meal. By the way, let us check in with the system." Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a children's gold silk jade garment. Children's gold silk jade garment. Soft and smooth in texture, warm in winter and cool in summer. It can transform into any children's style at the wearer's will. It is impervious to water and fire, boasts remarkable defense, and requires no washing. As Chu Mo issued the command, the system's voice promptly followed. Upon hearing the reward, Chu Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What a splendid item. This is quite similar to the attire I currently possess. I shall never need to change clothes again, nor will they ever become dirty. Quick, Send this garment to my beloved daughter. The exceptional defense it offers is crucial. With this garment, my daughter's safety is assured. By the way, Tongzi, do bring along the sword I crafted earlier. Ding. Delivery successful. Receipt completed. Please keep it safe, host. Chuamo nodded. His greatest daily enjoyment, aside from indulging in a moment of pleasure, was signing in for the lottery. Who knows? Perhaps one day he might draw a divine level of cultivation and ascend in broad daylight. Guzi, stop grinding away. Tonight there will be fine wine. And I intend to stew a chicken. In light of your understanding, I shall grant you the neck and rear of the chicken. Ha! Chuamo called out to the husky and laughed heartily as he entered the house. By phone, upon hearing the call, felt a chill in his gaze. That damned Guzi. I may not be human, but you are undoubtedly a dog. One day, I will devour you. As he departed the courtyard, soaring midway, Homeyer curiously glanced at Zhao Dezuzu. Master, why have you remained silent throughout our journey? Is there an issue with that recipe? Upon being questioned by Homeyer, Zhao Dezuzu's expression turned serious. This is no mere recipe. It is a genuine, unparalleled sword technique capable of reshaping the world. He recounted to Homeyer everything he had witnessed previously. I suspect that the senior is not merely at the cosmic level. After all, even a phoenix can attain that level. If I am not mistaken, that figure must be the senior himself. To effortlessly slay a phoenix, his strength likely transcends this realm. He may well originate from above. The senior mentioned that he cannot leave that mountain for the time being, likely due to being repelled by the heavens due to his excessive cultivation. At this moment, he is using that mountain as a focal point to contend against the heavenly path. Zhao Dezuzu pointed toward the sky, a hint of reverence on his face. Upon hearing this, Homeyer was taken aback. What? From above? Master, do you mean the senior is a celestial being traversing the mortal realm? Indeed, it is truly terrifying. Who would have thought we are fortunate enough to meet such a predecessor? But why would he impart such techniques to us? In response, Zhao Dezuzu gazed deeply at her, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. This matter traces back to you. Why do you think the senior accepted that jar of daughter's red wine? It was not only a tribute from me, but also a test. The purpose was to find a suitable husband for you, Meyer. Upon hearing this, Homeyer blushed profusely. Master, are you suggesting that the senior has taken an interest in me, thus bestowing upon us such a precious sword and secret technique? Joining our sect was, in fact, for my sake? If I am not mistaken, this notion is indeed correct. The senior may have developed mortal feelings. Zhao Dezuzu shook his robes and laughed with confidence. Homeyer was overjoyed. Since the senior holds Meyer in such regard, I cannot disappoint him. I shall strive to become the most perfect woman and serve him for a lifetime. At the very least, I shall be a dutiful maid who washes and cooks. Seeing Homeyer so perceptive, Zhao Dezuzu nodded in appreciation. Excellent. Very good. My esteemed disciple has finally found a chance to marry. By the way, Mayor, upon your return, you must challenge the Heavenly One sect and the Artifact sect in the name of our clan. I shall make them kneel and call me father. Furthermore, I have heard that the Kingdom of Golden Spirits and the Kingdom of Fire Spirits seem to have allied with their respective sections. After we defeat their sects, we shall seize their resources to honor our forebears. Then, we can utilize the power of both kingdoms and sects to search for the daughter of our esteemed elder. Zhaolinger, in stark contrast to the jubilant expressions of Homeyer and Zhao Dezuzu, the Ice Spirit Kingdom's empress, and her court wore grave faces today. This somber mood was not without reason, as today marked the day of the joint visit by the two kingdoms of gold and fire. At this moment, Empress Lu Qingxue sat upon her dragon throne, with officials standing before her in silence, seemingly awaiting some announcement. Just then, the chief supervisor of the West Factory, Wei Zhongxian, rushed in, clasping his hands in respect toward the Empress. Your Majesty, the national masters from both kingdoms and their respective princesses are nearing the imperial city, merely 3 miles away. What course of action should we take? Chapter 51. Are your two kingdoms unaware of etiquette? Finally, they have arrived? Esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts? How should we entertain these esteemed guests? Lu Qingxue, with her beautiful eyes narrowing, inquired solemnly. As her words fell, the Northern Guardian King, Lu Ji, smirked in the corner, revealing a hint of playful mockery, and signaled to his sycophants. The group immediately understood. The tall and imposing Minister of Justice, Chang Wei, stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. Your Majesty, since both kingdoms have sent envoys claiming to engage in friendly diplomatic visits, I believe it is imperative for Your Majesty to personally welcome them at the palace gates with a grand display of ceremony. Our Ice Spirit Kingdom is a great nation, and Your Majesty is a ruler of benevolence. We must not lose our sense of decorum. Moreover, this presents a splendid opportunity to foster friendship among our three nations. We have long endured conflicts, and our border citizens suffer greatly. Should we offend the two kingdoms due to issues of etiquette, leading to further deterioration of relations and an escalation of conflict, Your Majesty might find it difficult to answer to the people of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. I implore Your Majesty to consider this carefully. Hearing these words, the Northern Guardian King nodded in satisfaction. Although Chang Wei lacked martial prowess, his intellect was indeed sharp. With a single phrase, he had placed Lu Qingxue on a moral pedestal, for if she were to treat the envoys with disdain, any ensuing conflicts could be attributed to her. Yet, if the Empress were to lower herself to welcome them, it would undoubtedly undermine her prestige, placing her in a dilemma. The Empress furrowed her brow, her eyes gleaming with cold light, remaining noncommittal. The Minister of War, under her command, snorted disdainfully and stepped forward, hurling a retort at Chang Wei. Preposterous. What is the status of Your Majesty, and what is theirs? A mere handful of national masters and princesses. And you suggest they warrant the honor of a personal welcome from the Empress? Our nations have been embroiled in frequent conflicts, and our relations have deteriorated to an abysmal state. Moreover, with the recent breakthroughs in strength by their national masters, their visit undoubtedly aims to undermine our prestige. If Your Majesty were to greet them personally, would that not play directly into their hands, suggesting that we are fearful? Since the esteemed Minister Chang has proclaimed that our Ice Spirit nation is a great power, it is my belief that we must stand resolute, displaying our might to assure them of our determination and profound heritage. If a war arises from matters of etiquette, it would merely signify our lack of fortitude. Therefore, what is there to fear in battle? So many valiant souls have perished on the battlefield without trepidation. How can we, then, shrink from the prospect of death and diminish our prestige? In our Ice Spirit nation, there are no generals who fear death. As for certain dogs, their fear of death is beyond my knowledge. Zhu Jun, with a pointed gaze towards Chang Wei, spoke with a sharpness befitting an old general of the hawkish faction in the court. His stance towards external foes was unequivocal. Kill. Who do you dare to call a dog? Chang Wei seethed with fury. Whoever responded with a curse would bear the brunt. My backbone remains unbroken, unlike some dogs who only cower and cringe in fear. Zhu Jun, unrelenting in his mockery, exuded an overwhelming aura of power. Chang Wei fell silent, recognizing his own limitations in martial prowess, and dared not retaliate. All present concur. The Minister of Justice, Du Ruhui, and others clasped their hands in agreement with Zhu Jun's sentiments. The Empress acted decisively. Good. Lu Bing, Zhu Jun, Wei Zhongxian. You three shall summon the elite of the Jinui Imperial Guards and all those of Earth rank and above from the Xichang to display the might of our Ice Spirit nation. The rest may await me in the hall. Lu Bing and the others accepted the edict and departed, setting the palace's armed forces into motion. Chang Wei, witnessing this, felt a shift in his expression and anxiously clasped his hands once more. Your Majesty, this matter, but was abruptly interrupted by the cold and commanding voice of Lu Qingxue. Remove him. Chang Wei felt a chill run through the assembly, fearful and silent. Though Lu Qingxue was a woman, her authoritative demeanor was undeniable, and Chang Wei, a mere dog of the Northern King, would soon meet his demise in her eyes. Why should she grant him any favor? As the Minister of Punishment was forcibly taken away by the guards, the court fell once again into silence. The Empress sat regally upon her dragon throne, while Li Chuanfeng, wielding a rusted iron sword, remained composed by her side. Only the Northern King ground his teeth in frustration, emitting a series of grinding sounds, nearly shattering his teeth. Humph. Let you revel for a moment. Once these two nations topple your throne, I shall seek out my ancestral master of the soul-guarding sect, and have both nations dispatched. Then, the three great empires shall all belong to me, Lu Ji, and you, Lu Qingxue, will be reduced to a mere captive. I shall sell you into a brothel. As time passed, approximately 40 minutes later, the national masters of the Jin and Huan nations, accompanied by the two Long princesses, arrived for a visit. With a commanding shout from Wei Zhongxian, a procession began to approach the great hall. Leading them were two seemingly proud and unruly elders, one clad in a dark golden robe and the other in a fiery red robe. With their heads held high, the two approached with an air of indifference, casting disdainful glances at the courtiers within the grand hall and the guards stationed outside. Their expressions conveyed a complete disregard for the strength of the sentinels. These two individuals were none other than the Grand Masters of the Kingdom of Golden Spirits and the Kingdom of Fiery Spirits, Jin Shang and Hui Yuan. Accompanying the elder were two remarkable young women, each adorned in exquisite palace attire, radiating grace and beauty. At approximately 18 years of age, they possessed slender figures and exuded an aura of scholarly refinement, their eyes sparkling with intelligence, unmistakably indicating they were not mere simpletons. These were indeed the eldest princesses of their respective nations. Trailing behind them was a contingent of guards, all of whom were cultivators of at least Earth-tier rank. Yet they found themselves obstructed by the Imperial Guard outside the hall. After all, the council chamber was not a place for ordinary folk to enter. The royal city of the ice spirits was quite commendable, suitable for our various floral displays. However, the manners displayed by its inhabitants left much to be desired. How could they only dispatch a eunuch to receive us? Such a slight. The leader of the Golden Spirits escort let out a chilling laugh, his voice unmasked, ensuring that all within the hall could hear. Wei Zhongxian, who had been accompanying them, felt a chill in his eyes. Were it not for the fear of jeopardizing the Empress's affairs, he would have struck down the insolent one long ago. Your Majesty, the guests have arrived. Wei Zhongxian reported with a bow. The Empress nodded slightly, gesturing for him to respectfully step aside. Two grandmasters and princesses have journeyed from afar. Please, serve them tea. The Empress asserted, her voice imbued with authority. What brings your nations here? Do not dare claim it is for the sake of friendship, as I shall not be deceived. Lu Qingshue's demeanor was resolute, her imperial presence fully manifested, unwilling to feign politeness. With her keen intellect, she perceived that these visitors were, in fact, dispatched by the two great sects behind them to probe the true strength of the Ice Spirits Kingdom. Should they find the kingdom weak, they might unleash a devastating strike against it. Lu Qingxue harbored some trepidation regarding the powers of the Qi sect and the Tianyi sect. And without formidable support from a powerful man at her back, she understood the necessity of adopting a firm stance to prevent her adversaries from discerning her vulnerabilities. Oh, who would have imagined that the little girl of yesteryear has now ascended to the throne as Empress? Truly, fate is remarkable. Observing the imperial aura enveloping Lu Qingxue, Jin Shang feigned a smile and shook his head, though inwardly he was astonished. He had not expected this once overlooked girl to have grown to such heights. Indeed, my emperor is far-sighted, intent on stifling this ice spirit's potential. Hui Yuan interjected. Since your majesty inquires, we shall not conceal our intentions. We have long heard of the talents within your ice spirit's kingdom. Therefore, I have come at my emperor's behest, accompanied by the eldest princess, to engage in a diplomatic visit. However, upon this initial encounter, it appears I have not witnessed any notable talents, apart from the Prince of Northern Defense. Is it possible that all the talents of the Ice Spirit's kingdom have perished? Or have you hidden them away? We have traveled a great distance, and we hope your majesty will not be stingy. Let us three nations exchange insights and foster our friendship. Hui Yuan casually glanced at Lu Qingxue, his hands clasped behind his back, and spoke slowly, his intentions laid bare. Moreover, both of them exuded a formidable aura of half-step desolation, directly assaulting Lu Qingxue, seemingly intending to deliver a stark warning that would leave the Ice Spirit Kingdom utterly humiliated. Observing their nonchalant and disrespectful demeanor, Li Chunfeng, standing beside the Empress, let out a cold laugh and rose to his feet. An equally potent half-step desolation energy erupted from him, intercepting the two men's advance. Heh, you two have indeed broken through, and you come here ready to fight? Do you think this national master is simply a relic of the past? As subjects, if you are here to pay your respects to the emperor, why not kneel and show proper reverence? How utterly regressive, Li Chunfeng declared with unmatched authority, his presence unrestrained. Jin Shang and Hui Yuan, unwilling to be outdone, exchanged glances and unleashed their full power. In an instant, tension filled the grand hall, the atmosphere charged with hostility. Chapter 52, A Battle of Wits, The Traps of Two Nations Bang. As the forces clashed, a resounding explosion echoed throughout the hall. The courtiers were thrown into disarray. while the maids and attendants collapsed to the ground. The scene was one of chaos. Jin Shang was forced to stagger back several steps by the ferocious Li Chunfeng, who remained steadfast, hands behind his back, gazing at them with disdain. Heh, you dare invade my territory? You are far less impressive than I expected. Have you also managed to break through, you old fool? It seems we underestimated you. Observing Li Chunfeng's relaxed demeanor, Jin Shang and Hui Yuan exchanged wary glances. Their arrogance tempered, no longer as brazen as before. Li Chunfeng's unexpected breakthrough caught them off guard. After all, according to the intelligence provided by the king of Northern Town, their opponent had only recently recovered from severe injuries. It was a miracle he hadn't regressed, let alone advanced. Their gazes shifted, scrutinizing the king of Northern Town, seemingly inquiring about the situation. Lu Ji blinked in confusion, unable to articulate the matter. Humph, do you think my Ice Spirit Kingdom is a soft target? That we lack the strength to stand against you? If you wish to visit, take your seat. If you seek trouble, then let it commence. I have never flinched in my lifetime, Li Chunfeng declared with imposing grandeur, standing by the Empress's side to support her. Though the Empress possessed exceptional talent, her training was still in its infancy, and Li Chunfeng felt a tinge of concern when facing these crafty old foxes. Jin Shang and Hui Yuan shook their robes and took a seat. Though wary, they were not intimidated by Li Chunfeng, for they had their own backing. As the two men lowered their guard, Li Chunfeng subtly retreated to the Empress's side, his body trembling slightly, while others remained oblivious. Lu Qingxue noticed Li Chunfeng's hands shaking as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Master, are you well? Lu Qingxue inquired subtly. Li Chunfeng shook his head slightly, expressing, the strength of the two is not to be underestimated. I have endured their attacks and sustained some minor injuries. I require a moment to recuperate, Your Majesty. Please proceed as you see fit. Worry not. Should any danger befall Your Majesty, my loyal ministers shall be at your side. In a bid to project an image of dominance and to instill a sense of awe between the two nations, Li Chunfeng chose to confront them head-on, displaying an assertive demeanor which unfortunately left him in a less than ideal state. The Empress nodded, acknowledging that with his formidable presence, the two nations would undoubtedly adopt a more compliant stance. After Jin Shang and Hui Yuan took their seats, they too began to regulate their breathing, refraining from any further antics. As for the two princesses, Jin Feng and Hui Yunxi, they offered slight bows. They had heard tales of the Empress's decisiveness and the sword god's fierce temperament, and today's encounter confirmed their reputations. The two princesses cast glances at Lu Qingxue, recognizing that although they were also striking beauties, they paled in comparison to her. In terms of beauty, elegance, and cultivation level, Lu Qingxue outshone them. This realization left the two princesses feeling somewhat defeated and resentful. Lu Qingxue regarded them with a hint of coldness, her aura tinged with a trace of menace. You two princesses display remarkable courage, daring to venture into my Ice Spirit Kingdom amidst the complex relations between our three nations. Do you not fear that I might choose to keep you here forever? Upon hearing this, the two princesses felt a chill and forced a dry smile. Oh, I believe Your Majesty would never engage in such a disgraceful act. Even in times of war, envoys are not harmed, and surely we have come prepared for this visit. Moreover, we have come to present gifts to Your Majesty, aiming to alleviate the tensions among our three nations. Lu Qingxue had no intention of making a move. Her words were merely intended to intimidate, leaving them uncertain. While Li Chunfeng could withstand the two national masters, he feared the potential involvement of sect members. Oh, gifts. Indeed, gifts. The two princesses replied, clapping their hands. Bring forth the grand gifts we have prepared for Your Majesty. At their command, a maidservant emerged, carrying a brocade box. Under Lu Qingxue's curious gaze, the maidservant opened the box to reveal a fist-sized, top-tier spirit pearl of heavenly grade. The aura radiating from its surface was palpable, brimming with spiritual energy that would greatly benefit any cultivator. Your Majesty, behold, this is the Ice Soul Pearl, formed from 10,000 years of frozen essence. The effectiveness and rarity of this gem require no further explanation, I trust. This pearl is our grand gift to Your Majesty, and we hope you will find it worthy. Lu Qingxue took the pearl into her hands. It was indeed an exceptional treasure, cool to the touch and perfectly attuned to her cultivation needs. She believed that by consuming the pearl over several sessions or wearing it continuously, It would undoubtedly enable her to ascend to the next level of cultivation. It is noteworthy that Li Chunfeng, the formidable national master, wields a weapon that barely reaches the celestial tier, while this pearl possesses a far greater value than his weapon. I am quite fond of this treasure. Thus, I shall accept it. However, Your Majesty, do proceed with caution. Such a gift is not so easily bestowed. As it is said that the Ice Spirit Kingdom is home to countless wise individuals, and today we wish to witness their prowess. This precious pearl was acquired in the far north. It features two small openings, one for entry and the other for exit, with a convoluted path within. My father, before his departure, stated that if anyone from the Ice Spirit Kingdom can thread this pearl with a string without damaging it, then it shall be gifted to Your Majesty. With a triumphant smile, Jin Feng interrupted Lu Qingshua's words. Upon examining the pearl closely, Lu Qingxue indeed found two holes. Hearing Jin Feng's statement, the Minister of War, Zhu Jun, erupted in anger. If you can afford to give, then do so. If not, take your pearl and leave. What do you mean by this? It is only due to Your Majesty's good temper that I have not expelled you hypocritical individuals. Lu Qingxue waved her hand, dismissing the indignant Zhu Jun. The other party's actions were clearly a provocation against the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Failing to respond would imply a lack of capable individuals in her realm. Naturally, the Ice Spirit Kingdom is replete with wise sages and skilled artisans. Threading a mere pearl should pose no challenge. Upon hearing this, Jin Feng and Hui Yunqi exchanged knowing glances, a smirk of scheming success gracing their faces. Oh, is that so? Your Majesty is indeed brimming with confidence. How about we add some stakes to this matter? If Your Majesty can thread the spirit pearl, it shall be gifted to you. If you cannot, then you must cede 2 provinces to our 2 empires. What say you? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue could not suppress a cold laugh. The sound of your scheming is audible even in the northern territories. Your Majesty, dare you not accept? It seems that even a dignified empress has moments of boasting. Unable to take on such a trivial challenge, the two continued to provoke. Lu Qingxue remained unperturbed. The Ice Spirit Kingdom consists of 13 provinces, and their demand for 2 was clearly excessive, suggesting that threading the pearl would not be easily accomplished. However, to decline the challenge would risk diminishing her prestige among both the military and the populace, adversely affecting her imperial aura. Thus, she felt compelled to accept the challenge. Very well, what harm is there in accepting? However, you cannot expect to deceive me with just a pearl. Instead, let us make this arrangement. If my subordinate threads the pearl, then your nation must cede a province near the border to the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Dare you agree? The 2 women, without hesitation, immediately acquiesced. Agreed. Let it be so, and we beseech Your Majesty to sign the heavenly oath. They had both exerted considerable effort to no avail in threading the pearl, and they harbored no belief that anyone from the Ice Spirit Kingdom could accomplish it. Were they not fully confident, they would not dare issue such a challenge. It appears that the 2 provinces are as good as secured, and they intended to claim them by virtue of strength, needing to share nothing with the Prince of the North. The 2 women cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ji, their faces adorned with mockery. This fool still harbored the notion of wielding others as instruments of his will. Apologies, but we too wish to utilize your hand to effortlessly seize the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Lu Ji stood beside them, arms crossed, watching with amusement. Little did he realize that he had unwittingly sold himself while assisting others in counting their coins. Once the Empress and the 2 princesses had signed the heavenly Dao contract, the Empress commanded the gathering of people. Bring forth all the embroiderers from the palace. Wei Zhongxian received the decree and promptly withdrew. In a short while, he returned, leading a throng of women from outside the palace. His Majesty has decreed that whoever can pass the thread through these beads without breaking them shall receive a generous reward. Form a line and come forth one by one, Wei Zhongxian announced, his voice ringing out. Upon hearing of the reward, the embroiderers were filled with excitement, brimming with determination. However, despite the skills of dozens of adept embroiderers, none could manage to thread the line through the beads. A group of them, perspiring profusely, huddled together, chattering incessantly, yet failing to devise a solution. Observing this scene, Lu Qingshue's expression gradually darkened, a foreboding sense creeping into her heart. What is the matter here? Chapter 53, The Beads of Treasure, Troubling the Empress. Under the Empress's inquiry, the embroiderers were stricken with fear, all bowing their heads and kneeling on the ground. Your Majesty, there is something peculiar about this bead. Peculiar? They stammered. Indeed, the hole within is not the wavy shape we envisioned, but resembles a labyrinth. It is nearly impossible to pass the soft thread through. Neither hard nor soft needles can penetrate this hole. Please, punish us, Your Majesty. The embroiderers trembled in fear. They had never encountered such a bead. It seemed deceptively simple to thread, yet no matter how they racked their brains, they found themselves utterly helpless. At these words, Lu Qingshue's countenance turned ashen, a sense of foreboding settling in her heart. Seeing the flawless Lu Qingxue at a loss stirred amusement in Hui Yunxi and Jin Feng, who could not help but stifle their laughter, dripping with sarcasm. Haha, it seems that even the illustrious Empress of the Ice Spirit Kingdom encounters insurmountable challenges. We had thought the Ice Spirit Kingdom was as talented as the rumors suggested, but it appears otherwise. To be unable to grasp the land and treasures offered to us. Oh, if Your Majesty truly cannot manage this, then it would be best to delineate the territories belonging to our two nations promptly, so we may return and report, thus taking over. Such is the nature of a woman's jealousy. They cannot bear to see someone more beautiful thriving better than themselves. Lu Qingxue ascended to the throne as a woman, inspiring countless princesses to yearn for and envy her position. Yet, they lacked the means to attain such power. Since they could not surpass Lu Qingxue, their only recourse was to seek her downfall. Their joy derived from witnessing her discomfort. Lu Qingshue's face grew cold, realizing that a nation could not even conquer a single bead, leaving her feeling somewhat humiliated. However, due to his imperial status, he refrained from expressing his anger and instead adopted a strategy of delay. Patience. My Ice Spirit Kingdom is a vast and powerful nation. How could we be unable to resolve the matter of a mere bead? It so happens that the most skilled embroiderer in the palace is absent today. If you two are willing to wait, how about postponing for another day? Upon hearing this, the princesses of both nations exchanged glances with the national advisor, their expressions dripping with disdain as they waved their hands dismissively. With this group of inept courtiers under the emperor, waiting another day, or even 3, would be no concern. Should the emperor fail to present a solution within 3 days, we shall be compelled to fulfill the contract, returning the bead while demanding land compensation. Having said this, the delegations from both nations stood up, brushing off their garments, and with an air of arrogance, surveyed the courtiers of the Ice Spirit Kingdom with disdain. With a scoff of contempt, they strode towards the Grand Hall's exit. Oh, by the way, Your Majesty, where will our envoy be resting tonight? Fear not. Commander Wei from the Western Depot will make arrangements for you. Lu Qingxue suppressed her frown, waving her hand with slight impatience. Wei Zhongxian bowed in acknowledgement and led the group towards the Honglu Temple Embassy. As they approached the rather modest embassy, the two princesses seized the opportunity to express their indignation, snorting in derision. Is this the hospitality of the Ice Spirit Kingdom? Given our esteemed status, how could you bring us to reside here? The environment is utterly inadequate, lacking even a garden, and the air quality is poor, far inferior to the palaces of our Jin and Hui nations. Hearing this, Wei Zhongxian shot them a cold glance and, with a sarcastic tone, retorted, If you ladies are dissatisfied with this accommodation, we can arrange for you to stay in a cattle shed. I assure you, it will be spacious. Moreover, the air is quite pleasant. The two women were enraged, channeling their inner strength to strike. You, seeking death. Upon seeing this, Wei Zhongxian swiftly evaded, vanishing in a puff of smoke, muttering under his breath, daring to embarrass His Majesty. You should be grateful we haven't subjected you to worse. I will not engage in a quarrel with two women who have nothing but words. It would be a futile endeavor. At this, the two women seethed with fury, losing all semblance of composure. Infuriating. How dare a eunuch be so disrespectful? How dare he insult us? Jin Shang and Hui Yuan raised their hands to calm the situation, their lips twitching slightly. Fear not, Your Highnesses, the outcome of this endeavor has already been predetermined. This palace will eventually be ours. At that time, the Empress's chambers shall be open for you to occupy at your leisure. For now, we need only to patiently await as the Empress unwittingly hands over the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Ha ha ha. In the council chamber, the remarkably agile Wei Zhongxian returned to report. Your Majesty, those individuals have been adequately arranged. Good. Increase surveillance and report any unusual activity promptly. Lu Qingxue regained her icy demeanor and turned back to address the ministers. Esteemed officials, you are all distinguished talents of my ice spirit kingdom. Let us devise a plan to thread the line through the bead. The empress distributed the bead, and a throng of ministers gathered to deliberate. Is it possible that this bead might not even be interconnected? Are they deliberately toying with us, leading us into a trap? Pondered the commander of the Eastern Depot, Yu Huatian, with a look of confusion. Du Ruhui picked up the bead, his expression contemplative. If they are interconnected, we shall soon discover. Upon saying this, he aligned the bead's opening with his mouth and blew forcefully. The bead emitted a sound akin to that of a conch shell. It is not completely sealed. It allows for airflow. In that moment, the assembly of ministers fell into silence. Observing the inability of her peers to resolve the matter, Lu Qingxue, with a face of melancholy, declared the court adjourned. Clutching the bead, she departed the grand hall alongside Li Chunfeng, intending to settle in the sword pavilion to ponder a solution at leisure. Witnessing Lu Qingxue's helpless demeanor, Lu Ji wore a triumphant smile. Hee. I am eager to see how you, Lu Qingxue, will navigate this. The splendid realm of the Ice Spirit Kingdom shall soon belong to me, Lu Ji. As they walked within the sword pavilion, Lu Qingxue, holding the bead in one hand, wore an expression of resignation. Master of State, do you believe I have erred in my agreement? Perhaps I should not have signed that heavenly path vow? Li Chunfeng gently shook his head, offering solace. Your Majesty, why belittle yourself so? Even had you refrained from signing today, they would inevitably have found a way to compel you into signing it again. Crisis and opportunity coexist. If we accept their challenges, we may yet secure substantial territory. The Empress nodded, but penetrating the labyrinth within this bead was no simple feat. Even she could not immediately conceive a solution. After a resigned shake of her head, Lu Qingxue sighed deeply. Li Chunfeng, lost in thought, suddenly wore a grave expression. Your Majesty, after our brief skirmish today, I observed that after I forced Jin Shang and his companion to retreat, they exhibited no signs of fear. Such abnormality suggests something sinister. I suspect that representatives from the two major sects have arrived, emboldening them. Upon uttering these words, both fell into a contemplative silence, fully aware of the implications. Without the sect's involvement, the Ice Spirit Kingdom could withstand the combined forces of two nations, but with sect intervention, their situation could become dire. Fear not, Your Majesty, with your dragon energy shielding you, and should I fight to the death alongside you, we still possess a chance to eliminate those formidable foes. After all, I have concealed my sword for a century and am not easily vanquished. Though he spoke thus, the shadows of doubt lingering in their hearts had not dissipated. Let us set aside those matters for now, as they have yet to come to pass. We should focus on resolving the enigma of this bead. Just as Lu Qingxue was lost in contemplation of the bead, a joyful laughter echoed from above, interrupting her reverie. Hee, Sister Shangwan, fly faster. This feeling of soaring is delightful. It is exhilarating. My father has never taken me flying, claiming that the ground is the most stable. I think he is merely lazy. Lu Qingxue looked up to see Shangwan Yin, clad in silver female armor, playfully soaring through the air with Chu Linger in her arms. Her face bore the marks of weariness and resignation. As a sword-wielding guard, she had now transformed into a youthful and beautiful caretaker. Sister, smile for me. Do not always wear a frown. My father once said that girls who smile easily are the ones most likely to wed. Sister, despite your age, remains unmarried. And Linger suspects it is due to your lack of laughter. However, fret not. Should you remain single, you might consider marrying my father, who would surely not disdain you. Chu Linger chuckled heartily, her laughter echoing like carefree bells. Shangwan Yin stumbled slightly, nearly plummeting from the skies. The thought of marrying the Azura King was beyond her wildest imaginings. Linger, I have only just experienced a breakthrough. My inner strength is insufficient. And after a day of flight with you, I find myself utterly drained. Allow me to rest for a moment. Oh, His Majesty and Master have arrived. Let us descend and greet them. Chapter 54. Do not worry, Mother. This orb is merely something Linger has played with. As they conversed, Shangwan Yin noticed the Empress and her companion, seizing the opportunity to gracefully alight. It must be said that caring for a child is far more strenuous than vanquishing foes. I have seen His Majesty, Shangwan Yin proclaimed, bowing respectfully. Lu Qingxue responded with a slight nod of acknowledgement. Upon touching the ground, Chu Linger pouted. swiftly departing from Shangwan Yin's embrace and dashing towards Lu Qingxue. Mother, are you here to send Linger to the heavens, to stand side by side with the sun? In the palace, everyone indulged her with affection, and each day brought an abundance of elder sisters to engage in various games. Now, Chu Linger seemed to have forgotten her quest to find her mother, lost in the joys of play. Observing Chu Linger's lively innocence, the Empress managed a strained smile, gently patting the child's head. Mother is facing a dilemma and cannot accompany Linger for the moment. Why not play by yourself for a while? It was expected that Chu Linger would obediently comply, yet to Lu Qingxue's surprise, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she embraced her mother, laughing joyfully. Mother, what dilemma have you encountered? Please tell Ling. Father says I have been clever since childhood. Perhaps I can assist you as I did last time. At her words, Lu Qingxue, who had been clouded with worry, suddenly raised an eyebrow, her heart racing unexpectedly. It was indeed her eldest daughter who had previously suggested a solution involving labor relief, allowing her to successfully navigate a crisis. Could it be that she might assist again? Surely not. This conundrum was one that the entire court struggled to solve. Even the palace embroiderers were summoned. And how could an 8-year-old like Linger possibly compare to those seasoned artisans? Lu Qingxue shook her head, hesitating for a few moments before recounting the situation to Linger. Here is the matter. If Mother cannot thread this orb, we shall lose vast territories. Furthermore, the imperial authority would suffer a grievous blow, leading to chaos within the realm and estrangement among the people. Alas, despite my exhaustive efforts to seek out skilled artisans, no solution has emerged. Lu Qingxue spread her palm, revealing the orb nestled in her hand. Chu Linger gazed at it with wide, curious eyes, lifting it from her mother's grasp to examine it closely. Oh, it is so cold. How perfect it would be for chilling fruits in the summer. In her eyes, Chu Linger sparkled with delight as she playfully toyed with the bead, even pressing it against her small face for a moment of coolness. Observing the little girl lost in her joy, Lu Qingxue let out a disappointed sigh. How could she, an adult, expect to resolve matters that eluded her grasp by relying on a mere child? It was indeed a desperate gamble. Yet, she refrained from scolding Chu Linger, instead affectionately ruffling her hair. If you truly like it, why not keep it for the night? Tomorrow, Mother will return it to those two nations. Upon hearing this, a sly grin unexpectedly appeared on Chu Linger's lips. Return it? She adored this bead, and it felt as though her mother and the bead were perfectly matched. Her father had once said that anything obtained from the enemy becomes one's own, even if it was acquired through deceit. Since she obtained it through her own merit, why should she return it? The others exchanged glances, taken aback by the shrewdness of the little girl, realizing that the Azura King had indeed taught his child well. This seemingly adorable little girl was quite the cunning one. However, her mother had vowed an oath to the heavens. Failing to return it would bring down divine retribution. Alas, if it came to that, she could wait until the return and then gather skilled individuals to forcibly reclaim it. The longing glimmer in Chu Linger's eyes as she played with the bead made it impossible for Lu Qingxue to refuse. At that moment, her sole thought was to fulfill her daughter's wish, regardless of the cost. Chu Linger looked up, her face brightening with a cheerful smile. Mother, there's no need for such theatrics. All we need to do is thread the bead through, and then it will rightfully belong to us. Yet, Lu Qingxue, frowning slightly, was about to reiterate the bead's difficulty when she was interrupted by Chu Linger, who waved her small hand dismissively. Mother, it's not difficult at all. I've played with those Lubon locks, tangrams, and Rubik's cubes at home that were far more challenging than this. These are just the remnants of my play. Threading the line through is a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng felt a shiver run down their spines as disbelief washed over them. What? You've played with this bead before? Indeed, Chu Linger replied casually, tossing the bead lightly in her hand. While it's impossible to penetrate the bead with sheer force, we can certainly devise another method. Lu Qingxue, taken aback, quickly inquired, another method? You're the brightest, dear. Please teach Mother. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Chu Linger replied, Mother, this is my secret technique. If I succeed, you must promise me one thing, all right? Of course, as long as it's not too outrageous. I shall agree. Lu Qingxue nodded without hesitation, willing to negotiate anything to resolve the crisis. After all, what could a little girl possibly want? Perhaps just a toy or a few days off from studying. Seeing her mother's agreement, Chu Linger felt a surge of joy. In the future, Linger will undoubtedly persuade her mother to return and marry her father. She cannot possibly refuse, for it is a promise she made with her own lips. Dear mother. Listen closely. We could find a large black ant, tie a delicate thread around its waist, and then coat the other end of the bead with a bit of honey or frosting. The ant will follow the scent and crawl to the other end, allowing the thread to pass through seamlessly. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng exchanged glances, a sense of enlightenment washing over them. They had been preoccupied with how humans could thread the line, forgetting the potential of utilizing small creatures. It seems simple in hindsight, yet when one's thinking is constrained, it becomes challenging to conceive such ideas without guidance. What a splendid idea. However, little Linger, how can you be certain that the ant will not become lost in the maze? If it takes a wrong turn, it might block the retreat, leading to failure once more. Li Chunfeng suddenly recognized a critical issue, his expression shifting between hope and despair. Chu Linger waved her hand dismissively. Thus, we require a thread that is exceptionally fine, smooth, and soft, so as not to block the path back. Yet, where can we find such a thread? Silkworm silk is indeed fine, but it is adhesive. If it sticks to the bead, the ant would easily snap it. Lu Qingxue found herself in a quandary. Metal thread would be too heavy for the ant to pull, and spider silk or silkworm silk would also be inadequate. Other types of thread might be severed by the ant's bite, as one must acknowledge that large black ants possess considerable strength. Although a solution was at hand, the dilemma lay in the materials, which caused her considerable distress. Chu Linger scratched her head in frustration. My family possesses plenty of this thread, yet it is currently inaccessible. Just then, an idea struck Chu Linger, her eyes brightening as she bent down to twirl joyfully, clutching the hem of her dress. Mother, Linger has thought of something. Look, does my dress not have the right material? This is the new outfit father gifted me last night. Not only can it change styles at will, but its quality and texture are superb. It is particularly silky. Even Sister Shangwan's sword could not cut through my new dress. If we were to utilize the threads from this garment, would it not be perfect? Chu Linger's revelation once again captivated everyone's attention. Lu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng examined the little dress, then turned their gaze toward Shangwan Yin, seemingly seeking confirmation. Shangwan Yin sighed in exasperation and nodded her head in resignation. Indeed, I exerted all my strength, yet I could not sever the tag from Linger's dress. Moreover, I even nicked my sword in the process. Upon hearing this, the group was rendered speechless. Shangwan Yan's precious sword, a top-tier weapon of the earth rank, could not even cut through a mere dress tag? How astonishing! Truly, the garment bestowed by the King of Azura is nothing short of miraculous. Sister, why are you so intent on cutting my tag? If you remove it, how will anyone know I am wearing a new dress? Chu Linger scrunched her little nose, casting a displeased glance at Shangwan Yin. At this remark, the expressions of the others became exceedingly complex. Shangwan Yin, Lu Qingxue, Li Chunfeng, how reasonable. Your father was right to say you were clever from a young age. Indeed, he was not mistaken. However, if we cannot even remove the tags, how can we possibly extract the silk threads from your garments? Shangwan Yan's words struck like a thunderbolt, awakening several individuals. We have the clothes, but the question of how to peel away the threads became a dilemma. Linger has a solution. Just last night, my father gifted me a new weapon, exceptionally sharp. It should be capable of severing a few threads. The next moment, as Chu Linger retrieved an object from her burlap bag, both Li Chunfeng and Shangwan Yin were struck with astonishment. The sword intent within them erupted uncontrollably, drawn forth by the presence of this sword. This sword, how could it be possible? Chapter 55, Celestial Artifact. Linger actually possesses 2 celestial artifacts. Li Chunfeng swore he had encountered fine swords before, yet he had never beheld one as magnificent as this. The moment Chu Linger unveiled her sword, even before it was fully drawn, it rendered him nearly incapable of containing his sword intent. What might its power be once unsheathed? As he pondered, Chu Linger effortlessly drew the sword with a resounding clang. Whoosh! A stream of sword energy sliced through the air, cleaving the sword pavilion, rendering its majestic roof as flat as a pancake. The rooftop was obliterated into dust, leaving behind several training rooms exposed to the sky, where numerous masters gazed up in bewilderment. What just happened? Who stole our roof? At that moment, the sword in Chu Linger's hand emitted a soft hum. The group of sword cultivators within the pavilion found their own sword intent surging uncontrollably, resonating with the treasure in Chu Linger's grasp. Their inner strength forcibly compelled their bodies, propelling them through the ruined ceiling toward her. This left the experienced sword masters in a state of sheer panic. After all, among them were earth-level experts who could not even control their own bodies. What manner of sorcery was this? Goodness, not only did they steal the roof, but now they were also abducting people? Release us. Where do you intend to take me? Thud. Under the influence of sword intent, the crowd rushed forward and knelt before Chu Linger. Witnessing this scene, the group exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. Li Chunfeng, too, struggled to suppress the impulse to kneel as he gazed in horror at the ravaged sword pavilion. It was known that Chu Linger had only just attained the 6th rank as a martial artist yesterday, and by merely unsheathing this sword, she had unleashed power surpassing the earth level. If it fell into the hands of a heavenly martial artist, what tier of sword is this? It can even manipulate the inner strength of sword cultivators? It seems that all sword-related energies must bow in submission before this blade. How formidable! Even when I witnessed that Gongjie sword during the flourishing era of martial arts in the central domain, it paled in comparison to the might of this sword. Seeing Li Chuanfeng's astonishment, the group of sword cultivators blinked in realization, understanding why they had suddenly knelt. If this princess, endowed with such astonishing talent, knelt, what harm would it be for them to do the same, especially if it meant gaining favor? Linger, may I have a glimpse of the sword you hold? Li Chunfeng inquired, trembling with anticipation. Chu Linger did not refuse, gracefully extending the sword. For you, Grandpa Li. Upon receiving the longsword, Li Chunfeng barely had time to caress it before the sword trembled violently and returned to Chu Linger's hand, as if rejecting him with disdain. Li Chunfeng was taken aback, drooling uncontrollably, and exclaimed with unrefined exuberance, "A sword spirit. This sword has actually birthed a sword spirit. Incredible." It was said that only celestial artifacts could possess consciousness, and a sword with a spirit could allow all sword techniques to reach their true essence, amplifying their power tenfold or more. This legendary artifact, which exists only in ancient texts, Linger, are you certain it was crafted by your father? His astonishment was understandable. What Chu Linger presented continually redefined their perceptions and expectations. The phoenix meat, the blood demon body, the grass character's sword technique, and now an invulnerable garment. Alongside the celestial sword, how astonishing. Chu Linger looked at him with an expression of incredulity. Otherwise, if it weren't made by my father, would I know anyone else? Who else would take the trouble to raise someone else's daughter? Li Chunfeng smacked his forehead, realizing the truth in her words. Who would part with a celestial artifact? Yet her father could forge such a treasure? His prowess must be beyond the realms of comprehension. Terrifying. Having received his teachings, and with Linger imparting to him a technique from the grass character sword technique, did this not mean that Li Chunfeng also became a disciple of the celestial realm? Your Majesty, there is hope. This time we are secure. Li Chunfeng turned excitedly to shout at Lu Qingxue. The Empress paused momentarily. Are you referring to this sword? Indeed. With this celestial sword in hand, I am confident I can slay even those at the wild stage. And I have already grasped the first move of the grass character sword technique that Linger taught me. The combination of both would ensure that no one in the Ice Spirit Kingdom could challenge them. Even if 2 or 3 from their sect came, I could hold them off single-handedly. Li Chunfeng, hands behind his back, let the sword intent radiate, gazing proudly into the distance. Only one who has practiced the grass character sword technique can truly appreciate its might. Even if he was not yet adept, and had not mastered even half of the first move, it would still become his most formidable killing technique. Lu Qingxue's face, once shrouded in gloom, suddenly blossomed with a radiant smile, akin to sunlight piercing through the night. Excellent. Linger, we now have a solution. Once the plots of the 2 nations fail, they may become desperate. At that juncture, Mother might need to borrow your sword, if that is acceptable. Despite Linger being her adopted daughter, such a precious item as a celestial artifact required prior discussion before it could be lent. Otherwise, if the sword spirit within the celestial sword was uncooperative, it would be ineffective. Moreover, Lu Qingxue worried that using the sword without permission might provoke the Azura King. Of course, we are family. What belongs to my father is also mine, and what is mine is my mother's. So what my father gives is equivalent to what belongs to you, Mother. Rest assured, dear Mother, We are one family, and there is no need for division. If grandfather Li desires the treasured sword, he simply needs to inform Ling aloud. With her eyes gleaming with mischief, Chu Ling recalled her father's words. A notion, when repeatedly instilled, becomes perceived as truth. This is what one might call brainwashing. Thus, she resolved to subtly influence her mother, the Empress, to believe that she is indeed a cherished member of their family, thereby ensuring the stability of their relationship. Her father shall no longer endure the solitude of a widower. Alas, as a devoted daughter, I am truly burdened with concern for my dear father. Linger, thank you. Is it possible for you to cut a thread from this garment? Just a single strand that can pass through the beads will suffice. Lu Qingxue, unaware of the conceptual manipulation occurring, expressed her gratitude with delight and began preparing to retrieve the thread for stringing the beads. With a means of self-preservation now at her disposal, she was determined to seize the opportunity presented by the territories offered by both nations. She could not let this chance slip away. After all, it encompassed two states, nearly 1/6 of the Ice Spirit Kingdom's territory. For centuries, the Ice Spirit Kingdom had been losing land, and should Lu Qingxue manage to expand it upon her ascension, it would undoubtedly bolster her popularity and prestige. In such a case, her throne would remain unshakable, and she could finally seek to bring her husband, Chu Mo, to enjoy a life of leisure. I believe it can be cut, Ling remarked, feeling the garment was quite compliant. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling grasped her sword, ready to sever a thread. However, before the blade could touch the fabric, the garment, seemingly infused with spirit, autonomously revealed a thread and drew it forth, floating gently into Chu Ling's hand. Witnessing this, the onlookers were left astonished. An absurd thought emerged in their minds. Could this garment also be a celestial artifact, possessing its own consciousness? Linger, do not move. Allow me to test an attack on you. To validate his hypothesis, Li Chunfeng's expression turned serious as he waved his hand, unleashing a gust of sword energy directly towards the young girl. Just as the energy was about to make contact, the garment, seemingly animated by an unseen force, formed a shimmering barrier that dissipated the sword energy and even rebounded it. Observing this spectacle, the crowd was rendered speechless, utterly astounded. A celestial artifact deemed me too weak, and thus it autonomously countered the foe. The mere existence of such extraordinary equipment would stir waves in the martial world, and today they had witnessed not one, but two such artifacts. At this moment, gazing at Chu Ling's jubilant demeanor, Li Chunfeng felt as though he were cradling a lemon, his heart heavy with envy. An 8-year-old girl wielding a celestial sword, her very attire serving as a protective artifact, was nothing short of a walking embodiment of wealth. Shaking off his envy, the group captured a beleaguered black ant. Following Ling's instructions, after half an hour, the ant finally navigated through the labyrinth within the beads, emerging successfully on the other side. Success! Your Majesty, this seemingly insurmountable pearl has been effortlessly traversed by me, thanks to the methods of the girl Linger. Ha! And what are the twisting tunnels? Merely a facade. Li Chunfeng laughed heartily, his boisterous mirth drawing the slumbering Sai Huadawa from his midday rest. Observing the exuberance of his counterpart, Sai Huadawa smirked, swiftly gliding over to deliver a merciless critique. Cease your laughter. It is truly unbecoming. Beautiful individuals may share a common allure, yet those less fortunate possess their own unique flaws. Li Chunfeng, incensed, retorted, You wretched fool. I shan't stoop to your level. Now that the pearl has been successfully traversed, I eagerly anticipate the expressions on the faces of those scoundrels tomorrow. Did they dare underestimate our Ice Spirit Kingdom? Who would have imagined that an 8-year-old girl could resolve their dilemma and secure 2 provinces for our realm? Upon discovering the truth, they shall be utterly infuriated. Chapter 56, Princess of the Fire Spirit Kingdom. Now, simply watch my performance. With the issue of the Ice Pearl resolved, Li Chunfeng was in high spirits. After handing the pearl over to the Empress, he straightened his robes and turned to Sai Hua. Sai the Quack. Once we assume control over the territories of the 2 kingdoms, we shall require substantial military funding to station our troops. I wonder if you could lend me a bit to ease the burden? Your Medicine God Valley is affluent. I shan't ask for much. Merely a few million taels would suffice. What do you say? Li Chunfeng had already envisioned the territories of the 2 kingdoms as his own. Initially, the Jin and Hua kingdoms aimed to employ the Heavenly Dao contract to prevent them from reneging on their promises should they lose. Little did they anticipate that our ice spirit kingdom would devise a solution. The heavenly Tao contract is a double-edged sword, a constraint upon our kingdom. Yet it also hangs like a sword of Damocles over the Jin and Hor realms. No one dares to violate the heavenly Tao contract. For those who do meet their demise. Hence, with the Pearl's resolution, Li Chunfeng and the Empress must contemplate how to establish defensive forces in the newly acquired territories. However, given the Ice Spirit Kingdom's current financial desolation, they are incapable of providing military salaries. Thus, Li Chunfeng set his sights on Sai Huaduo, reasoning that after indulging in free sustenance for so long, it would not be unreasonable to borrow some funds. As for repayment, as Linger so astutely remarked, why should I repay what I have borrowed through my own merit? Truly delightful. Upon hearing this, Sai Huaduo rolled his eyes and chuckled, You old fool. We are both over 300 years old. Why would you presume I possess what you lack? Never mind, I shall go exercise my legs. Farewell. With that, Sai Huaduo departed. Li Chunfeng followed suit, leaving behind the Empress and a few others. On this day, the Empress was in exceptionally good spirits. Rare for her to set aside her duties to spend the entire day with Linger. She laughed and played with her, shedding the stern demeanor of an empress, embodying instead a mother laden with guilt for years of absence. Lu Qingxue transferred all her maternal affection onto Chu Linger, as if seeking to compensate for her own regrets. On that very night, even in slumber, the mother and daughter found solace in each other's company. After the story was told, Linger nestled against Lu Qingxue, preparing to drift into sleep. Mother, your bosom is so ample and soft. It feels incredibly comfortable to rest against. I truly adore it. Father would surely feel the same way. Linger exclaimed, a broad smile illuminating her face as she looked up at Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently patted the child's head. Little one, such nonsense. When you grow up, you will have your own. This is something inherent to all women. Surely, resting against Sister Shangwan does not feel uncomfortable? Linger tilted her head, pondering for a moment, then frowned and replied, Oh, that's not true. Sister Shangwan's bosom is as flat as mine. It's quite hard and uncomfortable to rest upon. But yours is different. It is as soft as a quilt. For some reason, I feel an inexplicable familiarity when I rest against you, as if I have done so before. Lu Qingxue was taken aback, her gaze softening further. Perhaps this child deeply missed her biological mother? How could there exist such a heartless woman in this world, who would forsake such a lovely and sensible daughter? I truly despise her for neglecting her. If you wish to lean against me, then let us sleep together. Hooray! By the way, mother, can father also rest against you like I do? Linger asked with a playful squint. Lu Qingxue rolled her eyes, giving her a gentle rap on the head. What are you thinking at such a young age? Your father and I are not truly married. How could we sleep together? Now, extinguish the lamp and rest. Tomorrow, I must attend court and deal with those two princesses. Linger winced at the tap, exclaiming in dismay as she covered her head, reluctantly rising to extinguish the oil lamp. Mother, please take me along tomorrow. Perhaps I can be of assistance. I wish to see how lively court is. Lu Qingxue furrowed her brow. According to the law, princesses were not permitted to attend court. Only female officials could. However, since Linger had voiced her desire, it must be accommodated. After all, who else would indulge her if not her own mother? Anyone daring to object would provide a perfect excuse to replace them. Very well. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you with me. With Lu Qingxue's agreement, Linger nestled against her mother's bosom, sleeping soundly throughout the night. The sensation was akin to being beside her father, providing great comfort, even leaving a trace of dream-induced drool on Lu Qingxue's chest. Lu Qingxue, embracing Linger, also slumbered peacefully, feeling an unprecedented sense of security, as though holding her own daughter. Ah, my husband, how I miss you. Once these matters are resolved, I shall certainly seek you out. By then, Linger and our daughter will become the best of sisters. I shall ensure they both become princesses. Linger shall be Yongla, and our daughter shall be Princess Changle. The following day, the court assembly commenced. In the grand assembly hall, the old ensemble stood with heads bowed and hands at their sides. Truly Linger, clad in a flowing gown, sat demurely beside Lu Qingxue, and no one dared to utter a word of dissent. In light of He Shun's execution, even Lu Qingxue's faction seemed untouchable, as if they could defecate upon the dragon throne without consequence. Lu Qingxue nodded in satisfaction, mentally acknowledging their wisdom. At this moment, The national masters of the Jin and Hui kingdoms entered, accompanied by their respective princesses. A group of courtiers pretended to bow in deference, and Jin Feng, with her captivating gaze, playfully inquired, "Your Majesty has summoned us. Might we inquire the purpose? Are you perhaps contemplating the division of territories between us?" Upon witnessing this, the officials of the Ice Spirit Kingdom exchanged glances, uncertain if the Empress had devised a solution. Lu Qingxue scoffed, "Territory division? Surely the Nanyang Princess is overreaching." The title of Nanyang Princess belonged to Jin Feng. Jin Feng raised an eyebrow, mockingly tilting her head. "Oh? Has not your Majesty established a covenant with the Heavenly Way? Do you intend to disregard it?" The Empress, with a serene smile, remained silent yet exuded confidence as she sat upon the dragon throne, embodying a regal demeanor. Li Chunfeng seized the moment to interject. This mere bead? We have long since prepared for it. The delineation of territories rests upon your shoulders, just as the fulfillment of the covenant does." Li Chunfeng opened his palm, revealing the ice soul pearl. The faces of Jin Feng and her companions fell in astonishment, and they rose in disbelief, fixated on the pearl in his hand. "What? Prepared? How can that be possible? Where's the thread? I see none." Jin Feng grasped the bead, and indeed, a nearly invisible thread was discernible upon scrutiny. "This pearl has already been threaded. Are you not obliged to fulfill the covenant? Remember, I demand territory adjacent to the Ice Spirit Kingdom." A charming smile curved Lu Qingshue's lips as she regarded the others with disdain. Jin Feng was still in shock, for this bead had taken both kingdoms considerable time to resolve, and just yesterday, Lu Qingxue had been at a loss. Yet today, how had the Empress accomplished this? This is not my doing. I am far too occupied with state affairs to concern myself with such a trivial bead. Such a simple task, my daughter, the Princess Yonghua, managed effortlessly, even capturing an ant to resolve it. Lu Qingxue spoke calmly, though her eyes betrayed a glimmer of triumph. Jin Feng and Hui Yunqi exchanged startled glances, then turned to Chu Linger, shaking their heads in disbelief. "You mean this little girl managed to thread it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. We have tried threading with ants before. It simply cannot be done, for any misstep would block the passage." Li Chunfeng smirked coldly. "Do your two kingdoms possess such sturdy, smooth, and lightweight threads?" Jin Feng furrowed her brow and tugged at the thread. To her dismay, the thread embedded sharply into her flesh from Chu Linger's attire. She narrowly avoided cutting to the bone, frightened enough to hastily discard it. "How could this thread possibly breach the defenses of my pinnacle physical form?" Jin Feng was utterly astonished. If such a treasure could be mass-produced into concealed weapons, who could remain unscathed? Lu Qingxue, however, had no time for her contemplation. She slammed the heavenly Dao contract onto the table with authority and beckoned, drawing the ice soul pearl into her grasp from a distance. "You two nations are indeed generous, offering land across 1,000 miles. This gesture, though modest in gift, speaks volumes in sentiment. In light of this, I shall accept this precious pearl. Furthermore, I kindly request both princesses and the national master to fulfill the contract and delineate the land, so that I may choose a day to take possession." Upon hearing this, Jin Feng staggered back a few steps, rendered speechless. Experiencing the bitter taste of a plan gone awry, her face darkened, nearly choking on her indignation. In her frustration, she could only exchange glances with Hui Yuanjin and the others. What to do? Must we truly concede land to fulfill this contract? I refuse to accept it. Hui Yuanxi's smile faded, replaced with a flicker of anger and resentment. But what can one do? The contract has already been signed. Do you wish to suffer the repercussions and doom your nation's fortune? Who would have thought she could indeed resolve the Ice Soul Pearl? Yet I have a scheme to ensure she regurgitates even more land than she has consumed. Just watch my performance unfold. Chapter 57. A poetic duel between two nations. Quickly summon Gu Yanwu to steady the scene. Hui Yunxi's gaze turned icy as he produced a map, designating some barren territories near the Ice Spirit Nation for the three of them. "Your Majesty, the land has been demarcated, and you may proceed to claim it at your convenience with our contract. Our father has made prior arrangements, and my compatriots and I, along with the national master, are fully authorized to oversee all matters. Rest assured, Your Majesty." The Empress nodded, requesting the map to be presented. After perusing it, she nodded in satisfaction. Though barren, it is still land. Could one expect lavish rewards from a wager won in such a manner? Is your visit merely to bestow upon us land and treasures? Upon hearing Lu Qingshue's inquiry, Hui Yunqi's lips curled into a confident smirk as he provocatively replied, "Of course not. It is said that the Ice Spirit Nation boasts both martial and literary prowess, particularly with the esteemed Gu Yanwu, a master of the arts. Coincidentally, our esteemed tutor, Zhu Zhishan, and the Duke of Duziwang have also arrived today. Thus, we wish to seize this opportunity to engage with the scholars of the Ice Spirit Nation in a discourse on poetry and prose. Moreover, let us raise the stakes a bit this time, wagering 2 provinces. How does that sound? Should your majesty emerge victorious, it would equate to gaining an additional 4 provinces from our nations. Conversely, if defeated, not only must you return the land you acquired, but you would also owe us a province each. Surely, your majesty would not shy away from such an enticing offer." Hui Yunqi wore a bemused expression. With that, a middle-aged man emerged from the entourage, holding a folding fan and possessing 6 fingers on his right hand, exuding an air of arrogance. Beside him stood a rotund scholar with a pair of handlebar mustaches, giving off an impression of cunning shrewdness. Upon hearing the words of Hu Yunxi and observing the 2 individuals emerging, the ministers erupted into fervent whispers, unable to contain their astonishment. What? Zhu Zhishan? Is he not the illustrious figure who once dominated the literary realm of the southern domain, securing the 2nd position among the 4 talents, only to retreat into seclusion? It was presumed he had perished, yet it appears he has taken on the esteemed role of Grand Tutor in the Fire Spirit Kingdom, an adversary even the Minister of Rights, Gu Yanwu, would hesitate to confront with certainty. Furthermore, Duanchong is also present. It is said that a century ago, the foremost talent of the Wood Spirit Kingdom met his demise during a life-and-death wager of couplets against him, resulting in a fatal perforation of the intestines. Oh, with such formidable figures in play, it is no wonder they dare to challenge our Ice Spirit Kingdom. Indeed, talent breeds audacity. The civil and military officials engaged in fervent discourse, for all were well aware of the 2 individuals Hu Yunxi had mentioned. Their renown and talent surpassed even that of Gu Yanwu, and their prowess was undeniable, one a master of poetry, the other a virtuoso of couplets. Both towering figures in the literary world. Even the grand historian Du Ruhui and Li Chunfeng wore expressions of deep concern, their brows furrowed. The adage "a great name harbors no falsehoods" rang true, and since the adversaries dared to wager 2 provinces, they must possess considerable confidence. In recent years, the Ice Spirit Kingdom has faced relentless calamities, leaving the empire unable to nurture talent, particularly in the absence of Gu Yanwu, who had gone to provide disaster relief. The ministers could hardly conceive of anyone capable of standing against these 2. In that moment, both the Empress and her courtiers were lost in contemplation. Observing the Empress's furrowed brow in silence, Hu Yunxi continued her taunts. He, in such a vast Ice Spirit Kingdom, with so many eminent scholars, are you truly intimidated by a mere woman? The literary scene here is utterly disarrayed. It seems upon our return, we must inform all students that the Qinghua Academy in the Ice Spirit Kingdom is but a facade, a misguidance for the youth. How lamentable! Our Fire Spirit Kingdom, in contrast, is a different matter altogether, with academies brimming with distinguished instructors and a plethora of talent. Her audacious demeanor was unmistakable. Although the ministers seethed with indignation, they dared not voice their reproaches, for they lacked the conviction to do so. The Ice Spirit Kingdom, known for its martial prowess, indeed faltered in the realm of literature. However, faced with such provocation, Lu Qingxue could no longer refuse. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Summon the top scholars from all academies, alongside the esteemed literati and masters. As these words left her lips, the previously silent and inconspicuous Chancellor Guanzhong furrowed his brow and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, this course of action is ill-advised. Should we falter, we risk losing 4 provinces. Even with the 2 provinces we previously secured, we would still be forced to sacrifice 2 more. I urge you to reconsider. We must not fall into their trap. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue sighed. Guanzhong, an esteemed elder, possessed not only exceptional scholarly and military acumen, but also adept governance skills. He had established the first brothel in the Ice Spirit Kingdom, revered as the progenitor of such establishments, and held in high regard by the libertines. However, in recent years, he had indulged excessively in pleasures, neglecting his duties. Yet, It could not be denied that each of his suggestions bore significant merit. Chancellor, if we shy away from battle when challenged by another nation, what will become of the literary standing of the Ice Spirit Kingdom? Under my command, how can my esteemed scholars hold their heads high in the future? This is not merely a loss of face for me, but a disgrace for the entire empire. Since the founding of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, we have always faced challenges head-on. Thus, regardless of the outcome, we cannot shy away from battle. Lu Qingxue, with a heart as clear as a mirror, understands that the literary world of our empire is already scant in talent. Should it suffer another significant blow, the populace may become utterly disillusioned with the literary sphere and the academies, leading many aspiring students to seek their fortunes in other empires. This would result in a grievous brain drain, sacrificing our future for the sake of immediate concerns. Guanzhong naturally contemplated this, shaking his head in resignation. Your Majesty, if we must indeed go to war, it would be prudent to summon Gu Yanwu back from the disaster-stricken area. His arrival via the celestial stairway would be swift, and he should be here by nightfall. His presence would lend greater stability to our efforts. The Empress pondered for a moment before nodding. Since Princess Guantao wishes to engage all the literary luminaries under my command in a contest, then summon the Minister of Rights back from the disaster zone. With a decree given, Zhu Jun, a celestial being, immediately accepted the command, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the sky. Hui Yunxi remained unperturbed, confident in her ability to triumph, even with Gu Yanwu's arrival. An hour passed swiftly, and the most distinguished talents and scholars of the Ice Spirit Kingdom had gathered. Your Majesty, now that most have arrived, shall we commence? The topic shall be set by you, Your Majesty. The participants may engage collectively or individually. After both sides exchanged formalities, Zhu Zhishan stepped forward, directly prompting the Empress to propose the theme for the poetic duel. His disdainful demeanor incited a fiery wrath among the gathered scholars of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. How dare he speak so boldly? We shall ensure that this arrogant individual is taught a lesson. What if he is one of the 4 great talents? We refuse to believe that so many cannot surpass him. Zhu Zhishan flicked open his folding fan, shaking his head in amusement, exuding an air of arrogance. Oh, just you lot? It will take you another 20,000 years to hope to defeat me. Tension crackled in the atmosphere. Under Lu Qingxue's guidance, both sides exchanged verses with fervor. However, after a few rounds of poetry, the Ice Spirit Kingdom soon found itself at a disadvantage. The 4 great talents were indeed not figures to be measured against ordinary scholars. Even the Academy's finest were obliterated, leaving their group in a state of cold sweat and anxiety. Zhu Zhishan, after all, was a paragon in his field. This will not do. This piece does not hold a candle to his poetry. Frustration seeped into their voices. Why is he so formidable? 30 years of prosperity, 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate the youth and their struggles. In response to their furious shouts, Zhu Zhishan regarded them with contempt, lightly flexing his 6 fingers. Your impotent rage is amusing. Is this truly the extent of your abilities? I had thought better of you. 30 years of prosperity? 300 years would serve you no better. Waste is waste. Can diligence compensate for innate talent? Hearing this, the crowd simmered with indignation. Even if they could not match his prowess, their pride would not allow them to yield. Humph. You boast too much. Wait until Master Gu returns, and then you shall see. Indeed, Master Gu is a renowned scholar in the southern domain. Dealing with you will be a trivial matter. The Empress's expression darkened, taken aback by the apparent fragility of her numerous talented subordinates. Minister of Rights, it rests upon you. Guyan, will you say? How long it has been since we last met? Zhu Zhishan's lips curled slightly as he shook his head, devoid of any tension, exuding an air of remarkable ease. Clearly, he did not regard Gu Yanwu with much concern. No sooner had he spoken than the air above reverberated with the sound of rushing winds. 2 streaks of light descended, revealing Zhu Jun with his wild hair. Breathless as he burst in, Your Majesty, I have brought Gu Yanwu. Following closely was Gu Yanwu, his hair similarly tousled by the wind. As the 2 unconventional figures entered, a sense of hope seemed to dawn upon the crowd. Minister Gu, please teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. Indeed, we are no match for him. We implore Minister Gu to turn the tide and establish the literary standing of our Ice Spirit Nation. Gu Yanwu, already en route, had heard the account of events from Zhu Jun. In response to the crowd's accolades, he offered a respectful bow to the empress. "Your Majesty, no need for excessive courtesy. May I ask, how confident is Minister Gu?" Lu Qingxue inquired. Gu Yanwu cast a glance at Zhu Zhishan, then turned back, his expression notably grave. "Your Majesty, I possess only a 30% chance of success." The words struck Lu Qingxue like a thunderclap, causing her complexion to change. It was well known that Gu Yanwu had long been a luminary in the literary world of the Ice Spirit Nation, an unassailable figure for years. Yet now, what was this? Even he harbored such a meager confidence? What were they to do? Chapter 58. Though I am aged, I can still take up the pen and fight once more. In that moment, Lu Qingxue sensed the gravity of the situation, her heart sinking. She could hardly fathom that even Gu Yanwu, the foremost literary figure of the Ice Spirit Nation, felt a lack of assurance. The so-called 30% confidence could be viewed optimistically, but in truth, it suggested a near-certain defeat. Minister Gu, observing the empress's furrowed brow, Gu Yanwu offered a deep sigh and, after a moment's hesitation, chose to divulge a poignant memory from his past. Alas, to speak candidly, while the world knows me as a great Confucian, few are aware that 50 years ago, I too was celebrated as one of the talented youths of the southern domain, brimming with ambition and unmatched in my prowess. But do you know why I did not compete in the Second Talents Assembly? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. They had not anticipated that this esteemed scholar had once been among the 4 great talents in his youth. Why had he never spoken of such illustrious times? What happened? Did he spy on a lady bathing and end up with a broken leg? Zhu Jun, his voice tinged with a peculiar dialect, inquired curiously. He was aware that while Gu Yanwu appeared dignified, he secretly had a fondness for such pursuits. As he would often say, at the dawn of humanity, one is inherently good. A man devoid of desire is no hero. Since ancient times, life has been fraught with dilemmas, and a man remains youthful until death. The crowd gasped, gazing in astonishment at Gu Yanwu. Who would have imagined that the esteemed scholar had such illustrious past experiences? They quickly recalled his penchant for peering at the wives of others. Henceforth, he must never be allowed into their homes. One must guard against fire, theft, and the likes of old Gu. Feeling the vigilant and wary gazes of the crowd, Gu Yanwu's face flushed with anger. At that moment, he wished to pierce Zhu Jun's heart, for he could hide nothing. The dignified demeanor of the great scholar was now overshadowed, no longer exuding the righteousness of yore. His hands on his hips, he directly began to scold. "Cursed be your fragrant beef and endless farts. How can matters of a scholar be described as peeping? I viewed them with the utmost integrity. In my youth, brimming with talent and charm, countless widows and young women longed for my fair physique. Even when they sought to lay hands upon me, I remained steadfast. If you do not believe me, let your beautiful wives or concubines come and test it." As Gu Yanwu spoke, he flamboyantly brushed aside the few strands of graying hair on his forehead. The crowd was left speechless. Who would have thought this old curmudgeon possessed such a hidden flair? Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yanwu's tone shifted, and his expression darkened. Yet, just as I was at the pinnacle of my life, basking in the spring breeze of success, 2 young men sought me out, eager for my guidance. One was skilled in painting, the other in poetry. As a man of great talent, how could I refuse to impart knowledge to eager learners? However, unexpectedly, this competition led me to understand what it means to have greater talents beyond my own, and that the pursuit of knowledge is endless. Indeed, I lost. As he uttered these words, Gu Yanwu appeared to age several years, a bitter smile escaping his lips, utterly drained of energy. Truly, the waves behind push those ahead, while the former waves perish upon the shore. From that day forth, I dared not participate in gatherings of talented scholars, not for any other reason, but because I knew that with them present, victory was unattainable. Later, I chanced upon the former emperor, who recognized my worth, and I was appointed as a minister in the imperial city, dedicating myself wholeheartedly to education. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. They were astonished that the seemingly mountainous talent of Gu Yanwu had once faced defeat in his youth. Moreover, he had since become wary of competition. How could this be? Who in the world could possibly best him? Old Gu, have you become timid? Zhu Jun gazed at him with disdain. Gu Yanwu cleared his throat and retorted with righteous indignation. How can a scholar be called timid? If you dissect the word, It reveals a heart that knows its limits. Knowing one cannot win, yet still pressing on is foolishness. Is it not acceptable to lead a humble life? Then, old Gu, are you referring to Zhu Jun's complexion darkened as he softly inquired? With a long sigh, Gu Yinwu replied, at this point, I have no fear of your ridicule. The shadows within one's heart must eventually be confronted. Indeed, the painter in question is none other than the illustrious Tang Bohu, currently the foremost of the 4 talents of the southern domain, a figure as elusive as a dragon, and the one who vanquished me, the master of poetry, is none other than him, Zhu Zhishan. Thunderous. Upon uttering these words, it was as if a bolt from the blue struck the gathered assembly. The officials of the court widened their eyes in disbelief. What? He is the one who defeated you? Alas! At this moment, even Lu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng felt a tightening in their chests, their hearts echoing with foreboding. In an instant, uncertainty enveloped them. The very foundation of their nation seemed to tremble. Observing this scene, Hui Yunxi and his companions erupted into laughter, their demeanor exceedingly arrogant. Your Majesty, perhaps we should forego this contest. Let the Ice Spirit Kingdom directly surrender the 4 states, thus sparing us the trouble. We might even leave a shred of dignity for your kingdom. Lu Qingshue's countenance darkened, and she remained silent. In the corner, Lu Ji reveled in the misfortune of his adversaries, his grin widening as he witnessed their embarrassment. Humph! What good is a woman's beauty? Can a woman truly hold the imperial throne? Once you lose your territory, I shall seize the opportunity to strike. And then we shall see what face you have left to sit upon the dragon throne. Ha ha ha! Lu Ji had never felt such elation. The more Lu Qingxue struggled, the more advantageous it became for him. Once I capture the empire, my ancestor will surely be overjoyed, and I will be the favored one in his eyes. Why on earth didn't you mention this earlier? Zhu Jun, impatient by nature, spoke bluntly. Gu Yinwu raised his hands in resignation. You never asked me, did you? I thought it was a matter of such disgrace that I should spare you the details. Did I ever inform you about the concubine I maintain outside? Moreover, I had no inkling that these 2 nations would suddenly challenge you to a literary contest, and with such high stakes, no less. Alas! Zhu Jun's expression faltered as he slowly stepped back. He was one who feared his wife. If this news were to leak, wouldn't he face dire consequences? The Empress let out a slight sigh, raising her hand to silence the commotion. At this juncture, words are of little consequence. Surely, over the years, Minister Gu's knowledge has progressed considerably. In all matters, until the very end, one must never concede defeat. Gu Yinwu appeared despondent. Your Majesty, though I have made strides, alas. The shadows of past failures loomed over Gu Yinwu, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Hearing such a lack of confidence, Zhu Jun, who had retreated, now stepped forward with renewed determination, patting Gu Yinwu on the shoulder to encourage him. Old Gu, you must persevere. At this moment, you are the only one capable of sparring a few rounds. Though you have improved, we cannot be certain that others have not advanced as well. At these words, Gu Yinwu's face darkened, and the atmosphere grew tense. As all eyes fixated on Zhu Jun in stunned silence, their minds racing with questions. Whose side is this fellow on? Realizing he had misspoken, Zhu Jun hastily corrected himself. Well, even if he has made progress, what of it? You may have lost back then, but if you do not exert yourself now, how will you ever know how far you have come? Do you not agree? Do you think that such a genius learns with ease? Do you think they can compose poetry effortlessly? I assure you, it is all true. Gu Yinwu's veins bulged, and he closed his eyes, striving to suppress the fury within. His hands slowly delved into his robe, seemingly searching for something. Observing that his encouragement was effective, Zhu Jun's eyes lit up, and he continued speaking, internally praising himself as a considerate and understanding friend who alleviates troubles. Look at that. I've bestowed my teammate with an aura of inspiration. However, he continued, it's all right. I've witnessed your efforts over the years. Though diligence cannot compensate for inherent limitations, I believe that with your dismal talent. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Yinwu retrieved a brick from his robe and struck Zhu Jun on the head with it in a fit of rage. Taken completely by surprise, Zhu Jun's eyes rolled back, and he promptly fainted. I've endured your nonsense long enough. Just because you remain silent doesn't mean I'll treat you as a mute. Guards, take him away. The audience erupted in applause, and even Chu Linger covered her forehead with her small hand, sighing deeply. Why must we, as fellow disciples, turn against each other so hastily? Once the guards had dragged Zhu Jun away, Gu Yinwu took a deep breath, steadied himself, and bowed respectfully to the empress. Having spent half his life in a haze, always in the role of an educator, it was time for him to charge forth. In the past, Gu Yinwu had swept the literary world of the southern domains with a single stroke. Today, armed with a wolf hairbrush, he would stand tall. Your Majesty, though I may be old, I am willing to fight once more for our glorious empire. Everyone, step back. This battle shall be undertaken by me, Gu Yinwu. Chapter 59. Mother, Linger actually understands poetry and literature a little. With resolute determination, Gu Yinwu turned around, dismissing the scholars from the Ice Spirit Kingdom, and fixed his gaze on Zhu Zishan, who wore a playful smirk. The two literary giants immediately commenced a poetic duel. As a great Confucian, Gu Yinwu matched Zhu Zishan, who had previously been dominating, and the latter could no longer maintain a substantial advantage. The two exchanged verses of poetry that could echo through the ages, engaging in a spirited exchange. However, the Empress and Li Chunfeng observed this scene with unease. An hour swiftly passed, and they noticed beads of sweat beginning to form on Gu Yinwu's forehead. What are we to do? Is it true that the Ice Spirit Kingdom has no one capable of contending in poetry? If we lose, it would mean the loss of 4 states. I fear I would become a sinner, bringing shame to my ancestors. Upon hearing this, Chu Linger, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly raised her head and softly suggested, Mother, why not let Linger give it a try? You, Linga? But this is a poetic duel. It's not merely a verbal spar with Sister Shangwan. Lu Qingxue gently shook her head. Though Chu Linger possessed extraordinary talent in cultivation and her calligraphy was astonishing, she remained skeptical of her ability. A poetic duel was entirely different. It was not a domain where one could excel without profound cultural accumulation. How could one compose poetry in such a short time without a wealth of knowledge? Moreover, Chu Linger had never recited poetry before. She likely lacked the necessary substance. Linger, this is a matter of national importance. If we fail in this poetic contest, we risk losing vast lands and populations. This is not a trivial matter. Lu Qingxue wore a troubled expression. Despite her deep affection for the young girl Linger, she dared not treat matters of state lightly. Should Linger falter, it would undoubtedly bring severe repercussions to the Ice Spirit Kingdom, exacerbating their plight. Observing her foster mother's lack of trust, Chu Linger pouted and clung to her hand, playfully shaking it. Mother, I can indeed recite poetry and prose. Father has ensured I undergo 9 years of compulsory education. I have studied under him for 4.5 years already. With another 4.5, I shall graduate. I am capable. Furthermore, Linger believed her father's literary skills surpassed those of the so-called pig whisperer. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue could only manage a wry smile, dismissing the notion lightly. Ancient texts recorded the Azura king as possessing unparalleled martial prowess, yet they made no mention of his literary talents. Moreover, his governance, calligraphy, and military strategies had reached a pinnacle that was already remarkable. It was inconceivable that he would also excel in poetry. One must recognize that the art of poetry is not merely a product of diligent study. It necessitates extraordinary talent. Lu Qingxue did not believe that the Azura king possessed such literary gifts, let alone her daughter, who had only studied for a few years. Linger, you truly cannot involve yourself in this matter. It is of great significance. Mother, do you believe me? Father said I am a genius. I truly can. Chu Linger insisted, her sincerity evident as she never lied. She remained persistent in her pleas. Lu Qingxue, shaking her head in resignation, replied, Then, Linger, why don't you craft a poem using the word genius? All right, listen closely, Mother. If I compose a wonderful poem, and if my disciple Gu Yinwu fails, then I shall take the stage. Chu Linger exclaimed joyfully, her innocence shining through. It was merely poetry. Her father could conjure it effortlessly and had taught her much, of which she retained a fair amount. After pondering for a moment, she mimicked Gu Yinwu's mannerisms and blurted out, Genius. Ah, I have it. Each talent must have its use. Even a mouse can burrow. Mother, what do you think? There is both talent and nature. Lu Qingxue nearly choked on her breath, while Li Chunfeng beside her could no longer suppress his laughter, shaking uncontrollably. Had it not been an inappropriate moment, he might have laughed heartily. Oh, Linger, perhaps you should just sit quietly and not complicate matters. Meanwhile, as the Ice Spirit Kingdom contended fiercely with two other nations. Chuimo was equally engrossed in his own endeavors. Come on, Erguzi, pull faster. Make the fire blaze even more. Exactly. The bellows must be operated swiftly to draw in the wind. Well done. Tonight, I shall reward you with a rib that has meat on it. I am indeed generous. With the mastery of blacksmithing, Chuimo had taken to mining iron or after his meals, forging agricultural tools. The hoes, plows, and hammers at home had all been replaced with his handiwork. He discovered that not only were his creations functional, but they were also of exceptional quality. A single strike could break stone. This system was not without merit. At the very least, he could sustain his family as a blacksmith in the future. Gazing at Chuimo's commanding demeanor, the wise blue eyes of Baifeng involuntarily rolled, and it could not help but howl in protest. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Chuimo curled his lip, casting a disdainful glance at it. Enough with the racket. I'll craft you a collar and leash later. Your efforts won't go unrewarded. Baifeng thought, listen to me. Thank you for being the warmth that graces the seasons. How dare you? I am a wolf. You intend to make me a collar and leash? Fine. If you insist, I shall reluctantly accept. After all, it is equipment of superior caliber. Baifeng mused internally. It had developed a fondness for the craft of blacksmithing, as each spark that fell upon it granted a fragment of rule. Though the quantity was meager, it was still 100 times faster than its own cultivation. Most importantly, the sparks continuously scorched it, forging a body of unyielding resilience. After just a few days of this baptism, its physique had doubled in strength, and even its racial ultimate skill, the savage charge, had significantly increased in power. Now, at the early stage of the wild realm, it could contend with those at the late stage. It felt that if it persevered for a century, perhaps it could tread the path toward bodily sanctification. Damn it, you foolish dog, stop getting so close to the sparks. Your head is nearly beneath my hammer. Previously, when others called it foolish, it had not believed them. Now it recognized the truth. This was indeed a thick-skulled creature, either smashing its head against the furnace or catching sparks with its mouth. Baifeng, with a blissful expression while rubbing against the sparks, was unceremoniously kicked away by Chuimo shaking its head. Baifeng roared internally, this prince is clever. How could I allow you to discern my intentions? Watching the mischievous husky approach again, Chuimo tossed aside his hammer and ceased his forging. Go ahead and knock yourself out. With that, he stepped aside to perform a set of calisthenics to ease his sore muscles. Observing Chuimo's movements, Baifeng was taken aback. A tremendous fist intent formed a vortex. Good heavens, what divine fist technique is this? It appears far more formidable than my clan's Wolffang fist. Hissing in realization, Baifeng thought, I knew it. By being close to him as his companion, I can undoubtedly learn many extraordinary things. Quickly, I must memorize this, even if I only grasp its form. Once I master these techniques, I shall return to my clan as a formidable figure. As for my father, the Demon Emperor, he should hastily abdicate and enjoy retirement. Baifeng was elated, and just as it endeavored to commit the sequence to memory, the remarkably swift Chuimo completed his routine. Baifeng's fur bristled in annoyance. Could you not take a bit longer? Unaware of Baifeng's thoughts, Chuimo stretched, entered the house, relieved himself, washed his hands, and then laid down on the bed, preparing for an afternoon nap. Casting a glance at the empty wine gourd, Chuimo sighed. Alas, I wonder when old Zhao will visit again. The wine is nearly depleted. Oh well, old Zhao is likely preoccupied with the culinary god competition, since he cannot spare the time to see me. This humble 7th-rank artisan shall bestow some affection upon you, my dear subordinate. Chuimo, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and immersed himself into the system. Amidst the system's disdainful state, he clicked on the sign-in button. Congratulations, host. Your luck is abominable. You have received the complete collection of Tang poetry and song lyrics, along with all examination papers from elementary school to senior high school, which have now been dispatched. Please check your belongings. Upon hearing the announcement of his reward, Chuimo gazed at the substantial stack of papers and books within the system's package, feeling an intense frustration. What on earth is this? I thought that after traversing into this world, I would be free from the burden of examination papers. Alas, the unpredictability of life is truly astonishing. Faced with the examination papers and the collection of poetry, Chuimo found himself in a quandary. Completing them was out of the question. He had no intention of returning to the life of a small-town quizmaster. Yet, he could not bear to let the papers and books go to waste. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, and an idea for a solution emerged. Raising an eyebrow, a twisted smile crept across his face, and he began to chuckle ominously. Chapter 60. My father is a poet immortal, capable of composing 100 verses in a single cup of wine. My beloved daughter is at the perfect age for learning. Though her father is not physically present, it is my duty as a parent to ensure she feels my love. After all, she is the one who has cast aside her father. How could I treat her poorly? System. Send her the elementary school examination papers and the collection of poetry. Consider it a reward for her diligent studies. Additionally, include a small note reminding my daughter that these papers must not be discarded, for I, as her father, shall be reviewing each one meticulously. At this, the system seemed to experience a brief malfunction. Host, is this truly acceptable? Who rewards someone with examination papers? Are you not concerned that, in your old age, Ling air might remove your oxygen supply? Fear not. After enduring the torment of examination papers for over a decade, I have never once removed my father's oxygen supply. Shall we perhaps unearth your father and give it a try? The system replied derisively, though Chu Mo could sense the eye roll even without seeing its expression. Enough of this nonsense. Now that I have a daughter, how can I not enjoy watching her tackle examination papers? A life devoid of experiencing the trials of 3 years of mock exams and 5 years of college entrance examinations is incomplete. Every father wishes for his child to succeed, and I am no exception. Above all, I wish to witness others engage with these papers. Very well, your request has been duly processed. Moreover, the examination papers have been bound as per your specifications, so Ling air cannot dispose of them even if she wishes to. With a father like you, if Ling air were to find out, she might as well have let you be plastered on the wall. In response, Chu Mo raised a middle finger towards the void, disregarding the system entirely. He opened the empty wine jug, tipped it to let a couple of drops fall onto his tongue, savored the taste, and with a long sigh, lay down to rest. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Ice Spirit Kingdom's palace, the poetry competition had reached a fever pitch. Gu Yanwu was drenched in sweat, his face flushed, while Wei Zhongxian hurriedly fanned him with a handkerchief. Oh dear, Minister Gu, you are perspiring excessively. We cannot keep up with the amount. Gu Yanwu's face stiffened. Could you please speak more appropriately? However, the other party, Zhu Zhishan, wore a serene smile, seemingly at ease. How is it? The incense is nearly burnt out. Can you manage, esteemed Gu? Just a little more time? I believe I can do it. Gu Yanwu responded earnestly. Yet the incense was rapidly approaching its end. Observing Gu Yanwu's demeanor, Lu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng could only sigh heavily. Alas, old Gu is flustered. His composure has shattered. In such a state, how can he compose poetry? Your Majesty, shall we not abandon all hope? After conceding defeat, I could use Ling air's sword to exert my utmost effort and hold them back, suggested Lu Qingxue, shaking her head in immediate refusal. That is unwise. The sword is our trump card and must remain concealed. If we alert the sect members, we may find ourselves in peril later. We must retain this advantage and strike unexpectedly. Li Chunfeng, troubled, rubbed his temples. What shall we do then? Before he could finish, the sharp voice of Hu Yongxi pierced the air. Time is up. Gu Yanwu, you have failed to produce a poem surpassing that of Grand Tutor Zhu Zhishan. It is best to accept defeat and relinquish your territory. The literary scene of the Ice Spirit Kingdom is truly feeble. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd darkened considerably, and even the courtiers loyal to the Northern King were filled with righteous indignation. Gu Yanwu trembled, lifting his gaze in bewilderment, stammering. I lost again. Once more, I have been bested in poetry by Zhu Zhishan? Huh. They say one does not stumble in the same pit twice. I never imagined, after decades of diligent study, I would still. In resignation, he lamented, from now on, wherever I fall, I shall remain, never to rise again. Whoever dares to provoke me, I shall ensure their demise. Gu Yanwu sank despondently to the ground, despair evident in his once illuminated eyes. At that moment, Zhu Jun, who had been pushed aside, unexpectedly appeared beside him and patted his shoulder firmly. Old Gu, pull yourself together. Fortunes shift over the years. Before he could finish, Gu Yanwu, with a bitter smile, waved him off. Do not mock the youth's misfortune. In 60 more years, I may very well be in the grave. Zhu Jun replied. Zhu Zhishan sneered disdainfully. Your ice spirit kingdom is lacking. Collectively, you are no match for me. The literary champion? Huh, I defeated you once. And I can do so again today. This is not a personal affront to anyone present, but the literary works here are all subpar. With a splutter, Gu Yanwu coughed up blood, feeling utterly deflated. Gazing at Zhu Zhishan's outrageous demeanor, even the typically composed Lu Qingshue's eyes narrowed with disdain. Wishing she could drive her sword through him. Just as the crowd seethed with anger, Chu Linger beside them suddenly trembled, and a familiar voice echoed in her mind once more. Ding! The complete anthology of Tang poetry, song lyrics, and couplets has been received and is now being automatically imparted. In a moment of blankness, Chu Linger was inundated with a torrent of information that swelled her mind, rendering her somewhat dizzy and unsteady. Lu Qingxue, noticing her distress, quickly supported the young girl who was on the verge of collapsing from her chair. Linger, what is the matter with you? Just as Chu Linger was about to respond, the princess of the Fire Spirit Kingdom erupted with a loud outburst. What does it mean that Her Majesty the Empress has remained silent for so long? Is she attempting to evade recognition of our victory? After all, Gu Yanwu himself admitted his defeat. Is there anyone among you who dares to compete? If so, let them step forward. No one from the Ice Spirit Kingdom dared to engage in battle. If Gu Yanwu could not prevail, what chance did they stand? Chu Linger disregarded the taunts, offering a sweet smile to Lu Qingxue. Mother, I am fine, just now. Father imparted a wealth of knowledge to me that I believe will prove invaluable. With that, Chu Linger basked in the newfound wisdom swirling in her mind, laughing joyfully and revealing her small canine teeth before turning to face Hui Yunqi. Defeat? With Linger and my father by my side, Mother cannot possibly lose. Did you not claim that anyone could challenge? Then I, the princess, shall take on this battle. With her hands firmly on her hips and a voice brimming with confidence, she bore a striking resemblance to Lu Qingshue's commanding presence. The envoys from both nations could not contain their derisive laughter. You? A mere child? Claiming to be a princess? And who is your father? Surely, we recall the Empress has no daughters, nor has she ever been wed. Faced with such brazen mockery from the two nations, the ministers of the Ice Spirit Kingdom found an unexpected unity. Disputes among themselves were one thing, but facing external ridicule was another altogether, as it brought shame upon them all. Although it was indeed embarrassing for an 8-year-old girl to take to the battlefield, she had already spoken, and there was no turning back. This is our Empress's adopted daughter, our Princess Yonghua. So what? Gu Yanwu has already been defeated. What can a little princess do against me? Have you even read a book? Can you recognize characters? Have you memorized 3 poems? Zhu Zhishan scoffed disdainfully, twirling his folding fan. Zhu Jun, the second disciple, witnessing the disparagement of his newly recognized master, could not contain his fiery temper and immediately stepped forward to defend her. How dare you belittle my master? Before the age of 3, Linger was already contending with literary giants through her poetry. By 4, she was renowned in the southern domains for her verses, and by 5, she transcended material confines, drawing inspiration from nature itself. Trees, bamboo, and stones alike became subjects of her poetry. She is known as the poetry immortal, and how dare you look down upon her? As for my master's father, you are unworthy to know. Zhu Zhishan burst into laughter, and the two princesses joined in, their laughter bright and enchanting. The crowd, however, remained skeptical of Zhu Jun's claims. If she were truly that formidable, why had no one heard of her? A poetry immortal? Nonsense. At this point, even the civil and military officials could only cover their faces, filled with a sense of profound shame, wishing they could confront Zhu Jun with a question of their own. Is it truly commendable to extol the virtues of Princess Yonghua, this mere 8-year-old girl? Do you genuinely believe it yourself? Zhu Jun, a martial artist, is unconcerned with such trivialities. He simply revels in the moment. Chu Linger, with her large, sparkling eyes, perched herself on a stool, standing on tiptoe to gently pat Zhu Jun's shoulder, embodying the demeanor of a miniature adult. My dear apprentice, you truly understand me. You have impeccable taste. In my eyes, the poems he composed are nothing but utter nonsense. To be candid, dealing with him requires little more than a casual effort. Chu Linger endeavored to project an air of arrogance, yet her porcelain-like appearance rendered her utterly adorable, devoid of any intimidation. Having spoken, She struck a pose as if to command the world, turning her gaze toward Zhu Zhishan. Furthermore, my father has always told me that one must be sincere to their own. Should you dare to bully my esteemed apprentice Gu Yanwu, I, the princess, shall seek retribution, for he is under my protection. Even though I have only studied under my father for a few years, it would be exceedingly simple to handle you. Chu Linger positioned herself defiantly before Gu Yanwu, hands on her hips, declaring boldly, although Zhu Zhishan's poetry is formidable, one must not lose their spirit. Chu Linger embodies her father's unwavering resolve. One may lose the person, but never the battle. Even in death, one must maintain their defiance. Her protective nature left the onlookers somewhat exasperated. Ah, Linger. Lu Qingxue furrowed her brows, her expression one of astonishment. She never anticipated that Chu Linger would actually step forth to face the challenge. Worry not, mother, my father is a poetic genius, composing 100 verses over a cup of wine without difficulty, and Linger has certainly absorbed some of that essence. Let us now see how Linger avenges you and my esteemed apprentice. There exists no equal to the literary prowess. I, Ling, shall ensure that my father's poetry resonates in every corner of the world. I shall make it known to all that my father is unparalleled in both literary and martial arts. Chapter 61. What? This girl is even more formidable than Tang Bohu? Upon hearing Chu Linger's words, Lu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Is the king of Azura secretly aiding Lingu? Could he truly compose poetry? Is there truly such an all-encompassing man in this world? Nevertheless, even if the king of Azura is perfect, he pales in comparison to my husband. Very well. If Linger wishes to test herself, let her do so. A dead horse may serve as a living one. As Lu Qingxue was lost in thought, Chu Linger had already initiated her challenge. Hey over there, my esteemed apprentice faltered on the theme of solitude and snow, did he not? Then listen closely, princess commands you. As her words fell, Chu Linger's demeanor transformed. At that moment, she no longer resembled an 8-year-old girl, but rather a poet consumed by profound solitude. A poem, rich in emotion, flowed from her lips. Not a bird flies over 1,000 mountains, not a trace of humanity on myriad paths. A lone fishing boat. An old man in a straw raincoat, fishing alone in the cold river snow. Boom. As this poem emerged, it was akin to tossing a ton of TNT into a tranquil lake. The crowd was left in shock, their hair standing on end, their scalps tingling. No one had anticipated that Chu Linger would truly possess the ability to compose poetry. Upon hearing this poem, Zhu Zhishan's expression shifted drastically. His previously relaxed demeanor transformed into one of solemnity. I underestimated you. The poem is indeed commendable, yet it lacks a touch of profundity. No sooner had Zhu Zhishan's words faded than an overwhelming ambience descended from the heavens. The grand hall was enveloped in this aura, and the surroundings underwent a remarkable transformation. The assembly found themselves no longer within the imperial palace, but rather by a riverside blanketed in pristine snow. Snowflakes danced from the sky, and by the river sat a fisherman with deep-set eyes, wielding a weathered fishing rod, enduring the biting cold alone. Even as snow piled upon his cloak, he remained utterly still, appearing out of place in this wintry expanse. A long sigh escaped the fisherman, resonating through the realms. Immediately, a wave of solitude enveloped the crowd, piercing through their defenses and reaching into their very hearts, imparting an overwhelming sense of desolation. Minutes passed, and the assembly remained ensnared in sorrow and solitude, seemingly identifying with the fisherman, feeling his grief from an empty catch, lack of sustenance, and absence of companionship. Yet, beside them, Zhu Zhishan suddenly awakened, his expression transforming as tumultuous waves surged within him. How can this be? This is poetic essence. This is true poetry. I have spent a lifetime merely glimpsing its facets. Yet how could a mere child possess it? His exclamation jolted everyone back from the frigid riverside. They reappeared in the grand hall, devoid of snow and the fisherman, left only with a group of bewildered individuals. Observing Zhu Zhishan's astonishment, Hui Yunqi brushed a lock of hair from her forehead and inquired, Master Zhu, is this girl's poetry truly remarkable? Could it be stolen? How could an 8-year-old compose such verses? At this, Zhu Zhishan immediately shook his head in denial. It cannot be stolen. If it were, how could it contain such poetic essence? Absolutely impossible. What is this poetic essence? Why are you so astonished? asked the bewildered prince of Northern Defense, a potential ally. His own talents were modest, and had it not been for the resources provided by his mother, he might not have even reached the celestial tier. His question echoed the confusion of many. Zhu Zhishan, trembling with intensity, did not turn back, but spoke with fervor in his eyes. Poetic essence is akin to the sword intent, blade intent, and fist intent that you cultivate. Only by achieving a high realm in poetry can one comprehend it. Upon grasping poetic essence, every verse created is imbued with a soul, capable of swaying the emotions of those who hear it, allowing them to empathize deeply. It can even silently lead one to demise within the essence of poetry. This is what is colloquially known as striking your spine with the pen. Moreover, one who possesses poetic essence is destined to ascend the ranks of the realm, and with profound understanding, may even reach the pinnacle, becoming a formidable figure in the continent. At this revelation, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, taken aback. To them, even the half-step master of the desolate level in the kingdom of gold and fire is an unattainable pinnacle. How much more formidable are the higher realms of desolation and flood? Such existences are beyond their wildest imaginations. They have never encountered anything like it. So, does this imply that the little princess could reach the desolate level in the future? Hiss. Who knows? I, Zhu Zhishan, have traversed the literary world for a lifetime, and I have only witnessed poetic essence in one individual, an existence I can only look up to from afar. Closing his eyes, Zhu Zhishan inhaled deeply, his expression tinged with weariness. The king of the north raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the presence of such a remarkable individual. Once I ascend the throne, it shall be the right moment to recruit talent. I must bring this person in as my grand tutor. May I inquire who this extraordinary individual is? Tang Bohu, famously known as the deadly little scholar. He is the most talented poet I have ever encountered. Only he in the southern domain has grasped the essence of poetry. And after breaking through to the desolate level, he retreated with his companion Xiaoxiang. At this juncture, Zhu Zhishan's previously helpless expression shifted to one of confusion and gravity. However, the poetic essence he embodies seems capable of influencing listeners only to a certain extent. Unlike the Princess Yongla, who can immerse one in her art so profoundly that escape becomes impossible. The distinction between the two is like that of clouds and mud. Thus, I dare not assert the future of the little princess. Zhu Zhishan spoke candidly. As these words left his lips, the masters and princess from the kingdoms of gold and fire stood up abruptly, their gazes fixed upon the delightful visage of Chu Ling-er, their faces awash with apprehension and malice. No wonder the empress would bring a princess to court. It all makes sense now. The sovereigns of the two kingdoms already regretted not eliminating Lu Qingxue when they had the chance, allowing her to flourish. This time, the more gifted princess must not be allowed to survive, or calamity will surely ensue. Nearby, Lu Ji narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chu Ling-er with a lecherous glance, licking his lips as if she were prey. I heard from my mother that the ancestor seems to have commanded the sect to search the world for young girls. It seems his tastes have shifted from mature women to youthful maidens. If I were to present such an enchanting little girl to the ancestor, would I not ascend to great heights? Zhao Di's whose would surely protect me throughout. Heh, little girl, you flee while I pursue. You cannot escape my grasp. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, while the empress, Li Chunfeng, Gu Yanwu, and Zhu Jun were filled with joy and a hint of surprise. I never expected Ling-er to truly possess such poetic talent. By heavens. So, she has only studied under her father for 4.5 years and has become this formidable. How powerful must her father be in literature? Unparalleled through the ages. Ha! I told you, my little disciple sweeps away all competition in poetry, yet you did not believe. Have you been proven wrong? Who among you will concede defeat? Zhu Jun, in his excitement, danced about, reveling in the glory of his little disciple, as if it were his own triumph. Zhu Zhishan frowned, sneering softly. Humph. It is merely one poem won. At best, it amounts to a draw. Seeing that the opponent refused to acknowledge his defeat, Zhu Jun was filled with rage. I have never encountered such a brazen and shameless individual. It is evident that you have lost. How can you speak of a tie? If you possess the audacity, compose a poetic verse of your own. To shy away from defeat, what sort of man are you? You tarnish the dignity of scholars. Although Lao Gu may lack your prowess, at least he is forthright and admits his losses. Unlike you, huh? Zhu Jun's words were piercing, leaving Zhu Zhishan's countenance oscillating between shades of green and white. Under the weight of his guilt, he found himself at a loss for words. However, the clever-minded Hu Yongxi quickly intervened to defuse the situation. This is a grave misunderstanding. A poetic duel requires reciprocity. Thus, it is not sufficient for you alone to propose topics. We must contribute as well. Furthermore, to avoid an impasse, we must establish a new rule. A true poet must not only craft exquisite verses, but also possess the ability to produce a multitude of them. I shall pose the topics, and within a limited time frame, we shall see who can generate the most poetry. What say you? Are you willing to compete? Hu Yongxi's words served as a revelation to Zhu Zhishan. Indeed, while he may struggle to match the poetic flair of that little girl, he could offset quality with quantity. She is merely 8 years old. Even if she has grasped poetic concepts, how much can she truly produce? Crafting poetry swiftly relies not on innate talent or inspiration, but rather on the foundation built through years of diligent study. I, Zhu Zhishan, have perused countless tomes, and poetry flows effortlessly from my pen. How many books can this young girl claim to have read? Once the competition is framed in terms of quantity, her cultural depth cannot possibly rival mine. A brilliant stratagem indeed. The Princess of Guantao speaks the truth. To engage in a poetic duel, we must certainly compete in speed. Moreover, we must raise the stakes. Let us wager our very lives. The losers shall not only forfeit their territory, but must also take their own life on the spot. Little princess, do you dare? Zhu Zhishan's eyes turned cold, his expression slightly menacing. Since he had chosen the path of shamelessness, what harm was there in being even more shameless? He was already overshadowed by the dashing and erudite Tang Bohu. He could not allow anyone to surpass him in literary prowess. Moreover, this child is merely 8 years old. If he were to lose to her, it would tarnish the reputation he had painstakingly built over a lifetime, making him a stepping stone for a mere child. Absolutely unacceptable. He could afford to lose a poetic contest, but the little girl must die. Chapter 62. No? I implore you, cease your poetry. Witnessing the opponent's underhanded tactics, the people of the Ice Spirit Kingdom were filled with righteous indignation, all vocally condemning the shamelessness on display. However, Chu Linger, with an air of pride, lifted her chin and stepped forward, prepared to accept the challenge. Noticing this, Gu Yinwu and Li Chunfeng were taken aback, hastily intervening to stop Chu Linger. Linger, what are you doing? Heed the advice of your elder. The depths of this contest are perilous. Do not engage. It is fraught with danger. Indeed, master, this individual is laying a trap for you. Although you possess poetic talent and have been tutored by Lord Shura, poetry is a different matter altogether. High aptitude does not guarantee swift composition. Even Lu Qingxue, with her keen intellect, furrowed her brow, fully aware that this was a carefully set snare. As soon as Chu Linger agrees, she will undoubtedly squander all the advantages previously gained, and even lose her life in the process. After all, she is the daughter of the Shura king, who would dare to gamble her life away. Although it is true that even if Chu Linger were to lose, no one could take her life. Yet, Lu Qingxue would never entertain such a notion, for she has come to regard Linger as her own daughter. What mother would allow her child to face death? Linger, come back. This Zhu Zhishan is no ordinary foe. He is renowned for his swift poetry, unmatched throughout the entire southern region. There are tales in the martial world that he was once ensnared by a powerful adversary at a talent competition. Yet he turned the tables with a poem composed in mere 7 steps, earning the admiration of that very foe. He was subsequently hailed as the fastest poet in the southern region. In matters of speed, even the illustrious Tang Bohu cannot surpass him. Lu Qingxue wore a worried expression, for in the decades since Tang Bohu's seclusion, Zhu Zhishan has undeniably become the pillar of the southern literary scene. His legendary prowess has remained unchallenged, with no one able to break his record of composing poetry in 7 steps. Linger, heed my words in return. Justice will come in due time. According to the previous rules, they have already lost. Despite the pleas of those around her, Chu Linger did not falter. Instead, she turned around and cast a gaze filled with childlike dependence at Lu Qingxue. No, mother, I am confident. What is 7 steps in poetry? I have heard from father that during his adventures in the martial world, he had already attained divine status in poetry and literature. At the grand competition among nations, he astonished all with 100 exquisite verses over a cup of wine. I, Linger, have inherited my father's true legacy. Surpassing him is not beyond my grasp. And composing 10 verses in 10 steps is certainly within my capabilities. Chu Linger declared, her confidence growing resolute. Moreover, they dare to insult my beautiful godmother and belittle my cherished mentor. Linger will not let you off easily, for that would be a betrayal to my nation and its people. Father has said that to kill is to strike at the heart. Defeating the enemy in their area of expertise is the ultimate form of revenge. Mother, you need only watch. Linger will support you. With that, Chu Linger stepped forward. Hearing her resolute words and witnessing her determination to protect her mother moved Lu Qingxue to tears. How wonderful it would be if such a clever, sensible, and filial daughter were truly her own. 50 years of life. Oh no, if I were to die now, I would do so with my eyes closed. Lu Qingxue ceased her objections. Even if they were to lose, she would sacrifice her own pride to protect the young girl, fulfilling her duty as a mother. As Linger prepared to fight, Hui Yunxi let out a heavy sigh of relief, for she had genuinely feared that the opposing side would persuade her to shy away from battle. Fortunately, the little girl showed no fear of death. As for the claims regarding her father's 100 verses over wine, no one believed such nonsense. Did they think their heads were filled with a compendium of poetry that no one else had read? Poetry at their fingertips? And to boast of 100 verses over wine, yet they hadn't even begun to drink before speaking such absurdities. Princess Yongla, have you thought this through? If you lose, you won't find joy in this life. Hee, I must quickly indulge in some laughter then. All right, pose your question. This princess has a lamb to slay later. Chu Linger pouted, urging Hui Yunxi with a hint of sarcasm. The latter's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smirk, as he exchanged a subtle glance with Zhu Zhishan. In that case, let us choose flowers as the theme. Any flower will suffice. Whoever composes the most verses shall be the victor. However, no trivialities shall be tolerated. Upon hearing this, the people from the Jin and Hui nations burst into smug laughter, while Gu Yanwu and Lu Qingxue wore grim expressions. It is well known that Zhu Zhishan excels in composing poetry on flowers. Out of 10 poems, 7 pertain to flowers. This is a clear case of using the short to overwhelm the long. At that moment, the crowd couldn't help but feel anxious for Chu Linger. Chu Linger innocently raised her head. Do money flowers and casual blooms count? My father adores these 2 types of flowers. The audience staggered momentarily, and Hui Yunxi's expression darkened. Absolutely not. I am referring to the botanical kind. Very well, very well. Regardless of the flower, it matters not. Princess Linger shall partake. You go first. Do not say I deny you the opportunity. Chu Linger waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor exceedingly relaxed. Zhu Zhishan did not hesitate. Prompting someone to light an incense stick, and with a fan in hand, he began his composition. This battle was crucial to his reputation. Should he emerge victorious, none would care that he had taken advantage of a mere 8-year-old girl. The tales that would circulate would solely be of Zhu Zhishan challenging an entire nation. Flowers possess ethereal spirits, and the pen wields divine power. The authority of spring shall never fade. Autumn's hues yield countless wonders. Yet the past peach blossoms remain but a memory. After 7 strides, a poem was completed. 1. Hui Yunxi shouted, and immediately someone recorded it. Dissolve the heavenly flowers beneath the purple altar, as autumn's garments brush against the water's song. The waves yearn to escort the sovereign, yet fear that the heavy frost cannot endure the chill. 2. As Zhu Zhishan waved his fan and composed poetry, the grand hall fell into silence, save for his resounding voice. Numerous scholars from the Ice Spirit Kingdom, observing the event, hastily produced paper and pens to capture the verses, with even some literary-minded ministers seizing this chance. After all, this was poetry crafted live by a literary giant. Missing this opportunity would mean losing it forever. Yet even so, they struggled to keep pace. In no time, the incense stick had burned down. 9 poems. Congratulations to Master Zhu for once again breaking his own record. Ha! Hui Yunxi exclaimed loudly. Following this, gasps of astonishment filled the hall, as everyone was moved. It is well known that composing a poem in 7 steps is already remarkable, let alone crafting 9 in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Incredible, truly unprecedented. 9 poems in such a brief time, with quality so high. Indeed, a great talent, as his reputation suggests. Indeed, I managed to transcribe 6 of them. Had he not been so swift, I could have captured more. By the way, how many did you manage to write down? I got 7. Though we may be adversaries, literature knows no borders. I must frame it upon my return. Zhu Zhishan stood in the center of the grand hall, eyes closed, exuding an air of superiority as he savored the admiration of the crowd. He relished this sensation, for it was the pursuit of his life. He could not allow anything to be taken from him by Chu Linger. Princess Yongla, it is your turn. Did you not claim that with each step you could compose a poem? I eagerly await your demonstration. With a scoff, she retorted, what is there to be proud of? 10 steps, 10 poems, what difficulty lies therein? With hands on her hips, she beckoned Zhu Jun with a tilt of her chin, understanding her challenge. The tall and robust Zhu Jun displayed a hint of flattery and promptly lit a stick of incense. The onlookers, observing the young girl's audacity, shook their heads. While composing poetry in 7 or 10 steps garnered respect, to achieve 10 poems in 10 steps, even if one could accomplish it, what quality could they possess? Such an act was a mockery of poetry, treating it as mere childish play. Master, the incense is lit. Zhu Jun responded respectfully. Chu Linger nodded slightly, undeterred by the disdainful gazes surrounding her. Taking a deep breath, her demeanor transformed. With a delicate step forward, she recited her lines. In the world, the fragrance of April fades, yet in the mountain temple, peach blossoms begin to bloom. Longing for spring, I know not where it has gone. Unaware, it has turned to this place. As her poem concluded, a wave of poetic essence enveloped the crowd once more. Upon hearing her verses, the spectators felt their pupils constrict and their hearts tremble. This was no mere filler. It seemed even superior to Zhu Zhishan's works. Before the audience could fully absorb the depth of her poetry, Chu Linger stepped forward again, shifting the ambience. A branch of new autumn dew greets the dawn. Not the finest spring in the garden it adorns. Silent peach and plum, where do they reside? They smile at the sun, swayed by the wind. Each step yielded a unique poem, each resonating with a different sentiment, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment, unable to fully grasp the beauty before them. Zhu Zhishan's expression shifted from disdain to furrowed brows, then to grave concern, ultimately morphing into sheer terror and disbelief. With every poem she produced, his pallor deepened, until the 9th verse left him nearly overwhelmed. Though he was a favored target of Chu Linger's attention, encountering such profound sentiments was a double-edged sword. While enlightening, it was also tormenting. As she prepared to step forth for the 10th time, Zhu Zhishan's face drained of color, engulfed in dread. Should she compose another verse? Not only would his body falter, but his illustrious reputation would be irrevocably shattered. No, I beg you, do not compose any more poems. Not compose? How could that be? A person without integrity cannot stand firm. Linger is a sincere child. If she claims 10 steps, 10 poems, she must fulfill it. Zhu Zhishan's retreat did not soften Chu Linger's resolve in the slightest. Her father taught her from a young age that when it comes to farming, one must cut the weeds at the root without hesitation, a lesson she has always held dear. How could Linger allow anyone to harass her beautiful foster mother? With a stern gaze, Chu Linger stepped forward once more, exuding a murderous intent honed from countless trials. Words flowed from her lips, imbued with an air of lethal grace. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers shall bloom, and the world shall be drenched in blood. The fragrance wafted high into the air, enveloping Linen, where the city was adorned in golden armor. Linen, the capital of the Fire Spirit Kingdom, was a slight alteration of the original Chang'an, for she could not tread upon the land of her own mother's legacy. As her verses echoed, a terrifying aura materialized, transporting everyone into the midst of a battlefield, facing an army that stretched beyond sight. Each soldier donned golden armor, charging fearlessly toward them. They wished to flee, but escape was not an option, especially for Zhu Zhishan, who became the primary target. The bloodthirsty golden-armored soldiers advanced, with a staggering 90% of their fury directed at him. Zhu Zhishan's countenance changed drastically. Before he could even struggle, dozens of spears pierced his body. A chilling sensation coursed through him. He was unaware of how long he endured this torment, but the agony was such that he felt as if he were truly being slain. It seemed as though every inch of his body was riddled with wounds. After what felt like an eternity, as if his very lifeblood had been drained, the soldiers spat upon him and vanished. It was only then that everyone found themselves back in the grand hall. So what now? Have you conceded? Chu Ling's voice resonated throughout the chamber. As the crowd regained their composure, their eyes fell upon the still-burning incense. Amazement etched upon their faces. 10 verses, 10 poems, each worthy of eternal renown. The princess has truly accomplished this. I thought she was boasting, but she is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the poems exuded an unprecedented murderous aura, leaving them trembling in fear, as if they stood amidst a battlefield. Such a killing intent could only belong to a true warrior. Alas, the princess is too swift. I barely had time to transcribe those verses before being overwhelmed by those golden-armored brutes. The princess's poetry far surpassed that of Zhu Zhishan, and many yearned to frame her work for display in their homes. Indeed, she is the disciple of Gu Yanwu. I once believed that composing a poem in 7 steps was unmatched, yet here we are with 10 verses, and I sense my master still has more to offer. If she is this formidable, how powerful must my ancestral master be? Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Zhu Zhishan understood that he had irrevocably fallen from grace. The poems he had crafted in haste paled in comparison to the flawless verses of this young girl. How could he compete? What could he possibly offer? His current predicament mirrored the moment decades ago when he had pulled Gu Yanwu from his pedestal. The admiration that once surrounded him has now entirely shifted to Chu Linger. With a soft gasp, as he witnessed the honor he had cultivated over a lifetime slip away, Zhu Zhishan was overwhelmed, spitting blood in despair. He collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength, as if the very essence of vitality had abandoned him. 10 steps, 10 poems. You truly achieved it. Zhu Zhishan's gaze became vacant, and the world around him dimmed into shades of gray. Though the artistic sentiment could not harm his flesh, it pierced his soul. Coupled with the scornful jests of the crowd, he had lost the courage to continue living. Chu Linger, with an air of haughty pride, lifted her chin and placed her hands on her hips, gazing down at him. So what will it be? Do you concede? Zhu Zhishan weakly raised his head, hesitating at that moment when he noticed Hui Yunxi and her companions casting frantic glances his way. Get up. Never admit defeat. If you dare to concede, not only will you lose your life, but you will also become a historic traitor to my Hualing kingdom. I shall etch your name into the annals of history, and you will be reviled for millennia. Your descendants shall bear the brunt of disgrace. Hui Yunxi was oblivious to the torment Zhu Zhishan had endured. All she understood was that he was a pawn of her Hualing kingdom, and should he concede, their 2 nations would forfeit 4 territories. In total, the land of their nation would be reduced by a quarter. This was an outcome she simply could not accept. At her words, the forlorn Zhu Zhishan abruptly turned. Disbelief etched on his face as he regarded Hui Yunxi and her companions. His heart sank to the depths of despair. After risking his life for them, this was the reward he received? Hui Yunxi's remarks were undoubtedly the final straw that broke the camel's back. Zhu Zhishan inhaled deeply, turning his gaze towards Chu Ling. I concede. In terms of both the quality and speed of your poetry, you surpass me by far. I, Zhu Zhishan, am truly convinced. You dare, Zhu Zhishan. Hui Yunxi's expression changed dramatically as she shouted with fierce authority. Yet, Zhu Zhishan remained deaf to her words. Humph, how could you possibly compete with me? A great master begets a great disciple. My father is the foremost literary figure in the world. As his daughter, how could I be lacking? By the way, what about the wager? You promised my mother the territory. It is time to fulfill that promise, is it not? Chu Linger stepped back to stand beside Lu Qingxue, gazing at her opponent with lofty pride. Zhu Zhishan's eyes dimmed, the spark of life extinguished within them. The reward, you must request from them. May I inquire, who exactly is your father? Does this poem have a title? Could it be Tang Bohu? Considering his age, his daughter must be around this age as well. I truly cannot fathom anyone else whose literary prowess could reach such heights. In response to Zhu Zhishan's inquiry, Chu Linger stood tall, one hand pointing skyward and the other towards the earth, a smile illuminating her face as she declared loudly, I have heard my father say, in his prime, while dominating the literary world, he used the pen name Li Bai. His courtesy name is Tai Bai. He is famously known as the immortal poet. As for the poem, its title is Upon Failing the Imperial Examination, I Compose a Poem on Chrysanthemums. Upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng beside her was momentarily stunned. Linger, isn't your father known as the Wine and Sword Immortal? How did he acquire another name? Chu Linger squinted her eyes and waved her hand dismissively. Oh, never mind. A pen name, a martial name. My father once said, In the world of rivers and lakes, it's prudent to have multiple identities for security. The crowd, Zhu Zhishan nodded, murmuring repeatedly, Li Taibai, Li Taibai. Zhu had never heard of him. It was unexpected to discover such a remarkable figure. Truly, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. The immortal poet? To have raised a daughter of such caliber, he indeed deserves his accolades. Not achieving success after the chrysanthemum, splendid, splendid. Zhu Zhishan spoke, staggering towards the grand hall's entrance. Under the gaze of all, he lifted his head and howled towards the heavens. Oh heavens! Why was I born if not for Shan? With a chuckle, he thought of his life's efforts culminating in such a fate. The esteemed literary giant, Zhu Zhishan, was overwhelmed by anger and despair, spitting forth his heart's blood, ultimately succumbing to his demise. In an instant, the grand hall fell into a profound silence, with everyone exchanging bewildered glances. They had never anticipated that a literary titan, who had dominated the scene for decades, could be so unceremoniously toppled by an 8-year-old child, resulting in such an end. If word of this spread, it would surely cause a seismic upheaval in the literary world. Gazing upon the once proud and spirited Zhu Zhishan now lifeless, the chief strategist felt a pang of sorrow for the fate of the fox, pondering the implications of Fire Cloud's earlier words, which had cast a chill over him. He couldn't help but question his own worth. Would he too be cast aside once he lost his utility? In that moment, the strategist began to contemplate his own future. Princess Guantao, your representatives have conceded defeat. Is it not time to fulfill the pact and yield 2 provinces to me? Fire Cloud, she gave a forced smile, retreating a few steps, her expression exceedingly grim. I shall certainly uphold this pact, but before that, may I inquire if your majesty dares to engage in another contest? This time, we shall wager against couplets, with stakes set at 4 provinces. Lu Qingxue was unperturbed by the possibility of deceit, for they had established a covenant with the heavens. Oh, should the 2 princesses lose again, half of your territories shall be forfeited. Humph, and what of it? I refuse to believe we can lose every time. To defeat me, it depends on whether your majesty possesses the requisite strength. Fire Cloud, she's gaze hardened as she boldly placed a significant wager. Nevertheless, she remained unruffled, for she had an ace up her sleeve. Lu Qingxue, however, wished to refrain from further gambling, having already won enough. Any additional risk could turn her gains into mere vapor. Knowing when to withdraw is the true wisdom. I'm sorry, but before she could finish, Chuling Air covered her lips and whispered in her ear, Mother, gamble. I can also do couplets. Upon hearing Chuling Air's words, Lu Qingxue was momentarily stunned. You can do couplets too? Just how much has your father taught you, little girl? Is there anything you haven't learned? At this rate, aside from childbirth, have you mastered everything else? Is that true? Are you confident? Indeed. Just as my father has an affinity for beautiful women. It's absolutely true. Chu Linger vowed with unwavering confidence. Lu Qingxue, upon hearing this, felt a surge of determination. If Linger dared to assert such a thing, why should she, as a mother, not take one more bold step? The allure of the 4 states was simply irresistible. A nation that could offer 4 states was equivalent to 8, and combined with the territories previously acquired, her Ice Spirit Kingdom's land area would double. Her imperial throne would remain unshakable. Linger, your father is truly erudite. Of course, my father is skilled in all manners of crafts, be it bricklaying, digging tunnels, or even massage therapy. One must always possess diverse skills in the world. Chu Linger proudly patted her chest. Lu Qingxue sighed, contemplating that when she eventually found a husband, she must ensure he learns from Linger's father. Surely, for Linger's sake, her father would not be stingy, would he? If not, Linger could teach her husband herself. Otherwise, if her husband lacked any skills and felt inadequate upon arriving at the imperial city, how could he ever assume the throne on her behalf? If he were to forego the throne, what meaning would there be in her efforts? As a woman, it was imperative to support her partner so that they could thrive together. That was the path to longevity in their union. Very well, I shall take on this challenge. The one who shall fight is none other than my daughter, Princess Yonghua. Summon the witnesses to sign the oath. Upon hearing this declaration, the bewildered Zhu Jun gasped and quickly stepped forward to offer a quiet objection. Your Majesty, you must reconsider. That renowned expert in couplets has long been established in his field, surpassing even Zhu Zhishan, with a reputation rivaling that of the foremost talent, Tang Bohu. He claims that if he is second, No one dares to claim the first. Moreover, couplets and poetry are not of the same realm. They require not only symmetry but also a connected meaning, which presents a challenge of no small magnitude. Competing against him would be akin to a mouse enticing a cat, seeking trouble for no reason. I implore your majesty to retract your command. Zhu Jun, standing at a distance, had not heard the whispers exchanged between Chu Linger and her mother. Yet, the fame of that expert in couplets was thunderous. If one were to speak of the strongest in couplets, he would undoubtedly be the best. The empress disregarded Zhu Jun's counsel, her gaze resolute as she waved her hand dismissively. It matters not. Since Linger wishes to engage, let her do so. If I do not pamper my own daughter, who else will? Upon hearing such candid words, the envoys from both nations burst into raucous laughter. Excellent. Your Majesty's courage is commendable. What audacity to wager several states for the sake of the little princess. Summon the scribes to formalize the contract. After the two nations finalized the agreement, Jin Feng and Hui Yunxi presented the rotund expert in couplets before the assembly. Your Majesty's boldness is indeed impressive, yet lacks careful consideration. This time, you are destined to lose. The expert beside me has unparalleled mastery in couplets and is adept at capturing the essence. Over a decade ago, he used his skill to challenge the Grand Tutor of Muling Kingdom, leading to his tragic leap from the White Gate Tower. Who among you can compare with him? I fear that your Princess Yongle will be reduced to tears in less than 3 exchanges. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was taken aback. The Grand Tutor of the Muling Kingdom held a status even higher than that of Gu Yanwu, and his talents surpassed all expectations. Yet he had been driven to his demise by the opposing faction. This Duanchang truly possesses formidable strength. Listening to the extravagant praises from the two princesses of the nations, Duanchang did not bask in the glory but rather recoiled, cursing internally. How dare they drag me into their boasting? I have witnessed the tragic downfall of Zhu Zhishan in all its clarity. To say he met a disgraceful end in the Grand Hall would not be an exaggeration. Who knows if this young lady's achievements in couplets are indeed as profound as they claim? I cannot take such risks. As a seasoned figure in the martial world, one must understand the importance of self-preservation and timely withdrawal. Avoiding battle is merely a temporary measure. Should I engage and lose, my very life would be at stake. You two women wish to use me as a pawn. Not a chance. While Duanchang seethed silently, he maintained a humble smile on his face. You flatter me. Esteemed ones, I am undeserving of such praise. Seeing both princesses rallying support for their combatants, Zhu Jun, unwilling to be outdone, strode forth confidently and proclaimed loudly, what are his accomplishments worth? My master, Linger, was already competing with literary giants at the tender age of 3, mastering couplets by 4 and by 5. He could compose verses about anything, plants, stones, you name it. He was affectionately dubbed the immortal of couplets. How dare you look down upon him? With a resounding crash, the crowd stumbled, falling to the ground in disbelief. If memory serves, this was precisely the same boast he had made during a poetry contest. Gu Yanwu rubbed his forehead, hastily pulling the overly proud Zhu Jun aside. You fool, could you not find a different line to recite? Zhu Jun shrugged helplessly, but I have read little. This is all the knowledge I possess. Gu Yanwu inhaled deeply, suppressing his urge to strike. Are you truly a simpleton? You cannot even boast properly. Zhu Jun pouted, simpleton? I am not. They say foolish people have their own fortunes, whereas mine. Gu Yanwu, exasperated, retorted, fools may have their fortunes, but imbeciles do not. As the situation unfolded, the king of the north, hidden in the corner, fixed his gaze intently, fists clenched. Internally, he raged, you useless lot. Defeat this young lady at once. Do not let that wretched Lu Qingxue gain any territory. Not only was the king of the north anxious, but the two princesses and the national master were also impatient. Enough with the idle chatter. Since the combatants have been determined, let us commence. Today, let His Majesty witness what it means to be the foremost figure in the realm of couplets. The literary champion is not someone whom any Tom, Dick, or Harry can provoke. Commander, the stage is set for your performance. The two princesses, with unwavering conviction, signaled Duanchang to step forward for the duel. Duanchang slightly cupped his hands in salute, wearing a cheerful facade while inwardly cursing, a performance? I shall perform the antics of your great uncle. I exert myself for this display, yet the benefits will be yours, and I shall bear the blame and face demise. Such a deal is far too generous. It seems I must seize the opportunity. If I cannot crush this little girl in one fell swoop, then so be it. With this resolve, the individual known as Dui Chuang has meticulously charted his course. As one accustomed to survival, he would not allow himself to be humiliated. The rotund Dui Chuang, patting the dogskin plaster on his face, emerged with a grin. Bowing slightly to Chu Linger. "Your Highness, shall I go first or you?" His demeanor was a stark contrast to the earlier haughtiness displayed by Zhu Zhishan, exhibiting an unparalleled shift in attitude. This unexpected display incited fury in Hui Yunxi and Jin Feng, prompting even the two national masters, Hui Yuan and Jin Shang, to admonish him. "Dui Chuang, what are you doing? This is a competition. Conduct yourself with seriousness." Dui Chuang chuckled sheepishly. "I was merely extending a greeting. There's no need to be so fierce. I have my dignity too. As the saying goes, second place in a competition, but friendship above all. The essence lies in participation. Isn't that right, Your Highness?" His words sent the two delegations into a frenzy, their faces darkening with indignation. Had it not been for his utility, they might have seized him by the collar and pierced his abdomen with a dagger. What madness is this? We are orchestrating an invasion. And you speak of friendship and participation? Do you think this is a children's gathering? This is a life and death gamble, my friend. What use is friendship when dealing with an enemy? Why have we never noticed your amiable nature before? The position of the Buddha in Ling Mountain of the Western regions should rightfully belong to you. The transformation in Dui Chuang's demeanor astonished Lu Qingxue and the others. They recalled how this plump fellow had initially been quite arrogant. Was this a new tactic? To feign weakness? Just as they contemplated warning Chu Linger, it seemed their efforts were too late. The young girl was already beaming at her opponent, for she, being a child, was less calculating. "My father says that polite individuals are likable, though you may not be particularly handsome. Indeed, one could say you are quite the opposite. You appear to be a good person. Since that is the case, I shall allow you to lose gracefully. Please present your first line. Otherwise, if I begin, you won't be able to respond." At her words, Dui Chuang was momentarily taken aback. The phrase "I am a good person" echoed ceaselessly in his mind. Did she truly perceive him? A man who wielded a pen as a weapon, as a good soul? Once upon a time, he seemed to have aspired to be a good person. Yet, society had compelled him into unseemly choices. Shaking his head, Dui Chuang's expression returned to normal. With a narrowed gaze, he prepared to unleash his ultimate challenge. "Very well. I shall make my move. Your Highness, do take care, for this couplet is a timeless masterpiece. I do not mean to boast, but I dare say no one in this era could possibly answer it. I conceived this first line a century ago, yet I have yet to find a suitable response." The audience fell silent, recognizing that the line Dui Chuang treated with such gravity was indeed formidable. If even he could not respond, what chance did the 8-year-old Princess Yongla have? It appeared he was poised to overwhelm her swiftly and decisively. In an instant, Lu Qingxue and the others felt a tightening in their hearts, worried for Chu Linger. "Linger, do not fret. Regardless of his strength, my father will bear the burden." Chu Linger grinned, her large eyes sparkling with innocence, displaying no trace of panic. "That polite, rotund uncle, please proceed." With a slight smile, he patted his folding fan and spoke slowly, word by word. "All right, Princess, pay heed. The first line is, 'Mist envelopes the willow by the pond.' Chapter 65, an unparalleled challenge, and you present for it once?" This initial line was not an invention of the man known as Du Chuang, but rather a discovery made by him in an ancient tomb. His public persona was that of the king of couplets, yet privately, he harbored a little-known passion, to be a tomb raider, specifically seeking the graves of renowned literary figures. For it was within their graves that he might uncover the ancient texts he yearned for, enhancing his literary prowess and preserving his esteemed standing. This particular couplet had been unearthed during one of his clandestine excavations, but despite his best efforts, he could not find a suitable response, which became a source of inner turmoil for him. Du Chuang had meticulously crafted a plan. If his opponent could respond to this couplet, there would be no need for further competition. It would merely indicate that the opponent's abilities far surpassed his own, and conceding gracefully would be preferable to a futile struggle. Additionally, he would still possess a remarkable couplet that would preserve his dignity even in defeat, a true win-win situation. Upon hearing Du Chuang's couplet, the crowd exchanged glances, subsequently descending into contemplation and hushed whispers. Mist envelopes the willow by the pond. What does it mean? It doesn't seem particularly impressive. Why would Du Chuan claim it is an unparalleled challenge? I, too, am perplexed. After all these years, he has yet to find a match for it. So it must be more complex than it appears. Let us ponder its deeper significance. The assembly was rife with discussion. Even the esteemed literary figures like Du Ruhui and Guan Zhong were lost in thought. At that moment, Gu Yanwu, whose literary prowess surpassed theirs, was struck by inspiration and suddenly exclaimed, "Mist envelopes the willow by the pond? Excellent. Truly an exceptional couplet. No wonder Du Chuan could conceive such a masterpiece." Gu Yanwu's forehead glistened with cold sweat, overwhelmed by emotion. How could there exist such an exquisite couplet in the world? His shout drew everyone's attention. His close friend, Zhu Jun, looked bewildered and asked, "Old scholar, what does this mean? Can mist really envelop a willow?" At this, Zhu Jun raised an eyebrow, as if a brilliant idea had struck him. He then exuberantly declared, "Wait, I've thought of a response. Fog surrounds the trees by the shore. What do you think? It conveys a similar meaning." With a clatter, the crowd stumbled and fell to the ground. Guan Zhong, the progenitor of courtesans, wore a grim expression and scolded vehemently. "Uncultured fool, what a disgrace. I am ashamed to be associated with you." Zhu Jun rolled his eyes in response. "Fine. If you want to play with me, then so be it. I shall not visit your brothel. I, the war god Zhu, with a single command, will lead my 10,000 brothers to the neighboring realm to elevate our achievements." Guan Zhong, "Brother, I was mistaken." The crowd responded. Gu Yanwu collected his thoughts and sighed. "You two must cease your antics. This couplet is far more intricate than you presume." The others exchanged glances and clasped their hands in respect. "Old Gu, we beseech your guidance." In response to their inquiries, Gu Yanwu stroked his beard, his expression turning grave. "If you dissect these characters, do they not represent metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? The ice of my ice spirit nation is, in essence, simply water. And the southern region comprises 5 nations: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thus, these 5 characters symbolize our 5 nations. It is well known that a couplet must not only maintain structural balance, but also convey similar meanings. The upper line, while seemingly straightforward, is, in reality, exceedingly challenging. Therefore, to respond to this upper line, one must consider all 5 nations. It is nearly impossible for anyone to find a suitable counterpart. This can truly be deemed a timeless conundrum. Gu Yanwu shook his head. Even he had pondered multiple times before uncovering the profound implications contained within. This upper line is indeed exceedingly cunning and intricate, despite exhausting his intellect. He could only conjure a few that contained the 5 elements, yet they lacked the necessary symmetry. Upon hearing this, the assembly came to a sudden realization. So that is the case. The difficulty is indeed immense. If so, does this not place Princess Yongla at a significant disadvantage? I am uncertain, my young master, though unbound by conventional reasoning, would likely find this couplet exceedingly challenging as well. Gu Yanwu shook his head, a look of concern etched upon his face. In an instant, the countenance of the courtiers turned grim. However, the individuals from the nations of metal and fire, witnessing the prowess of the one known as Duo Chuan Chong, were elated. Perhaps your majesty should concede. Such an ancient riddle, even Master Duo Chuan cannot solve, and thus, no one in this world could possibly do so. Indeed, should you concede now, if Princess Yongla were to take her own life, we could consider sparing a state in return as a gesture of goodwill. The 2 ladies, with gleeful mockery, directed a glance at Duo Chuan Chong, signaling him that he performed admirably and would be richly rewarded. Yet, after a brief, awkward smile, Duo Chuan Chong felt somewhat insulted, akin to a dog receiving a bone for good behavior. Amidst the crowd, Chu Linger disregarded their derisive jeers. Her brow furrowed as she tirelessly sought a fitting response in her mind. Observing Chu Linger's frustration and prolonged silence, her adoptive mother, Lu Qingxue, felt a pang of sympathy. "Linger, if you cannot answer, it matters not. With your mother present, none can harm you." "Oh, so, does this imply that your majesty intends to breach the agreement? Are you prepared to face the wrath of the heavens?" The princesses from the 2 nations scoffed. Before Lu Qingxue could retort, Chu Linger suddenly lifted her head, a joyful smile gracing her lips. Upon witnessing this glimmer of hope, the individuals from the 2 nations and Duo Chuan Chong felt an uneasy tremor in their hearts. Could it be that she has found the answer? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Despite the years spent by others in pursuit of the perfect couplet, how could an 8-year-old girl accomplish such a feat? However, reality diverges significantly from their expectations. Mother, this is not difficult. I, Linger, have already conceived it. In fact, I have more than one response. Her declaration stirred a tempest among the crowd. Such an ancient and unparalleled couplet, and yet someone claims to have found a match? Surely, it must be a fabrication. It is well known that this group had struggled for ages without a hint of inspiration. So how could this young girl possibly arrive at a response in mere half a minute, let alone multiple ones? What an outrageous display. Princess Yonghua, I implore you, refrain from making such grandiose claims. Your words could place Her Majesty the Empress in a precarious position, Jin Feng scoffed, doubting that a mere child could unravel a couplet that had eluded even the most seasoned scholars. Hui Yunxi, too, raised her haughty head, remarking acerbically, I have been well versed in literature since childhood. I am fully aware of the profundity of this couplet. Should you, a mere child, manage to respond, I shall renounce my nobility and shave my head in repentance alongside Princess Nanyang. Upon hearing this, Chu Linger chuckled. Very well, those are your words. I have never seen a nun before, she proclaimed, hands on her hips. Listen closely. The first couplet. Cannon guards the Sea City Tower. At this utterance, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Duo Chuanchang was rendered speechless, his mind reeling in disbelief as he gazed incredulously at the petite Chu Ling. How could it be possible for her to conjure such a perfectly balanced response in such a short span of time? This was an ancient masterpiece. I have spent most of my life with no inkling, and this girl has managed to present too? Just as Duo Chuanchang's mind was in a state of chaos, Chu Linger's melodious voice rang out once more. Oh, are you dissatisfied with this one? Indeed, this couplet does have its imperfections. The guard in the second line and the lock in the first share the same tone, while city and pawn both belong to a different category in terms of tonal balance. However, fear not, for I have more. How about Temple Bell and Deep Village? Uncle Fat, what do you think of this one? With this, another thunderclap struck the assembly, leaving them utterly astounded and blank. Duo Chuanchang felt tears welling in his eyes. He could not produce a single response, and yet this girl had crafted two? This was not dissatisfaction, it was sheer incredulity. The envoys from the Jin and Hua kingdoms exchanged glances, their expressions grave. Before they could voice their thoughts, Chu Linger interjected once more. Still not satisfied? What about peach trees ignite the Jin River, lanterns illuminate the riverbank pines? Observing Chu Linger's innocent demeanor, Duo Chuanchang felt a surge of emotion, as if this little girl was effortlessly flaunting her brilliance. With a sigh of despair, he exclaimed, four responses in total. Even though she couldn't produce a single couplet, she effortlessly composed four. Is she even human? Has the muse of literature descended from the heavens? Can we not afford a modicum of respect for the timeless masterpiece? The crowd stood in stunned silence, their astonishment rendering them numb. At this moment, none dared to underestimate Chu Ling even a fraction. This 8-year-old girl possessed knowledge that left them in the dust, an astonishing feat. The delegations from both nations turned pale, staggering backward until they fell to the ground. Did she really answer? A seemingly ordinary little girl managed to unravel the eternal enigma. How could this be possible? They wished to dismiss the couplets as inadequate, yet found themselves unable to voice such a claim. How could they possibly refute it? Wait, I have more. Chapter 66, Your Majesty, do you find my kneeling to be proper? Chu Linger pursed her lips, preparing to speak again. Duanchang hastily interjected, his dignity already ground into the dirt. Allowing her to continue was simply out of the question. No need, no need. The Princess Yonghua is truly a prodigy. This is nothing short of divine. I am thoroughly impressed. Observing Duanchang's demeanor, Lu Qingxue and the others sighed in relief, their respect for the young girl deepening. Who would have imagined that this 8-year-old not only excelled in swordplay, calligraphy, and military strategy, but also demonstrated an extraordinary talent for poetry and couplets? How could such a remarkable individual exist in this world? A true polymath. Was she truly born with such innate wisdom? Did Mingpa forget to administer her the soup of forgetfulness? Or perhaps her father's diligent nurturing was the catalyst for her exceptional abilities? What caliber of strength and knowledge must the Azura King possess to cultivate such a prodigious talent? Wait, could it be that the Azura King was also raised through sheer effort? Could excrement and urine indeed enhance one's aptitude? Hee hee. Since Uncle Fat believes it's acceptable, should these two shameless princesses fulfill their promise to become nuns? Chu Linger grinned slyly. She harbored no fondness for Jin Feng and Hui Yunxi, as her father would say. Such beautiful yet acerbic women are of little use beyond their appearance. Chu Linger found herself puzzled by the contradiction of being both capable and incapable. Jin Feng and Hui Yunxi wore expressions of dark discontent, stammering yet failing to take action to shave their heads. Observing their reluctance to uphold their end of the bargain, the forthright Zhu Jun let out a cold snort. What? Are you waiting for us to assist you? Do remember that your presence represents the identities of two nations. If you fail to follow through on your words, it will be difficult for anyone to trust your nations in the future. The two women scoffed internally. Believing they had made no binding contract to shave their heads, they could simply refuse, and who would believe that they had made such a wager? However, Zhu Jun was well prepared for their defiance. Zhu Jun, with a sinister smile, slowly retrieved a transparent crystal from his bosom and approached the two princesses. Raising an eyebrow as he softly uttered, I have meticulously recorded the entirety of your wager with this recording stone. Surely, you wouldn't want today's events to become public knowledge, would you? The smile on Zhu Jun's lips morphed into something more grotesque. Did they dare to challenge his audacity? As a man of the military, he had long discarded any semblance of shame and had resorted to all manner of unscrupulous tactics. The faces of the two princesses darkened with trepidation. What are your intentions? They demanded. Zhu Jun's intentions were all too clear, and the chilling smile on his face sent shivers down their spines. They were unwilling to suffer the humiliation of shaving their heads. Yet they understood that if they did not acquiesce, Zhu Jun would not hesitate to broadcast the recordings across the continent, leading to their disgrace in the eyes of the world. You are quite ruthless. The two princesses glared at him, their eyes filled with venom, wishing nothing less than his demise. Under the threat posed by Zhu Jun, they reluctantly drew their swords and, with heavy hearts, took turns shaving each other's heads. Watching as their beautiful tresses fell to the ground, their hearts bleeding for their lost beauty. So this is what it means to be a nun. It is truly unseemly. Women with hair are far more appealing, Chu Linger scoffed disdainfully. Her words pierced through the hearts of the two princesses like a sharp blade, causing them considerable discomfort. Unbothered by their feelings, Chu Linger turned her attention to Dui Chuang, declaring, Now it is my turn to present my couplet, and you shall listen closely. This time, I shall recite an absolute masterpiece penned by my father, Li Tai Bai. Green forest, white blacksmith, red furnace, burning black coal, sitting south facing north, crafting east and west. At these words, Dui Chuang trembled, struck by the brilliance of the couplet. It was a masterpiece indeed. The upper line encapsulated characters, locations, professions, and products, while seamlessly integrating the colors green, white, red, black, and the cardinal directions of east, south, west, and north. The complexity surpassed even that of willows in the misty pond. How could he possibly respond? He sensed that he would forever live in the shadow of Chu Linger. Before he could ponder further, Hui Yunxi, beside him, maliciously shrieked, Hurry! Respond and defeat her. If you cannot best an 8-year-old girl, you might as well not return to the Fire Spirit Kingdom. Without a glance back, Dui Chuang confidently approached the dragon throne, fanning himself with his folding fan, a smile radiating confidence. The crowd was taken aback. Could Dui Chuang truly provide an answer? Even Lu Qingxue furrowed her brow, anxiously observing Dui Chuang. As for the two princesses, their expressions were filled with arrogant delight. They relished the sight of Dui Chuang exuding such confidence. However, in the next moment, their smiles froze in disbelief. Thud! Your Majesty, do you find my kneeling satisfactory? Dui Chuang, entirely unburdened by the pretensions of a literary giant, knelt before the throne in the grand hall, bowing respectfully to Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue was momentarily stunned, and the others, including Gu Yanwu, were utterly bewildered. How remarkably swift! Dui Chuanchang promptly clasped his hands together in reverence, exclaiming, Your Majesty, grant me but a single chance. How might I grant you that chance? Inquired Lu Qingxue. Dui Chuanchang offered a wry smile, his visage etched with resignation. In the past, I had no choice. Now, I yearn to be a better person. I must confess, Your Majesty, your governance of the realm as a woman is truly remarkable. I have held you in the highest esteem. My allegiance has been torn between the flames of ambition and the chill of morality. I have long wished to abandon the shadows and pledge my loyalty to you, yet I lack the means. Fortunately, I have gained the trust of these two enchanting women and successfully met you. I beseech you to grant me your favor." With profound reverence, he bowed deeply, his plump face now displaying solemn respect, as if to convey the gravity of his sincerity. He understood that if Lu Qingxue accepted him, he would be spared from a self-imposed demise and no longer be a pawn in the games of the kingdoms of Jin and Hua. As for the prospect of matching wits with Chu Linger and poetry, he longed for it, but alas, his capabilities were insufficient. "You insufferable glutton, what are you up to?" The fiery Yun Shi and her companion could no longer contain their indignation, their regal composure swiftly dissolving. A foreboding sensation gripped their hearts. In response to their inquiries, Dui Chuanchang remained silent, merely resting his forehead against the ground in an unyielding display of submission. Lu Qingxue furrowed her brow, directing her gaze toward Chancellor Guanzhong. Understanding her unspoken command, he pondered for a few moments before nodding, reflecting, "The path has widened, Your Majesty. This individual may serve in a subordinate capacity, for his demeanor is rather agreeable. Moreover, he is a literary prodigy from an enemy nation. Should Your Majesty choose to accept him in this context, we could manipulate the narrative to enhance your reputation. Imagine the headlines. Astonishing. The literary luminary from the enemy realm travels thousands of miles to offer 8 provinces. While his talents may not rival those of Princess Yonghua, he would make for an excellent academy instructor and, in doing so, would further illuminate your benevolence and magnanimity. What say you?" The Empress nodded thoughtfully. Dui Chuanchang's fate was of little consequence, but his identity could indeed be leveraged to solidify her position and deliver a substantial blow to the realms of Jin and Hua. "Very well. Since your intentions align with mine, I shall grant you this opportunity. Minister Gu, I entrust you with his arrangement." "Yes, Your Majesty," Gu Yanwu replied with a respectful bow, while Dui Chuanchang's countenance radiated unrestrained joy. Having resolved matters with Dui Chuanchang, the Empress embraced the nearby Chu Linger, inviting her to sit upon her ample lap. "Linger, you have worked hard." "Ah, it was nothing really. Just composing poetry and matching couplets. As easy as slaying 2 lambs," Chu Linger replied with a charming smile. Lu Qingxue affectionately pinched her nose, her heart brimming with excitement. The expansion of her territory meant a more magnificent empire, and the prospect of bringing her husband to dine on the spoils would be all the more lavish and delightful, even if her husband were an ordinary man. With Lu Qingxue at his side, he would undoubtedly rise to become a legendary sovereign. Let anyone who dares to challenge her face dire consequences. My man, Lu Qingxue, may forego the throne, yet he cannot be without it. I am his greatest support. As thoughts of that ordinary man filled her mind, a tender expression graced Lu Qingxue's face, her eyes brimming with longing. After a brief moment, as she lifted her gaze once more, the warmth of her smile transformed instantaneously into an icy demeanor, her eyes piercingly fixed upon the delegations from the 2 nations. Such a rapid shift in countenance was indeed rare. The 2 princesses and the state advisor, having wagered, must now concede. The 8 territories, collectively belonging to both nations, should rightly be handed over to us, should they not? Upon hearing this, Jin Shang and his companions reacted as if they had ingested something vile. Their faces contorted with displeasure. They found themselves at a loss for how to return and face the imperial court. "Humph, we offer you the contract, and we are bold enough to wager. However, though the territory may be vast, the Empress must possess the strength to claim it. Should it be relinquished shortly after, it would indeed be a loss." Hui Yuan delivered a veiled threat laden with significance. Li Chunfeng, unwilling to back down, rose and forcefully seized the heavenly Dao contract. "What business is it of yours? Hand it over. You dare. We shall take our leave. This matter is far from over. We will assuredly return." Enraged, Hui Yuan, bearing a look of resentment, departed with the 2 princesses and their entourage toward the Honglu Temple. In a secluded corner, the King of the North cast a sinister glance at Lu Qingxue before discreetly retreating. He was aware that this group still had a trump card yet to be played. It was a move capable of destabilizing the foundations of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, and even eliminating Li Chunfeng and Lu Qingxue. It would not be employed unless absolutely necessary. However, the moment had arrived where it could no longer be withheld. Once executed, Lu Ji would become the unsuspecting prey, reaping the rewards from behind the mantis. Chapter 67. The sect requests that I schedule my journey in advance. What shall I do? Once the group had departed, the hall erupted with joyous laughter. Ha! Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your 3 consecutive victories, acquiring a total of 14 new territories under the banners of the 2 nations. Our Ice Spirit Kingdom shall thus expand by more than double. Among the 5 nations, ours will be the largest. Once we claim this land, Your Majesty's imperial aura will undoubtedly reach a terrifying level. At that point, ascending to the desolate realm will be a natural progression. Lu Qingshue's cultivation was intricately linked to the imperial aura. The stronger the aura, the greater her power. She estimated that with this opportunity, breaking through from the late heavenly stage to the mid-desolate stage would pose little challenge. With the heavenly Dao contract in hand, she feared not the refusal of the 2 nations to yield their territories. Should they resist, the heavenly Dao itself would obliterate them. Once she secured the land for her breakthrough, she would stand unafraid against all the sects of the southern domain. Who would have imagined that a small girl found by the roadside would become a fortunate star for this empress? All the credit for this achievement belongs to Linger. I wish to grant her a fief, the boundaries of which she may delineate as she pleases. Do any of you object? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. While princesses are indeed bestowed lands, never before has such a precedent allowed for the arbitrary allocation of territories. If she were to delineate several states, would they also be granted? Frankly speaking, this is an immense reward. As for objections, who would dare to voice them? Given the merits and status of Princess Yonghua, coupled with the current might of the Empress, even if they were to stand atop them and relieve themselves, they would do so with delight. Observing that there were no dissenters, Lu Qingxue nodded in satisfaction and had a map of the empire brought forth. Linger, choose freely. The size matters not. What shall I do with this territory, mother? Inquired Chu Linger, her enthusiasm palpable. Lu Qingxue smiled gently. Simply delineate a region on this map, and I shall bestow upon you the land and its people. You will wield absolute authority over them. All officials shall be under your purview. You may investigate corrupt officials and appoint or dismiss them at your discretion. Furthermore, the welfare of the populace, such as welfare distribution, taxation, and disaster relief, will also fall under your governance. In essence, within this territory, you shall be the supreme authority, and all will be your subordinates. The courtiers gasped at her words. This was no mere fiefdom. It was akin to a kingdom. Typically, a princess's fief would only yield taxes without additional powers. Yet Lu Qingxue had granted complete autonomy. Chu Linger's eyes sparkled. Is this not akin to the simulation game Daddy spoke of? If I ensure my subjects thrive, they shall bring me abundant resources. How delightful. Mother, I wish to play. This is far more interesting than playing house. Being so young, Chu Linger did not fully grasp the advantages of ruling a territory. Lu Qingxue, indulgent, nodded, understanding that it was normal for an 8-year-old to have such playful inclinations. After all, how much could a child comprehend about court affairs? At worst, she could have Gu Yinwu supervise, ensuring order was maintained. Since you understand, then choose for yourself. Lu Qingxue pushed the map toward Chu Ling. She stood on tiptoe, leaning over the map to scrutinize it, when suddenly 3 characters caught her eye. Gala Town. Wait, ISNT that where Daddy resides, at Gala Mountain? If I claim this area, it would all belong to our family, exempt from taxes, and when Daddy tires of farming, he could take up an official position. How wonderful. And wouldn't Daddy be delighted to know I hold such authority? Mother, I want this town and the surrounding mountains. Just this area? Lu Qingxue frowned at the small parcel, then waved her hand decisively. Very well. Let the entirety of Suzhou be allocated to Linger. My daughter shall not be slighted. With this decree, Guanzhong and Lu Biao, the Minister of Revenue, bowed in acknowledgement. Lu Qingxue then turned her gaze to Gu Yinwu and Zhu Jun. I have newly acquired 14 provinces. From this day forth, let there be a grand feast for 3 days to celebrate nationwide. Upon hearing this, Chu Linger was overjoyed. She adored feasts, especially those hosted by her mother. How splendid. Lu Qingxue remained oblivious to Chu Linger's thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely be overwhelmed with emotion. Furthermore, the Minister of War was tasked with deploying troops to assume control over the territories of the 2 nations, ensuring proper defenses were in place, lest they face a counterattack after acquiring the land. Orders were issued one after another, and the grand machinery of the Ice Spirit Kingdom commenced its diligent operations. Meanwhile, those officials who had covertly allied themselves with the Northern King found their loyalties wavering in the face of the Empress's soaring prestige. Lu Qingxue cast a chilling glance at them, her heart steeled with resolve. None of them would escape. Once the territories were consolidated and she advanced to the mid-level of the wilderness stage, she would act decisively. The court session concluded. In stark contrast to the jubilant celebrations of Lu Qingxue and her allies, the envoys from the Jin and Hua kingdoms were far from pleased. Having suffered setbacks and lost half their territory, they did not depart from the Ice Spirit Kingdom, but returned to the Hall of Grand Provisions to scheme in hushed tones. Infuriating, utterly despicable, those two worthless individuals, Zhu Chuan and Ji Ji, had boasted of their prowess, yet when it mattered most, they could not even outmaneuver an 8-year-old girl. This is a disgrace, a humiliation for our two nations. Jin Shang smashed a table in anger, cursing vehemently. As he spoke, the Northern King, Lu Ji, strode in alongside Miao Sanbu, the Lord of Miao Jiang and the Bloodblade ancestor. Not merely a disgrace, you lot are utterly inept. What assurances did you give me upon your arrival? And yet, instead of diminishing that wretched girl, you have bestowed upon her such vast territory. With her imperial might now bolstered, who could possibly contend with her? You are more a liability than an asset, a pack of swine as companions. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ji plopped down, resting his foot upon the table, and mockingly taunted them. You, insolent fool, do not presume that your sex backing renders you untouchable. Our two nations have sex supporting us as well. Jin Shang, already in a foul mood, was incensed by the insult. Lu Ji, unfazed by the threat, casually sipped his tea. You may attempt to lay a hand on me. I assure you, the next moment, you will find yourself poisoned and lifeless. Jin Shang momentarily silenced, cast a wary glance at the cunning Miao Sanbu, ultimately suppressing his anger to take a seat. Humph, did you come merely to witness our misfortune? Our defeat brings you no advantage. While we struggled to contend with her, what were you doing? What right do you have to lecture us? Lu Ji smirked, his eyes gleaming with mischief. I was merely offering you moral support from the sidelines, wasn't I? Jin Shang, along with the two princesses, nearly choked in indignation, clutching their chests as they fought back the urge to retch. Their alliance had devolved into a scenario where one suffered while the others merely observed. Humph, do you truly believe that woman is guaranteed victory? After such humiliation, how can we return with any semblance of honor? Initially, I had hoped for a more diplomatic resolution, but given the circumstances, we must resort to our last resort. If we do not eliminate her before she consolidates her territories, once Lu Qingxue gains strength, we shall have no further opportunities. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji burst into raucous laughter. I should have told you to resolve this more ruthlessly from the start. Yet you refused to heed my advice. After much hesitation, one must resort to this tactic. Lu Ji was well aware of his opponent's trump card, mobilizing supporters. Indeed, during the annexation of the two nations by the sect, the national masters of both realms undertook a task for the sect, to carve up the Ice Spirit Kingdom without the sect's direct involvement. Due to an unwritten rule on the continent, cultivation sects were prohibited from intervening in imperial matters, thus neither sect dared to act too overtly. However, fearing that the Golden Spirit Kingdom and the Fire Spirit Kingdom might falter, they provided a safeguard. Should they encounter insurmountable challenges, they could signal for assistance. At that juncture, the ancestors of both sects would set aside their pride, bringing their elite forces to disguise themselves as citizens of the two nations to forcibly invade. Lu Ji also had his own plans. Once the ancestors of the two sects arrived, he could promptly notify his own ancestor, Zhao Dizhu's. At that point, with three parties acting in concert, and with the initial involvement of the two nations, even if the Continental Law Enforcement Hall were to investigate, their Jinhuan sect would bear minimal responsibility. Furthermore, having himself as a royal insider would undoubtedly afford them a considerable advantage in the contest. Though they could not monopolize the empire, it would still be a significant achievement for the sect, and should the ancestors be pleased, his position would be secured. Why delay any further? Lu Ji urged impatiently. Jin Shang and Hui Yuan scoffed in unison, producing an exceptionally rare communication stone to send a distress signal. Shortly thereafter, a response came through the stone, and upon hearing the words within, their expressions shifted dramatically between uncertainty and dread. Masters, what is happening? The two nun princesses inquired perplexedly. Jin Shang appeared dazed. The ancestor of the Tianyi sect claims he is currently preoccupied. Someone is causing trouble at the sect, and we must first register for an appointment and offer some tributes to the sect. Hui Yuan trembled, eyes wide in disbelief. What a coincidence. Our Qi sect ancestor said the same thing. What is going on? Who in the southern domain would dare disrupt the two sects? Everyone was left in a state of confusion, unsure of how to proceed. Just then, a cacophony of drums and gongs echoed from outside, tightening their hearts with apprehension. What is the situation? Has the plan been exposed? Is the Ice Spirit Kingdom planning to strike first? You go investigate. Hui Yuan commanded a guard. The guards swiftly departed, only to return moments later, reporting to the master. There are no enemies, only dancers and fine wine. It is said the Empress is celebrating with a grand feast that will last 3 days. Upon hearing this, Jin Shang and Hui Yuan breathed a collective sigh of relief. So it was merely a banquet. What a false alarm. Li Chunfeng, that old fellow, is no weakling, and we underestimated him. Had he truly brought experts to besiege us, it would have been quite troublesome. The others nodded in agreement. Wait a moment, you said there is a banquet outside? Upon hearing this, Miao Sanbu's eyes brightened as he seized upon the crux of the matter. The guard nodded, bewildered. Yes. The feast has just begun. There are many beautiful dancers. Miao Sanbu, elated, discarded his ominous black robe and swiftly donned a scholar's attire. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, he dashed out, shouting in a frenzy. Oh ho, a feast. How dare they not invite me? Wait, I'm coming. Save me a piece of that elbow. Though they were enemies, enmity was forgotten in the revelry of the banquet. Come on, resumed the music and the dance. The expressions of the onlookers turned ashen. Was this a master of the heavenly tier? Was this the Lord of Miaojiang? He appeared more like a famished ghost. They suspected that if a real fight broke out, this Miaojiang old fox could easily be outwitted over a mere banquet. Feeling the peculiar gazes from both nations, the king of the north covered his face in humiliation, gritting his teeth as he glared at Blood Knife ancestor. Do we not have feasts in Miaojiang? Blood Knife shrugged, gazing longingly outside. Bali, perhaps the banquets there are more delectable. After all, what is joy if not shared? I shall partake in the feast as well. You all deliberate slowly and let me know when you reach a conclusion. One must indulge in others' banquets while alive, lest one inadvertently meets their demise and others feast upon them instead. After a lifetime of martial practice, should I not enjoy myself? With that, he vanished from the Honglu temple in a flash. The crowd twitched at the corners of their mouths, and Hui Yuan could not suppress his scornful remarks. Well, King of the North, your companion is truly remarkable. With talents like Wulong and Fengchu by your side, what is there to fear for the world's fate? Lu Ji was infuriated. Meanwhile, at the Tiandi sect's dojo, a gathering of masters was present. The disciples formed a formidable formation, their inner strength surging as they braced for action. Wei Chuan Kong, the venerable ancestor of the Tiandi sect, impatiently tossed the communication stone into his pocket. Damn it! A bunch of useless fools, incapable of handling such a trivial matter. What good are they to me? The ancestor of the weapon sect, Mei Qianhua, similarly stowed away his communication stone, cursing in frustration. After venting, the two raised their heads, weapons in hand, their expressions grave as they gazed towards the sky. In the heavens, Zhao Dizhu's, drenched in blood, led the sect leader Huomeyer, along with thousands of disciples of varying ranks, blocking the mountain gate. Beneath Zhao Dizhu's feet lay a multitude of elite disciples from the Tiandi sect and the weapon sect. Zhao Dizhu's, how audacious you are. Last time, you escaped by mere chance, and now you dare to return. Are you seeking death, like a lantern in a lavatory? This is the dojo of the Tiandi sect. Do you think our defensive formation is a mere trifle? Today, we shall ensure you return empty-handed. Once I slay you and your disciples, tomorrow will mark the end of your Jinhuan sect. Wei Chuan Kong and Mei Qianhua roared with fierce intensity. Looking at the corpses strewn about, their eyes turned crimson, the atmosphere thick with murderous intent. Who would have thought Zhao Dizhu's would so shamelessly disregard martial ethics, even targeting the sect's disciples? Truly despicable. In the face of their threats, Zhao Dizhu's wore a grimace, a mocking smile on his lips. Huh, you dare to accuse me of being despicable? When your people tossed firecrackers into the lavatory while my disciples were occupied, was that not vile? You are the epitome of lowliness. In the esteemed realm of a prestigious sect, it is utterly unacceptable that a formation has been arranged right above our latrine. Is it their intention to drive away my disciples merely to indulge in their petty misdeeds? Today, I shall seek justice for the filth within that latrine, the maggots. And for my disciples. Mei Chuan Kong's expression faltered momentarily. Isn't this merely an opportunity for the disciples to practice their newly learned formations? After all, practical experience is the finest method of learning. Given our long-standing rivalry, this is but a trivial matter. There's no need to take it so seriously. Take it seriously? How dare you? Zhao Dizhu's roared, extending his hand as a 2-meter-long crescent blade materialized out of thin air. Charge! Gripping the hilt with both hands, he unleashed a thunderous shout, resulting in a display of his formidable physique. Swinging the great blade, a blade of light measuring 40 meters erupted forth, akin to a startled swan, rushing toward the two adversaries. At that moment, the power of his late-stage cultivation erupted, causing the disciples behind him to stagger back several meters, all collapsing to the ground. The sheer force was evident. Before Zhao Dizhu's attack even reached them, Wei Chuan Kong and Mei Qianhua could already perceive the ferocity of the assault, as if it could slice through the air itself. Even the surrounding void bore signs of distortion. Panic gripped their hearts. Should this strike land, death or injury was inevitable. Zhao Dizhu's, are you truly prepared to instigate a bloodbath over a mere excrement? Seeing no sign of restraint from his opponent, Wei Chuan Kong's expression hardened. This was perilous. This old man's strength had evidently surged recently. No wonder he dared to brazenly confront us. Quickly, old Mei. Let us join forces and utilize the grand formation to vanquish him. Please, refer to me as Elder Mei. Do not keep calling me old Mei as if I were your younger sister. Mei Qianhua retorted angrily, yet he did not hesitate in his actions. Aware that they were no match for Zhao Dizhu's in terms of strength, they realized their only chance to defeat him lay in the Heavenly Sect's formation. Form the array. In this critical moment, Wei Chuan Kong swiftly made his hand seals. The ground beneath the Heavenly Sect shimmered with brilliance, drawing forth the earth's power and infusing it into their bodies. In an instant, their internal strength surged dramatically. Sensing the escalating power, both unleashed a simultaneous strike. The clash produced a thunderous roar that reverberated through the mountains, causing numerous stones to tumble from the peaks. Dust filled the air, and the great trees atop the mountain were severed in two, leaving behind an unfathomable chasm in the earth. After the tumult, tranquility returned to the world. The disciples of the three sects were left dazed by the residual force. Only those of the heavenly tier could barely maintain their footing, while none other could rise. Observing the immense commotion, everyone's spirits were lifted, their gazes drawn to the swirling dust. Such formidable power from a late-stage master, how terrifying. Indeed, that great blade of Elder Mei nearly sheared my head clean off. Humph, what is this in comparison? The manifestation of our heavenly sect elder's internal power is truly awe-inspiring. Who knows which side emerged victorious? A chorus of astonishment echoed among the crowd. In the next moment, a figure was violently hurled from the swirling dust, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood sprayed across the sky, and upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be Zhao Dizhu, the most formidable among the three. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Soul Guardian sect were engulfed in a wave of dread, their expressions darkening with concern. Ah, Master, are you all right? Fire Charm, taken aback, abandoned her opponent and swiftly descended to Zhao Dizhu's side. As the dust settled, the mocking laughter of Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuan echoed through the air. Ha ha, Zhao Dizhu. In my domain, what makes you think you can contend with us? Is this your first encounter with my Tianyi sect? Are you unaware that our protective formation is impenetrable, even to peak experts of the Hong level? Only a transcendent being can breach it. This is the foundation of our sect. How dare you come here to provoke us? Their faces were painted with disdain as they regarded Zhao Dizhu, akin to observing mere insects. Cough, cough. I'm fine, Charm, step aside. Zhao Dizhu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, rising from the ground. He met the arrogant gazes of the two with unwavering courage. This formation is indeed powerful, quite impressive. Impressive? This place shall be your grave, Zhao Dizhu. We were just pondering how to deal with you, and here you are, delivering yourself to us. What gives you such audacity? With a smirk, they gestured with their left hand, drawing a dragon, and with their right, tracing a rainbow. An unparalleled force coalesced in the air, locking onto Zhao Dezhu. As they thrust their hands forward, an overwhelming attack erupted, enveloping Zhao Dezhu and the members of the Soul Guardian sect. Faced with the earth-shattering onslaught, despair washed over all the disciples of the Soul Guardian sect. They could not fathom why Zhao Dezhu would walk into his own demise. Yet, contrary to fear, Zhao Dezhu felt exhilarated. His robe billowed in the wind, resembling an ethereal figure from another realm. Were you inquiring about the source of my courage? Today, I shall reveal it to you. My courage stems from Senior Chu. With a solemn expression, Zhao Dezhu knelt upon the ground, shouting as if in worship. Bring forth the blade. With a thunderous cry, the crescent blade in Zhao Dezhu's hand transformed into an ordinary kitchen knife. Upon seeing the unremarkable knife, Wei Chuan and his companion were momentarily stunned, before erupting into derisive laughter. Ha! Zhao Dezhu, have you lost your wits? You dare to challenge us with a kitchen knife? Do you believe this is a culinary competition? This is a matter of life and death. Zhao Dezhu remained silent, closing his eyes. Following the knife techniques demonstrated in Senior Chu's culinary tome, he gently swung the knife, sliced the braised chicken. This seemingly powerless strike, incapable of even slaying a chicken, caused the expressions of the two men, who had previously held absolute advantage and were bolstered by the formation, to drastically change. As the blade sliced through the air, time seemed to freeze. Their furious assault crumbled beneath this single strike, utterly fragile, and was torn to shreds, vanishing without a trace. Where the blade's light passed, the very fabric of space crumbled, revealing fragments of reality itself. A terrifying intent surged skyward, hurtling towards the two with relentless speed. Wei Chuan Kong and Mei Qianhua exchanged a glance, their pupils filled with horror. A profound sense of helplessness welled up within them, leaving only one thought in their minds. This technique is invincible. They yearned to flee. Yet the overwhelming pressure locked them in place, rendering escape impossible. Fueled by an instinct for survival, they struck out with desperate blows. But each was effortlessly crushed by the blade's might. What? How is this possible? What manner of technique is this? What grade of weapon can exude such dreadful blade intent? Powerless to resist, they could only watch as the blade's light expanded in their vision. With a swift slash, both of their shoulders were severed, one lost an arm, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Had they not instinctively twisted their bodies in that critical moment, this strike might have claimed their lives. Ah, my hand. You wretched fiend. Compensate me for my hand. In the next moment, the entire Tian-E sect's dojo was filled with their anguished wails. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, even the most skilled masters present turned pale. Looking at the knife in Zhao Dezhu's hand, their eyes were filled with fervor. Zhao Dezhu gasped for breath, his heart brimming with shock. The power exceeded his expectations. However, while this knife was formidable, it drained a tremendous amount of internal energy. Even in the late stage of the wild rank, he could only manage 3 strikes. Yet, that was sufficient. Incredible. I have severely underestimated the weapon of my predecessor. This is not merely capable of contending with the flood rank. It's practically a one-hit kill. From now on, call me Zhao 3 Strikes. If you cannot withstand my 3 strikes, then there is no need to fight. If you endure them, then there is no need to continue. Having been struck down from the air and grievously wounded, Wei Chuan Kong and his companion quickly stabilized their injuries. As they gazed at the blade in their opponent's hand, their eyes were filled with trepidation and fear. To emit such astonishing blade energy and effortlessly defeat 2 temporary flood rank experts. What grade of knife is this? Cosmic rank? No, that is impossible. Even cosmic rank would not possess such overwhelming might. Could it be from the universe rank? The two dared not speculate further. Treasures of such caliber existed only in legends. Where could Zhao Dezhu have acquired this? Damn it! Why is such fortune not ours? Envy surged within them, and they realized that as long as their opponent wielded the kitchen knife, they had no chance of resistance, even with the protective formation of their sect. Zhao Dezhu, we are both seasoned veterans, exemplars of our sections. What kind of hero are you, relying on a powerful weapon? Even if you win, it will only bring you disgrace. Dare you set aside that kitchen knife? Let us forego our formations and engage in a fair contest to determine victor and vanquished, as well as life and death. What say you? In response to the enemy's provocations, Zhao Dezhu broke into a shameless grin. He brandished the knife in his hand, causing the 2 individuals across from him to tremble in fear, dreading that Zhao Dezhu would strike again. What? Do you intend to morally bind me? Apologies. But as long as I possess no morals, you cannot bind me. How much is your face worth? I would sell it by the pound. There's no point in further discussion. Today, one of us three must perish. Zhao Dizhu shouted fiercely, brandishing the kitchen knife as he charged towards the two. Seeing the other not fall for his taunts, Wei Chuan and Mei Qianhua exchanged glances and took to their heels. Where do you think you're running? Zhao Dizhu was unwilling to let them escape, pursuing them with the knife in hand. He understood the principle of taking advantage of another's weakness, for he too was seasoned in such matters. As the three of them engaged in a frantic chase, they ran throughout the day, utterly oblivious to how far they had traveled, crossing from the eastern part of the southern region to the west. Despite Wei Chuan and Mei Qianhua's disheveled state, they did not forget to occasionally launch attacks to hinder Zhao Dizhu's. The sounds of their aerial battle echoed through the air. Zhao Dizhu was exhilarated by the fight. This feeling of invincibility was exquisite, as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. He was so immersed in the thrill that he didn't even notice as he passed by the jagged mountains. Meanwhile, Chu Mo was blissfully asleep, hearing the crackling sounds overhead. He groggily rubbed his eyes. What the hell? Disturbing the peace at this hour. I've seen horses shaking, I've seen cars shaking. But this is my first encounter with sky shaking. Are you a sky shaker? Truly, cultivators possess avant-garde ideas. Once-ling air helps me reunite with my wife. I too shall experience this sensation. Ha ha ha. Following a lewd chuckle, Chu Mo kicked the dog that had dreamily wandered onto his bed beneath it, pulled the covers over himself, and fell back into a joyful slumber. This left Bai Feng awake, staring with bewildered eyes. What? How did I end up on the bed? This powerful figure laughed so lewdly. He couldn't possibly have ill intentions toward me. He even spurned the dog, not even leaving the wolf unscathed. My innocence. How will I face other wolves from now on? Woe is me. The night swiftly passed. During this time, the entire southern region's cultivators learned that the Tianyi sect and the patriarch of the weapon sect had been chased to the ends of the earth by the Jinhuan sect. In an instant, the might of the Jinhuan sect reached its zenith. Within the Tianyi sect, Wei Chuan and Mei Qianhua trembled beneath a table, quaking in fear. Patriarch, where are you? The leaders of the two sects rushed in, calling out. The two finally timidly poked their heads from beneath the table. Where is Zhao Dizhu? Has he returned? Reporting to the patriarch, the Jinhuan sect has retreated. Zhao Dizhu has exhausted his internal energy and could no longer wield his knife. Thus he departed. The two sect leaders reported, still shaken. The two patriarchs let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that he has left. It's good. Quickly. Reinforce the great formation by 5 layers. No, by 50 layers. The sect should cease practicing offensive formations. All efforts must be directed toward defense for the patriarch. By the way, did that old curmudgeon unleash his wrath upon the disciples? The sect nodded in acknowledgement and clasped their hands in obedience, yet they did not withdraw. Instead, they hesitated, casting glances at the two men. There was no other matter at hand, just the encouragement to speak freely, with the assurance that the elder was present and they need not fear. Upon learning of Zhao Dizhu's departure, Wei Chuan and Kong gradually regained a semblance of the elder's former grandeur, gesturing with the remnants of a hand for the other to continue. The leader of the Tianyi sect wore a troubled expression. Esteemed elder, it is merely that Zhao Dizhu has plundered our treasury, exhibiting an exceedingly arrogant demeanor. Even our sect's dog, for merely barking a few times, received 2 heavy slaps, leaving its face swollen. If you do not believe me, I have illustrated the scene. The leader presented his drawing of the dog being struck. The 2 elders exchanged glances and sighed in resignation. Arrogance was one thing, but as long as no further transgressions occurred, they could endure. Circumstances often dictated the course of action, and patience was required. The leader wiped away tears, feeling deeply aggrieved. As if that were not enough, he lamented how the disciples had been forced to squat in the latrine while others hurled firecrackers into the pit. Now, our disciples have been compelled to experience a sense of free flight. The stench has permeated the entire sect, rendering it uninhabitable, and the situation was even worse than that. He has blown up all our latrines. Now, there is nowhere to relieve oneself. What are we to do? With a laugh, Wei Chuan and Kong could no longer contain themselves, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Killing is one thing, but must one destroy a person's latrine? This was more grievous than the vengeance of a slain father or the theft of a wife. They vowed they had never endured such humiliation in their lives. Someone investigate. We must uncover the origins of this old rascal's cosmic divine blade, and also ascertain the nature of that miraculous sword technique. They raged. Once we find out where the blade came from, we might take a chance ourselves. We cannot allow this grievance to go unaddressed. The two leaders exchanged disdainful glances, inwardly cursing. When the latrine was blown up, why did they not see you making a fuss? Yes, our disciples will investigate immediately. As the two leaders departed, Wei Chuan and Mei Qianhua received another message through the communication stone. Upon inspection, it was once again from the national masters of the Jin and Hui kingdoms. This time, they did not disconnect, but instead shouted into the stone, "You all, come and clean up this mess." Chapter 70. Your Highness, the elder and the sect will support you from behind. In the Honglu Temple, Jin Shanghui Yuan stared at the communication stone in bewilderment. Did the elder wish for them to hasten their demise? What was happening? I am also shouting the same here. Could it be that our efforts have fallen short? Igniting the elder's fury? The two exchanged glances, trembling as they tucked the communication stone away. Regret washed over them, realizing that their support was unreliable, and they had lost half their territory. The world seemed to darken. They could no longer see the future. What were they to do? As soon as the words fell, a remarkably swift cultivator clad in the attire of the Soul Town sect descended from the heavens, landing before the northern king of the town. Upon recognizing the familiar messenger, the northern king's expression turned solemn, and he promptly produced 10 taels of gold to offer. You have worked hard. Upon receiving the gold, the messenger's face lit up with joy. Young Master Lu, I come on the orders of Elder Hu to convey some splendid news. The Heavenly One sect and the Tool sect have suffered grievous defeats at the hands of our esteemed ancestor. Now, the upper echelons of our sect are free to assist. Elder Hu instructed me to inform you that should you require aid, simply send word to her. She will come with a formidable force. With our ancestors' might, no one in the southern region can stand against the Soul Town sect. Moreover, I must discreetly share that our ancestor has recently allied with a being of extraordinary power, capable of cataclysmic destruction. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji gasped in astonishment. Even the duo, Hui Yuan and Jin Shang, displayed expressions of shock, feeling utterly bewildered. How could such momentous events transpire without their knowledge? A being capable of annihilation? The Soul Town sect has vanquished both the Heavenly One sect and the Tool sect? What on earth is happening? The messenger glanced at them, revealing little, for the commotion of the previous night would inevitably spread. To be candid, our ancestor, Zhao Dizhus, has voluntarily stepped down to become the Supreme Elder. This is due to the fact that the esteemed Elder, after several invitations from him and the sect leader, reluctantly agreed to assume the role of our sect's ancestor. Thus, with the effortless support of the new and old ancestors, the Supreme Elder wielded an artifact, easily severing one hand of the ancestor from the Heavenly One sect and pursuing them thousands of miles. Elder Hu mentioned that if you wish to act, young Master Lu, you may do so with full force. The Supreme Elder and the sect, along with that enigmatic elder, shall be your steadfast support. They will certainly protect you. After hearing this, Lu Ji was overwhelmed with delight, standing straighter than ever. Now, he regarded everyone around him as mere pawns, filled with an unshakable pride. With a formidable powerhouse backing their sect, they would surely dominate the southern region. In that case, who needs allies? I shall soar solo and seize the empire for myself. With deft maneuvering, I might even conquer the Ice Spirit Nation and subsequently the Golden Fire Nation as well. I, Lu Ji, shall become the eternal emperor of the southern region. Ha! Esteemed brother, I truly appreciate your efforts. Please accept this small token of gratitude. Lu Ji produced more gold and a crystal-clear spirit stone to present to the messenger. The Soul Town sect disciple, grinning widely, accepted the offerings. Were it not for the allure of resources, who would run errands as a messenger? In the mundane world, a single tael of gold could sustain an ordinary family for over a year. Yet, for a mere delivery, he received 20 taels along with an immensely valuable spirit stone. A tremendous profit. By the way, esteemed brother, could you kindly relay a message to my mother? Inform her that I am in need of support. As I have been enduring daily humiliation here, swallowing my pride, even allowing an 8-year-old to disrespect me. In these tumultuous times, one scarcely dares to venture outside or even breathe freely. I implore her to hasten and bring assistance. for the situation is urgent and delays may lead to unforeseen consequences. Lu Ji comprehended that should Lu Qingxue consolidate the territory she has recently acquired, she would be enveloped in a formidable aura of dragon energy and national fortune. It is likely that even the most esteemed elder of the Soul Guardian sect would find it impossible to breach this protective force and eliminate Lu Qingxue. Thus, Lu Ji resolved to feign desperation, urging her mother to rally support for a swift resolution. As for that mysterious powerhouse, even Zhao Di's who respects him deeply, Lu Ji never entertained the notion of soliciting his intervention. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall convey your message. The messenger affirmed before transforming into a streak of light and soaring into the heavens. With the messenger's departure, an eerie silence enveloped the room. With each individual wearing a distinct expression, Lu Ji felt an unprecedented surge of vitality, brimming with confidence as if the realm lay within his grasp. In contrast, Jin Shanghui Yuan and the two princesses furrowed their brows, their eyes filled with regret and trepidation. Now I understand why our ancestor spoke of interruptions when we sought aid yesterday. It was indeed the Soul Guardian sect that had come knocking. Most alarmingly, despite the combined efforts of the two sects, they suffered such a devastating defeat and even had the audacity to invite us to our demise afterward. What an absurdity! They lamented the loss of their backing, unsure of how to reclaim their territory. Had they known these sects would prove so ineffective, they would never have heeded their provocations. Their hearts were filled with remorse. The very Lu Ji, whom they deemed a foolish second-generation heir, had now become their last hope. Your Highness, what do you propose regarding our collaboration? The two adopted a submissive demeanor. However, Lu Ji regarded them with disdain. Collaboration? What collaboration? Do we have any such agreement between us? Do not spread falsehoods. Beware, I might accuse you of slander. I am the rightful prince of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, merely here to observe the spectacle. With that, Lu Ji laughed heartily, hands clasped behind his back, and strode toward the exit, seemingly intent on indulging in a celebratory feast. Upon hearing this, Jin Shanghui Yuan and his companions' expressions darkened. With their experience, they comprehended that Lu Ji had developed substantial backing and was now soaring high. As such, they, the vanquished, were no longer worthy of collaboration or territorial division. This realization etched bitter expressions upon their faces. If they could not reclaim their territory, their national fortunes would surely wane, leaving them vulnerable to the encroachments of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, with Spirit Kingdom, and their ally, the Earth Spirit Kingdom, until nothing remained. They would be remembered as eternal villains, a fate they wished to avoid. To rectify the dire situation, their only recourse was to seek a new ally. Presently, only the Soul Guardian sect stood supreme among the three major sections. Thus, they exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. Lu Ji was akin to a naive heir with abundant wealth. Your Highness, please wait. Your Highness, do not rush. They exclaimed. Your noble demeanor is truly that of a dragon among men. I happen to possess the gift of divination. I have just read your fortune, and it appears that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall soon ascend to the throne. Upon your ascension to the throne, it is undoubtedly essential to have vassal states, is it not? Though we two old men have aged, we remain willing to serve as loyal subjects, following your lead with utmost devotion. Should you direct us westward, we shall steadfastly refrain from any eastern inclinations. Furthermore, every year during the New Year celebrations, vassal states come to pay their respects. Does that not enhance our prestige remarkably? Which emperor of the Ice Spirit Kingdom possesses such vision and grandeur? The two men immediately adopted a humble demeanor, nodding and bowing obsequiously towards Lu Ji. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ji paused, raising an eyebrow with an amused expression as he turned his head. Oh, is this the sentiment of both of you? Or does it reflect the will of your respective nations? It sounds rather appealing. Yet, why do I find it hard to believe? Are you attempting to deceive me? Internally, the two men felt a pang of bitterness, yet they maintained forced smiles, considering themselves as national advisors, figures of great renown. They had boldly approached, intent on territorial expansion, only to find themselves in this predicament. Of course, this is indeed the consensus of our two nations. As advisors, and with the presence of a princess, along with the emperor's prior directive for us to act with full authority, we can represent both realms. Your Highness, rest assured, as soon as you give your assent, We can promptly sign the Treaty of Vassalage, guaranteeing annual tributes." Upon hearing this, Lu Ji erupted into hearty laughter, clearly pleased with the two elderly men's attitude. "You two certainly know how to adapt, don't you?" "Indeed, Your Highness speaks the truth. A man should possess the ability to bend and sway." The two men nodded in agreement. Lu Ji's expression grew cold as he looked at them with derision. "Humph. The ability to bend and sway does not belong to men. That is the trait of a turtle. A true man, like myself, stands firm and unyielding. Even in the face of death, that is what constitutes a stalwart figure. Since you claim to wish to be my vassal states, I see no sincerity in your offer, which complicates matters for me." Lu Ji feigned difficulty, subtly rubbing his fingers together. The two men's faces turned ashen, yet they forced themselves to suppress their anger, responding with forced cheerfulness. "Indeed, indeed." With that, they produced treasures from their storage pouches. They exchanged glances with the two beautiful princesses. The women grimaced, though internally reluctant. They felt compelled to comply for the sake of their nation and approached Lu Ji, sweetly and coyly expressing their desire to serve him. "Your Highness, we both wish to attend to your every need," simply requesting. Before they could finish, Lu Ji disdainfully pushed them to the ground. "Do not approach me. Is this the sincerity I seek? If you cannot comprehend such matters, then let it be. With my future status, I shall have plenty of followers." Chapter 71. Even at my advanced age, I still face such calamities. Jin Shang and Hui Yuan exchanged glances, astonished that the northern king remained unmoved by female allure. He even rejected two such exceptionally beautiful princesses. Though they lacked hair, both women possessed remarkable figures and appearances. Wouldn't the experience be equally gratifying in the dark? What does he truly desire? What does Your Highness mean by this? As we have both grown older, our minds have become rather dull, and we find ourselves in need of your guidance, Your Highness." The two exchanged subtle glances, attempting to discern something from Lu Ji's expression. Were it not for the prevailing circumstances, their esteemed positions would never allow such deference. The Prince of the North scoffed, impatiently shoving Jin Shang, who was standing uncomfortably close. "Keep your distance. I despise having others so near." Before he could finish his sentence, he glanced at his own hand in surprise, as if to grasp something intangible. Upon lifting his gaze, he realized that he had pushed against the other man's chest. In the next moment, a glint of greed and delight filled his eyes as he scrutinized Jin Shang and Hui Yuan like a hunter assessing his prey. "Well, would you look at that? Quite the sturdy chest you have there. Impressive indeed." As he spoke, Lu Ji reached out, patting and prodding the two elder gentlemen's chests. Their eyes widened in horror as they felt his voracious gaze upon them, a chill running down their spines as they felt like lambs in his predatory sight. Both men leapt back, startled, gazing at Lu Ji in sheer disbelief. "What do you intend to do, Your Highness?" Jin Shang and Hui Yuan stammered, their voices tinged with panic. Faced with such an absurd scenario, even these seasoned individuals found their composure wavering. An eerie spectacle unfolded within the room as Lu Ji advanced, causing the two sages to retreat in fear until they found themselves cornered against the wall. "Your Highness, please remain calm. We are all men here," one of them implored. "I understand we are all men. I merely wish to examine your well-toned pectorals, so do not be alarmed. Come, let me have a look." Lu Ji licked his lips, extending his hand with a mischievous intent. Jin Shang and Hui Yuan's eyes bulged in terror as they clutched their chests, shouting, "Help! For the love of all that is holy." They still hoped for Lu Ji's assistance in reclaiming their homeland, and thus did not dare to act against him, silently praying that he would retain some semblance of normalcy and refrain from further advances. "Ha! The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become." With this declaration, the two sages had no choice but to summon their inner strength, forming a protective barrier to prevent Lu Ji from reaching them, despair flooding their hearts. Could centuries of virtue truly be at stake? Even the two bald princesses nearby felt a shiver run through them, unable to suppress a tremor. As their protective aura formed a shimmering barrier, Lu Ji found himself unable to breach it, his expression darkening. "Gentlemen, I trust you do not wish to lose your territory?" With a mere statement, he had them firmly ensnared. Jin Shang and Hui Yuan exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with bitterness. After a moment of hesitation, and in a bid to align themselves with the powerful, they reluctantly dissipated their protective energy. "Your Highness," they began tentatively. Let us discuss how you achieved such impressive musculature in a more private setting. Shall we consider how you might assist us in reclaiming our lands? Please deliberate on the matter. You have 1 minute. After that, the opportunity will be lost. Lu Ji smirked, turned, and entered a room. Jin Shang and Hui Yuan swallowed hard, their hearts tightening in trepidation. They exchanged glances, clenched their teeth, and resolved to proceed. Surely, there cannot exist such a loathsome individual in this world. He claims to merely study how muscles are developed. For the sake of our nation and grand ambitions. Shall we not enter and discuss? Having exchanged opinions, they lifted their gazes towards Lu Ji. My lord, if we enter to instruct you on your training, will you assure us the return of our territories upon your ascension? Lu Ji, holding a cup of tea, produced a belt from an unknown source, weighing it in his hands while his fervent gaze roamed between the two national advisors. Come inside. As for the territories, we shall discuss that later. Outside, Jin Feng and Hui Yunqi's mouths twitched uncontrollably. Beasts. Savages. Is this a manifestation of the distortion of humanity or the decay of morality? While the two women felt sympathy for the advisors, they also felt fortunate. Had the advisors been inclined towards women, it could have been them facing such a predicament. As their words hung in the air, the door creaked open. Lu Ji emerged, exuding confidence. Rest assured, once I ascend, your reward shall be plentiful. As for reinforcements, they shall arrive within 3 days at the latest. Ha ha ha. With hands clasped behind his back, he laughed heartily and departed. Observing this, Jin Feng and Hui Yunqi hurriedly rushed into the room. There, the two advisors wept, clutching their blankets as if they were young girls. Whoa. Witnessing this scene, Jin Feng and Hui Yunqi felt a chill run down their spines. Unsure how to offer comfort, they could only sigh deeply. Alas, dear advisors, you have sacrificed so much for the empire. We truly owe you both an apology. Their words, once spoken, only intensified the advisors' lamentations, their cries more sorrowful than one mourning the loss of their parents. Wah! The fortune teller said I would encounter a significant hurdle at the age of 300. I thought it was merely a grave disturbance, but I was mistaken. At such an advanced age, I have encountered this calamity. We believed he would address the issue of territories in the future, but instead, it is a matter to be postponed indefinitely. We are tainted indeed. Jin Feng and Hui Yunqi echoed, Amen. In stark contrast to the weeping Jin Shang and Hui Yuan, Lu Qingxue had just exited the court. Accompanied by Li Chunfeng, Zhu Jun, and Gu Yanwu, they hastened towards the sword pavilion after finishing their meal. Your Majesty, I have already arranged for the handling of territorial matters. Huang Fusong and Lu Ji have proceeded to the two nations for the transfer. With the heavenly Dao contract in hand, neither country will dare to renege. The task is expected to be completed within 3 days, though the withdrawal of their armies may take 5. Zhu Jun, the Minister of War, followed closely behind. Bowing in report, Lu Qingxue nodded in acknowledgement. Huang Fusong and Lu Ji are among the 3 exceptional talents of the Ice Spirit Nation, and Lu Qingxue felt assured of their capabilities. Please expedite the process. Time waits for no one. Once the territory is secured, I shall commence my ascent beyond the barren stage, striving for the intermediate level. If both the National Master and the Divine Healer also make breakthroughs, the strength of my Ice Spirit Kingdom will double, enabling me to match even the combined might of the 3 sects. As for the Northern King, I shall act without hesitation, directly eliminating him and his faction, thus revitalizing the court. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jun naturally recognized the urgency of the situation. Your Majesty, I shall dispatch someone to hasten the progress of Huang Fusong and the others. By the way, speaking of the sects, I have a matter to report. Lu Qingxue furrowed her delicate brows and turned to him. What is it? Speak freely. Last night, the ancestor of the soul-conquering sect, Zhu Jun, sighed and meticulously relayed the intelligence he had acquired to the Empress. After listening, the expressions of the gathered individuals grew grave. What? Zhao Di's whose has advanced to the late barren stage, and has even subdued the other 2 sects? This revelation was indeed unexpected. According to their original plan, Zhao Di's whose strength, no matter how formidable, would merely be at the mid-barren stage, allowing them to disregard him after consolidating their territories. Yet now, it appeared that circumstances had shifted. Your Majesty, the situation is dire. It seems I must hasten my breakthrough along with Ouyang Mingri in the coming days. Li Chunfeng's gaze sharpened. Only by transcending the barren stage combined with Ling Er's sword. Can we hope to contend with him? The Empress nodded in agreement. Very well. When the time comes for your breakthroughs, I shall provide protection for both of you. As they conversed, they had already arrived at the sword pavilion. Inside, Chu Ling was leaning on her desk, lost in thought. The spirited Chang Wanyin sat nearby, twirling a lock of her hair with her fingers. Upon seeing Lu Qingxue enter, Chu Ling joyfully sprang forward. Mother, gazing at the lively child, Lu Qingxue felt her heart lighten, dispelling the shadows that had lingered. What are you working on at the desk? By the way, where is your big brother Ouyang? Upon hearing the question, Chu Ling pouted in frustration. Ling is doing the test paper that father gave me. He is so mean, I dislike him. He should remain a bachelor for life. As for big brother, it seems he has gone to, At this, Li Chunfeng and Zhu Jun exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment palpable. What? What did you say? Who is he with? Oh, big brother is visiting my mother's family. He goes there every day? Several times a day, in fact. As Chu Ling innocently laughed, Li Chunfeng and Zhu Jun widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom the implications. What? That old scoundrel, taking liberties at Her Majesty's residence? Just as they were about to seek retribution, a figure entered from outside. How could this be? Why has it come to this? Clearly, this elixir is merely ash from the bottom of a pot. Yet why do I not perceive its detoxifying properties? Could it be that my method of consumption is flawed? The crowd turned their gazes. Witnessing Sai Hua entering with his left hand clutching half of the chewed elixir and his right holding a basin of pitch-black pot ash, his expression a blend of confusion and bewilderment, repetitively muttering to himself. His once handsome and fair visage was now smeared with the dark ash, rendering him entirely blackened. More so than even the likes of Baozhang. Upon witnessing this scene, several individuals were taken aback. Pot ash. So, what Linger referred to as peeling ash was indeed authentic. In that moment, a few elderly men couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. That innocent young girl. And here they were, assuming the worst. What are you doing? Instead of diligently cultivating to prepare for the enemies, you squander your days with pot ash? What purpose does that serve? Li Chunfeng furrowed his brow, positioning himself in front of Sai Hua. This call brought Sai Hua, lost in thought, back to reality. Looking at the familiar faces before him, he flashed a broad smile, revealing his pearly whites. Oh, there's no rush with cultivation. I've exerted my efforts for you all. Not sacrificed myself. Let things unfold naturally. When the time for a breakthrough arrives, it will come. If enemies approach, it's of no concern. I shall fight if I can, and if not, I will flee first and return to collect your remains once you have perished. Rest assured, I shall care for your widow after your demise. Hearing such shameless words, Li Chuanfeng's lips twitched. What sort of teammates do I have? What is this? With the ash prepared, do they intend to dig my grave? In response, Sai Hua shook his head, a pained expression crossing his face. No, I am studying this elixir from Linger. Didn't she give me one for research purposes last time? If a single pill can counter the king of hell's poison, how can I rest if I fail to decipher the formula? I believe that once I grasp the method of its refinement, ascending to the next tier will be effortless. Yet, this elixir resembles nothing more than pot ash, and I have tried numerous methods, soaking the ash in water, concocting pills, applying it externally, ingesting it. All to no avail. Alas, it seems my remaining days will be spent wrestling with pot ash. I must admit, the king of Shura is truly formidable. Who would have thought that mere pot ash could be utilized to such an extent? In comparison, my medical skills are exceedingly rudimentary. Sai Hua sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of defeat. Despite dedicating so many days to studying the elixir, he found not a single pathway forward. If I fail to research it, so be it. When you die, I shall have someone burn it for you. There will be time for study later. The immediate priority is to break through. Li Chunfeng recounted the matters regarding the soul-settling sect to Sai Hua. Furrowing his brow, Sai Hua replied, however, without resolving this concern, I feel unable to concentrate on cultivation. Observing this, Li Chunfeng exhaled a sigh. He understood Sai Hua's stubborn nature. Once he set his mind on something, not even the strongest oxen could pull him back. Otherwise, his medical skills would never reach the unparalleled heights in the southern domain. If it truly proves difficult, why not concoct a bit of Yama's culinary delight and consume it? Subsequently, one could test the ash from the pot. After all, you share a lineage with Miao Sanbu. What he can accomplish, you too can replicate. Li Chunfeng remarked with impatience. His words struck like a bolt of lightning, awakening Sai Huada, who suddenly exclaimed, "Why didn't I think of that? What a brilliant idea. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Consider this your home while I attend to something." With a premonition that this endeavor might elevate his standing, Sai Hua swiftly vanished, clutching the pot's ash. The remaining individuals were left in a state of bewilderment. Li Chunfeng inhaled deeply, cursing, "How dare you speak so brazenly? The sword pavilion belongs to me. You truly lack any sense of propriety." After his outburst, they turned their attention to Chu Linger, who had resumed her place at the desk. "Linger, why haven't I seen you slaying little lambs these past few days? One cannot afford to be inconsistent in martial training. Persistence is key. Otherwise, your exceptional talent will go to waste," Li Chunfeng gently admonished, his tone markedly different than when he addressed Sai Huadua, cautious not to alarm Chu Linger. Chu Linger shook her head in distress. "There's no time. It's all Father's fault for making me complete these assignments. Unless I finish them, he won't allow me to return home." The others exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. "Assignments? Given by the king of Shura? Oh, that changes everything. Please continue." Chu Linger, observing Gu Yanwu and the others, who were blissfully unconcerned and offered no assistance with her workload, felt a surge of frustration. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her, leading to a brilliant solution regarding the assignments. With a serious expression, she clasped her hands behind her back, exuding a righteous demeanor as she addressed Gu Yanwu and Zhu Junahem. "My dear disciples, having been under my tutelage for some time, I have regrettably neglected to impart knowledge unto you. Therefore, today I shall assign you tasks for your training." Upon hearing this, Gu Yanwu and Zhu Jun felt a chill run down their spines, an ominous feeling enveloping them. In the next moment, Chu Linger continued, "Here are 2 sets of assignments. I expect you to study them diligently and complete them post-haste." As they beheld the 2 sets of assignments presented by Chu Linger, their smiles immediately faltered. "Is this truly permissible? These are your assignments, not ours." "Oh, esteemed mentor, isn't this somewhat inappropriate? After all, these are assessments from the venerable king of Shura. Indeed, I have never encountered such assignments. As a soldier accustomed to battle, this is not my area of expertise." The 2 protested vigorously. Chu Linger, with a fierce glare and puffed cheeks, threatened, "I care not. This is my test for you both." Reluctantly, they accepted the papers, glancing down to find them densely packed with text, one for language arts and the other for mathematics. Gu Yanwu picked up the language arts paper, while Zhu Jun took the mathematics one, and they exchanged resigned sighs. "Alas, since it is the command of my revered master, we shall acquiesce. After all, I am a general, capable of counting over 1,000,000 troops. Surely arithmetic should pose no challenge." I, Gu Yanwu, have always been the one to pose questions to others, yet today it is I who faces a test. How the tides of fortune turn. After exchanging a few grievances, the 2 settled into their seats, bowing their heads in preparation for the examination. However, upon scrutinizing the questions on the paper, their expressions transformed from resignation to gravity. For they soon realized, "Oh dear, I have never encountered such problems before. I assumed they would be simple, yet I find myself utterly bewildered. The query regarding the first pipe discharging water in 3 hours while the second fills in 2 hours. How long would it take if both actions occurred simultaneously? Good heavens, is this not a wasteful predicament? One pipe expelling while another draws in. What kind of imbecile concocted this question?" Zhu Jun, with little restraint, vented his frustrations vocally. Gu Yanwu trembled, casting a horrified glance at him. "By heavens, this is a test devised by the king of Shura. Do you dare to insult him? Are you courting death?" The reminder struck Zhu Jun as he became aware of his indiscretion, hastily surveying their surroundings. When he saw no divine wrath descending upon them, he finally exhaled in relief. "All right, my friend, let us proceed with decorum. This examination from the king of Shura is deemed challenging even by Master Ling. Such a celestial being would not contrive a test merely to vex his daughter. Surely, there must be profound intentions behind this. Moreover, with our erudition, is there truly anything we have not encountered? Perhaps our inability to comprehend stems from our insufficient cultivation. When we eventually grasp the knowledge embedded within this examination, I suspect we may leap directly from the heavenly realm to the wilderness realm." Gu Yanwu stroked his beard, a knowing glimmer in his deep, weathered eyes. Perhaps this is a trial or a means of fostering growth for his two disciples. Contemplating this notion, both men exchanged a glance, invigorated as if by a surge of energy. Upon re-examining the questions, it seemed they began to perceive something altogether different. Chapter 73. Ancestor. The esteemed elder bears the surname Chu, residing in the remote Jair Mountain. Time passed gradually, as Chu Linger submitted the examination papers to Zhu Jun and Gu Yanwu, then joyously scampered off to play with Su Guanyin. Within the study, the empress attended to state affairs, plotting the future's dominion. Li Chunfeng meditated, practicing the first form of the grass character sword technique. Zhu Jun gnawed on his pen, his fingers nearly cramping from counting, as the myriad tedious and perplexing questions tormented him. Meanwhile, Gu Yanwu, his brow furrowed, wrestled with a language examination. A gentleman does not elevate a person based solely on words, nor dismiss the words of a person based on their status. What does this signify? Is this not simple? For one of my scholarly stature, this is akin to a child's riddle. Upon discerning the question, Gu Yanwu smirked with confidence, poised to write. Yet at the moment he poised his pen, he suddenly hesitated. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the scene when Chu Linger taught him the art of wielding words. The art of wielding words. The Confucian Tao? The questions posed by the esteemed Shura King were surely not so simple. Allow me to ponder this thoroughly. Gu Yanwu closed his eyes, envisioning the muscular elder gripping a brick, and in that fleeting moment, he seemed to grasp a profound understanding. Hiss. Could it be that the essence of this phrase is to refrain from idle chatter when addressing those who fail to comprehend? A gentleman who lacks strength cannot command respect. It implies that to strike is to do so with vigor, lest one be unable to establish authority? I understand now. I have completely comprehended that this is the true significance of wielding words. I, Gu Yanwu, knew that the Shura King would not present a test without reason. Indeed, this was a means to elevate us, his disciples. Gu Yanwu foresaw his own future, armed with a mighty blade, his body robust and muscular. He would prefer action over idle talk. This is indeed his path of cultivation. There exists a principle in Confucian law that states, if one possesses surplus energy, one ought to pursue scholarly learning. This implies that without a strong physique and boundless vigor, one cannot engage in study. Upon grasping the true essence of Confucian Tao, Gu Yanwu experienced a breakthrough, ascending to the mid-level of the heavenly stage. This transformation left Zhu Jun enviously awestruck. Old pig, I have broken through. Did you comprehend the underlying meaning? It is truly beneficial. Gu Yanwu exclaimed with excitement. Zhu Jun's expression shifted, uncertainty flickering across his face as he scratched his head. I believe I have also unearthed a certain secret. Observe, this problem states that a triangle possesses stability. From this, I have deduced a principle. To ensure harmony in marital life, one must take a concubine, thereby creating a stable triangular relationship. Do you think there is merit in this reasoning? I shall inform my wife and then proudly bring that concubine home. At this, the Empress and Li Chunfeng exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions laden with incredulity. Gu Yanwu's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. You truly are a genius. You came to this conclusion? Zhu Jun squinted, a glint of wisdom shining in his eyes. Of course, that is not all. I have also discovered an astonishing rule. If one side of a triangle measures 3 and another measures 4, then the remaining side must indeed measure 5, and vice versa. Upon hearing Zhu Jun's words, Gu Yanwu immediately retrieved a ruler and sketched it out, discovering it to be exactly as Zhu Jun had claimed. My heavens, old pig, you have unearthed such an extraordinary truth. Zhu Jun beamed with pride, patting his chest. I believe this must be some celestial law, and I am the first to discover it. Henceforth, I shall name this principle the Zhu Law. If I can uncover such a law, do you not find me remarkable? Gu Yanwu's expression shifted, dismissively waving his hand. I will not look. Disgusting. Zhu Jun, just as he was basking in his triumph, was interrupted by Chu Linger's voice nearby. Second disciple, what you mentioned has been told to me by my father. It is known as the Pythagorean theorem. It has long been discovered. Zhu Jun's expression darkened, and his mood soured instantly. Is that so? This fellow, Pythagoras, is indeed quite swift. Alas, never mind. I shall diligently work on the problems. Perhaps there are other theorems that may lead me to a breakthrough. If that old scholar can achieve it, then surely I can as well. As the two immersed themselves in their examinations, at the same time, the Tianyi sect was engaged in significant infrastructural projects. The two ancestors of the Tianyi sect and the Qi sect stood on the training ground, wearing masks, and were distressed as they directed their disciples in the reconstruction of the outhouse and septic tank. Damn it! The Jin and Huan nations have just allied with us, and yet we find ourselves unable to command them. We asked them to send people to clean up the mess, and they have unilaterally sanctioned us, severing ties. This infuriates me. Once this matter is resolved, I shall deal with those two nations. How can one act as a dog without the awareness of a dog? Both were exceedingly displeased with the attitude of the Jin and Huan nations. Just as they deliberated on how to manage these nations, a beam of light descended from the heavens, landing before them. Upon closer inspection, it was the scout they had dispatched to gather information about Zhao Dizhu's acquired fortunes. Reporting to the ancestors, the disciple has discovered the origins of the treasured blade belonging to the Jinhuan sect. What? Speak quickly. Zhao Dizhu's, wielding that treasured blade, has managed to defeat us decisively, even severing a hand of mine. I cannot bear this humiliation. Wei Chuan and Mei Qian were ecstatic. If the two of them were to possess a magical blade, how could they possibly fear Zhao Dizhu's? They would surely make him pay in kind for his transgressions. It was revealed by a high-ranking member of the Jinhuan sect that Zhao Dizhu's had visited a place called Gala Mountain twice recently. Upon his return, not only had he broken through the realm that had plagued him for decades, but his disciple, Huameyer, had also achieved a breakthrough. That blade seemed to have been obtained from a mysterious powerhouse residing in Gala Mountain, prompting Zhao Dizhu's to relinquish his position as ancestor and willingly take on the role of a supreme elder. The scout respectfully reported, and upon hearing his words, the two ancestors felt a chill run down their spines, becoming somewhat anxious. What did you say? Zhao Dizhu's has encountered a mysterious powerhouse. Is this information reliable? It is indeed reliable. This information was provided by a high-ranking member of the Jinhuan sect, and it is 99% true. The scout nodded in affirmation. In this day and age, who among the sects does not have a few infiltrators? It is embarrassing to admit one belongs to a major sect. Wei Chuan's expression shifted dramatically, evidently displeased with the news the scout had relayed. This mysterious powerhouse might very well disrupt the balance in the southern region. Do you know the name of that powerhouse? He did not mention his name. Oh, you are asking for his name, ancestor? It seems to be something like Chu. At that moment, the scout seemed to recall something and continued. Oh, right. I heard from the high-ranking member of the Jinhuan sect that this mysterious powerhouse has not taken residence in the Jinhuan sect. They have not even met him. As it appears, he is still residing in Gala Mountain. Upon hearing this, the two furrowed their brows. Still in Gala Mountain? Not in the Jinhuan sect? Since we have all become ancestors, should we not take our place in the sect? Does this not imply that the relationship between that formidable figure and the Soul Town sect is not as amicable as it seems? If Zhao Dizhu's can forge a connection with such a powerful being, why can't we? It is said that as long as one wields the hoe skillfully, no corner is insurmountable. Pursuing women is mere amusement, while pursuing men is a serious endeavor. A surname of Chu? Indeed, when Zhao Dizhu's clashed with us, he mentioned that his confidence stemmed from the esteemed Chu. It must be him. Old Mei, shall we not investigate? Who knows, that mysterious individual might also appreciate us. Wei Chuankong exclaimed excitedly. Mei Qianhua narrowed his eyes but shook his head. Mysterious strong beings tend to have peculiar temperaments. Are you not afraid that we might be eliminated due to our lack of charm? I believe it is best if we, as elders, refrain from taking such risks ourselves. What do you think we have so many disciples for? Wei Chuankong paused, nodding thoughtfully. You speak wisely. The death of a friend does not bring misfortune to a fellow practitioner. This is indeed a prudent approach. Summon the two sect masters at once. We have significant matters to discuss. With a command, moments later, two peak-tier experts descended from the heavens. They clasped their hands respectfully and inquired, We greet you, esteemed ancestor. May we ask what summons you have for us? The matter is thus, Migu Migu, Mashi Mashi, do you comprehend? Wei Chuankong succinctly explained the situation. The two sect masters furrowed their brows, filled with confusion. Esteemed ancestor, why do you not seize such an opportunity to meet this powerful individual? They asked. Wei Chuankong waved his sleeve, gazing earnestly at them. Ahem. As ancestors, we ought to provide more opportunities for our juniors to gain experience. We believe in your potential. This Chinquan array plate I possess is the treasure of our Tianyi sect. You too shall carry it. He solemnly presented an 8 trigrams array plate to them. Mei Qianhua also produced a large furnace, handing it over to the 2 sect masters. This is the treasure of our instrument sect, a replica of the divine 3-flame furnace, known as the 3-flame faux furnace. Take it with you. If that mysterious individual is not formidable, then eliminate him without hesitation. Regardless of whether the dagger belongs to him, he deserves demise for his weakness. If he proves to be powerful, treat him with respect and further observe his character before returning to report to us. Remember, swift departure and return. The ancestors await your good news. Chapter 74. Is he truly a super strong being? He seems rather weak. After receiving the command from the 2 ancestors, the 2 vice sect masters clasped their hands in acknowledgement. They retrieved a map, located the position of the gully mountain, and soared into the sky, vanishing in a streak of light from Tianyi sect. Seeing this, Wei Chuankong nodded in satisfaction. Now we await good news. If these 2 youngsters manage to procure a peerless artifact, our sect will have the opportunity to expand once more. Perhaps even advancing into the central region is not beyond the realm of possibility. Mei Qianhua slightly nodded, stroking his beard. Indeed. Have you ever pondered a question? If the legendary artifact were to be acquired, should it be bestowed upon you or me? Upon hearing this, Wei Chuankong was momentarily taken aback. This seemed to pose a significant dilemma. Yet, it was evident that neither party was willing to concede. The weapon capable of vanquishing Hong Jie would grant its possessor dominion over the world, a truth they both comprehended. Mei Qianhua narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Of course it should be mine. Only with the artifact can my sect of artifacts develop the forging techniques. I could offer you a treasure of the archaic rank as compensation. What do you say? We are brothers, after all, like grasshoppers on the same string. My acquisition is akin to your own. Wei Chuankong scoffed repeatedly. Humph. Not a chance. Your devious calculations have reached the northern domain. The heavenly gate's strength slightly surpasses that of your sect of artifacts, so it is only right that I take control. Since you call me brother, shouldn't you yield to me? The 2 glared at each other, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. A disagreement nearly led to a confrontation, and their fragile alliance seemed on the verge of crumbling. At that moment, the scout standing nearby timidly spoke up. Since both venerable ancestors are brothers and so adamant, my disciples have invested considerable resources to gather intelligence. Who shall bear this expense? Upon hearing this, both men paused, then promptly pointed at one another. Let him pay. The artifact is mine, the debt belongs to him. After all, good brothers cannot claim everything. One must leave something for the other. The scout remarked. Time swiftly passed. Yang Feng, the leader of the Heavenly Gate, and Yu Hua, the leader of the sect of artifacts, had been airborne for a considerable duration, finally arriving at Galan Mountain. As they soared through the sky, their keen eyes scanned the terrain below, sharp and piercing, akin to that of a hawk. Upon observing the overgrown state of Galan Mountain, their brows furrowed. Yang Feng voiced his dissatisfaction. Old Yu, do you think our ancestors have lost their minds? What eminent figures could possibly reside in this desolate wilderness? Even ordinary folk would find it too bleak, let alone a master. Perhaps it is merely the soul suppression sect that has unearthed an ancient tomb and is spreading false rumors about a mysterious powerhouse, fabricating grandeur. Even if there were a formidable being, wouldn't it be more fitting for our ancestors to pay a visit rather than us, their juniors? After all, experience trumps youth. Yang Feng was skeptical about the existence of a powerful figure in Galan Mountain, in the South Domain. Such an obscure location bore no distinction from a barbaric land in the eyes of the other domains. The mightiest warriors were hardly exceptional. How could one expect to conceal a master? Yu Hua chuckled softly. Since it is the order of our ancestors, we might as well search. And have you not noticed? The air here is far superior to that of our sect. At least we are spared the foul stench. Just smell my robes and hands. They have become quite rancid. Yang Feng inhaled deeply, acknowledging that while the trees were indeed plentiful, the air was refreshingly invigorating. Let us search, then, and not waste this opportunity. With that, the 2 men moved, circling around Galan Mountain once more. Circling around endlessly, they found not a single martial artist, aside from wild animals and the occasional hunter. Just as they were about to depart, Yu Hua's gaze was drawn to an inconspicuous little house nestled halfway up the mountain. Wait, Lao Yang. What do you see over there? In such a desolate place, there is a small courtyard? Unusual occurrences often harbor mysteries. Moreover, it appears there is a living person outside that courtyard. Let us proceed cautiously and take a closer look. Upon hearing Yu Hua's words, Yang Feng followed his gaze and indeed spotted a courtyard in the distance. The two exchanged knowing glances, suppressing their presence as they carefully glided down to a point near the courtyard for a closer observation. Inside the courtyard, Chu Mo was diligently polishing a collar and a piece of iron bone. Beside him stood a lively and exuberant husky, wagging its tail in sheer excitement. Don't fret, Guzzi. This is a collar I'm crafting just for you. Do you think I would snatch away your belongings? If I don't smooth out the edges, what if iron shavings cut you? I certainly lack the funds to take you to a vet, Chu Mo remarked, pushing the husky aside with a hint of disdain. As a responsible dog owner, he understood that his dog required a collar. However, the husky's boundless energy rendered a typical leather collar ineffective, as it was either bumping into the iron furnace or jumping around wildly. Thus, Chu Mo dedicated an entire day to forging a sturdy iron collar, aptly named the tightening ring. Witnessing the plain yet robust iron collar in Chu Mo's hands, Bai Feng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, nearly lifting off the ground in joy. A cosmic-grade treasure, the tightening ring and the iron bone. This prince shall possess his very own life-bound artifact, and two at that. Such treasures are unparalleled. Even the mightiest clan treasures of the three great demon tribes in the extreme north are merely of the flood tier, incomparable to this collar. Though it may be somewhat unsightly, once he returns home, surely his father will shed tears begging for a glimpse. To think that I, the prince of the Ice Wolf clan, have been reduced to a mere dog, laboring tirelessly with the bellows, and today, at last, I see the fruits of my labor. Howl! Howl! Bai Feng erupted in jubilant howls. Hearing the wolf-like cries, Chu Mo rolled his eyes and gave the dog a light smack on the head. It is often said that huskies share a close lineage with wolves, and, indeed, their resemblance is striking. No need to be so ecstatic. Next time I shall craft you an iron chain to complete the set. As my dog, you must not appear shabby. Sighing, Chu Mo pondered when Lao Zhao would arrive again. Last time, he borrowed his kitchen knife, promising to bring back some wine. Yet there has been no word from him since. Grumbling internally, Chu Mo cursed Zhao Dizhu's 10,000 times for being a crafty old man who took the treasure and vanished without a trace. All that transpired in the courtyard was closely observed by Yang Feng and Yu Hua, who remained concealed in the skies above. The two individuals possessed exceptional hearing, allowing them to catch every whispered word of Chu Mo. Chu. His surname is Chu. The elder mentioned by the ancestor appears to share that surname. Could it possibly be him? Yang Feng's heart raced as he inquired. Yu Hua furrowed his brow in contemplation. This fellow even mentioned Zhao Dezuzu, claiming that the latter had taken his kitchen knife, which was indeed the weapon Zhao Dezuzu had used last time. I recall having mocked him a bit. If I'm not mistaken, he must be the elder we are searching for. Yet, the information suggested he was not a superpower. Why then does he possess merely the cultivation of a 7th-tier martial artist? And why does he keep a seemingly useless dog? The two exchanged glances, their minds swirling with confusion. They could not fathom why someone capable of wielding a cosmic-level treasure would be merely a 7th-tier novice, nor why he chose to reside in this remote mountain. Their hearts were filled with doubt, yet they refrained from approaching recklessly. At that moment, Yu Hua raised an eyebrow, as if a spark of insight had illuminated his mind. Could it be that this individual accidentally acquired the cosmic-level treasure without recognizing its worth, only to be deceived by Zhao Dezuzu during a chance encounter? Perhaps Zhao Dezuzu felt guilty and fabricated a story about returning to deliver wine in exchange. After leaving, he might have staged a dramatic encounter with a mysterious figure bestowing a blade, thereby creating an illusion for the Soul Guardian sect that they had the backing of a superpower, dissuading others from coveting his treasure. Chapter 75. The one with the surname Chu. We come to take your dog's life after hearing Yu Hua's analysis. Yang Feng stood in stunned silence for a few seconds. He scrutinized Chu Mo again, confirming that he truly possessed only the cultivation of a 7th-tier martial artist. And suddenly enlightenment struck. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. This is a cosmic-level treasure, a legendary artifact, and the mere emergence of such a relic is extraordinary. How could it possibly be given away? Zhao Dezuzu may be handsome, but does he have the means? Furthermore, it is rumored that cosmic-level treasures protect their masters. Zhao Dezuzu would have been unable to seize it. He must have employed some trickery to swindle it from this individual. I had thought that the mysterious power had become the ancestor of the Soul Guardian sect. How could he not reside within the sect? At the very least, he should make an appearance there. Yet the higher-ups of the Soul Guardian sect have only seen Zhao Dezuzu and Hua Meier. This must be a conspiracy between the two of them to deceive the world. What a deep-seated scheme it is. Were it not for the insider information we received, we could have easily fallen for it. Yang Feng felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that his sect had dispatched the two of them. Otherwise, they would have been ensnared in Zhao Dezuzu's deception, believing he truly had a superpower backing him. They would have lived in constant fear, anxious that a formidable force might come to annihilate them, thereby neglecting their training. Ultimately, their cultivation would have been surpassed by the Soul Guardian sect as a whole, leading to their demise. What a terrifying plan. The two shivered, their minds conjuring images of a grand conspiracy. Now that the truth had been unveiled, what was there to hesitate about? We must return to expose Zhao Dezuzu's treacherous facade. However, before doing so, we shall heed the ancestors' words and take the life of this little wretch. Had it not been for Zhao Dezuzu's deceit in stealing his blade, our sect would not have suffered such humiliation. He is an accomplice and deserves condemnation. Yu Huan narrowed his eyes, revealing his presence as he descended directly into the courtyard. Disregarding the entrance, Yang Feng followed closely behind, landing beside him. An innocent man bears the burden of suspicion, even though the opponent no longer possesses the divine blade. He remains a principal cause of our sect's misfortune. The two harbored deep resentment towards Chu Mo, sensing the commotion behind him. Chu Mo turned in confusion. Upon perceiving the cultivation levels of Yang Feng and Yu Hua with his true vision, Chu Mo furrowed his brows. Two peak-tier cultivators? What is this? Why have they come to my home without a word? Are they perhaps like old Zhao, masquerading as ordinary guests? With this thought, Chu Mo donned a faint smile, brushed the iron shavings from his hands, and rose to speak. Gentlemen, may I inquire if you have business at my humble abode? It is rather modest here. Would you care to step inside? Hearing this, and observing the frail demeanor of their host, Yu Hua and Yang Feng reaffirmed in their hearts that he was merely a lowly seventh-tier cultivator. If he were truly formidable, he would not extend such courtesy. He would have struck them down already. Their expressions gradually darkened, and their murderous intent surged. Step inside. How surprising that you fancy our company. However, your calculations are flawed. We are not inclined to associate with men. Let me be frank. We have come to take your life. The two ceased their pretense, realizing the gravity of the situation. Chu Mo's brow furrowed. He understood now that these visitors bore ill intentions. Had he wronged any cultivators? Indeed, whether among cultivators or common folk, there exist both virtuous and malevolent individuals. You wish to take my life? Well, my dog, Erguzi, is right there. Feel free to do as you please. Once you are done, be on your way. I do not welcome you. Chu Mo gestured towards the nearby husky. At this proclamation, Yu Hua and Yang Feng's momentum faltered, their lips twitching involuntarily. Bai Feng tilted his head, staring at Chu Mo with a look akin to that of an imbecile. It seemed to question whether he had ever received an education. What comprehension skills did he possess? Shaking off the daze, Yang Feng and Yu Hua erupted in fury. How dare you? We intend to take your life, not your dog ass. In response, Chu Mo curled his lip, casting a disdainful glance at the pair. How absurd. I am merely suggesting you take a life, and I do not impede you. However, their venomous words irked him greatly. With his hands clasped behind his back, his robe billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, and he let out a profound snort, exuding an air of unmatched mastery. Humph. You seek to take my life after refusing my previous suggestion? It shall not be so simple. I, Chu Mo, am not easily trifled with. Witnessing Chu Mo's readiness for confrontation, a chill ran down the spines of the two. Could it be that this fellow was playing the fool to devour the tiger, and we misjudged him? Perhaps he is a master in disguise? Just as the two were hesitating, a righteous figure, Chu Mo, stepped back and shielded the two-hound with his body. With an angry gesture, he pointed at the two intruders, exclaiming, "Dare to trespass upon private property? Go. Let them be devoured. Tonight, I shall reward you with an extra chicken leg." Witnessing this scene, Bai Feng's astute eyes gleamed with disdain. Yet, Chu Mo felt no embarrassment. Instead, he spoke with unyielding conviction. What are you staring at? The position I occupy today is built upon three foundations: cowardice, betrayal of comrades, and treachery. When I command you, obey without question. With a kick to the dog, Chu Mo remained unfazed. This canine, bestowed upon him by the system, was obedient in his presence. Yet undeniably, its true realm was that of the wilderness tier. Confronting two sky tier beings was hardly a challenge for such a creature. Upon hearing Chu Mo's words, Bai Feng trembled with realization. Cowardice? Betrayal of comrades? Treachery? So this is the way of the predecessors. I, Bai Feng, shall remember these three as guiding principles for navigating the world. Clearly, the elder was using the enemy to impart the true nuances of survival in this realm. Indeed, this predecessor was remarkable, ever cultivating my growth. These mere two sky tier adversaries could be easily dealt with by the elder, yet he entrusted this task to me, perhaps to assess my recent progress in training. Thus, how could I, Bai Feng, not seize this opportunity to excel, rising with determination, adhering to the principle that even a lion must exert full strength against a rabbit? Bai Feng adorned himself with the meticulously crafted collar. With a shake of his neck, the wilderness tier aura erupted, a chilling glint in his eyes as he directed his wrath towards Yang Feng and Yu Hua. Today, let you wretches experience the prowess of the Ice Wolf clan. With a fierce blaze igniting upon Bai Feng's forehead, a terrifying aura enveloped him. He charged forward, headfirst, towards Yang Feng and Yu Hua. The two were struck with astonishment, sensing the overwhelming presence emanating from the canine. What the hell? Wilderness tier? How can it be? A 7th grade warrior possesses a wilderness tier beast? Wait, this isn't just any dog. It's an ice wolf from the tundra. Today, we encountered a formidable opponent. Old Yu quickly summoned the treasures to vanquish it. Both men understood the ferocity of the ice wolf, a beast that, once targeted, ensured a relentless pursuit to the death. However, they were not entirely frantic, for they bore two treasures gifted by their ancestor, which allowed them to confront foes beyond their level. The 8 trigrams formation plate and the 3 essence fire stove were summoned, and as they infused their inner strength, the formation instantly materialized into an indomitable small array, enveloping them within. Just as they completed their preparations, Bai Feng's assault struck. Boom! Bai Feng's brutal charge collided with the formation, failing to breach it but creating a thunderous sound. The white wind seethed with rage, clearly dissatisfied, and condensed its demonic energy to charge repeatedly. Yet all attempts were in vain. Observing this, Yang Feng and his companion breathed a sigh of relief. The northern ice wolf is not as formidable as it seems. Fortunately, our ancestor bestowed upon us a treasure. Otherwise, we would be in grave danger today. After your numerous assaults, it is now our turn, is it not? The two channeled their inner strength into the 3-flame furnace, which erupted with a surge of white flames. This furnace was a treasured weapon of the Qi sect, possessing extraordinary power. As the intensely high temperature of the flames surged toward him, the countenance of the white wind shifted dramatically. The ice wolf had an innate fear of fire, a fundamental weakness, and even in its savage tier, it was unsettled. Witnessing the retreat of the beast, Chu Mo's expression also changed. Damn it, you stubborn creature, don't retreat. Charge forward instead. What am I to do if you back away? You're not going to die on me, so get moving. With a mighty roar from Chu Mo, the white wind hesitated, knowing that this reckless act was laden with profound intent from its predecessor. Could it be that this was also a means to cultivate my combat skills and courage? If I can conquer my inner fears, might I transcend my limits? Resolved, the white wind let out a fierce roar, casting aside its trepidation, and charged once more towards the two. Just as the terrifying flames made contact with the white wind, a faint glow emanated from the collar around its neck. Yet, this slender light extinguished the flames entirely and granted the white wind an unmatched power. With a thunderous impact, the white wind collided with the formation, and the once impenetrable array dimmed to a shadow of its former self, extinguishing the flames within the furnace instantaneously. The expressions of Yu Hua and his companion morphed from triumph to sheer terror. Their treasure was destroyed, and they were struck by a powerful backlash, blood erupting from their bodies like a fountain. Before they could regain their senses, the white wind swiftly severed their necks. Good dog. Well done. Seeing this, Chu Mo hurried forward while the two were still warm, utilizing his blood-fiend body to plunge his pale hands into their carcasses. Faced with this serendipitous opportunity for experience, he prepared to unleash the unique properties of his blood-fiend form. However, soon after, A frown creased Chu Mo's brow. Chapter 76. The soul lamps of the two sect masters extinguished. Chu Mo's hands transformed into powerful siphons, extracting the remaining inner strength and blood essence from the two, converting it into the purest energy, forcibly drawing it into his own body. Even with a significant loss, the energy contained within two pinnacle heavenly realm warriors was still immense relative to Chu Mo. In an instant, the influx left him feeling exceedingly uncomfortable, his complexion turning a shade of bluish-purple, and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. This scene left the White Wind utterly astonished. What was happening? Could it be that its master was succumbing to a fit of madness at the sight of blood? Chu Mo's current state bore striking resemblance to a seizure, save for the foaming at the mouth. However, with the intervention of the system, Chu Mo quickly recovered, and the excess energy was rationally redistributed. Moreover, his realm surged from a 7th-grade warrior directly to the late phase of the yellow rank. Now, restored to his normal self, Chu Mo exhaled in relief. Observing Baifeng's astonished and contemptuous gaze, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. "What are you staring at?" "I just overindulged. It's not a sickness." After muttering a few complaints, Chu Mo promptly immersed himself in the system to seek answers. "What is the situation? Where is my energy? Wasn't I poised for a breakthrough to the mysterious rank, only to have it embezzled? The system has no interest in your meager energy. Had it not assisted you, the host would have long been incapacitated. Although the blood fiend body can absorb a portion of others' power for personal gain, you are clearly overburdened by your formidable beast companion. Your body cannot withstand such excess. When one is at the 7th grade, they typically only absorb from rabbits or wild boars. Yet you are attempting to siphon energy from peak heavenly ranked beings, and two true tigers at that." The system humanely rolled its eyes. Chu Mo chuckled sheepishly. "Well, this isn't my first time absorbing energy. I'll be fine after a few more attempts. By the way, where did all my excess energy go?" "It has been forcibly transmitted to the host's daughter, Chu Linger. More details can be found in the attributes section." Chu Mo nodded and opened the attributes, discovering that his daughter had also reached the mid-phase of the yellow rank. This rate of progression was exceedingly rapid, considering that after reaching the yellow rank, each small elevation required far more energy than the total needed to ascend from the 1st to the 9th grade. Nevertheless, Chu Mo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Despite his recent surge, he had not absorbed a substantial amount. Most of his power dissipated due to his own death. Had he been able to siphon energy from a living heavenly ranked being, the absorption would have been far greater. This is splendid. One person cultivates while two ascend. Double the joy. By the way, system, let us discuss something. If you release me, I can take Guzzi to hunt monsters, and he can finish them off for me. What do you think? You're daydreaming. Practice diligently for 2.5 years, and upon completion, the system will release you as per protocol. The system coldly rejected Chu Mo's proposal. Chu Mo took no offense. It was merely a casual suggestion, after all. After all, sending a beast to kill could easily provoke the wrath of some enlightened beings, especially with his incitement of the dog to attack. The feeling of being in the late phase of the yellow rank is truly powerful. Unbeknownst to me, I have become a master in my own right. Chu Mo threw a few punches, utterly satisfied with his strength. Having trained for just half a month, one could only wonder what level he would reach after 2.5 years of rigorous practice. Would he emerge at the pinnacle? Noticing Chu Mo's intoxicated expression, Guzzi whined a few times, evidently pleased with his collar. Chu Mo grinned, ruffling the dog's head. "Excellent. I am quite satisfied with your performance. They say that huskies have never lost a quarrel or won a fight, yet you are an exception. You can indeed hold your own. Off you go. The iron bone has also been bestowed upon you. Do not hesitate to gnaw on it. In the future, refrain from biting the bedding and the pillars." Chu Mo gestured toward the freshly polished iron bone on the ground. Baifeng stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the self-muttering Chu Mo, elated within. "The elder is pleased with my recent cultivation achievements. I knew that his previous command to charge fearlessly was meant to nurture and guide me. With this tightening circlet, I have become immensely powerful, and with this cosmic-grade bone, how formidable shall I be? Upon my return to the northernmost lands, I shall undoubtedly prioritize my right to mates." As for Chu Mo's musings and his yellow tier cultivation, Baifeng paid them no heed. In his eyes, he merely saw a seemingly unassuming yet formidable individual. Whether exhibiting yellow-tier prowess or even cosmic-level strength, he felt no surprise. With a leap, Baifeng pounced upon the iron bone, pinning it down with his feet and sinking his teeth into it. Instantly, a surge of wild yet pure energy emanated from the bone, relentlessly honing and strengthening his 4 wolf fangs and his pair of forepaws. Baifeng's heart raced. In an instant, he comprehended the purpose of this treasure. The tightening circlet focused on offense and defense, while the iron bone was meant for cultivation, both internally and externally. It provided comprehensive support. With these 2 treasures, how far could he be from attaining a holy physique? Baifeng was overwhelmed with gratitude. The Elder's efforts to cultivate and reward me are truly commendable. From now on, I, Baifeng, shall strive even harder. If the Elder instructs me to head east, I shall not venture west. If he commands me to lower my head, I shall not raise it. In the future, when I, Baifeng, inherit the Demon Emperor title of the Ice Wolf clan, I shall bring my entire kin to your abode and establish a grand canine breeding ground. Let my kin mingle with you. Just as Baifeng was moved to the brink of offering himself, Chu Mo was also captivated by the 2 items before him. The array and the furnace are quite grand. Though unaware of their grade, being used by 2 celestial tier masters, they must be extraordinary treasures. Alas, it seems I have inadvertently revealed my ignorance. Let me experiment with their function first. Chu Mo placed his hand upon the table-sized bagua array, tapping and prodding, even dripping a few drops of blood upon it. However, after fiddling for quite some time, he saw no response. Damn it! Was it not said that treasures could recognize their master through blood? Has it been damaged? With a disdainful huff, he turned his attention to the furnace. After several minutes, as his inner energy surged within, a small plume of white flame erupted from the furnace. Chu Mo was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disdain. Is this it? It is more ornamental than functional. The flame is even less potent than that of my blacksmithing furnace. It occupies space, and discarding it would be a pity. Never mind. With Air Guzi's assistance, we can convert this bagua array into a table for the courtyard. The furnace can be moved aside and serve as a barbecue grill. You have surely never tasted barbecue. Seeing you so spirited today, I shall prepare some grilled chicken wings for you later. Upon hearing this, Baifeng immediately leaped over. After acquiring a cosmic-grade treasure, he looked upon these 2 rudimentary-grade items with an undisturbed heart, even feeling a hint of amusement. The treasures that the outside world deems as the esteemed treasures of the sect, upon arriving at my master's abode, are relegated to mere tables, chairs, and barbecue grills. Under the direction of Chu Mo, the 2 individuals buried the corpse and repurposed the array into a table, with the intricate patterns already etched upon it. Chu Mo also crafted a wooden version of the game of Ludo, transforming the stone table into an otherworldly rendition of Bagua Ludo. 1 person and 1 dog, grilling skewers while engaging in the exhilarating game, found life to be exceedingly pleasant. It must be noted that with the arrival of Baifeng, the sentient canine, Chu Mo no longer felt such solitude. However, on the other side, the Tianyi sect was faring poorly. 2 elders were pacing anxiously within the sect's grand hall, utterly distressed. They lacked the heart to oversee even the vital matter of supervising the construction of the sect's latrine. What could have happened to Yang Feng and Yu Hua? Those 2 rascals? Why had there been no word from them after such a prolonged absence? Could they have encountered some misfortune? Just then, a disciple rushed in, flustered. Upon seeing him, the elder's expressions shifted drastically. This disciple was the guardian of the soul lamps. His appearance here signified dire news. Report. A grave matter has arisen, elders. The soul lamps of the 2 sect leaders have extinguished. Chapter 77. A powerful visitor. Old Zhao, I have heard you possess a divine blade. Upon hearing the disciple's report, Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuankong's faces paled. They seemed unable to fathom the words that had just been uttered, incredulously repeating, What? What did you say? The soul lamps have gone out. Indeed. Just moments ago, they extinguished, and both went out simultaneously. The disciple trembled as he delivered the news. The demise of the 2 sect leaders was akin to a cataclysmic earthquake for the sect. Even Mei Qianhua and his companion were left in shock. Dead? How could that be possible? They merely went to scout the situation, and they possessed the sect's ultimate treasures. Even if we wished to eliminate those who wield the treasures, it would be nearly impossible. Who could have the strength to slay them? Could it be that there truly exists a mysterious powerhouse in the Gala Mountain? One who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent? They exchanged a glance, a chill coursing through them, uncertain of how to proceed. What shall we do? Given their reckless and impetuous natures, they might very well disregard our warnings and come charging in. This would undoubtedly offend that powerful being, and considering they were clad in sect robes, the other party would surely recognize them as members of our sect. What should we do if they pursue us? Wei Chuan Kong asked in a panic. Truly, misfortune had struck, as the unexpected deaths of two high-tier combatants only exacerbated the already precarious situation of the sect. Most importantly, who would oversee the reconstruction of the latrine now? Should we send someone clever to handle it? If a man is unsuitable, perhaps we could send a beautiful female disciple. Surely, they wouldn't dare harm her as well. Mei Qianhua squinted, convinced that no man could resist the charm of a beautiful woman. After pondering for several seconds, Wei Chuan Kong waved his hand dismissively. That won't do. Regardless of whether Yu Hua and the others have offended the formidable superiors, I believe it is imperative for us to personally investigate the matter. Until we ascertain the reasons behind this, I cannot find peace or solace. It is crucial to remember that while we may escape from the monk, we cannot flee the temple. Furthermore, our prized treasures remain lost, and we must retrieve them. Upon hearing this, Mei Qianhua's brow gradually furrowed, as he found himself in a quandary. The ability to slay two sect leaders who possess such significant treasures undoubtedly exceeds our own strength. Who knows what dangers lie ahead? Yet, if we do not venture forth, we risk losing our treasures and diminishing the power of our sect. These are treasures of the highest order, not mere trinkets. They have taken us a lifetime of struggle and peril to acquire even a single one. We must go, but we must devise a prudent plan, Mei Qianhua declared. Wei Chuan stroked his beard, confidence gleaming in his eyes. I have already devised a strategy. We shall proceed in this manner, and then that. Do you understand? We must ensure caution. Bring forth Yi Wuxin to see me. Moments later, a young woman, appearing around 20 years of age and dressed in a flowing gown, gracefully approached from the distance. I pay my respects to the ancestor. The woman performed a courteous bow before the two men. Seeing her, both men nodded in satisfaction. Surely no man could remain unmoved by such beauty. This is the quintessential first love that captivates all, innocent and alluring. Although we have lost two sect leaders, if we can entice the opposing party to join our sect, it would be a tremendous gain. Thus, the prospect of using a lure to entice the mysterious powerhouse has a high likelihood of success. Let us proceed. After briefly outlining the plan to the young woman, the two men soared into the night sky, heading directly towards the hidden peaks of Gaha Mountain. Simultaneously, flashes of light darted around the exterior of the Zhenhuan sect, heralding the arrival of several prominent figures from the eastern domain. Ha! Old Zhao, your Zhenhuan sect has garnered quite the reputation recently. Even we have caught wind of it. Indeed, my scouts report that you have acquired a superlative treasure sword, and that Mei Qianhua and his companion have been outmatched by you. Come, come. We have traveled a great distance to pay you a visit. At least let us behold it. 3 hearty laughs echoed from above, followed by the descent of figures from the clouds. There were 6 individuals in total. Among the 3 leading figures, one was a middle-aged man with long arms and shoulders, exuding an air of honesty, who bore 2 short swords at his waist. The second was also a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, with a full beard and a rather stout stature, standing at a mere 160 centimeters. He wore a long sword at his waist and had a somewhat disreputable demeanor. The last was a young man with purple beard and striking blue eyes, possessing an extraordinary presence, suggesting he held a high position. All 3 were at the pinnacle of the highest realm. Such cultivation allows them to command respect wherever they go. Behind them trailed 3 early-stage guards, their strength capable of overwhelming the entire southern domain. Upon recognizing those familiar voices, Zhao Dizhu swiftly emerged from within the building. A joyful smile spread across his face as he approached the trio. Ah, Liu Bei, Chao Chao, Sun Quan, what brings you 3 formidable leaders here? It has been far too long, and I have missed you dearly. Are we not allowed to visit an old friend? Are we unwelcome? The 3 laughed, teasing him in return. Indeed, these 3 were none other than the mightiest warlords of the Eastern Domain, a region long divided and in disarray. Remnants of the once mighty Eastern Han Empire, Liu Bei, the king of Han, Chao Chao, the king of Wei, and Sun Quan, the king of Wu. Their relationships were complex. Though they often regarded one another with disdain and harbored ambitions to undermine each other, they shared a camaraderie with Zhao Dizhu's, having engaged in mischief together during their youth. Upon hearing their banter, Zhao Dizhu's burst into hearty laughter and promptly led the three into his abode. How could it be? The presence of such esteemed kings graces my humble sect, the soul-guarding sect, illuminating it beyond measure. I fondly recall the days when we pilfered monkey wine and spied on widows bathing. What delightful memories. Come in, come in. Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, Gan Ning, do not dawdle. Join us. Tonight, with old friends visiting, my spirits are soaring, and I shall indulge in merriment. Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and Gan Ning, the valiant guardians of the trio, followed with jovial banter until they arrived at Zhao Dizhu's cave dwelling. The enchanting fire charm quickly took note and arranged an elaborate feast, replete with fine wines. She stood attentively to the side, serving tea and pouring drinks for these esteemed guests. The table was devoid of political discourse or enmity, filled instead with tales of the martial world, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. As the evening progressed and the wine flowed, Liu Bei raised his cup with a smile, letting out a deep sigh of nostalgia. Ah, old Zhao, you are not being forthright. You know full well we came to admire your legendary blade. Yet after all this time you have kept it hidden, not uttering a word about it. Is this how you treat your brothers? Chow Chow interjected, belching contentedly. His eyes glazed with intoxication. Indeed, what do you stand to lose by letting us have a glance? Do you fear we might steal your precious weapon? Sun Quan added, mockingly urging him, be quick about it, lest we are forced to bind you. Seeing their eager anticipation, Zhao Dizhu's, with a generous gesture, decided to oblige. Since my brothers are so keen to behold it, how could I refuse? Prepare yourselves. I shall grant you but a fleeting glimpse. Remember, just a glance. Should you miss it, do not blame me for being stingy. The atmosphere grew serious as the 6 men focused intently on Zhao Dizhu's, wary of missing any movement. In the next instant, Zhao Dizhu's extracted a kitchen knife from his storage bag, the blade glinting momentarily before being swiftly returned to its concealment. The corners of their mouths twitched in disbelief. Was that truly all they would see? Not even an extra half second? Yet, that brief moment had transformed the expressions of Chow Chow, Liu Bei, and Sun Quan, their countenances now grave. Even the initial level guardians behind them were visibly shaken. An overwhelming aura of invincibility emanated from that blade, one potent enough to obliterate any defensive treasure. The sheer intensity of its essence sent a shiver down their spines, rendering them utterly defenseless. In the next moment, the room was filled with a chorus of gasps. How astonishing and terrifying. Good heavens, old Zhao, your luck is phenomenal. Where did you acquire this? With this blade in your possession, you truly have the upper hand. No longer must you resort to petty thievery in other regions. This is impressive indeed. Observing the astonished expressions of his companions, Zhao Dizhu's eyes narrowed in a smile. Yet, he hesitated to reveal the origins of the blade. After much coaxing and a bit of intoxication, they finally managed to extract the story. What? Old Zhao's blade was actually obtained by befriending a remarkable elder over some monkey wine? To possess such a divine weapon, that elder must be extraordinarily formidable. It is indeed a land filled with hidden talents. What an incredible opportunity. I am envious. Chow Chow, I shall not depart this night. You may return if you wish. Since Meng Da is staying, how could I, Liu Bei, leave alone? Once Zhao Dizhu's was inebriated, the trio began their scheming. Sun Quan scoffed. What are you pretending for? I am not oblivious to your motives. Since we all share the same desire, why not wake old Zhao and have him introduce us to this extraordinary individual? Chapter 78. Spare me, guardian deity, a sound argument indeed. Let us rouse him. Sun Quan's suggestion was met with unanimous agreement from Chow Chow and Liu Bei. The three exchanged glances and gestured to Liu Bei. Han Zhong, you are more adept at dealing with men. Go ahead. Liu Bei understood, chuckling mischievously as he reached out toward Zhao Dizhu's. In his drunken stupor, Zhao Dizhu's could only sense a large hand gently caressing him, bringing him immense comfort. Gathering his wits, he attempted to discern which beauty was so tender. However, upon opening his eyes, instead of a lovely visage, he was confronted with the lewd face of a man, causing him to recoil in shock and soberness, leaping several meters back. What the devil, Liu dear? What are you doing? Ha ha ha, nothing yet. No need to rush, Liu Bei replied with a sly grin. A chill ran down Zhao Dizhu's spine. goosebumps rising all over him. They say all of Shu Han is of a certain inclination, and today I see it is indeed true. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is also skewed. Seeing Zhao Dizhu's regain his senses, the others quickly expressed their intentions. Upon hearing their desire to meet the elder, Zhao Dizhu's hesitated. How about we discuss the blade instead? Do not change the subject. We merely wish to pay a visit and see how formidable the person is who bestowed such a divine blade. The trio insisted, with Jian Wei and Zhao Yun behind them eagerly anticipating. Such a master is practically unheard of. They are a living legend. Zhao Dizhu sighed, looking troubled. It is not that I do not wish to take you. It is simply that this elder resides in seclusion deep within the mountains. If you were to approach recklessly, I fear it may displease him. The others exchanged glances, their disappointment evident. At that moment, Zhao Dizhu suddenly recalled something and spoke again. However, if you possess exquisite wine, perhaps the elder would be inclined to meet you. Fine wine. Huh. Who among the world does not know of my Chow Chow's fondness for liquor? Surely, I have some exceptional vintages on my person. Let me forth. Chow Chow exclaimed, patting his storage pouch with pride. Liu Bei rolled his eyes, equally producing his own waist pouch, boasting, as if I lack fine wine. My third brother deals in both wine and meat. Do I, Liu Bei, fall short? Sun Quan, momentarily taken aback, pondered. Ah, you all have wine. So what of me? Under the relentless persuasion of the group, Zhao Dizhu's prepared to set off that very night, taking 6 individuals to Gaoyao Mountain. Due to her low seniority, Humier was deemed unqualified to accompany them and remained behind to attend to matters within the sect. Just before their departure, Humier bashfully retrieved a purple scarf from her bosom and solemnly handed it to Zhao Dizhu's. Master, do not forget to give this to the elder. I embroidered it stitch by stitch. Though it may not be aesthetically pleasing, it is my first creation. Observing Humier's bashful demeanor, Chow Chow and the others exchanged knowing glances. Humier stamped her foot and dashed away, eliciting hearty laughter from the group. Old Zhao, your idea is truly brilliant. You are quite generous. Oh, it is nothing. Zhao Dizhu waved his hand, his face radiating pride. Humier's beauty ranks among the finest in the entire southern region. Noticing this, Sun Quan, with a contemplative expression, stroked his chin. The beauty of my sister-in-law, Da Qiao, surpasses even Humier. Alas, she is a widow. I wonder if the elder would appreciate her. Perhaps I should seek an opportunity to test this. Each of them lost in their own thoughts, they soared into the sky, transforming into 7 shooting stars heading straight for Gaoyao Mountain. After a night of travel, they arrived at Gaoyao Mountain just as dawn broke. Gazing at the surroundings of Gaoyao Mountain, then at the tightly shut courtyard gate before them, they blinked in bewilderment. Is this truly the abode of the elder you mentioned? Are you certain you are not deceiving us? Zhao Dizhu, with utmost sincerity, cautioned his companions, do not be misled by the humble appearance of this courtyard. It is the resident within that holds significance. Remember, show utmost respect to the elder, or you shall rue the day. With that, Zhao Dizhu shook his robe and stepped forward, knocking on the courtyard door. Elder, are you home? It is I, Zhao Dizhu, come bearing fine wine as a guest. After calling several times with no response, Zhao Dizhu helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Brothers, it seems we have arrived at an inopportune moment. The elder appears to have left home today. Shall we wait? Upon hearing this, Liu Bei and Chow Chow had no objections, for their age rendered them more composed. However, the impetuous Sun Quan was not so patient. With a pout, he remarked, for heaven's sake, we have traveled all night to reach here. What if he has ventured far and will not return for days? Shall we be left here to endure the cold winds? In my opinion, let us first step inside and take a seat. There is a stone table within. If we refrain from tampering with their possessions and simply sit quietly, it should pose no issue. After all, that elder is not home, and he would remain oblivious to our presence. From the moment I laid eyes on this dilapidated courtyard, Sun Quan found it hard to believe that any distinguished individual could reside here. Which eminent person dwells in such a shabby abode? It may not be adorned in golden splendor, but at the very least, it ought to resemble a traditional courtyard. Zhao Daizhong furrowed his brow and hastily gestured to dissuade Sun Quan, pointing towards the entrance with an expression of trepidation. This is unacceptable. We are guests. How could we enter uninvited? Moreover, the door is closed, preventing our entrance. Upon hearing this, Sun Quan scrutinized the worn gate, displaying a look of disdain. Such an ordinary door and bamboo fence could hardly impede us skilled practitioners. We could easily soar over them. You may choose to wait, but I, Sun Zhongmo, shall venture in to ascertain what lies within. If it proves unremarkable, I must return to my official duties. With an air of arrogance, Sun Quan snorted and prepared to leap over the fence into the courtyard. Witnessing this, Zhao Dezhong was struck with alarm. Wait, do not act recklessly. The elder is not home. You cannot possibly enter. Yet, his warnings fell on deaf ears as Sun Quan had already taken to the air. Zhao Dezhong's face paled, and he quickly retreated several meters, seeking refuge beneath a large tree. Observing this scene, Liu Bei, Cao Cao, and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Old Zhao, what is going on? It's merely a wall. Must you run so far? Zhao Dezhong, cradling his head, lay down with practiced ease. You will soon understand, he replied. Then yelled towards the plaque, Plaque Lord, I'm one of your own. Take it easy. Zhao Dezhong had not forgotten that Chu Mo was the newly appointed ancestor of his soul-guarding sect, so claiming kinship was not unwarranted. No sooner had he spoken than the weathered plaque on the gate suddenly radiated a formidable and tumultuous presence. This force immediately locked onto Sun Quan in midair and surged towards him with blinding speed. Sun Quan's expression shifted to one of shock as he realized that even at the pinnacle of the desolate tier, he was powerless to resist. What on earth? He gasped. With a thunderous impact, the essence effortlessly sent him hurtling backward, crashing into the large tree behind Zhao Dezhong, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Sun Quan fell to the ground, exchanging bewildered glances with Zhao Dezhong, as they witnessed this unexpected turn of events and felt the overwhelming tempest of that unparalleled essence approaching. Liu Bei, Cao Cao, and the others at the entrance also changed color dramatically. Oh no, this is bad run. The five realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to flee, but their speed could not match that of the essence manifested by the plaque. The force transformed into a colossal fly swatter, delivering a resounding strike to their backsides. With a series of thuds, the five were similarly sent sprawling, falling like dumplings around Zhao Dezhong. The group lay feebly on the ground, exchanging wide-eyed stares. At this moment, they seemed to comprehend why Zhao Dezhong had chosen to lie beneath the great tree in advance. It turned out he had long been acquainted with such encounters, possessing considerable experience. Observing the ghastly sight of blood streaming from the mouths and noses of his companions, Zhao Dezhong was filled with delight. Ha ha ha. Ignoring the counsel of the elders has brought you misfortune. I warned you to show respect, yet you dismissed my words. Have you now provoked the gatekeeper? The others were filled with trepidation, clutching their chests, their previous arrogance vanishing. We six are, after all, figures of significant standing in the Eastern Domain, especially Zhao Yun, Jian Wei, and Gan Ning, who are exceptional masters at the pinnacle of their craft. Even in the flourishing martial realm of the Central Domain, we would be considered formidable figures. Yet, how is it that we were utterly overwhelmed by a mere door plank? This plank possesses spirit. Could it truly be a super artifact? How powerful must the owner of this courtyard be? At the very least, they must be at the cosmic level. No wonder they could bestow upon you that divine blade. We are truly in awe. Liu Bei, Cao Cao, and the others were astounded, realizing that someone had the audacity to use a divine artifact to guard their entrance. How grand! The six exchanged glances and, struggling to rise, approached the entrance with contrite expressions, bowing respectfully before the plaque. We beseech the gate deity to forgive our impudence. We are willing to offer fine wine as an apology to the esteemed elder, and we shall patiently await your return. Upon uttering these words, the fierce aura emanating from the plaque dissipated instantaneously, transforming into a gentle ambience that enveloped them. The sudden shift caused the group to tremble in disbelief, their eyes wide as they recognized how laughable their own meager presence appeared in comparison to the aura of the plaque. They understood that the gate deity had pardoned them and bestowed upon them a tremendous opportunity. Once again, they bowed, suppressing their gratitude and excitement, and hurried to the very tree that had just knocked them down. Each found a branch, sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, and immersed themselves in the profound essence surrounding them. With such a remarkable opportunity at hand, waiting here for 10 years, or even 100, would be entirely worthwhile. While they reveled in this transcendental experience, on another side of the mountain, Chu Mo, accompanied by his dog, returned from hunting with a bountiful haul. Chapter 79. The elder's mastery over aura control is remarkable indeed. Today's harvest was exceedingly rewarding. I never anticipated that you would excel at hunting, Erguzi, with 2 wild rabbits in his left hand, a hefty wild sheep in his right, and a 300-pound wild boar slung over his shoulder. Chu Mo beamed with joy, having ventured out for merely a morning. The abundance of his catch brought a smile that nearly reached the back of his head. A man is easily satisfied. Since breaking through to the yellow tier, his strength had significantly increased. Previously, lifting 200 pounds felt somewhat strenuous, but now even 1,000 pounds was a trivial task. Hearing this, Baifeng rolled his eyes. As the wolf king of the wilderness, catching some game was hardly a challenge. Once he unleashed his demonic aura, would they even dare to move? Upon returning, he would confine the sheep and rabbits for feeding, while the wild boar would be dealt with that very night. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I have recently found my appetite to be particularly insatiable. I seem to surpass even 5 others in consumption, especially relishing this game meat. Indeed, the most delectable delights are often inscribed within the penal code. Thankfully, I reside in this world. Had it been the previous one, indulging in such fare would have landed me behind bars, laboring over a sewing machine. Chu Mo sighed in contemplation. Though this world is harsh, he, a mere insignificant being, finds a certain comfort in dwelling within the deep mountains. Moreover, he is accompanied by his 2 wives, his left hand and right hand, ensuring he is never alone in this life. Upon hearing Chu Mo's words, Baifeng's 4 subordinates halted in their tracks. The seemingly casual remark stirred a tempest within Baifeng's heart. What? This glutton, this formidable figure actually traversed from another world, shattering the barriers of space? It appears that even cosmic-level beings cannot navigate through dimensions. Could it be that he has surpassed even that level? Hiss. Surely, he has no reason to deceive me. A mere dog. Indeed, I, Baifeng, have underestimated him. Just as Baifeng was reeling in astonishment, Chu Mo discarded the wild boar onto the ground and curiously turned his head. What is the matter? Why have you stopped? Is your mouth twitching again? Did a stroke afflict your brain? By the way, other cultivators have steeds. Come here, Erguzi, let me have a ride. The system has granted me this large husky, which appears quite imposing, nearly the size of a water buffalo. In Chu Mo's eyes, this creature would make an excellent mount. Setting aside its intelligence, its mere appearance captivated him. Riding it would surely be a spectacle. Upon hearing this, Baifeng immediately bared his teeth in protest. I am a lone wolf hailing from the north. I am destined to inherit the title of Wolf King. I have my dignity. I, Baifeng, would rather perish of thirst or hunger than allow a human to ride me, even if you are a superpower. Observing the disdainful glance from his pet, Chu Mo seemed to understand, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He had heard that every husky regards itself as the alpha and often disregards its owner's commands. In their eyes, the one who cleans up after them is merely their subordinate. Chu Mo, of course, would not engage in a quarrel with a dog. So he opted for action over words and kicked it. Damn it, what is wrong with riding for a while? We all live under the same roof. Don't be so petty. If need be, I'll craft you a set of iron chains. Surely that would suffice? If you wish to be a mount, then lie down. If not, then forget it. You won't have those chains either. Chu Mo knew his dog enjoyed the leash set he had crafted and could comprehend some human speech. Thus, he began to employ a strategy of both the stick and the sweet date. Upon hearing this, Baifeng's eyes brightened, the stubbornness in his gaze dissipating as he promptly lay down. Seemingly concerned that Chu Mo might be uncomfortable, he even softened his prickly fur. In comparison to the cosmic-level chains, what did a mere wolf's dignity amount to? Even if commanded to summon his father to lie down as a mount, he would hesitate not for a moment. Chu Mo snorted and mounted, adjusting his seating position slightly. Quite satisfactory. The luxurious soft seat, complete with heating features, boasts ample space for one's back. It is often said that women prefer larger mounts, and I have discovered that I share this sentiment, though I refer to my dog. Let us go. Quick, run, I urged. I'm a wolf, not a horse. White Wind retorted. With 1 person and 1 dog, we raced toward the small courtyard, carrying our quarry, feeling the rush of the wind against our faces as if I were driving a supercar. However, this wind was more akin to branches in a jungle, slapping against my face. Upon arriving at the entrance of the courtyard, I was taken aback by the sight before me. What on earth is happening? 7 formidable figures perched upon the great tree at the entrance of the courtyard, each one at least at the level of the wild tier. with one even being a mighty figure of the flood tier. I was stunned, fearing that my husky had offended someone outside, dragging me into a web of vengeance. Panic surged within me. Here I am, a yellow tier martial artist, cornered by 7 eminent individuals. What to do? I urgently contemplated my escape when I happened to spot Zhao Dezuzu on the tree. A sigh of relief escaped me. What in the world? While they have 7 individuals on one vine, I have 7 gentlemen on my tree. Where did it all go awry? Old Zhao, what are you all doing? I called out, my voice booming, dispelling the atmosphere of transcendence and pulling the 7 back to reality. They frowned, curious as to who had interrupted their moment. Upon recognizing me, Zhao Dezuzu was overjoyed. Everyone, our esteemed guest has arrived. Esteemed one, I see you appreciate fine wine. So I brought along several fellow enthusiasts to share exquisite wines and exchange insights. The others bowed in acknowledgement. Greetings, esteemed one. At the mention of wine, I couldn't help but smile at their politeness. Indeed, one tends to attract like-minded company. Old Zhao is courteous, and this group of practitioners is equally polite. Quite splendid. Yet, why is it that everyone refers to me as esteemed one? Is this a universal term in the cultivation world? Why does everyone call this lowly being esteemed? System, be honest with me. Have you concealed my true cultivation level? I suspected, could it be that I am, in essence, a supreme figure? Concealment activated. Does the host truly lack self-awareness? Can you fly? Can you split mountains? The system coldly retorted. I was momentarily at a loss for words. Realizing that aside from piloting an aircraft, I seemed devoid of any other remarkable abilities. Shaking my head, I cheerfully invited, come in. Please, everyone, make yourselves at home. I may not excel in many things, but I have a passion for wine. I just hunted a wild boar, and tonight, I will prepare some fine dishes for us to enjoy together. With that, I swung open the door and swiftly entered the courtyard atop my husky. Observing this, the group frowned, and Liu Bei quietly inquired, Old Zhao, is this truly the esteemed one you spoke of? While the mount is impressive, a wild tier ice wolf, how is it that he is merely at the late yellow tier? What qualifies him as esteemed? Indeed, in the presence of a yellow rank, we could easily meet our demise. Is that exquisite blade truly a gift from him? And did he also craft this plaque? Zhao Dezuzu blinked, scrutinizing Chu Mo's silhouette. Raising an eyebrow, he noted the rounded contours. Indeed, a commendable physique befitting a senior. What? Yellow rank? Just last time. He was merely a 7th-tier warrior. How is it that he displays yellow rank prowess in such a short span? Huh. Do not underestimate the senior based on his apparent realm. Have you not learned enough from the recent lesson regarding the plaque? What you perceive is merely what the senior wishes you to see. Do you truly believe you can discern the depths of his realm? If you doubt, take a closer look and see if you can uncover any clues. Zhao Dezuzu cast a knowing glance at the others. Liu Bei, Cao Cao, and the others frowned in confusion, yet they discerned that no matter how they examined him, Chu Mo remained firmly within the late yellow rank, neither elevated nor diminished. They were not fools. At their level, they understood the nuances of the situation. Their expressions shifted subtly. Even if we deliberately suppress our realms, with a keen eye, one can still detect the aura of the higher ranks leaking through, and the higher the realm, the more challenging it is to conceal. Yet, the senior exhibited none of this. Viewed from any angle, he was unmistakably yellow rank, devoid of any trace of a higher realm. Could it be that the senior's mastery over his own aura has reached an exquisite level? This surpasses even the most formidable treasures that conceal one's presence. Zhao Dezuzu smiled knowingly, a profound grin gracing his features. These individuals, typically so proud and self-important, were now rendered speechless in the face of the unknown, filling him with a sense of superiority. After all, I have had the privilege of encountering the senior twice, granting me insights beyond yours. Hey, Old Zhao, why are you all lingering outside? Come in and have some tea. Sit for a while. It's not your first visit. There's no need for such formality. After properly placing the catch, Chu Mo cheerfully gestured for them to enter, having longed for a drink after days without wine, and with the system restricting his outings for purchases. Hearing his call, Zhao Dezuzu quickly nodded. Oh, we have mud on our shoes and fear soiling the senior's courtyard. So we are just wiping them on the grass outside. We will be in shortly. He then instructed the 6 beside him. Let us go. Inside. Remember to show proper respect. Although the senior is approachable, we must not forget our etiquette. Cao Cao and the others nodded solemnly. setting aside their previous disdain as they followed Zhao Dizhu's into the courtyard. The plaque upon the door did not hinder their entrance, which relieved them somewhat. Upon stepping into the courtyard and catching sight of the 8-trigram stone table, they were all taken aback. What on earth is this doing here? Chapter 80. An enemy approaches. Isn't this the treasured artifact of the Tianyi sect? Cao Cao inquired uncertainly. In the eastern domain, he had naturally heard of the treasured artifacts of the Tianyi sect. Zhao Dizhu narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Be bold. This item indeed belongs to the Tianyi sect. I have battled with Wei Chuan Kong countless times. Even if it were reduced to ashes, I could piece it back together. Yet this turtle shell, is it not Wei Chuan Kong's cherished possession? Why then does it appear before our esteemed elder? I am utterly perplexed. Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured in astonishment. The treasures of the Wangjie were equally alluring to them. Exceedingly rare. Yet, to see such artifacts repurposed as a table was indeed a grand gesture. Wait, my lord, look over there. That stove with a few strands of smoked meat hanging above, it seems quite familiar. At that moment, the towering bald man Dian Wei, who stood 2 meters too tall behind Cao Cao, pointed towards a corner of the courtyard, his deep voice resonating. The crowd turned to gaze. This indeed seemed somewhat recognizable. Perhaps something from your southern domain. Old Zhao, take a look. Zhao Dizhu focused his gaze and staggered back. What the hell? Is this not the treasured artifact of that old fellow Mei Qianhua? The reason the Qi sect can forge a multitude of equipment and treasures is precisely because of this counterfeit stove. I never imagined it would be used by our ancestor to smoke meat. The others exchanged glances and all broke into bitter laughter. Truly, the comparison of men could incite envy, yet in the eyes of the elder, did these 2 pieces of equipment not merely serve as a table and a stove for smoking meat? However, it appeared that these 2 artifacts had suffered significant damage. What could have happened? By the way, old Zhao, why do you refer to the elder as ancestor? Zhao Dizhu smiled mysteriously, a smug expression adorning his face. He, the elder agreed last time to be the ancestor of my Jinhuan sect. What do you think I should call him? The moment this was spoken, everyone was taken aback. Holy cow, old man, your speed is truly astonishing. To have invited such a master as your ancestor is undoubtedly the wisest decision of your life. Haha, I think so too. Zhao Dizhu beamed with pride. As the discussions continued, Chu Mo changed out of his hunting attire, donned the disposable robe provided by the system, and emerged from the house carrying a large jug of tea. He rarely wore this robe for ordinary tasks, fearing it might get damaged, as it was his only beautiful garment. Upon stepping outside and seeing them admiring the table and stove, Chu Mo could not help but chuckle. These 2 items seemed to be in disrepair. However, they serve quite well for smoking meat. My apologies for the laughter. After smoking for a while, the next time you come, each of you may take home a piece of smoked meat. This pork is free of hormones and feed. It's healthy. Now, let us all have some tea to soothe our throats. Chu Mo was still quite hospitable. After all, it was rare to encounter living souls in the deep mountains and forests, and having someone to converse with was a delight. As they watched Chu Mo approach, Liu Bei, Cao Cao, and Sun Quan were all struck with a tremendous shock. Not for any other reason, but because the air around him was suffused with a profound aura of rule. This scene undoubtedly caused a seismic upheaval within their hearts. The power of rules was well known to them, and the 3 guards at their side had grasped quite a bit of it. However, in comparison to their opponent, it was akin to the vast ocean juxtaposed with a mere puddle. This was hardly the late yellow rank. Even the late cosmic rank could not exude such might. The very fabric of space seemed to warp under its influence. The group no longer dared to underestimate Chu Mo. A sense of trepidation and restraint began to swell within them. Remembering their previous disdain, they trembled, even hesitating to accept the teapot that was offered. Senior, you are too courteous. We do not require any tea. Having long since abstained from grains, one began, but before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Dizhu had interrupted with a grand gesture, tossing something at Sun Quan's face. Ah, if the ancestors do not drink, I shall. I adore your tea. A day without it leaves me feeling unwell. Zhao Dizhu exclaimed, his obsequious grin widening as he observed the change in their expressions, his heart swelling with a sense of superiority. I told you to respect your elders and not to underestimate them. Did you heed my words? Now, look at the consequences. Thankfully, this esteemed elder belongs to our Jinhuan sect. The rejection from the others made Chu Mo touch his nose contemplatively. In his eyes, his tea seemed to lack appeal. These individuals, clad in garments of wealth and prestige, likely had tasted far finer brews. Yet, he had no other varieties to offer, as the system had supplied him with merely hundreds of pounds of this particular kind. After handing the teapot to Zhao Dizhu's, Chu Mo arranged 7 cups with care. Old Zhao, you've visited a few times. Please entertain our brothers while I prepare a meal. You haven't had a chance to eat the last 2 times. And today you must stay and enjoy a bit, especially since I have some game meat. The flavors from these mountains are truly exquisite. Zhao Dizhu's clutched the teapot to his chest with great reverence, responding joyfully and retrieving a large jar of aged fine wine from his storage pouch. Rest assured, esteemed ancestor. Oh, by the way, this is the fine wine I promised to bring you last time, a humble offering from your junior. As the jar containing hundreds of pounds of wine was presented, the courtyard filled with its fragrant aroma. Chu Mo inhaled deeply, a radiant smile spreading across his face. What a fine wine. But is this large jar not a tad too precious? Perhaps I should offer you some money? I have a little savings. Oh no. We are all from the same sect. It is my honor to present this to you, esteemed ancestor. Moreover, the kindness you bestowed last time with that grand blade, 100 jars would hardly suffice in repayment. Zhao Dizhu's insisted, flustered and waving his hands dismissively. Chu Mo chose not to dwell on the matter further, understanding that excessive formality among friends breeds distance. Very well. Should you wish to forge any small trinkets in the future, do let me know. My skills have been improving, though what I create may not meet your standards. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu's was filled with elation. Was the ancestor making a promise? Would he bestow upon him a piece of exquisite equipment he desired? How could he say that it may not meet his expectations? The ancestor was far too humble. A figure of such caliber, even a simple ball of sweat and grime would be a treasure beyond compare. After speaking, Chu Mo clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell, casting a discreet glance before making his way to the kitchen, cradling a large wine jar. With the promise of fine wine, the atmosphere lightened, and the tasks became invigorating. Chopping vegetables, sipping occasionally, what a delight. Once Chu Mo departed, Chow Chow and the others exhaled in relief, no longer feeling the weight of oppression. Chu Mo's presence had loomed over them like an immense boulder, stifling their breath. How terrifying it was, truly, utterly terrifying. Old Zhao, why on earth did you not reveal the true capabilities of our esteemed predecessor? You claimed he was the foremost among mortals, and I would not have doubted it in the slightest. The group glared at Zhao Dizhu's with expressions of reproach. Zhao Dizhu's rolled his eyes, for he had no knowledge of the ancestor's authentic realm, only that he was extraordinarily powerful. Pouring himself a modest cup of tea, he savored it with great appreciation, a look of rapture crossing his face. Did I not mention how formidable our predecessor is? Have you acknowledged it? Respect was due, yet did you extend it? Some individuals, like fools, remain oblivious until they encounter hardship. Ah, this tea retains its original recipe. Our predecessor is truly kind to me, Zhao? The others exchanged glances, sighing in regret for their earlier behavior. It seemed that the predecessor had discerned their disdain and deliberately showcased his prowess to instill awe. Alas, despite being seasoned veterans, they had erred, perhaps due to their prolonged exaltation, accustomed to looking down upon others. The predecessor had indeed sounded an alarm for them. Upon this realization, they rose, bowing deeply toward the kitchen in a gesture of respect. After completing this, their gazes fell upon the teapot nestled in Zhao Dizhu's embrace. For some inexplicable reason, they sensed a unique aura lingering in the air, as if inhaling it would heighten their understanding. Coupled with Zhao Dizhu's unusual behavior earlier, they began to comprehend the situation. Old Zhao, this tea must be extraordinary indeed. Zhao Dizhu smiled mysteriously, holding the teapot tightly to his chest as he boasted to them. Hee, do not entertain any thoughts of pilfering. You were the ones who claimed you would drink tea, and now it belongs to me. To tell you the truth, you have missed a great opportunity bestowed by the ancestor. This is the tea of enlightenment. Moreover, the ingredients are exceptionally ample, for within this small pot lies a generous handful of leaves. Upon hearing this, the others felt dizzy, nearly collapsing to the ground, their expressions darkening with regret. What? Tea of enlightenment? And a handful of leaves? Hiss. No matter what, you must share some with us, or else we shall impose unilateral sanctions upon you. They resorted to coaxing and threats, ultimately persuading Zhao Dizhus to part with a small cup of tea. This act left them profoundly grateful. Who would have thought the predecessor would be so generous? We are truly unworthy. Brothers, let us gather our treasures and present them. Although the predecessor may not value them, it is the sentiment that counts. Cao Cao waved his hand grandly, suggesting to the group. As a few individuals engaged in lively conversation, two elderly men, both at the mid-level of their cultivation, along with an exceptionally innocent young woman, appeared in the sky above Gala Mountain. These three were Wei Chuankong, Mei Qianhua, and their sex Golden Flower, Yi Wuxin. It must be here. I seem to sense a faint aura of the Bagua formation. And the presence of Yang Feng from the Tianyi sect has lingered here as well. Wei Chuankong's gaze sharpened, his fists clenched with a palpable killing intent as he spoke. Mei Qianhua closed his eyes to feel the surroundings, his brow furrowing in concentration. Indeed, I can also detect the essence of the Samadhi false fire furnace. My disciple, Yu Hua, has been here as well. We must search diligently. This person is undoubtedly within these mountains. At that moment, Yi Wuxin appeared to notice something and addressed the two elders. Elders, look. There is a trace of habitation. Chapter 81. This girl has quite the taste. With a delicate exclamation, Yi Wuxin instantly drew the attention of both elders. Upon closer inspection, they indeed observed tendrils of blue smoke rising into the air. Is it possible there are people living in this desolate wilderness? It could very well be the residence of a reclusive master. Quickly, let us descend and investigate. Mei Qianhua mused thoughtfully, and the three of them floated down, landing outside a modest courtyard. Gazing at the unremarkable courtyard, the two elders felt an intensifying sensation within. Indeed, my treasured possession lies within. However, the aura seems quite diminished, likely due to a severe setback. It appears we cannot recklessly enter, lest we alarm the serpent. A glint flashed in Wei Chuankong's eyes. Years of experience in the martial world had taught him the value of prudence. Wuxin, go and ascertain the situation. This is the last treasure I possess, capable of concealing one's cultivation. Once you wear it, even if the King of Heaven himself were to come, he would perceive you as an ordinary woman, and thus, you would not be in danger. Regardless of how ferocious he may be, he would not dare lay a hand on a beauty. Upon entering, seek an opportunity to engage with the other party, probe their cultivation, and return to inform us. Wei Chuankong then produced a palm-sized jade pendant and handed it to the innocent and charming Yi Wuxin. She accepted it, gently brushing her hair aside with a smile gracing her lips as she stepped towards the courtyard. Very well, elder, I assure you that I will uncover useful information. Inside the courtyard, Chu Mo, concerned about getting his robes soiled with the smell of oil while cooking, changed back into his old hunting clothes. Under the culinary skills he had honed over the years, he quickly prepared the rice. Here it comes. Oh, the rice is ready. You may serve yourselves. The dishes will be ready shortly. He placed a large pot of rice on the table and returned to the kitchen. Seeing Chu Mo's warm hospitality, the 7 guests were taken aback, politely exclaiming, Senior, just a simple dish will suffice. We are not particular about food. Without turning his head, Chu Mo waved his hand dismissively. It's a rare occasion to have living guests. I must prepare more dishes. Just wait a few minutes. I am cooking with 2 pots. It will be ready soon. The group stood momentarily stunned before laughing. Living guests? Could it be that my esteemed senior has encountered the dead knocking at the door? Ahem, alas, such an opportunity has eluded me. Chu Mo chuckled, closing the kitchen door. Observing Chu Mo's affable demeanor, the others burst into hearty laughter, their earlier reservations dissipating. Behold, just moments ago, the senior's aura of regulatory power vanished, reverting to the late stage of the yellow rank. That effortless control is simply awe-inspiring, Liu Bei exclaimed, shaking his head in wonder. Cao Cao nodded in agreement, picking up a ladle to serve himself some rice. The rice at this senior's abode is splendidly white, tender, and generously sized, with an enticing aroma. Strangely enough, inhaling this delightful scent seems to alleviate my chronic ailments and the toxins within. Cao Cao took a greedy breath over his bowl of rice, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort wash over him. Liu Bei and the others raised their eyebrows and teased, there must be limits to flattery. Have you become a starving ghost from fasting too long? We, after all, are prominent warlords who have tasted a myriad of delicacies. Ignoring their banter, Cao Cao exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Dizhus, and the two began to savor the rice with their chopsticks. To their astonishment, each bite revealed the rice's sweetness and a gentle power coursing through their bodies. The toxins in their organs seemed to diminish in that moment. The two stared wide-eyed in disbelief. After all, reaching this level of cultivation required consuming numerous medicinal pills, each containing its own toxins, notoriously difficult to expel, lodged within their organs. While one or two pills might be inconsequential, the cumulative effect could be devastating, leading to a dire outcome if not addressed. Could it be that the senior's rice could counteract such persistent toxins? They exchanged glances at the bucket of rice and then at the 5 oblivious companions, silently agreeing to suppress their astonishment and dive into their meal. Indeed, it must be the prolonged fasting that makes the aroma of rice so enticing. I shall indulge in a bit of plain rice to satiate my hunger. You may converse amongst yourselves, Chow Chow replied with a cheerful smile, his hands not ceasing their motion. In no time, he polished off 2 bowls of rice and continued to serve himself. Initially, Liu Bei and the others regarded him with disdain, believing Chow Chow was embarrassing them. However, as they observed him and Zhao Di's who's devouring their meals with fervor, they gradually sensed something amiss. Following suit, they each took a small portion, and upon finishing their first bites, they collectively slapped their foreheads in realization. Good heavens! I thought Chow the thief was foolish. It turns out we are the foolish ones. He intended to monopolize this grand opportunity. The group swiftly transitioned into a fervent eating mode, finding immense satisfaction even without any side dishes. When Chu Mo emerged from the kitchen with the dishes, he was taken aback to see the empty bucket, still spinning on the ground. What the devil? Where's my rice? Did you all eat it without any dishes? 7 voracious appetites had descended upon him. Chow Chow, feeling somewhat embarrassed, pinched the grain of rice from the corner of his mouth and placed it into his mouth, scratching his head awkwardly. Senior, your meal is simply exquisite. In my moment of urgency, I could not restrain myself. I apologize. Though I, Chow Chow, have indulged in various delicacies, they pale in comparison to your rice, which is far superior to even what swine would consume. He continued, in order to express my contrition, please accept this fine wine as a token of my respect. With a wave of his hand, an array of exquisite wines appeared on the table, all cherished treasures he seldom indulged in. However, it was worth it. Setting aside the recent fortuitous encounter, merely the opportunity to know such a venerable figure was invaluable. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo was taken aback. What did you say your name was? I am but a humble servant, Chow Chow, styled Mingda. Currently, I hold the title of King of Wei in the Eastern Han Empire. I beg your forgiveness for any amusement I may have caused. Chow Chow shyly clasped his hands together. While his title as King of Wei could instill fear in the hearts of petty criminals, it was nothing in the presence of such an esteemed elder, merely child's play. Upon hearing Chow Chow's introduction, Chu Mo nearly choked, hastily placing down his dish. He looked up and exclaimed, You are the King of Wei, Chow Mingda? The one who fancies married women? And what of them? They cannot be Liu Bei and Sun Quan, can they? Indeed, I have met Liu Bei and Sun Quan. Liu Bei and the others promptly rose to pay their respects, as did Zhao Yun and Yan Wei, who displayed utmost reverence. Chu Mo was left dumbfounded, momentarily questioning whether he had mistakenly traversed into the wrong era. It was only after the system provided repeated clarifications that he began to accept that this was an alternate parallel world, distinct from the ancient times he knew, with individuals whose destinies diverged from those of his own world. Chow Chow, feeling shy, stroked his whiskered chin. How did you come to know of my small predilection, senior? Chu Mo waved his hand dismissively. Your taste for married women is common knowledge in our world. It is nothing extraordinary. Furthermore, there are many who share your inclinations. I must confide in you, ahem. I too possess some insights in this regard. We are kindred spirits. Upon hearing this, Chow Chow's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that the elder would share such a preference. Since we are on this topic, I find myself no longer weary. Why don't we sit down and enjoy a drink while we converse? Chu Mo nodded, preparing to take a seat on the stone bench when a timid, delicate voice emerged from the entrance. Excuse me, may I come in to ask for a sip of water? Startled, Chu Mo turned his gaze. It seemed there was indeed someone seeking a drink. This girl had an unusual taste. In response, several individuals, including Zhao Di's and others, merely glanced at Yi Wuxin before redirecting their attention to the dishes on the stone table. At 20, the beauty held no allure for Cao Cao, Liu Bei, who favored comrades, found no interest, and Sun Quan, with a penchant for younger girls, was similarly indifferent. The delectable food on the table seemed far more enticing. If the rice had such potent effects, what might these dishes offer? Unbeknownst to Yi Wuxin, who concealed her cultivation with a precious artifact, these individuals were indeed peculiar, believing themselves capable of captivating her. Observing this, Chu Mo shook his head with a smile. The influx of visitors to Gada Mountain had been steadily increasing, leaving one to ponder whether it was a blessing or a curse. Come in, young lady, we still have some tea. As for the direction to Gada town, Chu Mo gestured casually, indicating the way. Yi Wuxin offered a sweet smile, feigning a delicate demeanor as she stepped inside to take a sip of water. She understood that men were easily swayed by such charms. Thank you, kind sir. It is indeed rare to encounter someone as benevolent as you in this desolate wilderness. As she spoke, Yi Wuxin discreetly surveyed the individuals in the courtyard. With Zhao Di's whose back turned to her, she failed to notice him, and the others had deliberately tempered their aura in Chu Mo's presence. Furthermore, she was unfamiliar with Liu Bei and his companions. Consequently, Yi Wuxin discerned that the courtyard was filled with ordinary individuals devoid of cultivation, save for one who merely possessed late-stage yellow rank abilities. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Mo's eyes. Receiving a good person card upon first meeting, this girl seemed rather naive. Since fortune has favored us with your presence, we happen to be having a meal. Would you care to join us? Yi Wuxin smiled faintly, her gaze fixed upon the stone table where everyone was seated, and her charming visage suddenly paled. The once radiant color drained from her face, leaving it ghostly white. For she recognized that this table was the treasured 8 trigrams formation map entrusted by her sex ancestor to her senior brother. Now, witnessing this cherished artifact transformed into a table, what would her senior brother think? Tears welled in her eyes, and she was uncertain whether it was due to fear or sorrow. Noticing her eyes glistening with moisture, Chu Mo expressed his bewilderment. My dear lady, what causes your eyes to well up so suddenly? Have you recalled some sorrowful memory? Startled, Yi Wuxin hastily composed herself. No, it's just that individuals like you, kind sir, are few and far between. I am genuinely touched. Upon observing Chu Mo's cultivation, Yi Wuxin furrowed her brows, seemingly struck by a realization. No, this group of mortals, along with a mere yellow rank warrior, could not possibly have harmed my senior brother. The culprit must be someone else. Casting a discreet glance around, Yi Wuxin's attention was drawn to the smoking meat in the nearby stove, alongside the North Plains ice wolf lurking beside it. The astute Yi Wuxin suddenly understood. Oh, so it is the savage ice wolf that is swift and fierce, which could indeed pose a threat to the two leaders. However, why would such a creature be present in this small courtyard? Judging by the demeanor of the yellow rank individual, he seemed to be the owner of this place. How could a yellow rank person bestow a divine blade upon Zhao Di's hus? Was it possible he stumbled upon the divine blade, yet failed to recognize its value, allowing Zhao Di's hus to deceive him? With a heart full of questions, Yi Wuxin managed to muster a semblance of a smile and expressed her gratitude to Chu Mo. Thank you for your kindness, but I must be on my way to Gada town and shall forego the meal. Very well, if you have matters to attend to. I shall not insist. Chu Mo waved dismissively, settling into his seat at the table, pouring himself wine, and preparing to enjoy the meal and conversation. Once Yi Wuxin departed, Chu Mo casually remarked, can a maiden of the celestial stage truly become lost? It appears that a lack of direction transcends realms. The mention of the celestial stage caught the attention of those nearby, their brows raised in surprise. Who would have thought that the young lady had concealed her cultivation level with a treasure? Truly, the senior is deserving of respect. Nothing escapes your discerning gaze. Yet, they dismissed the revelation, for the celestial stage posed no significant threat. Senior, regarding this meal, fret not. Let us simply enjoy the food and drink. Chu Mo waved his hand dismissively. Now, what were we discussing? Cao Cao grinned widely. We were just getting to the topics of fine wine and virtuous wives. Chu Mo smacked his forehead. Ah yes, the exquisite wine. How rare it is to encounter a fellow connoisseur. I feel inspired to compose a poem. Oh, you are also skilled in poetry, senior? We shall lend you our ears. They exclaimed, laughter resonating among them. Chu Mo composed himself, his eyes glinting with mischief. The system had assured him that this world was not the same as that of Huaxia, and the fates of its characters did not intertwine. Thus, he resolved to borrow inspiration. To cut the chives is but a fleeting moment in life. How to alleviate worries? Only with due calm. Raising his cup, he drank while reciting his verses. The crowd erupted in applause, particularly Cao Cao, who felt an unexpected resonance with the poem. It seemed as though the verses were somehow tied to his own experiences. What remarkable poetry, Senior! Only those with a true appreciation for wine could craft such lines. Pray tell, Senior, what wisdom do you possess regarding widows? Cao Cao rose to toast, admiration evident in his demeanor. Chu Mo downed his drink, giving Cao Cao a playful wink before responding with a sly grin. When speaking of widows, one must inevitably discuss the art of the spear. At this, Zhao Yun, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up. Spear techniques? Senior, I have dabbled in them as well, but I find myself at an impasse. May I have the audacity to inquire about the essence of spear techniques? Chu Mo savored a spicy rabbit dish, washed it down with wine, and replied leisurely. The essence of spear techniques is simply thrusting and piercing. It may appear straightforward, yet once you truly grasp it, speed will come naturally. With speed, you must learn to control the rhythm, when to hasten and when to slow down, as it varies from person to person. This is the core of the spear. Ponder it deeply. A peculiar smile crept onto Chu Mo's face. After years of solitude, he felt he had the authority to speak on such matters. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Yun trembled with enlightenment. Thrusting and piercing? Indeed, if one perfects a single move, one can achieve invincibility. Zhao Yun, understand now. This is the profound secret of spear techniques. Resolved, Zhao Yun devised a rigorous training plan for himself. With 10,000 thrusts, I shall emerge invincible. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, Yi Wuxin approached Wei Chuan and Kong, joining their company. Upon witnessing the unscathed Yi Wuxin return, the two breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly inquired, what transpired? Esteemed ancestors, the two sect leaders have indeed perished, and our respective treasures have undeniably been left in this courtyard, albeit in a severely damaged state. Furthermore, the Bagua formation has been fashioned into a stone table, and the Sanmei false fire furnace has been repurposed for curing meat, Yi Wuxin reported with a sorrowful expression. Is this truly the case? The two asked incredulously. Indeed, more genuine than gold. I witnessed it with mine own eyes and would stake my head on its veracity. At this proclamation, the two ancestors were taken aback, staggering backward until they collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with despair. What? They are truly dead? And our treasures as well. To have slain those who wielded such treasures and inflicted such grievous damage, the strength of this foe must be unfathomable. Our hopes for vengeance have been extinguished. It seems we must find a way to placate him, yet our hearts are filled with bitterness. Despair clouded their gazes. Yang Feng and Yu Hua were their cherished disciples, to whom they had devoted considerable effort. Overcome with grief, they fashioned 2 small mounds of earth to serve as graves for Yang Feng and Yu Hua. With tears streaming down their faces, they lamented, Alas, Yang Feng, Yu Hua, though we are master and disciple, our bond is akin to that of father and son. This enmity stemming from the loss of our disciples and treasures is irreconcilable. If we do not avenge this wrong, how can we claim to be your masters? Thus, we hereby sever our ties as your mentors. If you know of our plight in the netherworld, seek guidance elsewhere. Observing their dramatic display, Yi Wuxin could not help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. What a severance of ties, what a request for guidance elsewhere. Truly, the wisdom of the aged is unparalleled. Yet, how thick-skinned can one be? Esteemed ancestors, do not be so mournful. Our intelligence may be flawed. There are no formidable experts within, merely 7 inept individuals and a late-stage yellow-tier warrior. The most formidable among them is but a wild-tier ice wolf. Chapter 83. Dare I ask, esteemed ancestors, how shall we deal with these 2 blind fools? What? Just a wild-tier wolf and a yellow-tier human? How could they possibly have slain the esteemed Yang Feng and Yu Hua, who bore such treasures? Mei Qian and Hua were filled with doubt and did not immediately accept this information. Yi Wuxin's beautiful gaze sharpened, revealing a clarity that pierced through all mysteries. I suspect that the divine blade was fortuitously acquired by this individual in the courtyard, only to be deceitfully taken by Zhao Dizhu's. The two sect leaders may have engaged in a slight verbal conflict, provoking the courtyard's master, who, seeing the treasures, harbored ill intentions. Thus, under the guise of cordiality, he launched a treacherous assault on the sect leaders. Ultimately, as they lay gravely wounded and on the brink of death, they retaliated at the cost of their treasures. But alas, their counterattack was evaded. Yi Wuxin articulated all that she had witnessed and her speculations. After hearing her account, Wei Chuan and Kong found her analysis to be quite plausible, recognizing that Yi Wuxin possessed the keenest insight within their sect. It seemed the truth was indeed as she had described, very close to reality. Otherwise, how could a mere ice wolf of the wild stages possibly slay Yang Feng and Yuhua? Thus, they could only rely on ambushes or underhanded tactics. With this thought, despair enveloped them, their hearts brimming with fury. Suddenly, they raised their heads, and a murderous intent permeated the surroundings. Infuriating. To think they would rely on the power of beasts to launch a sneak attack, to poison and slaughter my disciple, while also attempting to seize treasure. Failing to acquire the treasure, they still dared to defile my treasured artifact, as if they were brazenly defecating upon us. I would never dare to misuse the array plate. How dare they turn it into a mere table, and to smoke cured meat upon it? I wish for their demise. Lao Mei, let us charge in and eliminate them. I intend to torment him to death, and then toss him into a cesspool for 7 days and nights. Wei Chuan, consumed by rage, immediately brandished a long sword. And alongside Mei Qianhua, they ascended from the foot of the mountain, heading straight for the small courtyard. Within the courtyard, after several rounds of drinks, everyone was engaged in merry conversation. One by one, they were becoming increasingly tipsy. Senior, I never anticipated your knowledge to be so profound, excelling in poetry and prose alike. Especially this Yin Chuan Luan, it has greatly benefited us. Upon my return, Liu Bei vowed to present this sage's tome to my second brother for diligent study. Liu Bei's face flushed crimson as he tucked the secret tome given by Chu Mo into his bosom, bowing in gratitude. Sun Quan also nodded appreciatively, indeed. A visit to the senior's abode surpasses 10 years of arduous cultivation. The greatest fortune lies in having seen that plaque. To behold it up close would leave no regrets in this lifetime. Hearing their praises, Chu Mo let out a hearty burp and nodded graciously. If you wish to see, then let your hearts be content. With that, he rose and approached the courtyard entrance, removing the plaque. Observing this unadorned, somewhat weathered piece of wood upon the table, the 7 individuals stood, bowing deeply as if on a pilgrimage. Thank you, Gate God, for your great grace. After their reverence, just as they prepared to examine the plaque closely, a tremendous force of inner strength descended from the heavens. Boom! The sound resonated. Chu Mo's door and the surrounding fence were instantaneously obliterated, raising a cloud of dust. Even the dishes on the stone table were sullied. This scene left everyone astounded. Who would dare to act so recklessly before the senior? They were finished. As the dust settled, a sinister laughter echoed through the sky. Ha ha ha! Foolish trash! Daring to slay my disciple and seize the treasured artifact. Today, no one can save you or these 7 gluttons. Mark my words. 2 figures materialized out of thin air, their cultivation at the mid-wild stages erupting with ferocity. They had conspired to present themselves with absolute dominance, intending to instill terror and despair in their adversary. However, in the next moment, the pride on their faces abruptly froze. Lao Mei, why do these individuals seem so familiar? Familiar? Just a bunch of gluttons, uncaringly replied Mei Qianhua. How could they be familiar? Perhaps you are too far away to see clearly. After all, you are of advanced age. Gazing at the 2 figures in the sky, Chu Mo's countenance turned ashen. In this moment, he cared not for the opponent's formidable prowess. A few choice words would hardly quell his fury. Have your eyes grown to the backsides of your heads? The dishes I toiled over have been desecrated by you 2 scoundrels. And you have also laid waste to my courtyard. By the heavens! Witnessing Chu Mo's rage, Zhao Dizhu's and his companions fell silent, fearful that a surge of his wrath might obliterate them as well. In stark contrast, the 2 in the sky erupted into hearty laughter, utterly disregarding Chu Mo's vitriol. Oh, we have caused quite the ruckus, but what can you do about it? Come now, strike us if you dare, you little insignificant pest. Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuankong, filled with disdain, sneered and unleashed another wave of internal energy towards Chu Mo's abode. Chu Mo's gaze hardened. Dog, rise up and bite them. I have never heard of such an outrageous demand. Responding to the command, Bai Feng leapt to his feet with a howl, shaking off the collar around his neck, ready to engage the enemy. Observing this scene, Zhao Dizhus and his 6 companions seized the moment to unleash their own formidable presence. Hold on, Wolf Master. A trivial matter like this should not require your intervention. We shall handle it. Daring to offend our elder, no matter who these two are, they are unworthy of living. With that, the 7 surged forth, their peak chaotic stage and flood stage energies soaring into the heavens, casting the sky into a shroud of darkness, creating an overwhelmingly oppressive atmosphere. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. The 7 united their efforts, not only intercepting the assault, but also counterattacking with fervor. As they beheld the oncoming violent attack, Wei Chuankong and his companions' smiles froze, their expressions shifting dramatically, their eyes nearly bulging out. What the hell? For peak chaotic stage and 3 flood stage. How is this possible? How could such formidable figures appear in this dilapidated place? Wasn't Yi Wuxin claiming there were 7 good-for-nothings here? By the heavens, what do you consider good-for-nothings? Quick, flee! Realizing the gravity of the situation, the 2 hastily layered themselves in dozens of defensive energy shields, then turned to escape. Had they known such a formidable group was present, they would never have approached. Yet, how could they, in their mid-chaotic stage, outrun the counterattack of 7 powerful figures? Instantly, they were ensnared. With a resounding clap, akin to swatting a fly, they were struck down from the sky, embedded half a meter deep into the ground. The bones of the 2 seemed to have shattered under the force. Struggling to rise, they finally caught sight of their assailants, their faces draining of color, speech faltering. By your mother's grace, Zhao Dizhus? And Liu Bei, Cao Cao Sun Quan. What are you doing here? Wei Chuankong and his companion were on the verge of tears. Even a single Zhao Dizhus could easily overpower them, let alone these towering figures from the eastern domain whom they could only look up to. In that moment, they understood they had unwittingly walked into a hornet's nest. Attempting to turn and slap Yi Wuxin, they found that she had long since vanished without a trace. Zhao Dizhus and a few others fixed their gaze, and a chilling snicker escaped their lips. Heh, I wondered who it was. Turns out to be you two. You truly are as audacious as a steel pipe thrusting into a frog. How dare you come to my ancestral home of the Soul Town sect and wreak havoc, even damaging the ancestral belongings? You are courting death. Before them, Wei Chuankong and Mei Qianhua trembled uncontrollably, no longer exuding the arrogance they once had. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads, falling to the ground. It had been years since they felt such terror, the last time being. If I were to say that everything before was an accident, would you believe it? Do you even believe it yourself? I recall you just called us useless fools, and insulted our senior as a mere little chick. Ha. You truly possess remarkable courage. The group's eyes were fixed menacingly on Wei Chuankong and his companion, their murderous intent palpable. The 2 of them gulped repeatedly, too frightened to even glance at the furnace and the 8 trigrams formation before them. At that moment, they had mentally cursed Yi Wuxin 100 times over. Spare us, please, great ones. This is all a misunderstanding. Listen to our defense. No, allow us to explain. They prostrated themselves frantically, as in moments of life and death, dignity holds no value. Observing their plight, the 7 individuals snorted coldly, nearly causing Wei Chuankong's heart to leap from his chest. To dare disturb the ancestor is a crime deserving of death. However, as the ancestor remained silent, we do not dare to decide your fate. May I inquire, ancestor, how shall we deal with these 2 blind fools? Chapter 84. Lu Ji, the turn of events, ancestor? At this moment, the flustered Wei Chuankong and his companion noticed Zhao Dizhu's address to Chu Mo. Their hearts sank. They had not anticipated that this mere yellow-tear scoundrel in their eyes was actually referred to as an ancestor. Was he the mysterious figure who had bestowed the sword? Had he concealed his true prowess? Yet, no matter how they scrutinized, he remained a yellow tear. But to be honored as a senior by these 7 formidable figures was certainly not a trivial matter. Yi Wuxin, I curse you. How dare you falsely report our circumstances? The 2 harbored a deep-seated hatred for the fleeing Yi Wuxin. Observing the familiarity among the group, Chu Mo could not help but question, Old Zhao. Do you know these 2 outlaws? Zhao Dizhus clasped his hands and nodded, replying, Indeed, I am acquainted with them, quite well, in fact, and if I am not mistaken, Ancestor, this stone table and that furnace were recently acquired, correct? Shu Mo nodded. Indeed, just last night, two individuals attempted to take my dog's life. They ended up being killed by my dog, leaving behind these two items. What of it? Is there a connection between them? Do you have a history with them? Suddenly, Shu Mo recalled something. Zhao Dizhu's mentioning these items must relate to the two ruffians before him. Perhaps it was just as the novels say, strike down the young and the old will come. But why do they seek to take my dog's life? What calamities has my dear Ergo caused? If Lao Zhao has a past with them, matters could become quite complicated, for he is, after all, the esteemed ancestor of the Jinhuan sect. Zhao Dizhu's, under the impression that Chu Mo was seeking retribution, was filled with trepidation and repeatedly shook his head. No, I have no connection with them, and in fact, I bear a grudge. They are the very factions I mentioned to the ancestor last time. The ones who oppressed our Jinhuan sect. To his astonishment, they had dared to come here, plotting to assassinate you, esteemed ancestor. They truly deserve their fate. Chu Mo's understanding dawned, and upon regarding the two men, his gaze turned icy. This was a convergence of new grievances and old resentments. Do you wish to live or die? We wish to live, we wish to live. Ancestor, spare our lives. Spare us. The two hastily bowed. Yet before they could finish their pleas, Zhao Dizhu's kicked them. Enraged, Zhao Dizhu's exclaimed, "That is my ancestor. You must not speak of him so." The crowd regarded him with disdainful glances. Chu Mo chuckled coldly. If you wish to preserve your lives, it is quite simple. Assist me in enhancing the appearance of the courtyard, properly till the farmland, and repair my front gate, and I shall spare you. At this, the two men were overjoyed. We shall comply. We guarantee that we will satisfy our esteemed elder. Chu Mo waved his hand dismissively. Go on then. Instantly, the two retrieved axes and machetes from their storage bags, commencing the task of felling trees to rebuild the small courtyard. With a host of Hongjin masters and this mysterious strongman present, they had never even considered fleeing. Observing them venture into the mountains to gather timber, Zhao Dizhu appeared momentarily stunned and questioned with confusion. Esteemed ancestor, are you truly letting these two scoundrels go? Chu Mo rolled his eyes, regarding Zhao Dizhu as if he were simple-minded. How could that be? Their entire family wishes to see my demise. It would be a mercy not to send them all to the crematorium. I said I would not kill them, but I did not say you could not. He continued. You understand what to do later. For now, let them handle some infrastructure. My home indeed requires repairs, and the land needs tilling. Free labor should not be wasted. Chu Mo's thoughts were as clear as day. Although his strength was lacking, he understood the necessity of eradicating threats. This naive benevolence was inadvisable, should the apocalypse truly arrive. His first act would be to sacrifice such naive allies. Furthermore, he could instruct Zhao Dizhu and others to severely injure these two outlaws, allowing him to deliver the finishing blow. This way, he could ensure minimal depletion of his internal energy while absorbing more. How delightful it would be to experience a surge in strength. This human-shaped power bank is truly invaluable. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu breathed a sigh of relief and gave a thumbs up. Wise ancestor. Chu Mo waved his hand. It is a pity we cannot enjoy this meal. Liu Bei, Chow Chow, and the others collected the bowls and chopsticks scattered on the ground, smiling as they remarked, "It is fine. We have eaten sufficiently. Thanks to this meal from our esteemed elder, our internal comprehension has deepened considerably, and most importantly, the poison from the elixirs has been entirely purged. Such immense kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay it. Were I to transform into a woman, I would surely offer myself in gratitude." Ha! Upon hearing the jovial remarks of a few individuals, Chu Mo's fondness for them soared. They were quite amiable, though, aside from Zhao Yun, their appearances left much to be desired. Esteemed elder, should you ever require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. We hold a modicum of influence in the eastern region, and it would be no trouble for us to lend you a hand, Chow Chow assured with a pat on his chest. At these words, Chu Mo's expression shifted to one of hesitation, his smile gradually fading. In truth, I do have a small favor to ask of you. Please, esteemed elder, speak freely. My wife left home 8 years ago due to certain undisclosed reasons, and I have awaited her return for 8 long years, yet I have received no word. Chu Mo sighed deeply. Although his wife was not particularly beautiful, she represented the purest sanctuary in his heart. She had accompanied him through the most bewildering and terrifying times upon arriving in this foreign realm. She had provided him with a home and blessed him with a daughter. Liu Bei and Xiao Chao exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts. They were surprised to learn that their esteemed elder had such a poignant past. What kind of foolish woman would choose to abandon him? No problem. May I inquire, what is your wife's name? Is there a portrait available? Her name is Lu Qingxue. There is no portrait, as she is not particularly attractive, though she possesses an exquisite figure. After 8 years apart, Chu Mo's recollection of his wife remained frozen in time. Back then, she had been a woman whose beauty was marred, and thus not very pleasing to the eye. However, Chu Mo had grown accustomed to it, often covering the disfigured side of her face with her hair after turning off the lights at night. Hearing Chu Mo's abstract description, the others frowned slightly. Fear not, esteemed elder. We shall inquire about any women named Lu Qingxue in the eastern region and its surroundings. We will personally deliver any portraits and information to you. How does that sound? Chu Mo clasped his hands together, his gaze tinged with melancholy. After years of separation, surely his wife had forgotten that there existed a humble husband who toiled in the fields? Otherwise, why would she not return for even a fleeting moment? Chu Mo was also aware that his wife's family background was likely quite distinguished. Even during the year of her amnesia, her innate nobility could not be concealed. If she truly hailed from a prominent family, how could he, with his humble virtues, ever be worthy of her? Thank you all. If she has since built her own life and family, and is living well, I shall not intrude upon her happiness. The group exchanged glances, each letting out a sigh. Their esteemed elder was indeed a person of deep emotion and integrity. By the way, would you like to enjoy some pastries or other treats? I could prepare some, Chu Mo suggested, shaking his head in an effort to divert his thoughts from his wife. Upon hearing this, the others eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, we cannot refuse such a generous offer from our elder. Chu Mo, damn it, there's no need for pleasantries with you thick-skinned folks. Meanwhile, within the harmonious confines of Chu Mo's residence, a looming crisis was descending upon the Chang'an imperial city. At the northern town prince's residence, my lord, elder whose reinforcements are expected to arrive by midnight. With their arrival, my lord will no longer endure grievances and can reclaim his rightful position. Moreover, our sect's grand elder Zhao Dizhus, accompanied by 6 formidable masters, visited our sect's new and old ancestors last night. Among them are 3 peak-level experts of the wild stage and 3 formidable warriors of the flood stage. With their backing, you can act with complete assurance. The messenger from the Soul Requiem sect delivered the news with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji's lips curled into a smile, and in high spirits, he ordered 500 taels of gold to be given to the messenger. Ha! With such backing, and the protection of my mother and the Grand Elder, how can that little wretch Lu Qingxue ever compete with me? Miao Sanbu, Bloodblade. Tomorrow we shall forcefully ascend to the palace. I will ensure that the heavens can no longer obscure my sight. I shall stain this blue sky with the blood of Lu Qingxue and that old codger Li Chunfeng. I will make my book attendant content and ascend to the position of empress. Watching Lu Ji laugh maniacally, Miao Sanbu sighed deeply. This fellow is once again afflicted by his delusions. Regardless of whom you contend with, my only opponent is the renowned healer. Bloodblade licked his lips with a lascivious grin. I have my sights set on that enchanting beauty, Shangguan Yin, unbeknownst to Lu Qingxue and her companions. All this transpired at the northern town prince's residence. At this moment, she was surrounded by Li Chunfeng and the renowned healer, astonished as they watched Chu Linger. Linger, what did you say? You awoke from a slumber to find you have advanced from the 6th rank to the mid-yellow stage? Is this a jest? Are you dreaming? Or are we the ones dreaming? Chapter 85. Reinforcements arrive. Lu Ji's mother, Linger just woke up and realized she feels significantly stronger. I even collapsed the bed with a single slap. Chu Linger, bewildered, gazed at the elders before her, dressed in a nightgown and standing barefoot on a stool. She wore an expression of innocence. The renowned healer, concerned, took her pulse several times and then retrieved a pitch-black pill from his robe. There's nothing wrong. You're as robust as an ox. If you're still uneasy, Linger, why not try a dose of the cauldron ash pill? It has remarkable effects. Li Chunfeng erupted in anger, kicking out, "Get lost. Have you gone mad with your cauldron ash? Do you resort to it whenever faced with uncertainty?" After his outburst, his face quickly resumed its warm smile. Linger, Please tell Grandpa Li what dream you had to achieve such a miraculous breakthrough from the 7th rank to the mid-yellow stage overnight. Once I understand, I shall ensure my pillow is propped up high tonight, hoping to have a similar dream. Gu Yinwu and the others perked up their ears, eager to hear about the cause of this breakthrough. Transitioning from the 7th rank to the mid-yellow stage in a single night is, if not unprecedented, certainly an extraordinary rarity. With a furrowed brow, Chu Linger pondered for quite some time before tilting her head and replying in a soft voice. I dreamt that my father channeled some energy and then imparted a bit of his inner strength to me, and inexplicably, I made a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Transmitting power through a dream? Goodness, this is a technique reserved for celestial beings. Even those at the cosmic level cannot achieve such a feat. Hiss. Linger's father must truly be of celestial rank. Are there any other fathers like him? We sincerely wish to adopt him as our godfather. Seeing that Chu Linger was not exhausting her life force, the crowd felt reassured. By the way, Your Majesty, the territory of the Fire Spirit Kingdom has been fully incorporated. And here is the contract sent by Huangfu Song. Moreover, the army has completed its stationing. Even if the Fire Spirit Kingdom retaliates, we can hold out for a while. As for the situation with the Golden Spirit Kingdom, we have encountered some obstacles, but it is nothing serious. It should be resolved in a couple of days. Zhu Jun respectfully presented a stack of land contracts, all concerning the 7 states of the Fire Spirit Kingdom. The national map of the Ice Spirit Kingdom has been completely revised and has expanded significantly. Lu Qingxue nodded and took the contracts, and immediately, a 5-clawed golden dragon formed above the imperial city. The dragon let out a series of roars that resonated throughout the palace, before diving and merging with Lu Qingxue. Within less than a month of reaching the late stage of the heavenly realm, Lu Qingxue achieved another breakthrough, directly reaching the desolate stage, so close to the middle stage. Furthermore, her realm was remarkably stable. This is the advantage of cultivating the aura of an emperor. They do not need to train specifically. As long as they govern the nation well, their cultivation naturally flourishes. Excellent. Our Ice Spirit Kingdom now possesses a top-tier expert and no longer has to fear the likes of the Tianyi sect and the Qizong. If the late emperor were to know of your Majesty's swift breakthrough, he would undoubtedly be greatly comforted, Li Chunfeng said, tears streaming down his face. To him, Lu Qingxue was like a daughter. Witnessing her grow stronger was more gratifying than his own ascendance. Lu Qingxue nodded, gently ruffling Chu Linger's hair and picking up a comb to tend to her locks. All of this is thanks to Linger's assistance. Otherwise, I would not have been able to break through so smoothly. It is possible that I might have been forced into a corner last time. Chu Linger smiled sweetly, sitting obediently before the bronze mirror. Suddenly, Li Chunfeng remembered something and spoke again. By the way, Your Majesty, news has arrived from the southern border of the Wood Spirit Kingdom. It seems that the King of the South will be returning to the Imperial City to report soon. Moreover, the Wood Spirit Kingdom has been shattered by his blitzkrieg and has announced a ceasefire. With such a significant achievement, this old minister fears he might come to Your Majesty to propose marriage, as he has harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Speaking of the King of the South, Li Chunfeng sighed deeply, his expression exceedingly complicated. The royal Lu family has 2 princes, one of whom is the unfilial Lu Ji, a mere prodigal son, ambitious yet lacking in talent, unfit for responsibility, and only capable of causing trouble at home. The other is the late emperor's adopted son, the King of the South, Lu Hao. This individual, not only possessing modest ambitions, but also extraordinary talents, has ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly realm at a remarkably young age. He is a valiant warrior, strikingly handsome, with countless noble ladies in the imperial city enamored by him. Yet, he finds himself infatuated with one whom he ought not to love, his adoptive sister, the Empress, Lu Qingxue. Had Lu Qingxue not suffered amnesia, not encountered that ordinary man, and not given birth to a daughter, Li Chunfeng would have eagerly sought to unite them. However, he now understands that a union between Lu Hao and Lu Qingxue is utterly impossible. Over the years, he has been acutely aware of the sacrifices Lu Qingxue made for that man, dismissing any other talented youths without a second thought. The Empress furrowed her brow and, after a brief contemplation, waved her hand dismissively. It matters not. Should he return in triumph, I shall reward him handsomely. Yet, should he harbor other intentions, that is absolutely out of the question. I already possess a husband. As long as I am a wife, I shall remain so for life. Even if my husband is of ordinary stature, even if he lacks martial prowess, what of it? What I know is that when I am with him, I experience joy unparalleled, a sense of security and warmth I have never known before. Upon reflecting on her husband, Chu Mo, Lu Qingshue's gaze softened, her eyes brimming with longing. She had never revealed her husband's name to anyone, fearing that her status might bring him harm. Yet now, having reached the realm of the abyss and significantly expanded her domain, her authority in the court has never been stronger. It is time to announce her husband to the world. She has the power to protect him. After years of effort, all she desires is for him to enjoy a warm meal, and no one shall hinder her. Listening to their conversation, Chu Linger felt a surge of urgency. How could someone dare to vie for her beautiful godmother? This is unacceptable. That so-called king of the south, Chu Linger, vows to deal with you. After preparing herself, she was taken to the hunting grounds, where the day's massacre commenced. Having reached the mid-level of the Yellow Realm, her targets shifted from lambs and chicks to other small demonic beasts with cultivation. The challenge had escalated significantly, yet with Wei Zhongxian and Shang Wanyan guarding her, danger was averted. Time swiftly passed, and that night, the residence of the Northern Duke was unusually lively. Not for any other reason, but because reinforcements from the Soul Guard sect had arrived. Mother, you have come. Your child has suffered greatly. They are bullying me mercilessly. Lu Ji wailed, tears streaming down his face, a pitiful sight that would move anyone to tears. Before his mother, who would not be a child. Huh? Who dares to bully my son? Hu Yui? Lu Qingxue, that little girl, is courting death. It has been decades since I last returned to the Imperial Palace. Tomorrow, I shall seize it for myself. From now on, my son and I shall reside here, ruling over this prosperous era together. Opposite Lu Ji stood a mature and alluring woman in a fitted dress. Her curves accentuated. As she comforted the Northern Duke, her eyes glinted with cold light as she surveyed the brightly lit Imperial Palace in the distance. Her thoughts swirling like tides. In her earlier days, she was once a favored consort of the late emperor, cherished for her beauty and seductive charms. Eventually, by a twist of fate, she entered the Reverent Soul sect, forsaking her opulent lifestyle to embark on a new path. Today, she is resolute in reclaiming all that she has lost. Mother, is this reliable? Once we act, there will be no turning back. Li Chunfeng is already on the verge of the ruined stage, and with him is Sai Hua, who is also at the same juncture. Even my two guest elders are no match for them. If we cannot suppress them with overwhelming strength, the consequences may be dire. Lu Ji cautioned, gesturing towards the Bloodblade and Miao Sanbu beside him. Hui Yui turned to assess the two. Upon seeing Bloodblade licking his lips and lewdly eyeing her, her gaze turned icy. With a swift motion, she unleashed an attack of ruined stage caliber, sending Bloodblade hurtling backward, spitting blood as he crashed to the ground several meters away. Bloodblade, aghast, exclaimed, "Ruined stage. You have actually reached the ruined stage? Wasn't it said that you were merely at the pinnacle of the heaven stage?" Hua Yui's expression was frigid, her murderous intent palpable. Useless. If you cannot even handle two mere half-step ruined stage opponents, what purpose do you serve? Dare to covet this elder's intentions again, and you shall not live to see another day? Silenced by Hua Yui's wrath, Bloodblade remained mute, while Miao Sanbu narrowed his eyes, snorted disdainfully, and turned away from the royal manor. Witnessing Hua Yui's formidable presence, Lu Ji was filled with elation. Mother, you have broken through to the ruined stage? Indeed, with the assistance of your uncle, I achieved this breakthrough just days ago. Hui Wei replied. Li Chunfeng, in my youth, seemed invincible, but now, he knows nothing of the true power of the ruined stage. Those two half-step ruined stage individuals are merely trifles. I could crush them effortlessly. Hui Wei clenched her fist, confidence radiating from her. She then gestured towards the man behind her. I should introduce you. This is Gao Qiao, the vice master of the Reverent Soul sect. As she introduced the man, Hui Yui's demeanor softened. Lu Ji turned to regard Gao Qiao, feeling as though he stood before a towering mountain, his presence even more imposing than Hui Yui's. Most importantly, Lu Ji noted a resemblance between himself and this man. Gao Qiao? Is that really a name someone bears? Lu Ji pondered, scratching his head, and then respectfully clasped his hands. Greetings, Uncle Gao. Seeing Lu Ji's demeanor, Gao Qiao rubbed his hands together in excitement and turned to Hui Yui. Junior sister, is this my son, or rather my disciple? He has grown quite a bit. Huai Yui nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is my own. Listening to their peculiar exchange, Lu Ji felt perplexed but chose to remain silent. In his eyes, the paramount concern was still to eliminate Lu Qingxue and ascend to the throne. Uncle Gao, since you are the vice master, you must be quite formidable, correct? Gao Qiu's lips curled slightly as he straightened his chest, remaining silent. Beside him, Hu Yue stifled a few chuckles and explained. Your uncle Gao has surpassed the Wangjie for over a century now, his prowess considerably surpassing that of the sect leader, Huameyer. His strength could easily advance to the mid-Wangjie. Yet he chose instead to cultivate impatience for 100 years. Even now, facing a late-stage Wangjie opponent, your uncle Gao remains evenly matched. Let me share a secret. Had it not been for the recent breakthrough of Elder Zhao Di's Who's to the pinnacle of the Wangjie, the leadership of our sect might have shifted. Would you not agree that your uncle Gao is remarkable? Upon hearing this, Lu Ji gasped in astonishment. Goodness, he is a formidable figure capable of challenging beyond his rank. No wonder he could assist my mother in breaking through to the Wangjie. To endure in silence for a century reveals a cunning and depth of character that is truly awe-inspiring. I never imagined my mother could align herself with such a powerful ally. How did she manage it? Uncle Gao is phenomenal. With him at the helm, our endeavor to seize the Ice Spirit Kingdom is surely secured. Rest assured, my dear nephew, for not only shall I lend you my personal support, but I have also brought several promising talents at the initial stage of the Tinjie, alongside dozens of formidable Dijia warriors. With such a formidable assembly, how could a mere ruler of a small nation hope to contend with us? These individuals are my trusted confidants, nurtured in secrecy, beyond even the influence of our ancestors. Gao Qiu remarked, gently patting Lu Ji on the shoulder, his gaze softening. Overjoyed, Lu Ji expressed his gratitude profusely. Uncle Gao, you must be weary from your swift journey. Allow me to arrange a bath for you. No need for that. Your mother and I have significant matters to discuss. Simply prepare a suitable chamber for us. Gao Qiu waved his hand, declining Lu Ji's offer. Following his instructions, Lu Ji prepared the finest accommodations for the two. As he watched Gao Qiu and Hu Yue enter the room and shut the door, Lu Ji quickly stifled his presence and pressed his ear against the door. Eager to overhear their clandestine discussion, were they plotting how to seize the position of sect leader? The southern region was bound to face upheaval. Lu Ji was electrified with excitement. However, soon the commotion within the room caused Lu Ji's expression to stiffen. Listening intently, he turned pale, realizing the truth behind his mother's extraordinary connections. It became clear why she had aligned herself with such a formidable entity. That night, Lu Ji found himself restless and unable to sleep. The following morning, the grand hall of the imperial palace was filled with ministers. Lu Qingxue, as usual, was listening to reports from the officials regarding recent national affairs. Is there any further business? Speak if there is, or withdraw if there is not. As her words echoed. Suddenly, a figure was hurled through the entrance. Thud! The figure crashed heavily beneath Lu Qingxue's dragon throne, blood splattering across the hall. The ministers and officials were taken aback by this unexpected arrival. Lu Bing, what on earth happened? They exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it was none other than the commander of the Jinyue, Lu Bing, returning from disaster relief efforts. As a peak DJ expert, he had been severely injured, even bleeding before the Empress. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers quickly realized that something was amiss. A sense of impending doom enveloped them, as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse. Who among them was unaware that the commander of the Jinyue was the right hand of the Empress? Although Lu Bing's strength was not particularly formidable, he represented the dignity of the Empress. Who, then, possessed such audacity to grievously injure her most loyal subordinate in the presence of the formidable Empress? Was this not a brazen slap in the face of the Empress? A blatant challenge to her imperial authority? As she gazed upon Lu Bing, bloodied and gravely wounded upon the ground, Lu Qingxue's eyes chilled with resolve. Summon the divine physician at once. She commanded. Lu, what has transpired? Zhu Jun rushed forward to assist Lu Bing to his feet, employing his inner strength to stabilize the injury. Ignoring the pain, Lu Bing struggled to rise and knelt before the Empress. Your Majesty, grave news. The King of the North has stormed the palace with a band of formidable warriors. The Jinyue and the Imperial Guard are utterly incapable of resisting them. What? The King of the North? What audacity! Warriors? Aside from Miao Sanbu and the blood knife, who else does he have as allies? The officials exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. In the next moment, a raucous laughter echoed from beyond the grand hall. Ha ha! Lu Bing, should you dare obstruct my path, I have decreed that you must bow down. Following this declaration, Lu Ji, brimming with confidence, strode into the hall accompanied by dozens of powerful warriors. To his left walked the blood knife ancestor, clad in a blood-red robe and wielding a blood knife, while to his right followed the Lord of the Miao, draped in a dark cloak that exuded a chilling aura. Lu Ji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring directly at Lu Qingxue upon the dragon throne, his countenance betraying not a hint of fear. Lu Bing, gravely injured, found himself powerless to respond to Lu Ji's taunts, his only recourse a furious glare. It was Zhu Jun, the Minister of War, who rose to rebuke Lu Ji. Lu Ji, you possess an audacity most brazen. This is the hall of gold and glory, not a place for your insolence. Lu Ji scoffed derisively. And who might you be? Ah, the Minister of War. You, a mere triviality in the heavenly ranks, dare to invoke my name? Insolence. What you deem insolence will pale in comparison to what you are about to witness. Ha ha, bring forth the punishment. With a commanding shout, the blood knife ancestor smirked and raised his weapon, aiming a deadly strike at Zhu Jun. The blade glimmered like lightning, swift and merciless. Zhu Jun's gaze sharpened. Channeling his inner strength into his fists, he retaliated with a powerful punch. Bang! Despite being of the same heavenly rank, Zhu Jun was forced back several steps. Truly impressive. This renowned mid-heavenly tier warrior. However, Lu Ji, is the blood knife ancestor truly your only source of confidence? You underestimate us gravely. Zhu Jun shook his hand, eyeing his opponent with suspicion. He could not believe that the King of the North, known for his patience, would suddenly erupt in rebellion. This was certainly not his trump card. Lu Ji burst into hearty laughter, beckoning to those behind him, and in an instant, 6 or 7 heavenly tier presences erupted forth, followed closely by dozens of earth tier auras. As they gazed upon this scene, the crowd's countenance changed dramatically. It is worth noting that a month ago, the Ice Spirit Nation, even if it were to deplete its national strength, could not muster such a significant number of celestial ranks. Only the Empress, the sword god Li Chunfeng, and the distant king of the south were celestial beings. The rest of the individuals, at their strongest, were merely at the earthly rank. Yet today, the king of the north effortlessly revealed his overwhelming power, effortlessly dominating the Ice Spirit Nation. It was no wonder he had chosen to unveil his strength today. Understanding dawned upon the assembly. Observing the king of the north's formidable presence, a substantial number of officials promptly began to declare their allegiance, showering compliments upon Lu Ji. Lu Ji accepted their flattery with equanimity. Ha ha, my esteemed colleagues, your discernment is commendable. I believe you can surmise the objective I, Lu Ji, have today. Support me, Lu Ji, and you shall continue to bask in wealth and glory, free from the anxiety of being reckoned with by that woman. Upon utterance of these words, nearly half of the officials defected. For these noble families, did it truly matter who ascended the throne? As long as they enjoyed prosperity, the collapse of the world was of no concern to them. However, the Empress did not impede their betrayal. She merely exchanged a glance with Guanzhong, instructing him to record their names. Lu Qingxue remained unfazed, calmly observing. The news of her breakthrough to the desolate rank had not been disclosed, and she seized this opportunity to discern who among them was truly worthy. It was time for a significant shake-up within the dynasty. As the number of officials rallying around Lu Ji increased, his arrogance grew. Lu Qingxue, you see it too. Your mismanagement of the dynasty has sown discord. Why not entrust the throne to me? The waters run too deep for you to navigate. Heed my advice and relinquish your claim. When the walls crumble, the crowd will push. Many officials echoed Lu Ji's sentiments, pledging their loyalty. Indeed, the throne should be occupied by the virtuous. We implore your majesty to abdicate. Faced with this assembly, the empress remained unperturbed, even finding amusement within. Even the nearby Chu Linger smirked. With such a meager assembly, they were hardly enough to contend with grandfather Li. Just as her words fell, Li Chunfeng entered alongside Sai Huan'e. Lu Ji, I had thought you capable of restraint. I did not expect such a trifling force to intoxicate you with arrogance. If I am not mistaken, these are all members of the soul pacifying sect, are they not? However, since you dare to rebel, Regardless of the backing of the soul-pacifying sect, you shall not escape death today. Chapter 87. Sai Huada. On the marvelous uses of pot-bottom, Ashley Chunfeng stepped forward, casting a cold gaze upon Lu Ji. Sai Huada advanced, waving his hand as a row of silver needles swiftly pierced various acupoints on Lu Bing's body. In an instant, Lu Bing's complexion improved considerably, and his breathing gradually steadied. Thank you, Divine Doctor. No need for thanks. Here, take this medicine, and do not forget to inform me of its effects later. Sai Hua retrieved a brocade box from his bosom and carefully extracted a dark, crumbly pill, administering it to Lu Bing. Observing the gravity in the other's demeanor, Lu Bing's expression turned serious. This must be an extraordinary elixir. Otherwise, how could it merit being contained within a brocade box by a divine healer? Yet, why does it resemble the residue from the bottom of a pot? Could it be that precious elixirs appear so unadorned? After consuming the elixir, Sai Hua produced a small notebook to begin documenting his findings on the study of pot residue in treating internal and external injuries. Upon witnessing Lu Bing's rescue, Lu Ji erupted into laughter, unperturbed. It was a futile rescue anyway. He was destined to perish soon. Li Chuanfeng's gaze turned icy as he addressed the group of masters behind Lu Ji. Are you not aware that sects must not interfere in the imperial struggle? Do you not fear the law enforcement hall will deal with your soul-guarding sect? In response to Li Chuanfeng's inquiry, the group of masters fell silent, their expressions betraying only indifference. Lu Ji snapped his fingers, wearing a smug smile. Oh no, they are not from a sect. These are guests I have invited based on my own merit. Do not slander me, you decrepit old man. Be cautious, or I shall accuse you of defamation. Li Chunfeng refrained from engaging in debate. Sometimes, strength speaks louder than words. He withdrew a rusty iron sword from his storage pouch, twirling it skillfully. The tip now aimed directly at Lu Ji. Regardless of how you acquired your support, daring to speak so brazenly in the Golden Luan Hall, your fate is sealed. With a swift motion, Li Chunfeng lunged towards Lu Ji and his entourage. A strand of sword energy coalesced at the blade's tip, the assault becoming fiercely formidable. Most would have been intimidated by such a display, yet Lu Ji remained utterly unfazed. You, a mere relic on the brink of the grave, think to obstruct me? 8 years ago, had it not been for your meddling, the throne would have been mine. Today, I vow to reclaim all that I have lost. Everyone advance. I shall have this old fool's blood spill here. Lu Ji, emboldened by the presence of his mother and the deputy sect leader, was confident that no one within the palace could withstand the might of two formidable masters. With a command, Blood Knife Ancestor charged at Li Chunfeng, followed by 7 celestial-level experts who formed a battle formation to engage him. Together, they managed to counter Li Chuanfeng's onslaught. Li Chunfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. This place restricted his movement, but would they dare to battle outside the hall? That is the very intention. From this day forth, the Golden Luan Hall belongs to me. We must not damage it. Lu Ji agreed, laughing heartily as he led the masters outside. The battle reignited and freed from the confines of the palace. Li Chunfeng was unafraid of causing destruction. He unleashed his full power against 8 adversaries. As the conflict intensified, Lu Ji signaled to Miao Sanbu. That Sai Huadua is yours. Feigning surprise, Miao Sanbu replied, What? Your Highness, do you not know he is my senior brother? Would someone like you care about brotherly ties? Lu Ji appeared perplexed. Your Highness, you misunderstand. He is my beloved companion, a brother to me. Hence, additional remuneration is required. Miao Sanbu wore a mocking expression, a sinister smile gracing his lips. With a flick of his wrist, a cloud of toxic black mist materialized in his palm as he regarded Sai Huadua with a challenge in his gaze. Shall we determine our victor, brother? After a lifetime of rivalry, all grievances can be settled today. I shall see if Master Huadua truly erred in passing the Qing non-classic to you. Sai Huadua let out a cold snort, clutching a handful of golden needles, and replied with great confidence, Fear me not. I am no longer the cripple I once was. To slay you would be a simple task. With a deafening roar, the two clashed, instantly engulfed in a fierce battle. Both were masters of the medical and toxic arts, and the air around them thickened with poison. Despite the many skilled practitioners surrounding Lu Ji, none dared to intervene and support Miao Sanbu. They recoiled like venomous snakes, wary of the lethal miasma that surrounded the duel. As their fierce combat raged on, techniques for poisoning and antidotes were exchanged endlessly, yet neither could gain the upper hand. This cannot continue. We were taught by the same master. We cannot break each other's techniques. Miao Sanbu exclaimed, dispersing the poison enveloping him. Sai Huadua nodded in agreement, equally shaking off the toxic haze. Very well. Let us employ techniques beyond those taught by our master. With that declaration, the two abandoned their reliance on medical and toxic methods, unleashing a battle of martial prowess. However, it soon became evident that Miao Sanbu was at a disadvantage. His astonishment palpable. Have you advanced in skill? Indeed. Do you think I remain stagnant like you? Today, your defeat is inevitable. Wait. Perhaps we should revert to the techniques learned from our sect. Fighting to the death will only ruin our bond. Miao Sanbu exclaimed in alarm. For in terms of genuine skill, he was not a mere trifle compared to the current Sai Huaa. Yet, Sai Huaa was resolute, delivering blow after blow, releasing centuries of pent-up frustration. In short, it was exhilarating. How dare you betray our sect? How dare you cause trouble? How dare you steal my elixir? How dare you spy on my beloved junior sister while she bathes? Today, I shall avenge my master and eliminate you, the traitor. Sai Huadua's excitement grew with each strike, while Miao Sanbu found himself coughing up blood in desperation. As Miao Sanbu was sent flying by a powerful blow, Sai Huadua swiftly produced a dark pill and launched it towards Miao's mouth. Observing this, Lu Bing, who was watching from the sidelines, felt an inexplicable familiarity with the pill. Miao Sanbu's complexion turned pale. What are you trying to feed me? With a gurgle, the pill was swallowed successfully, and Miao Sanbu immediately fell to his knees, frantically clawing at his throat, unable to expel it. How does my elixir taste? Save your breath. It dissolves the moment it enters your mouth. Ultimately, I, Ouyang Mingri, am the superior one. What the hell did you just make me consume? Miao Sanbu was in a complete panic. Sai Huadua smirked, shaking his leg with delight. This is a new elixir I recently developed, the delayed pill. This poison has no antidote. From now on, one must consume a pill every 3 days to control its toxicity. Otherwise, one will inevitably suffer from a violent outbreak, leading to a gruesome demise, ultimately dissolving into a pool of blood. Moreover, with your current abilities, you will be utterly unable to discern where the poison lies. If you wish to survive, you must pledge your allegiance to me, serving the Empress, and I shall provide you a life-prolonging elixir every 3 days. Contemplate this carefully. Sai Huadua felt a twinge of selfishness. Although his opponent was unfilial and had continuously opposed him, there was not much malice in his heart. Furthermore, having raised his junior brother from infancy, he found it difficult to truly bring himself to kill him. Upon hearing these words, Miao Sanbu turned pale, concentrating deeply to sense every corner of his body, yet he found no trace of poison. In that moment, Miao Sanbu's composure shattered, leaving him utterly at a loss. Their long-standing enmity made him doubt Sai Huadua's claims, convinced that he would not administer false medicine. Thus, the truth became evident. This poison truly is incurable, so potent that even I, the Lord of Miaojiang, cannot detect where its toxicity is concealed. What a terrifying pill indeed. Does this mean my fate will be dictated by another? No, that cannot be. I am the Lord of Miaojiang. Even if I were to die of thirst or hunger, I shall not bow to Sai Huadua, nor will I serve a woman. Thud, brother, may I inquire what position I could attain should I pledge my loyalty to the Empress? Sai Huadua's lips twitched slightly. We'll discuss it later. Ah, very well. Whatever you say, brother, but about that elixir. Miao Sanbu wore a fawning expression, devoid of any dignity. Rest assured, it shall not be lacking for you. As long as you serve diligently, your life shall be safeguarded. With that, Sai Huadua produced a small notebook once more, commencing his record on the deterrent power of ash from the bottom of the cauldron. After securing the notebook, Sai Huadua exhaled deeply, surprised by the practicality of the ash. Having completed his task, he exchanged a knowing glance with the Empress, who nodded in response. With a character like Miao Sanbu, a rogue of the dark sect, certain unsavory tasks could be entrusted to him. Furthermore, in future military campaigns, the responsibility of poisoning the enemy would also fall to someone else. Today's acquisition of a scapegoat is indeed splendid. Both the Empress and Sai Huadua were immensely pleased, while the outcome was being determined between Miao Sanbu and Sai Huadua. On the other side, Li Chunfeng unleashed his ultimate technique, the hidden sword technique. After a century of concealment, it was finally put to use today. Those who dare offend my ice spirit nation shall face the wrath of my blade. Come forth. Chapter 88. The grass character sword technique unleashed with that proclamation. An exceptionally fierce sword energy erupted from Li Chunfeng. It completely locked onto the Bloodblade ancestor and the other 7 heavenly tier experts. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, piercing the heavens, as if the sky itself had been cleaved open. Witnessing this strike, the officials were filled with profound admiration. The sword god truly lived up to his name, delivering an earth-shattering blow. Could these 8 withstand it? They were surely doomed. The Northern King shall vanish like a fleeting shadow, leaving no hope for resurgence. Thus, a question arises. If we now retreat and return to His Majesty's command, is it still within our grasp? The crowd, sensing an unparalleled force, akin to an assault from the mid-level of the desolate realm, the countenance of the 8 transformed drastically. Such a formidable attack was unleashed by a mere half-step into the desolate realm? Truly inconceivable. No, old fool, cease this at once. The Bloodblade ancestor exclaimed in terror, his voice a frantic cry. Li Chunfeng, his expression devoid of emotion, slowly sheathed his sword, poised to turn back to the side of the Empress. At that moment, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. A power equally formidable manifested from thin air, intercepting his concealed sword technique. The collision unleashed a tremendous shockwave, sending the gathered individuals sprawling chaotically. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What transpired here? Even Li Chunfeng's expression shifted. How is this possible? As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld a stunningly graceful young woman standing before the 7, shielding them from the lethal strike. As for the Bloodblade ancestor, he met a grim fate, cleaved in 2, his entrails strewn across the ground, painting a scene of extreme carnage. Lu Qingxue hastily covered Chu Linger's eyes. Chu Linger, dissatisfied, brushed her hand away. Mother, I have slain more small creatures than you have consumed salt. There is no need for such precautions. May I not approach to draw some blood? It would be such a waste otherwise. Observing Chu Linger's eager demeanor, Lu Qingxue quickly restrained her, urging her to abandon such thoughts. The extraordinary events were known only to them. If word spread, the self-righteous individuals of the martial world would surely regard Linger as a malevolent practitioner. Linger, do not act recklessly. Let us first ascertain the situation. Who could possibly withstand the National Master's concealed sword technique? The demise of the Bloodblade ancestor failed to stir any ripples among the crowd. Even Lu Ji exhibited no reaction, as though the deceased were but a common fowl. This left Miao Sanbu, who had just surrendered, feeling a chill within. A wave of sorrow washed over him at the thought of the fallen. Who are you? State your name. Li Chunfeng's brow furrowed as he regarded the woman before him. Utter my name, and you shall be taken aback. He. Li Chunfeng, after decades of absence, you have forgotten this palace? The young woman chuckled, her laughter enchanting, causing many of the gentlemen present to stare in rapture. How could such a captivating woman withstand Li Chunfeng's invincible strike? Upon closer examination, Li Chunfeng's expression shifted slightly. You are the Hu concubine from those days. How is it that you possess such strength now? To think, the National Master still remembers this palace. How delightful. Hu Yue laughed heartily, though her right hand trembled discreetly behind her back. While it appeared she had effortlessly blocked Li Chunfeng's furious strike, she had indeed suffered significant repercussions. The ability of a half-step into the desolate realm to unleash an attack of mid-level desolate realm caliber had truly caught her off guard. Indeed, a formidable swordsman. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Qingxue furrowed her brow, lost in thought for a few moments as if a revelation dawned upon her. Hu Fei, the favored concubine of my father from years past? The mother of the Northern King? Did you not go to the soul-guarding sect? What purpose brings you here now? Are you not aware that members of the sect are forbidden from intervening in imperial matters? Do you not fear the enforcement hall? At these words, Hu Yue scoffed dismissively, a cold snort escaping her lips. She had long prepared her retort regarding the enforcement hall Lu Qingxue mentioned. Humph. I did not come today in the capacity of a sect elder. Let us not forget I am still a royal consort and the mother of the Northern King. The enforcement hall's reach is not so extensive. Today, I have ascended to the wasteland stage. What can your royal family use to defend against me? That decrepit relic? You are quite the charming young lady. Should you wisely relinquish your throne, I might consider bestowing my son's hand upon you, granting you the title of Empress. Lu Qingxue remained expressionless, choosing not to respond. Lu Ji curled her lip in disdain. Conversely, Li Chunfeng let out a cold snort, unsheathing his sword once more. Royal consort? I'm afraid that to claim the throne, one must first seek my approval. To me, you are merely a rebel. The old man continued. I have recently mastered a formidable ancient technique, and you shall serve as my practice. With that, Li Chunfeng ascended into the air, his sword intent coalescing around him, indicating he was preparing to unleash a mighty move. Hu Yui's heart tightened. She did not dare underestimate him, though his cultivation was inferior to hers. One could never know when a misstep might occur. Better to exercise caution. After fending off several adept warriors behind her, Hu Yui also soared into the sky, channeling her internal energy, ready to unleash her ultimate technique. Observing this scene, all present were left swallowing hard, their fists clenched involuntarily. A duel of such masters was a rare spectacle, occurring once in a century. This battle would determine the future ruler of the empire. Moments later, both combatants completed their preparations, and Hu Yui initiated the assault. Third style of the carving blade technique, root severance. A torrent of blade energy, imbued with a sliver of intent, surged directly towards Li Chunfeng. Unfazed, he slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, he resembled a blade of grass in the wind, seemingly fragile enough to be swept away by a gust. With a cold smile, he raised his hand and swung his sword, bellowing. First style of the grass character sword technique, grass you old tree. Thud. Hearing this technique, Hu Yui nearly stumbled from the air. The onlookers were equally astonished, taken aback by the audacious name of such a powerful sword move. Excellent. Truly remarkable. The sword goddess strike is indeed extraordinary. Yet, this seemingly feeble attack, akin to grass, bore the weight of a cataclysmic force, tearing through Hu Yui's assault and leaving her gravely injured. With a splatter, Hu Yui plummeted from the sky, and the sight of it rendered the crowd pale with shock. A half step into the wasteland stage, she had been vanquished in an instant? What on earth is happening? Li Chunfeng seems to be defying the heavens. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chunfeng unleashed another wave of sword energy, taking advantage of your weakness to claim your life. Suffer another blow from me, and I shall take your life 3,000 times. Hu Yui, taken aback, shouted with a fierce expression, Li Chunfeng, how dare you? Xiao Gu, save me. As her words fell, a brilliant flash surged from the Northtown King's mansion, not only intercepting Li Chunfeng's attack, but also charging forward with unstoppable momentum. Li Chunfeng's expression changed dramatically as he raised his sword to block, only to be sent flying several dozen meters away. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating internal injuries. Truly, just as one wave recedes, another rises. This sudden turn of events heightened the tension in the hearts of all present. A middle-aged man, radiating an overwhelming aura, appeared in midair, cradling the enchanting Hu Yui in his arms. With a gaze that seemed to look down upon the world, he surveyed the Empress and Li Chunfeng. Dare to harm my junior sister? You seek death. The man's appearance instilled a profound sense of oppression in everyone present. Sai Huadua and Gu Yanwu exchanged stern glances, uniting their resolve as they regarded the man with vigilance. Is the old man all right? Are you blind? Can't you see I'm bleeding? Does that look fine to you? Li Chunfeng's retort left Sai Huadua momentarily speechless. Gu Yanwu quickly interjected. This man possesses incredible strength. He cannot be faced alone. I propose we fight together. Zhu Jun nodded in agreement, affirming, I second that. Recognizing the collective resolve, Li Chunfeng knew he could not face this adversary alone. He was aware of his own limitations. Then let us unite. The group soared into action, launching their combined energies at Gaoqiu. The Northtown King was startled, attempting to command all the Celestial Realm experts beside him for support, but was halted by Gaoqiu's authoritative voice. No need. They are but mere chickens and dogs. A wave of my hand will scatter them. Nephew, observe well how powerful your Uncle Gao truly is. With that, he swiftly engaged the numerous experts from the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Despite Li Chunfeng and his companions having the numerical advantage, the situation showed no signs of improvement. They were all being thoroughly overwhelmed. Gaoqiu deliberately restrained himself, relishing the opportunity to toy with them. Otherwise, Li Chunfeng's group would not last 10 minutes. Even so, the group was left gasping for breath, their lives hanging by a thread. Witnessing Gaoqiu's formidable prowess, Chu Linger, like Lu Qingxue, clenched her small fists tightly, her eyes burning with indignation. Xiaoyan, protect Linger well. I shall go support the national master. Lu Qingshue's gaze turned icy, now at the pinnacle of her strength. She fully understood Gao Qiu's might, and even she felt uncertain. At that moment, however, Chu Linger clasped her hands together and began to pray aloud. Father, please help Linger. Grandfather and the others can hardly hold on any longer. Linger, it doesn't want her beautiful stepmother to fight. If something happens to her, Father, you will have to remain a widower for who knows how many years. Hearing this plea, both Lu Qingxue and Shang Wanyan stumbled slightly. Meanwhile, Chu Mo, who had just awakened from his drunken stupor, was unaware of the turmoil unfolding around him. Upon awakening, the first task is to rub away the remnants of sleep from my eyes and commence the daily check-in. As per tradition, I must be swift. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an enhancement artifact, 1 pair each of black and white stockings. Chapter 89 Zhao Dezhu. For some reason, my right eyelid has been twitching. What on earth? Stockings? Is this what you refer to as an enhancement artifact? Surely, I cannot wear such things to engage in combat. Gazing at the 2 pairs of stockings in my hands, Chu Mo blinked in bewilderment. The system's rewards are truly absurd. Just the other day, I received a pair of floral patterned briefs, purportedly to enhance the recovery speed of inner strength. Merely donning them allows for a proportional expenditure and replenishment of inner strength, equating to unleashing a powerful move as easily as a basic attack. A few days prior, I acquired a lace miniskirt, claimed to increase damage resistance and reduce harm endured. Just yesterday, I was bestowed with a pair of 18-centimeter high heels, enhancing the potency of my techniques by 50%. The attributes are utterly outrageous. The floral briefs are somewhat acceptable, as they remain concealed, but how can a man don a miniskirt, stockings, or high heels? Are you expecting me to become a cross-dressing sensation? Chu Mo laid out all the items he had obtained over the past few days on the stone table, mentally questioning the system. After a brief pause, the system slowly elucidated. Host, allow me to correct your misconceptions. Skirts were originally created for men. Moreover, stockings were initially worn exclusively by European male aristocrats. Women were deemed unworthy of such attire. Additionally, high heels were likewise crafted for men. So all of these items are indeed masculine in nature. Why do you hold them in disdain? Is it not entirely normal for the system to dispense these rewards? Chu Mo blinked in disbelief, skeptically lifting the items. I have not received a formal education. Do not deceive me. Should the system mislead the host, it shall face the penalty of crashing and becoming infected with a virus. Chu Mo's repeated inquiries seemed to irk the system somewhat. He chuckled awkwardly. Forget it. If you crash, what will I do? Well, I suppose I shall trust you for now. However, I cannot possibly use these items. That would be too embarrassing. The host may choose not to use them, but they cannot be discarded. There will surely come a time when they are needed, perhaps for the host's wife. Do you not wish to see your wife adorned in stockings, a miniskirt, and high heels? The system teased. A shiver ran down Chu Mo's spine at the thought of disguising his wife's disfigurement with such attire. Hiss! A sinister smile crept upon his face. At that moment, a groggy voice chimed in from beside him. Ancestor, why are you up so early? We have just awakened. Well, I was awakened by the urge to relieve myself after drinking too much. Chu Mo turned to see 7 bleary-eyed men rising from the ground of the courtyard. It was Zhao Dezhu and a few others. The previous night, their revelry had led them to forego using their inner strength to dispel their drunkenness, resulting in their collective inebriation. Nevertheless, despite their laborious efforts in constructing the small courtyard, Wei Chuankong and Mei Qianhua dared not take action against them. They were apprehensive that this group of cunning individuals might be deceiving them. Senior, the courtyard has been completely renovated, and the main gate is ready. May I inquire if there are any further instructions? They asked cautiously. Chu Mo furrowed his brow and gestured towards a hoe haphazardly placed in the corner. There are still several acres of land outside. Take the hoe and prepare the soil and apply some fertilizer while you're at it. As for the other matters, we shall discuss them later. Both men, with faces adorned with ingratiating smiles, nodded submissively and approached the tools. As Wei Chuankong reached for the hoe, a sudden jolt coursed through his body, his eyes widening in disbelief, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. Mei Qianhua, confused, whispered, "What's wrong? Are you trembling just from holding the tool? What kind of peculiar hobby is that?" Wei Chuankong, overwhelmed with astonishment, remained silent, merely passing the hoe to his companion. Upon receiving it, Mei Qianhua's expression mirrored that of Wei Chuan Kong. Shock, awe, greed, and confusion etched on his face. Is this hoe truly a cosmic-grade artifact? My heavens! How can such a treasure be merely a hoe in his possession? No wonder the kitchen knife in Zhao Dezhu's hand is cosmic-grade. Could it be that everything in his home is of the same caliber? But why would he just hand it over to us? What could this mean? Old Wei, perhaps we should take this and flee? With this artifact, Zhao Dezhu is nothing. Mei Qianhua swallowed hard, as greed began to overshadow his reason, and a bold notion took root within him. Wei Chuan Kong was equally stirred. Who wouldn't he be tempted by a cosmic treasure? Even those of cosmic strength would be enticed. However, he soon managed to rein in his avarice and snatch the hoe back, interrupting Mei Qianhua's proposal. Are you seeking death? He can casually produce cosmic artifacts, which indicates his formidable power. If he desires to eliminate you, no one will be able to protect you. I suspect that this senior is deliberately testing us. Do you think he is unaware that we attempted to confront him yesterday? Yet today he allows us to handle a cosmic artifact? He must know its value. No, he is undoubtedly aware. Thus, I can assure you that if we attempt to flee with the hoe, we will be crushed into a bloody mist in an instant. Wei Chuan Kong's explanation struck Mei Qianhua like a thunderbolt, awakening him from his daze. He patted his chest in relief, feeling a wave of terror wash over him. Cautiously, he observed Chu Mo engaged in conversation with several others, and upon noticing no unusual behavior, he finally exhaled. That makes sense. This is undoubtedly a test for us. These masters revel in such trials, do they not? Perhaps Zhao Dezhu endured a similar test, and thus garnered the senior's favor. If we remain true to ourselves, could we not also earn recognition? That would not only secure our lives, but also allow us to join their ranks. The two exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with newfound determination. Convinced that they had unraveled Chu Mo's intentions, the two men picked up their hoes and respectfully clasped their hands. Senior, we, the sinners, shall now delve into the earth, ensuring a thorough excavation. Watching the two depart with their tools, Zhao Dezhu furrowed his brows. Elder, are you not concerned that they might abscond with this treasure? Chu Mo waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. It is merely a humble hoe, a trivial matter. The others ceased their chatter. Such formidable beings would not allow anyone to abscond with their possessions. At that moment, several individuals also took note of the items laid before Chu Mo. Oh, senior, what are you up to? What are these? I am annotating the usage and effects of these items. When there are many, one fears forgetting their purposes, thus it is prudent to jot down a little note. Chu Mo replied with a smile, affixing the written note to a pair of stockings. This had become a recent habit of his, to avoid forgetting the introductions of items. It was most reliable to record them. Moreover, some items were meant for his daughter, and should they be sent without instructions, how would she know how to use them? Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu and the others exchanged glances, their faces etched with envy and longing. To be regarded as treasures by a senior must indeed be extraordinary. They committed the appearances of these items to memory, for should they encounter similar treasures in their future adventures, they might collect them as well, ensuring they do not overlook their value. Thanks to the blessings of our senior last night, we all made breakthroughs. I too have successfully reached the Hong stage. Yet, I cannot fathom why my eyelids have been twitching incessantly today, Zhao Dezhu sighed. Chu Mo felt a pang of nostalgia. This group of cultivation elites appeared to break through even while eating and drinking, making the process seem so effortless. Which eye is twitching? The right one. They say the left eye twitches heralds romantic encounters, while the right eye suggests something else. Old Zhao, did you and Xuanda indulge last night? Chu Mo raised his brows with a mischievous grin. Zhao Dezhu suddenly turned, fixing a penetrating gaze on Liu Bei, who, bewildered, shrugged. Do not speak carelessly, senior. I spent the night lying beside Mingda. Then why does my eyelid persist in its twitching? It feels as though something significant is afoot. Zhao Dezhu rubbed his eyelids, a frown marring his features. Just as Chu Mo was about to offer a scientific explanation, a notification echoed in his mind. Beep. Detection of imminent danger to Chu Ling. A distress signal has been sent to the host. Please provide assistance promptly. Upon hearing this alert, Chu Mo's expression darkened. He became frantic in an instant. Chu Mo quickly delved into the system, glancing at Chu Ling-er's attributes, and indeed, he saw the ominous red words, "In danger. By heavens. This is dire. System, swiftly dispatch all the treasures I have recently collected to my daughter. The Great Restorative Pill, the Mana Regeneration Pill, the Healing Pill, do not omit a single one. Beep. Initiating package clearance for dispatch. Mailing complete. Wait a moment, do not forget the stockings." Chapter 90. Ling-er, what purpose do these black and white socks serve? Dear Ling-er, fret not. Your mother is capable of resolving this matter herself. There is no need to trouble the king of Azura. Observing the worry etched on Chu Ling-er's face as she fervently prayed, Lu Qingxue knelt down and placed a gentle kiss upon her. Rising to her feet, she deftly drew forth a long sword of aquamarine hue, emanating a chilling aura, ready to rush forth and assist Li Chunfeng and his companions who were entrenched in a fierce battle. Though she was aware that her recent ascension to the initial stage of the wilderness realm rendered her strength potentially inferior to that of the enemies before her, retreat was not an option. At that moment, the burlap sack slung over Chu Ling's shoulder suddenly grew heavy. A surge of joy enveloped her. "Mother, wait. It seems father has heard my prayers and is sending treasures." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue paused, casting a glance at her daughter. Chu Ling-er beamed with delight, rummaging through the sack, causing an assortment of jars and vials to tumble forth, each adorned with a small note detailing its purpose and usage. Noticing that Li Chunfeng and his allies were still alive for the time being, Lu Qingxue crouched down alongside Chu Ling-er to examine the array of bottles. Although they possessed Chu Ling-er's sword as a powerful last resort, it was not prudent to utilize it at present. After vanquishing this faction of the Soul Requiem sect, their ancestor would undoubtedly emerge. The artifact must be preserved for the most formidable adversary, Zhao Dezuzu. Should Zhao Dezuzu become wary, the element of surprise would be lost. And one must remember that he wielded a divine blade of his own, a force not to be underestimated. "Mother, look. Father has bestowed an abundance of treasures. This great pill of recovery is remarkable. It restores all internal energy within 3 seconds. And this leg-stretching and eye-opening pill, it can even bring one back from the brink of death. Doesn't that grant an extra life?" Chu Ling-er exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she held up an intriguing pair of black and white stockings. "This is for external application, and according to the instructions, one must remove their trousers to wear them. Mother, you must put them on. They can enhance your power." As Chu Ling-er offered the stockings to Lu Qingxue, the latter scrutinized the short skirt and high-heeled stockings with a furrowed brow. Having always donned long skirts and dragon robes, she felt an innate sense of modesty. Moreover, as an empress, she was bound to maintain an air of dignity and noble sanctity. Thus, such garments were certainly unsuitable for battle. They were too revealing. If worn at all, it would only be in the privacy of her chamber or for her husband's eyes alone. Why should any man, not her own, wish to behold her skin? Such thoughts were preposterous. Yet, in this moment of peril, if she did not wear them, who else could don them to vanquish the formidable foes of the wilderness realm? As Lu Qingxue pondered these thoughts, a thunderous sound erupted from above. Li Chunfeng and his companions fell like leaves caught in a tempest, plummeting from the skies like dumplings dropped into boiling water. With a splatter, they all coughed up blood, while the auxiliary fighters like Shang Wanyin fared relatively well. The principal forces, Sai Hua and Li Chunfeng, were nearly rendered breathless by the devastating strike. "Do they truly believe they can stand against me, Gao Qiao? Do they mistake me for an ordinary wilderness realm warrior?" Came the haughty laughter of Gao Qiao from the heavens above. Observing the formidable Gao Qiao, Lu Ji exclaimed in admiration, while Hu Yue, with her sultry gaze, licked her lips in delight. She was utterly captivated by Gao Qiao's vigorous demeanor. Had it not been for Zhao Dezu's ascension to his peak, the position of the ancestral figure of the soul-guarding sect would likely have belonged to Gao Qiao. The civil and military officials on the ground were all visibly astonished, unable to fathom that the war god of the Ice Spirit Nation, the invincible national master who had not tasted defeat for centuries, had actually succumbed, and so thoroughly. Even with numerical superiority, he had been dominated throughout the encounter. Was the enemy truly this formidable? It was terrifying. Li Chunfeng on the ground was gasping for breath, while Shang Wanyin wiped the blood from her lips and rushed over to assist him. Master, are you all right?" Li Chunfeng, unable to articulate his condition, Weakly raised his hand in a futile attempt to retrieve the sword lying afar, but he could not muster the strength. Shang Wanyan gently laid him down again and glanced anxiously at Sai Huadawa. Divine healer, please, rise and save my master. Sai Huadawa, his body riddled with fractures, found even the slightest movement a Herculean task, his face twisted in a rueful smile. I am on the verge of my demise. Do you truly believe I can save anyone? It was unexpected that merely doing a job would lead to such peril. It was a grievous loss indeed. Witnessing the fall of their two mightiest warriors, despair engulfed Shang Wanyan and her companions. Gazing at the overwhelmingly powerful Gaucho above, they were momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. Was the heavens intent on obliterating the Ice Spirit Nation? Your Majesty, I may no longer be able to serve you. I must avenge my master, Shang Wanyan declared, her resolve solidifying. Gripping her broken sword and fixing her gaze upon Gaucho, Lu Qingxue and the Ice Spirit Nation were what she vowed to protect, even at the cost of her life. Seeing Shang Wanyan's unwavering loyalty, Zhu Jun and the others forced themselves to rise, gathering their internal energy. Though I am aged, I shall not shy away from battle. Yet, I may not witness the flourishing of the Ice Spirit Nation in the future. Your Majesty, take care. They sighed deeply, disregarding their own lives as they began to cultivate their ultimate techniques. Observing their determination, Lu Qingxue raised her hand, her tone icy and unyielding. All of you stand down. You are no match for him. I shall take matters into my own hands. Your Majesty, you may not be his match either. He is exceedingly powerful, far beyond the initial stage of the Ruin Realm, and his true combat prowess likely reaches the late stage or even the pinnacle. His vast combat experience enables him to slay opponents far beyond his level. Had your Majesty succeeded in taking control of the Golden Spirit Nation and advanced to the mid-stage of the Ruin Realm, perhaps you could leverage the Imperial Aura to defeat him, but alas. Gu Yanwu and Zhu Jun sighed deeply. Combat experience and realm were indeed significant factors influencing one's combat capabilities. Originally, in no more than 3 days, Lu Qingxue could have completely assimilated the territories of the two nations, amassing overwhelming power. Yet time was not on their side. They had not anticipated Lu Ji's reinforcements arriving with such swiftness and strength. It was truly beyond their expectations. Gaucho stood with his arms crossed, a mocking expression adorning his face as he surveyed the crowd, channeling his internal energy in preparation for the final strike. He reveled in the thrill of tormenting his adversaries. Savoring their despair and helplessness, though it bordered on the sadistic, it brought him immense pleasure. Lu Qingxue let out a cold laugh, flicking her dragon robe to invoke a massive aura of dragon energy to shield herself. No matter, I need only to resist for a moment. You all shall heed Ling'er's instructions. With that, Lu Qingxue soared skyward, unleashing a devastating attack. Ice envelopes the world. As she executed her move, snow began to fall from the heavens, the temperature plummeting by several degrees. The surrounding structures were rapidly encased in ice, the biting cold rushing towards Gaucho. Raising an eyebrow, Gaucho greedily glanced at Lu Qingxue, subtly straightening his posture. Well, I never expected this empress to possess such beauty, delightful indeed. After muttering to himself, he shattered Lu Qingxue's assault with a single palm strike. In an instant, their figures clashed in a whirlwind of combat. Their speed so swift that only the sounds of their techniques colliding were audible, their forms obscured. Witnessing this, Miao Sanbu clenched his teeth, recalling the demise of Bloodblade. After a moment of inner turmoil, he stepped forward to engage Gaucho, unleashing waves of toxic mist to assist the Empress. After all, if the great Hua Tuo were to meet his end, he too would soon follow. Better to perish with some dignity than succumb to fate without a fight. Meanwhile, upon seeing the enemy momentarily detained, Chu Ling hurriedly stopped Shang Wanyan and the others. Sister Shangwan, do not fret. Father has provided the treasure. I will feed this leg-stretching, glaring pill to Grandpa Li, and then administer the great rejuvenation pill. Saying this, Chu Ling retrieved a pill the size of a bowling ball from a jar, forcefully breaking it in half. Understanding her intent, Shang Wanyan immediately grasped Li Chuanfeng's chin, prying his mouth open. Chu Ling swiftly thrust half of the bowling ball into Li Chuanfeng's mouth. Instantly, his eyes bulged, and his feeble hands began to pound against his chest, yet he did not rise. With a puzzled scratch of her head, Chu Ling glanced at the pill's description. What is happening? Grandpa, are you feeling any better? Why can't you get up to fight? Could it be that father provided a counterfeit pill? Shang Wanyan, filled with urgency, suggested, could it be that one pill can only save one person? Since we split it, perhaps its efficacy is diminished? How about you try feeding him the other half? Chu Ling's eyes lit up at the idea. A splendid notion. Otherwise, Grandpa Li won't be able to recover or engage in battle. As for Ouyang, we can save him later. With those words, she prepared to insert the other half into Li Chuanfeng's mouth. In a state of sheer terror, Li Chuanfeng sprang up from the ground, exclaiming, I can do it. I'm ready. He realized that if he did not rise soon, he might very well choke on the pill. Becoming the first to meet his end in such a manner, these two girls were truly a pair of fierce tigers. Without regard for whether it would fit or be tolerated, they continued to stuff it in. Witnessing this, Sai Huatuo muttered in sympathy. It is truly a case of one startled from a dying illness, exclaiming, Sister, I can do it. Upon seeing the other regain their composure, both Chu Linger and Shang Wanyan were elated, hurriedly brandishing another half of a bowling ball towards Sai Huatuo. The pallor drained from Sai Huatuo's face. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the enemy, he almost met his end at the hands of his own companions. 2 minutes later, both regained their full vigor. Just as they were preparing to take to the skies once more to assist the Empress, Chu Linger presented them with 2 items. Linger, are these 2 black and 2 white items socks? What purpose do they serve? Indeed, these are socks, as stated in the manual. Remove your trousers. Wear them on bare legs, and it will enhance your combat power by 50%. Chu Linger explained urgently, her expression exceedingly exaggerated. Upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng and Sai Huatuo exchanged dubious glances. What did you say? Wearing socks can enhance combat power by 50%? Surely you jest. And to wear them with bare legs, in the royal palace no less. How embarrassing. We cannot ascertain the veracity of such a claim. A 50% increase in combat prowess. How terrifying would that be? Even a treasure of the highest order could not achieve such a feat. Both men displayed signs of resistance. It seemed implausible that mere socks could surpass even the most revered treasures. As esteemed veterans with a long-standing reputation, they could never stoop to the indignity of public disrobing for battle. Such an act would be a disgrace. Oh dear, the situation is dire. You wouldn't want my mother to be harmed, would you? Besides, this is a treasure bestowed by my father. If he says it works, it must be true. He would never deceive Linger. Chu Linger implored, her heart racing at the thought of Lu Qingxue in peril. Upon hearing that it was a treasure from the king of Azura, Li Chunfeng and Sai Huo raised their eyebrows, immediately seizing the items. The king of Azura, a figure of immense power, would not part with anything lightly. Even a mere trifle from him would be a boon beyond measure. Indeed, the king of Azura is a man of integrity. He does not deceive. We shall trust him. After all, it is far worse to perish in battle than to suffer social humiliation. However, with only a 50% increase, we cannot be certain of defeating that formidable opponent. When surrounded by his cadre of experts, and with that treasure of the highest order, the odds do not favor us. Linger, do you possess any other treasures? Chu Linger quickly turned to rummage through her collection of belongings. Soon, she produced a rather short skirt and a pair of high heels. The eyes of the 2 men lit up. They immediately engaged in a fierce competition for the items. If the socks could elevate combat power, who could say how formidable the items in Linger's possession might be? Such treasures were highly coveted. With swift reflexes, Li Chunfeng was the first to snatch them away. Holding 2 treasured items, he boasted before the legendary healer, "Those who act swiftly shall be rewarded. Those who hesitate shall lose." Ha ha ha, the treasures are mine. The esteemed healer, infuriated, retorted, "Despicable. As you age, your speed only increases, you rascal." Li Chunfeng, with a smug smile, turned to Chu Linger and inquired, "May I have a look at the instruction manual?" "Of course. Grandfather Li, please hurry. Mother is at a disadvantage." Chu Linger handed over the manual. Upon inspecting the usage instructions, Li Chunfeng froze, his voice rising in disbelief. "What? This scant item is meant to replace trousers? Just this little bit of fabric?" He hesitated, but upon glimpsing the effects listed, he gritted his teeth and resolved to proceed. An increase in half-damage immunity? And these shoes boost the power of skills by 50%? Combined with the recently acquired socks, wouldn't that mean I could dominate the battlefield? Yet, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Beside him, the healer's eyes turned red with envy as he overheard. "If you don't want it, Just give it to me. I'm not afraid. Shaking his head, Li Chunfeng glanced at the intense situation unfolding. He conjured a barrier around himself, which dissipated after 3 seconds. Before the crowd appeared a disheveled old man, wielding a long sword, clad in a scandalously short skirt and black stockings, with towering heels. The sight of those black-clad thighs, accentuated by the hair peeking through the stockings, left everyone, allies and foes alike, utterly dumbfounded. The sound of weapons clattering to the ground echoed, and even the woman, Hu Yue, was taken aback. How could an elderly man outshine her in flamboyance? Even the fierce battle above came to a halt. The Empress nearly stumbled from her perch, her regal aura nearly dissipating, as she beheld her national advisor's outrageous attire. Is this how the Northern King's treasure is utilized? Truly, the advisor possesses remarkable insight. The onlookers, oblivious to the context, internally gasped at the shocking sight. Was this a new tactic, intended to blind the enemy with astonishment? As he sensed the myriad expressions of shock, confusion, disgust, disdain, and admiration directed at him, Li Chunfeng wished to dig a hole and vanish. The intense gaze from the crowd, particularly one burning with fervor, made him feel as if he were preyed upon by a ravenous wolf. Whoever casts such a gaze. Is my appearance truly so unsightly? Li Chunfeng's face flushed crimson. This was the epitome of social embarrassment. Especially before the Empire's elite, his centuries-old dignified image lay in ruins. The healer burst into laughter, but realizing the inappropriateness of the moment, quickly covered his mouth, though he trembled with suppressed mirth. Moreover, he pulled out a recording stone from his pocket, capturing the scene. No wonder. Quite the sight, especially those thighs. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought, old fellow? You still possess such allure? Rest assured, you will be the talk of the town tomorrow. You are the star of tomorrow, destined to lead fashion trends. Sai Huadua laughed uncontrollably, while Li Chunfeng, consumed by rage, seized his opponent and adorned him with a pair of white stockings. In that moment, Sai Huadua's laughter faded, replaced by a sense of despair as he gazed at the sky. Grandfatherly, now that the equipment is donned, you too should assist mother, urged Chu Linger, covering her eyes, pulling the two back to reality. Ah, indeed. Though this gear is quite embarrassing and unsightly, its amplification is undeniably formidable. I can already sense an invincible power coursing through me. You up there, prepare to meet your demise. Brace yourself for my kick. With that declaration, the two surged into the heavens. Hai Qiao's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the approaching duo ready to deliver a strike. What on earth? You two old geezers. Stay away from me. With a clash, both parties recoiled, and with multiple enhancements, Li Chunfeng and Sai Hua resembled deities of war. Hai Qiao, who could have easily defeated them before, now found himself thoroughly suppressed. As the pairs of legs clad in black and white stockings intertwined, onlookers stood in stunned silence. The Empress, repulsed, retreated to Chu Linger's side, shielding the young girl's eyes. Shang Wanyan lowered her gaze to her fingers, picking at dead skin, feeling embarrassed for her master. Gu Yanwu's face flushed red as he vehemently exclaimed, "This is a disgrace to culture." Zhu Jun rolled his eyes. What a spectacle. You may scold, but why do you seem so excited? Are you tempted to touch the national master's thighs? Strangely enough, if my little concubine donned that, it would indeed be alluring. In the distance, Lu Ji was already entranced by Li Chunfeng, unable to tear his gaze away, his heart racing. He never anticipated that this enemy would provoke such feelings. Once I capture him, I shall ensure he experiences my affections. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the battle in the heavens had reached its conclusion. The once invincible Hai Qiao was now being relentlessly pushed back by the transformed Li Chunfeng, spitting blood profusely. Despite unleashing all his might, he could inflict little damage. How is this possible? Why can't I land a blow? Why is your attack so formidable? I will report you. I will report you to the law enforcement hall for practicing evil arts. And you too, who is foot odor. Hai Qiao was left grievously injured by the black and white legs, his chest caving in. Moreover, he felt a pungent odor emanating from where he had been struck, reminiscent of decaying fish. Hu Yue and others gasped in shock, rushing to provide support, yet they were all swiftly defeated by Li Chunfeng and Sai Hua. In an instant, the once invincible duo became known as the black and white duo in the eyes of the crowd. Feeling the overwhelming power within, the two seemed to shed any sense of shame. Though donning stockings was indeed audacious, it also endowed them with strength. They felt an urge to sing a tune. How lonely is invincibility? Heh, dare to offend my ice spirit nation, and you shall face annihilation. Do you think our empire lacks a powerful backing? No, you are mistaken. Our support is not to be trifled with. Observing the severely injured Gao Qiu and Hu Yui on the ground, the civil and military officials were struck with astonishment. It seems we have once again chosen the wrong side. Lu Ji's complexion turned ashen. He had never anticipated that his mother, his formidable ally, could be so easily defeated. What should we do now? Just as Li Chunfeng and his companions were brimming with confidence, poised to deliver the final blow, Gao Qiu began to laugh sinisterly. Hee. Do you think this is victory? Do you believe we lack support? My ancestral master wields a cosmic-grade artifact, capable of slaying you like mere dogs. To harm us is to court death. With a fierce expression, Gao Qiu produced a rocket from his bosom and ignited it swiftly, shouting, a single arrow piercing the clouds. Thousands of troops come to meet. Chapter 92. Who foolishly sets off fireworks in broad daylight? The rocket soared into the sky with incredible speed, exploding in an instant and forming a fiery arrow that illuminated the entire firmament. Its brilliance was so penetrating that even from a great distance, it could be seen clearly. Upon witnessing this, Li Chunfeng and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. This was no ordinary signal. The arrow was a distress signal for their Zhenhuan sect, reserved for the higher echelons. And it would not be employed unless in dire circumstances. Once activated, it would likely summon the entire sect. They had underestimated him by not anticipating he would possess such a device. The group exchanged anxious glances, their bodies tensing. Although Li Chunfeng and his companion had experienced a surge in power with their enhancement artifacts, who could say if they could withstand the might of Zhao Dizhu's, who wielded a divine blade? He was at the pinnacle of the wild tier. After sending the signal, Gao Qiu reveled in the panic of those before him, laughing brazenly. Ha! You are finished, utterly finished. Once our esteemed elder arrives, you stand no chance of survival. And let me be honest with you. Our sect is under the protection of an unparalleled master, a being so formidable that he can disregard the law enforcement hall of the continent. What do you have to resist against that? His words captured the attention of Li Chunfeng and the others. The duo of the black and white twin devils seethed with rage. We do not know if we can defeat your ancestor, but at this moment, we can easily handle you. Having been beaten like dead dogs, Gao Qiu's arrogance was a death wish. In a flash, they dove from the sky, launching a relentless assault of punches and kicks upon Gao Qiu, Hu Yui, and the surrounding elite. Gao Qiu screamed in agony, "Stop! Be gentle. Don't hit the face. And don't kick below the belt." With a resounding crack, a kick struck true, and all present heard something shatter. In that instant, every man in the vicinity felt a tightening in his thighs, cold sweat trickling down their backs, even from several dozen meters away. The pain resonated as if it were their own. A mournful wail escaped from Gao Qiu as he curled up on the ground, utterly incapacitated. The bruised and battered Hu Yui's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that her future would likely be fraught with hardship. After venting their frustrations, the crowd bound Gao Qiu, Hu Yui, and Lu Ji tightly, gathering to deliberate their next course of action. "What shall we do about His Majesty?" one of them inquired. The Empress, her face inscrutable, cast a glance at Gao Qiu and the others, contemplating for a few moments before responding coolly, "Do not kill them just yet. Zhao Dizhu's is bound to arrive, and given his protective nature, a confrontation between us is inevitable. Rather than eliminate these useless individuals now, it would be more advantageous to retain them and execute them before Zhao Dizhu's eyes in the impending battle. This will surely incite his wrath, causing him to lose his composure. With a deputy sect leader and a senior elder in a duel, a loss of reason will undoubtedly reveal numerous vulnerabilities. At that moment, we shall seize the opportunity to turn the tide in our favor." Upon hearing this, the group came to a sudden realization. Although Li Chunfeng and the others were only half a step into the wild realm, their possession of divine artifacts, coupled with Linger's super divine sword, instilled them with confidence to confront Zhao Dizhu's on equal footing. Thus, if they could disturb his mental state at a critical moment, their chances of victory would increase significantly. Excellent. In that case, let us await Zhao Dizhu's arrival. Regardless of the outcome, the situation in the southern region will undergo a significant transformation after this. Meanwhile, In the secluded courtyard of the Gala Mountain, the atmosphere grew tense as everyone observed Chu Mo's sudden change in expression, exchanging glances filled with concern. Ancestor, what troubles you? Is there something amiss? Chu Mo remained silent, his mind absorbed within the system. Upon witnessing the perilous state of Chu Linger, he emerged from the system, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. Oh, it's nothing. My daughter encountered a bit of danger. What? Your daughter is in danger? Which scoundrel dares to lay a hand on the young lady? We shall flay him alive. Zhao Dizhus exclaimed in shock. The expressions of Cao Cao and the others also shifted, horrified that someone would dare to harm a relative of such a formidable expert. Was that not tantamount to courting death? Indeed, not only should we flay him, but we must also extract his tendons and bones, annihilating his entire family. Do you know who the audacious fool is that dared to disturb Miss Chu? We shall dispatch him at once. After all, we are all in the flood realm, making it a trivial matter to eliminate anyone. Observing their righteous indignation, Chu Mo nodded appreciatively. This group had a sense of loyalty, proving that his efforts in preparing meals were not in vain. It's all right. I have already resolved the issue, and my daughter is no longer in danger. The group collectively released a sigh of relief, raising their thumbs in admiration for Chu Mo. A true master is indeed a master, while seated in his abode. He can summon aid from the heavens. Without stepping outside, he has already provided support. Truly remarkable. This act further elevated Chu Mo's stature in the eyes of the crowd. We were overly concerned. Ancestor, you are so powerful that if you had the confidence to let the young lady venture out, surely you possess the means to protect her. Chu Mo shrugged his shoulders, remaining silent, a bitter expression etched upon his face. He never wished to let his daughter venture out. After all, who would prepare his meals? Yet, his daughter had grown 2 legs and dashed away, leaving him with no recourse. Ah, flattery, he exclaimed. Are you all preparing to return home now? Will you not have breakfast before you depart? No, Zhao Dizhus replied, his brow furrowed with concern. For some reason today, I feel particularly restless. I sense that something may have transpired at home, and I wish to return and ascertain the situation. He graciously declined Chu Mo's hospitality. The expressions of Cao Cao and the others shifted with a sudden seriousness. At the level of Hongjia, premonitions were seldom encountered. However, when they did arise, they typically bore fruit, never proving to be mere whims. Your soul-guarding sect is now a formidable power in the southern region. With Wei Chuan and Mei Qianhua both toiling here, surely no one would dare provoke you? I cannot say. Zhao Dizhus sighed heavily, just as his words faded. A brilliant firework erupted in the sky. Chu Mo was immediately captivated. Look, is someone truly setting off fireworks in broad daylight? Who has lost their senses? Such a waste. The others, upon closer inspection, nodded in agreement. It was indeed foolish to ignite fireworks during the day, as if they were attending a feast. Yet, when Zhao Dizhus beheld the spectacle of the firework's bloom, his countenance shifted dramatically. What in the world? Is that not the distress signal of my soul-guarding sect? Does this imply that the fool setting off the fireworks hails from my sect? I knew something was amiss. I must hasten back. Zhao Dizhus stood to fly towards the direction of the fireworks, but was abruptly restrained by Cao Cao. Do not panic. If you fly, when will you arrive? By the time you reach there, it may be too late. What do you propose? Should I merely stand by and watch? If there were not a significant crisis within the sect, no one would issue a distress signal, as this is no inexpensive endeavor. Zhao Dizhus exclaimed, his urgency palpable. Liu Bei and the others stroked their chins, exchanging glances of understanding. Now that they were all prominent figures beyond the Hongjia level, and with the Elder's divine blade in hand, perhaps they could collectively cleave a spatial tunnel for short-distance teleportation. Would this not save time compared to your flying there? Moreover, with the Elder's presence, we would face no peril in attempting this. If we master the void teleportation technique, we could visit the Elder directly in the future. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at them. Me? Tear through the void? If I possessed such prowess, I would have returned to Earth to flaunt my abilities, rather than remain here hunting in this desolate land. Do not jest with me. Yet Zhao Dizhus was filled with exuberance. He would not trouble Chu Mo with the task of temporarily opening a spatial tunnel, for he already owed him much. Zhao Dizhus promptly drew the divine blade, and together, they converged their energies, striking towards the void with fervor. A furious intent sliced through the air, creating a portal the size of a dog hole. The formidable Jian Wei and Zhao Yun, upon witnessing the situation, hastily exerted their inner strength to maintain the opening of the spatial rift, preventing it from closing. Their successful inaugural attempt at creating a spatial tunnel filled several with exhilaration. Liu Bei and the others turned back, bidding farewell to Chu Mo before one by one diving into the dark abyss. Esteemed elder, we shall take our leave for now. Next time, I shall bring fine wine to pay my respects. Very well. Do remember to inquire about the whereabouts of my wife. Chu Mo waved his hand, reiterating his instructions. As he watched them vanish from sight, he could not help but marvel at how effortlessly the powerful could navigate through the dark passage. Chapter 93. The 3-year deadline has arrived. I, Liu Hao, have returned. Outside the Golden Luan Hall, Gao Qiu and his companions continued to revel in the lashes administered by Miao Sanbu. Since aligning with the Empress, Miao Sanbu's demeanor towards those connected to Liu Ji had become increasingly irritable and ruthless, seemingly akin to an initiation rite of allegiance. The square echoed with the sound of Miao Sanbu's furious whip strikes when suddenly, the sky began to distort. A rift materialized before the gathered crowd, gradually widening until it reached the size of the passageway. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Achieving such spatial transmission was no small feat. Those capable of it were undoubtedly formidable individuals. Yet, why had such a fierce presence descended upon the Ice Spirit Kingdom? Lu Qingshue's countenance darkened, her delicate hands, as refined as sheep-fat white jade, clenched tightly, betraying her inner turmoil. Could reinforcements from the soul-keeping sect have arrived so swiftly? Li Chunfeng and the others gripped their swords tightly, their focus unwavering as they fixed their gaze on the spatial rift, anxiety etched across their faces. If it were merely passing experts, they might manage. But what if these formidable foes were connected to the soul-keeping sect? As the spatial rift stabilized, a man with a bushy beard emerged. He surveyed his surroundings and exclaimed, It seems I have not come to the wrong place this time. With practice, I shall navigate this more adeptly next time. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qingxue and the others felt a flicker of hope, as it appeared he was not Zhao Dizhu's. However, their expressions quickly turned to disbelief as 6 experts emerged behind him, one of whom wielded a divine blade, exuding an aura of ferocity and unparalleled rage. Who unleashed the cloud-piercing arrow? Gazing at the man, Li Chunfeng and the others felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Their hearts sank as they gasped in horror. This is Zhao Dizhu's. He has actually broken through to the flood stage? How is this possible? While the wild stage was manageable, facing an adversary wielding a celestial artifact at the flood stage left them feeling hopeless. In that moment, Li Chunfeng and his companions were engulfed in despair. Given their current predicament, even with Chu Linger's divine sword or an arsenal of artifacts, victory seemed insurmountable. The disparity between the flood stage and the half-wild stage was vast, and now they faced 7 flood stage experts. One was already a challenge, let alone 7. How could they possibly contend? The officials on the ground, including Liu Ji, were meticulously assessing Zhao Dizhu's. Is this the legendary ancestor of the soul-guarding sect, renowned throughout the southern domain? The figure behind the retreat of Tianigate and Qizhong? Elder, save us. It was we who released the cloud-piercing arrows. As soon as Zhao Dizhu's appeared, Gao Qiao and Hu Yu shouted loudly in desperation. Stepping out of the spatial tunnel, Zhao Dizhu's also noticed the 2 figures on the ground, battered beyond recognition. He was momentarily taken aback, his murderous aura halting abruptly. What on earth happened to you 2? Elder, it's us. I am Gao Qiao, the deputy sect master. This is Elder Hu. Gao Qiao replied, his voice filled with grievance. He had come with high spirits, eager to showcase his prowess in front of his companion, only to find himself stripped of dignity and even his very essence gone. It's not that we didn't try. It's just that the enemy possesses technology. They have an unfair advantage. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu suddenly comprehended. So it was you 2. What transpired? Speak boldly. Those who dare to harm my soul-guarding sect in the southern domain will not go unpunished. The 2 rejoiced, knowing Zhao Dizhu's was fiercely protective, which meant their lives were secure. Moreover, they could take revenge. With tears and snot, they exaggeratedly recounted the events. Twisting the narrative, they transformed into the innocent victims who returned home only to be brutally attacked. Elder, it was like this. I accompanied my junior sister to see her family home. only to be assaulted by that empress and two deranged old men. They even smashed my sob. It was so tragic, Gao Qiao lamented, dramatically wiping his tears with delicate fingers. Observing this, Zhao Dizhu's raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. He silently mused about the rapid onset of such absurdity. Is it really this absurd already? Who you eat wore a sorrowful expression. How despicable. Returning home should not have led to such brutality. Did you not invoke the name of the soul-guarding sect? We dared not. We feared the law enforcement hall would implicate our sect, so the two sighed in self-reproach. Hearing their explanations, Cao Cao chuckled. Old Zhao, it seems you're standing in the southern domain isn't as formidable as you thought. Even a mere small empire dares to act against you. If this were in my eastern domain, who would dare to provoke? Would the Wuhuan or the Xiongnu? They exchanged words, fueling Zhao Dizhu's anger and sense of humiliation. Just as he prepared to channel his inner energy to crush the palace with a single strike, Li Chunfeng and Sai Hua, the duo of black and white, suddenly soared into the air. They bowed to Zhao Dizhu's and Cao Cao. Greetings, esteemed elders. The accounts of these two differ significantly from reality. They have taken refuge under the guise of visiting family. The two explained further. In response to this explanation, Zhao Dizhu's did not take it too seriously, as he trusted his own judgment far more. Regardless of the truth of the matter, he felt the need to salvage his dignity first. If the higher-ups of the sect were bullied and he did not retaliate, the sect would inevitably lose its cohesion. However, upon observing the peculiar attire of Li Chunfeng and his companion, Zhao Dizhu's and his 7 companions were left utterly bewildered. What sort of appearance was this? Quite unique indeed. It would suit a woman perfectly. Cao Cao twitched at the corner of his eye, filled with disdain. Liu Bei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was rather fascinating. A style he had never encountered before, and it stirred a sense of excitement within him. He longed to engage in a candlelit conversation with the pair. He even wished for his second and third brothers to don such attire. Sun Quan furrowed his brows, continuously stroking his 2 small mustaches. Wait a moment. The items on their legs and feet seemed quite familiar. He felt as though he had seen them somewhere before. After much effort, Sun Quan finally recalled their origin. Hadn't he seen those black and white socks, along with those dangerously high heels, on the stone table at his elder's home this morning? With this reminder, the furious Zhao Dizhu's regained some composure. Upon closer inspection, it indeed resembled those items. Could it be that they had ties to his elder? With this thought, Zhao Dizhu's hastily suppressed his anger, allowing a smile to grace his face. Come closer, let me feel those socks and see if they match my imagination. As for our enmity, we can discuss that later, shall we? Upon hearing this, and witnessing the lecherous smiles of Zhao Dizhu's and Liu Bei, the expressions of Li Chunfeng and Sai Huadu darkened considerably, turning as grim as thunderclouds. How infuriating! To think that these 2 old men would harbor such thoughts. Furthermore, they wish to touch our legs? I would rather not dignify that with a response. A gentleman may be killed but cannot be humiliated. To suggest discussing this later? They ought to take a good look in the mirror. Do they truly believe we are such people? The 2 men, fueled by indignation, hurled insults at Zhao Dizhu's. Unexpectedly, the elder of the Jinhuan sect seemed to revel in such matters, instilling a sense of dread. On the ground, Liu Ji, upon overhearing their exchange, felt a surge of excitement. Thinking to himself, I am not alone on this path. He nearly rushed forward to engage Zhao Dizhu's in a profound discussion about life. Witnessing the 2 men's attitude, Zhao Dizhu's smile gradually faded, and his anger surged anew. How dare they insult me after my courteous address? A person as warm-hearted as my elder would never associate with those lacking manners and upbringing. You must perish today. As for the origins of those socks and shoes, I shall interrogate you thoroughly once I have you in my grasp. With that, he raised his right hand, preparing to strike. Li Chunfeng, unyielding, turned to Chu Linger, ready to wield that unparalleled divine sword. Yet, just as the tension escalated, a light-hearted laughter resonated through the air. Elder Zhao, masterly, might I request a favor? Could we all sit down and discuss this calmly to clear up the misunderstanding? Upon hearing these words, all eyes turned skyward, captivated by the unexpected interruption. A man clad in resplendent silver armor descended from the heavens, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. He appeared to be around 25 years of age, his presence commanding and imbued with an aura of battle prowess, having attained the mid-level of the archaic stage. Accompanying him were two exquisite beauties. Both at the initial level of the archaic stage, their gazes fixated solely upon him. Behind this trio, 10 formidable experts of the celestial stage followed closely. Moreover, a resonant sound reminiscent of clashing swords and galloping steeds echoed throughout the imperial city, transporting the onlookers to the battlefield. Those soaring above soon discovered that an army of several 100,000 had inexplicably materialized within the city. Observing the extraordinary demeanor of the newcomer, Zhao Di's whose was filled with uncertainty, yet refrained from launching an immediate assault. "Who are you?" he inquired. The man offered no reply, dismissing everyone around him as his gaze locked onto the frosty visage of Lu Qingxue, as if she alone remained in his world. A smirk graced his lips, exuding an air of both charm and confidence as he proclaimed in a tone of undeniable authority, "The 3-year period has elapsed. I, Lu Hao, the King of the South, have returned to report to His Majesty. With my presence today, none shall harm you in the slightest." Chapter 94. The rival of father emerges. Lu Hao of the South? Wasn't he stationed in the southern frontier to fend off the Wood Spirit Kingdom? How is he here? I have no idea. And he has brought along an army of 100,000 soldiers. Is he staging a rebellion? Hiss. Look at his cultivation. He has reached the mid-level of the archaic stage, surpassing even the national master Li Chunfeng and His Majesty. Truly, he is the foremost genius of our ice spirit kingdom. As they beheld the gallant young man, the civil and military officials could not help but engage in fervent discussions, their eyes brimming with confusion and astonishment. The sheer number of 100,000 soldiers could easily overwhelm even the strongest of foes, and the King of the South, who was merely at the initial level of the celestial stage 3 years prior, had achieved such remarkable cultivation in just 3 years. This innate talent was indeed terrifying. The King of the South? I've heard of him. The young man shows promise, reminiscent of the former King Wei in his youth. I've also heard of Lu Ritian. He is the adopted child of the previous emperor of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, isn't he? It seems the god of war has returned, ready to defend his sister from injustice, commanding 10,000 soldiers to restore her honor. Zhao Dizhu's refrained from immediate action as he assessed Lu Hao's extraordinary demeanor and grand display. His archaic stage attendance suggested he was of significant stature. Not fully understanding the origins of his opponent, he was cautious not to provoke someone who could be formidable and influential. Hearing the unreserved remarks of Cao Cao and Liu Bei, the expressions of the crowd twitched involuntarily. Upon glancing at Lu Hao, the initial shock faded, replaced by a desire to chuckle. Lu Qingxue's icy countenance revealed a trace of irritation. Was she truly the subject of their jesting? Yet, it was Lu Hao who felt the greatest ire. After painstakingly crafting an image of the unparalleled god of war, here he was, unceremoniously undermined by the careless words of these two. "Qingxue, I have returned," Lu Hao declared, shaking off his battle armor, his gaze softening as he looked at Lu Qingxue, filled with intense longing and affection. He believed that during this critical moment, as long as he, Lu Hao, assisted Lu Qingxue in overcoming her difficulties and showcased his capabilities, winning her heart would be effortless. For this heroic rescue scenario, he had patiently waited in a secluded corner of the capital for an extended period. However, upon beholding the exquisite beauty before him, he felt that this wait had been entirely worthwhile. While Lu Hao spoke, the two remarkable women beside him, both distinguished in demeanor and appearance, were discreetly assessing Lu Qingxue. In their eyes sparkled astonishment. Although they themselves were stunning, they felt somewhat overshadowed in comparison to Lu Qingxue. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, Lu Qingxue narrowed her eyes, an icy displeasure etching her face. "You returned, did you? Must I celebrate with fireworks? Also, do not address me as Qingxue. Refer to me as Your Majesty or Imperial Sister. Only my husband may call me by that name. I have told you countless times that I have a husband, so refrain from speaking to me with that tone and gaze. If you wish to assist, then do so. If not, kindly remain silent." At this declaration, a tumultuous stir erupted among the civil and military officials. The ethereal and pure empress, with a husband? Surely, it must be a falsehood. Faced with Lu Qingxue's merciless rejection and her unceremonious words, Lu Hao felt a pang of embarrassment, forcing a sheepish smile. Internally, he simmered with anger, yet he suppressed it due to the multitude of onlookers. Meanwhile, the two maidens beside him raised their brows and unleashed a torrent of invective at Lu Qingxue. How dare you speak to our holy son in such a manner? What audacity for a mere ruler of a small kingdom. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue and her companions seized upon the critical term, holy son? The expressions of those present shifted to one of intrigue. What did this title entail? Had Lu Hao encountered some fortuitous destiny? As the last word left his lips, Lu Hao turned to the two women and bellowed, silence. She is my imperial sister. Do you presume to intervene when she reprimands me? Withdraw. The two women's faces paled, hesitating to speak further. The mention of the holy son weighed heavily on their tongues. Lu Hao's gaze turned icy. I command you to retreat. Faced with his fury, the two women pouted and, with a resigned sigh, stepped back, casting Lu Qingxue a look that seemed to convey a warning to be cautious. Once the two maidens had retreated, a bittersweet smile returned to Lu Hao's face as he turned to Lu Qingxue. Imperial sister, 8 years ago, I confessed my feelings to you, and you told me you had a husband. 3 years ago, you used the same excuse, and now you still cling to this reason. Could we not change it up a bit? You claim to have a husband, yet I have searched for 8 years in secret and found not a single trace. Not even a man who has approached you. How then can you assert the existence of this husband? Surely, you must be deceiving me, am I wrong? Due to the nature of his cultivation, Lu Hao had discerned that Lu Qingxue lost her original purity following her disappearance that fateful year. Yet, over the years, he had expended countless resources in search of the man Lu Qingxue spoke of, but no evidence had ever surfaced. Thus, the mention of a husband is merely an excuse concocted by Lu Qingxue. As for the possibility of losing her virginity, it may have been due to the ferocity of the encounter during her initial assault, or perhaps she simply took 2 large strides while walking. In Lu Hao's heart, Lu Qingxue remains the flawless goddess of his dreams. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue's expression darkened, her heart skipping a beat. Who prompted you to inquire about my husband's identity? Lu Hao, undeterred, smirked, lifting his chin and meeting her gaze with an authoritative glint. I merely wish to see who could possibly be worthy of your perfection. If he possesses neither power nor influence, then Nevertheless, I am quite pleased with the outcome. Such a person does not exist. Thus, dear royal sister, you are destined to be mine, and none shall take you away. Feeling the intensity of his words, Lu Qingxue felt a surge of relief. Fortunate that she had never divulged any information regarding her husband. The consequences could have been dire. Observing Lu Hao's sudden emergence and his fierce gaze fixed upon Lu Qingxue, Chu Ling's cheeks puffed out in indignation. After all, she had claimed this potential stepmother for herself, and she had yet to dig her claws into the situation. While this crooked-mouthed warrior dared to intrude, how unseemly he appears. That crooked mouth is quite an eyesore. If father were to witness anyone flaunting such a twisted visage, he would undoubtedly be the first to tear it apart. Chu Ling leaped to Lu Qingxue's side, grasping her hand and innocently looking up. Upon hearing this, the crowd faltered, their previous impressions of Lu Hao's domineering presence now tainted. They could no longer regard him as the unparalleled warrior akin to a god of battle. In their minds, Lu Hao was now labeled as a pretentious figure with a crooked mouth. However, Lu Hao paid no heed to these judgments. His attention was entirely captured by Chu Ling and her words. Lu Hao widened his eyes in disbelief. Mother? Oh, Chu Ling instinctively replied. The crowd could not help but chuckle at Chu Ling's mischievous demeanor. Lu Hao, exasperated, questioned, why do you call her mother? Because she is indeed my mother. She is my father's wife, and I am her daughter. Why should I not call her mother? And do you not see the striking resemblance between us? Chu Ling tilted her head, feigning confusion. In that moment, she resembled a scheming little frog, each of her words like daggers, piercing Lu Hao's heart. Upon comprehending her words and observing Chu Ling's features, Lu Hao felt as though struck by lightning, staggering back as if about to fall. He had grown up alongside Lu Qingxue, and he vaguely recalled her childhood appearance. Was it not identical to Chu Ling's? How could this be possible? Where did you emerge from? She cannot possibly have a husband and a daughter. It cannot be. Qingxue, tell me this is a lie, right? Lu Qingxue frowned. Although she understood that Chu Ling was merely teasing, aiming to provoke Lu Hao, she nonetheless nodded in agreement with Chu Ling's statement. Indeed, she is my daughter. The entire Ice Spirit Kingdom is aware that Ling has been bestowed the title of Princess Yongle. Lu Qingxue was not particularly concerned about Chu Ling facing harm, for the Azura King was ever present to protect her. even if the world were to perish. Linger would remain unscathed. Seizing this opportunity, she could decisively reject Lu Hao, ensuring he would abandon all hope. With a thunderous crash, Lu Hao's years of faith and perseverance crumbled in an instant, leaving him devoid of reason and consumed by an overwhelming frenzy. The goddess he had pursued for so long had, astonishingly, become another's wife, accompanied by a child no less. In the past, each rejection had allowed him to find excuses to comfort himself, to convince himself that there was still a chance. Yet now, all his years of effort lay in ruins. He felt no anger at Lu Qingxue bearing a child. However, the thought of the circumstances surrounding her pregnancy inflicted upon him a heart-wrenching agony. The shadows of his inner darkness and malice surged forth. Gazing at Lu Qingxue's icy demeanor, hatred ignited within Lu Hao's heart. What of her being a married woman? What I, Lu Hao, have deemed mine, none shall take away. As he observed the casual exchanges among the group, the heavens bore witness to Zhao Daju's growing impatience. Hey, you crooked-mouthed brat, which path do you tread? How dare you ignore me while I speak? What? Do you intend to obstruct my vengeance for the sect's higher-ups and disciples? If you cannot present an identity that instills fear within me today, I shall slay you alongside your comrades. Chapter 95. Lu Hao's vast background. Just as Lu Hao became the subject of ridicule, feeling utterly humiliated, Zhao Daju's words provided him with a golden opportunity to restore his dignity. He was no longer merely the minor lord of Southern Town, in comparison to his true identity. Even the emperors of the 5 great empires of the Southern Domain were inconsequential. Once he revealed his true identity, would these people not revere him, flocking to curry favor? Upon recognizing the formidable power behind him, Lu Qingxue would understand the vast gulf between her so-called man and Lu Hao. A smirk returned to Lu Hao's lips, restoring his confidence. In the past, many holy maidens from various sects and princesses from empires had sought to share his bed upon learning of his identity, yearning for an intimate affair with him. Though Lu Qingxue had been his youthful obsession, she was still a woman. In his eyes, he believed no woman could restrain herself once she knew who he truly was. I am curious to see how you, so frigid and distant, would behave in flattering a man. Since I cannot possess the perfect you, I shall make you climb into my bed of your own accord. Lu Hao clasped his hands behind his back, gazing imperiously at Zhao Daju. Have you heard of Juhua Mountain? At this, Zhao Daju and Chao Chao exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Are you referring to that sect with 10 formidable Hong-level masters, and even a terrifying Zhoutian-level powerhouse, renowned as the strongest and most mysterious Juhua Mountain in the western region? Indeed, it seems the people of the southern domain are not entirely uncultured. They are aware of our sect's Zhoutian guardian. Lu Hao looked down his nose at everyone present, regarding them as mere barbarians. Even Zhao Dizhu's, with his profound cultivation, and figures like Chao Chao, were disregarded by him. Zhao Dizhu's furrowed his brow. Just now they referred to you as the Holy Son. Could it be that you are indeed? Lu Hao, with a self-satisfied smile, replied, I am but an orphan. However, a year ago, I fortuitously encountered my biological father, and thus my fate was irrevocably altered. As you have surmised, the legendary ancestor of Juhua Mountain, Musashi, is my true father. I am his sole heir. I wonder if this status is sufficient for you to grant me some respect and let this matter rest. Upon hearing these words, the higher echelons of the empire collectively gasped in astonishment. Even Li Chunfeng, Sai Huadao, and Lu Qingxue displayed expressions of shock. The fame of Juhua Mountain is resounding, and to say it is renowned across the continent would not be an exaggeration. In the southern region, the Huangjia level is indeed a pinnacle of power. Yet, Juhua Mountain can only be regarded as a minor leader. With 10 Huangjia cultivators and hundreds of Huangjia warriors beneath them, the Tianjia ranks are as numerous as stray dogs. Annihilating the weakest factions of the southern region would be as simple as uttering a word. Most crucially, Juhua Mountain boasts a legendary figure of the Zhou's level. Such a being, having not been seen in millennia, could shake the continent with a mere stomp of their foot. They are truly a world-class powerhouse, capable of commanding countless practitioners to serve them at a single command. This orphan, who subsists on the identity of a foster son of the late emperor, has suddenly transformed into the sole progeny of a Zhou's-level powerhouse. With such a lineage, could he not traverse the entire continent with impunity? It is no wonder he exudes such confidence and holds all in disdain, accompanied by a Huangjia maid. Lu Hao stood with arms crossed, relishing the flattery from the crowd. Occasionally casting a glance at the frigid Lu Qingxue, his mind already conjuring images of her smiling seductively as she climbed into his bed. Yet, Lu Qingxue's reaction left him sorely disappointed. After a brief moment of astonishment at Lu Hao's revelation, she returned to her icy demeanor, as if nothing could stir her emotions. Even Zhao Dizhu's and Cao Cao regained their composure, for when compared to the formidable presence of their elder, Chu, what did Jiuhua Mountain signify? Indeed, Jiuhua Mountain is powerful, but that is an internal matter of our Soul Guardian sect. When our disciples returned home, they were met with a ruthless attack that left them severely injured. Holy Son, do you not believe that as the Grand Elder, I should seek vengeance for my disciples? Should I not pursue justice? Zhao Dizhu's gestured towards Lu Ji and Gao Qiao, who lay on the ground. In response, Lu Hao smirked disdainfully, raised a finger, and shook it with a mocking glint in his eyes. Visit home? No. According to my investigation, Lu Ji is not the late Emperor's biological son. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in a clamor, with even Lu Ji himself appearing dazed. Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and others widened their eyes, their curiosity ignited. Only Li Chunfeng sighed, remaining silent. Zhao Dizhu's was taken aback. Not the late emperor's son? Could it be? Lu Hao snorted coldly and nodded. Indeed, he is the biological son of your Soul Guardian sect's Gao Qiao. According to my investigation, after entering the Soul Town sect, the Hu concubine took advantage of her beauty to engage in an illicit affair with Gao Qiao, resulting in the birth of a son. The late emperor, constrained by the power of your sect, dared not voice his anger. Do you still believe they were merely visiting relatives? It is an affront for members of your sect to intrude upon the empire. They could be justly slain for such insolence. Upon hearing this, the civil and military officials immediately understood why the late emperor insisted on passing the throne to the woman, Lu Qingxue. How unexpected. It turns out the emperor's crown was not as unblemished as it seemed. Lu Qingxue turned to Li Chunfeng and inquired, "Is there truth to these claims?" Li Chunfeng sighed in resignation, affirming, "Indeed, he is not the late emperor's biological son, hence the throne rightfully belongs to you, your majesty." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu knew he was in the wrong and shot a furious glare at Gao Qiao and Hu Yui. Serves him right. How dare he emulate Qiao the traitor by coveting another man's woman? Feeling the scornful and mocking gazes of those around her, Lu Ji's countenance darkened. How could this be? Could it truly be that I am a bastard? Indeed, you are a bastard. Lu Hao sneered, disregarding the staggering Lu Ji as he turned his attention back to the retreating Zhao Dizhu's. So, will your Soul Town sect seek revenge? Do you possess the ability and qualification to do so? If you had chosen to withdraw earlier, this matter could have been settled, but you have overstepped your bounds. Now, if you do not bow and apologize, I fear this will not end well for you. Lu Hao, emboldened by his formidable background and strength, sought to assert his dominance before Lu Qingxue, adopting an air of arrogance in both speech and demeanor. Zhao Dizhu's, though a mere figure within the Hong stage, viewed himself as a suitable stepping stone. Yet he remained unperturbed. Any individual at the Hong stage understood the significance of Jiuhua Mountain. How dare a few from the Hong stage offend one as exalted as their holy son? The anticipated scene of Zhao Dizhu's kneeling in submission did not unfold. Instead, Zhao Dizhu's and his companions, with stormy expressions, erupted with a fierce aura. You expect us to kneel? Such audacity. I once had a friend who boasted like you. He ended up eating cilantro for a month as penance. I suggest you do the same. Originally prepared to abandon Gao Qiao and the others, Zhao Dizhu suddenly turned back. A cold smile directed at Lu Hao. Lu Hao's expression darkened, his murderous intent palpable. What you imply is that you wish to defy Jiuhua Mountain and oppose us. Are you prepared to face the consequences of such retribution? Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu's and his companions burst into laughter, their faces filled with disdain. Do you not realize that Chu Mo is the revered ancestor of the Soul Town sect? Though today Zhao Dizhu's may be in the wrong. If he were to kneel and apologize, it would be an indirect humiliation to the ancestor, Chu Mo. With him backing us, what is a mere Jiuhua Mountain? Even a cosmic-level individual would cower. Jiuhua Mountain may be strong, but do you have any notion of the figures we have behind us? To us, Jiuhua Mountain is insignificant. Even if your father came, he would have to respectfully address our supporters as seniors. To dare to disrespect us is to show contempt for our sect's ancestors. Today, we shall teach you a lesson, making you understand the vastness of heaven and earth. Zhao Di's, whose demeanor was exceedingly resolute as he brandished his divine blade, casting a watchful gaze upon Lu Qingxue and Lu Hao, preparing to confront Jiu Hua Mountain head-on. Witnessing such bravado, those present could not help but admire Zhao Di's, believing he was courting his own demise, thinking that after breaking through to the Hong stage, he had become overly arrogant. Lu Hao's expression shifted dramatically. In the past, those from the martial world would kneel and grovel at the mere mention of Jiu Hua Mountain. To his astonishment, someone dared to disregard it today. Moreover, was Zhao Di's, who's not known for his cowardice and prudence in the past? Why had he suddenly become so defiant? Lu Hao stared in disbelief, his voice laced with authority, attempting to intimidate Zhao Di's. Do you realize what you are doing? You must consider carefully. Do you truly wish to oppose Jiu Hua Mountain? The last person who acted so arrogantly before us now has grass growing 2 meters high over his family's tombstones. Zhao Di's remained silent, raising his cleaver with a swift motion, the blade's intense sword, directly targeting Lu Hao. Lu Hao was struck with panic, hastily channeling his inner strength as he called out to his 2 maidens beside him. Quickly, Qingmei, Zhuma, come assist me. Upon receiving Lu Hao's command, the 2 maidens surged forward, standing resolutely before him. The 3 united their forces to intercept Zhao Di's strike, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. It is worth noting that both maidens hailed from Jiu Hua Mountain, having trained in formidable techniques from a young age and donned top-tier equipment. To serve as guardians and attendants to the Saint's son, they possessed considerable prowess, capable of challenging those above their level. What difficulty could there be in blocking Zhao Di's together? Seeking death. How dare you strike at the Saint's son? Your lineage is finished. Using a knife? Huh. To wield a blade before us at Jiu Hua Mountain is to flaunt your ignorance. Great might, heavenly dragon. With a single, fierce shout, the 2 maidens' long skirts billowed as if caught in an unseen wind, grasping the hilt of their swords with one hand. Their gazes sharpened as they executed a swift draw slash aimed at Zhao Di's blade light. However, their confident assault was effortlessly cleaved apart by Zhao Di's single stroke. The 3 of them were sent flying like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing forth. How is this possible? How could you be this powerful? Lu Hao exclaimed in utter disbelief. This was no attack that could be unleashed by someone of the Hong stage. Even his father, at the universe level, might not measure up. Zhao Di's was quite pleased with his strike. After breaking through to the Hong stage, wielding this divine blade felt increasingly natural. The higher the realm, the more he appreciated the weapon bestowed upon him by his predecessor, suspecting it to be beyond mere universe grade. With a smirk, Zhao Di's raised the cleaver, pointing it menacingly at Lu Hao. Do you think you can comprehend my strength? Know this, I am but a fraction of my sect's ancestors' might. Do you truly believe that Jiu Hua Mountain is worthy of us kneeling and bowing? If you continue to prattle, I shall make you bleed on the spot, and we shall see what your father can do about it. Zhao Di's did not resort to violence, as he believed it unwise to incite enmity on behalf of his ancestor. Observing Zhao's fierce disposition, which seemed indifferent to the reputation of Jiu Hua Mountain, Lu Hao's expression darkened significantly, with a gaze filled with indignation. Lu Hao assessed the situation for a few moments before realizing that Zhao might indeed possess the audacity to kill him. You think you're tough? This matter is no longer my concern. Lu Hao's retreat left Li Chunfeng and his companions utterly disheartened. Was this still the valiant and fearless king of the south they once knew? In his earlier days, devoid of status, he fought on the battlefield with a spirit unafraid of death, which earned him the title of King of the South. It appeared that with his elevation to the status of Holy Son and the comforts of a leisurely life, his character had fundamentally changed. Mother, do you think this fellow is mentally disturbed? He has clarified the misunderstandings, and even as the other party prepares to depart, he still foolishly approaches to provoke animosity. It's one thing to provoke, but he is incapable of matching them in combat. In my father's words, such a person is the quintessential liability. Chu Linger, hands on her hips, glared angrily at Lu Hao. The impression he left on her was even more irksome than that of Lu Ji. With a snort, Lu Hao was so infuriated by the little girl's remark that he spat blood, his carefully constructed image of a battle god utterly shattered. revealing him as a mere weakling. You, with your yellow hair, what do you know? This is called cutting losses. Cutting losses, my foot. You are simply cowardly. Chu Linger rolled her eyes and then threw herself into Lu Qingshua's arms, feigning fear as she lamented, "Mother, he is so fierce." Lu Qingxua lifted her head, glaring at Lu Hao, wishing she could slap him several times. Lu Hao exclaimed, "I can't believe I fell for your nonsense. Your Majesty, at this juncture, we should contemplate how to retreat from this conflict. The situation has escalated to a point where the adversary is unlikely to relent," Gu Yinwu said with a troubled expression, bowing respectfully to the Empress. With both sides having torn away their facades, the murderous intent radiating from Zhao Di's who signaled that this matter could not conclude amicably. If even the three formidable warriors of the King of the South could not withstand a single blow, how could they possibly fight? Lu Qingxua glanced at Zhao Di's who's. Her expression grave. Had it not been for Lu Hao's meddling, perhaps the other party would have already departed. However, having reached this point, the two sides were now like fire and water, with neither willing to back down. The Soul Realm sect was a major sect, and the Ice Spirit Kingdom was also part of the Southern Domain Empire. Both parties held their pride dearly. Zhao Di's who's timely turned to address them. "Speak. How shall we resolve this? Regardless of whether my disciple is right or wrong, and irrespective of your political aspirations, you have beaten my disciple to this extent. If I, Zhao Di's who's, do not seek justice, how shall I navigate this continent in the future?" Lu Qingxua took a deep breath. Although she knew they were unlikely to prevail, her inherent pride would not allow her to bow her head. Acknowledging that battle was unavoidable, she turned to Chu Linger. "Linger, hand mother your sword." "Oh, very well. Here you go, mother." Chu Linger recognized the gravity of the situation and retrieved the pink divine sword from her backpack, presenting it to Lu Qingxua. With the sword firmly in hand, Lu Qingxua twirled it gracefully, preparing for battle. However, upon seeing the sword in Lu Qingxua's grasp, Zhao Di's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? Wasn't this the very sword crafted by his predecessor for her daughter? Just the other day, Meyer and he had been subdued by its overwhelming power. Zhao Di's could hardly forget that pink sword. When it was first forged, the fiery Meyer, disregarding warnings, had foolishly handled it, resulting in both of them being pinned to the ground for an extended period. This was his first experience of being overpowered by a sword, and even as Ash, he could recognize it. Why was this sword here? Could it be that the little girl, Realization dawned upon Zhao Di's who's, his expression shifting to one of mixed surprise and trepidation. He was elated to have encountered the predecessor's daughter, yet fearful that he had inadvertently offended this young lady. "Wait. Do not act hastily. I have a question for you." Zhao Di's who's interjected as he saw Lu Qingxua preparing to strike. The others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what was transpiring. "If you wish to fight, then let us engage. I fear you not, nor will I tolerate any insults." Li Chunfeng, donned in black and white stockings and a short skirt, approached in her high heels, eyeing the opponent with caution. Zhao Di's who's waved his hands repeatedly. "Why would I insult you? My palate is not that crude. I merely wish to inquire if that sword was bestowed upon you by your father. Is your surname Chu?" He endeavored to maintain a benign expression. At his words, Chu Linger was momentarily taken aback. "How do you know my father gave it to me? And how do you know my surname is Chu? Do you know my father?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Di's who's was ecstatic. The surname Chu? The Empress referred to her as Lingu. Was this not the daughter of his esteemed predecessor, Chu Lingu? Zhao Di's who's felt a surge of confidence. This had to be the daughter of his predecessor, for there could only be one pink divine sword. No wonder those old men's stockings and shoes seemed so familiar. They were gifts from the predecessor. He had suspected something was amiss today when his eyelids twitched, and now it all made sense. He had nearly clashed with his predecessor's daughter. Given the predecessor's protective nature, he wondered if he would soon meet his end at the hands of Chu Mo. Zhao Di's who's envisioned himself being sliced into 18 pieces and smoked like cured meat. What should he do? How could he appease a child? He was in urgent need of assistance. "Old Zhao, what is happening?" Noticing Zhao Di's who's rapidly changing expression, Cao Cao and the others exchanged glances, bewildered. Zhao Di's who's beckoned them closer, whispering his conjectures. Instantly, the seven of them donned expressions of warmth and congeniality, flattery. "Ah, truly, it is like a deluge sweeping through the Dragon King Temple. We are honored to meet you, dear Ling. We have been searching for you for quite some time. To be honest, your father is a good friend of ours, an old acquaintance." Just moments ago, we finished dining with Elder Chu. Who would have thought we would encounter you, dear lady, today? Come, come, I have some exquisite sweets for you. Would you care to have a taste to soothe your temper? Observing the sudden shift in demeanor from the group, Lu Hao, along with the civil officials and Lu Ji, were left astounded. It seemed as though their minds had momentarily faltered. Previously, the formidable force of Jiuhua Mountain had failed to make them bow, yet now, with merely a sword and a name from Chu Linger, these once arrogant masters had become so submissive. Could it be that the power behind this girl was so vast that it overshadowed Jiuhua Mountain? Hiss. The group refrained from taking action, which allowed Li Chunfeng and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, it seems that the crisis has been resolved by Linga. Li Chunfeng turned to Lu Qingxue, only to find her frozen in place. Your Majesty? Oh, as long as it's resolved, that's good. Lu Qingxue snapped back to reality, responding absently before redirecting her gaze towards Chu Ling. Linger, did you say your surname is Chu? Your father also shares the surname Chu. And not Zhao? Chu Linger bashfully scratched her head and playfully stuck out her tongue. Yes, mother, it's because when I first ventured into the martial world, I was afraid of bringing trouble to father, so I used a pseudonym. My real name is not Zhao Linger, but Chu Linger. My father shares my surname, and his name is Chu Mo. Boom. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue's expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by lightning. What? Chu Mo? Chapter 97. What? Your father's name is Chu Mo? Chu Mo? Such a familiar name. Upon hearing the name, Lu Qingxue's mind went blank. Immediately, the most beautiful memories surged forth like a spring. Vivid scenes filled with sweetness flooded her thoughts, and a smile of happiness involuntarily graced her lips. This smile left Lu Hao utterly stunned. The goddess he had sought to please for 8 years had never bestowed upon him a smile. Yet upon merely hearing the name Chu Mo, she appeared so enraptured, so blissful. Could it be that this Chu Mo was the man who had ignited her heart? How infuriating! How dare he pursue his beloved goddess? Chu Mo? Regardless of who you are, any man named Chu Mo must meet his demise. Lu Hao clenched his teeth, the sound echoing ominously. Those named Chu Mo remained oblivious to the calamity that would befall them simply due to their name. Is your father truly named Chu Mo? Is he quite handsome and resides on a mountain? Lu Qingxue asked, placing her hands on Chu Linger's shoulders, her excitement palpable. Linger shares the surname Chu, is of the same age as her daughter, and resembles her youthful self. Furthermore, her father is named Chu Mo. Could it be that Linger is her own daughter? Once again, Lu Qingxue found herself filled with doubt. What a remarkable coincidence this is. Thus, she resolved to inquire further. Although she had resided on the mountain with her companion since her amnesia, she had never dared to descend due to her lack of memory, leaving her unaware of the mountain's name where her husband resided. Indeed, her father was exceedingly handsome. Were there a fine for beauty, he might well be bankrupt by now. Ever since the arrival of Linger, he had secluded himself in the mountains, yet the mountain's name was something Linger could not disclose, for fear of disturbing her father's tranquility. Charming and obedient, Chu Linger raised her head as she spoke. Lu Qingxue pressed on with her inquiry. Did you not state that you ventured out to find your mother? Do you know her name? Chu Linger shook her head in distress. I do not know. Each time I ask my father, he refrains from telling me, fearing it would sadden me. He merely mentions that my mother is not beautiful, yet is kind-hearted, virtuous, and deeply caring towards him. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue felt a wave of disappointment. She had not anticipated that such crucial information would be withheld. Fortunately, at that moment, the obsequious Zhao Dizu suddenly approached, grinning broadly. Hee, I know your mother's name. Dear young lady, Chu Xian has mentioned it to us. He had even instructed them to inquire about her whereabouts. Seeing the 7 formidable figures relax their intentions, Lu Qingxue felt a sense of ease. If these 7 formidable beings truly intended to take action, they need not engage in pretenses, but could simply strike. Oh, Grandpa, you know my mother's name? Please tell me. By the way, why do you keep calling me Little Aunt? Since you are friends with my father, you may simply call me by my name. Little Aunt sounds so unseemly. I am merely 8 years old. Chu Linger frowned slightly, for no woman enjoys being referred to as aged, even at the tender age of 8. Zhao Dizu chuckled, rubbing his hands together. If he could win this girl over, future visits to the ancestral home would surely allow him to bask in her favor. Any morsel of wisdom gleaned from the elder would benefit him for a lifetime. The reason I call you little aunt is that your father, Chu Xian, and I became fast friends upon our first meeting, and recently he has agreed to become the elder of my Jinhuan sect. Thus, by lineage, Miss Linger, you are indeed our little aunt." At these words, everyone was taken aback. It turned out that the newly appointed, enigmatic elder of the Jinhuan sect was none other than the king of Azura. This revelation sent shockwaves through the group, with Linger's connection. The Jinhuan sect was effectively allied with the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Does our Ice Spirit Kingdom now have a powerful backing? Lu Qingshua's expression softened, revealing a glimmer of joy. This was undoubtedly good news. Li Chunfeng and Cai Huatu, seasoned veterans in their own right, approached with broad smiles. "Ah, Elder Zhao, what a pleasure to finally meet. We have long awaited this moment." "Ah, no need for such formality. The sword goddess reputation precedes him, and today's encounter has proven it to be true. Ha! Let us drink heartily tonight. We shall not part until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Zhao Di's, whose gestures were filled with warmth as he clasped hands with the other, resembling old friends who had not met in years. The intimacy of their interaction was palpable. Observing this, the officials present felt their lips twitch uncontrollably, regret gnawing at their insides, their hearts chilled. The formidable northern king, who had appeared so intimidating, turned out to be merely the younger brother of Princess Youngle, Chu Linger. To think that we had followed in rebellion, utterly blind to the truth. It dawned on them that her father was an unrivaled figure in the world, and to be considered an ancestor by them was indeed a great fortune. "By the way, you haven't told me the name of my birth mother yet," Chu Linger said, lifting her chin with a hint of pride as she lightly patted Zhao Dizu's arm, praising him in an exaggerated manner. Zhao Dizu smacked his forehead, hastily replying, "Miss, I heard from the ancestor that your mother is named Lu Qingxue." The revelation struck the crowd like a thunderclap, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Lu Qingxue? The Empress trembled, her mind blank, her usual icy demeanor melting into disbelief. After a few moments of stunned silence, she exclaimed, "Elder Zhao, are you certain that Linger's birth mother is also named Lu Qingxue?" Zhao Dizu nodded, equally astonished. "Absolutely." The elder spoke at himself. "By the way, Your Majesty, why did you say also? Do you share this name as well?" Lu Qingxue fell silent, her thoughts muddled. Her once clear eyes now clouded with confusion. Observing this, Li Chunfeng and Shang Wanyan sighed and recounted the events that had transpired 8 years ago and how they had encountered Chu Linger to Zhao Dizu's. After listening, Zhao Dizu was initially taken aback, but soon his eyes sparkled with joy. What a coincidence it was that they both left home 8 years ago, shared the same name, and even had husbands with identical names. Could such a coincidence exist? Anyone who claimed they were not the same person, Zhao Dizu would be the first to disagree. He never anticipated that not only had he found the daughter of the elder he sought, but also the wife he had longed for. What a doubling of fortune! Zhao Dizu cast an admiring glance at the Empress, lamenting how the elder had always remained humble. Despite his wife's celestial beauty, to the elder, she seemed quite ordinary, perhaps even a bit unattractive. The discerning eye of a master is indeed unique. The elder was, after all, a person who feigned ignorance of his wife's beauty. After searching high and low, it turns out that Your Majesty is the beloved wife the ancestor has longed for night and day. Zhao Dizu pays his respects. When does the lady intend to return home to meet the elder? He often expresses his yearning for you, Zhao Dizu said, respectfully bowing. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue shook her head, regaining her composure. Reflecting on her husband's lack of cultivation, she could not help but smile wryly. "Elder Zhao, it seems you may have misjudged the situation. The venerable Chu you speak of, who is said to possess unparalleled skills, might not be the consort of mine. The world is replete with individuals bearing the same name. In my Ice Spirit Kingdom alone, there are 5,438 people named Chu Mo, and my husband is merely an unremarkable ordinary man." Lu Qingxue distinctly recalls that when she first met her husband, he was a simpleton who could not even cultivate a field properly. A wild dog would chase him relentlessly, and even while feeding the pigs. He was once toppled over by a wild boar caught by the family. How could someone so feeble possibly be the legendary Azura king, renowned for his martial prowess and possessing a bloodthirsty physique? Indeed, I can attest to this. I secretly observed the emperor's consort for quite some time. Not only did he lack cultivation, but he also exhibited no aptitude for it. To describe him as extraordinarily weak would not be an exaggeration. In stark contrast, Linger's father was already an invincible figure, and the two were worlds apart. Li Chunfeng sighed, explaining that when he first approached Lu Qingxue, he had been watching her from her doorstep for several days, grappling internally with the decision of whether to eliminate Chu Mo to ensure Lu Qingxue could ascend the throne without worry. However, upon witnessing the happiness radiating from Lu Qingxue's face, his heart softened. If the man were truly a master, how could he remain unaware of being observed? After hearing their conversation, Zhao Dizhu's not only felt no disappointment, but was instead further convinced that Lu Qingxue was indeed the spouse of the esteemed elder. The elder had a fondness for farming and preferred to present himself as an ordinary man. Even I was almost deceived at first. Furthermore, the elder had mentioned that his wife had left home, likely in pursuit of a pure and genuine love. Thus, he disguised himself as an ordinary person to win the affection of the empress through his charm. Ultimately, however, his true abilities were inadvertently revealed, leading the empress to feel deceived, prompting her to leave in anger. Zhao Dizhu's, with a knowing look in his wise eyes, envisioned a poignant tale of love and conflict between an extraordinary master and his proud wife. As for whether the empress is truly the elder's wife, a visit to the elder's residence will reveal the truth, don't you think? Chapter 98. Perhaps your majesty should accompany me to meet Elder Chu. This could be my fortune. If I can successfully persuade the empress to reconcile with the elder and even bring back Miss Ling then I could mediate between them. Resolving the discord between the elder and his wife would indeed be a significant contribution on my part. When the elder's family reunites in harmony, surely my reward will be substantial. After all, couples may quarrel, but they often reconcile in the end. Years have passed, and I am certain that their grievances have lessened. All that is needed is an opportunity for them to restore their relationship. Zhao Dizhu stroked his chin, a plan forming in his mind. Casting a wary glance at the eager Cao Cao and the others, he quickly spoke up, fearing his accomplishments might be usurped. Your Majesty, do not hesitate. I sense your doubts as well. Do you not wish to reunite with your husband? As someone who has experienced such longing, I, Zhao Dizhu, understand the profound anguish of missing someone. The ancestral home is not far from this ice spirit kingdom. Why not take the time to visit? Lu Qingxue admitted that Zhao Dizhu's words stirred her heart deeply. Whether the Azura King is indeed her husband or merely a namesake remains a matter of speculation. Yet, no amount of conjecture can compare to the authenticity of a face-to-face meeting. Once they meet, all uncertainties shall be dispelled. Seeing Lu Qingxue's interest, the nearby Chu Linger was filled with elation. After casting a look at Zhao Dizhu's that conveyed her approval, she quickly began to coax Lu Qingxue. Mother, did you not mention previously that you would visit father when you had the chance? Since that is the case, let us go together. You are so beautiful and have been married before. Father will surely be thrilled, will he not? He will be overjoyed. Realizing she had let something slip, Chu Linger quickly corrected herself. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao's eyes lit up with excitement, internally exclaiming that he was not alone in his path. Their persuasion swayed Lu Qingxue, and after a few moments of contemplation, she nodded. Very well, I shall trouble Elder Zhao then. I have considered it. And regardless of whether Linger's father is my once-beloved husband or not, I should pay him a visit. After all, he has assisted me greatly during these days. And as Linger's foster mother, it is both appropriate and reasonable for me to meet him. However, might we delay our departure for a day or two? Today, I wish to stabilize the palace and address some treasonous subjects, in addition to preparing grand gifts. For meeting the Azura King warrants a momentous occasion. Upon hearing Lu Qingxue relent, Zhao Dizhu's was overjoyed. Did this not signify that the esteemed lady had come to terms with her feelings, thus alleviating her anger? Look, she is already preparing a gift of apology. If this endeavor succeeds, I, Zhao Dizhu's, shall become a notable figure before the esteemed predecessor. Of course, there is no issue. The timing of our departure shall be at your discretion, your majesty. As for the treasonous subjects, may I take it upon myself to handle the likes of Lu Ji, Gao Qiu and Hu Yue? It is unacceptable that such disgraceful elements within our sect have meddled in imperial affairs and nearly caused harm to both the young lady and your majesty. As the Grand Elder, I cannot evade responsibility. Rest assured, the outcome will surely satisfy you. Zhao Dizhu's eyes narrowed, exuding a palpable aura of menace, causing Gao Qiu and the others to tremble in trepidation. Lu Qingxue nodded. They were all in the same boat. So how could she disagree? Very well. Let Zhao Elder handle Gao Qiu and the others. National Master Li Chunfeng, Prime Minister Guanzhong, and Minister of Rights Gu Yanwu. You are commanded to cooperate with the Jinyui to eradicate all officials who have previously betrayed us. As for the vacant positions, promote talent from the humble scholars. And any who dare to resist shall face the annihilation of their 9 clans. Lu Qingxue issued her commands with formidable authority. After Lu Ji's downfall and the disappearance of the threat from the Soul Town sect, her power has ascended to an unparalleled zenith. It is no exaggeration to declare that the Ice Spirit Kingdom is now under her absolute dominion. The time has come to seize this opportunity for a sweeping transformation. Yes, Your Majesty. Gu Yanwu and several others bowed in acknowledgement, then turned their grim gazes toward the assembly of civil and military officials. A wave of panic swept through the crowd, their faces paling as they immediately knelt, fervently bowing their heads in a desperate plea for mercy. Your Majesty, spare us. We shall never defy you again. Please, grant us another chance. Their foreheads bled from the fervor of their prostrations, yet Lu Qingxue feigned indifference, dismissively waving her hand. Li Chunfeng let out a chilling smile, addressing the officials. You may proceed to the dungeons and await the Jingyi Wei's thorough investigation of your backgrounds. Only then will it be decided whether you live or die. The officials turned ghostly pale. After all, who among them could claim an untainted lineage? Their pasts were shrouded in darkness. As Li Chunfeng escorted the group of officials away, Zhao Daizhong cast a cold glance at Gao Qiu and the others. Elder, we acknowledge our mistakes. We are willing to face the wall in reflection for 20 years and sincerely apologize to the Empress. Might you consider this? Sensing Zhao Daizhong's wrath, Gao Qiu hurriedly pleaded for mercy, though a glimmer of confidence remained in his eyes. After all, he was the deputy sect master with formidable strength. Surely, Zhao Daizhong, known for his appreciation of talent, would not resort to executing him. A mere bow of apology would suffice. However, to his astonishment, Zhao Daizhong's next words sent him into disarray. Had you offended another, perhaps I could have shielded you. But today, you have crossed Lady Lu and Miss Ling. Not even the Emperor could save you now, mark my words. With that, Zhao Daizhong raised his hand, slowly lowering it before the horrified gazes of Gao Qiu and Lu Ji. Boom! A resounding force descended from above, striking down Lu Ji and the others as if they were mere insects, obliterating them on the plaza outside the Golden Hall. The ground itself sank 3 meters deep from the impact, leaving only pools of blood and scattered remnants, those of Gao Qiu's family and their heavenly tier accomplices. Having completed this grim task, Zhao Daizhong remained unperturbed, as though he had merely crushed a few ants. Your Majesty, does this outcome meet your approval? Elder Zhao's iron-fisted measures earn my utmost respect. Yet, do you not lament the loss of the sect's higher-ups? Lu Qingxue nodded with satisfaction. Harboring no fondness for Lu Ji and the others, especially Gao Qiu and Hu Yui, who had betrayed her father, an unforgivable grievance. Zhao Daizhong slightly inclined his body. As long as your Majesty is appeased, these blind fools can be disposed of without a second thought. Lu Qingxue shook her dragon robe, offering a subtle smile as she gestured for them to enter. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Tonight, a grand banquet shall be held. Might I request you to share tales of the esteemed Chumo, a figure of great significance as he is the father of Lingyu? It would be prudent to gain a deeper understanding of such a formidable individual, for I harbor a profound admiration for those of exceptional strength. Zhao Dizhus and his companions exchanged knowing glances, erupting into hearty laughter, instantly grasping each other's unspoken thoughts. This was merely the wife's attempt to glean insights about her husband, whom she had not seen for 8 long years. Very well. We shall convey all that we know to His Majesty. Come, once my younger brother Li Chunfeng concludes his tasks, I shall also take the opportunity to share my insights on swordsmanship with him. That night, the palace was adorned with festivity, music, and dance. Aside from the mournful cries echoing from the dungeons, the rest of the palace resonated with laughter and joy. At the banquet, Lu Qingxue listened intently as the others recounted the character, habits, and preferences of the Azura King. Chu Linger occasionally chimed in, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, observing Lu Qingxue's intense interest in Chumo, Lu Hao, who sat in a corner ignored by all, felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. After angrily smashing a few wine cups, he stormed out with 2 maidens, making his way to his own royal residence. Cursed be that Chumo. Not only has he stolen the woman I hold dear, but he has also thwarted my grand ambitions. I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. And you, Lu Qingxue, how dare you? I have devoted 8 years to you, yet I have not even had the chance to touch your hand. I once believed you to be pure and virtuous, but it seems you have already been sullied by another man, all the while maintaining your aloof facade. In this chaotic world, who are you pretending to be pure for? What flaws do I possess? How many in this vast continent can rival my noble status? Lu Hao fumed, utterly losing his composure. Observing his distress, his childhood companions, the 2 maidens, hurried to console him. Your Highness, what is it that Lu Qingxue possesses that captivates you so? Countless noble ladies and princesses vie for your affection. How can a married woman possibly be worthy of your esteem? If your Highness truly desires her, perhaps we can assist you in your pursuit. Chapter 99. Lu Hao's malicious thoughts and schemes. Upon hearing their words, Lu Hao embraced the 2 maidens, one on each side, allowing them to perch upon his legs. The maidens were elated. Had they gained his favor? As long as they had the prince's affection, what treasures or advanced techniques would be beyond their reach? You see, I was once a mere orphan, bullied and scorned. Even when the late emperor adopted me as his son, it did little to alter my fate. Within the palace, I was tormented by Lu Ji and the noble scions. Even the sons of ministers dared to belittle me. Because I lacked power, influence, and connections, the late emperor paid me little heed. During my most helpless moments, it was Lu Qingxue who stood by my side, driving away all my adversaries. As he reminisced about his childhood, Lu Hao's eyes softened, filled with warmth and affection. You cannot fathom the sanctity and kindness she embodied in my eyes at that moment, resembling a celestial being. Even when she merely inquired if I required the physician's assistance, her act of kindness illuminated a glimmer of hope amidst my darkness. From that instant, I vowed to make her my wife. In this lifetime, she is destined to be my woman alone. Thereafter, I became her devoted follower. Though she scarcely acknowledged me over the years, the pang of unrequited love only deepened my obsession for her. Alas, what a pity! Lu Hao sighed, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The 2 maidens, however, found amusement in the situation. It is a truth universally acknowledged that men yearn for that which eludes them, just as others' wives are deemed more desirable than one's own. Holy Son, what transpired next? They inquired. Subsequently, she fell victim to Lu Ji's machinations and vanished for a year. Upon her return, when I professed my affections, she revealed that she had taken a husband. I presumed my inadequacy and lack of influence had compelled her to offer such an excuse to refuse me. Thus, I devoted myself to relentless training and fierce combat, ultimately earning the title of Prince of Southern Town, yet she still turned a blind eye to my existence. Even now, as the holy son of Jiuhua Mountain, the outcome remains unchanged. What makes me, Lu Hao, unworthy of her? Pray enlighten me. Lu Hao, his hair disheveled, grew increasingly agitated, culminating in a roar of frustration. His eyes brimmed with resentment, jealousy, and a sense of injustice. Observing the bloodshot eyes of Lu Hao, the 2 maidens sighed. What was once deemed infatuation had transformed into a derided obsession over time. The holy son, without a doubt, was the epitome of the most ardent admirer. Such devotion seldom leads to a favorable conclusion, and they, too, held no affection for such creatures. Holy Son, it is that Lu Qingxue who is truly ungrateful. How could such an exceptional man as yourself be unworthy of a mere empress? In truth, the Holy Son had fallen into a misconception, which hindered his pursuit of Lu Qingxue's affection. Contemplating the perfection of Lu Qingxue's visage and form, the sharp-tongued maiden's lips curled in envy. Hearing this, Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback. What misconception? He queried, intrigue piqued. It is well known that women understand women best. To win her heart, the Holy Son need not begin with the heart itself. There is a saying, the swiftest way to capture a woman is to first possess her body. So, why does the Holy Son not assertively claim her? If you shatter her pride and crush her self-esteem, would she not yield to your will? She is merely an empress of a small nation. Can she truly escape the grasp of the Holy Son? The thought of Lu Qingxue's perfection being claimed by another caused a sharp pang of anguish in Lu Hao. After absorbing the words of the maiden, his eyes, once filled with frustration, began to darken with perverse thoughts, as malice and resentment grew within. She obliterated my love. Thus I, Lu Hao, shall bring about her ruin. Does she not regard me with disdain? I am curious to see whether she will still maintain her usual frosty demeanor once I have her in my grasp. Humph. Lu Hao snorted coldly. As the saint son of Jihua Mountain, what does her once proud imperial status amount to in my presence? It is a privilege for her to be favored by me. Indeed, after being a sycophant for too long, one begins to view the other as exalted. It seems she is the one unworthy of me. However, she currently possesses considerable strength, shielded by her imperial aura. And with Zhao Dizhu's and his entourage guests at the palace, should I force myself upon her, Lu Qingxue would undoubtedly resist. The commotion would surely attract Zhao Dizhu's and his companions to come to her aid, and we would stand no chance against them. What shall I do? Lu Hao furrowed his brow, troubled. Having been struck by Zhao Dizhu's today, he understood that this group was beyond his capacity to contend with. Yet, the desires and wicked thoughts within him made it difficult to relinquish his intentions. Upon hearing this, the childhood friends exchanged knowing smiles. Hee. As long as the saint's son can ensure she will not resist, will that not suffice? Lu Hao raised an eyebrow. Oh, do you two have a plan? The two girls nodded, producing a pouch of powdered medicine from their bosoms, grinning sinisterly. Saint's son, this is a treasure bestowed upon us by the Holy Master to protect you. Once inhaled or ingested, it will render anyone, whether at the desolate or flood stage, utterly incapable of resistance. Neither inner strength nor imperial aura can be summoned. Will there even be a commotion then? Lu Hao's eyes lit up as he snatched the powder. What a marvelous treasure. I never imagined my father could be such a person. Poisoning. The thought exhilarated him. The goddess he had adored for decades was finally to be his. I, Lu Hao, shall shatter your pride today and make you pay for your repeated rejections. With that, Lu Hao, clutching the powder, departed from the Wang Fu of the southern town, heading towards the palace. Within the palace, the banquet had just concluded. Zhao Dizhu's, Chao Chao, and several others were conversing merrily with Li Chunfeng, Zhu Jun, and Gu Yanwu, having set up 2 more tables, discussing and boasting as they went. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxue, after calling out to a few people, led Chu Linger to the imperial study, eager to inquire about the preferences of the Azura king. After all, as his daughter, Chu Linger understood her father better than anyone. Linger, make sure to remind your mother. When we meet your father tomorrow, we must prepare properly. We cannot afford to lose face. Oh dear, there is no need for such complexity, mother. You are stunning, as long as you show up. My father won't mind what gifts are brought. Besides, he is a notorious drinker, constantly indulging in alcohol. Just a few bottles of health wine will suffice. You know, the kind infused with live snakes, scorpions, centipedes, and hornets. He loves those bizarre concoctions. Dressed in a gown provided by Chu Mo, Chu Linger waved her hand dismissively. Lu Qingxue sighed inwardly. The Azura king is a drunkard? At least my husband, Lu Qingxue, was sober when together with me. Very well. Summon someone to bring all the finest wines from the national cellar to the imperial study. Lu Qingxue called out to the outside of the door, but received no response from the palace maid. Instead, the door to the imperial study was pushed open from the outside. What does the princess need so much fine wine for? Lu Hao entered with a broad smile. As he stepped inside, a subtle fragrance wafted through the room. Lu Qingxue frowned, visibly displeased, her demeanor projecting an air of aloofness. What brings you here at such a late hour, holy son? And why, as a grown man, do you carry a sachet meant for women? Lu Hao, with a nonchalant gesture, responded as if enlightened by the world. Sister, there is no need for such feigned indifference. Upon returning, I have come to a realization. Perhaps we are simply siblings. Now that you have a husband, I too have come to terms with it. Henceforth, I, Lu Hao, shall no longer impose upon you. I intend to return and inherit my father's legacy, dedicating myself to cultivation. There are countless flowers in the world. So tonight, I come to bid you farewell. As for the fragrance, it is a specially crafted sachet from Jihua Mountain, known to clear the mind and invigorate the spirit. If you fancy it, I can offer you a few. Lu Hao began to untie the sachet from his waist, extending it towards Lu Qingxue. At his words, Lu Qingxue's brow relaxed somewhat, yet she did not accept the sachet. My husband is allergic to fragrances, so I do not wear them. Please take it back. Lu Hao grimaced, a shadow crossing his heart. That detestable husband again? Chu Mo, was it? After tonight, Lu Qingxue will likely find it hard to face him again. At that time, Lu Qingxue shall be my plaything, and I will ensure Chu Mo witnesses how I ravage her. Chapter 100. Today, you shall be my feast. Noticing Lu Hao's unchanged expression, Lu Qingxue nodded slightly. As long as you have come to terms with it, that is good. You are now the Holy Sun, and this mere ice spirit kingdom is truly beneath you. Jiuhuan Mountain, a colossal entity, surpasses the ice spirit kingdom by hundreds of times. Their Holy Sun cannot continue to act as the Prince of Southern Town. Lu Hao sighed, his face clouded with worry. But if I leave, who will assist you with capable generals by your side? Lu Qingxue waved her hand dismissively. It matters not. With your strength, your presence here serves little purpose. Go with peace of mind. Lu Hao's expression faltered, a dry laugh escaping him. Hee, sister, you certainly jest. I am at least in the mid-level of the wilderness stage. Oh, by the way, since I am departing, I will return these troops to you. Additionally, I shall also hand over the half of the wood spirit kingdom that we have captured. After speaking, Lu Hao retrieved a large stack of contracts, the surrender document from the wood spirit kingdom, and the imperial jade seal from his storage space. He placed these items on the desk and pushed them toward Lu Qingxue. Upon examining the contracts, Lu Qingxue was taken aback. You have conquered half of the wood spirit kingdom? Why have we not received any battle reports from the front lines? Lu Hao gently touched his head and smiled helplessly, a hint of confidence lacing his laughter. How long could the mere kingdom of wood spirits endure under my command? Were it not for the news from the capital regarding Lu Ji's treasonous intentions, I would not have returned to rally support for the throne. The reason I refrained from allowing the scouts to report was that I intended to surprise you with my complete conquest. However, it seems that such a gesture is no longer necessary. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue fell silent for a considerable time. Although she had often treated Lu Hao with a cold demeanor, she recognized that he had been diligently striving for the sake of the empire's territories. Furthermore, with half of the kingdom of wood spirits under her control, her imperial techniques could advance further. Once she consolidated the remaining half of the kingdom of gold spirits, a breakthrough to the Hong level was inevitable. At that time, her ice spirit kingdom would have a formidable presence, no longer regarded as a mere small nation by others. Thank you. You have suffered greatly these years. Lu Qingxue expressed her gratitude, causing Lu Hao to momentarily freeze in surprise. After a few seconds, he waved his hand with a light-hearted demeanor. Ah, what are you saying? Were it not for my elder sister, I would have likely been bullied to death long ago, and I would not have survived to this day. By the way, elder sister, in the past, there were tales of Lien Pu and the late emperor sharing wine to relinquish military power. Shouldn't we, the king of the south and the elder sister, create a similar story? This would ensure our names are remembered through the ages, don't you think? With that, Lu Hao pulled out a beautifully crafted wine jar made of exquisite jade from his storage space. He uncorked the jar, and an intoxicating aroma of wine instantly filled the study, infused with a spiritual energy that invigorated the senses. However, Lu Qingxue remained unmoved. With a vigilant gaze, she waved her hand and firmly rejected. You know I never consume alcohol. Internally, Lu Hao scoffed. Not drink. Today, you shall drink whether you wish to or not. He steadied his mind, sighed deeply, and wore a bitter expression. I say, elder sister, after years of battling for the empire, I have at least earned some merit, if not accolades. Let this be a farewell toast for my brother. Is that not acceptable? If you fear it may be poisoned, I shall drink first, and then you may follow. Lu Hao poured himself a cup from the wine jar and tilted his head back, consuming it in one swift motion. Afterward, he smacked his lips, exclaiming, this wine is indeed quite exceptional, a divine nectar from Jiuhuan Mountain. It can enhance one's internal strength for a year. Crafting a bottle is no easy feat. Had it not been for my father's esteemed status, I would not have had the pleasure of tasting it. Now, elder sister, you must believe I am not a villain, right? You are my goddess. How could I harbor any ill intentions towards you? Observing Lu Hao's obsequious demeanor, Chu Linger instinctively sensed something amiss. Despite Lu Hao's current politeness, she felt a strong aversion towards him. How dare he covet my father's bride? It would be a mercy to let him live. Seeing this, Chu Linger quickly grasped Lu Qingxue's hand, speaking with a haughty tone. My father has stated that young ladies should not consume beverages offered by other men, and although you claim this wine to be exceptionally rare, I perceive it to be quite ordinary. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao chuckled derisively, casting a scornful glance at Chu Linger. Ordinary? Huh. You. a mere young girl, possessed no understanding. The exquisite nectar from Jiuhua Mountain is, without exaggeration, the second finest wine across the entire continent. The finest wine, however, is the Bailian liquid. Crafted by one of the strongest beings in the central domain, the master of the Yaoqi, using the legendary Yuji divine lotus, combined with a unique secret method. Consuming it grants eternal youth and enhances one's cultivation. Yet, such divine wine is produced only once in a millennium, making it impossible to obtain, and fundamentally, the Bailian liquid is a medicinal substance rather than a true wine. In truth, the exquisite nectar from Jiuhua Mountain is the finest, Lu Hao proclaimed proudly, intending to pour a glass for Lu Qingxue. However, in the next moment, Chu Linger rolled her eyes and retrieved a 2-liter jade bottle from her sack, adorned with a label inscribed with the words Bailian liquid. Below it was a list of ingredients and their effects. Is this what you speak of? I seem to possess it. Mother, if you wish to drink, you may have this. Father always said to be wary of others. I do not trust him to be a good person. Chu Linger pouted, eyeing Lu Hao warily. With that, she uncorked the bottle, and an immense surge of life energy erupted forth. Feeling this intense vitality, Lu Hao's mind was thrown into turmoil, his heart racing. Good heavens! How is this possible? Where did you acquire this Bailian liquid? And in such abundance? The Yaoqi can only produce a small cup in a millennium. What you possess is a quantity from several millennia. It must be a fake. There is no way a little girl like you could obtain Bailian liquid. Lu Hao exclaimed, attempting to snatch the wine from Chu Linger, but was halted by Lu Qingxue. What do you intend to do? Taking your frustrations out on a child. How low can you stoop? Lu Hao furrowed his brow, for he knew full well that what Chu Linger had produced was indeed authentic. The richness of that life energy could not be feigned. Realizing his attempt to seize the wine had been thwarted, Lu Hao swiftly withdrew his hand, his heart swelling with delight. Once I deal with Lu Qingxue, that little girl's Bailian liquid will surely be mine. This is the Bailian liquid, a treasure my father could never procure even a drop of. How fortuitous it is that I have obtained it today. Moreover, since this little girl resembles Lu Qingxue, being her daughter, I would relish the opportunity to raise her and experience it all over again. Ahem. It seems I have lost my composure. I wonder where she could have acquired such a treasure. Chu Linger rolled her eyes, smiling derisively. Of course, it was given to me by my father. Do you think my father is like yours, always providing subpar items? My father only gives me the very best. However, ever since my father administered that concoction along with the medicine, I found the so-called Bailian liquid to possess an unpleasant medicinal taste, which led me to leave it untouched. Witnessing a mere girl look down upon him, Lu Hao felt momentarily speechless, unable to muster any retort. The disparity between fathers is indeed vast. I must ensure my father strives harder. His ineptitude tarnishes my reputation as his son. Lu Hao harbored a fierce resolve within. In Lu Hao's moment of daze, Chu Linger had also poured wine for Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue lifted the cup given by Chu Linger and subtly nodded toward Lu Hao. As siblings and as ruler and subject, let this cup signify our bond. With that, Lu Qingxue gracefully finished the drink. As the Bailian liquid entered her belly, a surge of formidable life force surged within her dantian. Astonishingly, Lu Qingxue, who had only recently entered the early stage of the desolate realm, broke through to the mid-stage. Elated by the enhancement of her power, Lu Qingxue rejoiced. However, it was not long before her expression began to shift. The internal strength within her ebbed away like a receding tide, entirely beyond her control. In less than 3 seconds, she felt herself reduced to an ordinary person, devoid of any trace of internal energy. Furthermore, her entire body felt weak and powerless. Even lifting her hand became a strenuous endeavor. Lu Qingxue collapsed onto the chair, her complexion drastically changing. What on earth is happening? In the next moment, a raucous laughter echoed within the study. Ha ha, Lu Qingxue, today you shall become my feast. I, Lu Hao, have long awaited this day, and today I shall savor the flavor of this ice-cold empress. Chapter 101. Lu Hao. Do you dare to lay hands on a senior's wife? Seeking death, Lu Hao brazenly scrutinized Lu Qingxue in her current state, relishing her expressions of despair, fury, and disbelief, which ignited a thrilling sense of revenge within him, swiftly overtaking his reason. Observing Lu Qingxue transformed into a helpless creature, Chu Linger's expression also shifted dramatically. Mother, what has happened to you? Shall I fetch Brother Ouyang to take a look? Chu Linger rose, intending to dash out of the study for help. But Lu Hao casually unleashed a surge of internal energy, sealing the door. No matter how fiercely Chu Linger collided against it, she could not escape. Forced to return beside Lu Qingxue, her face contorted with anger. Mother, I cannot get out. Lu Qingxue, with great effort, pulled Chu Linger behind her. Her frosty countenance was etched with fury as she bellowed at Lu Hao. Is this your doing? With brazen confidence, Lu Hao nodded, surveying Lu Qingxue's delicate form with an unsettling expression. Indeed, it is the handiwork of this holy sun. You, Lu Qingxue, are you not proud and aloof? Today, I shall shatter your arrogance and make you aware of the consequences of rejecting me. Lu Hao, I must admit, this body is truly exquisite. It utterly captivates me. Seeing Lu Qingxue unable to resist, Lu Hao became surprisingly calm. With a mocking gaze, he quietly relished the sight of her panic and fury. Feeling a profound sense of accomplishment within, Lu Qingxue was engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend how she had fallen into this predicament. Despite her vigilance and lack of trust in Lu Hao, why was this happening? I have neither consumed your wine nor engaged with you. What have you done to me? Lu Hao approached her step by step, having already dismissed the palace maid outside. In his eyes, Lu Qingxue was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Huh, your sense of caution is commendable, but do you think this holy sun has not considered that? In your view, avoiding my wine ensures your safety? Little do you know. Even the air can poison you. Lu Qingxue was taken aback, a flash of insight illuminating her mind. Are you referring to the fragrance pouch? Exactly. Did you think I was merely stalling for time? You fiend. I curse you. Lu Qingxue roared, forcing a sliver of her inner strength to rise, intent on striking down Lu Hao. Yet, she found herself unable to take even 2 steps before collapsing back into her chair. Lu Hao laughed triumphantly. Save your strength. You have fallen victim to my Jiuhua Mountain's 10 fragrant soft muscle powder. Even at the peak of the Hong level, you cannot resist. The effects will last for an hour. Ample time for this holy sun to have his fun. Ha ha ha. Lu Qingxue was consumed by despair and fury. She would not allow Lu Hao to defile her, for her body was meant only for Chuimo. Now, faced with this calamity, she knew she was powerless to resist. And with Li Chunfeng and Zhao Di's who's still drinking, no one would notice her plight. It seemed she could only resign herself to fate. Lu Qingxue's face reflected a determination to die with dignity. Even in death, I must preserve my purity. My husband, in the next life, I shall still be your wife. Linger, when your mother passes, call out for your father. He will come to save you. As for your mother, she may not have the chance to accompany you again. With that, Lu Qingxue closed her eyes, her dantian beginning to radiate light. This posture suggested she was prepared to self-destruct into ashes. Lu Hao was taken aback. Was she truly attempting to vanish before his very eyes? You think it's that simple? This holy sun has yet to savor your essence. If you wish to die, you must first seek my permission. Do you think you can self-destruct? I will shatter your dantian and see how you explode. Lu Hao unleashed a strike aimed at her dantian, seeking to thwart Lu Qingxue's self-detonation. Witnessing the swift turn of events, Chu Ling immediately burst into tears. The small figure struggled free from Lu Qingxue's grasp and bravely positioned herself in front of her mother, glaring defiantly at Lu Hao. Mother, Ling will not allow you to take your own life. Ling will protect you. With that declaration, she unsheathed her pink divine sword and fiercely swung it towards Lu Hao. First stance of the grass character sword technique. Grass, you old wood. Second stance, grass, you big leaf. The divine sword blazed with brilliance, unleashing 2 violent sword energies that surged towards Lu Hao, tearing apart his casual strike. Lu Hao scoffed with disdain. A mere child, barely out of her infancy, dares to wield a sword against me? Just watch. Unfazed, he extended his hand to dismiss the feeble strike from Chu Linger, who was at the mid-stage of the yellow rank. However, the moment his hand made contact with the sword's aura, his expression shifted dramatically. His right wrist was severed with a swift motion, and a vibrant hand fell to the ground, fingers twitching involuntarily. The second wave of sword energy then sent him flying, leaving a wound on his chest and face, a gash a foot long and an inch deep, exposing bone beneath. Blood gushed forth, and in excruciating pain. Lu Hao hurriedly pressed on his arm, desperately stanching the flow. How is this possible? How could a yellow rank like you unleash such a formidable attack? He could hardly fathom that Chu Linger had managed to breach his defenses and inflict such grievous harm. Just as he pondered the cause of his bewilderment, Chu Linger staggered, nearly collapsing from exhaustion, her long sword slipping from her grasp and clattering to the ground. This startled Lu Qingxue, who rushed to interrupt the impending disaster, her complexion pale as she struggled to catch the faltering Chu Linger in her arms. "Linger, are you all right?" "Mother, I'm fine, just a bit fatigued from the exertion." Chu Linger forced a smile, her lips curling weakly. The grass character sword technique was indeed powerful, but her cultivation was too low. She had only managed to strike twice thanks to the divine sword in her possession. "Huh, you little girl have truly enraged me. I, Lu Hao, have never suffered such a severe injury in my life." He cackled maniacally. "If I'm not mistaken, it is this sword that enabled you to wound me? Who would have thought I would gain such a windfall today, huh? I shall repay you in kind, for I, Lu Hao, believe in settling scores on the spot. You shall perish, and I will relish the taste of your demise." His expression twisted grotesquely, the deep wound on his face rendering him a terrifying sight. Enraged by Chu Linger's audacity, Lu Hao raised his left hand, channeling nearly 70% of his internal energy into a strike aimed at her. As the attack hurtled toward Chu Linger, a sinister smile crept across his lips, envisioning the tragic scene of her demise and Lu Qingxue's heart-wrenching sorrow. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Chu Linger, with great difficulty, rose again, breaking free from Lu Qingxue's embrace to stand defiantly in front of her. As the attack made contact, her dress suddenly radiated a brilliant light, obliterating the assault entirely, not even causing a ripple. "What? You possess a protective treasure?" Lu Hao exclaimed, astonished. "It can completely withstand my mid-stage yellow rank strike. What caliber is this? Even the treasure my father wields can only block 90%. Could it be that?" He felt a surge of exhilaration. To activate a defensive treasure requires internal energy. "Today, I shall see just how many of my strikes you can endure." In his ecstasy, he momentarily forgot the pain coursing through his body, fixated on the sword at Chu Linger's feet and the enchanted garment adorning her. To my astonishment, not only did I acquire a pair of mother and daughter flowers today, but I also obtained two invaluable treasures, one for offense and one for defense. Once I return, my father shall undoubtedly regard me with newfound respect. Yet, what is the origin of this little girl? Her equipment surpasses even that of this holy son. With the mindset of a cat toying with a mouse, Lu Hao persistently launched attacks in an attempt to break through her defenses, knowing that Lu Qingxue's medicinal effect would last for an hour. His speed was remarkable. Even if he took 2 minutes, he would have ample time to play with the two girls. Under the protection of Chu Linger's skirt, all of Lu Hao's attacks were thwarted. Frustrated, Lu Hao commenced a full-scale assault. One strike landed on Chu Linger, and this time, her skirt seemed to have been provoked. Rather than dissipating the attack, it rebounded it back. "What? This is not good." Lu Hao gasped in shock and hurriedly attempted to evade, but he was caught off guard as the returning attack pierced through his shoulder, leaving a gruesome wound. Boom! The entire Imperial study was reduced to ruins, collapsing with a resounding crash. This tremendous commotion caused Zhao Dizhus and his companions, who were indulging in wine, to momentarily freeze in disbelief. What on earth is happening? "Old Li, are you conducting renovations in the palace at night?" "Quite dedicated. Do introduce me to this demolition team later." Burp. "Renovations? We have no projects in the palace recently. Allow me to see what's going on." Li Chunfeng, slightly inebriated, leaped onto the rooftop. However, upon witnessing the wreckage of the Imperial study, he saw Lu Qingxue and her son standing helpless amid the debris. A chill of dread washed over him, and his intoxication vanished in an instant. "What the hell? Lu Hao, you have such audacity. Come here and face me." Li Chunfeng soared into the air, sword in hand, preparing to unleash a devastating strike. Upon seeing the scene before them, Zhao Dizhus and his companions were equally seized by terror. Their anger surpassed that of Li Chunfeng's. "How dare you lay hands on the madam and the young lady? You are no better than a mouse provoking a cat, seeking unnecessary trouble." Chapter 102. Visitors from Juhua Mountain seek to capture Chu Mo. 7 formidable attacks from the Hong-tier experts descended from the heavens, locking onto Lu Hao. His expression changed drastically. "This is bad. The situation has been exposed. How infuriating." Lu Hao hastily retrieved a flying shuttle from his storage space and, in a moment of peril, stepped inside. As all gazes turned to him, they realized this flying shuttle was a top-tier artifact of the Hong level. What? This is actually the escape artifact from Jihua Mountain, the Void Shuttle? That old fool Musashi actually entrusted such a treasure to Lu Hao? It appears this rascal is exceptionally favored. In the blink of an eye, the Void Shuttle whisked Lu Hao away at incredible speed. The mountains may not shift, but the waters do. You, wretched girl, I swear I shall make you pay dearly. And you, worthless Hong-tier fools, I will ensure you learn the consequences of offending Jihua Mountain. No one can save you now. Lu Hao tore through the night sky, a streak of light vanishing in an instant. Before his departure, he discreetly cast a minuscule transparent object towards Lu Qingxue. A grain of rice had adhered to her hair, merging seamlessly with it. Lu Qingxue, feeling utterly weak and fatigued, remained oblivious to the anomaly. As she observed Lu Hao soaring away, Zhao Dizhu's fury erupted. Chow scoundrel! You are to safeguard the young lady and Lady Lu. Oh, wait. Lady Lu is a married woman. I cannot trust you with that. Zilong, you and Lu Duer must hold the fort. The rest of us shall pursue that wretched scoundrel. With a sweeping gesture, Zhao Dizhu's immediately led Sun Quan and others in hot pursuit. Their failure to protect the ladies had nearly brought shame upon them. A grievous offense. What would the elder think if he were to learn of this? After Lu Hao's escape, Lu Qingxue completely succumbed to her exhaustion, and the mother and daughter embraced. Sitting heavily on a chair, releasing a deep sigh of relief. Your Majesty, Linger, how are you faring? Ouyang Mingri, you old rascal. Hurry and let the Emperor and Linger see you. Observing the two women's frailty, Li Chunfeng wore an expression of deep concern and promptly summoned Sai Huatuo to attend to them. Sai Huatuo nodded, sending forth 2 golden threads that wound around the wrists of the 2 women, commencing his pulse diagnosis. After a brief span of 10 seconds, Sai Huatuo silently exhaled. Your Majesty has been afflicted by the soft muscle powder. Once the effects wear off, all will be well, and the side effects are minimal. As for Linger, she has simply exhausted herself as before. A good meal and a restful sleep will suffice. Upon hearing the diagnosis, everyone finally felt a measure of relief. Li Chunfeng gestured toward the approaching palace maids. Come forth. Do not dawdle. Assist the Emperor and the Princess into their chambers for rest. Delay further, and I shall have your heads. The maids, filled with trepidation, carefully assisted Lu Qingxue and Chu Linger toward the sleeping quarters. After a few steps, Lu Qingxue suddenly recalled something, turning to Li Chunfeng. Ah, there should still be a bottle of exquisite wine amidst the ruins. Master Guosher, please retrieve it. It must not go to waste. With that, the mother and daughter were ushered into their room. Li Chunfeng, meanwhile, began to search through the debris. On another front, Lu Hao, aboard the Void Shuttle, hurriedly made his way back to the Wangfu of the Southern King. Upon his return, his childhood companions rushed forward to greet him. My lord, have you succeeded tonight? Wait, what is that wound on your chest? The 2 girls looked at him, bewildered by his injuries. Lu Hao had no time to explain. He gazed upward at the sky and saw several streaks of light racing toward him, sending a chill of terror through him. Flee. There is no time for explanations. You 2, quickly board and operate the shuttle. Grabbing the 2 girls, Lu Hao oriented himself toward the west and continued his flight. The 2 girls transformed into engines, continuously supplying inner strength to the Void Shuttle. After a night of relentless escape, with the 3 of them taking turns at the controls, they finally managed to elude Zhao Dizhu's and his pursuers. Within a cave of an unknown mountain, the 2 girls tended to Lu Hao's wounds and prepared a bowl of medicine. Holy Son, take your medicine. Finish this bowl, and your injuries will heal swiftly. Lu Hao accepted the bowl and gulped it down, cursing vehemently in frustration. Cursed be it. The woman who was so close to me has unexpectedly fled. Despite all my calculations, I did not anticipate that the girl possessed such extraordinary treasures. This is a classic case of losing the hen while trying to catch the chick. I, Lu Hao, must avenge this grievance. Lu Hao's fury left the 2 women exchanging perplexed glances. What has come over the saint? Lu Hao recounted the events, and upon hearing them, the 2 women fell into a moment of stunned silence, unable to suppress a curse. A useless man, incapable of handling a mere girl. She is immune to inner power, yet you could not resort to physical means to push her away? Saint, what shall we do now? With so many guardians of the flood stage, We cannot retaliate. Lu Qingxue suggested, should we seek assistance from the sect? They have flood stage experts. But we at Jiuhua Mountain also possess a considerable number. The two women continuously offered suggestions to Lu Hao. A sly smile crept onto Lu Hao's lips as he gathered the two women closer. Fear not, for I have discerned their intentions for today. Even with 7 flood stage guardians, summoning our sect's experts would be futile unless my father intervenes. However, since I cannot retaliate against Zhao Dizhu's, I shall take my revenge on Lu Qingxue. I will tarnish her reputation, leaving her unable to face the world, and make her willingly become my plaything. Lu Hao scoffed, his eyes filled with malice and coldness. The pain in his chest served as a constant reminder that this vendetta must not be forgotten. The two women exchanged glances, their expressions laden with confusion. To make her willingly become a plaything? Does the saint have a plan? Lu Hao nodded, revealing a sinister smile. Of course, with my intellect. Subduing her will be a breeze. Does she not have a beloved husband named Chuimo? Tell me, if I were to capture that man, would Lu Qingxue not come pleading for his release? At that point, whatever demands I make, she would surely acquiesce. Lu Hao's smile grew increasingly deranged, his excitement escalating with each word. Nothing could provide him with greater satisfaction and a sense of revenge than this scheme. The two women were taken aback. Saint, how do you know where that Chuimo is? Lu Hao remained silent, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a transparent spiritual stone. After channeling his inner power, the stone emitted the sounds of Lu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng engaged in conversation, along with their plans to visit Chu Mo the following day, even revealing that Chu Mo was at the Gaha Mountain. Prior to my tactical retreat last night, I left a highly concealed listening pearl on that wretched Lu Qingxue. Now, every word and action of theirs is under my control. Since they intend to visit Chu Mo's residence, I can take a shortcut to arrive first. Once I have dealt with that scoundrel, I can then pursue my further plans. Qing Mei's eyes lit up, astonished by the saint's cunning maneuver. Yet, another maid furrowed her brow, worry etched on her face. However, I overheard Zhao Dizhu's mention that this Chu Mo seems to be an extraordinary master, even surpassing the Holy Lord of Musashi. Are we truly capable of capturing such a formidable individual? Faced with the maid's inquiry, Lu Hao sneered dismissively, interrupting her words with a wave of his hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible for there to be a super master. My father has stated that in this world, there are no cosmic-level powerhouses, not even in the martial arts flourishing central domain. There are barely 10 celestial-level experts across the entire continent, and they are already the pinnacle of the elite, let alone cosmic level. In my estimation, that Chu Mo is at most a mid- or late-stage flood-tier warrior. However, it is merely due to some formidable equipment acquired from ancient tombs or relics that Zhao Dizhu's and the others perceive him as formidable, but he is nothing to fear. Allow me to summon an elder from Jiuhua Mountain, and with the aid of some grand formations and plans, we shall surely capture that Chu Mo. I, Lu Hao, have battled for many years and possess countless strategies. You shall witness how I resolve this matter. Lu Hao asserted confidently, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. He then picked up a communication stone and infused it with his inner energy. 5 minutes later, a space tunnel, the size of a dog hole, materialized within the cave. From this opening emerged a young man of initial flood-tier cultivation. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qing Mei and Zhuma were clearly taken aback and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Elder Ji. This individual was indeed one of the 10 elders, the transmission elder of Jiuhua Mountain, appearing to be in his 20s or 30s. Yet he had actually lived for 8 centuries. The newcomer nodded slightly in acknowledgement, focusing his gaze on Lu Hao. Upon noticing the latter's injuries, his expression grew somber. Elder Ji Taichu has met the Holy Sun. May I inquire what commands you have? Furthermore, Holy Sun, regarding your injuries. Chapter 103. Departure to Gahashan. Here is the situation. Did you comprehend? Lu Hao, no, it should be stated as Wu Hao, recounted the entire sequence of events to Ji Taichu. Since departing from the Ice Spirit Kingdom, he had completely changed his name to take his father's surname, no longer using the former Lu Hao. After listening, Ji Taichu, whether in genuine or feigned anger, shattered a stone with a single strike of his palm. Despicable! How dare they insult the Holy Sun of Jiuhua Mountain in such a manner? If these individuals are not eliminated, it would be a failing on my part as the transmission elder. Holy Sun, please rest. I shall seek out those people and eliminate them all. Ji Taichu feigned readiness to depart, yet inwardly cursed vehemently. Damn it! I was summoned in such haste. I thought your ancestral grave had been disturbed. It turns out it was merely a failed drug endeavor, truly a disgrace to Jiuhua Mountain. Elder Ji, hold on. They have 7 flood-tier warriors. Your single fist may struggle against 4 hands. It may be exceedingly difficult to confront them. What I require you to do is to travel to a place called Gahashan and locate an individual named Chu Mo. He may be a mid- or late-stage flood-tier powerhouse. You must find a way to capture him alive. This way, I can proceed with my subsequent plans. Wu Hao hastily called out to Ji Taichu, sharing his initial plan. Upon hearing this, Ji Taichu's face displayed pride as he coldly snorted, a mere mid-stage flood-tier. What of it even if he is late-stage? In my youth, I was also a prodigy. To ensure the stability of my realm, I spent an additional 500 years in the flood stage. Even against the esteemed Grand Elder at the pinnacle of this stage, I would not falter in battle. Coupled with an array of invaluable treasures at my disposal, capturing a fledgling with a humble background poses no challenge. The Holy Sun may rest assured. I shall undoubtedly complete this task with ease. Those hailing from grand sects are far more formidable than mere novices. Thus, both Wu Hao and Ji Taichu felt a sense of superiority. Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction. Though the opponent's realm was not high, their strength was undeniably formidable otherwise. They could not hold the position of a transmission elder. I have complete confidence in Elder Ji's competence. Here is the map of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Please discern the direction of the Gully Mountain. We must hasten our departure to capture Chu Mo before Lu Qingxue and her entourage arrive. This way, the initiative will rest firmly in my hands. To be candid, that fellow may have unearthed an extraordinary ancient tomb, possessing numerous treasures, including the exceedingly rare green lotus liquid. Once we secure him, our strength at Jiuhua Mountain will receive a significant boost. The green lotus liquid is exclusively owned by the Yao Pool throughout the realm. Wu Hao speculated that Chu Mo might have disturbed the grave of an ancestor from the Yao Pool. Wu Hao produced the map, and the group began to study it. After confirming the location of Gully Mountain, Ji Taichu soared into the void. Watching Ji Taichu depart, Wu Hao and the others exhaled in relief. Holy Sun! Why did Elder Ji choose to fly? Can he keep pace? His strength could effortlessly tear apart the void to construct a spatial passage. Qingmei and Zhu Ma inquired with curiosity. It seems illogical to fly when he can tear the void, they mused. In good spirits, Wu Hao casually explained. Chu Mo is at the flood stage. The spatial fluctuations caused by tearing the void would likely raise his suspicions. Furthermore, we have time. Lu Qingxue has yet to depart from the imperial city, so our chances of success are quite high. The 2 women suddenly understood, so that is why? Elder Ji is quite meticulous in his work. However, they recalled the eavesdropping orb that indicated Lu Qingxue would visit Chu Mo today. Why have they not yet set off? Listening to their questions, Wu Hao retrieved the eavesdropping orb and examined it once more. His expression gradually turned peculiar, but he soon tucked the orb away. Let us not concern ourselves with that woman. Life is fleeting, one must seize joy in the moment. Once I secure Chu Mo, there will be ample time for her. At the entrance of Lu Qingxue's chamber in the Ice Spirit Kingdom's palace, Zhao Dizhu's and Li Chunfeng, alongside several others, leaned against a pillar, chewing on grass. Their faces etched with ennui. His Majesty has always acted with swift decisiveness. Why has he been dawdling for several hours today? Li Chunfeng sighed heavily. Zhao Dizhu's waved his hand dismissively. Look at the items the palace maids are holding. If I am not mistaken, Madame Lu is applying her makeup. The process of a woman beautifying herself is akin to home renovation. Quite slow, indeed. It requires scraping, smoothing, applying powder, and a myriad of details. It's only natural for it to take time. Like my disciple Holmeyer. It takes a good 2 hours to don makeup and choose a dress before one can step out. It's simply a matter of habit. Beside them, Sai Huahua crushed a handful of ash with a grin, observing the group with amusement. Recently, many nobles had been in mourning, attending funerals. Why not join in a feast ourselves? What a splendid idea. Come, Xiao Lu, you and Steward Wei stay here. As soon as the emperor emerges, notify us at once. Let us first indulge in a banquet at the home of Chong Wei. Li Chuanfeng's eyes brightened, and the group sprang into action, heading straight for the residence of the Minister of Justice. Inside, Lu Qingxue had just finished being adorned by the palace maid. Sitting before the vanity, She gazed at her reflection, nearly falling in love with herself. The light makeup accentuated her exquisite features, rendering her visage flawless. Her long, silken hair cascaded effortlessly to her waist, and a touch of crimson on her lips added a hint of allure to her otherwise ethereal presence, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, complemented by her enviably ample bosom and a waist that could be grasped with a single hand. Her charm was off the charts. Who would have thought that this unadorned self could appear so stunning with a little makeup? Mother, you are breathtaking. You rival Linger in beauty. If father were to see you, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Chu Linger exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lu Qingxue shot her a disapproving glance. Are you praising mother or yourself? I wonder if your father is truly the husband I have not seen for 8 years. Alas, various coincidences suggest they are one and the same. Yet my husband possesses no martial prowess. Never mind, I shall find out soon enough. Linger, which dress do you think would suit me best? Lu Qingxue approached the wardrobe, gazing at the array of exquisitely crafted garments, feeling a pang of indecision. Typically, she donned only dragon robes and nightgowns, leaving her no need to deliberate on attire. However, today she was to meet the enigmatic Azura king, who might be her husband, and thus she must present herself impeccably. Any outfit would look lovely on mother, but surely, the shorter the dress, the more father would appreciate it. Chu Linger said with a mischievous smile. Lu Qingxue ignored her comment and sifted through the collection of long dresses. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon a tattered long gown made of patches and burlap. Gazing at the peculiar dress, Lu Qingxue's expression shifted and she made her decision. This one it shall be. She reached out to retrieve the dress, holding it against herself, only to find it slightly oversized. This dress resembles the simple attire Linger wore when she descended the mountain. This garment does not do justice to Mother's beauty. Why would she choose to wear this? Chu Linger tilted her head, bewildered, recalling her own desire for new clothes but being left with only the old garments stitched by her father. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxue chose to wear the least appealing option. Women, truly, possess minds that are intricate and unfathomable. Lu Qingxue clutched her tattered long skirt closely to her chest, her gaze imbued with an unparalleled softness. This garment was meticulously sewn by my husband, stitch by stitch, and it was worn by my mother when she departed. I have preserved it all this time. If your father is indeed my husband, whom I have not seen for 8 long years, then donning this outfit is preferable to anything else. I yearn to see if he can recognize me. A rare hint of playfulness danced across Lu Qingxue's face. She had marred her beauty back then, rendering herself unappealing. However, she had undergone a remarkable transformation, and it was uncertain whether he would recognize her now. Thus, this dress serves as a clue. Chu Linger pouted, seemingly perplexed. Mother, shouldn't we set off now? I long to return home and see our poor father. He must be feeling quite lonely. Lu Qingxue nodded and swiftly changed into the hemp skirt. Then, accompanied by Chu Linger, she pushed open the door and inquired of Wei Zhongxian and Lu Bing who awaited outside. Have you prepared the fine wine I requested? Upon beholding the exquisitely adorned Lu Qingxue, both men were momentarily taken aback. Even the eunuch Wei Zhongxian found himself momentarily entranced. Regaining their composure, they noticed Lu Qingxue's lack of anger and promptly bowed, presenting her with a bag. Your Majesty, everything is ready and has been placed within this storage bag. Lu Qingxue accepted it, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. During my absence these few days, you must cooperate with Chancellor Guanzhong to manage state affairs effectively. Furthermore, summon Elder Zhao Dizhus and National Master Li Chunfeng. We shall depart immediately. Chapter 104. The elder is off to flirt with the young lady as Lu Qingxue and her companions prepared for hours to set off. An unexpected visitor arrived at the foot of Galia Mountain. On horseback. Indeed, this is Galia Mountain. It is truly remote. Elder Ji Taichu cursed under his breath. Having searched for so long, if he hadn't spent 5 taels of silver to hire a guide in the town, he would still be lost. Gazing at the extremely secluded Galia Mountain, Ji Taichu, with a furrowed brow, vented his frustration. Calming himself, he leaped into the air, soaring above the mountain to survey the terrain. After several circles, his efforts were rewarded as he finally spotted the small courtyard belonging to Chuimo. In this desolate and forsaken mountain, there exists such a quaint dwelling. The person the Holy Sun spoke of must be concealed within. Ji Taichu's eyes hardened, and with a swift motion, he descended. Allow me to observe for a moment. Once I ascertain the absence of formations and ambushes, I shall come for your life. Ji Taichu, clear-minded and astute, understood well that although he was formidable, he was not foolish. Even a lion employs all its strength to seize a rabbit. As an experienced individual, he grasped this principle thoroughly. Moreover, according to the intelligence received, this Chu Mo was likely at the late stage of the Hong realm. He could scoff verbally, but in practice, he dared not underestimate his opponent. Ji Taichu carefully alighted on a large tree outside the courtyard, crouching quietly atop it, relying on his exceptional hearing and vision to diligently observe everything within the courtyard. In the courtyard, Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuankong were diligently engaged in their labor, one wielding a small hoe and the other carrying a basket of seedlings, transforming the environment of the small yard. Indeed, they had yet to be met with the end from Chu Mo, and the reason was their industriousness. Such formidable, free labor was too valuable to waste. How delightful! I never imagined that one day I, the esteemed ancestor of the Tianyi sect, would develop a fondness for agricultural toil. Wei Chuankong wiped the sweat from his brow and declared with vigor. Thanks to their efforts over the past few days, Chu Mo's fields had been thoroughly cultivated and sown with crops. Furthermore, the duo constructed a small livestock farm nearby to raise animals, allowing Chu Mo to select his dinner's fare. Previously, Chu Mo's courtyard could be likened to a scene of desolation, akin to the fierce winds of August sweeping away the thatch from my roof. However, with the arrival of these two, the yard had been remarkably refurbished, resembling a quaint courtyard. Living in such comfort, where one merely had to stretch out a hand for clothing and reach for food, made Chu Mo feel somewhat decadent. If only you would speak. Who could have fathomed that by associating with seniors, even engaging in the humble tasks of digging and tilling could yield such significant rewards? In just a few days, he had ascended to the late stage of the wild realm, and now, even if the senior urged him to leave, he had no intention of doing so. Enough with the idle chatter, let us work diligently. Otherwise, when the senior returns and finds us unfinished, we shall go hungry tonight. You must understand, the senior's insistence on our hard work is but a form of training. In the past, would you have ever dreamed of encountering such a miraculous artifact or tasting the divine rice that the dog lord savors? Mei Qianhua rolled his eyes, displaying clear disdain. As he spoke, he gestured towards the small hoe and the bowl of rice meant for the dog. Wei Chuankong's expression sharpened, and he nodded in vehement agreement. You speak the truth. No matter how arduous or exhausting it may be, as long as we can enjoy a morsel from the dog lord's bowl, every bit of toil is worth it. By the way, should we request leave to return to the sect and reassure those little rascals? I fear they might cause an uproar. Mei Qianhua waved his hand dismissively. With the two of us, the ancestors of the sect, still alive, what chaos could they possibly wreak? Staying here and enjoying the meals is far more delightful. After a few moments of contemplation, Wei Chuankong nodded in agreement. The two resumed their fervent planting, working with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the dog, occasionally wagging its tail, pointed at the two with a sense of authority, to which they responded with obsequious smiles, calling out dog lord and dog brother in turn. Witnessing this scene from the tree above, Ji Taichu's forehead twitched with rage. Damn it! From their conversation, it seems these two are not the masters of the courtyard, but rather some obscure sect's ancestors? How could the ancestors neglect the lives of their disciples, coming here to dig and farm, while appearing so pleased and content? Most appallingly, they treat a wild stage ice wolf with such courtesy, truly a disgrace to our martial practitioners. Humph, since you do not regard yourselves as human, today you shall not be spared. This elder shall ensure that you too meet your demise alongside that Chu Mo. Ji Taichu's eyes were suffused with murderous intent, marking the two men and the dog as destined for death. However, to ensure his safety, Ji Taichu produced several spirit stones, his figure flashing as he strategically placed them around the courtyard, crafting what appeared to be an extraordinary array. A chuckle escaped his lips. This elder was not only formidable in combat, but also adept in formations. With this divine formation, he could channel the power of the flood tier, unleashing the might of the peak flood tier, or even a half step into the cosmic level. Thus, whether they were of the flood tier or the wilderness tier, he would ensnare them effortlessly. Ji Taichu proudly clapped his hands, stowing the remaining spirit stones before striding toward the small courtyard. He felt a growing disdain for Chu Mo. realizing that he had constructed such a grand array without detection. Clearly, he was not particularly strong. If he were a peerless powerhouse, how could he allow someone to set up a formation near his domain? He would have struck long ago. Creak. The door to the small courtyard swung open, the sound drawing the attention of Wei Chuan, Kong Er, and the dog, by phone. Who are you looking for? Where is the master of this courtyard? Call him out, Ji Taichu demanded, his nostrils flared with arrogance. Wei Chuan and Kong Er exchanged glances, feeling some dissatisfaction with Ji Taichu's demeanor. Yet they refrained from expressing it. Someone so brazenly seeking out a senior must either be an enemy or an acquaintance. Either way, these two small fries could not afford to offend him. Realizing this, they exchanged faint smiles and shrugged. Oh, the senior was graciously invited by the master of the Soul Requiem sect, Huameyer, to the mountaintop for a picnic. He may be a while. Why don't you sit and wait? Ji Taichu furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. Huameyer? Who was this formidable figure? How could she be so close to the master of the courtyard? She was not some expert, merely a stunningly beautiful girl of the wilderness tier. It seemed she had taken a liking to the senior and wished to pursue him. The two men casually explained, their faces betraying an air of ambiguity. It must be said that someone as handsome as Chu Imo certainly had his charms. Huameyer was a beauty of unparalleled grace, with countless suitors. It was surprising that she had succumbed to the allure of the senior. Such a fiery, untamed spirit. One could only wonder how long Chu Imo could withstand it. However, upon hearing their words, Ji Taichu was filled with rage. What? He has gone on a picnic with a girl, and you expect me, Ji Taichu, to wait here for them to finish? Preposterous. His expression hardened. Since he is not present, this elder shall take your lives first. There are actually 2 pieces of wilderness tier treasures in this courtyard? This unexpected delight intrigued him. No wonder the Holy Sun spoke highly of this fellow's treasures. Once I collect these 2 damaged wilderness tier artifacts, I shall await his return at my leisure. Ji Taichu's gaze fell upon the 3 mystical flames furnace, the stone table fashioned from a bagua array, and the cured meats hanging within the furnace. A flicker of joy danced in Ji Taichu's eyes. Although the treasures of the desolate realm held little value for him, they represented an unexpected gain, capable of exchanging for substantial resources upon his return to the sect. As for the cured meat, it would serve as a delightful accompaniment to his drinks. With that thought, Ji Taichu gently raised his right hand, and a formation abruptly materialized in the sky. The formation, like a spring, infused him with internal energy, forcibly elevating his realm to a half-step toward the cosmic level. Sensing this overwhelming force, a smirk crept across Ji Taichu's lips as he pressed his hand downward lightly. A surge of ferocious power surged toward Wei Chuan and Kong. Witnessing this scene, the 2 men immediately darkened their expressions. Damn, we thought you were here as a guest. Who would have imagined you came to rob us? With the senior gone off to adventure with a companion, they could not disappoint him by neglecting their duty to guard the home. In the senior's domain, how could they allow themselves to be bested? Watch as I take you down with a single strike, turning you into fertilizer. Unfazed, they believed the senior was undoubtedly aware of the unfolding scene, perhaps even observing their performance from the shadows. To avoid being expelled from their home, they had to fight. Even if the odds were against them, retreat was not an option. Mei Qianhua transformed his hand into a hoe and charged forward unflinchingly. Wei Chuan, grasping a basket, also charged with wide eyes, disregarding his opponent's realm entirely. At this moment, Ji Taichu could not help but snort coldly, seeking death. How dare these 2 fools take me on? Before he could finish his thought, the unfolding scene caused Ji Taichu's expression to shift dramatically. What on earth are you? Mei Qianhua's seemingly mundane strike with the hoe evoked a profound change in Ji Taichu's demeanor. Such formidable intent. How could this be possible? The essence emanating from a mere hoe surpassed that of even the Holy Master. What grade of treasure was this? Cosmic level? No. Could it be of the universe level? Ji Taichu found it hard to fathom. Could there truly exist treasures of the universe level when even the universe level formidable beings did not? Such a rarity had never been possessed by the Holy Master. This seemingly feeble hoe bore the weight of Mount Tai, pressing down upon Ji Taichu with an insurmountable pressure. Under this immense strain, even with his half-step cosmic strength, Ji Taichu felt an urge to kneel and beg for mercy. Crack! Ji Taichu's strike was effortlessly torn apart by Mei Qianhua wielding the hoe. as if shredding a mere sheet of paper. How dare you attempt to rob us in our own home? Do you think we are mere corpses? Indeed, the two of us are loyal servants of the senior. How could we allow you to run amok? If you wish to seize the treasure, you must step over our corpses. Either you kill us, or we will take you down. Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuan, filled with righteous indignation, bellowed, their demeanor radiating an unwavering loyalty. Ji Taichu's expression turned grave as he clasped his hands together and sighed. Such a loyal servant is indeed a rarity in this world. If Ji Taichu had known that these two had only been captured for a few days, he might have been infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Humph. Flattery is of no avail. Daring to steal means your demise is imminent. Prepare to meet your end, little thief. Wei Chuan and Kong appeared exuberant, raising a flower basket high and hurling it towards Ji Taichu. With the treasured item in hand, he felt no trepidation towards this half-step Zhoutian level. On ordinary days, not to mention a Zhoutian, even a Hong level would be in existence they looked up to. Who would have thought that today they could leverage the power of their senior to dominate a Zhoutian? Such an opportunity must not be missed. Today, they finally understood the sensation of being empowered by another, and no wonder that Ice Wolf was so audacious. As the flower basket approached, cold sweat seeped through Ji Taichu's clothes. He felt as if the heavens were collapsing around him. Even the carefully arranged formation he had set up was utterly obliterated by this strike. Please spare me. Great lords, have mercy. I shall never dare again. I jested, truly. I have an old acquaintance with the master of this courtyard. Ji Taichu, utterly devoid of fighting spirit, found his pride crushed under the weight of the basket. Kneeling and repeatedly bowing his head, the flower basket halted just a mere centimeter above his head. Ji Taichu's cold sweat poured forth. He had always believed his strength would protect him from death, but for the first time, he felt its proximity. You say you are acquainted with the senior? Indeed. The master of this courtyard has a wife and a daughter, am I correct? Ji Taichu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, cautiously divulging the information Wu Hao had provided, attempting to deceive them. Upon hearing this, Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuan exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in contemplation. Since you possess such confidential knowledge, could it be that you truly are an acquaintance of the senior? If so, are you not aware of their strength? Why then would you dare to seize the treasures of the senior? Their eyes narrowed, suspicion glimmering between them. Ji Taichu avoided their gaze, stammering, well, I am actually the master of the courtyard's creditor. He borrowed money from me for wine, and, relying on his cultivation, has yet to repay me. Thus, I merely came to collect some items in lieu of his debt. After a moment's thought, the two nodded. We dare not decide on the debt of the senior. But since he is absent, we shall wait until he returns to discuss it with him directly. For today, we shall spare you. Should you ever dare to steal again, we will show you no mercy. Their eyes glinted with menace as they glared at Ji Taichu. Feeling as if a great reprieve had been granted, Ji Taichu scrambled away from the courtyard. The information had been flawed. Wu Hao had deceived him. To think he was told it was a Hong level? If these two were already so formidable, how could I possibly contend with a Hong level wielding a Zhoutian weapon? Were it not for my quick reflexes, I would have surely met my end today. Observing Ji Taichu fleeing in a panic with his tail between his legs, Bai Feng, nestled in the corner by the door, could not help but let out a derisive laugh. A mere flood-tier cultivator, emboldened by a fortifying formation, dared to wreak havoc in my master's abode? Truly, it was akin to seeking death by lighting a lantern in a privy. However, this disdainful scoff caught the attention of Ji Taichu, who had retreated to the entrance. Feeling the scornful gaze radiating from the canine, Ji Taichu's heart felt as if it were pierced repeatedly by a sewing machine. In an instant, fury ignited within him. How audacious! They may belittle and bully me, but at least they are the master's servants. Yet you, a mere dog, dare to look down upon me? Cough. Ji Taichu, unable to retaliate, spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Bai Feng's forehead, igniting the flames of anger. Bai Feng's expression darkened instantly. He braced himself and stood tall, baring his teeth. How dare you, wretched creature? You seek death. Witness the formidable prowess of my wolf clan as I strike you. Bai Feng shook the collar around his neck and lunged fiercely at Ji Taichu. The collar emitted a blinding white light, tearing open the very fabric of space. Good heavens! Ji Taichu's complexion turned ashen as he hastily summoned all his inner strength to shield himself against the impending assault. Boom! However, Bai Feng's attack proved to be far from easy to deflect. His head collided forcefully with Ji Taichu's abdomen. Ji Taichu was sent hurtling backward for several dozen meters, suffering multiple broken ribs and severe internal injuries, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. In an instant, his vitality waned to an alarming degree. By the heavens, I cannot even best a mere dog, let alone a human? Wu Hao, may the heavens have mercy. Ji Taichu's eyes brimmed with disbelief, his heart laden with regret. He had thought this task would be effortless, yet he nearly lost his life in the process. What monstrous beings are gathered in this small courtyard? Two wretched flood-tier cultivators wielding cosmic treasures were already daunting, but now a mere guard dog possessed a cosmic artifact as well. Is the owner of this estate a purveyor of divine artifacts? What realm does he inhabit? With no time to ponder further, as the enraged canine charged again, Ji Taichu expended all his inner strength to laboriously tear open a spatial rift, his head slipping through as he dove into the void. Humph, you may have escaped swiftly, but dare to spit upon the great Lord of Dogs, and I shall bring you to your knees, relieving myself upon your head. Bai Feng snorted disdainfully, shaking his fur as he sauntered back to the entrance. Witnessing this spectacle, Mei Qian and Hua Er both sighed deeply. Life is fleeting enough, and this creature dares to take shortcuts. Little do they know, we would never provoke the great Lord of Dogs. After Ji Taichu's hasty retreat, Chu Mo returned from outside with his hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by a fiery enchantress. Yet, the enchantress bore no trace of joy. Her exquisitely alluring face was marred by dark lines of displeasure. This was due to the fact that she was shouldering a wild boar weighing over 400 pounds. Blood dripped profusely, staining her crimson dress even more vividly. Senior, did you not venture out for a picnic? What is happening? How did he return so swiftly? Wei Chuan Kong blinked in confusion. Chu Mo, brimming with excitement, pointed to the wild boar perched on the shoulder of Hua Mei'er. What luck! We had barely settled down and lit no fire, yet that red dress of Mei'er's attracted a wild boar. Thus, to ensure the meat remains fresh, I must hasten back to handle it. Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan and Kong's lips twitched, realizing even the boar could decipher Hua Mei'er's intentions. To their surprise, this senior was utterly oblivious to the subtlety. No wonder she wore a frown. By the way, what is the situation at home? Why is it so chaotic? Chu Mo took the wild boar and slammed it heavily to the ground, noticing the disarray in the courtyard. Mei Qianhua recounted the events that had transpired. Chu Mo frowned. A creditor? I never owe money. In the future, be more vigilant and do not be deceived. Never mind. Who among you will assist me in dealing with this wild boar? Hearing this, Hua Mei'er quickly stepped forward. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair, lotus-like hands, and cheerfully approached, Grand Ancestor. It is evident you enjoy handling game. Allow me to assist you. Gazing at the charming and smiling Hua Mei'er, Chu Mo felt a sudden chill run through him, an inexplicable sense of unease welling up within. For some reason, I have an ominous feeling that something significant is about to transpire, as if my home were about to catch fire. What is going on? While Chu Mo was lost in thought, Ji Taichu had also returned to the cave where Wu Hao resided. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the void, and Wu Hao tumbled out. Upon seeing the one man and two women before him, even in his weakened state, Ji Taichu mustered the strength to curse. Huh, Holy Sun, I curse your two grandfathers. Chapter 106. The Holy Sun remembers. Chu Mo has a weakness for the fairer sex. The sudden outburst nearly startled Wu Hao to death. Holy Sun, are you alright? What do you think? Damn it. Wu Hao cursed, turning to seek trouble with Ji Taichu. However, upon witnessing Ji Taichu's pitiful state, seemingly more breath than life, their expressions shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, they hurriedly donned their clothes and helped him up. What happened to you? Were you not supposed to capture Chu Mo? How did you end up in such a state, facing a mere flood stage? Wu Hao's question, though unintended, made Ji Taichu vomit blood in anger. Struggling to rise, he seized Wu Hao by the throat, his face contorted in rage. A mere flood stage? I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. How dare you speak such words? Was that even a normal flood stage? I cannot even defeat one of his dogs. Are you asking me to walk to my death? After venting his fury, Ji Taichu collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Wu Hao wiped the spittle from his face, bewildered as he looked at Ji Taichu. What in the world is happening? Ji Taichu sighed, feeling his internal organs were irreparably damaged. acutely aware that his life was nearing its end. With the last vestiges of his strength, he recounted the harrowing tale to Wu Hao, albeit in a fragmented and laborious manner. It is precisely as I have said. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao's countenance paled in shock. What? A mere lowly servant of his family, even a guard dog, possesses a cosmic artifact? Even if you manage to reach the threshold of the cosmic realm through the formation, you are still no match for him? You do not even know what that Chuimo looks like. How could he be so formidable? Does this mean I am utterly incapable of avenging you? Wu Hao was bewildered. Ji Taichu was the most promising elder of Jiuhua Mountain, aside from himself, and one of its 10 pillars. To think that this end would come about because of Chuimo, if he could not eliminate Chuimo and retrieve something of value, he would undoubtedly bear the weight of Ji Taichu's demise. Upon returning, he would be hard-pressed to maintain his position as the Holy Sun, and the repercussions would surely be severe. In an instant, Wu Hao's expression oscillated between despair and rage. His hatred for the man who had taken Lu Qingshua's innocence was profound, yet the formidable cosmic artifact wielded by his adversary left him feeling utterly powerless. As Wu Hao's expression shifted, Ji Taichu, who had nearly succumbed, suddenly opened his eyes. Wait, although I have not seen Chuimo, I gleaned something from his servantess words that may present us with a turning point. Wu Hao raised an eyebrow, a flicker of hope igniting within him as he shook Ji Taichu vigorously. What is it? Speak swiftly. Chuimo is quite the libertine, with a profound fondness for beautiful women. Thus, the Holy Sun could exploit this weakness. Ji Taichu implored, I beseech you, Holy Sun, avenge this elder. After he spoke, his head tilted, and he succumbed to the finality of death, his heart ceasing to beat. Observing this, Wu Hao exchanged glances with the two maidens. They understood immediately and, with expressions of disdain, began to adorn Ji Taichu's lifeless body in fresh garments, diligently cleaning away the traces of blood. After all, he was an elder of Jiuhua Mountain. Even in death, he deserved to be presented with dignity. As they gazed upon the elegantly attired Ji Taichu, Wu Hao let out a heavy sigh. Ah, Ji, you were so striking. Who would have thought you'd remain so handsome even in death? The two maidens, childhood friends, stored the body in a spatial pouch, their faces reflecting a mix of sorrow and admiration. Holy Sun, it is hard to believe that an unparalleled master like Elder Ji has perished. What shall we do now? Should we inform the Holy Master about the cosmic artifact and the circumstances of Elder Ji's demise, allowing him to decide? Upon hearing this, Wu Hao's heart sank, and he immediately interjected. He envisioned his father wielding a grand sword, pursuing him across vast distances. No, if this information were to leak, regardless of whether my father could procure the artifact, my implication in Elder Ji's death would be impossible to conceal, and harsh punishment would be inevitable. Do you wish for me to be confined, or even stripped of my position as Holy Sun? Who would then provide for the two of you? The maidens recoiled in alarm, shaking their heads vigorously. No, no, no. How could that be? Although the Holy Sun's presence is brief, it is certainly preferable to having none at all. Hence, our discourse remains unfinished. Sensing the murderous gaze of Wu Hao, the two women hastily slapped themselves. Our intention is to convey that the joy bestowed by the Holy Sun is irreplaceable. We would follow him every day if we could. How could we bear to see you punished? Moreover, are you not aware of our loyalty to you? The question remains. What should we do without reporting to the Holy Lord? The truth cannot be concealed forever. The sect will inevitably learn of Elder Ji's demise. Wu Hao retrieved a listening orb and, upon sensing that Lu Qingxue and the others had already set out towards the remote mountains, felt an urgent sense of desperation. Time was of the essence. He must devise a plan swiftly to eliminate Chuimo, thereby completely claiming Lu Qingxue and turning her into his possession. Furthermore, he could potentially recover those cosmic-grade artifacts to atone for his misdeeds. Wu Hao's mind raced, meticulously analyzing various pieces of information and weighing the pros and cons. According to Ji Taichu, while they were formidable, they merely relied on their high-level equipment. Their actual cultivation was but that of the barren stage. Thus, the Holy Sun would not seek his father's aid, for he sought vengeance, not only for Ji Taichu, but also for himself. Chuimo had stolen the first blood that rightfully belonged to him. How could he possibly endure such a grave insult? Wu Hao spoke with palpable malice. The two women exchanged glances, apprehensive. Vengeance. But we are powerless to confront him. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao smirked, confidence emanating from him. Fear not. With my astute intellect, I will surely devise a plan. Since Chu Mo is easily swayed by beauty, we shall use that to our advantage. We will approach him, gain his trust, and then strike with lethal precision, capturing him in the process. A wise individual should employ their mind rather than resort to brute force to resolve matters. After this proclamation, the two women bit their lips, looking at Wu Hao with pleading expressions. Surely, the Holy Sun does not intend for us to approach him? Wu Hao regarded them with an enigmatic gaze, amusement dancing in his eyes. It must be said that the two women were indeed attractive, and their transformation had endowed them with an added allure. However, that alone did not qualify them as his ideal candidates. You two, while you are lovely, you are not sufficient. Even if you could get close, you would not be able to eliminate Chu Mo. I require a woman of extraordinary beauty and exceptional cultivation, and she must be untouched. Someone like Chu Mo, a seasoned seducer, has undoubtedly encountered countless women. His experience is vast. An original will be discerned at a glance. For only the authentic can pique his interest and allow for easy proximity. The two women sighed in relief, grateful to be spared from such perilous undertakings. After all, while the Holy Sun could have countless followers, their lives were singular and precious. Yet, where could the Holy Sun find such a remarkably beautiful and highly skilled woman? Is that so difficult to find? Have you forgotten about Huaxia? Wu Hao raised an eyebrow, his tone laden with significance. Upon hearing this, the two women were taken aback. Are you referring to Huaxia, the esteemed leader of Baiwa Valley, who possesses peak cultivation at the flood stage? She is indeed one of the 10 most illustrious beauties of the continent, exuding maturity and charm, with countless admirers. Moreover, she serves as the second elder guest of our Jihua Mountain. However, my lord, Huaxia is known for her proud disposition. Even the authority of the Holy Master holds little sway over her. There are even rumors suggesting that the Holy Master harbors affections for her. Can one such as you truly summon her? Wu Hao nodded with a sense of confidence, a mysterious smile gracing his face. I can, for I possess leverage over her. Leverage? The two women looked at each other in confusion. Huaxia is regarded as a goddess among high-level cultivators across the continent. Not only is she blessed with the innate physique of 100 flowers, exuding an alluring fragrance, but she is also supported by a sect comprised entirely of beautiful women. The Baiwa Valley. The disciples within Baiwa Valley excel in the dual cultivation of yin and yang. To win Huaxia's favor is akin to entering paradise. Furthermore, she has maintained her purity for centuries, never having engaged with any man. What sort of leverage could possibly exist over such a divine figure? Wu Hao chose not to elaborate. The value of a secret increases with its scarcity. Just watch, for when I summon her, she shall have no choice but to appear. Upon concluding his words, Wu Hao produced a communication stone and sent forth a message. Shortly thereafter, a spatial rift emerged within the cave. This rift was significantly larger than the one created by Ji Taichu, evidencing the superior strength of the one who tore through the void. Under the watchful gazes of the three, a pair of delicate jade-like feet stepped forth from the rift. The 10 toes were adorned with lustrous nail polish, appearing translucent and exquisite, resembling works of art that would not gather dust even upon contact with the ground. Following, a pair of smooth calves, resembling the finest mutton fat jade, emerged, devoid of any excess flesh. Ascending along the calves, one beheld a pink skirt that hugged the curves just above the knees, modestly concealing her supple thighs. Yet, as the thighs emerged, the newcomer found herself momentarily stuck, seemingly ensnared by the spatial rift. A voice of mild irritation emanated from the rift. Why do I always get stuck at my chest? How vexing. Open up for me. The voice was melodious, akin to the song of a lark. With a commanding shout, the rift widened once more. At last, a stunningly exquisite woman emerged, her features finely chiseled. As she landed, her ample bosom undulated with an alluring grace. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Hao swallowed hard, feeling as though he were engulfed by waves of allure. If Lu Qingxue embodied the essence of a cold ice goddess and Huomaier represented a fiery enchantress, then the woman before him was the epitome of a ripe, succulent peach. Her figure was perfectly balanced. Any excess would render her plump, while any deficiency would leave her gaunt. Everything in harmonious proportion, ample where it needed to be, and enticingly curved. Draped in a form-fitting skirt, she became even more alluring, a woman capable of awakening the primal desires of all men solely through her physique and grace. As Hua Xie emerged from the fissure, she caught sight of Wu Hao's avaricious gaze and the envy-laden glances exchanged between the two women. Her exquisite visage instantly soured, and she could not suppress a disdainful snort. Humph! Conceal your lewd stare, or I shall not hesitate to blind you, and no amount of paternal intervention will save you. She proclaimed, Speak. What is it that you desire? Do not presume that your grasp of my minor secret grants you the right to make excessive demands. Were it not for the life-preserving measures bestowed upon you by your father, you would have perished at my hands last time. Pushed to the brink, she mused. Even if I were to reveal that secret, what of it? I am certain my fervent admirers would overlook such trivial flaws. With eyes as frigid as ice, laced with menace, Hua Xie confronted him. Wu Hao, however, merely scoffed, fully aware that Hua Xie was merely feigning composure. The secret he held was potent enough to ensnare her, and if not for the urgency of the situation, she would never risk such a perilous gamble. Indeed, during his previous visit to Baiwa Valley, Wu Hao had inadvertently stumbled into Hua Xie's quarters. There, he uncovered a rather unsavory truth about the renowned flower goddess, who, unbeknownst to many, engaged in a most nefarious practice. She siphoned the life essence of men, not through physical means, but rather by slaying them and casting their remains into an alchemical furnace to extract their vital energies, thereby preserving her youthful visage. No woman is indifferent to her appearance, especially one hailed as a goddess. The thought of aging is intolerable. After all, even a woman of centuries must confront the inevitability of decline, barring the rare elixir from the Yao Pond that could grant eternal youth. Yet, her actions were akin to those of a fiend, even if her victims were the most despicable ruffians of the realm. Should this information leak, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, potentially stripping her from the illustrious Golden Flower ranking. It was this concern for her standing that compelled the self-important Hua Xie to be manipulated by Wu Hao. Rest assured, Flower Fairy, I ask for nothing excessive. Merely use your beauty to approach a martial artist of around the Hong level, incapacitate him, and capture him alive. He will be ensnared by your charm, and I am confident you will succeed effortlessly, Wu Hao declared, shaking out his robe as he relayed his instructions. Upon hearing this, Hua Xie erupted in laughter, turning on her heel to depart. What a delusion! Countless suitors in the realm yearn for a taste of my allure. I, Hua Xie, have preserved my purity throughout my life, never once laying a hand on a man. You dare suggest I sacrifice my beauty to pursue one? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect upon your own worth. As she swayed her voluptuous figure toward the cave's entrance, Wu Hao remained unfazed. After taking a moment to scrutinize her departing silhouette, he smirked and taunted. Surely, you would not wish for the events of that day to be divulged, would you? I possess a recording stone, after all. Indeed, there is no need for the fairy to sacrifice much. Merely ensnaring him and seizing the opportunity to administer this potion will suffice to effortlessly subdue him. I, Lu Hao, vow by my father's name that should this endeavor succeed, I shall obliterate all evidence related to the fairy. Should I breach this oath, let my father suffer a most wretched fate. What say you? Wu Hao extracted a pouch labeled Heavenly Thunder conjuring earthly fire from his pocket, brandishing it before him. This elixir had been purchased at a steep price from the Hahuan sect, a divine remedy that, once ingested, would render any master of any caliber wholly dominated by primal instincts, stripping them of reason and rank, reducing them to mere beings driven by base desires. Absolutely not. Hua Xie's delicate visage turned icy, remaining unmoved. Wu Hao smirked. What if I told you that the individual possesses an abundance of Bailian liquid? At this, Hua Xie's expression fluctuated, her resolve wavering as she halted her steps. Are you certain it is Bailian liquid? That substance is an unequivocal treasure even within the Yaoqi. Not even the higher echelons of Yaoqi can guarantee access to it. Indeed, I witnessed his wife consuming it, presented by his daughter. I still dare to swear by my father's name. Then first, swear to prove the veracity of your words. Hua Xie returned, acknowledging her intrigue. Acquiring this Bailian liquid would spare her the need to refine the essence of men for the rest of her life. She could even harness its life force to restore her physical age to a true 30. It is known that the most resplendent beauty of the central domain, the Yaoqi as sovereign, at 2 millennia, retains the youthful form of a 20-year-old, all due to the possession of this by Lian liquid. Wu Hao, with a beaming smile, swore his oath and solemnly handed over the heavenly thunder conjuring earthly fire to Huaxia. The individual resides in the Gawa Mountains, according to the map. It is located here. I implore you, fairy, to proceed swiftly. Moreover, do not reveal your strength, lest it arouse his suspicion. He wields a cosmic-grade artifact. Should he wish to eliminate you, you may not stand a chance. Thus, the most prudent approach is to disguise yourself as an ordinary woman, ensuring the highest success rate. Huaxia disdainfully accepted the potion, tucking it into the ample crevice of her bosom. This action ignited a surge of heat within Lu Hao, prompting him to silently curse. Truly a captivating enchantress. What? A cosmic-grade artifact? Huaxia exclaimed in surprise, but the allure of eternal youth outweighed even that. Enough. No need for your words. This Valley Master is aware. As long as I desire to conceal myself, even cosmic-grade beings cannot discern my cultivation. Wu Hao nodded in agreement. I trust in the secrecy of your arts. There is no one under heaven who can rival you. Time waits for no one. I shall await your favorable news here. Without a backward glance, Huaxia tore through the fabric of space and forcefully entered. At this sight, Wu Hao's smile turned sinister. With a powerhouse like Huaxia sent to eliminate you, I wonder how you, Chu Mo, shall survive. Once I have subdued you, Chu Mo, and acquired that cosmic-grade equipment, both Lu Qingxue and Huaxia shall be mine. Ha ha ha. In the secluded mountains, Chu Mo remained oblivious to the fact that an enchanting beauty sought to undermine him and his very essence. Unbeknownst to him, his wife had already entered the quaint town and was making her way toward the foot of the mountain. At this moment, he welcomed a guest from the western regions into his humble abode. Brother Chu, have you truly not encountered anyone by the name of Ji Taichu yet? Why does his presence linger here? I have pursued him for quite some time, and should you possess any intelligence regarding his whereabouts, I, Sima Changfeng, would be immensely grateful. Chapter 108. The arrival of a cosmic-level powerhouse gazing at the individual before him, who sported a hairstyle reminiscent of instant noodles and claimed to be the head of Putong Mountain. Chu Mo felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had just returned home after dealing with a wild boar when this figure descended from the heavens. Moreover, this individual was remarkably powerful, indeed a cosmic-level powerhouse. Even Chu Mo felt a twinge of anxiety in the presence of such a formidable figure. Brother Sima, I have given it some thought. My two elderly servants mentioned that someone named Ji Taichu did visit, intending to pilfer my belongings. However, they, along with my loyal dog, managed to chase him away. So I remain unaware of his current location. Chu Mo shrugged, cautiously observing the man named Sima Changfeng. Such a prominent figure was not to be trifled with. A mere flick of his displeasure could obliterate his home, and even Zhao Di's whose could not shield him from such wrath. Opposite Chu Mo stood a young man, appearing to be around 25 years of age, who mirrored Chu Mo's caution. The youth's pupils dilated, and his body trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the gravity of Chu Mo's words. From the moment he had landed in the courtyard, his mind had been in turmoil. Good heavens! I, Gui Jinxiu, the head of Putong Mountain, one of the two most formidable sects in the western regions, am regarded as an unparalleled master across the land. Even Musashi of Juhua Mountain would defer to me, addressing me as Ghost Brother with utmost respect. Yet, I never anticipated that within this inconspicuous courtyard resided an individual whose very being resonated with the power of the rules. My word, as a mid-tier cosmic-level being, I can barely wield a fraction of these rules, whereas he, even at rest, commands the very fabric of existence to revolve around him. What realm of power does he possess? Surely, a mere exhalation could spell my demise. Gui Jinxiu was engulfed in terror, filled with regret. Had he known of such a powerhouse's presence within the courtyard, he would not have arrogantly intruded. Now, he found himself at an impasse, neither advancing nor retreating. Sima Changfeng and Chu Mo exchanged awkward glances, both sharing a sheepish smile, unsure of how to navigate the ensuing silence, which had grown increasingly uncomfortable. Just then, the door to the guest room swung open, revealing Home, who had bathed to cleanse herself of the pig's blood. She emerged, her long, graceful legs striding confidently as she combed her hair. Senior, your shower gel is truly remarkable. It not only cleanses but also enhances the skin. Simply extraordinary. And this shampoo surpasses soapberry by leaps and bounds. Its fragrance is delightful. Huomire shook her long, flowing hair that cascaded over her chest, catching sight of Sima Changfeng, who was awkwardly smiling opposite Chuimo. "Oh, we have guests at home?" she exclaimed. "Elder, please take a seat. I shall fetch some tea for you." With a gentle smile, she promptly set aside her comb and performed a courteous greeting. She then respectfully entered the kitchen to prepare tea. In her eyes, anyone sharing laughter and conversation with the elder must surely be a friend. As a junior, it was only natural for her to assist in serving tea to the guests. If she performed well, what was there to fear? If the elder were pleased, perhaps she would be retained as a personal maid or even taken as a concubine. How delightful that would be! With Huomire breaking the awkward silence, Chuimo smiled and began to engage with Sima. "Brother Sima, since you are here, why not sit down for a cup of tea or a meal?" Sima Changfeng nodded, his heart racing since the moment Huomire had appeared. He thought to himself, "This girl is so beautiful, so enchanting, so breathtaking. Those long legs, he could admire them for a year, no, a lifetime. Well, since you've invited me, how could I refuse? I shall impose." Sima Changfeng clasped his hands together, though his gaze subtly lingered toward the kitchen, as if hoping for another glimpse of Huomire's long legs. Enough staring. The lady has already gone into the kitchen. Wei Chuankong rolled his eyes and muttered. He and Mei Qianhua lacked the discerning eyes to perceive Sima Changfeng's true abilities, especially with someone as formidable as Chu Mo present. Thus they felt little restraint. Sima Changfeng awkwardly smiled and turned back to Chu Mo. "Brother Chu, I apologize for my rudeness. May I inquire if this young lady is your wife?" "No," Chu Mo replied, shaking his head slowly, not concealing the truth. "Did you not hear her refer to me as elder? I am the elder of the sect, and she is merely a junior visiting for leisure. As for my wife, she is another person entirely. Before he found his wife, he would not allow his heart to be swayed by any woman, especially since he had a daughter to consider." "A junior? An elder? Not a couple?" Sima Changfeng felt an exhilarating rush of joy upon hearing this, his mind suddenly alive with possibilities. He casually sat on a stone bench, excitedly exclaiming, "Though I, Sima Changfeng, hold a position of some importance and have encountered many beautiful women, I have never seen one as ethereal as that young lady. If only her strength matched her beauty, she would surely rank among the top 10 on the continent's beauty list. To think I could discover such a celestial being here. It seems that those who accompany a remarkable person like Brother Chu are indeed not ordinary." Upon hearing this, Chu Mo nodded and smiled, neither confirming nor denying the sentiment. The enchanting mayor is undeniably exquisite, her figure strikingly alluring, radiating an aura that is both youthful and captivating. However, what exactly does this golden flower ranking that Brother Sima mentioned entail? Upon hearing Chu Mo's inquiry, the fiery mayor, busy brewing tea in the kitchen, felt a surge of delight within her heart. In her excitement, her fair complexion flushed with a rosy hue, and her mind raced with myriad thoughts. Did the esteemed elder just compliment my beauty? Could this be a subtle hint? Sima Changfeng, with a playful glint in his eye, engaged with Chu Mo, appreciating his amiable nature, and thus opened up the conversation. The Golden Flower ranking is a creation of the most enigmatic power on the continent, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. In collaboration with the continent's most formidable women's sect, the Yaoqi, the list is comprised entirely of superlative beauties. Rankings are determined by votes from men across the continent based on prowess, appearance, status, and charisma. Each fairy listed is regarded as a goddess in the hearts of all. The top 10 fairies are all single, pursued by countless admirers. Even warriors of our caliber have yet to experience their grace. Chu Mo was taken aback, astonished to learn of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and the Yaoqi. It seems this uncharted land holds many secrets awaiting his exploration. With a yearning spirit, he resolved that once his strength burgeoned, he would embark on a spontaneous journey to thoroughly explore this captivating continent. "Not even someone of your prowess can claim one?" he queried, incredulous. "Isn't there any forceful approach?" Sima Changfeng sighed softly. "Forceful? We dare not. The fairies on the Golden Flower ranking are protected by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and the Yaoqi due to their multitude of suitors. As long as they have not selected a husband or married, any act of force against them would result in dire consequences. Previously, an ancestor of the Hahuan sect in the Central Domain, a mid-level cosmic powerhouse, attempted to force himself upon the last fairy on the list, the Lily Fairy. Before he could even make a move, he was reduced to ashes by a coalition of formidable experts. However, those beauties not on the list often meet with tragic fates, disappearing or meeting untimely ends. At this revelation, Chu Mo gasped in disbelief. Such unparalleled beauty could indeed wield immense power, akin to the goddesses of Blue Star. Always surrounded by devoted protectors, it appears that the phenomenon of idolizing beauty exists even in this otherworldly realm. He was taken aback that Mayer's beauty garnered such high praise from Brother Sima, uncertain if this was a blessing or a curse. With a furrowed brow, Chu Mo expressed his concern. Although he and the fiery Mayer were not particularly close, they shared a decent friendship. Such a remarkable beauty, if her background became known, might attract unwanted troubles. Most importantly, he feared a misunderstanding could lead to dire consequences for himself, an unjust demise. Sima Changfeng rolled his eyes. What are you worrying about? Brother Chu? With a powerhouse like you around, who would dare to lay a hand on Mayer? By the way, Brother Chu, would you mind if I pursued Mayer? The moment I laid eyes on her, my heart raced like a fawn in a frenzy. It is truly difficult to control my feelings. After being single for a millennium, I yearned to find companionship. Sima Changfeng mustered his courage and posed the question to Chu Mo. In a lifetime of solitude, he finally experienced the sensation of a fluttering heart. Upon hearing this, before Chu Mo could utter a word, Wei Chuan and Kong exchanged disdainful glances, whispering under their breath. Still feeling like a love-struck deer? One can only fear that the little deer in your heart has already been trampled by some beast many times over. Sima Changfeng, what do you mean by that? Chu Mo, is Miss Meyer already? Sima Changfeng clutched his chest, a look of anguish crossing his face. As if he might vomit blood, he had set his sights on a goddess, one he believed to be of lesser competition, thinking it would be a simple task to win her over and establish a connection with a formidable figure. Alas, with those words, Meyer's face flushed crimson as she fidgeted with a teapot in the kitchen, too shy to emerge. Beside her, Chu Mo glared with a fierce intensity at Mei Qian and Hua Er. Startled, they quickly retracted their statements, fearing Chu Mo's wrath. Oh no. What we meant was that Miss Hua admires Senior Chu. Pursuing her would be quite a challenge. Besides, if Senior Chu does not express interest, who would dare to pursue her? That would be courting death. The two shrugged, casting a warning glance at Sima Changfeng. Even though he claimed to be the leader of one of the two great sects of the western regions, they held no regard for him, doubting that this so-called ghostly encounter could ever win Meyer's heart. Only someone with poor judgment would be enamored by such a man. No wonder he had remained single for over a millennium. There was a reason behind it. Upon hearing this, Sima Changfeng's expression shifted. He scrutinized Chu Mo, whose entire being was enveloped in the power of the rules, then glanced at his strikingly handsome visage. Sighing, he realized the disparity between them. If Chu Mo remained silent, how could he dare to compete with his meager strength? Please, do not meddle in matters of the heart. Love is free, and I am already wed. Besides, with my modest means, how could I presume to disrupt a fair maiden's life? As long as Miss Hua has her eyes set on you, what concern is it of mine? Chu Mo waved his hand, sighing softly. If it were not for his family, his daughter, and his wife, he would not have minded embarking on a passionate love affair with Hua Meyer. However, as a married man, he felt the weight of responsibility. Even if his wife was not conventionally beautiful, one must not forsake the partner who has shared hardships. He could not let his selfish desires ruin the lives of two women. Thus, he chose to gently decline Meyer's affections, believing it better than leaving her in uncertainty without any response. Hearing his words, Meyer bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as despair washed over her. Had she just been rejected? Yet, she quickly wiped her tears and regained her composure. Indeed, the senior was not so easily won over. She had not expected him to be so emotionally invested. Even after 8 years since his wife had departed, he had not let go of her memory. Faced with my relentless pursuit of love, the lack of response is enough to prove that my senior is indeed a devoted and admirable man, worthy of a lifelong commitment. Such a passionate soul, if I could only penetrate the depths of his heart, surely my life would be filled with unparalleled happiness. In such a case, he would undoubtedly cherish me above all others, showering upon me his exclusive affection. With her gaze gradually becoming resolute, the fiery enchantress clenched her delicate fists. Rallying her own spirits, I, the fiery enchantress, shall undoubtedly claim you. You may run, but I shall pursue. You cannot escape my grasp. Meanwhile, the jovial, ghostly Joy was filled with exuberance, for the nod of approval from another signified the beginning of his own romantic endeavors. Fear not, Brother Chu, though I, Sima Changfeng, have been without a partner for a millennium and have yet to pursue any celestial maidens. I have not been entirely ignorant of the ways of love. After all, one has seen the pig run even if one has never eaten pork. The love manuals and guides to wooing women within my sect are memorized by heart. And seeing how you have caught the attention of a fairy, you must possess a profound understanding of the art of courtship. Would you not care to share your insights? Noticing that the formidable Chu Mo displayed no airs of superiority, ghostly Joy felt an urge to associate with such a powerful figure. To befriend someone like him would surely provide the means to boast in the central domain in the future. Chu Mo, momentarily taken aback, pondered the notion of romantic experience. In his eyes, courting was the simplest endeavor. There was no need for elaborate strategies or experiences. My approach is straightforward. Would you like to sleep? If the answer is no, simply ask someone else. Men should be open-minded. After all, there's little to lose. However, before Chu Mo could elaborate further, he was jovially interrupted by the boisterous, ghostly Joy. Ah, Brother Chu, you are far too modest. I have a question that perplexes me, and I hope you might enlighten me. Pray tell, what is the greatest taboo in the interactions between men and women? Upon hearing this, Chu Mo furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before earnestly raising his head. Surely, the greatest taboo would be misrepresenting one's gender, would it not? With a thud, the group stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Ghostly Joy, his mouth twitching, climbed back up and gave a thumbs up to Chu Mo, thoroughly impressed. What an astute observation. Truly, Brother Chu, your wisdom knows no bounds. Let us not speak of it again. Chu Mo scratched his head, chuckling softly. He found himself quite fond of the familiar ghostly Joy, who was not only unpretentious but also remarkably approachable, reminiscent of a certain group of rascals from his past life. As the two conversed, the fiery enchantress emerged, gracefully striding forth with a teapot in hand. Sima Changfeng, quick to respond, extended his hand with a smile, eager to assist with the steaming vessel. Miss Mayer, allow me to carry that for you. Be cautious of the scalding water. Rolling her eyes, she deftly sidestepped him, leaving him standing aside, and proceeded to pour a cup of tea for Chu Mo with a charming demeanor. As she slightly bent forward, the glimpse of her fair skin caught Chu Mo's attention. Master, here is some tea. Do let me know how it tastes. In the depths of his heart, Chu Mo silently cried out, "This is indecent," and turned his head to the side, yet his gaze remained fixated, unable to tear away. Ah, this tea is remarkably white. Oh no, I meant to say this teacup is quite large. Let's just pretend I said nothing. Hua Mayer, feeling a surge of delight, bent even lower, and the cup of tea she poured lingered unfinished for quite some time. Chu Mo wiped his nose, hastily shifting the topic to mask his embarrassment. Well, Sir Sima, please take a seat and enjoy some tea. By the way, may I inquire about that Ji Taichu you mentioned earlier? He was struck by my family's old servant. He won't come seeking vengeance, will he? Following the conventions of various novels, one could expect the elder to retaliate after the younger was harmed, which left Chu Mo somewhat anxious. Noticing Hua Mayer ignoring him, Sima Changfeng remained undeterred and approached the table, pulling out a chair. Come, Miss Mayer, you've worked hard, do sit. Observing the man's complete lack of decorum, Hua Mayer rolled her eyes again and positioned herself behind Chu Mo to massage his shoulders. You've worked hard, ancestor. Let me give you a shoulder rub. Chu Mo shrugged, displaying an air of resignation. Sima Changfeng sighed. To keep the goddess close, a young man must learn to flatter. I shall not give up. With that, he plopped down, lifting the teacup to sip. The tea touched his lips, and even a figure of Sima Changfeng's stature was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "What? Enlightenment tea? Chu, you have the audacity to serve me such a rare brew? I am truly honored." Aware of the rarity of enlightenment tea, which even held significance for celestial and cosmic beings, he recognized that one seldom encountered it in a century. After finishing, Sima Changfeng's demeanor transformed into one of utmost respect. He had anticipated that Chu Mo, given his own prowess, might look down upon someone of his modest standing. Yet he was taken aback by the sincerity with which Chu Mo treated him. Brother Chu, you needn't worry about that Ji Taichu. With your strength, annihilating his entire family would be a mere trifle. However, given your esteemed position and power, you would naturally disdain to lower yourself to such actions. Should his elder dare to approach, simply ring this bell, and I, Gui Jianqiu, shall arrive promptly to serve you. Chu Mo blinked in bewilderment. With my own powers, I could easily vanquish his entire family? Then what is there to fear? Their combined strength pales in comparison to my own as a yellow-rank martial artist. My dog could easily wipe them out. Relieved, Chu Mo realized that the entirety of the continent was not comprised solely of formidable figures. There were indeed many small fry. Noticing Chu Mo's silence, the loquacious Sima Changfeng activated his chatterbox tendencies, leaning in with a mysterious smile to bridge the gap. Brother Chu, let me tell you, within Ji Taichu's sect, there is a guest elder, Hua Xia. She is extraordinarily beautiful. Furthermore, she ranks among the top 10 on the Golden Flower list. Her figure and looks are simply enchanting. Alas, she treats all men with disdain, even daring to show me her displeasure. Sima Changfeng's fists clenched in indignation as he continued with a hint of menace. If he comes to seek trouble with Brother Chu at Mount Jihua, I shall seize this opportunity to eradicate Jihua Mountain, capturing that Hua Xia and presenting her to Brother Chu as a token of gratitude for his kindness. Only someone as formidable as Brother Chu could remain unperturbed by the inquiries of the Yaoqi and the Tianji Pavilion, capable of possessing such a beauty. He. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo's face lit up with longing. He too wished to behold the appearance of this goddess, ranked among the top 10 in the continent. As for Sima Changfeng's assertion of being unafraid of Yaoqi, he dismissed it outright. Surely, this man must be a lecher, valuing beauty above life itself. What a jest! My frail frame could hardly withstand the retribution of those great figures. Moreover, how could I ever encounter such a goddess? Our paths shall never cross in this lifetime. No sooner had he spoken than a knock resounded at the entrance of the small courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. A melodious female voice followed. May I inquire if Mr. Chu Mo is at home? Chapter 110. The contest of two women. What is happening? More guests? Why are there so many visitors to Gahashan lately? The voice outside left Chu Mo utterly astonished. In the past, Gahashan had been so desolate that not even a ghost would visit. It could go an entire year without a single guest. Brother Chu, it seems this voice is familiar to you. Please, remain seated while I answer the door. Gui Jianqiu winked mischievously, promptly rising to approach the entrance. Creak. As the door swung open, a visage of mature allure graced the eyes of all present. Chu Mo's gaze brightened, his eyes scanning the woman from head to toe like a meticulous scanner. 985,890. Goodness, what a perfect hourglass figure. Voluptuous in all the right places. What man could resist such a form? Gui Jianqiu's eyes widened like 2,000-watt bulbs, completely entranced. His heart began to race uncontrollably, especially as his hands subconsciously reached out, as if contemplating whether he could grasp those two ample curves. Are you looking for Brother Chu? Indeed. Is Mr. Chu Mo at home? The woman bowed slightly, her delicate movements stirring a ripple of excitement. Observing the besotted noodle-haired man before her, the woman maintained her composure, though her heart raced with astonishment. Isn't this the scoundrel from Putuan Mountain? What is he doing here? Furthermore, he refers to Chu Mo as Brother Chu. How intriguing. To be on such familiar terms with this rogue, Chu Mo must possess depths far beyond mere appearances. He is likely not just at the Hong level, but may very well be at the Zhou level. The woman immediately recognized Gui Jianqiu's identity, renowned in the western regions. Contemplating the cultivation levels of Chu Mo and Gui Jianqiu, she felt not a tinge of fear, but rather a surge of excitement. If I could manipulate these two Zhou-level beings at my will, my reputation and stature, that of Hua Xia, would soar to unparalleled heights. Yes, he is seated inside. Sima Changfeng, regaining his composure and wiping away a trickle of blood from his nose, pointed toward the table with a sycophantic gesture. The woman covered her mouth with a smile, seemingly accustomed to the sight of men swooning at her beauty. With her voluptuous and mature figure swaying gracefully, she approached Chu Mo, gazing upon her pure and alluring visage, as well as her ripe physique. Sima Changfeng found himself momentarily entranced, his brows furrowing in contemplation. Had he encountered her before? Yet, he could not discern her level of cultivation. Unable to unravel the mystery, Sima Changfeng shook his head. After 200 years in seclusion, many of his memories had become quite hazy. As he observed the woman standing before Chu Mo, Sima Changfeng felt a pang of envy and cast Chu Imo a knowing, mischievous smile. That look seemed to convey, "Brother Chu, you are indeed fortunate. This lady is no less than Mayor, a goddess worthy of the Golden Flower ranking." Chu Imo rolled his eyes. What good was beauty if it did not lead to genuine happiness? "Are you Mr. Chu Imo?" the woman inquired, her radiant smile illuminating her face, her voice enchanting. Chu Imo, filled with confusion, nodded slightly. "I am Chu Imo. May I ask, have we met before?" The woman nodded earnestly and declared, "Though we have not crossed paths before, we shall support each other through life and grow old together from this day forth." At her proclamation, Chu Imo was taken aback, stumbling and falling to the ground. "What are you saying?" he exclaimed incredulously, pinching his ears. Possessing the eye of truth, he was acutely aware of the formidable strength of this incredibly alluring woman. She was at the pinnacle of the Hongjie realm, a formidable expert in the continent. And yet this enchanting stranger was suddenly professing a desire to spend eternity with him. It all felt utterly absurd. The woman leaned closer, her delicate face mere inches from Chu Mo's, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. To be candid, a chance encounter with a high-ranking member of the Tianji Pavilion revealed to me that my destined partner resides on this mountain, a man named Chu Imo. And since your name is indeed Chu Imo, it must be you. She finished with a flirtatious glance, confident that no man could remain composed in the face of her charm, certain she would lead him by the nose. One could not deny that this mature woman showcased her qualities with remarkable finesse, even causing Chu Imo to swallow hard. Her allure was unparalleled, far surpassing that of the youthful mayor. Yet, unexpectedly, Chu Imo took a step back, evading her advance. "Miss, please do not jest. I do not even know your name. How could we possibly be together? Moreover, what credence can be given to fortune-telling? My fate is my own, not dictated by the heavens." Upon hearing this, both Gui Jianxiu and Hua Xie felt a chill run down their spines. What confidence it must take to declare, "My fate is my own, not dictated by the heavens." Not to worry. My name is Hua Xie, and now you are aware of it. So, shall we, dear man, proceed to bed? With that, as Chu Imo stepped back, Hua Xie boldly advanced, unabashedly revealing her identity. Upon discovering that Chu Imo was of the celestial level and possessed a treasure of the universe grade, she promptly abandoned her previous plans. Resolutely, she decided to pursue this individual with all her might. As these words left her lips, before Chu Imo could utter a sound, Hua Meier, resembling a protective little kitten, immediately bristled. With a graceful sway of her delicate frame, she positioned herself before Chu Imo, glaring at Hua Xie as if facing a formidable foe. "Who is this vixen? Do you not understand the order of precedence? My esteemed ancestor is not a frivolous woman like you can pursue. Who knows how many men you've consorted with behind the scenes? Do not tarnish our eyes. The family of Chu Imo does not welcome you. Please leave." In response to Hua Meier's scathing remarks, Hua Xie remained unfazed. After casting a casual glance at Hua Meier, she proudly straightened her chest and let out a confident snort. "Oh, it appears we have a little sprout here. You possess some beauty, but you are still quite tender compared to this celestial being. What does my pursuit of happiness have to do with you? I, Hua Xie, have always maintained my integrity. My virtue remains intact. How can you accuse me of frivolity? I merely dare to love and express my affections openly. Furthermore, whether I am welcomed or not is for Mr. Chu to decide. Given your demeanor, it seems you are also fond of Mr. Chu, yes? If that is the case, let us see whom Mr. Chu chooses between us, who he deems more exceptional, who is more beautiful." The two women, one on each side, clasped Chu Mo's arms, resting them against their chests. They fixed him with intense, threatening gazes, eager to hear his decision. Chu Imo found himself in a delightful, yet torturous predicament. Is this how you test an old veteran? Who among the veterans can withstand such trials? He chuckled awkwardly, recognizing the fierce rivalry between these two formidable women. As a mere yellow-ranked individual, he felt utterly unqualified to speak. It was akin to a death sentence. Should they fail to possess his robust figure, would they not be enraged enough to strike him down? With a shiver at the thought, Chu Imo turned to Gui Jianxiu for assistance. "Brother Sima, save me." Ignoring him, Gui Jianxiu stroked his chin, donning an expression of sudden realization as he exclaimed, "I remember now. This young lady is Hua Xie, the leader of 100 Flower Valley. The one I mentioned to you previously, the fairy ranked among the top 10 of the Golden Flower list." "Wow, Brother Chu, Your charm is truly remarkable. I never imagined such a celestial being would actively pursue you. If this gets out, the entire Zhenghu will be in an uproar, and countless masters will come to challenge you to a duel. Brother Chu, a beauty of this caliber has come to your doorstep, and you are still hesitating? You are truly a model for our kind. Chu Mo rolled his eyes vigorously, exasperated as he raised his middle finger at Sima Changfeng. The thought of being bombarded by a host of high-level cultivators sent a chill down his spine. Damn it, are they trying to get me killed? My frail body can hardly withstand such retribution. If you think they are great, then you go for it. At these words, Sima Changfeng's eyes brightened, his expression transforming into one of sheer joy. Really? Then I shall not hold back. He shook his robes and struck what he believed to be a striking pose. As Sima Changfeng brushed aside a lock of hair from his forehead, a playful smile danced on his lips as he raised an eyebrow at Waxiu. My dear lady, Brother Chu is already encumbered with family ties. You too are ill-fated. Why not indulge in a romance with me instead? The audacious demeanor of Sima Changfeng elicited a collective grimace from those present. Chapter 111. Indeed, he is my husband. The mere sight of this flower maiden sends my heart racing, as though a frisky fawn were bounding within. Sima Changfeng's unabashed attitude was a revelation to Chu Mo. You spoke thus to Meyer not long ago. What is this? Do you aspire to be a scoundrel? Are you not concerned that the fawn in your heart might lead you to folly? With a dismissive wave and a chuckle, Sima Changfeng produced a folding fan from seemingly nowhere, snapping it open and gently stirring the air. Ah, Brother Chu, you misjudge me. Having recently played the sycophant, I have come to a profound realization. To flatter one is akin to being a dog, while to flatter thousands transforms one into a wolf. If one must be a wolf among dogs, what fear is there of the ocean's king? As a man of stature, I ought to be magnanimous. I cannot allow myself to be hung upon a single tree. Casting a wide net will yield a suitable catch. This is the essence of broad-mindedness. Sima Changfeng swayed his head, unabashedly proclaiming his philosophy. Chu Mo regarded him with utmost disdain, having discerned that this fellow was merely a reckless libertine, far from the noble bachelor he pretended to be. So, despite casting your net for so many years, you remain a solitary dog? Ah, do not concern yourself with such trifles. My brother, I simply refuse to settle. However, I have since changed my outlook on life. I now embrace a more carefree attitude. By the way, what do you ladies think of me? I possess background and strength. Though I may not eclipse Brother Chu's handsomeness, I am still commendable. Give it a thought. With a mischievous twinkle, Sima Changfeng leaned toward the two maidens, hoping for a kiss. The two women, infuriated, simultaneously struck him with resounding slaps. Slap, slap, back off. Rubbing his cheek, Sima Changfeng gazed at the two fierce women with a wounded expression. Had he unintentionally crossed the line with these celestial beings? Indeed, angering these fierce tigresses was no trivial matter, irrespective of their prowess. After Sima Changfeng stepped back, the two ladies resumed their fierce rivalry. You seductress! My ancestor is a paragon of virtue. Do not meddle. What concern is it of yours? I simply wish to pursue Mr. Chu. Do you have any say in that? Both women advanced a step, their eyes flashing with menace, as the air thickened with tension. Observing the stalemate between the two, the four men in the courtyard cowered in the corner. Sima Changfeng grimaced in discomfort. Brother Chu, perhaps you should acquiesce to both of them? This conflict may prevent us from even enjoying tea. With a heavy sigh, Chu Mo shrugged helplessly. I would indeed desire such exquisite beauties. Yet to lose control of my desires would render me unfit to face my daughter and wife in the future. Moreover, since the arrival of this flower maiden, an ominous sensation has been intensifying within me, as if calamity were imminent. Sima Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. At the level of Brother Chu, what could possibly instill such a sense of impending disaster? Surely, the sky could not be collapsing? Unbeknownst to Chu Mo, not far from the courtyard, 9 men and 2 women descended from the heavens. Lady Lu, this mountain is indeed the abode of Senior Chu, and that courtyard is his home. This small courtyard has been renovated. I didn't expect Mei Qian and Wei Chuan to work so swiftly. Zhao Dezhu pointed to the hill beneath his feet and the courtyard, giving a brief introduction to the tattered-clothed Lu Qing Snow. Zhao Dezhu could not fathom why such a beautiful woman would don such shabby attire. Mother, let us hurry inside. Father should be at home. Linger misses him so much. Especially his delectable snake soup. It's simply exquisite. I'll have him prepare some for you to savor. Chu Linger exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Lu Kingsnow's hand. She had already reached the mid-level of the Yellow Realm. If father knew, he would surely be overjoyed, wouldn't he? However, Chu Linger's joyous invitation received no response. Casting a sidelong glance, she noticed Lu Kingsnow gazing at the small courtyard and its surroundings, lost in a trance. As if her soul had departed. Mother? Mother! No matter how fervently Chu Linger called, Lu Kingsnow remained unresponsive, gazing at the familiar environment. Memories long buried surged forth from the depths of her heart. The usually composed Lu Kingsnow, who remained unperturbed even in the face of calamity, now felt her beautiful eyes mist over. The images in her mind overlapped with the environment around her, particularly the towering ginkgo tree in the courtyard. Lu Kingsnow gently bit her lip and retrieved a smooth, yellowed ginkgo leaf from her bosom. Tears of joy and excitement streamed down her cheeks, drop by drop, landing on the leaf. She could never forget how, during her pregnancy, Chu Mo had lovingly planted this tree with her. 8 years ago, she had been taken away by Li Chunfeng beneath the ginkgo tree. 8 years later, she had finally returned to the small courtyard, to this familiar and deeply cherished place. Mother, why are you crying? It's nothing. Your mother is just happy. Linger, you say your father lives in there? Lu Kingsnow wiped her tears and lifted Chu Linger into her embrace, affectionately touching her forehead. Chu Linger, slightly confused, nodded gently. Yes, I've lived here with father since I was little. I remember every little pit. Lu Kingsnow wept tears of joy. Good, it's wonderful. Your mother loves it here very much. The thought that she could simply open the door and see the man she had yearned for over the past 8 years made Lu Kingsnow tremble with excitement. My husband, do you know how I have endured these past 8 years? Without you by my side, I have been so weary and lonely. Only I know the burden I have borne. Thankfully, this 8-year wait has been worthwhile. Your wife has become an empress. Soon, you shall become a man of the emperor. Lu Qingxue slowly extended her hand, intending to open the grand gate of the courtyard. Yet, as her jade-like fingers brushed against the door, she hesitated, biting her lip in uncertainty. After disappearing for 8 years, how could she possibly explain herself to her husband? Should she confess the truth, that she had absconded to the imperial palace, reigning as empress for 8 years, attended by countless servants? Would he be angered by such a revelation? Surely he would. If he were to become furious, how could she soothe him? Would their bond be irreparably damaged? It is known that even the strongest relationships cannot withstand the test of time. Furthermore, her husband, a formidable master in his own right, had concealed his whereabouts from her. Why had he not come forth to seek her? Did he harbor some hidden anguish? Was it possible that she was not as significant to him as she believed? Unworthy of his pursuit? Or perhaps he had been possessed by an old hag? Lu Qingxue found herself in a quandary. Her thoughts a tumultuous whirlpool of conflicting emotions and absurd speculations. Zhao Daizhu and the others watched her, bewildered by her reluctance to push the door open. What troubles you, Lady Lu? The elder is right before you. Simply open the door, and you shall discover if he is indeed your husband. What is there to ponder? At this juncture, she felt nearly certain, 99 convinced, that the esteemed Chu she had longed for was indeed her husband. Yet, with a furrowed brow, she felt a surge of anxiety as the man she had yearned for over 8 years was merely a door away. Should she rush into his embrace, weeping and calling him husband? Or should she gaze into his eyes, tears streaming, allowing him to envelop her before she explained her sudden departure? Just as she wrestled with her indecision, 2 alluring female voices echoed from the courtyard. Get away, vixen. The elder belongs to me. Let go, little sprout. Mister. Chu is my promised man. You shan't steal him from me. Upon hearing this commotion, Lu Qingxue's expression darkened, and a tempest of fury and confusion welled within her. What? There were women in the courtyard? How absurd. With a forceful shove, she flung the door open, storming inside in a fury. Chapter 112. What? You claim your name is Lu Qingxue? With a crash, the door was knocked down by the enraged Lu Qingxue, sending a cloud of dust into the air. This commotion silenced the quarrel within the courtyard. As the dust settled, Lu Qingxue's figure emerged, captivating the attention of all present. While they scrutinized her, she too surveyed the courtyard with a fierce gaze. Upon recognizing the familiar, handsome visage of Chu, whom she had longed for day and night, she felt an overwhelming urge to leap into his arms and sweetly address him as her lord. However, she suppressed this impulse. uncertain whether Chu might harbor resentment and reject her embrace. After all, it had been 8 years, and she could not be certain if his feelings for her had waned. Before her stood two stunning beauties, equally captivating, vying for her husband's attention, which instilled in her a profound sense of urgency. "My dear lady, have I wronged you in any way? Why have you destroyed my newly adorned door?" Chu Mo gazed at Lu Qingxue, bewildered, pondering what sin his door had committed. Sensing the unfamiliarity in Chu Mo's eyes, Lu Qingxue felt a bitter pang. Her husband did not recognize her. Yet, she bore him no ill will, for after all, 8 years prior, she had been a mere shadow of her current self, and now, transformed into a vision of ethereal beauty, even her parents would struggle to recognize her. What did it matter if she donned the garments of her past? How many could recall the styles they had sewn 8 years ago? Perhaps, to him, crafting her garments had been a mere trifle, yet for her, it held profound significance. Shaking her head, Lu Qingxue chose not to dwell on such matters. Her gaze shifted to Hua Xie and Hua Meier, each grasping one of Chu Mo's hands, while he bore an expression of exasperation. In that instant, Lu Qingxue forgave him. It was evident that her husband was not complicit, unwillingly ensnared by the allure of these two women. With her brows furrowed and hands on her hips, she immediately admonished, "You two vixens, release him. You shall not cling to him." As yet another beauty entered the courtyard, igniting jealousy, Mei Qianhua, Wei Chuan, and Sima Changfeng exchanged incredulous glances, offering Chu Mo a thumbs up in admiration. "Ah, yet another. A true master. No, he is a romantic savant. Indeed, while one sits at home, beauties come seeking him, truly. A marvel to behold." Sima Changfeng lamented, "I once believed myself to be the most adored gentleman in the realm, yet here stands Brother Chu, an even greater figure." He pondered how Chu Mo had achieved such allure, longing to experience the sensation of being sought after by goddesses. Do not be deceived, this girl, though clad in tattered linen, does not lack charm. She possesses an icy elegance coupled with an air of nobility, evoking a desire to conquer. Sima Changfeng regarded the newly arrived Lu Qingxue with an artist's appreciation. As his gaze drifted to the other two women, envy permeated the air, akin to the scent of aged vinegar wafting through the courtyard. "Brother Chu, you must publish a guide on wooing women. I would gladly invest all I possess to study it overnight." Sima Changfeng exclaimed fervently. Chu Mo extricated himself from the entanglement of the two women, retreating to a corner. With hands clasped behind his back and his gaze cast skyward at a 45-degree angle, he spoke enigmatically. "In truth, winning a woman's heart is quite simple. 3 essentials: wealth, prowess, and this handsome visage." He whispered conspiratorially, "Truth be told, I do not know this linen-clad maiden nor how she came to be here. If blame is to be assigned, it rests solely on my insufferable charm, which seems to be ever present. However, I must admit, she is indeed breathtaking. Yet, inexplicably, I feel as though I have encountered her before, as if she is strikingly familiar." Gazing upon Lu Qingxue's exquisite beauty and her enchanting features, Chu Mo is plagued by a profound sense of bewilderment. Despite never having laid eyes on this maiden, why does she evoke such a sense of familiarity? Strangely, this sentiment does not extend to the mature and alluring Hua Xie, particularly after perceiving the fury in the gaze of this girl clad in coarse hemp. His heart trembles uncontrollably, a twinge of fear coursing through him. To Sima Changfeng and his companions, Chu Mo's actions appear to be nothing short of ostentatious, prompting them to raise their middle fingers in jest. "Brother Chu, your tricks are outdated. Surely you do not mean to imply she resembles your first love or your wife?" Scratching his head and offering an awkward smile, Chu Mo sheepishly replied, "Yes, exactly. That is the sensation." His candid admission was met with a chorus of incredulous glances from the others. As Lu Qingxue stepped inside, an unmistakable tension enveloped the courtyard. Hua Meier and Hua Xie, having set aside their prejudices, exchanged resolute glances, defiantly returning Lu Qingxue's stare. "Who are you, village girl, to challenge us?" Provoked by their taunts, Lu Qingxue, as the rightful wife, let out a cold snort. "Oh, you wish to know my identity? Revealing it might frighten you to death. Just know that I am destined to be with Mr. Chu. I am confident he will recognize me." With a confident shake of her tattered hemp robe, she sought to provide Chu Mo with a hint. Though he had not yet recognized her, she remained undeterred. After all, her appearance had changed considerably. Even for an ordinary individual, 8 years apart would dull one's recollection, and it was not guaranteed they would recognize each other upon meeting again. Upon hearing her words, the two women furrowed their brows, feeling an ominous foreboding. Judging by her self-assured demeanor, could it be that this woman truly shares a past with Chu Mo? Since discovering that Chu Mo was a cosmic-level being and possessed a cosmic artifact, Huaxia had lost interest in her mission. All she desired was to turn the pretense into reality. Securing the cosmic artifact would not only allow her to maintain her place among the top 10 beauties, but would also elevate her to the ranks of the top 10 experts. Such an honor was not to be undermined by Lu Qingshue's interference. "Mr. Chu, do you truly know this village girl?" Huaxia inquired. At her words, Chu Mo scrutinized Lu Qingxue, examining her closely, his brows furrowing in contemplation. After a moment's reflection, a sudden realization illuminated his expression, and joy radiated from him. With arms outstretched, he dashed towards Lu Qingxue, calling out, "Ha! You have finally returned." Witnessing Chu Mo's exuberant approach, Huaxia and Huameyer were struck with shock. They truly knew each other, and their relationship appeared quite amiable. This was disastrous. Lu Qingxue merely cast the two women a look of triumph, before bashfully lowering her head and slowly opening her arms. In her mind, she envisioned dozens of scenarios of playfully appealing to Chu Mo. To his astonishment, "You finally recognized me." However, before I could utter another word, Chu Mo spread his arms and brushed past me, dashing towards Chu Linger, who had entered with Zhao Dizhu's and others. He lifted Chu Linger high into the air, exclaiming with elation, "Hee hee. Little one, you actually decided to return today? Have you had your fill of adventures?" At that moment, surrounded by the clamor of several women arguing, he felt utterly bewildered, his head spinning. Lu Qingshue's smile instantly froze. Her hands suspended awkwardly in midair, overwhelmed by embarrassment. As she caught the mocking glances from the two women, a surge of frustration coursed through her. "Just wait until I acknowledge you. I shall extract every ounce of you and punish you severely." Lu Qingxue cursed silently through gritted teeth. Upon seeing Chu Mo, Chu Linger beamed with joy. After planting a kiss on his cheek, she proudly declared, "Look, Daddy, Linger has already reached the mid-level of the yellow rank." Chu Mo, with a feigned expression of disdain, wiped away the drool and playfully flicked her forehead, chuckling. "Linger is the most formidable. By the way, is this lovely young lady beside me accompanying you?" Chu Linger twirled around, feeling quite pleased to witness her father in this chaotic scene, secretly hoping he would face some reprimand from her mother for making her do homework. With a mischievous nod, she replied, "Yes, she is my godmother. After I got lost on my way down the mountain, I met her. With her and Grandpa Li's guidance, I learned to cultivate." "Oh, and Grandpa Zhao and the others are here too." Upon noticing this, Zhao Dizhu's and his companions approached and saluted respectfully. "We have found the young lady, ancestor." Chu Mo nodded repeatedly, saying, "It seems my little girl has caused you much trouble. You are all like family. Please come in and sit. I shall prepare a splendid meal to express my gratitude." "No need for such formalities, ancestor." The group beamed, their hands rubbing together in excitement, grins stretching from ear to ear. After warmly welcoming Zhao Dizhu's and his companions, Chu Mo turned to Lu Qingxue, deeply appreciative, and bowed slightly. "Thank you for taking care of Linger for so long. It is truly a stroke of fortune for Linger to have such a beautiful godmother like you. May I inquire your esteemed surname?" Seeing Chu Mo's courteous demeanor, Lu Qingshue's anger dissipated, replaced by a hint of wicked amusement. "You didn't recognize me earlier, did you? I wonder how you will react upon hearing my name. Rest assured, I will not let you off easily." With a mischievous smile, she extended her hand to lift Chu Mo, saying, "You are too kind, sir. My name is Lu Qingxue." Boom. As these words left her lips, Chu Mo's mind went blank, his expression changing dramatically as he shouted, "What? You say your name is Lu Qingxue?" Chapter 113. Have you found your mother? Chu Mo was so astonished that he could hardly close his mouth. It had been many years since he last heard the name Lu Qingxue, and today, he finally encountered it again. Could this woman be my wife, who has been missing for 8 long years? Chu Mo couldn't help but indulge in such fantasies. However, doubts soon crept into his mind. My wife is gentle as water. If she were truly here, she would have rushed into my arms instead of behaving like a fierce woman, wreaking havoc at my doorstep. Moreover, if she were indeed my long-lost spouse, would she not charge at me, seeing me embraced by two women? In comparison to my wife, this woman, aside from sharing a name, was utterly different in every regard. Even her bosom was considerably more ample than that of my wife. Chu Mo was well aware of his wife's physique. There was no comparison to the grandeur of this girl before him. Yet, he found it perplexing. Even if the two were not connected, he could not shake the feeling that this girl exuded a peculiar familiarity that lingered in his heart. He yearned to delve deeper into the origins of this sensation. Chu Mo's exclamation brought immense satisfaction to Lu Qingxue. It seemed her husband still remembered her name. Indeed, I am Lu Qingxue, and I am also the Empress of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qingxue revealed her identity, serving as a preemptive warning to Chu Mo, lest he be unable to accept the truth later. What? You are the Empress of this empire? The highest-ranking woman of the Ice Spirit Kingdom? Chu Mo was momentarily taken aback, yet he did not express much surprise. After all, she was merely an empress of a remote realm, comparable in power to his pet dog. Why should he kneel in reverence? A charming smile graced Lu Qingxue's face, her large, luminous eyes seemingly fixated solely on Chu Mo. Indeed, the taxes you pay have all come into my possession. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo hesitated, scratching his head before weakly responding. Well, I have never paid any taxes. Lu Qingxue stumbled slightly, taken aback to discover that her husband was one of those who evaded taxes under her governance. Chu Mo scrutinized Lu Qingxue with suspicion. While she appeared to possess a commendable demeanor, she certainly did not resemble an emperor. It is often said that an emperor exudes an aura of authority. Yet this girl seemed more like an adoring fan. Furthermore, her attire was not indicative of a typical emperor's wardrobe. Chu Mo shook his head dismissively. Besides, the empress must be occupied with state affairs. What brings you here? Are you in search of a suitable husband? Please don't jest with me. Who says an emperor cannot wear old clothes? Does Mr. Chu not find this attire familiar? Lu Qingxue offered a teasing hint with a smile that danced on her lips. It does seem remarkably familiar, as if I have encountered it somewhere before. Chu Mo furrowed his brow, contemplating for several seconds, his expression gradually growing grave. Gazing at her attire, he was reminded of his long-lost wife, who, under dire circumstances, had only been able to wear such tattered garments. At that time, my greatest wish was to earn more money to buy her a splendid outfit. Yet now, when I possess the means to gift her beautiful garments, she is no longer with us. Alas, this attire bears a striking resemblance to the one I once crafted for her. However, the person who should don it is no longer her. I find it utterly impossible to associate this ethereal beauty before me with my former wife, who was but a jester in life. Aside from the similarity in clothing and name, they share no other commonality. Miss Lu need not feel this way. I, Chu Mo, harbor no disdain for those in poverty, for I have endured such hardship myself. Please, come inside and escape the biting cold, since you are Linger's godmother. You are akin to family. As for that old way, you too should repair the main door, preferably replacing it with an iron one. Shaking off my thoughts, I buried my longing deep within. I extended my hand towards the courtyard, beckoning the beautiful Lu Qingxue to enter. Lu Qingxue's eyes flickered with confusion. She could not fathom how she had become a poor wretch. She bore no ill will towards Chu Mo for failing to recognize the dress. After all, who could possibly recall an outfit from 8 years past? Moreover, I have transformed entirely since then. Even my own mother would struggle to identify me. Likewise, Lu Qingxue felt no urgency to reveal her true identity to Chu Mo, as she sought to ascertain the situation regarding the two enchanting women in the courtyard. Having been absent for 8 years, if her husband truly succumbed to temptation and sought solace in another, what should she do? Should she choose to join him, embracing forgiveness, or furiously depart? Chu Mo led Lu Qingxue and the others to their seats, while Wei Chuan and Kong He departed, understanding their task of repairing the main door. The two exchanged puzzled glances at the door's plaque. Why did that girl kick the door, yet the guardian spirit remains unperturbed? I suppose even the guardian fears a fierce woman, they pondered aloud. At their words, the plaque trembled slightly, as if to express its apprehension. Within the courtyard, as Lu Qingxue took her seat, the three women immediately cast hostile glances at one another, each as if bracing for battle. Lu Qingxue warily observed the two, who, upon setting aside their grievances, began to unite in shared animosity. Unable to endure the tense atmosphere, Chu Mo led his daughter, Chu Ling to to a quieter corner. My dear daughter, have you managed to find your mother during this escapade? Chu Ling nodded obediently. Yes, I found her. What? You found her? Where is she? Chapter 114. How is your mother faring? Yes, I found her, but I do not wish to disclose her whereabouts. Chu Ling mischievously smiled, subtly winking at Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue discreetly nodded in understanding. The mother and daughter exchanged knowing smiles. Frustrated, Chu Mo exclaimed, Have you grown wings, my girl? Is your mother remarried? Why won't you tell me? Upon reflecting on this, Chu Mo's tone grew noticeably despondent, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Is she faring well now? Mother is doing splendidly. She is not remarried, and she often reminisces about you, father. However, she has her own reasons for not returning over the years. Chu Linger, astute as ever, has been diligently aiding Lu Qingxue in maintaining familial harmony. Upon hearing that his wife had not remarried, Chu Mo's eyes brightened. Not remarried? That is indeed fortuitous. What could be the reason she cannot disclose to me? Is she concerned about burdening me? Chu Linger nodded. It is not about fearing for you, mother, but about worrying for you, father. If one day you suddenly discover that mother has been concealing unavoidable circumstances from you, would you be upset? At this, Lu Qingxue's delicate hands, as white as jade, nervously intertwined. Chu Mo furrowed his brow, perplexed by his daughter's inquiry, yet he shook his head. No, I would not be, for your mother and I are bound by marriage. If she has her reasons, they must be for my benefit. I understand the character of your mother well. Upon hearing this, Chu Linger clapped her hands in delight. Lu Qingxue exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Since her husband would not be angered, she felt reassured. Moreover, her husband had affirmed their marital bond, which implied that she still held significant importance in his heart. However, in what manner should she reveal her identity to him, in order to surprise him without appearing abrupt? This reunion, anticipated for 8 long years, must not be rushed. She must awaken his memories, piece by piece. Mr. Chu, I believe you will soon reunite with your wife, and you shall surely find happiness. By the way, Mr. Chu, who are these 2 fairies? Lu Qingxue squinted her eyes and inquired. In that instant, a chilling aura enveloped Chu Mo entirely. Confused, he felt a shiver coursing through him, as if a misstep in his response could precipitate calamity. Chu Mo waved his hand and gestured towards the 2 ladies, replying truthfully, She is a junior from the sect. Here is a guest, and the other one is unfamiliar to me, also a recent guest. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue instantly beamed with joy, clearly satisfied with his response. Mr. Chu, please have a seat. Qingxue will pour you a cup of tea. Lu Qingxue bent slightly, pouring a cup of tea and extending it towards Chu Mo. Gazing at Lu Qingxue's charming smile, Chu Mo was momentarily entranced. It felt as though he had been transported back 8 years, to when he would return from chopping wood or hunting, and his wife would gently pour him a cup of tea, sweetly calling, Husband, please sit and rest. Chu Mo shook his head, softening his gaze. I apologize, it was impolite of me. Seeing you has inevitably reminded me of my long-lost wife. Hearing this, Sima Changfeng rolled his eyes dramatically, displaying a look of disdain. Brother Chu, your method of charming the ladies seems somewhat cliché, yet your acting is commendable. However, if you wish to charm the ladies, I, Sima Changfeng, would willingly stand on my head. Yet, before I could finish my sentence, I was met with indifference from several individuals. Lu Qingxue tilted her head and smiled sweetly like a young maiden, saying, It's nothing. Missing one's wife is a natural sentiment. Does this not demonstrate the gentleman's loyalty and affection? Sima Changfeng exclaimed, Why is it that my attempts at flirtation are met with disdain, while Brother Chu's are not? Could it be that being handsome truly holds some advantage? Observing the exchanged glances between Lu Qingxue and Chu Mo, the expressions of Hua Xie and Huo Meyer shifted dramatically. The 2 exchanged glances and hurried forward. The elder has worked hard all day. Allow Meyer to give you a massage on your head. Since Meyer is massaging your head, Xie shall attend to your legs. The 2 ladies reached out, eager to claim their opportunity to massage Chu Mo. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qingxue's expression darkened instantly. She forcefully swatted their hands away and scolded, What are you 2 vixens doing? Are you unaware that Mr. Chu has a wife? Must you be so brazen? Do you possess no sense of shame? The 2 ladies, undeterred, retorted, What concern is it of yours? Who are you to dictate our actions? Lu Qingxue, filled with rage, clenched her delicate fists, wishing to proclaim, I am Mrs. Chu Mo. with fervor. I am Linger's godmother, and that alone is sufficient. Should you continue in this manner, do not blame me for being ungracious. Humph. Who is afraid of whom? We too have the right to pursue happiness. If a confrontation is what you seek, then let it come. The three women stood at odds, the atmosphere thick with tension. Observing this scene, the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines and quietly retreated beyond the courtyard, shivering in fear. How terrifying. Truly terrifying. Zhao Di's, who's wiped the sweat from his brow. Sima Changfeng trembled slightly, exclaiming, "Indeed. I initially thought having so many ladies around was a good thing, but today has shown me otherwise." Cao Cao and Liu Bei nodded in unison. The pressure of a battle pales in comparison to this. The elder, at the center of the storm, remains unfazed. We are in awe. Even Chu Linger, a woman herself, felt a deep-seated trepidation. Women are truly formidable. When I find someone I fancy, should he dare to dally, I shall ensure he practices the techniques my father spoke of, the evil-repelling sword manual and the sunflower scripture. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. Miss, what is so formidable about these two techniques? It's nothing much. My father simply said that to master these skills, one must first undergo castration, nothing more. Chu Linger waved her hand dismissively. The others felt a tightening in their stomachs, their resolve wavering. Nothing more? They gasped, listening to the three ladies bicker. Chu Mo's mood soured. He slammed the table and declared, "All of you, be quiet. Have you not had enough? Can I not sit in peace for a moment?" His words startled the three women into silence. They not only refrained from being offended, but instead thought Chu Mo appeared quite manly at that moment. Seeing them quiet down, Chu Mo recognized he had spoken too harshly and offered an explanation. "I am not targeting any one of you. It is simply that you three are far too loud. I merely wish to enjoy a moment of tranquility as a handsome man." The three women nodded subtly, pondering quietly about the identity of this newcomer. Although they outwardly ceased their rivalry, they were secretly engaged in a battle of glances, each vying for supremacy. With three top-tier goddesses seated together, none would concede to the others. As the standoff persisted, a spark of inspiration ignited in Lu Qingshue's mind, prompting her to employ a strategy of retreat to advance. "The sky is growing late, Mr. Chu. Your stomach must be rumbling," she said. "Allow me to prepare a meal for you. I know your preferences." Rising with determination, she disregarded Chu Mo's astonished gaze and rolled up her sleeves, making her way to the kitchen. Since the time he had taught her culinary skills, she had been the one to take charge of cooking. Now, she intended to evoke Chu Mo's affection through the familiar flavors, thus securing her victory in this contest. After all, to capture a man's heart, one must first captivate his palate. Chu Mo felt immensely grateful and stood up to follow her, eager to extricate himself from this tumultuous situation. Compared to Hua Xie and that fiery mayor, he preferred the serene company of Lu Qingxue. "I shall accompany you. After all, you are the guest, and it is impossible for you to manage the meals for so many on your own." Upon witnessing Chu Mo enter the kitchen with Lu Qingxue, Hua Xie and Mayor exclaimed in dismay. They had not anticipated that Lu Qingshue's maneuver would gain the upper hand. Yet, when it came to cooking, what could they do? They were goddesses who had never even touched a drop of water in the kitchen. How careless of them. Frustration engulfed the two. As silence enveloped the courtyard, a group of onlookers outside silently gave Chu Mo a thumbs up, exclaiming how impressive he was for managing to handle three fierce women single-handedly. Once inside the kitchen, the sound of clanging utensils soon filled the air, an unwelcoming harmony to the ears of the two women outside. Hua Xie's gaze sharpened as she turned to Mayor, speaking with a serious tone. "Given the current circumstances, let us be frank. Do you harbor intentions towards Mr. Chu as well?" Mayor's expression turned peculiar, her silence betraying her thoughts. Did her desire for his robust physique count as an intention? Your silence speaks volumes. We are indeed on the same path. However, as you can see, another contender has emerged. Her advantage as the pure white lotus is substantial, and if we do not join forces, we shall inevitably be outdone by her. Hua Xie declared coldly. She had never envisioned a day when she, among the 10 greatest goddesses, would find herself eclipsed in allure by an obscure empress. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Mayor's expression darkened. "What do you propose?" "Humph. I believe we should set aside our differences and eliminate this Lu Qingxue first. As for everything else, we can divide matters after we have dispatched her." Hua Xie assumed that Mayor, like herself, coveted the cosmic artifact belonging to Chu Mo Mayer, was momentarily taken aback. Could this man truly be shared? Was she suggesting that the two women serve one man? Such a notion was absurd. Yet, if she could let go of her reservations, why couldn't she? Did it truly come to the point where Lu Qingxue monopolized the ancestor? After pondering for a few moments, Meyer bit her lip lightly and made a difficult decision. The notion of two women serving one man was certainly preferable to being cast aside. This is excellent. Do you have a specific plan? Indeed. Hua Xiye's crimson lips gradually curved into a smile, casting glances around to ensure no one was paying attention to her. She cautiously retrieved a packet of powder labeled Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire from her bosom. Upon recognizing the name of the powder, Meyer gasped in astonishment. Are you intending to drug him? Absolutely. This is our opportunity. A hint of scheming glimmered across Hua Xiye's mature and alluring visage. I will assist in the kitchen to distract Mr. Chu, while you procure some fine wine and mix in this powder. Mr. Chu, having recently faced setbacks and unable to see his wife, must be in deep sorrow. He will undoubtedly drink when we toast him. Once he imbibes, we shall join forces to repel that woman, and then we will together claim Mr. Chu. Once the matter is consummated, he cannot possibly cast us aside. After hearing Hua Xiye's scheme, Meyer furrowed her brow in contemplation, feeling somewhat uncertain. She had initially intended to captivate Chu Mo with her charm, yet she found herself resorting to such drastic measures. This was not her desire, but the advantage Lu Qingxue held was indeed overwhelming. The ancestor is remarkably powerful. He must be immune to all poisons. Will this powder truly work? It will. This is not a poison, merely a catalyst to awaken primal desires, regardless of rank. Anyone who consumes it will inevitably lose control, ultimately succumbing to desire. Hua Xiye clenched her delicate fist, her face radiating confidence. Meyer remained skeptical, as Chu Mo's aura was far too enigmatic for her liking. This is not prudent. To be safe, let us add this. With that, Meyer gritted her teeth and produced another packet labeled Dry Kindling and Raging Fire. The two women exchanged glances and shared a conspiratorial laugh. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Chu Mo engaged in casual conversation with Lu Qingxue. Observing her profile and silhouette, and witnessing the cozy atmosphere of their culinary collaboration, Chu Mo experienced a fleeting illusion. It felt as though he had returned to 8 years prior, cooking alongside his wife. It truly feels like it, Chu Mo murmured, lost in reverie. He vowed that it was not Lu Qingxue's beauty that captivated him, but rather the uncanny resemblance she bore to his wife. Lu Qingxue sighed inwardly, overwhelmed with guilt for having left 8 years ago. Rest assured, my husband, I will never leave again, nor will I allow you to endure the loneliness of a widower. Having realized that Chu Mo would not be angered by her concealment, Lu Qingxue resolved to no longer hide the truth. Before long, she prepared a special dish. Scallions mixed with tofu, following the method she remembered. She was confident that this dish would surely awaken Chu Mo's memories. Mr. Chu, would you care to try my cold tofu with scallions? As Chu Mo turned to look while chopping vegetables, he was immediately taken aback. Cold tofu with scallions. Where are the scallions? Why did you not include them? Lu Qingxue tilted her head, her gaze imbued with utmost tenderness. I omitted them because you do not like scallions. If you do not enjoy them, then I shall not relish them either. I shall only cherish that which you adore. Boom. Upon hearing these words, Chu Mo felt as if struck by lightning. Once upon a time, his greatest delight was indeed cold tofu with scallions. Yet his wife despised their flavor, hence he had never included them in his culinary endeavors. She had once inquired why he refrained from using scallions, and his response mirrored that of the present Lu Qingxue. Today, hearing those very words transported him back 8 years in time. The silhouette of his wife continually merged and separated from that of Lu Qingxue. Observing Chu Mo's bewildered expression, Lu Qingxue scooped a piece of tofu and brought it to his lips. Here, take a bite of the cold tofu without scallions. Let us see if it suits your palate. Chu Mo instinctively opened his mouth. The tofu was overwhelmingly salty, yet he trembled with excitement. For his wife's cooking had also lacked a mastery of seasoning. How do you know how to make this dish? Who taught you? Lu Qingxue smiled softly, taking a spoonful of tofu for herself. With nostalgia, she lifted the plate, gazing at Chu Mo as she spoke to herself. Once I was persecuted, teetering on the brink of death, even losing my memory and my beauty, nearly reaching the end of my life. But despair did not prevail, for in my darkest hour, I encountered a man named Chu Mo. He took me home and lavished me with affection, caring for me in every way imaginable. Thus, our bond deepened, and we eventually became husband and wife. No matchmaker, no betrothal gifts, yet we found happiness. At this point, Lu Qingxue paused, while across from her, Chu Mo trembled, tears brimming in his eyes, unable to utter a single word. Lu Qingxue's own eyes glistened, her face adorned with a blissful expression. But he is foolish, for he clearly adores scallions, yet has not tasted them again in his life due to my aversion, even deceiving me into believing he dislikes them. This dish is one he taught me to prepare. However, all these years, I have struggled to grasp the right amount of salt. Do you not think I am rather foolish? A rare, innocent expression graced Lu Qingxue's usually serene face. Her words flowed simply. Yet it was precisely this simplicity that etched deeply into their hearts, indelibly marking their lives. Chu Mo extended a trembling hand, gently resting it upon Lu Qingxue's shoulder, fearfully whispering, "Qingxue?" In that moment, he feared everything before him might be but an illusion. "My dear, you have lost weight." Lu Qingxue was already brimming with tears, droplets cascading down her cheeks. A pair of smooth hands, unable to resist the urge, gently caressed Chu Mo's face, eyes filled with tenderness and profound affection. Gazing at the remnants of tofu at the corner of Chu Mo's mouth, Lu Qingxue rose on her toes, closed her eyes, and pressed her rosy lips against him. Feeling that familiar warmth, Chu Mo embraced her slender waist tightly, unwilling to part. He finally comprehended why this old garment felt so familiar. It was he who had painstakingly stitched it for her, stitch by stitch. He also understood why she had always given him the illusion of witnessing moments from his past with his wife. This enchanting Lu Qingxue was, in fact, the very clownish wife he had 8 years ago. After searching for her countless times, he suddenly turned and found her amidst the dim lights. This kiss froze time. This embrace concluded 8 years of longing and waiting. At this moment, if Chu Mo were to realize that this woman before him was indeed his wife, it would be as if he had met his demise against the tofu. "Qingxue, my dear, I apologize for the years gone by. May I share everything with you tonight, in detail bit by bit? If, after hearing all, you still feel anger, then I shall leave my fate in your hands." Chu Mo tenderly stroked her hair, greedily inhaling the fragrance that enveloped her. "Very well. I too have much to express to you, Qingxue." The two of them indulged in each other for a while, returning to the rhythm of 8 years ago, one cooking while the other prepared ingredients. Occasionally, they would turn to share a smile, their faces alight with endless sweetness. Likewise, their hearts brimmed with unspoken sweet nothings. Yet, the moment was not one for marital discourse, for there were guests awaiting outside. Before long, through their combined efforts, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen. Upon catching a whiff of this scent, everyone in the courtyard felt invigorated, their spirits lifted. "Ah, how delightful! For some reason, this fragrance makes me feel immensely stronger, as if my muscles and organs have been rejuvenated." We are beings of the wild and flood tears, and merely inhaling this aroma can enhance our bodies. What dish could possibly yield such an effect? The crowd exchanged astonished glances, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. Even Hua Xie felt her body rejuvenate considerably, almost uncontrollably so. She suppressed her desires, pinching the medicinal powder in her hand, a sly smile gracing her lips. Why rush? Soon, the grand plan would come to fruition. "Wow, it smells incredible. I must see what my father and mother are preparing." Chu Linger dashed into the kitchen, and shortly after, she returned with a mischievous grin, exclaiming to the others, "Snake soup. My father is making snake soup. It's made from a golden snake that he calls the golden strip. The meat is exquisite, and he caught it just yesterday." Upon hearing this, Sima Chongfeng and Zhao Dizhus, among others, were not overly concerned, merely expressing mild admiration. The culinary skills of our esteemed elder are truly remarkable. Who would have thought such exquisite flavors could emerge from a single snake? However, Li Chunfeng and the others wore peculiar expressions, whispering softly, "Perhaps the serpent in the hands of our esteemed elder is not truly a serpent at all." Sima Chongfeng was taken aback. If it is not a serpent, then what could it be? The young lady from Chu has already declared it to be a serpent. Li Chunfeng gazed skyward, his eyes deepening with contemplation as he gently shook his robe and began to speak. "Once, our elder gifted Ling a roasted chicken, which restored me, gravely wounded and on the brink of death, to full vitality. Later, we discovered it was a phoenix. And now this serpent stew. Have you ever encountered a serpent that could enhance one's physical form? Moreover, the mere scent ignites a warmth within the body. Do you not find that strange? Upon hearing this, Sima Changfeng was astounded. As one of the elite, he was well aware of the formidable nature of the phoenix lineage. What? A phoenix? Brother Chu, that is utterly terrifying. Yet, given his own prowess and standing, he indeed had the ability to slay a phoenix. The others, being skilled practitioners themselves, quickly grasped Li Chuanfeng's implication. As they pondered it further, their expressions shifted, disbelief evident in their voices. Are you suggesting that Elder Chu's serpent is, in fact, a dragon? He is treating us with dragon meat? This interpretation seemed the only plausible one, for it was rumored that dragons were exceedingly lustful and possessed potent restorative properties, being the finest substance for enhancing one's physique. Apart from dragon meat, there was scarcely anything else capable of stirring such uncontrollable excitement within us. Today, we are truly fortunate. Elder Chu is exceedingly generous, and such a favor is one that we shall find hard to repay in a lifetime. The crowd expressed their awe. A creature as mythical as the dragon was rarely seen, let alone consumed, and the news of their feast would surely incite envy among countless others. Chapter 116. A stone laid beneath one's own foot. Listening to their discourse, Hua Xiye's resolve to administer her potion strengthened. She was determined to obtain this Chu Mo. Casting a glance at Huameyer, she gracefully rose and made her way to the kitchen. Mr. Chu, may I lend a hand as well? Before Chu Mo could respond, Lu Qingxue firmly interjected. The relationship had been laid bare. As the lady of the house, she held the authority to speak. No need. You should leave. What assistance could you possibly provide? Do you know how to cook? Your mere absence would be the greatest help. I can serve the dishes. You all carry on with your work, Hua Xiye insisted, shamelessly lifting 2 plates of food and making her way outside. Observing this, Huameyer retrieved 2 bottles of floral brew that Hua Xiye had given her, gritted her teeth, and began adding ingredients to them. Elder, do not blame me. It is better for you to be with me than with Lu Qingxue, is it not? Huameyer and Hua Xiye separated the dishes and the wine, placing the enhanced ones on their own table, while the unembellished dishes were set aside for Sima Changfeng and the others, thus avoiding any mix-up. Time passed gradually, and the array of dishes on the table grew richer, all comprising wild game prepared by Chu Mo himself or vegetables he had cultivated. Chu Mo and Lu Qingxue emerged from the kitchen, and as they untied their aprons, they exchanged a knowing smile. This quiet love filled their hearts with unparalleled tranquility and contentment. Upon witnessing the scene, the 2 women, Huameyer and Hua Xiye, exchanged envious and resentful glances. Chu Mo gestured towards them, suggesting, "Why don't you 2 sit together? I shall remain with Linger, Qingxue, and my loyal dog." Hearing this, Hua Xiye's expression shifted slightly as she swiftly approached to block Chu Mo's path. "Mr. Chu, you have worked tirelessly all day. Please join us for dinner. As the host, how could you expect us to begin eating without your presence? Moreover, I have exquisite wine brewed exclusively in Baihuagu, which I wish for you to sample. It is a rare delight to find Baihuajiang anywhere in the realm." Chu Mo furrowed his brow, with his wife by his side. How could he possibly sit at the same table as another woman? He decisively declined, saying, "No, I'm quite content here." The 2 women exchanged reluctant glances, their frustration palpable. "In that case, Mr. Chu, allow us to pour you a drink. We would like to toast to you." They lifted their cups, stating, "This toast is for the past, and to express our gratitude for the kindness of our ancestors." With a long sigh, Chu Mo nodded in acceptance, extending his hand to receive the cup. Though they were not intimately acquainted, one must adhere to the customs of etiquette. Seeing this, Huameyer and Hua Xiye's expressions lit up with delight, their eyes fervently urging him to drink. "Go on, drink." Chu Mo inhaled the aroma and raised the cup. "It smells delightful. By the way, you both enjoy such fine wine as well." The 2 women felt a pang of anxiety. In order to prevent any suspicion from arising in Chu Mo's mind, they considered that they would eventually engage in a game of cards together. Perhaps, if they indulged in the wine, they could impress him favorably. Resolutely, they tilted their heads back and consumed the wine in one swift motion. "We are done, sir. You should drink as well." Chu Mo gave them a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. How bold." Just as he prepared to drink, the women's eyes glimmered with a sense of triumph. Once this wine is consumed, How can Lu Qingxue contend with us? Before they could finish their thought, Lu Qingxue furrowed her brow, her feminine intuition warning her that the wine was suspect. With a hint of reproach, she grasped Chu Mo's hand. Wait, my dear husband. Drinking is detrimental to your health. You mustn't partake. Lu Qingxue, embodying the role of a caring wife, urged him to refrain. Seeing her concerned demeanor, Chu Mo unhesitatingly set the cup down. All right, I shall heed your advice and not drink. Upon hearing his refusal, the expressions of the two women drastically changed, anxiety flooding their hearts. After all we've done, you're going to let us down now? Drink. Didn't you claim to cherish wine above all else? They were puzzled as to why this woman referred to Chu Mo as her husband. Chu Mo placed the cup down and gently nodded at Lu Qingxue. She smiled with satisfaction, casting a challenging glance at the two women. Competing with my legitimate partner? You are merely inviting trouble. Meanwhile, Hua Meier and her companion were utterly distressed, their faces betraying their concerns. Sir, you truly will not partake? This is Bai Huajiang, ranked among the top 5 of the continent. I will not drink. Thank you for your kind intentions, but let us focus on the meal. The dishes are all wild delicacies, and the aroma is exquisite. Chu Mo smiled and waved his hand. Lu Qingxue also smiled sweetly, serving a portion of her stir-fried dish to Chu Mo. Here, have some of this. You've lost weight. All right, you should indulge in some meat as well. Chu Mo grinned widely, thoughtfully placing a piece of meat into Lu Qingxue's bowl. Lu Qingxue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Just as the two exchanged glances, Hua Xie and Hua Meier nearby began to blush deeply. The effects of the medicine were taking hold. What on earth should we do? Hua Xie managed to utter, suppressing the effects with great difficulty. Hua Meier also bit her lip in distress. I don't know either. Seeing the changes in the two women, Chu Mo's expression shifted in surprise. What is wrong with you two? Is the liquor too strong? Hey, if you can't handle your liquor, you should ve said so. It's common for first-timers. Why don't you both eat something to ease it? The two women clung to this lifeline, hurriedly grabbing a piece of snake meat. Upon tasting the meat, it ignited a fiery explosion within them. The effects of the medicine surged forth, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. In the face of such potent effects, they were no different from ordinary mortals. Help! The two women's gazes burned with intensity as they looked at Chu Mo. Seeing this, Lu Qingxue quickly pulled Chu Mo away, leaping back 3 meters. With Chu Mo gone, the two women lost their target and turned to each other. In an instant, chaos ensued. Stunned, Chu Mo gaped at the scene, while Lu Qingxue wore an odd expression. The others in the courtyard, still enjoying their meal, were equally dumbfounded. One had a mouthful of snake meat and seemed to forget to chew, even dropping their chopsticks without realizing it. Wow, I never expected them to be so beautiful. Goodness, this is scandalous. Everyone, let us move the tables outside and leave the courtyard to them. Chu Mo lifted Chu Linger, supporting the table with one hand, and kicked everyone out of the courtyard. Watching the two women on the ground, Lu Qingxue shook her head with a sigh. I thought of you two as rivals, but it turns out I was just being petty. Ladies, please don't hold back. I'll take my leave. The two women wished for nothing more than to vanish. No, please listen to our explanation. It's not what it seems. Outside the courtyard, Zhao Dezuzu rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly flustered, scolding in exasperation. Meyer actually likes women? No wonder she hasn't shown interest in men for decades. How could I, her master, only find out today? I must have shown her too little affection. Alas, why couldn't she have held back and not exposed herself in front of us? Chu Mo also marveled. What a pity she can't bear children. I must say, the predictions from the Tianji Pavilion are remarkably accurate. They said that Miss Hua's other half is in the remote mountains, at my home. Who would have thought it was true? I'm impressed. I must visit the Tianji Pavilion again to see when I can enjoy the soft life. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Sima Changfeng was already in tears. On this day, I unexpectedly experienced heartbreak not once, but twice. I have come to realize that those capable of stealing away my beloved goddess are not exclusively men. Women are equally capable of doing so. It is no wonder that those exquisite goddesses often refrain from seeking the company of men. The reasoning is quite clear. Chapter 117, The Holy Master. Musashi. As time slipped away, that evening, after a hearty meal, the group sought refuge in a cave for the night. Naturally, Chu Mo and Lu Qingxue, having reunited after a long separation, chose not to crowd with the others. They ascended to the mountain peak and discovered a secluded cave. This night, a reunion of husband and wife needed no further elaboration. By dawn, the figures of the two celestial beings had vanished from the courtyard. Within an unknown cave, Wu Hao gazed in shock at the disheveled Hua Xie, exclaiming in disbelief, "What did you say? You spent the entire night and not only failed to capture Chuimo, but were instead taken to bed by a woman?" Wu Hao was dumbfounded. How could it be that a girl ranked among the top 10 on the continent was not surrendered to a man, but rather to a woman? Had I known you would give yourself to a woman, it would have been better to surrender yourself to me. Contemplating this, Wu Hao's interest was piqued, and he tentatively looked at Hua Xie. "How about you let me have a try? Get lost." Hua Xie, having lived for a millennium and encountered countless men, easily discerned the implication behind his gaze. Enraged, she unleashed a surge of inner power, propelling Wu Hao several meters away, pinning him against the cave wall. Wu Hao forced a sheepish smile. Calm down. Calm down. Look at the predicament we find ourselves in. Even you could not best Chuimo. What shall we do now? Can you truly swallow your pride?" Hua Xie's enchanting eyes brimmed with fury and resentment. After all, she was an extraordinary goddess. Countless suitors had pursued her, including the esteemed Holy Master of Jiuhua Mountain, a formidable cosmic-level powerhouse who had yearned for her in vain. Yet now, she was unable to subdue an inconspicuous Chuimo. How could she possibly accept this? Most importantly, the cosmic-grade equipment in Chumo's possession was something she deeply coveted. With such a treasure, she could undoubtedly seize control of her own destiny, no longer needing to rely on the protection of the Tiangong Pavilion and the Yaoqi. Though Chuimo possesses formidable strength and has the likes of Sima Changfeng in his corner, he is not easily dealt with. What? Sima Changfeng is actually associating with Chuimo? How infuriating. Two adversaries have gathered together. It is the perfect opportunity to settle old scores while simultaneously dealing with Chuimo. Without Sima Changfeng to hold the fort, how could Putuan Mountain possibly contend with us? At that point, Jiuhua Mountain and Baigua Valley could dominate the western regions. Wu Hao leaped down from the wall, wrapping his arms around the slender waist of his childhood companion, speaking with a sinister edge. Although Jiuhua Mountain is ostensibly the foremost power in the western regions, Putuan Mountain is not to be underestimated. The saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Thus, the two forces have been locked in a covert struggle for a millennium, harboring deep-seated grievances. Crucially, Sima Changfeng had even dallied with Wu Hao's father, Musashi's concubine. This is indeed the greatest disgrace of Mount Jiuhua. The information you provided is erroneous, from my observations. That Chumo's strength is certainly not inferior to that of the cosmic level. Currently, the association of Sima Changfeng with him undoubtedly signals a perilous omen for Mount Jiuhua. I believe we must take the initiative to act, lest we fall into a passive position. The only one capable of contending with them is likely your father, the Holy Master Musashi. Waxiu remarked with a solemn expression. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Hao nodded. Very well. In that case, I shall summon my father. He may not intervene when I am bullied, but if you are wronged, he will certainly take action. Everyone knows in Jiuhua that he is your devoted follower. With that, Wu Hao produced a communication stone and transmitted a message. At this moment, in the western region, the towering Mount Jiuhua loomed, shrouded in swirling clouds. The area surrounding the mountain was teeming with spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the major sects in the southern domain. Flocks of geese arrived, landing upon the mountain to rest, bringing vitality to the grand peak. To many local residents, this mountain is regarded as a celestial abode, where deities reside. Midway up the slope, a spacious plaza unfolded. In the center stood a colossal statue depicting a man wielding a katana, adorned with a samurai helmet, his countenance exuding an aura of fierce determination. This statue is a likeness of the Holy Master of Jiuhua. The eyes of the statue are exceptionally lifelike. One glance at its fierce expression reveals that the Holy Master is a man capable of committing seppuku at the slightest provocation. Within the plaza, numerous devout pilgrims knelt in worship or lit incense, infusing the mountain with the fragrance of devotion. Some sought wealth, others peace, and still others desired offspring. While the first two requests may not be particularly effective, those desiring children find great success. These women are often taken to a secluded chamber within Jiuhua Mountain. The mountain is known for granting such requests, even bestowing names upon the unborn, such as Songxia, Tianai, Jiza, Bodo, and Aoi, among others. The scattered, intangible forces of belief converged, gradually ascending toward the mountain's peak. Atop Mount Jiuhua stands a majestic palace where Musashi, the Holy Master, resides in seclusion, diligently cultivating his skills. The faith of the pilgrims is slowly absorbed into his being. Master, a tall elder clad in black samurai attire, his face concealed, reported with indignation to the man seated on the meditation cushion in the center of the hall. Our sect's economy has recently declined, and many followers have flocked to Puto Mountain, resulting in a significant decrease in offerings. Additionally, the sole lamp of our transmission elder, Ji Taichu, has extinguished. Second elder Waxiu has gone to investigate, but we have no news as of yet. We suspect foul play from Putoan Mountain. The man slowly opened his eyes, his expression inscrutable. I understand. The power of belief has waned significantly. By the way, have requests for offspring increased recently? Indeed, there are many. But our warriors in the mountain are struggling. Each one complains of weary legs and aching backs. Hanzo held the long sword in his right hand, grasping the hilt with reverence as he bowed at a 45-degree angle towards the Holy Master, his expression one of deep devotion. Musashi, with an indifferent wave of his hand, commanded, "Go instruct the cooks to prepare more sea cucumber and deer antler soup for my warriors of Jiuhua Mountain. Let the bloodline of Jiuhua Mountain permeate the entirety of the western regions. When that time comes, the west will be ours, and what can Putuan Mountain oppose against us?" Hanzo lifted his gaze to momentarily meet Musashi's penetrating eyes, but quickly averted his gaze in trepidation. The Holy Master's wisdom is unparalleled. While the world may remain oblivious to the extent of the Holy Master's power, I am acutely aware of his far-reaching vision. Even with my half-step Jodian level, I dare not meet Musashi's eyes directly. Musashi is my faith. I believe that under his leadership, Jiuhua Mountain will surely vanquish Putoan Mountain and even seize dominion over the southern and northern regions. Just as Hanzo concluded his report and prepared to depart, a disturbance arose from Musashi's storage bag. Wait, something may have transpired. Musashi called out, retrieving a sound transmission stone from his bag, his mind focused as he listened intently. Upon finishing, he crushed the stone in silence. Nevertheless, Hanzo, who had followed Musashi for many years, sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that chilled him to the bone. Holy Master, has something happened to the Holy Son? Should he perish, what does it matter? He is merely a pawn I have nurtured. Even if he escapes death by others' hands, he would eventually fall to me upon reaching the Hong level. Musashi's tone was icy, devoid of any emotion. At this, Hanzo was taken aback. If it is not the Holy Son, then who could it be? Could it be the second elder, Huaxia? Has she met with misfortune? Musashi did not deny it, nodding slightly. She was taken advantage of. Boom. This revelation struck Hanzo like a thunderbolt. Who in the western regions did not know that Huaxia was Musashi's cherished one, having been coveted for a millennium without fulfillment? Who dared to intercept Musashi? Was this not courting death? No wonder the Holy Master was in such a fury. Who is responsible? I shall deal with him. Musashi's expression turned peculiar. A woman. Hanzo was left speechless. What? A woman? A woman who preys upon another woman? Chapter 118. Musashi's absolute killing technique, though it was a woman's doing. The instigator was Sima Changfeng along with another mysterious man. Musashi rose, extending his hand to caress the samurai sword before him, his gaze soft, akin to that of a lover's touch. In the next moment, the sword was freed from its stand, and Musashi grasped it, striding boldly towards the palace exit. You should join me. Learn from me. The future burden of our sect will ultimately rest upon your shoulders. Moreover, those who dare to touch my designated woman must be prepared for death. Sima Changfeng? Does he truly believe that this holy master stands on equal footing with him? This time, let him witness how this sovereign crushes him. Observing Musashi depart with his katana in hand, Hanzo respectfully nodded. He was not only the Grand Elder, but also Musashi's sole disciple. He understood that the true strength of this sovereign extended far beyond the initial stage of the cosmos level. Capable of penetrating the central domain and securing a position of power, his silence was merely a prelude to a grand strategy. As the Jiuhua Palace opened, a radiant pink light erupted, resembling a blooming cherry blossom when viewed from the mountainside. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of Jiuhua Mountain grasped their katanas and knelt, fervently shouting, "With the sun rising from the east, we are invincible. Jiuhua sovereign, literate, and martial. For thousands of years, we shall unify the rivers and lakes." The thunderous voices echoed, as Musashi and Hanzo shattered the void and departed in full view of all the believers. Inside the cave, Huashiyu and Wu Hao awaited anxiously. As the void formed a grand portal, their spirits soared with joy. Musashi and Hanzo stepped through. "Father, you have finally arrived." Smack! Before Wu Hao could finish, Musashi struck him, pinning him against the wall. "I told you to focus on your cultivation until the flood stage, yet you insist on causing trouble. You are to return and draw your sword 100,000 times." Gazing at Musashi's icy demeanor, Wu Hao's expression turned pained, silencing him. He often felt that his father bore no resemblance to a father, lacking any paternal affection. Instead, he felt akin to a domesticated beast, if that were the case. Why not have discarded him against the wall from the beginning? Ignoring Wu Hao's expression, Musashi turned his attention to Huashiyu. "Now that your vermilion mark is gone, the Tiangong Pavilion has removed you from the top 10 flower rankings. Without my protection, I fear no one will be able to safeguard you. You know that beauty can sometimes be a curse. So, do you require my guidance on how to proceed?" Huashiyu bit her lip, her heart racing with anxiety. She understood that her beauty and the reputation she had accumulated over the millennia had drawn the attention of many powerful figures, eager to claim her. Without the protection of the Tiangong Pavilion and the Yao Pool, she was merely a beautiful mobile furnace. And her peak strength at the flood stage was insufficient for her protection. Thus, aligning with a formidable ally became her only option. This is acceptable. However, I require something from you. Otherwise, I would rather self-destruct than relinquish my 100 flowers body for your use. Huashiyu's heart was as clear as a mirror. Despite Musashi's pursuit of her for a millennium, it was evident that he did not love her. In his eyes, there was only the path of martial arts and the katana. His interest in her was solely due to her 100 flowers body. "Are you threatening me?" Musashi's gaze turned icy. Huashiyu held her head high. "This is a transaction. Trust me, I possess the strength to escape from your grasp. If you are unwilling to provide me with what I desire, I shall seek out Sima Changfeng and others for a transaction. I am confident he will not refuse me." Musashi felt a surge of anger within, yet he managed to suppress it. "What do you seek?" he inquired. "The cosmic-level artifact," Huasiya replied coldly, spitting out a few words. Musashi was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a mocking laughter. "Ha! Do you truly believe such a thing as a cosmic-level artifact exists? Even if it did, why would I entrust it to you? Do you think you are worthy?" Unfazed, Huasiya calmly continued, "Do not be so quick to dismiss my words. I am aware of the whereabouts of the cosmic-level artifacts, and there is more than one. I need only one of them. After that, I will be yours, and that weapon will be yours as well. You stand to gain immensely." Upon hearing this, both Musashi and Hanzo exchanged incredulous glances. "What did you say? You know the location of the cosmic-level artifacts?" "Indeed, I have seen them with my own eyes. The Holy Sun is also aware of their existence, but the enemies guarding these artifacts are formidable. Sima Changfeng has at least 2 chrono-level fighters, along with 7 or 8 formidable adversaries. Moreover, Chu Mo is enveloped in rule power and shares a close bond with Sima Changfeng. I suspect he may be of cosmic level as well. Thus, even if the Holy Master intervenes, I believe the odds of victory are not in our favor." Huasiye relayed all her findings to Musashi, her heart laden with pessimism as she contemplated the strength of Chu Mo and his companions. After she finished speaking, Musashi turned his gaze toward Wu Hao. Wu Hao nodded. Ji Taichu encountered a cosmic-level artifact. He perished at its hands. If you don't believe me, you can unearth him and inquire. Oh, by the way, you are currently standing atop Ji Taichu's burial ground. Musashi's expression momentarily faltered, and he took a few steps back. Then, with a disdainful smirk and an air of arrogance, he addressed Huasiya. "Cosmic level? What are you imagining? Such beings do not exist in this world. Chrono-level peak is the utmost combat power. As for your mention of pervasive rule power, even cosmic-level entities cannot achieve that. Do you truly think such a powerful being exists? It is highly likely a mere illusion. Furthermore, if a superlative powerhouse were present, Sima Changfeng would not dare to approach him, let alone call him brother." Observing Musashi's derisive demeanor, Huaxia contemplated for a moment and found a semblance of logic in his words. After all, where would cosmic-level beings come from? She had never even heard of them. Nevertheless, even so, the two chrono-level fighters at their disposal were not something they could contend with, especially with Chu Mo wielding a cosmic-level artifact. Hee, what difficulty could this pose? Have you forgotten what tomorrow signifies? Tomorrow? Huaxia inquired, a puzzled expression crossing her face. She pinched herself, and upon realizing something, her countenance shifted dramatically. Tomorrow was, in fact, the rare and fateful day of absolute yin. Do you mean? Musashi's lips curled into a sly smile as he gripped his katana, nodding with an air of sinister determination. Indeed. I plan to set up the 3 absolute arrays for Sima Changfeng and his companions, and with the aid of this day of absolute yin, even a cosmic-level being would suffer regret, let alone the 2 chrono-level fighters wielding cosmic-level weapons. This array, unmatched in this era, has yet to be wielded by anyone but me. Sima Changfeng and that fellow, Chu Mo, have met their demise with their eyes closed. The cosmic-grade artifact is mine for the taking. This shall be my instrument in the impending slaughter across the realms. Hee. Huaxia gasped, her complexion pale, her gaze filled with trepidation. As the second elder of Jiuhua Mountain, she was well aware that Wuzong possessed a lethal trump card. This man before her was not only a master of the blade, but also an unparalleled tactician. Particularly, his ultimate technique, the 3 absolute great array, was infamous for its sinister nature. To establish this formation, one required the hearts of 999 young boys and 999 young girls, who must be cruelly slaughtered to unleash the array's power. Only through such profound resentment could it yield formidable results. Once ensnared within this great formation, even those at the peak of cosmic level would be stripped of all their internal power, reduced to mere mortals. Moreover, when deployed on the day of absolute yin, its potency would multiply exponentially, rendering even immortals to their demise in bitter regret. To think this man would resort to such a method against Chu Mo and Sima Changfeng. It was indeed unfortunate for them to encounter the once-in-a-millennium day of absolute yin. The expression on Huaxia's delicate face gradually morphed into one of twisted madness. When the time comes, that Chu Mo, who has looked down upon me and caused me to lose my primordial yin, shall kneel at my feet in repentance. Chapter 119. My lord, paint for me. Reflecting on Wuzong's lethal technique, Huaxia exhaled heavily. No one on the continent could escape the clutches of the 3 absolute array. Empowered by the day of absolute yin, Wuzong had originally devised this array to plunder ancient relics and seize treasures. Yet now, with a cosmic-grade artifact at stake, its application here would not be in vain. After all, young boys and girls are plentiful enough to slay at will. What of 20,000, or even 200,000? So long as it strengthens me to the pinnacle of martial arts, those insignificant creatures may be sacrificed. Wuzong's countenance twisted into a sinister smile as he chuckled darkly. Huaxia shivered in fear. He was indeed a maniac willing to resort to any means to gain power. Hee, then I shall await your good news, my lord. Do not forget to share a piece with me. Wuzong replied with a wicked grin, his gaze intensely predatory as he drew her close. Huaxia trembled, her eyes wide with terror, unable to resist. Wuzong leaned down, licking her earlobe, causing her to shiver uncontrollably like a frightened bird. With a triumphant smirk, Wuzong declared, "Once I deal with Sima Changfeng and the others, I shall savor you thoroughly." With that, he swiftly unsheathed his blade, executing a slicing motion that tore open a rift in space, pulling Huaxia with him as he stepped through. Hanzo followed closely behind. The rift gradually closed, and Wuzong's presence vanished from the cave. The overwhelming pressure dissipated, and Qing Meimao breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. Such strength! The oppressive aura emanating from the Holy Master left us utterly weak, unable to stand. Indeed, the fearsome prowess of a transcendent being is palpable, with the Holy Master present. Your vendetta shall undoubtedly be avenged, dear son of the Holy Master. However, what course of action should we take now? Should we heed the Holy Master's decree and draw our swords? After a moment of astonishment, the two women turned their puzzled gazes towards Wu Hao. After contemplating for a while, Wu Hao disdainfully shook his head. There is no rush to draw our swords. What purpose does it serve to practice such trivialities? If I were to strike 1,000 times, would I still emerge invincible upon my return? Instead, I would rather spend that time training you both in thrusting techniques. Moreover, my father has gone to confront Chu Mo and see Ma Chongfeng. I cannot remain idle. That Lu Qingxue actually disregarded me. Once Chu Mo is vanquished, I wonder what she will have left to rely upon. I shall ensure she regrets her disdain, begging to be accepted at my side. Wu Hao let out a sinister laugh, his voice raspy as if a steel nail had been driven through his throat, a most unpleasant sound. The two women were momentarily taken aback. Does the son of the Holy Master have a plan? Of course. Let us not forget that the Emperor of the Wood Spirit Kingdom is so eager to curry favor with me that he would willingly offer his daughter and wife to please me. Thus, I intend to grant him an opportunity. Since the sect cannot intervene in the affairs of empires, I shall unite the Wood Spirit Kingdom, the Gold Spirit Kingdom, and the Fire Spirit Kingdom to exact revenge upon the Ice Spirit Kingdom. I will render Lu Qingxue homeless, transforming her into a deposed monarch at that moment. Do you think she will not kneel and plead for my mercy? Wu Hao's expression was one of triumphant cunning. The two women nodded in agreement. The son of the Holy Master is indeed wise. Shall we depart at once? Indeed, there is no time to waste. While Lu Qingxue has yet to return to her empire, she will be unable to muster her forces for defense. I am eager to indulge in the delights that await me. Wu Hao licked his lips and, accompanied by the two women, soared into the sky. Meanwhile, on the distant Gala Mountain, Chu Mo and his companions remained oblivious to the impending crisis. At present, he was wholly engrossed in a romantic liaison with Lu Qingxue. After 8 years apart, his once jester wife had blossomed into a grand goddess. The experience could be likened to remarrying after a divorce. Marrying one wife and enjoying the pleasures of two, what a worthy endeavor. Gazing at the noble and ethereal woman before him, he yearned to whisk her away for a round of golf, hoping for an instant hole-in-one. Have you had enough to eat? Chu Mo asked with a gentle smile. Having set down his utensils, his gaze was soft as he inquired. With a household now bustling with guests, they required 3 tables for dining, one for the 3 of them, one for Zhao Dezhu and others, and another for the dogs. Lu Qingxue wiped her mouth and unabashedly burped, patting her stomach in satisfaction as she nodded. I am full. It has been ages since I enjoyed such delicious fare. Every dish is my favorite. I am pleasantly surprised that my husband remembers my preferences. Chu Mo rolled his eyes, shooting her an exasperated look. Well, as long as you are pleased, I worry that you, the Empress, might grow weary of these humble meals after indulging in the finest delicacies. Last night, during their conversation, Chu Mo had learned through Li Chuanfeng's words that his wife was not merely boasting. She was indeed the Empress of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. In truth, the only one truly boasting was himself. Who would have thought he would find himself in such a predicament? My dear husband, do not let jealousy consume you. I shall make amends. Speaking of which, we have dined sufficiently. Let us set aside the dishes for now. We shall wash them later. And allow Ling to tidy up. My husband, let us partake in something of significance. Lu Qingxue gently patted Chu Linger on the head and commanded her. Chu Linger, who had been engrossed in her meal, froze momentarily. Mother, I am but an adopted child, am I not? Oh wait, it seems I truly was picked up by you. She turned her pitiful gaze towards her father. Chu Mo smirked, teasingly responding, if I say go, then go you shall. Consider it a punishment for your rebellious spirit. And do not forget to sweep the floor. A young lady must learn to work, rather than live like a spoiled princess. With that, the couple exchanged knowing glances and shared a heartfelt laugh, creating an atmosphere of warmth and sweetness. However, for the unfortunate Chu Linger, there was nothing sweet about her situation. She felt an icy chill enveloping her home. After finally reuniting with her mother, this couple seemed to harbor nothing but malice towards her. She could not remain in this household for another moment. With a pained expression, she shot a fierce glare at Chu Mo before begrudgingly beginning to clear the dishes. In the absence of his wife, he called her Linger, my dear, but now that she had returned, this daughter had become nothing more than a foul pickled vegetable. Oh, men, what do you propose as something of significance? Chu Mo inquired, turning to Lu Qingxue. She smiled and suggested, let us create a painting depicting all of us. In our old age, we can reminisce upon this artwork. What do you think? Lu Qingxue was eager to capture a portrait of Chu Mo. Had she possessed one during the past 8 years, she would have been spared the loneliness of clutching a ginkgo leaf to sleep at night. Likewise, If Chu Mo had a portrait of her, he would not need to resort to reading sage texts every evening. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo's expression stiffened, and he shrugged helplessly. But I cannot paint. Our supplies are of inferior quality. Even the paper is yellowed. How can I create a painting? At this moment, Sima Changfeng, who had been chatting with Zhao Dizhu's and others, perked up with excitement and stepped forward. Hey, Chu brother, I can paint. I have the finest brushes, ink, and paper. You can paint? I thought you were only adept at charming women and being a scoundrel? Chu Mo regarded him with suspicion. Sima Changfeng, with a flourish of his hair, confidently patted his chest. One cannot woo women without a few skills. To be honest, not only can I paint, but I have also immersed myself in the art for over a millennium. My skills are unparalleled, and I have been hailed as a master by the people of the western regions. Countless experts seek my work, yet none are worthy of my hand. However, for you, my dear Chu brother, I would be delighted to assist. I could even teach you how to paint. With that, Sima Changfeng produced his brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone, eager to position Lu Qingxue and Chu Mo for his artistic endeavor. Chu Mo stood at attention, yet Lu Qingxue was displeased, her beautiful eyes glaring furiously at Sima Changfeng. In a tone laden with menace, she declared, "Return and eat your meal. I desire my husband to paint for me, even if his artistry is lacking. I insist on his work. Moreover, I wish for a complete collection of portraits." Chapter 120. The art of entry. Witnessing Lu Qingxue, a seemingly aloof beauty, resorting to cursing, left Sima Changfeng and Chu Mo momentarily stunned. What is the matter? I assure you, I am indeed capable of painting, and my artistic prowess is quite refined. Rest assured, given my rapport with Brother Chu, I shall not charge you a fee. Come now, trust me. Sima Changfeng attempted further explanation, only to be tugged back by Zhao Dizhu's, who pulled him away. Stop being a nuisance. If you truly wish to paint, then do it. Paint for you? A sculpture? Forget it. Sima Changfeng did not resist and allowed himself to be led back to the dining table. After a night spent together, he had already forged a camaraderie with Zhao Dizhu's and the others. Indeed, only those who had shared a bed could comprehend the depth of their bond. Noticing Sima Changfeng's diminished presence, Lu Qingxue smiled gently, her eyes crescent-shaped as she gazed at Chu Mo. Darling, come now. I have assumed the perfect pose. Chu Mo rubbed his nose, grappling with the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone belonging to Sima Changfeng. He could write and even compose poetry, having acquired those skills from the system. However, painting was a true conundrum. He could easily reduce the 100 birds facing the phoenix to a mere chick pecking at rice. With such a level of skill, how could his wife demand a portrait collection? Was there a mistake? Meanwhile, Sima Changfeng at the adjacent table could only sigh in exasperation. This girl is indeed hard to please. My painting skills are extraordinary. Yet she refuses my work and insists on complicating matters for Brother Chu. Do they harbor a grudge against one another? At his words, Zhao Dizhu's Li Chunfeng and the others rolled their eyes and could not help but retort, "Shut it. Those two are merely expressing affection. Why intrude? Eat your meal." Exactly. Does dragon meat and celestial rice not suffice to silence your tongue? Sima Changfeng picked up his chopsticks, preparing to eat once more, sighing repeatedly. The youth of today truly seek thrills in every conceivable manner. Alas, the world is in decline, and human hearts are not what they used to be. Next time, I too shall seek a maiden to experience such amusements. A portrait? What a splendid idea. Little did Chu Mo know, Sima Changfeng, the scoundrel of the cultivation realm, had already spun tales about him repeatedly. At this moment, he was beseeching the system for assistance. Quickly, my dear system, save me. After 8 years apart, I cannot fail to fulfill even this modest request from my wife. Grant me a painting skill. That is not too much to ask, is it? Get lost. The system must ensure fairness and integrity, no deceit allowed. What you draw is determined by fate. The system retorted angrily. Subsequently, a golden disc whirled rapidly within Chu Mo's mind. The myriad rewards overwhelmed him. Stop! 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 The pointer gradually came to a halt, followed by the system's prompt. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired godly painting skills. The system also provides various images of mythical beasts for the host to replicate in their artistry. A formidable force forcibly inserted itself into Chu Mo's mind. Subsequently, a booklet appeared, adorned with images of the 5-clawed golden dragon, the divine white tiger, the Qilin, and the phoenix. showcasing various rare beasts documented in the classic of mountains and seas. The clarity of these photographs was such that even if the photographer were present, no one would question their authenticity. A shiver coursed through Chu Mo as he sensed the transformation in his mind upon grasping the paintbrush. A wave of familiarity surged within him, as if the brush were an extension of his own hand. System, what purpose do you have for these images of mythical beasts? Are they meant to be painted and hung in my home for warding off evil? None of your concern. Accept what you were given. You may choose not to use it, but it cannot be absent. Humph. The system seemed to still be irked by Chu Mo's previous remarks, and after a few mechanical insults, it rendered him muted. Chu Mo shrugged and exited the system. Thanks, you dog of a system. He understood that the system undoubtedly had manipulated the odds in his favor. Otherwise, with his luck, he would have drawn nothing but snake or chicken meat, rarely anything of value. With the acquisition of godly painting skills, Chu Mo brimmed with confidence, twirling the brush deftly on his fingertips. Very well. Since you wish to paint, my lady, I shall create a masterpiece for you. It shall be an effortless task, ensuring it resembles you perfectly. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue smiled sweetly, entirely unconcerned with the quality of the artwork. In Chu Mo's presence, she was no longer the icy empress, but simply a contented woman. Meanwhile, Sima Changfeng discreetly scoffed and muttered under his breath. TCH, even a powerhouse like Brother Chu resorts to boasting in front of his wife? The art of painting is not so simple. While it may be easy to paint, achieving excellence is a formidable challenge. The art of painting is divided into 5 realms: the vast realm, the spiritual realm, the marvelous realm, the intoxicated realm, and the 5th realm, the transcendent realm, which is the most powerful. To attain enlightenment through painting, each realm corresponds to a level in martial arts. The spiritual realm aligns with the cosmic level, the intoxicated realm with the universal level, and it is said that upon reaching the transcendent realm, one could wield a brush to vanquish immortals. Thus, the difficulty of mastering the art of painting is comparable to that of martial arts training, if not more challenging, as it heavily relies on innate talent. However, the intoxicated and transcendent realms exist merely in legend. Across the land, only I and Wu Daozi from the central domain have reached the spiritual realm, capable of imbuing life into our portraits. Observing Brother Chu's demeanor, he hardly seems like one skilled in the art of painting. Upon hearing this, Sai Huadawa and Li Chunfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, the predecessor had already reached the pinnacle in cultivation, calligraphy, military strategy, poetry, and governance. It is impossible for one person to master everything. After all, as energy is finite. In conjunction with the earlier words of a senior who claimed he could not paint, it appears he truly lacks the skill. However, what does that concern us? The couple is free to create whatever they desire, and it does not impede anyone. Indeed, a sage of the Kong lineage once proclaimed, "Worry not about the trifles of the unworthy, but rather concern yourself with the affairs of the worthy." Although some may doubt that Chu Mo possesses any artistic talent, they have not forgotten to retort to Sima Changfeng. This individual is merely indulging in idle thoughts, eager to showcase his own artistic prowess. Sima Changfeng gazed in admiration, astonished to discover the myriad talents of Chu Mo, which were indeed unexpected. As the conversation unfolded, Chu Mo had already taken up his brush and began to create. The wolf hair brush danced gracefully in his hand. Lu Qingsno sat at the stone table, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at Chu Mo with a sweet smile. Initially, Sima Changfeng regarded Chu Mo's efforts with disdain, but after a few minutes, his expression grew increasingly serious. By the end, that seriousness transformed into astonishment, and astonishment into disbelief. Chu Mo worked with remarkable speed, and in less than 3 minutes, a beautiful fairy emerged on the paper, resembling Lu Qingsno to perfection, truly exquisite and enchanting. The onlookers were utterly amazed, realizing that their senior had concealed such depth and indeed possessed the ability to paint. To their eyes, the artwork was magnificent. Yet, in the discerning gaze of Sima Changfeng, a slight flaw remained. Alas, what a pity! The painting captured only the form, lacking the spirit. It failed to reveal the love reflected in Lu's eyes, ultimately rendering it lifeless. Though Chu Mo's artistic skills were formidable, they had not reached the pinnacle of mastery, still falling short of the 3rd realm of spiritual artistry. If it were I who painted with utmost effort, the artwork would undoubtedly possess a soul. Sima Changfeng felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a surprise from Chu Imo, only to find it rather underwhelming. In the realm of painting, it seemed no one in the continent could surpass him. As these thoughts settled, Chu Imo stroked his chin, seemingly recognizing an inadequacy. Suddenly, he produced a jar of exquisite wine and drank heartily. The crowd was puzzled. What was the connection between painting and drinking? Amid their confusion, the jar quickly emptied, and wine stained Chu Mo's attire. With a crash, the jar shattered. Chu Imo erupted in laughter. Half drunk and half awake. This state is the finest. Ha ha ha. My dear wife, today, I shall show you what it means to wield divine artistic skills. With laughter subsiding, the brush that had paused resumed its movement, but instead of enhancing the painting, he began to write beside it. The hearts of the onlookers lifted with the renewed strokes, each one fixated on the paper, eager to see what Chu Imo would unveil next. Sima Changfeng felt perplexed. Could it be that Chu Imo was hiding something more? Yet, the painting was already complete, seemingly unalterable. What could his actions possibly signify? Chapter 121. The terrifying might of the drunken realm under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Chu Imo fervently inscribed line after line of poetry. United in marriage, love unshaken, in search of a kindred spirit, never depart, in the heavens. May we be akin to winged birds, on earth, entwined as intertwined branches. You shall be the steadfast rock, I the pliant reed, though the reed is resilient as silk. The rock remains unmoved. As the onlookers recited Chu Mo's verses, a wave of poetic sentiment enveloped them. It was as if they beheld a stunning beauty, bound to her beloved for eternity. The unwavering love depicted stirred the crowd, prompting an outpouring of admiration and praise. Such exquisite poetry, truly exceptional. Upon completing his composition, Chu Imo set down his brush. In the next moment, the portrait appeared to be imbued with life. The figure within the painting transformed, becoming vivid and dynamic, a stark contrast to its previous lifeless state. The spectators, unsure if it was merely an illusion, felt as though the painted eyes had blinked, and the image had taken on expression. The countenance of Lu Qingxue mirrored that of her painted likeness, both seemingly synchronized. They shook their heads, peering closer, only to find the portrait had reverted to its original form, leaving them perplexed. Am I seeing things? Why does it seem the painting is moving? Indeed, I sense it too. The portrait appears to be blinking at Senior Chu. Witnessing this spectacle, Sima Changfeng was visibly shaken, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. He stumbled back, unable to suppress an exclamation. What? Is this the endowment of spirit? How can this be? The process of endowing spirit demands a seamless execution, from the first stroke to the completed image, requiring an infusion of life into the artwork in one single breath. The challenge posed to one's essence is monumental, akin to unleashing a full-force strike of cosmic magnitude. Previously, the work created by Chu was devoid of vitality, yet now, following the recitation, it pulsated with spirit. Could it be? Sima Changfeng was struck by a momentous realization, sending chills down his spine. His astonishment captured the attention of Zhao Dezuzu and others. Chao Chao and the others could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired, "What is it? Why the abrupt pause in your words?" Though they lacked full comprehension, Sima's expression revealed that Chu Imo had accomplished something extraordinary. Sima inhaled deeply, striving to quell his inner turmoil. After half a minute, he tentatively speculated, the legendary Fourth Realm, comparable to a cosmic powerhouse, is none other than the harmonious intoxication of poetry and painting. The most distinctive feature of this drunken realm is its ability to convey poetic imagery, enhance synesthesia, elevate themes, and nourish the artistic essence. The poet embodies the heart of the universe, while the painter embodies the spirit of nature. By harmonizing poetry and painting, the artwork transcends itself. This is the essence of the drunken realm. Only when calligraphy and poetry reach the pinnacle of mastery can they support the art of painting. Each element is indispensable. It is a feat that most individuals could scarcely achieve in a lifetime, let alone the trifecta of mastery. Thus, the difficulty of attaining the drunken realm surpasses even that of a first-rank martial artist reaching the cosmic level. After hearing Sima Changfeng's soliloquy, the crowd exchanged perplexed glances. This was a case of the knowledgeable discerning the nuances while the uninitiated merely observed the spectacle. What does it mean? In simpler terms, what is its utility? Sima Changfeng gestured towards the painting, generously offering an explanation. It can be stated that the artwork painstakingly crafted by a master of the drunken realm could very well serve as a cosmic artifact, even becoming an external manifestation of the person depicted within. This painting is the embodiment of Miss Lu. The artwork possesses a spirit, allowing Miss Lu to manipulate it to absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Ultimately, the painting returns this energy to her, facilitating her cultivation and yielding remarkable results with half the effort. Furthermore, in times of peril, the painting can serve as a decoy, sparing her from certain doom. Upon absorbing Sima Chongfeng's elucidation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. This seemingly simple painting rivals a cosmic artifact. Moreover, it can shield against fatal harm. This is tantamount to gaining an additional life. How extraordinary! The artist possesses such a skill. Indeed, there are no worthless professions, only those who lack merit. Why not? Brother Sima, could you create one for each of us to safeguard our lives? The crowd rubbed their hands together, casting flattering glances at Sima Chongfeng. He rolled his eyes dramatically, kicking the crowd away. Get lost. I am merely at the spirit realm, not the drunken realm. Even if I were to reach the drunken realm, I would not create such paintings for you. Each piece exacts a toll on the artist's vitality, resulting in significant depletion that takes months to recover from. Only for those who are intimately related can such works be rendered. Moreover, the paintings of the drunken realm are not infallible. Since they are intertwined with the artist's soul, should the painting be destroyed, the artist would suffer grievous repercussions, at best, a damaged spirit, and at worst, a lifelong coma. Seeing the gravity with which Sima Chongfeng spoke, the crowd averted their eyes, relinquishing their hopes. Is this truly the case? Yet, why does Elder Chu appear utterly unscathed? The power of the laws surrounding him seems unaffected. Sima Chongfeng focused his gaze, and, indeed, as the crowd noted, Chu Emo seemed entirely unaffected. For a moment, Sima Chongfeng was at a loss for words. Perhaps his 8 years of solitude have rendered him unusually vigorous? Li Chunfeng stroked his chin, inquiring tentatively, could it be that Elder Chu's true realm surpasses the drunken realm, having attained the highest state? Upon hearing this, Sima Chongfeng could not restrain a laugh, cutting him off. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The drunken realm equates to cosmic level, while the transformation realm signifies the realm of immortals. Every painting produced therein is an immortal artifact. Do you believe this world can accommodate immortals? The heavenly Tao is obstructed. Not even cosmic beings exist, let alone immortals. The fact that Brother Chu has reached the drunken realm surpasses everyone's expectations. Witnessing Sima Chongfeng's unwavering conviction, the crowd fell silent. After all, he is a cosmic being, possessing knowledge far beyond their own. However, even in the absence of celestial beings, the cosmic level Chu Mo was sufficient to command their reverence. As the few conversed, Chu Mo detached the drawing paper, cheerfully blowing it dry before extending it towards Lu Qingxue. Here you go, my dear. What do you think? Please do not mind the imperfections of my first attempt at painting. Upon hearing this, Sima Chongfeng let out a sudden cough, blood spurting forth as he stared at Chu Mo in disbelief. What nonsense is this? Your first painting? Surely you jest. Chu Mo scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness creeping in. I swear it truly is my first. I fear I have embarrassed myself. Sima Chongfeng fell silent. For warriors of their caliber, a vow is unassailable truth, as the heavens themselves impose constraints upon them. Having traversed a millennium into the spiritual realm, Sima Chongfeng had been lauded by the continent's grand elder of the Tiangong Pavilion as a once-in-a-millennium genius in the art of painting. Yet here was Chu Mo, whose first painting reached the level of intoxication, making Sima Chongfeng question his own worth. A failure? Lu Qingxue accepted the artwork, nodding in satisfaction. She had heard Sima Chongfeng's words and understood the significance of the painting, recognizing the effort Chu Mo had invested. My husband is truly wonderful. Lu Qingxue solemnly tucked the artwork into her bosom and then urged Chu Mo to sit. You've worked hard. Are you tired? Let me massage you, and I shall prepare a delicious meal for you tonight. Oh, I'm not tired at all. I shall create even more. Since we agreed on a collection, I must paint dozens of pieces. For your dinner, I shall go all out. Chu Mo waved his hand, rehanging a fresh sheet of paper, and poised to paint once more. Sima Chongfeng smirked, inwardly thinking, you have no idea how exhausting your first painting truly is. After a few more, you will surely regret your own words. Sima Changfeng watched as Chu Mo resumed his work, arms crossed, quietly anticipating the moment Chu Mo would collapse from exhaustion. Yet, as time passed, artwork after artwork emerged from Chu Mo's hands. Sima Changfeng, the cosmic-level powerhouse, seemed to grow numb. Good heavens! 100 pieces, an entire 100. All masterpieces of intoxication. By the gods, Brother Chu, are you made of iron? Or perhaps your stamina is derived from some supernatural source. How can you endure this? Chapter 122. The finishing touch, the living celestial being. Alas, I have finally completed the paintings. My hand is positively sore. Chu Mo shook his wrist and set down the brush. Observing his relaxed demeanor and listening to his nonchalant remarks, Sima Changfeng felt as if he had turned to stone. Do you hear the whispers of the world? 100 paintings, all at the level of intoxication, equate to 100 pieces of disposable cosmic-grade equipment. Creating a single spiritual-level painting had drained Sima Changfeng to his core, requiring him 10 days to recuperate. Yet, Chu Mo, after completing 100 pieces, merely complained of a sore wrist? What manner of creature is this? Sima Changfeng's head spun with disbelief. Shaking his head, he looked again at the stack of paintings before Lu Qingxue, envy flooding the eyes of all present, even causing the cosmic-level Sima Changfeng to turn green with jealousy. For an ordinary person, possessing a single piece could be regarded as a treasured heirloom, yet this woman, of mere mid-tier status, boasts a remarkable collection of 100 portraits. How extravagant! Is this the grandeur of a true magnate? This esteemed elder, Chu, can only be described as a fervent devotee of his beloved. In all the realms, who possesses such prowess, and who would invest such effort for the sake of a partner? One cannot help but wonder about Elder Chu's inclinations. If only he would trade a few portraits. The onlookers cast disdainful glances at Liu Bei, expressing their awe at the good fortune of the female emperor. Indeed, for a woman to attain greatness, she must either possess formidable prowess herself or be connected to one who does. Lu Qingxue, content, meticulously arranged the portraits and retrieved some staples from her storage pouch to secure them. Husband, thank you. I am thoroughly pleased. The artwork is exquisite. Given how much you've imbibed, perhaps you should lie down and rest. Chu Mo waved his hand dismissively. You thank me? Humph. Just wait and see how I intend to punish you. He dismissed the idea of resting. There remains ample ink. It would be a waste to let it go unused. Gazing at the remaining ink, Chu Mo resolved to create something further. Yet, after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for inspiration. Landscapes felt mundane. And having just completed 100 portraits, he was weary of figures. What should I draw? The crowd exchanged glances. At this level of artistry, who dared to offer suggestions? Elder, simply create whatever your heart desires. Amidst the indecision, Chu Mo suddenly recalled the images of mythical beasts from the classic of mountains and seas in his mind. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Ah, I know what I shall depict. The crowd looked on in confusion. Elder, what could possibly merit your artistic endeavor? Oh, I intend to illustrate some talismans to affix to the entrance. Chu Mo replied casually, seizing his brush and paper, focusing his mind on the images in his memory, and began to sketch. These ancient, rare creatures are the very bane of malevolent spirits. The crowd was momentarily bewildered, their gazes shifting to Cao Cao. Mengda, you are the least attractive here. Is it possible that the elder intends to create a portrait of you to ward off evil? Cao Cao's expression fluctuated between hues of green and red, caught between amusement and irritation, unsure whether to laugh or rage. Who could have envisioned that one day the illustrious king of Wei would be rendered a talisman due to his appearance? However, it soon became evident that Chu Mo's subject was not a human figure. What is the elder drawing? Cao Cao pointed towards Chu Mo. The onlookers leaned closer, observing that the sketch was taking shape. A serpentine creature was being rendered upon the paper. A few scratched their heads in uncertainty. Its head resembles that of an ox, its antlers like a deer, ears akin to an elephant, neck and abdomen reminiscent of a serpent, scales like a fish, claws resembling a phoenix, and paws akin to a tiger. This looks strikingly like the dragons described in ancient texts. Is the elder attempting to paint a dragon? The utterance startled even them. If an ordinary person were to paint a dragon, they would merely chuckle and dismiss it. However, Chu Mo was different. With his extraordinary skills and profound understanding, he had not only encountered dragons, but had also hunted them, serving their flesh at feasts. At this moment, as he painted a dragon, was he not in the act of conjuring a dragon? Or rather, a dragon spirit? The intoxicated state could indeed imbue the painting with a soul. And it was astonishing that they found themselves in such a fortuitous situation, able to witness the enigmatic dragon's spirit with their own eyes. Upon this realization, the crowd trembled with excitement. Even the venerable Sima Changfeng was no exception. Each person was transfixed, their gaze firmly locked on Chu Mo, eager to witness the manifestation of the dragon's spirit. As the brush glided across the canvas, the intricate details of the dragon were meticulously refined. Scales, patterns, and whiskers came to life. After several minutes, Chu Mo finally withdrew his brush, clapping his hands softly, murmuring to himself, "At last, it is complete." This was far more challenging than painting a person. Turning to the spectators, he inquired, "What do you think of my creation?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the dragon depicted on the paper began to writhe before their very eyes. Each scale was rendered with remarkable precision, glistening under the sun's rays. Gazing upon the dragon's spirit, the crowd stood entranced, utterly spellbound. It was alive. The painting had truly come to life. The dragon moved. Ah, so this is what a true dragon is like. They were indeed gaining new insight. Though the dragon's spirit was not large and remained confined to the paper, the awe of the crowd was palpable. Observing their astonishment, each exclaiming in exaggerated tones, Chu Mo turned in confusion to assess his artwork. Upon his glance, the dragon fell still, appearing as a mere inanimate object. Chu Mo, bewildered, asked, "What are you all staring at? What do you mean it came to life?" The crowd remained silent, their minds wholly absorbed in the painting, murmuring to themselves, completely oblivious to Chu Mo's inquiry. "This is a true dragon." Feeling ignored, Chu Mo's frustration boiled over, and he exclaimed in anger, "A true dragon, indeed. I think you all are the ones who are truly deaf." Damn it! His outburst jolted a few from their stupor. Zhao Dizhu's and others chuckled, unperturbed. However, Sima Changfeng, the expert, furrowed his brow, sensing a flaw in the painting. "Brother Chu, is your painting truly finished? I can't shake the feeling that it lacks something, an essence that seems amiss." Not finished." Chu Mo examined the painting more closely and, after a moment of contemplation, finally discerned the issue. "I realized the reason. I painted the dragon with my left hand, so on the left, I depicted a dragon, and on the right, I must paint a rainbow." With that, Chu Mo swiftly added a rainbow beside the dragon, whether it was an illusion or not. Once the rainbow was completed, the crowd noticed that the dragon's mouth seemed to twitch, a look of exasperation on its face. Sima Changfeng shook his head once more. "No, that's not it. The rainbow has nothing to do with it. This dragon gives me the impression of a premature child, still underdeveloped." At that moment, Chu Linger, having finished tidying up her home, joyfully hopped over. As the crowd gathered around a painting, marveling at its artistry, Chu Linger focused her gaze and could not help but curl her lips in mild disdain. "Oh, father, are you painting a dragon? Why does this dragon lack eyes? Is it a blind dragon?" The speaker, oblivious to the weight of her words, inadvertently struck a chord with Sima Changfeng, awakening him to a profound realization. "Ah, the eyes. Brother Chu, your dragon is devoid of eyes. The flaw lies here." Chu Mo thumped his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, "How could I forget to add the finishing touch to the dragon?" With that, he took up his brush once more and carefully painted the dragon's eyes. As soon as the eyes were completed, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A fierce wind arose, dark clouds enveloped the entirety of Gahashan, and thunder rumbled ominously. Witnessing this transformation, Chu Mo's expression turned alarmed as he hastily abandoned his painting and dashed toward the backyard. "Heavens! Thunder is crashing and rain is coming. What kind of bizarre weather is this? Linger, quickly help me gather the clothes. I have quite a bit of jerky drying out as well." After Chu Mo and Chu Linger departed, the dragon depicted on the paper suddenly soared into the air, breaking free from its confines and transforming into a genuine dragon spirit before the astonished crowd. The dragon's spirit ascended into the clouds, and in an instant, an otherworldly roar, reminiscent of neither bull nor horse, reverberated from the darkened sky. Its deep, resonant call pierced through the air, causing hearts to tremble and inner energies to momentarily stutter in control. As they beheld this extraordinary spectacle, Sima Changfeng's countenance shifted dramatically. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. And in a state of shock, he shouted, "By heavens! Crafted from brush as bone, paper as flesh, and ink as spirit. To summon a dragon spirit through mere painting. This is the pinnacle of artistry, the transformation into a transcendent realm. I initially believed my own artistic prowess to be unparalleled. Yet Brother Chu has ascended to the realm of immortals. Does this not imply that he is a living deity? In Chapter 123, the 18 fierce beasts guarding the courtyard. Witnessing Chu Mo's artistic mastery, now at the level of transcendence, brought tears of joy to Sima Chongfeng's eyes. He had once thought Chu Mo merely a formidable celestial, perhaps even a cosmic-level artist. Yet, to his astonishment, the man had reached the status of an immortal, explaining the overwhelming aura of order surrounding him. What fortune have I, Sima Chongfeng, to share a toast and brotherhood with an immortal? As the onlookers stood in stunned silence, the dragon spirit let out another mighty roar and dove back onto the blank canvas. With its return, the dark clouds and thunder dissipated instantly, and the sky cleared once more. The crowd regained control over their inner energies. Such was the might of a divine beast. Terrifying indeed, that a mere dragon spirit could wield such power, leaving us unable to resist. One could only imagine the strength of the true dragon. Yet, even a formidable true dragon could merely be transformed into a mere delicacy in the hands of a senior. Alas, previously there was a guardian deity, and now there exists a dragon soul. The defenses of this courtyard surpass even those of the sacred grounds in the central domain. I am quite curious to see if any foolhardy individuals would dare to offend our esteemed elder. Zhao Dezhu and his companions sighed in admiration. Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuan were evasive, as they were indeed the fools referred to in the conversation. Surely, none could be more foolish than they. However, they were fortunate, for through their respectful diligence, they had already become the loyal servants of Chu Mo. Now, no matter who attempted to dismiss them, they could not depart. Being a servant of an immortal carried a certain prestige. As the crowd conversed, Chu Mo approached from the backyard, grumbling, "Goodness, this weather changes quicker than a woman's temperament. It has shifted several times in a mere 2 minutes. By the way, what are you discussing? I seem to hear a bovine call from the heavens. Did one of you send a cow soaring into the sky?" Chu Mo's cultivation level was too low to perceive the dragon's soul, as dragons were beings of higher dimensions, invisible to those whose strength had not reached a certain threshold. Seeing Chu Mo jest, the others chuckled, for they did not believe that a being capable of creating a dragon's soul would be oblivious to the sound of a dragon's roar. They assumed that for their esteemed elder, manifesting a dragon's soul was merely a trivial feat. Such is the perspective and demeanor of a true master. Gazing at Chu Mo's unassuming expression, Sima Chongfeng was filled with fervor. After shaking off his robe, he unexpectedly knelt before the assembly, exclaiming, "Elder, I humbly beseech you not to disregard me. Please accept me as your disciple. I vow to serve you devotedly. I only wish for a modicum of guidance in the art of painting. Even the slightest would suffice." After witnessing Chu Mo's artistic prowess, Sima Chongfeng no longer dared to address him as Brother Chu, for he, as a mere cosmic-level cultivator, felt utterly unworthy of such brotherhood. His decision to kneel and seek apprenticeship came after much hesitation, as he worried that Chu Mo might deem him unworthy, having taken a millennium to reach the spirit realm. This act stirred a great uproar among the onlookers, a supreme being at the cosmic level, seeking to become a disciple. Upon observing Sima Chongfeng's prostration, Chu Mo appeared momentarily stunned, his expression one of bewilderment. "You wish to be my disciple? Me, a mere nobody? Nobody?" Sima Chongfeng replied with a bitter smile. "If you are a nobody, then what are we? We hope for your acceptance." He was struck by the profound humility displayed by someone of such extraordinary strength. Reflecting on his own previously ostentatious demeanor, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. Truly, the stature of great figures is beyond compare. Chu Mo's lips twitched as he waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for that. Let us simply regard each other as brothers." Upon hearing this, Sima Chongfeng's expression fell into despair. Indeed, the immortal looked down upon my meager talents, and I faced rejection. However, the next words from Chu Mo invigorated me, filling my heart with uncontainable joy. "Do you wish to learn painting? Allow me to teach you." "Truly?" Chu Mo nodded, immediately entering teaching mode. "Certainly. You must remember, the pinnacle of painting lies in the absence of technique and boundaries. The essence of creation resides in the delicate balance between likeness and unlikeness. One must not strive too forcefully to capture perfection, for therein lies the true spirit of art. Chu Mo's words struck like a bolt of enlightenment, causing Sima Changfeng to awaken to a profound realization. The veil that had troubled him for 5 centuries was suddenly torn asunder. Natural technique? To exist between likeness and unlikeness? How exquisite! A single utterance has roused me from my slumber. Chu brother, I comprehend now. My previous failures stemmed from my relentless desire to replicate the original. I never considered that this pursuit may have led me astray. Just as you said, why must I merely restore? Why can I not create a painting that transcends the original? Observing Sima Changfeng's exuberance, Chu Mo smiled with satisfaction. A promising student indeed. Come, grasp the brush and paint alongside me. There is no substitute for practical experience. Only through doing can one effortlessly discover the secrets of the craft. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao eagerly nodded in agreement, exchanging knowing glances with the crowd. Indeed, I have much insight regarding practical application. If only, his words were abruptly cut short, as Sima Changfeng sent him flying 2 miles with a swift kick. Away with you. Ignoring Cao Cao, Sima Changfeng began painting under Chu Mo's guidance, and together they produced a series of artworks depicting the fantastical beasts from the Shanhai Jing. There were qilins, phoenixes, white tigers, and xuanwu. Countless extraordinary creatures, invisible to Chu Mo, danced in the courtyard, leaving the onlookers in awe. Such divine beings, usually unseen, were now within reach, presenting an extraordinary opportunity for all present. As she watched Chu Mo diligently instructing, Lu Qingxue rested her chin on her hands atop a stone bench, her heart brimming with sweetness and pride. I never imagined my husband was an immortal. He has kept this secret from me, perhaps fearing I would be frightened by his true identity. Indeed, he is a considerate man, always contemplating my feelings. The thought that she, Lu Qingxue, had encountered an immortal filled her with joy. How fortunate I am to have met you in this life. Recalling the frenzy of their reunion the previous night, even Lu Qingxue, typically composed, felt a surge of excitement. After all, enduring 8 years of solitude in such a tumultuous age was a trial few women could withstand. She wished time would freeze, allowing her to remain forever by Chu Mo's side. Had she known her husband was an immortal, she would have forsaken the empire long ago and never left 8 years prior. As time passed, the courtyard became home to 18 ancient beast souls, including the likes of Lu Wu, Ying Zhao, Tao Tai, Xiong Qi, Tao Wu, and the fearsome chaos. A menacing aura permeated the courtyard, yet it did not inflict any harm upon the gathered individuals. Once the 18 paintings were completed, Chu Mo set down his brush and stretched languidly. Oh dear, after a day of toil, I am utterly exhausted. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol and fatigued from painting, drowsiness began to wash over him. You can conduct your own research. I shall take these paintings out to bask in the sun and perhaps indulge in a brief nap. Chu Mo informed Sima Changfeng before relocating the 18 paintings to the sunlight. He then fetched a reclining chair and collapsed onto it. Sima Changfeng, with utmost respect, clasped his hands together, saying, "Yes, Master, I will practice some more." "Do not call me Master. You are not my disciple," Chu Mo replied with his eyes closed. Sima Changfeng, looking somewhat helpless, responded, "Even if you do not formally accept me as your disciple, in my heart, you shall always be my master. I shall consider myself a nominal disciple." Lu Qingxue smiled softly, choosing not to concern herself with the nature of their relationship. She approached and gently massaged Chu Mo's temples. In less than 10 seconds, his deep slumber was betrayed by the sound of his snoring, a testament to how weary he had become from his relentless painting. Observing his serene visage, Lu Qingxue leaned down and stealthily planted a kiss on his lips, provoking a chorus of playful teasing from those present. Lu Qingxue's face flushed instantly, enveloping the atmosphere in harmony. However, at that moment, a spatial gateway appeared outside the courtyard, from which emerged 2 men and a woman, Musashi, Hanzo, and Huaxia. Musashi smirked as he surveyed the courtyard below. "Is this it? I believe I can see Sima Changfeng's figure, and I can almost envision the moment he kneels and begs for mercy while calling someone father." After saying this, Musashi looked up at the sky, chuckling coldly. "The time of noon has arrived. The moment of utmost darkness is upon us. Today, this sovereign shall slaughter 2 cosmic beings and seize the cosmic artifact. Chapter 124. Striking at an elder? This is a path to self-destruction, Musashi calmly uttered, then retrieved a basket filled with invaluable spirit stones from his storage pouch. Along with 999 hearts of young boys and 999 hearts of young girls. The hearts were fresh and bloody, as if just extracted, with bits of flesh still clinging to them, causing Hua-Sia's scalp to tingle with horror. Musashi grasped several hearts and spirit stones, preparing to scatter them around the vicinity of Gala Mountain. Upon witnessing this, Hua-Sia shivered and, perplexed, gazed at Musashi, her eyes fluttering charmingly. Sovereign, isn't noon the time of the most abundant yang energy? Why are you setting up the 3 absolute arrays at this moment? Wouldn't it be much better to wait until nightfall? Musashi crushed a spirit stone in his hand, letting the powder fall through his fingers. His expression cold and devoid of emotion as he replied, "You are correct. At noon, the yang energy is indeed at its peak. Even the executioners on Earth choose this time for their deeds. However, you seem to have forgotten one crucial detail." Hua-Sia, momentarily stunned, brushed her hair back and gazed at Musashi with sultry eyes. What detail? Excess leads to reversal. When yang reaches its zenith, yin must inevitably arise. This is the law of heaven and earth. The yang energy that dares to emerge at the peak of its vigor is indeed the most formidable. When the rare day of absolute yin arrives, the ominous essence of yin will expand infinitely, ultimately overshadowing the yang energy that envelopes the heavens and the earth. Thus, noon is the true opportune moment for setting up formations, rather than the midnight hour as perceived by many. The 3 absolute formation harnesses this immense yin energy to sever all spiritual energy and the laws of nature, reducing everyone to the status of ordinary beings. Even those at the cosmic level are not exempt. Facing the enigmatic Hua-Sia, Musashi patiently elucidated this point, for the two would engage in mutual cultivation in the future, and it was prudent to foster a harmonious relationship for the sake of convenience. Hua-Sia nodded in understanding, choosing to remain silent. Musashi then turned back, soaring into the air as he deftly gestured with his hands, scattering spirit stones with precision into every nook and cranny of the Gala Mountain. Such mastery of control would indeed inspire reverence among practitioners in the martial world. As the spirit stones landed and merged into the earth, they ensured that the formation would not be disrupted by animals or passers-by. Gradually running low on spirit stones, those already scattered began to resonate with one another, starting to emit a faint glow. The hearts of the young boys and girls exuded an intense aura of resentment. The fusion of yin and resentment transformed into an invisible force, stirring the winds and clouds. The 3 absolutes, heaven, earth, and humanity, were all set in place, completing the 3 absolute formation. Musashi continued to weave intricate hand seals, his deep voice resonating through the cosmos. Hanzo and Hua-Sia exchanged concerned glances, cautiously surveying their surroundings. As Musashi's voice echoed, a tempest arose, and the sky was once again shrouded in thick clouds, bringing forth an overwhelming sense of impending storm. The heavens were cloaked in darkness, completely obscuring the sun's light. The creatures of the mountains seemed to sense the looming danger, startled into a frantic escape. At this moment, the Gala Mountain was enveloped in dense fog due to the formation, the mist intertwining with the night, obscuring the sight of both man and beast. Witnessing this scene, Hanzo and Hua-Sia were left in shock. Even outside the formation, they felt an overwhelming chill. Is this truly the 3 absolute formation? Such an intense sense of oppression. It feels as though stepping inside would render us mere lambs to the slaughter. Indeed, once ensnared by my formation, not even those wielding cosmic-level artifacts, let alone cosmic beings, could escape unscathed. Only a celestial being might possess a sliver of hope for survival. Look, in the courtyard, Sima Changfeng and the others have already begun to panic. If I am not mistaken, they have lost all their internal energy at this very moment. Let us descend and allow them to confront their fears. Ha ha ha. Musashi chuckled ominously, emitting a peculiar laugh before leisurely drifting down towards the courtyard. Within the courtyard, the sudden onset of night did not obscure the vision of Lu Qingxue and the others. Having reached the realm of the advanced stages, they could certainly see through mere fog. However, the adverse effects of the formation caused their expressions to shift dramatically, leaving them bereft of any sense of security. What the hell? What is happening? Why can't I muster any strength? It feels as though I've unleashed 10 consecutive bursts. My legs are utterly weak. Damn it. I, too, share the sentiment. Where there is aberration, there must be malice at play. I suspect that someone has taken action against us. Yet, with Elder Chu present, who would dare to be so audacious? The inability to harness our inner strength and the resultant frailty have left Zhao Dizhus and Wei Chuan Kong utterly horrified. In contrast, Sima Changfeng remains relatively composed, having weathered many storms as a formidable figure of the cosmos. However, even his countenance betrays a grave solemnity. There is no doubt that someone has indeed made a move against us. This formation, if I am not mistaken, is the forbidden technique documented in ancient texts, the Three Absolute Formation. The Three Absolute Formation? What manner of sorcery is this? The group exchanged bewildered glances. Sima Changfeng elucidated the matter for them, then raised his gaze, surveying the void with vigilance. This formation is the most deranged of all. Each time it is enacted, no fewer than 20,000 innocent lives are sacrificed. Those capable of deploying such a formation are truly deranged. Yet, we remain in the dark as to who has orchestrated this and why it has been laid upon the desolate mountains. Could it be an adversary of our elder? Upon hearing his explanation, the group shuddered in horror, their indignation rising. This individual deserves a fate worse than death. Particularly, Lu Qingxue, a mother herself, was consumed by rage, her complexion pale with fury. To think that 20,000 hearts would be forcibly extracted from children so young, what unimaginable agony. Reflecting on this and gazing at the innocent and affectionate visage of Chu Linger, Lu Qingxue felt as though her heart had been wrenched. These children are cherished by their parents, yet they are subjected to such heinous slaughter due to the selfish desires of certain cultivators. Truly, it is madness. Abominable. Such a vile person deserves nothing less than death. If they were to fall into my hands, I would flay them alive, ensuring they would neither live nor die in peace. No sooner had she uttered these words than a sinister voice echoed ominously from the void. The voice was raspy, suffused with a chilling aura, and utterly dissonant. Ha ha ha, kill me. Do you believe you can? I did not expect to find such exquisite beauty here. And an ice spirit body at that. What fortune! Soon, I shall make you understand what it means to desire both life and death. With a warrior's attire, Musashi, accompanied by Hanzo Waxiu, stepped into the formation, suspended in midair. The dense fog parted to grant passage to the formation's creator, Musashi. Upon witnessing his arrival, the group felt a chill run down their spines, as if facing a formidable foe. Who are you? Sima Changfeng exclaimed in astonishment. What? The sovereign of Jiuhua Mountain, Musashi? Is this your doing? What is your intent? Musashi chuckled ominously, his gaze sharp and tinged with mockery. Ghosts, fear not. It has been quite some time. I have deployed such a grand formation, so do tell, what do you think my purpose is? Asking with foreknowledge, are we? Do you seek to kill me? Are you aware of where you stand and who resides here? I have no qualms with you taking action against me, but should you dare to do so here, you are courting your own demise. I advise you to tread lightly. Sima Changfeng's voice was laced with authority as he shouted, fearful that his personal grievances might disrupt Chu Mo's tranquil cultivation. Musashi disdainfully curled his lip, pointing at the recliner. I've already slain tens of thousands of young boys and girls. Do you still expect me to be benevolent? How naive you are. As for your talk of self-destruction, I am well aware of whose domain this is. It's that worthless being on the recliner, isn't it? Though he may be of the cosmic level and wield a divine artifact. Do you truly believe he can contend with me within my grand formation? Look, he lacks even the courage to open his eyes and face me. Today marks the day of your demise. Once I have eliminated him, that cosmic artifact shall be mine to claim. Observing the swirling power of rules surrounding Chu Mo, Musashi felt no trepidation whatsoever. Enveloped by the triumvirate formation, how could he possibly harness the power of rules? This was undoubtedly a mere illusion. Hey, old ghost, why do you seem so anxious? Is this guy really that formidable? Zhao Dizhus patted Sima Changfeng's shoulder, questioning him with curiosity. Guo Jinsho's expression was grave as he snapped back impatiently. Of course, he's a cosmic-level being, bolstered by the triumvirate formation. We are as good as meat on a chopping block. Upon hearing Guo Jinsho's alarmingly tense words, Zhao Dizhus and Chao Chao exchanged glances, rolling their eyes dismissively. Oh, Spare us the theatrics. With our seniors present, why should we be worried? If the heavens were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to hold it up. Look at how soundly our senior is sleeping. He clearly has no regard for this situation. Let us sit down and enjoy some tea in peace. The group gestured toward the still slumbering Chu Mo, plopping down to sip on their enlightenment tea. Sima Changfeng paused, realizing the validity of their reasoning. Thinking to himself that it was indeed the case, an emperor's anxiety pales in comparison to that of his eunuchs. With newfound confidence, Sima Changfeng raised his head and could not help but sneer. Huh, today is your end. Senior Chu will surely bring about your demise. Musashi's gaze turned icy, revealing a cruel smile. Thank you for the reminder. Typically, villains meet their downfall through excessive chatter. Moreover, such a moment of absolute despair is fleeting. It appears prudent for this holy lord to resolve matters with you swiftly. So, who shall perish first? Let us start with this fellow. Who dares to face me without even opening his eyes? How audacious! Musashi repeatedly formed hand seals, channeling immense spiritual energy from heaven and earth, coalescing it into a colossal blade measuring 40 meters in length, which he brought down upon Chu Mo. Witnessing this scene, even those aware of Chu Mo's level felt their hearts tighten. Senior, be careful, don't sleep. They attempted to rouse Chu Mo, only to find themselves immobilized by the oppressive aura. As the giant blade descended, Musashi's expression morphed into one of insanity. What of the cosmic level? What of the cosmic artifact? Die for me. Before he could finish his taunt, the events that unfolded next left him utterly astounded. What is happening? Chapter 125. This man is immune to magic. The illusory giant blade descended with the force of a cataclysm, as if nothing could withstand its might. In the face of Musashi's strike, everyone felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to a mere leaf adrift on a vast ocean, at the mercy of the waves. Yet, despite the immense power of the attack landing above the slumbering Chu Mo, he merely let out a snore. Hulu summoned the power of rules enveloping him in a delicate protective barrier. As the formidable force of his blade descended upon this membrane, it was effortlessly dissipated, arousing not the slightest turbulence. Observing the unscathed Chu Mo, the onlookers exhaled a collective sigh of relief and began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, the senior was formidable. In the face of such an overwhelming lethal strike that left us powerless, a mere breath from him sufficed to neutralize it. How astonishing! Who in this world could ever harm such a senior? I maintain that he is invincible. Musashi, you have found yourself in quite the predicament. But truly, are you feeble? To exert such force, yet fail to pierce even the membrane surrounding the senior, is truly disgraceful. Sima Changfeng unabashedly mocked him. Chu Mo's overwhelming strength provided them with a sense of security, instilling in them a boldness that rendered them fearless. What of their lack of cultivation? What of their absence of natural spiritual energy? With Senior Chu present, that is sufficient. Even if the heavens were to collapse, he would be able to uphold it. Lu Qingxue wore a proud expression, marveling at the strength of the man who was hers. How fortunate she must be to have accumulated such fortune over lifetimes. In the face of the crowd's derision, and witnessing the formidable strike dissipate, Musashi's complexion fluctuated between green and white, disbelief etched upon his features. The skeptical gazes of Huashiyu and Hanzo only served to ignite his fury. Do you truly consider me weak? This esteemed lord has never faced such a challenge. I cannot ascertain the truth. Yet, it appears to be lacking. Huashiyu replied with a coy demeanor, her inner contempt growing. He had boasted so brazenly upon arrival. Yet now, in the fray, he was utterly ineffectual. Unable to even breach a simple barrier. What use is such a man? And he expects me to associate with him? Musashi was seething with rage, his hair standing on end. However, without comprehending how Mo had diffused his assault, he refrained from launching another attack. Musashi remained silent, keenly observing Chu Mo, for the latter's defense had left even him perplexed. Casting a scrutinizing gaze over Chu Mo, Musashi's eyes fell upon the wooden rocking chair beneath him, which seemed to bear numerous engravings of incantations. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. So that is it. I have discovered the source. No wonder this fellow refuses to rise from his seat. In truth, that chair is a defensive artifact of considerable caliber. I surmise it must be of cosmic level. For otherwise, it could not possibly withstand my strike. Upon hearing this, Huashiyu was momentarily taken aback, following his gaze to also perceive the anomaly with the recliner. "Lord, what shall we do now?" she inquired. Hee. I had only exerted 50% of my strength earlier, which is why I could not vanquish him. Now, I shall employ my full power, and with the triumvirate grand formation, even a cosmic artifact cannot withstand it. Rest assured, for I, this Lord, have vowed to capture him and deliver him to you. I shall not renege on my word. Allow me to cultivate my strength and deliver a decisive blow." Musashi, filled with determination, clenched his fist, casting a disdainful gaze over the crowd once more. As Musashi formed his incantation, an immense surge of natural spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a vortex of ethereal power. The grandeur of the scene left even Sima Changfeng utterly astonished. What? This individual has actually advanced to the mid-level of the cosmic realm? Perhaps even nearing the late stage. How formidable must his cherry blossom strike be now? I doubt I could withstand such an attack. Witnessing the once mighty figure now so visibly shaken, Huaxia felt a surge of satisfaction, looking down at him with an air of superiority. "You are finished. To dare oppose the Holy Master is to court death. What does the cosmic realm matter? Soon, you shall be my prisoner, and I shall relish the opportunity to torment you." Hee. Realizing Huaxia's taunting words, Sima Changfeng and the others understood that this Musashi was summoned by her betrayal. Nevertheless, Sima Changfeng's retorts were as sharp as a blade, and he immediately shot back with his own sarcasm. "TCH, is that not the little lily? What is this? Are you changing your tastes? Waiting for me to perish in order to seize the moment? There is no need for that. While I still draw breath, I would not resist." His frivolous remarks provoked a look of utter disdain from Huaxia, her alluring red lips curling into a cold smile. "Humph, with such a sharp tongue, I suspect that even in death, your words will remain defiant. What good is your tongue? Can it slay me?" Sima Changfeng chuckled, shamelessly licking his lips. "Slay you? No. I believe my verbal prowess has its merits." As his words lingered in the air, Huaxia's fury ignited. Meanwhile, Musashi had gathered his energy, successfully unleashing his ultimate move, conjuring a spirit energy sphere as large as a basketball court behind him. "Silence. If anyone is to test their verbal skill, it must be the Holy Master. You shall not taste the experience. Prepare to perish." With that, he unleashed his devastating attack. Musashi swiftly drew his katana, the enormous energy sphere seamlessly merging with his blade, launching an exquisitely sharp strike toward Chu Mo. As the sword descended, the void itself seemed to shatter, unable to bear such force. Every tree and stone in its path was obliterated into mere dust. Even the distant mountains appeared to be cleaved in two by this mighty blow. Beholding the ferocity of his thunderous strike, Musashi's lips curled in triumphant delight. This was his signature technique, honed over millennia. Given time to gather energy, surpassing opponents was but a formality. Do they think a mere cosmic artifact can withstand my might? Once I vanquish them, all artifacts shall belong to me. And the beauty, too. Musashi's heart surged with exhilaration. Oh my! Yet, in the next moment, his expression froze in disbelief. For Chu Mo had merely turned over and let out a fart. A visibly noxious yellow cloud erupted from him, instantly dissipating and shattering that legendary attack. Observing this, the onlookers were left dumbfounded, hastily covering their mouths and noses. "What on earth is this move, senior? Couldn't you employ a more refined method of combat?" Hiss. Could it be that the senior is implying this fellow is even less than a fart? Such is the arrogance of a true warrior. Sima Changfeng and the others exclaimed. My heavens! Father's fart is truly foul. The stench was worse than that of a weasel. Mother, let us abandon him. Even his trousers are tainted with odor. From now on, let us refrain from wearing trousers when we pass gas. Chu Ling'er covered her mouth and nose, her face contorted with disgust. Lu Qingxue gently patted her head and said softly, Ling'er, it is precisely because we women enjoy the act of releasing gas without trousers that skirts were invented. We can simply wear skirts. The crowd burst into laughter. Listening to their carefree banter, Musashi spat blood in disbelief, exclaiming, How is this possible? How can this be? Wasn't he supposed to be suppressed? Why can I not inflict even the slightest harm upon him? Cold sweat trickled down Musashi's forehead. He had exerted all his strength, yet failed to vanquish his opponent. In a state of suppression, even a mere fart had neutralized his most powerful strike. Just how formidable was this individual? What would happen when the array's effects dissipated? Would he be slain by a mob of blades? How could he continue to fight? Observing Chu Mo's extraordinary defense, Musashi found himself engulfed in despair, utterly at a loss. He had never encountered such a monster, one seemingly immune to all forms of attack. Even during the peak of the triumvirate array's power, he could not inflict a single point of damage. In the midst of his despair, the seemingly inconspicuous Hanzo's eyes sparkled with insight. Your Excellency, this individual may not merely be at the cosmic level. From my observations, he may have reached the universal level. Even if his inner strength is suppressed, his physical defenses remain intact, bolstered by a universal artifact that instinctively protects him, potentially rendering him immune to inner strength. However, I possess a method that can eliminate him. Musashi was elated, grasping at a glimmer of hope amidst his despair. There was no turning back. Having taken action, he must ensure the enemy's demise, lest future troubles arise. Furthermore, time was of the essence. He demanded, "Speak immediately. What is your plan?" Hanzo bowed respectfully, a spark of wisdom gleaming in his eyes. Your Excellency, do not let worry cloud your judgment. Since he relies on his artifact for immunity against inner strength, we need not use inner strength ourselves. I propose we employ physical attacks to engage him in close combat. This method will undoubtedly succeed. If it fails, I shall willingly stand on my head and consume my own excrement. Chapter 126. The Spirit Guardian Centipede and the Phoenix in its glory. Witnessing Hanzo's confident demeanor, Musashi was suddenly enlightened. Indeed, this fellow relied on his artifact for immunity against spiritual energy and inner strength. Thus, we need not engage in ranged attacks with inner strength, but rather opt for close combat. Hanzo, I entrust this task to you. Do you have any objections? Musashi turned with a solemn expression, patting Hanzo's shoulder with great expectation in his eyes. Hanzo's expression faltered, his sycophantic smile swiftly transforming into one of terror, shaking his head vigorously. Your Excellency, my strength is insufficient. I am unworthy of such a significant responsibility. Should I delay, I would be unable to absolve myself of the consequences. Moreover, to slay such a formidable opponent would be a monumental achievement, bringing unparalleled glory. I believe this honor belongs solely to Your Excellency. Hanzo's flattery elicited great delight from Musashi. He is certainly no fool. The opponent can effortlessly neutralize Musashi's attacks without even opening his eyes. Who knows what other techniques he possesses? What if I enter and find myself in peril? Musashi, well aware of the other's thoughts, waved his hand dismissively and spoke indifferently. With your limited strength, you cannot possibly harm him, and as for physical damage, rest assured, I have my methods. He is a being even more formidable than I. Upon hearing Musashi's words, Hanzo staggered back in shock, fear evident in his every movement. Lord, are you about to summon it? That is something you have cultivated over a millennium. Are you not afraid? Hanzo dared not say more, and his terrified demeanor piqued Huase's curiosity, her gaze fixed intently on Musashi, eager to discern his intentions. Musashi smirked disdainfully. Are you worried it might falter? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It is a paragon of physical prowess, adept in combat, having already reached the threshold of the universe level. Even when compared to the universe level, it stands unparalleled. How could it possibly fail to vanquish someone whose powers are restrained? With that, Musashi glanced skyward, noting that the time of absolute darkness was nearing its end. He hastily focused his energy, preparing to summon his trump card. Observing this, Huasie turned to Hanzo, puzzled. Elder, what is the Lord doing? Hanzo shuddered, kneeling reverently as if in pilgrimage. The Lord is summoning a Shikigami. Shikigami? What is that? Huasie inquired, her expression one of bewilderment, despite her vast experience. She had never encountered such a term. Hanzo took a deep breath and replied softly, considering you are to become the Lord's consort, I shall not conceal the truth from you. In the east, if you travel 1,000 miles further, there lies a hidden realm known as the Sakura Kingdom. Its inhabitants are masters of concealed weapons and sword techniques, each exceedingly ruthless and incredibly skilled in their craft. However, there exists a skill even more terrifying than swordsmanship, the Shikigami, or totem. The power of a Shikigami is formidable within the same realm. A single Shikigami can contend with 3 martial artists. Upon hearing this, Huasie's heart raced with astonishment. She had not expected there to be realms beyond the continent. let alone one containing such powerful Shikigami. Could it be that you and the Lord hail from there? Indeed, Hanzo did not deny it. Moreover, the Lord is a distinguished member of the IGA clan, and his Shikigami is the strongest among them, renowned for its ability to pierce through anything. A synthesis of speed and power. Even if I were to join forces with the Lord, we would still be no match for it. Hua-Sie's expression was one of shock. It was no wonder that Musashi dared to look down upon Sima Changfeng, possessing such a lethal technique. Furthermore, he clearly had the strength to annihilate Putuan Mountain, yet chose to remain hidden. What could his true intentions be? As she pondered, Musashi completed his incantation. His complexion had turned pale, and he appeared utterly drained, as if a mere breeze could sweep him away. The toll of summoning the Shikigami was evident. Come forth, Ward. The minor titan. Musashi roared madly, his expression twisted and terrifying. Upon hearing his shout, Hua-Sie and Sima Changfeng below could not help but spit out in shock. Destroying Dad? How ruthless. This holy lord is indeed a social butterfly. Hanzo gazed fervently into the air. What do you think, Miss Hua? Isn't the name of the Shikigami quite imposing? It's evident that you have a keen interest in it. Given your connection with the holy lord, he could let you touch the Shikigami later. Hua-Sie's lips twitched as she shook her head repeatedly in refusal. At that moment, a spatial door unexpectedly materialized above the crowd. Within it brewed an exceptionally terrifying aura, and under everyone's gaze, the void shattered. A centipede, about half a meter long, entirely black and adorned with countless long legs, crawled out from within. As the multitude beheld its densely packed legs, a shiver ran down their spines. Oh my! I dread creatures with numerous legs, or those that lack them altogether. Disgusting. Look at that centipede. Its aura is so potent. I feel like a mere insect in its presence, utterly overwhelming. Moreover, it emanates a killing intent infused with pure metal. This is the strongest attribute of slaughter. Goodness. Even from this distance, I can feel my face being scraped. So sharp. Can Master withstand this? Sima Changfeng's face was etched with concern. As the Shikigami centipede emerged, a sharp energy sliced through the clothing of everyone present. Even their skin bore numerous varying degrees of lacerations, rendering them a pitiful sight. Not even Sima Changfeng, a transcendent powerhouse, was spared. His body was riddled with wounds from the metallic aura. Only Chu Mo and his daughter remained unscathed, clad in attire produced by the system. If not for Chu Linger's protection, Lu Qingxue would likely have fared no better. Gazing at the formidable Shikigami, Musashi breathed heavily, excitement coursing through him as he pointed toward the courtyard. Go forth, Lord Mini Thanos, eliminate the one lounging on that chair. Sensing the presence of a living being, the centipede grew exceedingly exhilarated, raising its front half high. Its myriad legs began to wriggle as it crawled toward Chu Mo. As the centipede drew nearer, the oppressive weight of its presence grew heavier, rendering those in the courtyard immobile. Even the hope of warning Chu Mo became a luxury. Hee. Little Thanos is a divine beast of my Sakura kingdom. Do you wish to resist before it? Today, you shall witness the might of my precious creation. Musashi reveled in the despair etched on everyone's faces. It was with this very Shikigami that he had effortlessly vanquished the most powerful warrior of Sakura Kingdom, the one known as Honda Tadakatsu, who was reputed to be a half-step into the cosmic realm. Now, with Chu Mo's cultivation sealed, wouldn't it be a simple matter for him to be mercilessly slaughtered under the jaws of his Shikigami? The centipede moved with remarkable speed, quickly crawling behind Chu Mo. Its elongated body arched upwards, and its razor-sharp mandibles aimed directly at Chu Mo's kidneys, a flicker of metallic energy shimmering on its jaws. Strike! Crush his kidneys! Musashi bellowed. The centipede sprang into action with an astonishing swiftness, aiming to bite into Chu Mo's waist. Musashi's countenance radiated unrestrained joy, trembling with excitement. As long as his Shikigami made contact, the outcome was either death by the lethal energy of metal or demise by potent toxins. Today, Musashi vowed to slay the divine, a celestial being. He had yet to experience such a feat. However, at the very moment the centipede lunged, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Among the 18 paintings beside Chu Mo, one depicting a phoenix suddenly shimmered. A vibrant, roughly 3-pound rooster leapt forth from the artwork. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The rooster crowed, emanating a powerful bloodline suppression, leaving the centipede Shikigami trembling in fear. before either the centipede or Musashi could react. The rooster promptly pecked at the armor on the back of the Shikigami centipede. The centipede attempted to retaliate with its metallic energy, but the rooster's sharp beak effortlessly pierced through its defenses. The beak struck the centipede's midsection, eliciting a piercing scream as it writhed in agony, ultimately succumbing to its injuries. With a single, decisive strike, the rooster raised its head, transforming its sharp beak into a gaping maw, devouring the centipede whole. After a remarkably human-like burp, it flapped its wings and returned to the confines of the painting. As the centipede vanished, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, allowing everyone to regain their mobility. Observing the mere 3-pound rooster that had effortlessly vanquished the formidable centipede, all present were left dumbfounded. Musashi, in particular, was struck with horror, expelling a mouthful of blood. What is this creature? How could my half-step celestial Shikigami be consumed so easily? Who can elucidate this situation? Musashi's eyes bulged in shock. At that moment, he was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that his ultimate trump card had been effortlessly countered. One must understand that his Shikigami was invincible, possessing unparalleled offensive and defensive capabilities. After all, it had transformed from a reliable physical form into a half-step celestial being, with its exoskeleton being incredibly resilient. It could be said that both its attack and defense were maximized. Even a full-strength strike from him could not harm it in the slightest. Yet, such a powerful Shikigami had vanished in the blink of an eye. Musashi swallowed hard. No longer concerned with tracing the whereabouts of his Shikigami or unraveling the mystery of the rooster. An ominous premonition washed over him. All he desired was to flee. Quickly. Escape. Master, do you not want your little Shikigami anymore? Hanzo inquired anxiously. I don't want it. Just run. Chapter 127. Are you all celestial beasts? Musashi spat blood once more, the loss of his Shikigami deeply unsettling his spirit. Furthermore, he could no longer sense any connection to it. This left him in a state of profound disarray. Such a powerful Shikigami could vanish without a trace. What kind of power was this? He dared not entertain thoughts of celestial artifacts anymore, wishing only for additional legs to hasten his escape. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he too would meet the same fate as his Shikigami, perishing in a single blow. With a swift turn of his form, Musashi transformed into a streak of light and fled into the distance, soaring for half an hour. Observing the scenery rapidly receding behind him, Musashi lost track of how far he had traveled, daring not even to glance back. Exhausted and breathless, the Saint Lord finally escaped. Never in his life had he faced such humiliation. That man was truly terrifying. Were it not for the 3 absolute formation binding them, they would have had no chance of fleeing. Musashi, panting heavily, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, a profound sense of surviving a calamity washing over him. Yet, in that moment of respite, Waxiu and Hanzo suddenly jolted, their eyes wide with terror as they poked Musashi. Saint Lord, you must look at your surroundings. Hearing their trembling words, Musashi's heart sank, and he mechanically turned to survey his environment. His expression immediately shifted to one of despair. What on earth? How is this possible? Why have we returned to the courtyard after flying for so long? That man, he is still here. Musashi trembled uncontrollably, his face ashen, cold sweat pouring down him. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the courtyard were equally bewildered, gazing at Musashi and his companions, who had been posturing in the air for half an hour. Are they monkeys brought here to entertain us? Why pretend to flee if they aren't going to? Zhao Di's who squinted, mocking them. Sima Chongfeng's gaze sharpened as if he had discerned something. No, it seems a force has imprisoned their time and space, creating the illusion of escape. Once time and space are confined, no matter the means employed, one cannot escape the temporal prison unless one can sever the river of time. The crowd gasped in astonishment. To imprison time and space required immense power. Could this be the doing of Chuimo? As they pondered, the 18 paintings in the courtyard suddenly flickered with a faint glow. The images coalesced into reality, and 18 ferocious beasts and divine spirits soared skyward, encircling Musashi and his companions. The beasts, with mocking expressions, taunted, "Run. Little insect, why are you not fleeing?" Faced with the menacing and grotesque spirits, Musashi was struck with horror, unable to comprehend their nature. Among them stood the rooster that had previously slain his familiar. As he sensed their terrifying aura, Musashi and his companions coughed up a mouthful of blood, their spirits waning. What on earth are you? What are we? We are not mere things. A large turtle poked its head from its shell, grinning ominously. At this proclamation, Musashi was taken aback. You are not things? The 17 ferocious beasts froze momentarily, and one long serpent lashed out, sending the turtle crashing to the ground. The turtle shell landed with a spin, while the serpent scolded, Fool! If you cannot speak properly, then remain silent. You are the one who is not a thing. The turtle's smooth, rounded head retreated, laughing sheepishly, daring not to retort against the serpent's words. As the ferocious beasts encircled Musashi, Waxiu suddenly exclaimed with a trembling voice, Saint Lord, I know what they are. She recounted her fortunate experience of having seen a bestiary of extraordinary creatures in the Jade Pool, where she believed she had encountered these very beasts. Upon hearing this, Musashi, who hailed from the Sakura nation and was not well versed in the continent's exotic fauna, swiftly urged, Please, tell me. Waxiu nodded, her voice quivering as she softly explained. That tortoise appears to be the legendary divine beast Xuanwu, capable of propping up the heavens with its limbs. The winged, long-legged serpent resembles the Yinglong recorded in ancient texts, which is said to be able to transform into a female form. As for that rooster, it must be the male of the phoenix, the divine Feng. It seems we merely appeared to flee, only to return here again. We must have been ensnared by the time-manipulating Yinglong. We cannot escape. Drawing from her memory, Waxiu introduced the divine beasts she recognized. Each beast she described raised its proud head, seemingly flaunting its majesty, while those left unmentioned bared their fangs and glared at the trio with menacing eyes, as if poised to strike at any moment. With each introduction, Musashi and Hanzo felt their spirits sink further. Unable to withstand even a single attack from their own Shikigami, they now faced 18 divine beasts. Great divine beings, I bear you no grudge. Why must you oppose us? Musashi stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Upon hearing his words, the divine beasts erupted into amused laughter. No grudge? You just attacked our master. Is that what you call having no enmity? At this revelation, a chill coursed through Musashi, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. His mind raced, and he cast a terrified glance at the reclining Chu-mo. He is your master? Yet, the courtyard was enveloped by the triumvirate's great formation. Even a cosmic-level being could not breach it. How then had they emerged? Could it be that they were not cosmic-level, but rather celestial beings? If so, what manner of individual was Chu-mo to have 18 celestial beasts as guardians? Musashi felt as though he were losing his grip on reality. The strength of the guardians was so formidable. What must their master, Chu-mo, be like? What transgressions had he committed to warrant such disdain? Did he truly deserve the acknowledgement of someone like Chu-mo? He had fancied himself a conqueror at the Lingxiao treasure hall, yet he had not even breached the southern heaven gate. Perhaps his actions were nothing more than a grasshopper yawning in Chu-mo's eyes. When had celestial beasts become so commonplace? How could this continent sustain the power of immortals? Was it not said that no immortals existed in this world? No wonder he possessed several cosmic-grade artifacts. His greed had clouded his judgment entirely. Musashi felt an overwhelming sense of regret. The divine beasts did not respond to Musashi's pleas. A majestic white tiger stepped forward, revealing its sharp fangs before unleashing a thunderous roar and swiping its unparalleled claws towards Musashi. As the attack commenced, Musashi felt his inner strength wane, and his pupils dilated in alarm. Faced with the menacing claw, he found himself teetering on the precipice of death. Yet, as a being of celestial caliber, he possessed an inherent pride that would not allow him to succumb passively. How infuriating! What of the divine beast? If it sought his demise, it would not be so easily achieved. Hanzo, lend me your strength. Together, we shall unleash a devastating strike. With a thunderous roar, Musashi and Hanzo poured their entire essence into Musashi's celestial blade. As the tiger's claw descended, Musashi drew his sword with ferocity, striking towards the white tiger with the force to cleave the heavens. The spirit of the white tiger displayed disdain, opting not to defend itself as it brought its claw down. Witnessing such arrogance, Musashi's heart soared with joy. This blow was the culmination of their life forces, a strike of utmost power. If it connected, even a divine beast would be left reeling. What of the celestial creature? Today, they would drag at least one down to the abyss with them. Perish. However, the next moment, Musashi's elation froze upon his face. Boom. His proud strike collided with the white tiger's claw, producing a thunderous sound before being utterly torn apart. With a sickening thrust, the tiger's claw pierced his chest, shattering his defenses. As the claw withdrew, blood sprayed from his heart, painting the sky crimson. Musashi's life force was wholly obliterated by the piercing energy, leaving him a lifeless corpse plummeting to the ground. Hanzo met the same fate. The Lord of Jiuhua, a mid-tier celestial expert, capable of shaking the continent with a mere stomp, was so easily slain, leaving Hua Xie pale with fright as she hurriedly knelt, pleading for mercy. Spare me, spare me. I was merely passing through. The white tiger remained indifferent, for it was a beast, and in its eyes, there was no distinction between man and woman. As it turned to prepare for its next move, Chu Mo, awakened by the cacophony of the clash, sat up in bewilderment from his reclined position. Upon witnessing the scene, the 18 divine beasts flickered and vanished back into the painting. Chu Mo looked up at the sky, perplexed, and inquired, "What is happening? What is making such a racket? I can't even enjoy a peaceful nap. It's quite vexing. By the way, who is that lady bowing in the heavens?" Chapter 128. Celestial Corpses, Weeping with Desire Senior. Please spare me. I am willing to serve you as a humble beast of burden for eternity. Observing that Chu Mo did not immediately execute her upon awakening, Hua Xie quickly descended, kneeling once more and fervently bowing her head. Her once graceful visage now bore the marks of terror and regret, her forehead bruised and bloodied from the repeated prostrations. The goddess-like aura she once possessed had vanished entirely. Chu Mo turned to Lu Qingxue and the others, asking, "Can someone enlighten me about the situation? Why does it feel as though the world has transformed while I slumbered?" The group fell silent, unable to believe that Chu Mo, the very subject of these events, was unaware of what transpired. Recalling how he had previously concealed his cultivation during meditation, they suddenly grasped what he was attempting to convey. A shared glance passed among the crowd. The elders' actions seemed to indicate a desire to conceal their celestial identity, opting instead for a life of ordinary existence. After all, the greater one's strength, the more pronounced the gulf between us, leading to a dwindling circle of friends. Everyone must remember not to divulge the truth, lest they disturb the elders' tranquil retreat. To preserve the bond between the elder and ourselves, let one of you claim the credit. Faces turned to one another, uncertain who should assume this burden, for such a task required a certain audacity. Ultimately, Sima Changfeng stepped forward, his expression sheepish yet resolute. "Well, my esteemed master is like this. Mumble, Sima Changfeng began, recounting the events that had transpired, conveniently omitting the involvement of the divine beast, and naturally appropriating the accolades for himself. Only in this way could Chu Mo regain his status as an ordinary person, thus preserving the sanctity of his meditation. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo's expression softened with relief. He had not anticipated such peril. Sima had indeed borne the brunt of it. It seemed his efforts in teaching him the art of painting were not in vain, for cultivators are known to be grateful. Chu Mo nodded in satisfaction. Sima Changfeng chuckled, observing Chu Mo's contentment, his own expression reflecting a sense of validation. The master truly wished to remain hidden. This was a high commendation of his cover-up. "Master, how shall we deal with this woman?" Sima Changfeng inquired curiously. "Such a beautiful lady. Surely you would not wish to slay her? Would it not be splendid to keep her as a servant? She could serve us in times of need and in times of leisure. What a delightful arrangement." It was well known that Hua Xie possessed formidable strength and was once among the 10 goddesses. The thrill of subjugating her would be immensely gratifying. Her? Chu Mo turned to regard Hua Xie, bloodied and battered, and his earlier relief transformed into icy resolve. Let her perish. I spared her once, and she had the audacity to invite danger into our midst and even strike against us. She has become an enemy now, and I believe in eradicating threats at their roots. The crowd fell silent, taken aback. They had assumed the divine beast had shown restraint due to Chu Mo's desire to keep Hua Xie as a concubine. To their surprise, "Elder, you truly do not spare her? She is so beautiful. Spare her? Enemies know no gender," Chu Mo declared with unwavering conviction. Sima Changfeng sighed, a hint of regret evident as he approached Hua Xie, gathering his inner strength to deliver a fatal blow. He muttered, "Master is truly something. Could he not have allowed me some pleasure before the kill? Alas, today I find myself in dire straits, once again forced to wither a flower." This display sent Hua Xia into a panic, her complexion turning pale as she screamed, "Elder, spare me. I am willing to be your dog. I vow before the heavens that from this day forth, I shall heed only your commands. My life belongs to you. Should I break this oath, may my soul be extinguished. I beg you, let me live." Even Musashi could not escape in the face of such peril. Hua Xia had no thoughts of fleeing. Confronted with death, her dignity as a goddess evaporated, leaving only a desperate will to survive. Anything, even as a dog, was preferable to becoming mere bones. At the very least, being a dog of an immortal is not a disgrace. Upon hearing this, Guzi by phone was incensed. If that woman could become a dog, then what would he be? His princely status was at stake. By phone rose, immediately barking fiercely at Hua Xia. "Woof, woof, woof. If you wish to be a dog, you must stand in line." The crowd remained oblivious, for the beasts of the wild tier could not articulate human speech, rendering them incomprehensible to ordinary ears. Sima Changfeng halted his assault and turned to inquire, "Master, shall we continue the attack? She has made a heavenly oath." "A heavenly oath? What is that?" Chuamo, who had been secluded in the mountains, was utterly perplexed. Lu Qingxue stepped forward, standing beside Chuamo, and softly elucidated, "Once this oath is made, it is imprinted by the heavenly principles, and her soul will be bound to you. Whatever she thinks, any wicked intention she harbors, you will know instantly. Furthermore, should you desire, you can shatter her spirit, causing her soul to disperse." Chuamo was taken aback. Was this not akin to a sentient puppet? Could it truly ensure absolute loyalty? This was the first time he had heard of such a vow. It is indeed akin to a puppet. The description of a sentient puppet is quite fitting. The crowd sighed. Immortals stand equal to the heavenly principles of this world. Only such formidable beings could disregard the heavenly oath. Hua Xia wore a bitter expression. If it weren't for the life and death stakes, who would willingly become a puppet devoid of any privacy? Yet, better to endure than to perish. Chuemo hesitated, turning to Sima Changfeng. Is her strength considered formidable on the continent? Indeed, a late-stage flood tier expert, she ranks among the strong on the continent. And she is backed by a significant sect with many powerful members. Most notably, their sect brews the 100 Flowers wine, which is exquisite. Sima Changfeng reported candidly. Chu Mo's eyes lit up at the mention of fine wine. An idea formed in his mind. He lacked high-tier protectors, and Zhao Dizhu's and the others were not particularly strong. If he were unprotected and encountered a formidable opponent, wouldn't his demise be grim? Having her as a bodyguard might not be a bad idea after all. Just as Chuamo was about to speak, a pair of delicate hands, soft as if boneless, unexpectedly grasped a portion of his flesh at his waist. Then, they spun around 360 degrees. A howl escaped Chuamo, a cry so piercing that it nearly led the ice wolf by phone to believe its kind had arrived. With tears of despair, Chuamo turned his head only to find Lu Qingxue smiling mischievously at him, her eyes brimming with a menacing warning. It was as if she were saying, "If you dare to take her, you are doomed." Chuamo, almost in tears, managed a grimace. How could he have forgotten that his beloved wife was right beside him? Compared to Hua Xia, his own wife was undeniably more beautiful. The cold, aloof demeanor was perpetually enticing, especially those long, smooth legs that left him yearning. Cough, cough. "Well then, swear to me that once your soul is in my possession, you shall have no issues, and you will serve as a bodyguard beside Qingxue. She is an empress and must be accompanied by a formidable maidservant. Worry not, I do not require much from you." Upon hearing this, Waxiu felt a surge of delight. Indeed, this senior was rather indulgent, unwilling to take her life. The notion of not having to do much was splendid. However, in the next moment, her smile vanished. "You shall solely be responsible for ensuring Qingxue's safety. If danger arises, you shall confront it. If attacked, you shall shield her. If enemies appear, you shall eliminate them. If there are tedious or laborious tasks, you shall undertake them. If blame is to be assigned, you shall bear it. Should she tire, you will provide massages. If she is hungry, you will prepare meals. If the room is unkempt, you will clean it. If her garments are soiled, you will wash them. Is that understood?" Chuemo stated with a serious demeanor, then turned to Lu Qingxue, forcing a strained smile that resembled a man caught sneaking into a foot massage parlor by his wife. Lu Qingxue nodded in satisfaction, releasing her grip on the twisted flesh in her hand. Chuemo winced in pain, vigorously rubbing his waist. observing the couple's antics. The onlookers erupted into laughter, astonished that even an immortal could fear his wife. After hearing Chu Mo's words, Waxiu's delicate face twitched. Was this what he meant by not requiring much from her? However, the circumstances were beyond her control, and she dared not refuse. I am willing. I am willing. I shall swear this oath. Waxiu formed hand seals, and, under the supervision of Sima Changfeng and others, made her solemn vow. As the vow was spoken, two beams of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Waxiu and Chu Mo. In the next instant, a miniature version of Waxiu appeared in Chu Mo's mind, and he comprehended her thoughts clearly. Moreover, he could control her life at will, wielding absolute authority over her existence. At that moment, Chu Mo felt reassured. A servant at the pinnacle of the Hongjia realm was indeed commendable. Very well. Change into simpler attire. A maidservant need not be overly attractive, lest she overshadow Qingshue's brilliance. Chu Mo declared coldly, as if recalling something. He inquired of the others. Oh, by the way, what were the strengths of those two individuals that Sima killed earlier? Where are their bodies? Sima Changfeng pointed outside the courtyard, answering with a hint of suspicion, one at the mid-stage of the Zhou realm, the other a half-step into the Zhou realm. Their bodies are outside and should still be warm. Chu Mo's entire being trembled, and he shouted with excitement. What? Zhou realm? Quickly, Linger, follow your father. Let us act while the iron is hot. Chapter 129. The upgrade bug. After being granted a reprieve by Chu Mo, Waxiu exhaled deeply. Although she had transformed from a goddess admired by countless suitors into a maidservant, she did not feel overly disheartened. After all, a maidservant of an immortal was of a different caliber. However, the news of a goddess becoming a maidservant would likely cause quite a stir across the continent. Should it be revealed, I greet my master. Waxiu quickly adjusted her demeanor, bowing respectfully to Chu Mo, her ample bosom on display. However, at this moment, Chu Mo had no time to consider whether he could fully control the scale of Huaxia. His gaze was solely fixed upon the two formidable corpses before him. Hearing Chu Mo's exclamatory shout, Chu Linger sprang forth. Father, are you going to take advantage of the bodies while they are still fresh? The moment these words escaped her lips, the entire assembly recoiled in shock, their expressions a mixture of fear and disbelief as they regarded Chu Mo. They had not anticipated that the elder would be such a person, showing no restraint even towards the corpses, particularly those of men. What a peculiar taste. However, it did not take long for Lu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng to recall Chu Linger's unique physique, one steeped in slaughter, and they promptly grasped his intentions. Lu Qingxue urged, Linger, hurry and accompany your father. This is an extraordinary opportunity. With that, she positioned herself at the entrance, preventing Sima Changfeng and Zhao Dizhu's Chao Chao, who had leaned in to witness the spectacle, from proceeding further. Everyone, it would be best not to observe this. It concerns the secrets of their father-daughter bond. Lu Qingxue was no novice. She understood well the necessity of vigilance against others. Even though her husband possessed extraordinary strength, it was wise to keep the nature of the slaughtering physique hidden, lest it be misconstrued as dark sorcery. Observing Lu Qingxue's serious demeanor, the crowd exchanged glances of realization. Their expressions a blend of understanding and complexity. Indeed, it is best not to witness such matters. Yes, after all, they are celestial beings. We can comprehend a few peculiarities, but why must Miss Linger also? Cough, cough. What are you discussing regarding the master? Quickly, go and enjoy some tea. Sima Changfeng kicked them back, his expression laden with complexity as he cast a glance outside the courtyard. Internally, he vowed never to perish before his master, lest his innocence be compromised. Unbeknownst to Chu Mo, his mere utterance had branded him a corpse-collecting fanatic in the eyes of those present. At this moment, he and Chu Linger, both brimming with excitement, dragged the two corpses into a small grove. Sensing the residual power, the father and daughter felt a mix of exhilaration and regret. Alas, what a pity! Had we arrived sooner, we would have ascended to greatness in one fell swoop. Now, nearly 70 to 80% of the energy has dissipated. Father, do not be ungrateful. I have slain thousands of chickens, ducks, and lambs. Yet I have only reached the 6th rank of martial artist. These two soon-to-cool corpses are far superior to those fowls. Chu Linger rolled her eyes, completely unfazed by the sight of the bodies, unlike other young girls who might scream in terror. Instead, she was filled with excitement. Enough. The emaciated camel is larger than the horse. Let us hasten to absorb the energy. Remember to act separately. Chu Emo shook his head and extended his hand towards the chest of the corpse of Musashi, pressing it against the wound pierced by the white tiger. A tremendous sucking force surged forth, drawing the spiritual energy from the corpse into his body. Chu Mo's face instantly lit up with a look of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Chu Ling, adhering to her father's instruction, drew her sword and struck at the corpse of Hanzo, severing its head in a gruesome display. The scene was utterly horrifying. Chu Emo was momentarily taken aback. "Daughter, what are you doing? Hurry and absorb the energy. Does his ugly visage offend your eyes?" Chu Linger wore an expression of grievance. "Isn't it what you said, father? We should act separately. I'm merely following your instructions." Chu Mo's face froze, caught off guard and coughing repeatedly. Was this what he meant by acting separately? He had intended for her to absorb the essence of that dark warrior. Was there truly a misunderstanding? "You men are so troublesome. If we don't act, you say we are disobedient, and when we do, you nitpick," she lamented, pouting in dissatisfaction. Chu Mo's eyelids twitched, choosing not to argue. Reasoning with a woman, even a petite one, was futile. The father and daughter were engrossed in fervently absorbing the residual blood and spiritual energy from the corpses, racing against time. The longer they delayed, the less they could absorb. It must be understood that these were cosmic-level beings, the pinnacle of strength on the continent. Such an opportunity had them fully committed. However, the immense vitality soon overwhelmed Chu Emo, a mere yellow-tier novice, causing his meridians to throb painfully, as if they were about to tear apart. In desperation, Chu Emo shouted at the system, "Hurry! System, please assist us. We can't bear this dual-core pressure, and we cannot waste this chance." "What the hell? You only call me father when you need something, but otherwise I'm just your turtle son. What a predicament to be in with a host like you. Moreover, your method of teaming up to gain experience is akin to exploiting a bug. The system does not support such behavior." The system expressed its irritation. To eliminate various bugs, it had confined Chu Mo's movements to prevent him from picking up any inadvertent gains. Who could have anticipated that, despite all precautions, a fool would present himself at their doorstep, a veritable experience tree? Chu Mo, desperate and exasperated, rolled his eyes and cursed. "What principles are you talking about? You've operated behind the scenes countless times. Just get on with it." Under Chu Mo's urging, the system froze for a few seconds, seemingly contemplating the validity of his words. "It seems I have little integrity. Fine, I shall assist you. Activating automatic medicine intake mode. If the host cannot endure, then give up. Do not push yourself to the brink." A mechanical voice echoed as the various pills Chu Mo had acquired over the past days were fed one by one into the mouths of both him and Chu Ling. The ruptured meridians were instantaneously repaired, only to be torn apart again by an overwhelming surge of energy. Agonizing pain struck both their heads, and they grunted, enduring the torment while desperately absorbing the essence. "Damn it, why is it so painful? Better to burst than to starve. Let us cherish every day of this extraordinary opportunity." With the vigor of two powerful exhaust fans, their realms surged as if they were on an upward trajectory. From the initial stage of the mysterious tier to the peak of the earthly tier, and then to the heavenly tier, in less than 10 minutes. Chu Mo and his daughter experienced countless instances of meridian rupture. Fortunately, the system's automatic provision of medicine preserved their meridians. Ultimately, as they continued to absorb, the two corpses of Musashi Hanzo transformed into mere bones, no longer yielding a trace of vitality. A gust of wind swept by, turning the skeletons to dust, whisked away by the breeze, thus saving the time of cremation. The realm of Chu Mo and his daughter has undergone a remarkable transformation. Chu Linger has ascended to the early stage of the wilderness realm, while Chu Mo has advanced to the mid-stage of the wilderness realm. Despite the meager vitality left in the two corpses, it is evident how formidable the celestial level is, as it has enabled the father and daughter to reach such heights. Feeling the sudden surge of power within him and witnessing Chu Linger's impressive strength, Chu Mo erupted into laughter akin to a lottery winner basking in his newfound fortune. "Aha! My daughter possesses the potential of an emperor. She has indeed inherited my extraordinary talents. Cultivation is truly as simple and unremarkable as that." However, observing Chu Mo's exuberance, Chu Linger wore a puzzled expression. "Father, weren't you already invincible? Why are you only at the mid-stage of the wilderness realm now?" Chu Mo's countenance faltered, his smile freezing upon his face. Can I confess that my cultivation solely relies on you, my daughter? No, that cannot be. Such boasts cannot be easily shattered. He shook his robe, revealing a fatherly love akin to a mountain, and turned away, shrouded in mystery. Cough, cough. In truth, your father has merely concealed his cultivation, wishing to accompany you on your journey of growth, retracing the path from an ordinary person to a master. After all, you are my only daughter. How could I allow you to traverse this path alone? In reality, Chu Mo was in a state of inner turmoil. Would Linger, being so astute, see through his ruse? Yet, the truth proved Chu Mo's worries to be unfounded. His extraordinary prowess had already taken root in Chu Linger's mind. Without a hint of doubt, she smiled sweetly. Father, you are so wonderful. You are like a sky to me. Chu Mo exhaled in relief. The reaction from Chu Linger indicated that his boastful brainwashing had been remarkably successful. Aha! After all, you are my only obedient daughter. With a wave of his hand, he began to stride back toward the courtyard. Feeling the immense power within him, he was filled with hope for the future. What a delightful surprise it was to awaken and find such a feast awaiting him. He realized he must cultivate good relations with Sima Changfeng and others. Once the system is unsealed and he can venture out, he would team up with those individuals to slay foes, thereby reaping the rewards for his own ascension. With a powerful ally by his side, advancement was assured. Chu Mo felt as though he had discovered a loophole in cultivation. Chapter 130, Your Majesty. The Empire is in peril. The father and daughter returned to the courtyard, refreshed, only to find everyone enjoying tea in a state of relaxation. Chu Mo greeted them with a smile. Oh, everyone is having tea? Ah, master, you have returned so soon? May I inquire about the two corpses? Sima Changfeng wore a hesitant expression, curiosity urging him to ask, yet unsure of how to broach the subject. Zhao Dizhu's and others quickly exchanged glances, signaling him to refrain from asking. Knowing too much could lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, Chu Mo, with an innocuous smile, replied, Oh, you mean the corpses? Though they were enemies, once a person has passed, they are no more than extinguished lamps. I would not go so far as to cast them out into the yard, for the stench would become unbearable. Thus, Linger and I have executed a harmless disposal of the body. The onlookers nodded in agreement, seasoned by their experiences in society. They understood a fundamental truth. Beneath the bridge, they laid a small quilt, seeking refuge beneath it to weep. Once the tears were shed, it mattered little. They simply echoed affirmations to one another. Therefore, regardless of what the esteemed Chu Mo had said or done, all they needed to do was to agree. Master, is Miss Linger not afraid of the body, being so young? Sima Changfeng inquired, his gaze shifting to Chu Linger, suddenly struck by her cultivation level, leaving him utterly astounded. Wait a moment. If I recall correctly, Miss Linger was merely at the mid-stage of the yellow tier previously. How could she have returned from her brief outing and ascended to the wilderness tier? What has become of the three great tiers, Xin, Di, and Tian? Miss, how did you ascend so rapidly? Sima Changfeng exclaimed, bewildered, racking his brain for an explanation. His astonishment drew the attention of everyone around, their expressions mirroring his shock. Only Lu Qingxue, Li Chunfeng, and Sai Huadu were privy to the truth of the matter. Yet, even they wore faces of disbelief. Chu Linger broke into a joyful smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, as she waved her little hands dismissively. Oh, it's all thanks to Daddy. The ascension was quite effortless. Just a little stretch of my hand. And I reached that level. Uft. Upon hearing this, Sima Changfeng spat out a mouthful of old blood. Just a little stretch of your hand? Do you hear yourself? Who among us has not labored through pills, seclusion, and battles to reach the wilderness tier? You venture out for merely 10 minutes and return claiming to have attained that level? Is this not absurd? Truly, it echoes the old adage. A celestial being brushes my crown and grants me longevity. To have such an impressive father is indeed a blessing. Father, I mean master. If you do not mind, I would like to adopt you as my foster father. Sima Changfeng chuckled, bowing with an exaggerated grin. Yet he was met with a playful rebuke from Chu Mo. Get lost. Sima Changfeng took it in stride, casting a few glances at Chu Linger before letting out a soft sigh. By the way, master, may I inquire how old Miss Linger is this year? She just turned 8 3 months ago. Why do you ask? Are you planning to give her a gift? Chu Mo replied with a calm demeanor. Sima Chongfeng and Zhao Dizhus, along with the others, stood in a daze, their minds echoing a singular thought. 8 years old. An 8-year-old at the wilderness tier. Good heavens. In the past millennium, who possessed such exceptional talent? At 8, I was still peeking at the neighbor's little girl bathing. Terrifying. Unprecedented. I, Zhao Dizhus, labored for over 500 or 600 years to reach the wilderness tier, and I prided myself on being a notable figure in the southern region. Yet, in comparison to Miss Linger, what does my talent even signify? Without the assistance of the ancestors, where would I find the opportunity to ascend to the flood tier in this lifetime? The crowd buzzed with chatter. Even the most gifted among them, Lu Qingxue, had only attained the latter stage of the desolate realm at the age of 27 or 28, relying on the aura of the emperor. However, upon recalling the identity of the immortal Chumo, everyone soon felt reassured. As the daughter of an immortal, how could her talents be anything but exceptional? Shaking off his envy, Sima Chongfeng turned to Chumo and inquired, "By the way, master, should I eradicate the force known as Jiuhua Mountain under Musashi's command and bring all its resources to you?" After speaking, Sima Chongfeng tapped his head. After all, his master was an immortal. Why would she be interested in the meager assets of Jiuhua Mountain? He chided himself for worrying unnecessarily. To his surprise, Chumo paused for 3 seconds before exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Eradicate their estate? Huh, I relish that idea. We must do it. However, remember one principle. Not a single thread or needle from Jiuhua Mountain shall be taken." Sima Chongfeng looked on, bewildered. His master, clearly possessing unimaginable strength, became as excited as a bandit at the mere mention of plundering. "As you command, I shall ensure all resources are brought forth," he replied. "By the way, master, how should we deal with the disciples of Jiuhua Mountain? Should we kill them or capture them?" Sima Chongfeng clasped his hands respectfully. Given his character, he would have opted for complete annihilation, but in matters concerning Chumo, he dared not make unilateral decisions. It was better to seek clarification. Chumo did not mind Sima calling him master. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at Lu Qingxue and formulated a plan, speaking solemnly. Those willing to surrender should be made to swear an oath to heaven. After all, Qingxue's empire needs people. As for those unwilling to yield, let them face physical transcendence and be sure to seize their resources. Additionally, anyone related to the 2 corpses outside must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. Sima Chongfeng understood and bowed respectfully. "Very well. Whatever master decides, I shall execute. However, I wish to borrow someone from you. May I have Huaxia?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned oddly skeptical, as if questioning Sima's character. After all, who was unaware that this noodle-haired fellow was a notorious libertine? Huaxia crossed her arms defiantly, resisting the suggestion. Feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze, Sima Chongfeng halted in his tracks and scolded, "What are you all thinking? This Miss Hua is the second elder of Jiuhua Mountain. With her involvement, we can better manage the captives, significantly diminishing their resistance. Moreover, as she is the servant of my master's wife, having her oversee the captives is tantamount to my master's wife exercising control, thus streamlining future handovers." Chumo nodded without hesitation and turned to Huaxia, commanding, "You shall accompany Chongfeng to reorganize the Jiuhua Mountain forces, and then hand everything over to Qingxue." Huaxia breathed a sigh of relief, bowed, and followed closely behind Sima Chongfeng. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxue gazed at Chumo with profound gratitude, marveling at how fortunate she was to have such a considerate man by her side. If she were not still hesitant to reveal her true identity, she would have wished for Chumo to indulge a little more tonight. After receiving the command, Sima Chongfeng and Huaxia each presented a communication stone to Chu Imo and Lu Qingxue respectively. "Master and mistress, simply call us if you have any instructions." Chu Imo nodded as he accepted the stone, placing it into his pocket, and with a cheerful wave, he said to the two, "Wonderful. Do bring your friends over more often. Safe travels." Sima Chongfeng respectfully bowed again before cleaving open a spatial passage, and the two stepped through. Watching them depart, Li Chunfeng, who was in the empire, clasped his hands and softly inquired of Lu Qingxue, "Your Majesty, you have been away for 2 or 3 days now. The empire has just undergone significant upheaval, and the situation is precarious. We need your presence to stabilize matters. Should we not return?" Lu Qingxue cast him a fleeting glance, dismissing him with a wave of her hand. "No rush. With Guanzhong, Zhu Jun, and Xiaoyan here, And considering that I have dealt with those troublemakers myself, there should be no major disturbances. Let us wait a few days. If the national master longs for home, he may return to oversee things. Having said this, Lu Qingxue turned her gaze toward Chu Mo, her previously indifferent and disdainful demeanor transforming into one of affection and shyness. The frosty expression on her face was replaced by a smile as radiant as sunlight, starkly contrasting with her demeanor when addressing Li Chunfeng. Husband, what would you like to eat tonight? I will prepare it for you. I have been on the mountain for quite a while and haven't had seafood. So may I indulge in a little more? Perhaps some shellfish? Chu Mo looked at Lu Qingxue with a hint of shyness. Lu Qingxue smiled. Time flies during joyous moments. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this time, Lu Qingxue had secluded herself in the mountains, nearly leading a life devoid of shame or restraint with Chu Mo. She had completely forgotten about the empire and the people, her thoughts consumed solely by her husband and daughter. Life had been blissfully enjoyable. However, this idyllic existence was ruthlessly shattered when Shang Wanyan arrived at the remote mountain following the address given by Li Chunfeng. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Wu Hao has led the coalition forces of the Three Kingdoms to invade our ice spirit nation, gathering an army of over 100,000. Now at the gates of Tiger Fortress. Moreover, the war god Zhao Qua has been defeated and captured, and the Minister of War, Zhu Jun, personally leading the troops, is also surrounded. The situation in the empire is dire. We implore your Majesty to return and take command. Chapter 131. Audience with the Empress Chu. What? Zhao Qua has been defeated and captured? Zhu Jun is also surrounded? And the one leading them is that ingrate Wu Hao? Upon hearing Shang Wanyan's report, Li Chunfeng was taken aback by shock. Zhao Qua was one of the top 3 generals in the new generation of their ice spirit nation. It was unimaginable that such a commander, along with the seasoned Zhu Jun, would suffer defeat on the battlefield. What is the current state of the battle? How does Wu Hao possess such a formidable force? Li Chunfeng inquired solemnly. The sudden turn of events with Wu Hao, the former king of the south, attacking the ice spirit nation was entirely unexpected. Shang Wanyan slightly cupped her hands, her face etched with urgency as she replied, returning to the national master. Zhu Jun is desperately holding the line at Hulao Pass with an army of 100,000. Even Gu Yinwu has laid down his pen to take up arms, leading the charge with a great sword. The forces of Wu Hao are entirely supplied by the 3 great empires of gold, fire, and wood, and their national masters have all emerged in full force. Given the current circumstances, they will not relent until they have breached our ice spirit nation. However, just as Hulao Pass was on the brink of being overrun, the Emperor of the Earth Spirit Nation arrived with an army of 100,000, alleviating the imminent danger. Upon hearing this, even the usually composed Lu Qingxue's expression darkened. Warfare among empires differs significantly from sect battles. It is not merely a contest of individual prowess, but a struggle of national strength. Although the Ice Spirit Nation has expanded its territory significantly, our military forces are limited. Conversely, while the other 3 nations have suffered territorial losses, their military strength remains intact. Lu Hao, leveraging his identity as a holy son, has orchestrated an alliance that undoubtedly provides the 3 nations with both a bridge for cooperation and an excuse for conflict. Aside from the border defenses, how many troops can we still mobilize? After pondering for a few moments, Shang Wanyan let out a long sigh. At most, we can muster 5,000 troops. However, the crux of the issue lies not in the number of soldiers, but in the insufficiency of skilled warriors within our ice spirit nation. When the 2 armies clash, our generals will face overwhelming assaults from multiple elite fighters. Coupled with Wu Hao and his 2 formidable attendants, we cannot hope to match their high-end combat power. Thus, we must have the national master and your majesty return to command. Without a sufficiently powerful figure to serve as the spirit of our forces, I am deeply concerned. A frown of worry clouded Shang Wanyan's features. Lu Qingxue's expression shifted slightly, her heart filled with turmoil. After reuniting with her husband, she had no desire to be a wise ruler or to concern herself with the affairs of the empire. In that moment, she comprehended the thoughts of emperors throughout history, those enamored with beauty. If it were up to her, she would wish to be a selfish and foolish monarch, to never part from the one she loved, indifferent to the whims of the empire and its subjects. Sensing Lu Qingxue's hesitation, Chu Mo curiously turned to the striking Shang Wanyan and inquired, Who is this Wu Hao? And what is the situation with the three nations? Are they formidable? Shangguan Yin slightly cupped her hands, uncertain of Chu Mo's identity, and hesitated to answer. May I inquire about your esteemed identity? I am Chu Mo, the husband of Qing Xue. Chu Mo began to reply. However, before he could finish the word husband, Shangguan Yan's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. She was well aware of the name of Lu Qingxue's beloved. Oh, so you are the Empress, then? I pay my respects to Empress Chu. Chu Mo replied, Empress? I am a man. I would rather be addressed as senior. This girl must be quite unwell. My husband. She is Shangguan Yin, my personal guard, yet we share a bond akin to sisters. Seeing Chu Mo's face darken, and hearing Shangguan Yan's address, even in this weighty moment, Lu Qingxue could not help but let out a laugh. So that is how it is. Chu Mo nodded slightly, feeling a surge of emotion within. Could it be that Shangguan Yin and Gue Jianchou are a couple? The seemingly serious and reserved young lady seems quite suitable for his unruly apprentice. One is carefree while the other is stern and aloof. Shangguan Yin will surely keep Gue Jianchou in check. This young woman is indeed beautiful. Though her modest bosom raises concerns for the future, will her children go hungry? Chu Mo squinted, his mischievous thoughts growing stronger, as he felt increasingly compelled to play matchmaker. Cough. What exactly is Wu Hao's background that enables him to command troops so skillfully? Upon hearing the question, Shangguan Yin quickly clasped her hands and elaborated on every detail. Nearby, Li Chunfeng and Zhao Dizhus occasionally interjected with their remarks. After listening, Chu Mo was struck with enlightenment, shaking his head in disbelief. So, they are the descendants of the previous two corpses? Have they sent the younger generation to follow in the footsteps of the elders? This three-surnamed servant is quite impressive, having earned the title of the former king of the south through military merit. Yet, his character leaves much to be desired. In the current landscape of the five nations, is it merely a case of unsuitable conditions? However, it seems rather difficult for the two nations to engage the three. Chu Mo too found himself in a bind. As a recluse unable to step forward, how could he assist his wife? Shangguan Yin sighed. Indeed, it is challenging. The primary issue remains the lack of personnel. Chu Linger, observing the situation, couldn't help but pout and stoke the flames. Father, you have no idea. That Wu Hao is quite wicked. He keeps flirting with mother, trying to claim her for himself. At this revelation, Chu Mo's expression darkened, jealousy evident in his eyes. What? He dares to flirt with my wife? This audacious fellow. I shall not spare him. Chu Mo's mind erupted with curses. How dare he attempt to undermine me? This is no trivial grievance. Chu Mo cleared his throat solemnly and turned to Zhao Dizhus and the others. If memory serves, he does have a sect behind him. He is indeed an ancestor. The Qingxue Empire is in need of manpower. Our sect Zhao Dizhus immediately grasped Chu Mo's intention, and the group erupted in joy. They feared not the complexities of the situation, but rather the absence of tasks from Chu Mo. Previously, having helped him reclaim his wife and daughter, Chu Mo had generously allowed them to choose several cosmic-grade artifacts. Such treatment was truly extraordinary. Rest assured, ancestor, with us here, no one can threaten the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Upon returning, we will send all the sect members to enlist. Even the dog shall not be spared. Chu Mo felt a wave of relief and patted Zhao Dizhus on the shoulder with gratitude. Excellent. Thank you. However, didn't Miss Shangguan mention that the sect cannot interfere in the imperial disputes, lest we attract the enforcement of the law? Will the sect be safe? Chu Mo pondered this serious issue. Zhao Dizhus, however, smiled cleverly and waved his hand dismissively. Ancestor, you are being too modest. In the mainland, such customs do exist. But if the Soul Town sect were to announce its dissolution and enlist everyone into the military, what could the law enforcement hall do about it? I believe His Majesty would not mind the formation of a soul army, would he? In Zhao Dizhus' eyes, the law enforcement hall pales in comparison to the immortal Chu Mo. Lu Qingxue's expression softened as she looked at Zhao Dizhus in surprise. However, the soul sect is the fruit of your labor. Oh, we are all family here. There is no need for formality. Moreover, you are a revered ancestor of the sect. Zhao Dizhus waved his hand dismissively. Lu Qingxue nodded in agreement, no longer hesitating, as she truly needed strength. It would be best to unify the southern region, leaving only the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Very well. In that case, let us establish a soul army. With you, Elder Zhao, As the commander, it shall be done. Zhao Dizhu's beamed, knowing that his actions would undoubtedly earn him the favor of the immortal. Fawning over the immortal's wife is no different from courting the immortal himself. With Zhao Dizhu's endorsement, Wei Chuan, who had positioned himself as the old servant of the Chu family, along with Mei Qianhua, eagerly seized the opportunity to showcase their own ambitions. We too wish to form an army from the Tianyi sect and the Qi sect, and we hope His Majesty will not forsake us. Chapter 132, A Separation Once More Excellent. The Qi sect shall be responsible for providing quality weaponry and armor, serving as the logistics. The Tianyi sect will form the Tianyi army, tasked with defense and offense, acting as support. The Soul army will serve as the main force. Lu Qingxue did not hold back with the two of them. She was well aware that these two were merely captives and servants of the Chu family. The forces beneath her command equated to her own strength, fundamentally different from Zhao Dizhu's soul sect. One is a servant, the other a friend. Since everyone has stepped forward, how could I, Cao Cao, remain idle? Those who dare to invade Her Majesty the Empress's realm are courting death. Allow me to return and gather my troops, bringing my 5 valiant generals, and I shall hasten to the southern region to provide support. A mere coalition of 3 kingdoms. I shall ensure they return with nothing, Cao Cao declared with great bravado. Liu Bei and Sun Quan wore expressions of flattery as they bowed to Chu Mo and Lu Qingxue. This was a splendid opportunity to strengthen their bonds. How could they let it pass? We too are willing to lead troops to assist. The Empress need not worry. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Lu Qingxue and Chu Mo exchanged glances, both revealing smiles of satisfaction. Indeed, one relies on friends when venturing forth. I, Chu Mo, shall remember everyone's kindness. In the future, should you have need, do not hesitate to ask. The crowd erupted in joy. To gain the promise of the immortal was worth any sacrifice. Watching Chu Mo attract such formidable external support with just a few words left Su Guan Yin utterly astonished. The 3 mightiest sects of the southern region had become the 3 armies of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. The 3 strongest lords of the eastern region were also rushing to provide aid. What, then, did the seemingly invincible Wu Hao and the coalition of 3 kingdoms amount to? Shangguan Yin seemed to envision the Ice Spirit Kingdom overturning the 3 kingdoms and unifying the southern domain, and as a martial general, she was overwhelmed with excitement, her entire being trembling with anticipation. With newfound support, Lu Qingxue felt a sense of tranquility wash over her. She turned to Chu Mo and inquired, "My dear husband, shall we venture to the empire together? I will take you to the palace for a splendid life. Let us not linger in the mountains any longer, shall we? I promise you will experience joy surpassing even that of the Supreme Emperor." Lu Qingxue bit her lip, gazing earnestly at him. The courtyard before them was where she had lived for a year, where she had married and bore a daughter. It was the place she cherished most deeply. The thought of leaving was heart-wrenching. Yet, on the other hand, she yearned to bring Chu Mo to the palace to enjoy a life of luxury. For the solitude of the mountains was stifling. Moreover, she remembered her husband's greatest aspiration, to indulge in a life of ease as the emperor's consort. Upon hearing her words, Chu Mo's eyes brightened, a flicker of excitement coursing through him. To enter the palace? He mused, recalling the lavish palace dramas he had seen on television, especially the one titled Curse of the Golden Armor, which featured countless enchanting maidens adorned in exquisite attire. Chu Mo's heart raced with exhilaration. In the midst of turbulent waves, one ought to ride the tide with fervor. It would be delightful for the crashing waves to splash upon his face, even if his wife was by his side. Merely to behold such beauty was a feast for the eyes, each day presenting a new spectacle, and what man would not relish such sights? However, the constraints imposed by the dog system darkened Chu Mo's expression, and he cursed his misfortune under his breath. Alas, I have grown accustomed to this rustic life, and I am bound by an agreement with certain beings. For 2.5 years, I cannot leave the mountains. So it will be 2 years hence before I can join you in the palace. Observing the conflicted and somewhat regretful demeanor of Chu Mo, the onlookers were struck with awe. Who could possess such a formidable bond with a celestial being? Wait, did the elder mention an agreement with certain beings? In this vast expanse, perhaps only the heavenly Tao could stand on equal footing with a celestial being. Could it be that Elder Chu had made a pact with the heavenly Tao? How terrifying! In contrast to the crowd's astonishment, Lu Qingxue let out a despondent sigh. It's all right. With everyone's assistance, I will strive to swiftly resolve the matter with Wu Hao and return to accompany you." After speaking, she wiped away the reluctant tears from her eyes and resolutely turned away. Zhao Dizhu's and the others joined forces to open a spatial tunnel for Lu Qingshua's passage. They were no longer novices newly entering the flood stage. The spatial tunnel they created was no mere doghole, but rather spacious enough to accommodate a person. Seeing this, Chu Mo waved his hand reluctantly. "Hurry there and back. I will send a message to the Flower Maiden to expedite her assistance." Lu Qingxue stood before the rift in space, turning to nod. "All right. By the way, dear husband, may I ask you something? Your wish is my command, my lady. Between the old me and the current me, who do you find more beautiful? Whom do you prefer?" Lu Qingxue asked, her eyes glistening with tears. In an instant, Chu Mo froze, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This question was a perilous one. "Both are beautiful, and I cherish them both." Observing Chu Mo's flustered and hesitant demeanor, Lu Qingxue could not help but burst into laughter, her tears transforming into mirth. "Well, I shall not press you, but when I return, you must divulge your secrets." With that, disregarding the onlookers, she stepped closer, rising on her toes to present her crimson lips before Chu Mo. After a tender farewell kiss, Lu Qingxue stepped into the rift in space, followed closely by Li Chunfeng, Shang Wanyan, and Sai Huan'e. Chu Mo, licking his lips, savored the lingering warmth of their parting. Just as he intended to have Chu Linger wave goodbye to her mother, she unexpectedly broke free and dashed to Lu Qingxue's side, waving energetically at him. "Mother, wait for me. I'm coming with you. It's too dull on this mountain, and father will force me to study. Goodbye, father. I shall return with mother once I have had my fill of fun." With her declaration, the rift in space closed, and Lu Qingxue's figure vanished from Chu Mo's sight. In an instant, a sense of emptiness enveloped him once more, as if something vital had been stripped from his life. Alas, in merely a few days, I find myself once again in the role of a solitary figure. These two women, one large and one small, truly possess no mercy. Yet, if love endures, what matter is the morning and evening? Once I endure these 2 days, I shall conquer this realm. I must indulge in revelry within the imperial palace. Zhao Dizhu's and his companions exchanged knowing smiles and cupped their hands towards Chu Mo, Ancient One. "We shall take our leave to return to the sect and oversee the disciples. Rest assured, my lord, with us 2 old servants present, the lady shall remain safe." Mei Qianhua and his companion respectfully added. Chu Mo sighed softly, nodded, and gestured for them to depart. Instantly, Zhao Dizhu's Chow Chow and their entourage transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the recesses of the mountain. Gazing at the empty courtyard before him, Chu Mo reclined despondently in a rocking chair, absent-mindedly stroking Bai Feng. "Ah, it appears it is only you who remains by my side, Guzi. Tonight, you shall prepare dinner for me. I lack the spirit for it." Bai Feng, wearing a face of resistance, retorted, "This prince bears responsibilities that should not belong to a mere dog." Meanwhile, at the border of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, outside the formidable Tiger Prison Pass, an army loomed ominously. The dense ranks of enemies resembled a dark cloud descending upon the city, instilling a profound sense of dread. Within the enemy commander's tent, Wu Hao, clad in resplendent golden armor, had his left arm draped around his childhood sweetheart and his right around the princess of the Wood Spirit Kingdom. He surveyed the 3 sovereigns and their national advisors with spirited confidence. The exalted rulers, before Wu Hao, appeared as sycophants, each wearing a smile replete with flattery, even going so far as to offer their own daughters into his embrace. "Come, divine son, drink. This is fine wine from my Wood Spirit Kingdom. The young emperor toasts to you." The emperor of the Wood Spirit Kingdom, Mu Feng, raised his cup, ready to pay homage. Suddenly, a personal guard burst into the tent. Mu Feng, his dragon aura surging, displayed a countenance of great displeasure. "Who permitted you to enter? Do you not see that I am engaged in a toast with the divine son?" The guard, face etched with concern, hurriedly reported, "Your Majesty, the old rogue Gu Yanwu is outside, challenging us with a great sword. He declared that if Zhao Kuo and those prisoners of war were not released, a relentless conflict would surely ensue between our 3 nations." Upon hearing this, Mu Feng's countenance changed drastically. "What? A relentless conflict?" he exclaimed in alarm and hastily rose to assess the situation. Although they currently held the upper hand, Mu Feng remained apprehensive about a potential counterattack from the Ice Spirit Kingdom. If this Holy Sun refrained from intervening, how could their diminished Mu Ling Kingdom, having lost half its territory, withstand the onslaught? It is crucial to note that the Ice Spirit Kingdom presently stands as the foremost power in the southern region, with Lu Qingxue being a formidable force at the peak of the wild stage. Meanwhile, the several empires, having forfeited half of their land, had all fallen to the celestial stage. However, as Mu Feng attempted to depart, he was halted by the disdainful gaze of Wu Hao. "Hold on. Where do you think you're going, Emperor Mu, without a drink?" Mu Feng forced a smile, replying, "Holy Sun, I wish to ascertain the situation." Wu Hao sneered dismissively. "What is there to see? With this Holy Sun present, what is there to fear? Someone, go and drive that Gu Yanwu away. If he dares to return, have him eliminated. Is it not merely the Ice Spirit Kingdom? Relax, and watch how this Holy Sun obliterates them." Chapter 133. The arrival of the Empress. After hearing Wu Hao's self-assured proclamation, Mu Feng and the others felt a considerable sense of relief. Yet upon deeper contemplation, the national advisors and emperors of the three kingdoms grew increasingly skeptical. Jin Shang and Hui Yuan furrowed their brows. "Holy Sun, if it were just the Ice Spirit Kingdom, we would not be overly concerned. However, we must also contend with the heavily fortified Mu Ling Kingdom beside it. The combined strength of these two nations is formidable, and it is rumored that Lu Qingxue has reached the peak of the wild stage. With our current capabilities, we might barely withstand them. Moreover, Lu Qingxue has colluded with the Soul Rescue sect, whose elder Zhao Dizhus is a master of the flood stage. With his support behind the Ice Spirit Kingdom, we may find ourselves at a severe disadvantage. Additionally, we have heard that Lu Qingxue seems to have secured a remarkably powerful ally, one whom even Zhao Dizhus treats with deference." As thoughts of Zhao Dizhus' prowess clouded their minds, the atmosphere grew tense, their expressions grave. The wild stage was already an insurmountable mountain in their hearts, let alone the invincible flood stage, coupled with that enigmatic ally who commands such respect. Although there are regulations forbidding sects from intervening in imperial conflicts, who can say for certain whether they might exploit a loophole? If the Soul Rescue sect were to meddle, how could they possibly prevail? Even though this Wu Hao, the holy son of Jiuhua Mountain, stands before them, his father may not be inclined to intervene in such trivial matters. In critical moments, should Wu Hao buckle under pressure and retreat, the three nations would be walking into the fire. Concern began to permeate their thoughts. Sensing their anxiety, Wu Hao nonchalantly cradled the princess of Mu Ling Kingdom in his lap, a self-satisfied grin adorning his face as he indulged himself. "What is there to fear? Are you truly intimidated by the Soul Rescue sect? My Jiuhua Mountain boasts 9 masters of the flood stage, just like Zhao Dizhus. Moreover, I must confess, my father has already mobilized the Grand Elder and the Second Elder to confront Lu Qingxue's so-called ally. At this moment, it seems her protector has met his demise, leaving only Zhao Dizhus behind. What is there to fear?" With this thought, Wu Hao displayed an expression of strategic foresight and slowly produced a stone from his bosom. He commanded the stone, and soon, a formidable aura descended from the heavens, stirring up a cloud of dust within the military tent. As the dust settled, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall and bare-chested, wielding twin hammers like a colossal iron tower, materialized before the assembly. Faced with the menacing presence of this giant, the crowd felt an immediate sense of dread. Yet, Wu Hao, with a nonchalant wave of his hand and his feet propped on the table, casually remarked, "Do not be anxious. He is one of us. Oh, allow me to introduce him. This is Elder Jiu, the overseer of the supplies at Jiuhua Mountain, a mid-level expert in the Hongjia realm. I encountered him during his travels yesterday and have now enlisted him to join our ranks as a fierce general. With him on our side, why should you fear Zhao Dizhus?" Upon hearing this, the formidable giant's presence seemed to illuminate the room, dispelling their doubts. However, a sense of caution lingered among them, prompting one to inquire, "Saint Sun, your generous support begs the question, what do we owe in return once our objective is achieved?" They believed that nothing comes without a price, and Wu Hao's motives must surely be ulterior. Wu Hao, casually picking at his teeth with a fish fin, regarded them with disdain. "What could you possibly offer me? All I desire is Lu Qingxue. After 8 years of devotion, she has scorned me. Now, I intend to make her kneel and beg for my forgiveness." He continued, As for the territory, it is yours. But you must pay tribute to me annually with a supply of resources. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to assist the empire in finding a new ruler." Upon hearing these words, their apprehensions evaporated. A mere tribute seemed a trivial price to pay. With Jiuhua Mountain as their backing, any offering would be worthwhile. The once proud sovereigns and national advisors now adopted an obsequious demeanor. With the Saint Sun orchestrating our endeavors, we can rest easy. Come, Elder Jiu. Please take a seat. We raise a glass to you and the Saint Sun, and we hope for your guidance in the matters to come." The giant nodded with pride and gestured toward an area in the center of the tent. "Are there any dancers present?" The assembly hesitated momentarily before eagerly affirming, "Yes, yes." "Indeed. Then why have they not been summoned? Without a dance, who would wish to drink with you?" The giant bellowed, slamming his hand on the table. Everyone sprang into action, hastily sending for a multitude of dancers. As the dancers entered, the giant's expression softened. He shed his clothing and joined them, moving in sync with the rhythm. With alluring postures and captivating expressions, he exclaimed, Indeed, the women of the southern domain possess a remarkable charm. Come here, ladies. Serve me well, while the rest of you continue to play and dance." In the days following the giant's arrival, the coalition forces of the three nations seemed to have transformed their encampment into a grand celebration. They, possessing ample confidence within, were in no haste to strike at the tiger prison, instead resembling a cat toying with a mouse, quietly relishing the despair of the soldiers from the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Meanwhile, Wu Hao, having satisfied his hunger, proceeded to the torture chamber to torment Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo endured a multitude of excruciating punishments, tortured beyond recognition. Yet, even in such dire straits, Zhao Kuo resolutely swore to never surrender. "Come on, have the courage to kill me. Though I, Zhao Kuo, have faced defeat, I am no coward who would capitulate. It is only a standing death for General Zhao. There are no kneeling wretches like me." Zhao Kuo, bloodied and weak, managed to lift his head with great effort, his voice frail yet unwavering. Crack! Wu Hao lashed him several more times, panting as he set down the whip, rubbing his wrist before issuing a sadistic command to the executioner. How dare a mere theoretician display such fortitude? Bring forth the pepper, salt, and strong liquor to apply to his wounds. Let him truly suffer. The executioner promptly obeyed, sprinkling salt and pepper onto Zhao Kuo's injuries. Instantly, the camp echoed with Zhao Kuo's agonizing cries, the intense pain causing his already broken body to lose consciousness. Wu Hao waved away the executioner and splashed a basin of cold water upon Zhao Kuo's face, rousing him from his stupor. "How do you fare? I begrudge you a modicum of talent. Should you choose to surrender alongside your fellow civil and military officials from the Ice Spirit Kingdom, I shall bestow upon you wealth and glory." Zhao Kuo, eyes still shut, summoned all his strength to raise his head, forcefully spitting a thick phlegm onto Wu Hao's face, while emitting heart-wrenching roars. I, Zhao Kuo, have been nurtured by the royal family since childhood. I am of the Ice Spirit Kingdom in life, and will be its ghost in death. I believe that His Majesty will surely avenge me. I wish to see you, traitorous wolf in sheep's clothing, suffer at the hands of my Ice Spirit Kingdom." This spitting act caused Wu Hao to lose all patience, his face darkening ominously. "You dare show such insolence? Were it not for the desire to let Lu Qingxue witness her subjects betray her one by one, I would not spare your life. Do you think Lu Qingxue will come to your rescue? How naive. When the time comes, I will ensure you see how I toy with the pure and lofty Empress in your hearts. Take him away for harsher punishment. Do not let him die." Wu Hao, furiously gesturing, was about to step out when a personal guard rushed in, breathless. The guard bowed and reported, "Your Excellency, grave news. The Empress of the Ice Spirit Kingdom approaches Tiger Prison with an army of 100,000 and has sent word that if you do not release Zhao Kuo along with the 5,000 surrendered soldiers, there will be dire consequences." Upon hearing this, a scornful expression crossed Wu Hao's face. He waved his hand dismissively and stepped out. "Oh, that wretched Lu Qingxue has come personally? It seems that Chu Imo has already been slain by my father. Otherwise, how could this pair of adulterers bear to be apart? Let us go. Notify the esteemed emperors and accompany me to the gates of Tiger Prison. I am eager to witness how she intends to slay me. Without her background, does she dare lay a hand upon me?" Chapter 134. The Clash of Two Armies. Upon receiving the orders from Wu Hao, The three great emperors had long awaited within the military tent, each wearing a frown, anxiously pacing about. As soon as they spotted Wu Hao's arrival, they hurriedly approached him. "Your Holiness, a grave situation has arisen. The Empress of the Ice Spirit Kingdom is formidable beyond measure, launching her assault with a thunderous might. Not only has she breached our ranks, claiming the lives of numerous frontline soldiers, but she has also slain our esteemed national master, Hui Yuan, with but 3 strikes." They implored the Holy Sun to intervene and capture her. The 3 emperors were taken aback. It is well known that the national master is the pinnacle of their empire's martial prowess, with Hui Yuan having reached the semi-divine stage. In their eyes, such strength was nearly invincible. Yet unexpectedly, he fell before Lu Qingxue in less than 3 moves, his innards strewn across the battlefield. Even the other 2 national masters, who attempted to render aid, were injured by a single blow, forced to retreat in disarray. In the face of their concerns, Wu Hao waved his hand nonchalantly. "What is the hurry? Do you not find this cat-and-mouse game rather entertaining? She is merely at the late stage of the divine realm. I need not intervene, for even my 2 maidens can withstand her. Come, let us drink this toast first." Wu Hao leisurely raised his cup, gesturing towards them. The emperors, however, were not in the mood for merriment. The imposing presence of Lu Qingxue had already left an indelible mark upon their hearts. If they did not resolve this matter, they could not even sleep soundly. Wu Hao did not press them further. After finishing his drink, he embraced his 2 maidens and exited the military tent, advancing to the forefront of the army. The emperors, national masters, and high-ranking generals closely followed. They arrived at a high vantage point, gazing at the gates of Tiger Prison. Before the formidable gates, Lu Qingxue donned a suit of water-blue battle armor, seated upon a chariot drawn by 9 warhorses, grasping a water-blue sword crafted by Chuemo. She surveyed the coalition of the Jin, Hua, and Mu kingdoms with an imposing demeanor. Chu Ling wielding a pink sword and clad in a fitted battle attire, appeared exuberant, glancing curiously about. Beside the chariot, Shangguan Yin stood resolutely with her sword, while countless civil and military officers followed on horseback, supported by hundreds of thousands of troops in a state of readiness. On the city tower, bows and crossbows were arrayed, the glint of countless arrowheads instilling a sense of dread. This formidable display awaited but a single command from Lu Qingxue to unleash a rain of arrows upon the enemy. "Your Majesty, upon your arrival, the morale of our Ice Spirit Kingdom has surged. With you here, victory in this battle seems assured." Gazing at the stunning woman, enveloped in water-blue armor and possessing a figure that was nearly perfect, the Emperor of the Earth Spirit Kingdom, Chen Wuhan, could not help but give a thumbs up, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He inwardly marveled. This woman can truly be deemed the most beautiful in the southern region. She embodies both grace and nobility. Lu Qingxue inclined her head slightly. "Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Chen. I am grateful for your unwavering support throughout the years. Had it not been for your frequent assistance, I fear that following the demise of the Emperor, the Ice Spirit Kingdom shall swiftly be annihilated by the neighboring nations." Lu Qingxue's gaze softened. Though this man before her was a sovereign of a foreign realm, he was also a close confidant of her father. The 2 nations had maintained diplomatic relations and camaraderie, never engaging in hostilities or taking advantage of one another. Moreover, he had rendered her considerable assistance, much like this time, when he had nearly dispatched half his forces to aid her Ice Spirit Kingdom. The man, Chen Wuhan, appeared to be in his 50s, donned in resplendent golden armor, and waved his hand dismissively. Setting aside my relationship with your father, I am well aware of the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. If your Ice Spirit Kingdom falls, it shall inevitably lead to the downfall of my Earth Spirit Kingdom, for we are not well suited to each other." Although they both understood the gravity of their words, the actual execution of mutual assistance was no simple task. "By the way, my dear niece, do you have confidence in confronting them? They boast an army of 1 million. Not to mention numerous formidable experts stationed within." Chen Wuhan expressed concern, but his sentence remained unfinished as he hesitated. Lu Qingxue nodded slightly. "Fear not. Is it not merely an army? I possess many powerful reinforcements. Do you, my niece? However, as far as I am aware, nearly 80 to 90% of your forces are already here, are they not? Where do your other troops come from?" Chen Wuhan inquired with a puzzled expression. "The Earth Spirit Kingdom's Grandmaster and Crown Prince, along with several generals behind them, shared the same confusion but dared not question Lu Qingxue due to her formidable presence. Thinking of Cao Cao and Zhao Dizhu's impending arrival, Lu Qingxue maintained her calm demeanor, unfazed. They are still on their way, riding hither. A sense of unease gripped Chen Wuhan as he felt this assertion to be somewhat unreliable. He let out a heavy sigh and muttered, "I know your family well. How many soldiers you possess is not unknown to me. Do not attempt to placate me with empty reassurances. Do not forget that as an emperor, I too am an adept at painting grand visions." In Chen Wuhan's mind, Lu Qingxue was merely projecting strength, uttering such claims of reinforcements to soothe his anxiety. As a mere woman, where could she possibly summon aid in this critical moment? Even if she managed to gather some forces, they would likely be of little consequence. "My niece, we must be pragmatic. If there are none, then there are none. One cannot puff oneself up with false bravado. I am a straightforward man, and your deceits hold no sway over me. Alas, it matters not. At worst, my son and I shall sacrifice ourselves and fight valiantly alongside you." After a few words of admonition akin to that of an elder, Chen Wuhan rolled up his sleeves and pulled the Earth Spirit Crown Prince, who possessed celestial-level strength, toward him. The father and son duo, resolute in their determination to face death, gazed defiantly at the enemy camp, prepared to fight to the bitter end. Lu Qingxue offered no explanation. When reinforcements arrived, she would surely astonish those present. As the conversation unfolded, they suddenly beheld a dozen figures soaring into the air from the enemy's ranks. "Ha! Lu Qingxue, I never imagined that even your support had crumbled, yet you still dare to appear? Your audacity, indeed, rivals your bosom. It is truly remarkable." The mocking voice of Wu Hao echoed through the air. Gazing at the audacious Wu Hao, Lu Qingxue's expression transformed into one of bewilderment. "Have I lost my support? How could I be unaware of this? Is not my husband my pillar? He is a man standing shoulder to shoulder with the heavenly order. The only one who could falter like this must be me. Lu Qingxue, could it be that this fellow knows Musashi has gone to the remote mountains and assumes my husband has been slain? Is your network connection just established?" Wu Hao appeared utterly perplexed. "What does that mean?" Lu Qingxue replied with a mocking tone, "According to what my husband says, you are simply behind the times. To be frank, when my father raised a dog, it proved more beneficial than raising you. Surrender Zhao Kuo and those tens of thousands of captives from my ice spirit nation, or I shall unleash a bloodbath upon your three kingdoms and light the beacon for your Wu Hao." Upon uttering these words, the emperors of the three kingdoms trembled in fear, dreading that Lu Qingxue, at the pinnacle of her power, might strike against them. "Your Highness, this woman is terrifying," they whispered. "Fear not, for I shall support you in all matters. Even if the heavens collapse, I will bear the weight." Yet, Wu Hao merely pressed down his hands, scoffing, and taunted Lu Qingxue, "I will not yield. What can you do to me?" Lu Qingxue refrained from further discourse, turning to Gu Yanwu with a discreet glance. "Go and break their vanguard. Let us bolster our morale." Understanding the command, the esteemed scholar Gu Yanwu adjusted his cap, grasped a large blade, and led 3,000 troops into battle. Tu Wuhan and his son Tu Fei were left bewildered. Isn't this gentleman a civil official? Why is he preparing to confront the enemy? Is he going to reason with them? Gu Yanwu flashed a smile, and with a thunderous shout, he unveiled his impressive physique, displaying muscles that would astonish even seasoned warriors. Observing his bulging muscles, the crowd gasped in awe. Such muscle mass is rarely seen even among battle-hardened generals. How can he still be a civil official? Satisfied by their astonished expressions, Gu Yanwu declared, "Who says that civil officials cannot engage in warfare? I study the arts to reason with the brutes, and I master martial skills to ensure they heed my reasoning. Your Majesty, I shall return shortly. Since they obstinately refuse to surrender the captives, we shall employ some hard truths." With that, Gu Yanwu, wielding a 2-meter-long blade, charged ahead, leading his forces into the fray. Unconcerned for his own safety, the great battle was imminent. The enemy, under the command of their generals, dispatched some troops to confront them. "Life is inherently short. Why do you insist on taking shortcuts?" Gu Yanwu remarked coldly. As the two armies clashed, the aged Gu Yanwu exhibited unparalleled valor. With no finesse, his massive blade, infused with inner strength, could fell numerous foes with a single strike. Under his leadership, the soldiers of the Ice Spirit Nation surged forward like a tidal wave, instilling terror in the hearts of the coalition forces of the three kingdoms. Witnessing this, Wu Hao's expression darkened, and he nodded to the remaining two national scholars. You two, go eliminate him. The two scholars exchanged wary glances, apprehension flickering in their eyes. Though Gu Yinwu may not possess the same caliber as his peers, his audacious and fearless demeanor undeniably instilled fear in them. Particularly, his formidable physique suggested that a mere punch from him was no trivial matter. Incompetence. What is there to fear? With only these soldiers and masters at their disposal, and no reinforcements in sight, this holy sun can obliterate them with a mere gesture. I shall have Qing Mei hold the line for you. You may unleash your prowess, for Lu Qingxue shall be powerless to intervene in your battle. Go forth, today. I shall decisively shatter the Ice Spirit Kingdom and make that woman understand the consequences of rejecting me. Wu Hao. Wu Hao licked his lips, patting his abdomen with an air of pride. Once I capture her, she shall taste the true meaning of despair. Chapter 135. The 8-year-old ruin stage? Is this a joke? Upon receiving Wu Hao's command, the two national masters exchanged wry smiles, unwilling to defy him, and swiftly vanished into the void. Meanwhile, Qing Mei, equally haughty, floated in midair, reinforcing their position. Gu Yinwu, prepare to meet your demise. Jin Shang roared, charging at Gu Yinwu. Gu Yinwu grinned widely, swinging his 2-meter-long blade with confidence. Unfazed by the two stronger adversaries, he remained assured that Lu Qingxue would not stand idly by. In the next moment, Zhu Jun and Sheng Wanyan, both at the heavenly stage, along with the renowned healer Li Chunfeng, surged forth at the behest of the Empress. With the addition of 2 semi-ruin stage and 2 heavenly stage fighters, the tide of battle swiftly turned. The two national masters found themselves under severe pressure, their lives hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, the troops below suffered catastrophic losses at the hands of the Ice Spirit Kingdom's elite, the casualties mounting exponentially. Witnessing this, the great monarchs grew increasingly anxious, hastily turning their gazes towards Wu Hao. Holy Sun, you must allow the 2 fairies to intervene. Our national masters are in grave peril. Wu Hao nodded nonchalantly, gesturing to Qing Mei. Instantly, she unleashed her mid-ruin stage power, her figure flashing as she forcefully entered the battlefield, engaging in combat with Li Chunfeng and the others. With Qing Mei's entrance, the tide of despair was immediately halted. With a single palm, she repelled several opponents, her laughter ringing triumphantly. Huh, you mere ants cannot even contend with a humble maid, yet you dare to vie for glory with the Holy Sun? Perfect. During the nights spent cultivating alongside the Holy Sun, I have comprehended a peerless martial art, the Wulong Palm. Today, I shall test it upon you. With a resounding shout, Qing Mei clasped her hands into hollow fists, moving them in a rhythmic manner before charging directly at Li Chunfeng and his cadre of experts. 1 made against 5. She exuded an imposing presence, rendering the national masters of Jin and Mu mere spectators. Seeing such a formidable maid, the monarchs of the 3 nations were filled with excitement, as if a calming elixir had been administered to them. Holy Sun, your maid is incredible. Ah, she's not that remarkable. When she first joined me, she was quite inexperienced. Inexperience can be overcome with practice, and naturally, she has grown powerful. Feeling the envious and awed gazes of those around him, Wu Hao waved his hand with pride, his vanity thoroughly satisfied. How many in this world could claim to possess a beautiful and formidable maid of the ruined stage, akin to himself? Several individuals wore obsequious expressions, raising their thumbs in commendation. Ah, the Saint Sun is indeed formidable. Wu Hao, with an air of pride, declared, fear not. For these high-ranking combatants cannot even best a mere maidservant. What tempest could they possibly stir? Observing Wu Hao's confidence, the crowd exhaled in relief, their gazes shifting to the arena of battle. There, Qing Mei waved her hands in an exaggerated manner, playfully engaging with the generals of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Her hands, oscillating with agility, served both offensive and defensive purposes with remarkable finesse. The spectators were struck with perplexity, sensing an uncanny familiarity in her technique, as if they had encountered it before. Saint Sun, is this the crouching dragon palm you taught her? No. This is her own comprehension, with practice. One naturally acquires such skills. The crowd gasped in disbelief. What? She comprehended it herself? Truly no secret techniques? Yet it appears quite potent. It is merely the result of diligent practice, Wu Hao asserted, his demeanor enigmatic, a contemplative smile gracing his features. The emperors and high-ranking generals, upon realizing the situation, raised their brows in astonishment. What a remarkable crouching dragon palm! Who would have thought it could be interpreted into martial prowess? This girl is indeed exceptionally gifted, they mused. Could it be that we too might grasp a technique, the dragon claw? As they observed the fierce battle, the hearts of the emperors eased. Yet the anxiety of Chun Wuhan and his son resurfaced. Witnessing the combined efforts of Li Chunfeng and others thwarted by a mere maidservant, Chun Wuhan, like the generals of the Ice and Earth kingdoms, felt a surge of concern. Niece, how can you remain so composed while indulging in pastries? Where are the reinforcements you spoke of? Chun Wuhan exclaimed in a fluster. Lu Qing, with her crimson lips slightly parted, delicately held a fragrant pastry, leisurely sharing it with Chu Ling. The reinforcements are still en route. She replied, look, even with their combined strength, Li Chunfeng and his companions cannot subdue this maid of the Saint's Son. Given her formidable prowess, what are we to do? Chun Wuhan urgently desired Lu Qing to join the fray and decisively overpower the opponent. After all, within their two nations, Lu Qing possessed the greatest strength, her realm surpassing that of the maidservant. Lu Qing gently shook her head. There is no rush. Let them duel for a while. The national master and divine physician have been stalled at the threshold of the wilderness stage for quite some time. As her words settled, Chu Linger tiptoed, patting Chun Wuhan's arm reassuringly. Uncle, do not fear. This maidservant is not particularly strong. Even I could easily defeat her. There is nothing to worry about. Chun Wuhan shifted his gaze, scrutinizing the porcelain doll-like delicacy of Chu Linger. Little girl, you are still naive and unaware of the strength of that woman. She is not like the maidservants you are accustomed to. They would not dare to retaliate against her. That maidservant of Wu Hao is a true wilderness stage expert. In the southern domain, she ranks among the elite. Remember, the ancestors of the three great sects, Tian-Yi sect and Qi sect, are merely at the wilderness stage. Chun Wuhan did not pursue further arguments with Chu Linger. After imparting a few words of guidance, he turned his attention back to Lu Qing. My dear niece, it's not that I wish to criticize you, but what purpose does it serve to bring a young girl to the battlefield? Surely, it is a recipe for chaos, remarked Chun Wuhan. Lu Qingxue proudly held the small hand of Chu Ling. She is my daughter, my own flesh and blood. I feared she would be bored at home, so I brought her along to have some fun. Upon hearing Lu Qingxue's explanation, Chun Wuhan and the other generals of the Earth Spirit Kingdom were taken aback. A biological daughter? The Ice and Snow Empress has a biological daughter? Who is the father of that child? What sort of man could possibly be worthy of such an exquisite woman as the Empress? Fun, Chun Wuhan thought to himself, troubled. Regardless of whether she is her biological daughter, once the fighting begins, who will look after her? He gazed at Chu Linger with concern, much like one would look at an innocent child, sighing repeatedly. Just then, Chu Linger rolled her eyes and laughed dismissively. Look at this bunch. Not one of them can fight. With a single strike from my sword, they might as well be gone. Chun Wuhan frowned at her words, his displeasure evident. You little rascal, how can you speak so boldly at such a young age? Niece, you ought to discipline her. Children must be taught from a young age. Lu Qingxue smiled lightly. In truth, Linger speaks only the truth. She is not lying. Chu Linger pouted, choosing not to argue with Chun Wuhan. Instead, she turned to Lu Qingxue and asked, Mother, I see that the fighting over there is intense, and it seems many have fallen. I wish to see if I can gather some spoils. Lu Qingxue did not deter her. Given her physical prowess, she would likely advance swiftly on this battlefield. With countless corpses to absorb their vitality, it was far more efficient than hunting chickens or ducks. Go ahead. Return when you tire. Lu Qingxue waved her hand. Chu Linger nodded, clutching her pink sword, and soared into the air. Watching this scene, Chun Wuhan's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. What on earth? This little girl can actually fly? Is she above the celestial tier? More accurately, she was at the wilderness tier. Lu Qingxue gazed into the distance with an expressionless face, though her heart swelled with pride. Chun Wuhan was momentarily stunned, as if unable to fathom his own ears, and asked again, how old is she? How long has she been cultivating? 8 years old, and she has probably been cultivating for nearly 3 months, Lu Qingxue replied. This revelation struck Chun Wuhan like a thunderclap, leaving his mind in utter turmoil and his heart in tumultuous waves. A mere 8-year-old child, having cultivated for only 3 months. possesses wilderness tier strength? Is she not stronger than I, the emperor? After years of cultivation, have I achieved nothing? Even his son, Chun Fei, hailed as a once-in-a-century genius, was barely at the celestial tier at 30. He had always boasted of his son, but now, in comparison to this little girl, his pride turned to frustration as he glared at Chun Fei. With a swift kick towards his son, he exclaimed, "Damn it! Go back and cultivate." Chapter 136. Historically, the left side of the wave has suffered niece. Are you not concerned for the safety of that little girl? Even if she is of the wild stage, recklessly entering the midst of such chaos is fraught with peril. Moreover, I fear that Wu Hao will not remain idle, should he take action against her. Chen Wuhan's voice trailed off, hesitation evident in his tone. Upon learning of Chu Linger's rank, he no longer dared to underestimate her. Lu Qingxue waved her hand dismissively. Even if the entire world were to be annihilated, she would remain unharmed. Her father is always watching over her. After this declaration, Lu Qingxue fell silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Chu Linger. Conversely, Chen Wuhan's expression shifted dramatically, his mind racing with thoughts. It is said that the Empress has the backing of a mysterious and powerful figure. It seems that person is her husband. Just how formidable is he to have nurtured an 8-year-old of the wild stage? On the battlefield, Chu Linger moved like a gazelle, darting to and fro, absorbing the essence of life from the fallen. The vitality of ordinary soldiers was not particularly strong, yet the sheer volume proved beneficial. Chu Linger's rank continued to rise steadily. However, in her wake, the corpses disintegrated into dust, a spectacle that captured the attention of many, including Wu Hao. Is that little girl not the daughter of that wretched Lu Qingxue? What is she doing here? A hiss escaped him. It seems she is practicing some dark arts. What a fortunate turn of events. If I were to capture this little girl today, I could easily leverage her against Lu Qingxue and compel her to submit. As Wu Hao soared through the air and spotted Chu Linger amidst the chaos, his excitement reached a fever pitch. Failing to claim Lu Qingxue's life could be rectified by raising this girl for a second chance. After all, she bears an uncanny resemblance to Lu Qingxue. Go. Bamboo horse, bring that little girl to me, but do not harm her. She holds great potential. Wu Hao waved his hand, pushing his maid forward. The maid nodded confidently. Rest assured, young master, capturing a mere child is a trivial task. She swiftly descended, charging directly toward Chu Linger. The aura of her mid-wild stage radiated powerfully, scattering the chaotic forces below. A clear space emerged on the battlefield, leaving only Chu Linger, who was engrossed in absorbing the life force. What dark arts is the little girl practicing? Do share with your sister. Feeling her covert activities interrupted, Chu Linger pouted in displeasure. Lifting her head, she looked innocently at the bamboo horse. Would you like to know, sister? I might tell you, but only if you are willing to shed a little blood for me. Then I shall reveal the nature of my training. Upon hearing this, the maid from a prominent sect seemed to grasp a hint of understanding. Her gaze turned playful as she regarded Chu Linger. Shed blood? You cannot possibly be collecting human blood to aid in your dark arts, can you? Are you aware that should this behavior become public, you will undoubtedly be branded as a villain, and not only you, but also your dear mother, Lu Qingxue, will be implicated? Therefore, dear sister, you surely do not wish for others to learn of this matter, do you? If you accompany me, I promise to keep this secret. After all, I have heard from Wu Hao that this little girl possesses a treasure that protects her, making her rather difficult to subdue. Thus, if deception is possible, let us deceive. Chu Linger's countenance darkened as she gazed at the other with trepidation. Accompany you? But you do not appear to be a virtuous person. Fear not, dear sister. Though I am strikingly beautiful, and even the Holy Sun has likened me to a vixen, I would never harm you. The bamboo horse forced a disarming smile, coaxing Chu Linger gently. After scrutinizing her for a few moments, Chu Linger raised her head earnestly. Sister, you resemble a fox, but have yet to become a spirit. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I am not enchanting enough? The bamboo horse was momentarily taken aback, perplexedly inquiring. Witnessing her hesitation, Wu Hao could no longer contain his fury and bellowed. You are a beast. Stop dawdling and act swiftly. Upon hearing this, the bamboo horse's charming face flushed crimson, her eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. Drawing her sword, she unleashed a formidable wave of blade energy aimed directly at Chu Linger. How dare that yellow-haired girl insult me so? I shall tear that mouth of yours apart today. Are you not curious about what I am doing? Allow me to enlighten you. I am conducting an environmentally friendly disposal. You shall be next. Chu Linger twirled her pink longsword, leaping gracefully into the air above the battlefield. Channeling her inner strength and sword intent, she concentrated a terrifying aura upon her blade, poised to confront the bamboo horse's assault. Upon witnessing Chu Linger's ability to fly, the bamboo horse was taken aback, instinctively amplifying her output. The blade energy expanded once more, closing in on a striking range of 40 meters. From a distance, Chen Wuhan felt an intense tension rise within him, anxiously exclaiming, "Niece, quickly assist her. The little girl is in danger." Such a powerful strike could overwhelm even an old veteran like myself. How will she defend herself? Lu Qingshui remained unfazed, harboring absolute confidence in Chu Linger. The latter did not disappoint her. The next moment, a delicate cry echoed across the battlefield. First stance of the grass sword technique, grass you old wood. Second stance, grass you great wild. Third stance, grass you beautiful. Chu Linger gathered her strength with remarkable speed. As her incantation concluded, 3 incredibly sharp waves of sword energy surged forth, striking towards the bamboo horse with blinding swiftness. Upon hearing Chu Linger's sword moves, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, as well as several emperors, stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Chen Wuhan's lips twitched as he looked at Lu Qingshui. "Niece, does the little girl's sword technique revolve around her parents, with the family tree as its radius?" Lu Qingshui's cheeks flushed slightly, unsure of how to respond. Though the sword moves were not melodious, their power was undeniably immense. The blade's energy, spanning 39 meters, tore through the air as effortlessly as paper. Witnessing this, the bamboo horse was struck with astonishment. What? How can this be? Before she could finish her words or mount any defense, the mid-stage of the desolate realm met its end as the sword's energy pierced through her chest. Blood sprayed forth, landing 2 meters away. The bamboo horse felt a sharp pain in her chest, soon followed by an adrenaline rush that dulled her senses to the pain. Lowering her gaze, she beheld the gaping wound, disbelief clouding her eyes. She plummeted to the ground, her body crashing heavily, intermittently asking, "How is this possible? Why are you so strong? Even though we are both in the desolate realm, why did I lose to your technique? I hail from a prestigious sect." Until her final breath, the bamboo horse could not fathom why a mere girl had bested her. Chu Linger flashed a grin. "You don't understand, do you? My father once said, in ancient times, those on the left were destined to lose, which is why I moved to the right. You die without injustice, so allow me to grant you a physical transcendence." With that, Chu Linger dove down, delivering a punch to her opponent's chest. That once cumbersome mass was crushed beneath her petite fist. Before the bamboo horse could utter a sound of pain, an immense suction force ensued, instantly purifying and absorbing her essence and internal power. A gust of wind swept through, as dust returned to dust, and thus the bamboo horse ceased to exist. This spectacle left the battlefield in stunned silence, all present eyes wide with shock. A figure of the desolate realm, a prominent character in the southern region, had been slain by a mere girl? Absurd. Chu Linger savored the moment, her cultivation having ascended to the mid-stage of the desolate realm, showing no mercy to her adversary. Her father's words rang true. Only through rigorous experience does one advance swiftly. Soon I shall absorb another. Feeling her strength surge, Chu Lingwer's thoughts spiraled. The martial prowess of the southern region no longer sufficed. It rendered little aid. Absorbing the essence of over 1,000 soldiers paled in comparison to even a fraction of the bamboo horses. It appeared that only by consuming the vitality of masters would she progress further. Once she completed her obligations here for her mother, this young lady would venture into broader horizons. The northern region was too frigid, and the eastern region lacked sufficient strength. It seemed only the legendary central region, renowned for its martial prowess, was fitting for her. In her moment of contemplation, a thunderous roar broke the silence. "You killed her? How dare you? I will see you dead." Elder 8 bellowed, his fury palpable. After all, the bamboo horse was more than just a subordinate. She was akin to his right hand, a product of his painstaking training over many days, having mastered various skills. To see her slain ignited a rage within him that could not be quelled. As the roar subsided, an overwhelming aura belonging to Hong Jie suddenly manifested. Behind Wu Hao, a brilliant light flickered, revealing a towering figure. a man of 2 meters in height. His presence, unrestrained and formidable, instilled fear in all who beheld him. Sensing the immense power of this individual, the crowd turned pale. In response, Wu Hao, his face twisted with rage, bellowed, "Lu Qingxue, today, I shall see what cards you hold to counter me." Chapter 137, Speak of the Devil. And he appears with a mere command from Wu Hao. The imposing elder Gu Changfeng, like a mighty gorilla, began to pound his chest while roaring in fury. "Who dares to challenge me in a fight to the death?" The sheer intensity of his aura left the warriors beside Lu Qingxue in shock. Hongjie, a mountain insurmountable. How could they possibly withstand such force? What could they use to defend themselves? Even Qin Wuhan wore an expression of despair. It was over. Wu Hao had brought Hongjie with him. "Even with your cultivation, my dear niece, it would be dire." "Wu Hao, are you not afraid of the law enforcement hall getting involved now that you have summoned an elder from your Jihua sect into this battle?" Qin Wuhan exclaimed, indignation evident as he glared at Wu Hao. Wu Hao merely scoffed, "What elder? There are no elders here. This is merely the newly appointed iron-blooded war god, the commander of the 3 armies. The identity of the war god has been recognized by the emperor of the 3 kingdoms, and he possesses imperial standing. How can the law enforcement hall control me? You think they can intimidate me? You overestimate your position." Upon hearing this, Qin Wuhan's face turned ashen. Lu Qingxue, however, offered a calm smile and inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Is he striking himself out of enmity towards me? Does it not cause him pain?" Qin Wuhan felt a pang in his chest, his expression complex as he looked at her. "Niece, in such dire times, you still have the heart to jest?" Lu Qingxue remained unfazed, instead speaking with profound significance. Heed Wu Hao's words. "There are no sects or elders here, only generals and warriors. If the law enforcement hall inquires, remember to respond thus." Qin Wuhan was left perplexed, failing to grasp the meaning of Lu Qingxue's words. Just as he was about to seek clarification, the arrogant Gu Changfeng had already launched his assault. With a surge of internal energy, he targeted the battle circle of Qing Mei and Li Chunfeng, extending his hand into the air. A colossal golden hand materialized above them, locking onto their position. Seeing this, Qing Mei swiftly evaded the battle circle. Li Chunfeng and the others felt an overwhelming sense of dread. "Quick, this is our chance. Whether we can break through to the next level under this pressure relies on all of us. Gather your internal energy and channel it into me." Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly pooled their internal energy into the strongest swordsman, Li Chunfeng. His body swelled with power, veins throbbing in agony. At that moment, the massive hand descended with unparalleled might. Ignoring the searing pain of his ruptured veins, Li Chunfeng raised his head, a wild look in his eyes. Endowed with formidable celestial powers, he transformed into a sword, boldly confronting the colossal palm. Failure was not an option. Breakthrough. The clash between the palm and the blade resonated with a thunderous roar. Boom. A cloud of dust enveloped the sky, obscuring the azure expanse above. The immense shockwave overturned countless troops on the ground, with many close to the battlefield left spitting blood from the force. At that moment, everyone's attention was captivated by this monumental collision. All eyes were fixed on the heavens, eager to discern the victor. In the next instant, a frail figure clad in coarse linen plummeted from the fray, resembling a leaf caught in the wind. What? The sword god, Li Chunfeng, has actually been defeated? Qin Wuhan's expression changed dramatically. The army of Ice Spirit Nation, numbering around 200,000, erupted in astonishment. It is worth noting that Li Chunfeng was the undisputed top expert of Ice Spirit Nation, a figure of great significance. The fact that even after merging his power with several other masters, he could not withstand a single strike from the adversary was utterly disheartening. In an instant, the morale of the crowd plummeted to abyssal depths. It was as if they were laying a mat in a latrine, with disaster looming ever closer. However, the next moment, Li Chunfeng, who had fallen to the ground, burst into hearty laughter. "I broke through. At last, I have transcended this barrier today. How marvelous! Thank you, you brash fool, for assisting my advancement." Li Chunfeng rejoiced. Upon realizing he was unharmed, his loyal friend, Sai Huatuo, let out a sigh of relief but could not help but scold him. "Are you trying to infuriate the enemy? Do you wish to hasten your demise?" Li Chunfeng, suddenly enlightened, raised his head and chuckled sheepishly. "Gu Changfeng, Witnessing that this half-step to the ruinous tier ant had not been vanquished and had instead broken through, was consumed by fury upon hearing such boastful words. Do you take me for a whetstone? You are courting death. In a flash, Gu Changfeng lunged at Li Chunfeng, targeting the 5 foremost experts of Ice Spirit Nation. The 5, their spirits steeled, advanced despite their fatigue. However, within mere exchanges, they all lay prostrate on the ground. Even Li Chunfeng, now having broken through to the ruinous tier, was on the brink of exhaustion and was no match for Gu Changfeng. At such a level of mastery, surpassing tiers became increasingly arduous, even for a sword cultivator. Ha! A few insignificant ants dare to oppose me? Gu Changfeng laughed unabashedly, sensing the despair in his foe's eyes. He arrogantly spread his arms wide, relishing the terror of the ants before him. He showed no haste in ending the lives of Li Chunfeng and his companions. Meanwhile, Wu Hao, observing the scene, wore a dark expression. When will you cease this pretense? Elder Ba, save your theatrics for later. Capture that little girl first. Be wary of her protective gear. Wu Hao warned with a scowl. Gu Changfeng smacked his forehead. Ah, right. I almost forgot. This little girl possesses ruinous tier cultivation. It seems I must capture you and dissect you for further study. Upon concluding his words, Gu Changfeng reached out and grasped the void before Chu Ling. The emptiness immediately constricted, as if intent on ensnaring her. Yet, Chu Linger remained unperturbed, her hands resting defiantly on her hips, offering no resistance. A triumphant smirk graced Gu Changfeng's lips. In his eyes, Chu Linger had been rendered speechless by his formidable presence. However, in the next moment, his expression of delight abruptly froze. He beheld a radiant glow emanating from her dress, effortlessly nullifying his assault. What sorcery is this? How is she unscathed? I refuse to believe this. With renewed determination, he unleashed another strike, yet it too failed to elicit any response. Undeterred, he continued his relentless onslaught, but to no avail. Not a single hair on Chu Linger was disturbed. In fact, by the end, she was joyfully prancing upon the battlefield, as if frolicking in her own backyard. Witnessing this scene, Chen Wuhan began to comprehend why Lu Qingxue harbored no concerns for the young girl's safety. Today has truly opened my eyes. To possess such talent at the age of 8, disregarding attacks from the flood tier while in absolute defense? What kind of prodigy is she? To what extraordinary heights must her father have ascended to cultivate such a daughter? I must return and ensure I have a daughter too. I'll forego having a son. Chen Wuhan cast a disdainful glance at Chen Fei, who sheepishly smiled and subtly retreated a few steps, wary of retribution. As Gu Changfeng vented his frustrations on Chu Linger, Wu Hao could no longer contain himself, inwardly cursing the brawn-over-brain mentality. Governor Gu, forget about that girl for now. First, eliminate Li Chuanfeng and his companions. Gu Changfeng paused, as if struck by a revelation. Indeed, let us first deal with them. He redirected his assault towards Li Chuanfeng and his allies. Observing this, the latter hastily retreated, wishing they could silence Wu Hao. The hot-tempered Gu Yanwu erupted with expletives. Wu Hao, you are nothing but a tadpole with frog patterns. Stunned, Wu Hao inquired. What does that mean? Gu Yanwu grinned broadly. Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will consider you mute. Infuriated by this, Wu Hao trembled with rage. Directing Gu Changfeng, tear his mouth apart. I demand you to rip his mouth asunder. Even if the emperor himself were to arrive today, he could not save you. Gu Changfeng nodded and surged forward with lethal intent. Li Chuanfeng and his companions exchanged bitter smiles, giving Gu Yanwu a thumbs up. Truly, a scholar of great renown. Even in insults he possesses such eloquence. However, we may not withstand the might of this behemoth. Where are Chao Mengde and his allies, who were supposed to summon reinforcements? Just as the thought crossed their minds, the ground suddenly trembled, accompanied by the sound of countless galloping hooves. A banner emblazoned with the character Chao fluttered in the wind. Coming into view, from the ranks of the army, a streak of light raced toward them, bearing down on Gu Changfeng with lethal intent. Ha! I Chao Chao have arrived. Chapter 138. More people? Jiuhua Mountain has its own. Boom. The arrival of Chao Chao repelled all of Gu Changfeng's assaults, stirring up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Chao Chao, wielding a precious sword and enveloped by a powerful aura, revealed himself. Though not particularly tall, standing at merely 1 meter and 60 centimeters. He radiated an overwhelming sense of security to Li Chunfeng and the others. Indeed, Only a man who has shared a bed could evoke such reliability and comfort. Esteemed friends, it seems that these past few days have not been kind to you? Cao Cao inquired, a hint of concern gracing his features as he playfully tilted his head and waved his sword, devoid of mockery. Li Chunfeng and his companions let out a heavy sigh of relief, engaging in light-hearted banter. Goodness, just as we were speaking of Cao Cao, he arrives. What impeccable timing. Had you been even a moment later, we might have met our demise. Even Lu Qingxue, who stood at a distance with her sword poised to intercept attacks, relaxed slightly, retracting her azure blade. She understood that with Cao Cao's arrival, Li Chunfeng was no longer in peril. She would not need to engage in battle. Her role was merely to maintain her beauty. Dear niece, is this the reinforcements you spoke of? How formidable. An esteemed figure of the Hong realm. From his appearance, he seems to be the illustrious king of Wei. Moreover, his forces appeared robust and entirely comprised of cavalry. Impressive indeed. Chen Wuhan gazed at Cao Cao with astonishment, incredulous at his presence. Lu Qingxue did not deny it, merely nodding. This is just one part of our reinforcements. There are more yet to arrive. So do not panic. First, let us capture this moment with a recording stone and share it within our circles. With a smile, Lu Qingxue eagerly produced a recording stone from her pocket to document the unfolding events. Watching this spectacle, the corners of Chen Wuhan and his son's mouths twitched. What manner of thinking did this woman possess? Shouldn't such a scene be filled with solemnity and fervor? Why was she recording it? Could she not be more serious? Nevertheless, considering the Ice Spirit Kingdom, it was likely that a significant cost was incurred to summon such powerful allies. Dear niece, if I may be so bold, what resources are required to enlist such formidable assistance? No resources are necessary. They are here purely out of respect for my husband, treating us as kin. Lu Qingxue waved her hand nonchalantly, though her face beamed with pride. Chen Wuhan was left utterly astonished. What had transpired with this niece of his? In just a few months, she had managed to befriend a powerful figure from the Hong realm, all due to her husband's reputation. One could only imagine the thickness of her husband's skin to command such loyalty from the Hong tier. How extraordinary, indeed, for a woman to ascend to greatness. It is either through the prowess of her partner or through her own remarkable endeavors. Regardless, Chen Wuhan recognized that his decision was not in vain. He had truly been uplifted by her influence. While they might not secure victory against an opponent of the Hong tier, they would certainly avoid a devastating defeat. Well then, I shall record some footage as well. Opportunities for battles against the Hong tier are rare indeed, and in my later years, I shall have stories to tell my descendants. As the two engaged in conversation, the situation in the arena shifted dramatically. The arrival of Cao Cao did not instill any trepidation in Gu Changfeng. Rather, it emboldened him further. Who is this wild card? Cao Cao, daring to meddle in the affairs of my Jiuhua mountain. Seeking death, are we? If you step aside now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, you and your formidable companion stand no chance against me. Hailing from a prestigious sect, Gu Changfeng possessed unwavering confidence that he could best both Cao Cao and his stout ally, Dian Wei. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao did not flinch. Instead, an expression of peculiar amusement crossed his face. Jiuhua Mountain. Gu Changfeng's icy smile was laced with contempt, dismissing Cao Cao entirely. Indeed, one who has reached your level must have heard of my sect's renown. You should be aware that to take your life would be as simple as reaching into my pocket, and I could summon more of my kind at a moment's notice. When that time comes, it will not only be you who faces judgment, but everyone behind you shall be sacrificed as well. In Gu Changfeng's perception, whether at the Hong level or the Huang level, Jiuhua Mountain loomed as a colossal entity. No one would dare to approach without fear. A wild card at the Hong level should kneel and apologize before someone of his elder stature. Yet contrary to his expectations, Cao Cao displayed no fear. Instead, he wore a mocking grin. Oh, did I ever claim that I was alone with Dian? Today, I shall demonstrate my newly acquired summoning skill, learned from my sister-in-law. De Qiao, come forth. Cao Cao bellowed towards the heavens, and in the distance, for streaks of light emerged. I, Liu Bei, shall provide my utmost support. With the arrival of both Liu Bei and the mid-level Hong warrior Zhao Yun, the trio glared menacingly at Gu Changfeng. Meanwhile, Sun Quan, seething with fury, grasped Cao Cao by the collar, seemingly intent on exacting vengeance. Aware of his precarious position, Cao Cao offered an awkward smile. Let us deal with our adversaries first. We shall discuss matters regarding your sister-in-law later, I promise. In the spirit of prioritizing the greater good, Sun Quan temporarily spared Cao Cao. He then turned to the distant Lu Qingxue and offered a respectful nod, acknowledging her presence. Witnessing the emergence of 4 Hong warriors once again, Chen Wuhan felt a sense of dread wash over him. He had anticipated that Lu Qingxue's reinforcements would consist merely of a few wild-card Huang warriors. But he was taken aback to find the opposing side effortlessly summoning 6 Hong warriors. It was important to note that these were Hong warriors, not mere cabbages. Even one could easily crush all sects in the southern region. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a throng of figures surged forth from the distance. The leader of the Jinhuan army has arrived with a great force, albeit belatedly. We beseech your majesty for forgiveness. The logistics and formation departments have responded promptly to your command and stand ready to follow your orders. Upon seeing the 3 familiar faces leading the charge, Chen Wuhan could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "What on earth? Zhao Di's who's of the Jinhuan sect? Along with the Qi sect and Tianyi sect? Do not be surprised. We are all on the same side." Lu Qingxue waved her hand nonchalantly, retrieving a small mirror to touch up her makeup, displaying an astonishing calmness amidst the chaos of battle. In the past, the mere presence of a lower-tier opponent would have rattled her, yet now, even facing a formidable adversary, she remained composed. This unwavering demeanor stemmed from the steadfast support of the man behind her. As powerful figures continued to descend upon the battlefield, Wu Hao's expression darkened to a shade of iron gray. "How dare you join the fray? Lu Qingxue has expended countless resources to summon you. I will offer double. If you do not withdraw, I shall report you to the Law Enforcement Hall for meddling in imperial affairs, and it will be your doom." Upon hearing this, Gu Yanwu and Li Chunfeng erupted in laughter, their mirth echoing across the battlefield. "Oh, do not speak carelessly. We are practitioners of the new era, who do not spread rumors, believe in them, or engage in petty squabbles. Do you not understand? There are no sects here, only the soul-subduing army and our logistical forces. Speak again, and I shall accuse you of defamation before the Law Enforcement Hall." Wu Hao seethed with indignation as his own words were thrown back at him by the enemy. This sensation was more unbearable than consuming excrement and flies. "You are playing with fire. I shall not tolerate this. Lao Jian, silence him." Cao Cao bellowed, issuing orders to Jianwei. The towering Jianwei, armed with 2 iron halberds given by Chu Mo, charged directly at Gu Chongfeng. Gu Chongfeng's gaze sharpened. Jianwei's imposing physique was not to be underestimated, and his fearless demeanor instilled a sense of caution. "Holy Sun, they will summon reinforcements. We must do the same. Let the might of Jiuhua Mountain descend upon this southern barbaric land. I shall make them aware that those who dare to trespass upon Jiuhua Mountain are courting their own destruction," Jianwei declared, a smirk curling on his lips. "Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to face my halberd." In a flash, the 2 giants collided in a whirlwind of combat. Observing that the enemy still harbored a multitude of lower-tier warriors, the emperors of several nations felt their resolve waver. Holy Sun, quickly follow Elder Gu's advice and call for reinforcements. Yes, otherwise, we may well be sacrificed today. With 6 or 7 lower-tier warriors, only Jiuhua Mountain can contain them. We are eagerly anticipating the might of Jiuhua Mountain. Wu Hao nodded, recognizing the urgency of the situation. He hastily took up a communication stone, sending a distress signal to Jiuhua Mountain. "Fear not. No matter how many lower-tier warriors come, they are futile against Jiuhua Mountain." However, as the message was dispatched, Wu Hao's expression gradually darkened. What is happening? Chapter 139. Once Elder Hua arrives, you are finished. The battle raged on, and after exchanging several blows, Jianwei quickly found himself at a disadvantage against Gu Chongfeng. Hailing from a prestigious sect, Gu Chongfeng's techniques and skills far surpassed those of the wild, self-taught Jianwei. Even at the same level, he consistently held an edge. Upon witnessing this, Cao Cao and his companions furrowed their brows, readying their inner strength to provide assistance. Gu Chongfeng was taken aback, realizing that while he could fend off a single opponent, facing 7 or 8 was an entirely different matter. Even a man of iron would struggle under such circumstances. How outrageous. Youngsters these days lack chivalry, bullying an elderly man like me, who has lived for over a millennium. Do you not possess even a shred of dignity? We are all individuals of status and standing. How could you stoop to such despicable acts? Gu Changfeng managed to repel Dian Wei with a single move, his vigilance heightened as he regarded the eager Cao Cao and his cohort. Cao Cao, with a sly grin, advanced step by step towards Gu Changfeng, remarking, "Oh, just a moment ago, you claimed we were mere rabble. Are we not individuals of distinction? At most, we possess an identification card issued by the Empire." Liu Bei added with a devious smile, as the saying goes. One does not consider the number of people when striking a dog. How can this be deemed despicable? With a thunderous shout, Cao Cao and his 6 companions, along with Zhao Dizhu's, surged forward, effectively sealing Gu Changfeng's escape route. Meanwhile, Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuan, both formidable figures in the late stages of the Huang realm, charged towards Qingmei. In that instant, the once arrogant Gu Changfeng found his confidence waning, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. While it is challenging for a practitioner at the Huang level to slay an equally matched opponent, it is another matter entirely for a group of equals to surround and overwhelm one. Even he lacked the confidence to escape the clutches of 7 adversaries. "How shameless you all are!" Cao Cao retorted. "What? You dare to insult me? You seek death." Enraged, Cao Cao and his companions unleashed their inner strength, launching a barrage of attacks at Gu Changfeng. With no avenue for escape, Gu Changfeng braced himself, determined to endure. The clash of their assaults reverberated violently through the air. Though Gu Changfeng was strong, he was no match for the combined might of 7. He was swiftly struck down from the sky, blood gushing from his mouth, losing half his life in the process. "Did you send the distress signal, Holy Sun? What are you dawdling for? Get on with it." Gu Changfeng fumed, feeling aggrieved as he found himself ensnared by the troublesome Wu Hao, who insisted he assist in resolving an imperial crisis. Now, not only had he failed to address the imperial threat, but he had also landed himself in a dire predicament. Wu Hao, clutching a communication stone, raised his head, an odd expression crossing his face. The distress signal had been dispatched. Yet, for reasons unknown, neither his father nor the Grand Elder had responded. However, the second elder, Huaxia, replied promptly, stating that she was bringing a substantial force to their aid and would arrive shortly. Furthermore, several other elders from the sect were accompanying her. Upon hearing this, Gu Changfeng, who had been desperately struggling, was suddenly invigorated, his spirit reignited. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, he charged back into battle against his adversaries. "What? My brothers are coming? What wind blew today to warrant such support?" Wu Hao shrugged, utterly perplexed. "I find myself questioning the audacity I possess. The second elder, Huaxia, clearly accompanied my father. Yet why is it that my father remains silent while she responds?" Gu Changfeng has once again been sent sprawling by the crowd, spewing blood in a fit of rage as he bellows at Wu Hao. "Why concern yourself with her? A response at all is commendable. I suspect the sect master is simply preoccupied. Even if the second elder leads the charge, she alone could vanquish this motley crew. Steady now, today will surely be a triumph." Upon hearing these words, Wu Hao nodded contemplatively, as if he had grasped the underlying logic. It hardly mattered who was at the helm of the reinforcements. Victory was the sole objective. He, Wu Hao, the esteemed holy son of Zhuhua Mountain, found himself inexplicably beleaguered by a mere minor empire. How could he endure such indignity? Rest assured, the second elder has brought her entire 100 Flowers Valley along and proclaimed that our Zhuhua Mountain has nearly emptied its ranks. Those few are unlikely to escape unscathed this time. Yet, it would take at least 7 days for Zhuhua Mountain to arrive here. So why were they nearing so swiftly? This was the greatest enigma to me. Could it be that you, Gu Changfeng, sent a distress signal 7 days prior? Wu Hao wore a perplexed expression, his years of combat experience instinctively suggesting that there lay secrets unbeknownst to him. But what they were remained a mystery. Gu Changfeng found himself once more pinned to the ground, battered and bruised, with nary a whole part left upon him. Before he could rise, a barrage of assaults came crashing down upon him, forcing him to roll and evade in a desperate bid for survival. Witnessing the ferocity of their attacks, the surrounding soldiers and commanders had long since fled, fearful of the collateral damage. "You truly are a nuisance. How much longer until they arrive? If they tarry, I shan't be able to hold on. At most half an hour, but I must endure." Wu Hao shook his head, casting aside his doubts, and shouted back defiantly. Gu Changfeng gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to fend off the onslaught, employing every tactic, formation, treasure, an elixir at his disposal. His fierce tiger-like eyes brimmed with hatred as he glared at Cao Cao and the others. Mark my words, when my reinforcements arrive, I shall take my vengeance upon you. Your forces and families shall be reduced to ashes. I assure you, he continued, our Jihua Mountain's second elder stands at the pinnacle of the flood stage, her strength unmatched. One individual is more than sufficient to overpower all of you. Dare to strike at me, and you shall face dire consequences today. Listening to his menacing proclamation, Cao Cao and the others exaggeratedly patted their chests, feigning terror, yet their assaults grew increasingly fierce. Gu Changfeng was in utter despair, yearning for his reinforcements to arrive post-haste, lest he meet his end here. Little did he know, at that very moment, the second elder, Huaxia, was approaching the Galia mountain aboard a flying vessel. Accompanied by thousands of stunningly beautiful female disciples, their strengths ranging from yellow to wild stages. The disciples formed an orderly line, the most striking standing at the forefront, their eyes gleaming with anticipation and dreams. They were aware that their purpose for this visit was to pay homage to their new sect leader, or rather, their new master. Accompanying Huaxia were 5 anxious and fearful experts of the Hong rank, all elders hailing from Jihua Mountain. Originally, there were supposed to be 6, but one insubordinate had been dispatched by Sima Changfeng in a fit of rage, leaving only 5. Behind them trailed a mixed throng of over 10,000 men and women, each bearing expressions of despondency, both fearful and apprehensive. This multitude, possessing formidable strength, constituted the backbone of Jihua Mountain's dominance in the western regions. However, they had all been incorporated under the command of Sima Changfeng and Huaxia, as per Chu Mo's directives. Second Elder, Senior Sima, may I inquire if this new holy master resides within this mountain? We have all sworn oaths of heaven to never betray, they implored, hoping that the 2 elders might speak a few kind words on their behalf. The Hong rank experts wore ingratiating smiles as they cautiously produced several exquisite spirit stones from their trousers, offering them to Sima Changfeng and his companion in an attempt to secure favorable words and thus pave their future path. Huaxia wrinkled her nose in disdain and did not accept the heavily perfumed spirit stones. However, Sima Changfeng raised an eyebrow, his expression turning intrigued. Oh, previously, I commanded you to relinquish all your assets, yet you audaciously conceal spirit stones in your trousers? What audacity! The group was taken aback. Sima Changfeng was clearly not adhering to the expected protocol. He dismissed the precious spirit stones. Esteemed elder, please allow us to clarify. No, to explain. Chapter 140. Do you intend to establish a sect, elder? In response to their attempts at justification, Sima Changfeng disdainfully waved his hand. No tricks. I shan't bother to hold you accountable. Furthermore, remember, you are not meeting the Holy Master, but your master, your supreme sovereign. So, be on your best behavior and show the appropriate respect. Do you understand? The Hong rank experts, sensing the gravity in Sima Changfeng's demeanor, nodded vigorously, not daring to be dismissive. After all, having sworn oaths of heaven, their very souls were already bound by the unseen Chu Mo. If they were to incite displeasure, their demise would be but a fleeting thought. Moreover, from Sima Changfeng's words, they discerned that the individual they were about to meet was exceptionally formidable. At your command, rest assured, Senior Sima, we shall conduct ourselves with utmost reverence. Sima Changfeng nodded, signaling for silence. Meanwhile, Huaxia approached the assembly of Baiwa Valley, gazing at the throngs of people with a sigh. This was the power she had amassed over millennia, now to be relinquished so readily. Yet, contemplating that even she could not control her own fate, she found solace in the realization that following an immortal was far better than being under the previous Jihua Mountain. Valley Master, why the sigh? Are you lamenting the fate of your disciples? At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman, possessing the prowess of the early phase of the flood stage, gracefully approached Huaxia. This individual was none other than Hua Lianyue, the vice master of the 100 Flowers Valley. Huaxia, with a visage marked by self-reproach, pondered aloud. Do my disciples harbor resentment towards me? It is my failure as their master that I have not been able to ensure their well-being and safeguard their freedom. Upon hearing this, Hua Lianyue gently shook her head, her delicate face reflecting a profound sense of resignation and compromise towards life. In truth, the master need not be so burdened. In the realm of the martial world, There are often circumstances beyond one's control. In the past, when we were under the auspices of Jihua Mountain, we were compelled to offer 500 drops of blood from our senior sisters each year to ensure the safety of our sect. Did we truly fare any better? Now, is our situation any different? Hua Xie appeared despondent, lamenting that the 100 Flowers Valley, being comprised solely of women who practiced supportive techniques, lacked formidable strength. Jihua Mountain's decision not to eradicate them was merely a means of keeping them as pets. All she could hope for was that this time, the powerful figure would grant her sisters a chance for survival. With a long sigh, Hua Lianyue harbored little hope for the future. Hua Xie gazed at a courtyard halfway up the rugged hill, her expression complex. Impossible. He is not like Musashi. To follow in his wake is not a torment, but rather a blessing. If he wished, with a single word, even the world's most beautiful woman, the holy master of the Yao Pool, would come forth to serve him. To be candid, with his noble status, even as the valley's master, I would merely be reduced to his concubine. Upon hearing this, Hua Lianyue and the 5 flood-stage powerhouses gasped in shock, their mouths agape as they exclaimed, "What? Master? You are but a servant to him. You cannot be serious." "I assure you, I speak without exaggeration, and I am not in a state of madness. To be a servant to such a master is a fortune I have accrued over several lifetimes. Those on the golden flower list would envy me." The crowd stood in stunned silence, observing Hua Xie's earnest demeanor, bewildered by her apparent pride in losing the 100 Flowers Valley, as if she had succumbed to madness. How could one, once among the top 10 beauties, a formidable master in her own right, now take pride in being someone else's servant? It seemed utterly absurd. Hua Lianyue extended her delicate hand to touch Hua Xie's forehead, only to have it brushed away. Sensing the confusion among the onlookers, Hua Xie chuckled lightly. "Do not be astonished. I am not exaggerating, nor have I lost my sanity. Master, could you enlighten us about this master? We ought to understand better so as not to offend him." Hua Lianyue's expression turned serious as she clasped her hands in a respectful gesture. Hua Xie's countenance turned peculiar. "Offend? He is the one who usually offends women. Do you truly wish to confront him? Your ambitions are quite bold indeed." Even I lacked the opportunity to confront him. As the crowd's lips twitched, one could not help but ponder, is it not absurd to be a sycophant for others while being treated as one yourself? Observing the bewildered expressions around him, Hua Xie paused momentarily. His prowess transcended the annals of time, rendering even the formidable Musashi and Hanzo to launch their utmost attacks against him, even summoning spirit entities. Yet, he remained unfazed, merely dispatching a few paintings to obliterate Musashi, who was at the mid-level of the celestial phase, and Hanzo, who stood at the precipice of the celestial level. Their strength was undeniable, as they hailed from the western regions, a fact that requires no further elaboration. Moreover, even Sima Changfeng, who stood beside me, was merely a disciple of the former. Hua Xie cast a sidelong glance at the nonchalant individual with instant noodles for hair. Upon hearing this, Goei Jianshou's countenance turned serious as he corrected, "He is a registered disciple, albeit one I acknowledge unilaterally. My master has never claimed me as his disciple. My meager abilities do not warrant such a title." Boom. His words struck like a thunderclap, leaving the remnants of Baiwa Valley and Jihua sect in a state of utter bewilderment. What? The celestial phase was as insignificant as ants in his hands. And yet Senior Sima could not even gain acknowledgement as a registered disciple? What realm does this new master occupy? Could it be? Before the question could be fully articulated, Sima Changfeng gestured for silence and pointed skyward. The crowd dared not speak further. Instead, they solidified their internal convictions with the gesture. An immortal? We have become the subordinates of an immortal? Such immense fortune. A shiver ran through the crowd, previously feeling oppressed by the control of another's soul. They now found their spirits rekindled upon realizing their master was an immortal. The members of both sects were now invigorated, casting aside any remnants of dissatisfaction or resentment, yearning only to kneel before Chu Mo and pledge their loyalty. For the sake of our shared sect, it suffices for you to know the identity of our master. Do not let this information escape your lips. Otherwise, a chilling aura enveloped them, a palpable threat that dissipated mere seconds later. Enough, ladies of Baiwa Valley. Follow me up the mountain to pay our respects to the master. Do remember to adorn yourselves splendidly, should the master take a liking to you. You might just ascend to new heights. Refrain from blaming me for not forewarning you. Those above the Wangjia board the flying vessel. Hua Xie waved his hand, initiating the grand flying vessel that would carry the elite among the 20,000 to the courtyard outside. In Hua Xie's eyes, not just anyone was worthy of an audience with Chu Mo. At the very least, one had to be of the Wangjia caliber. As they gazed upon the modest courtyard with its tightly shut gates, the maidens of Baihua Valley trembled in excitement, hastily retrieving small mirrors to touch up their appearances. Hua Xie and Sima Changfeng stepped forward, cupping their hands towards the door plaque, and called out, "Gatekeeper, we have been commanded to bring guests. We hope for your cooperation." With a creak, the grand gates swung open automatically. Sima Changfeng exchanged a glance with Hua Xie, shook out his robe, and led the crowd inside. Within the courtyard, Chu Mo was engaged in a game of chess with his canine companion. Erguzi Baifeng's eyes gleamed with a spark of wisdom, while Chu Mo appeared to be in deep contemplation, scratching his head. His furrowed brow revealed that his chess skills were inferior to those of Erguzi. "I pay my respects to my master. All obedient members from Jiuhua Mountain and Baihua Valley have been assembled. Additionally, resources from both sects have been fully organized. Please, master, make your decision." At that moment, the voices of Sima Changfeng and Hua Xie echoed with confusion. They could not fathom why Chu Mo, as an immortal, required such an abundance of resources and such a multitude of followers. Was their master merely idling away, preparing to establish a new sect? A glance exchanged between the two ignited excitement within them, their bodies trembling with anticipation. They envisioned a brand new sect emerging, one that would dominate the entire continent, surpassing all others. In this moment, their hearts harbored a singular desire to join the new sect and secure a position of authority. Upon hearing the call, Chu Mo lifted his head with delight. With a swift motion, he overturned the chessboard, sending pieces scattering across the ground. "Oh, you have finally returned? Please, take a seat. So many young ladies have arrived today, ho ho ho. Erguzi, fetch the tea. Hurry up and don't dawdle." Baifeng retorted, "It is one thing to lack chess etiquette, but must you command this humble dog to work?" Chapter 141. Establishing a sect ultimately. Erguzi dared not defy Chu Mo's orders. Skillfully, he scampered to the kitchen to boil water and brew tea. Moments later, in front of the 4 to 5 dozen skilled individuals brought by Hua Xie, Erguzi had prepared a cup of tea for each. Gazing at the tea and then at the already peak level Erguzi, the crowd was filled with uncertainty, unsure whether to drink or not. Who would have thought that a dog from this mysterious master's household would reach the late stage of the barren realm? Shouldn't you express gratitude to the esteemed dog? It is a privilege to have him serve you tea, Hua Xie reminded solemnly. The crowd was startled and hastily rose to bow respectfully to Erguzi. "Thank you, esteemed dog. We have been remiss. Please forgive our transgressions." Baifeng rolled his blue eyes. With both paws, he lifted a cup of tea, standing upright on his hind legs, and trotted over to Chu Mo's recliner. Leaning back, he casually rested his legs, shaking them rhythmically while savoring the tea with immense satisfaction. Observing this spectacle, the crowd's lips twitched in disbelief, and even Chu Mo could hardly endure it. "Goodness, they call you esteemed dog, and you're already floating on air. Such character. Oh, by the way, little maid, is this all the personnel from the two sects?" Chu Mo turned to Hua Xie, his expression filled with curiosity. She shook her head and bowed respectfully, reporting to my master, "These are merely the strongest among them. There are nearly 20,000 more. I feared interrupting your quietude, so I instructed them to wait at the foot of the mountain for your guidance." Hua Xie, puzzled, wondered why Chu Mo was feigning ignorance despite having surely perceived their souls when they swore their oaths to the heavens. Chu Mo scratched his head, quickly delving into his thoughts, and indeed discovered that there were around 20,000 souls residing in his mind. He himself had become the sovereign within this realm, wielding absolute dominion over life and death. Previously, when those individuals had sworn their oaths, Chu Mo had deemed the system's notification sound too intrusive and had muted it. The number was indeed considerable. He noticed there were even several thousand maidens among them, all hailing from his sect. Indeed, they are all from the servant sect, and they have all taken on the surname Hua. Chu Mo's eyes sparkled as he surveyed this group of beauties from the 100 Flowers Valley. They were pure, alluring, mature, playful, and even included a few youthful lowly types. Chu Mo's eyes narrowed with delight. envisioning a future where such an array of enchanting maidens would attend to his every need, and a grin gradually crept across his face, a reflection of his euphoria. He felt as though he had plunged into an ocean of happiness. So many flower maidens at my service. Oh yes, I am indeed a noble gentleman, known for my virtue akin to Lu Xiaohui, who remains unperturbed amidst temptation. Feeling somewhat impolite at their first meeting, Chu Mo hastily clarified. To his surprise, the maidens were not offended. Rather, they blushed and adopted a coy demeanor, as if playfully resisting yet welcoming his attention. Master, should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to command us. The young women replied in unison, curtsying gracefully. Chu Mo reveled in the experience, surrounded by nearly 10,000 beauties attending to him. The thought of visiting the palace seemed trivial in comparison. He had never anticipated such sudden happiness, and he found himself unprepared for it. At that moment, he harbored immense affection for the 100 Flowers Valley. Yet he felt an urge to eliminate the obsequious old men from Jiuhua Mountain with a single swipe of his claw, simply to clear his vision. Ahem, everyone, let us enjoy some tea, he proclaimed. However, I must ponder, how can I sustain this multitude? How shall I provide for their cultivation? Relying solely on the resources provided by Changfeng, without additional income or an industrial chain, would hardly suffice for long. Do either of you have any viable suggestions? Standing outside the courtyard, gazing at the sea of heads below, Chu Mo found himself in a quandary. Having so many servants was not necessarily a boon, as the expenses would be considerable. Previously, he could feed himself and leave his family untroubled, but now, with his enhanced strength and expanded influence, the dynamics had shifted. Yet, with his limited understanding of the cultivation world, he had no idea how to generate resources. Thus, the well-informed Sima Changfeng and Hua Xie became his advisors. Upon noticing Chu Mo's inquiry, Sima Changfeng and Hua Xie exchanged a glance, each recognizing that Chu Mo was providing them with an opportunity to showcase their capabilities. Master, I have an immature idea that I am unsure whether to share, one of them ventured. Immature? Why not wait until it matures to discuss? Chu Mo replied, blinking and smiling. Sima Changfeng's lips twitched as he quickly interjected, it has matured. It is indeed ripe. The disciple believes that if we wish to sustain them, it would be prudent to establish a new sect. What do you think? Upon hearing these words, Chu Mo leaned back in disbelief, pointing at himself in bewilderment. Establishing a sect? Me? Am I capable of such a feat? I have no knowledge of how to create a sect. My experience is woefully lacking. Furthermore, the establishment of a sect typically requires a location rich in geomantic fortune, abundant in spiritual energy. Yet I possess neither the land nor the resources to undertake such an endeavor. Chu Mo regarded himself with skepticism, as a mere low-tier cultivator. What sect could I possibly lead? The individuals before him included several at the mid-tier level, and his own ancestral prowess scarcely surpassed that of a mere disciple of the sect. Wouldn't that be a source of embarrassment? If one of my subordinates were to attract powerful adversaries, would I, as the ancestor, flee in terror? Sima Changfeng chuckled, his demeanor exceedingly cordial as he gestured towards himself and Hua Xie. Rest assured, master, the sect will have its own industrial chain. You need only to preside as the stabilizing force while we, along with little Hua, manage the rest. We guarantee everything will be arranged meticulously. Moreover, these individuals are already familiar with sect protocols, and with a single command from you, we can establish the new sect at once. As for creating a blessed land, with your capabilities, master, transforming that remote mountain into a sanctuary is a trivial task. What do you think? In Sima Changfeng's eyes, crafting a blessed land was hardly a challenge. This little courtyard of Chu Mo's possessed untold resources. Even the well that perpetually bubbled with life-giving water could serve as a foundation for a sect. Yet, Chu Mo hesitated, plagued by doubts. Having read numerous novels in his past life, he was aware that many sect leaders fell victim to the very disciples they trained, either being betrayed or perishing while shielding them from calamity. He certainly did not wish to become a tragic figure. Master, what troubles you? Sima Changfeng inquired. Do you not desire to awaken each day to a multitude of beautiful disciples paying their respects? Would you not wish to simply command your disciples to fulfill your every request? Observing Chu Mo's wavering resolve, Sima Changfeng seized the moment. Upon hearing these words, Chu Mo acknowledged that he had been swayed. reflecting on his previous reliance on Zhao Dizhu's and others to assist him in finding a spouse. He realized that having a sect with devoted disciples would undoubtedly simplify future endeavors. With resources, personnel, and management in place, shall we proceed to establish a sect? However, you two must assist me in overseeing it. Sima Changfeng and Hua Xie were elated. In their eyes, Chu Mo's words signaled their elevation to the second-in-command of the sect. What is trust and favor if not this? Splendid. The disciple was confident that, with the master's prowess, the sect would soon command respect across the continent. Enough of grand visions. Have you two given any thought to the name of the sect? Chu Mo interjected, cutting off Sima Changfeng's flattery. Sima Changfeng shrugged. I am not adept at naming. Perhaps you could consult little Hua. Hua Xie appeared equally troubled. This is a significant matter. I dare not name it. Master, it is best if you decide. Seeing their hesitance, Chu Mo did not press the issue. With a furrowed brow, he stepped outside the courtyard. Gazing down at the disciples below, who were adrift and anxious, far removed from their homeland, Chu Mo stood with his hands clasped behind him, lost in contemplation. He seemed to glimpse his own initial trepidation upon his arrival in this world. Were it not for the benevolence of kind-hearted individuals, he feared he would have succumbed to starvation long ago. A realization dawned upon Chu Mo, since they were without support. It became his mission to instill in them a sense of belonging, to provide them with a foundation. I shall ensure that every person who joins our sect feels akin to family, and the sect will serve as their steadfast refuge. Henceforth, we shall be known as the Mountains Embrace Sect.